Introduction asterisk. Lu Sheng is transported by the system to one world after another. In the realm of Game of Thrones, Lu Sheng declares, "Your emperor has returned. New Valyria will rise upon your corpses. I need only to complete my mission. How I survive is your concern." Chapter 1. Transmigration, My Valyrian Empire. What the hell are you doing here? Lu Sheng looked up, the sky resembling a black shroud, suffused with thick smoke, making it hard to breathe. Lowering his gaze, he saw the charred, cracked earth beneath his feet, and the air was thick with black ash, reminiscent of burnt paper, carrying a sulphurous and stale briny scent. Turning around, he spotted the coast not far behind him, where a ship, split in two, jutted awkwardly into the mudflats like the ribs of a colossal beast. Is that an anti-air missile? Lu Sheng gestured at the obscured sky with an internationally recognized sign. Just a moment ago, he had been in a luxurious hotel suite on the 30th floor, having just donned silk pajamas, when a vague voice echoed in his mind. "Young man, it is time to set forth." In the next breath, a garish pink dump truck shattered the entire floor-to-ceiling window. And then, here he was. Mission issued. Valyrian's Second Empire. Unify the continent of Essos under one name once more. The cold text unfolded directly in his vision. Name, Lu Sheng. Asterisk asterisk physique, 5 asterisk asterisk. Mentality, 5. Standard adult attributes, 5. Talent, skillful, emotional influence. Skills, combat, proficient, sleep, proficient, wilderness survival novice. Novice, proficient, master, grandmaster, sage. Current world, a song of ice and fire. Lu Sheng stared at the mission line and glanced at his own panel, feeling as though the system was utterly deranged. How audacious! I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm supposed to build a nation in this wretched place? He believed the system was not jesting. It merely sought to end his life. First mission reward. He is the dragon. Dragonkin abilities, mastery of the world language. Do you accept? Asterisk asterisk. Accept. Lu Sheng hardly hesitated. He focused on the prompt, as if a drowning man had grasped the only plank of wood. Come on, system, let me witness your limits. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his heart. A searing warmth surged through his veins, instantly coursing into his limbs, and crimson patterns resembling molten lava emerged beneath his skin. The agonizing pain made him grit his teeth tightly, a primal growl escaping his throat. Simultaneously, countless fragmented, ancient memories flooded into his mind, remnants of a world belonging to the Dragonkin. Acceptance complete. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking like popping corn. When he looked down, he discovered that his expensive silk pajamas had turned to ash in the intense heat. The panel refreshed. Name, Lu Sheng. Asterisk asterisk physique, 8 asterisk asterisk. Mentality, 10. Talent, skillful, emotional influence, transformation into a dragon, storm control. Skills, flight master, airflow control proficient, fire control proficient, fishing proficient, combat proficient, sleep proficient, wilderness survival novice. He attempted to harness the energy coiling within his heart. The crimson patterns glowed once more, expanding wildly. His bones creaked painfully as flesh was stretched and reformed. A colossal creature rose from the ground, casting a shadow over the charred earth. A 30-meter-long, 70-meter wingspan bipedal dragon unfurled its vast membranous wings. From Lu Sheng's new perspective, the world transformed. The wind was no longer invisible, but manifested as countless tangible threads and currents. The moment a thought of flight crossed his mind, the air currents obediently converged around him, creating an immense lift. He instinctively pressed down with his enormous wings. Whoosh! The massive body was propelled into the air, instantly breaking free from the ground. The black dragon traced an elegant arc across the apocalyptic wasteland. Initially clumsy, but the inherited memories swiftly melded with his body. Turning, diving, halting abruptly, and spiraling with the rising thermals, various flight techniques, and aerial combat skills seemed etched into his very bones, becoming increasingly profound and effortless. In the distance, he spotted a grand city of ruins resting upon the earth, surrounded by a menacing chain of volcanoes, their peaks flickering with fire amidst the thick smoke. The 14 Fire Peaks. Valyria. Lu Sheng immediately recognized the location. He adjusted his course, directing the airflow beneath his wings to provide propulsion, transforming his body into a black arrow racing toward the ancient city. As he flew over a bay emanating scalding gases, drawing closer to the desolate city-state. An inexplicable chill surged up his spine from the depths of his bloodline. He abruptly flapped his wings, commanding the airflow to elevate him forcefully. Almost instantaneously, a massive, fiery lava ball whistled past his previous flight path, crashing into the bay below with a scorching wave, sending boiling water skyward. Lu Sheng looked down. On the ground, a colossal, worm-like creature was emerging from the scorched earth. It bore a head reminiscent of a dragon, with a wrinkled maw brewing another fiery lava ball, its crimson eyes fixated on him in the air. The fire worm, an aberration of magical creation endemic to the Valyrian peninsula. Before he could ponder further, a second lava ball was already hurtling toward him. Lu Sheng executed a rapid dive, narrowly evading the attack, his massive body tracing a perilous line in the low sky. He opened his maw, the energy coiling in his chest, erupting into a thick white fire pillar, tearing through the air and striking the fireworm. The terrifying impact pinned the creature in place, the ground beneath it crystallizing from the heat. To his astonishment, the fireworm writhed madly amidst the dragon's flames, its shell glowing red but remaining intact. Its formidable fire resistance allowed it to endure the onslaught of dragonfire. Lu Sheng, spiraling in the air, narrowed his eyes. He immediately ceased the flames, a thought flashing through his mind. Airflow control. With a mere thought, the surrounding air thickened and raged. Invisible currents twisted and compressed under his will, forming unseen blades of wind, then mixed with a new torrent of dragonfire, howling toward the ground-bound fireworm. The compressed airflow detonated violently in the high temperature of the dragonfire. Boom! Boom boom! A series of thunderous roars shattered the silence of the desolate wasteland. Lu Sheng halted his fire, flapping his wings to hover in midair. As the dust below gradually settled, the enormous fireworm lay in two charred halves, emitting wisps of smoke. He descended, his massive claws causing the ground to tremble slightly. Using his head, he nudged the corpse of the fireworm, discovering that its insides resembled molten flesh, exuding a noxious heat. On the blasted half of its head, apart from the gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a dragon's head. At that moment, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. Deep within the earth, it seemed as though several colossal entities were moving at high speed. Lu Sheng immediately sensed the peril. With a powerful flap of his wings, his massive form ascended vertically into the sky. As he soared nearly 100 meters high, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, revealing a vast pit. Precisely seven identical colossal fireworms erupted from the earth, raising their heads to spot Lu Sheng in the air, and without hesitation, they began to spew molten lava balls. In an instant, dozens of these lava spheres, akin to anti-aircraft fire, formed a deadly net that enveloped him. How rude! Spitting everywhere, he muttered. Simultaneously, a dense buzzing sound approached rapidly from a distance. The currents around him signaled the approach of numerous creatures. Lu Sheng cursed under his breath, realizing the danger of this cursed place far exceeded his expectations. He executed a swift roll, weaving through the gaps between the lava balls, then spread his wings wide, maximizing the thrust of the air currents as he dashed back in the direction from whence he came, not looking back. After a relentless surge that lasted nearly 5 minutes, and once the air currents no longer warned of imminent danger, he gradually slowed down, gliding smoothly through the air. Valyria Island. I must first locate a populated area to ascertain the current time before making further plans. Lu Sheng glanced at his surroundings and directed himself away from the volcanic chain, once more flapping his wings as the air currents propelled him at astounding speed across the sky. Slave Bay. Liano's merchant ship had once again emerged victorious in an encounter. With his hands on his hips, he gazed with satisfaction at his crew as they shackled the surrendering pirates, the air thick with the sense of blood, sweat, and seawater. "You bastard! You damn pirate!" one captive shouted, struggling against the deck, spitting blood at Liano. "You heartless sea dog!" Liano's subordinate, known as Old Blind, expressionless, drew the dagger from the captive's mouth, wiping the blood on the man's clothing. He adjusted his crooked eye patch and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Captain, this batch of captives is far superior to the last. We can fetch a good price." High atop the mast, the lookout focused intently through his telescope, scanning the horizon. "All clear. Wait, what is that? A glowing bird?" In the distance, a minuscule black that was rapidly enlarging, radiating an unusual glimmer. Lu Sheng spotted the two merchant ships, seemingly having just concluded a fierce battle. His spirits lifted, and he urged the air currents to accelerate once more. Air currents, accelerate to 3,000 revolutions. I come bearing life. He silently proclaimed, transforming into a streak of black light as he dove downward. The lookout lowered his telescope, his face drained of color, and with all his might, he shouted below. Captain, a dragon! A dragon is coming! You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Lyanna was about to erupt in anger. Lookouts are forbidden from drinking. It's the rule. Before he could finish, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the sails to flutter violently and the entire ship to tilt. Instinctively, he looked up. A colossal shadow was rapidly approaching, tearing through the clouds at an incredible speed. The powerful gust from its wings even created distinct ripples on the surface of the sea. Everyone on the ship, victor and captive alike, froze in place, gazing upward in awe at the immense figure that blotted out the sky. Chapter 2. Astapor. All aboard the ship stood paralyzed, gazing upward at the massive figure that tore through the clouds, obscuring the heavens. In the next moment, the enormous shadow abruptly contracted in mid-air as if grasped by an invisible hand. A blinding flash of fire flared, and the dragon vanished. A dark-haired man silently descended onto the deck beneath the main mast, his feet landing on the planks without a sound. He wore no garments, his tall, muscular physique adorned with remnants of dark red patterns akin to molten lava, which gradually faded. Amid the scents of blood and salt, a hint of sulfur lingered in the air. Sheng surveyed the scene on the deck. Shackled captives, armed crew members, and the middle-aged man, hands on his hips, whose face reflected sheer horror. Who is in charge here? He inquired, his voice low yet cutting through the sounds of the waves and wind. Stepped forward at once. All eyes instinctively turned to the middle-aged man. Lyanna felt his knees weaken and his throat dry. He had just witnessed a dragon, a creature of legend, transform into a living man. The cognitive dissonance left his mind in a haze. He gingerly moved his stiff legs, taking 2 trembling steps forward, struggling to muster a smile that resembled more of a grimace. My lord esteemed one, what is your command? Sheng disregarded his obsequiousness, his gaze scrutinizing him as though appraising an object. Where am I? Slave Bay, my lord. Lyanna replied without hesitation, pouring forth information like a broken dam. The nearest city-state is Astapor. Who is the king of Westeros now? Lyanna paused, perplexed as to why this esteemed being would inquire about matters across the narrow sea. But he dared not dwell on it, hastily recalling the tavern gossip he had overheard. The last time, I heard sailors at the port mention that Westeros recently crowned a king, named Viserys. Viserys. Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. The timeline of House Targaryen. A thought crossed his mind, wondering if the Valyrian family in this world was similarly composed of dark-skinned individuals. He dismissed the thought, allowing his expression to harden once more. I am commandeering your ship, he declared, surveying the assembly, his tone devoid of emotion. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? This proclamation fell upon Lyanna like a bucket of ice water, draining the color from his face. My lord. Behind Sheng, those crew members who had just been steeped in fear now donned expressions of both shock and anger. They gripped their swords tightly, yet none dared to be the first to charge. The manner in which that man had appeared surpassed all their imaginings of sorcery. Lyanna nearly fell to his knees, his voice trembling with desperation. My lord, we are at your service, ready to die for you. But this ship belongs to the Cuppa family. We are merely their merchants. If we lose the ship, the Cuppa family will turn our families into slaves. As Sheng listened to his pleas, a flicker of impatience crossed his brow. His gaze swept across the crowd, noting that while the crew bowed their heads in fear, their feet unconsciously shifted, forming a loose circle around him. He smiled. All are seeking death. As his words echoed, Lyanna and his crew were suddenly blinded by a flash before them. An explosion of flames erupted, sending scorching waves that tossed everyone about. The tall figure on the deck vanished. In its place, a deafening roar reverberated across the sea. A black dragon soared into the sky amidst the flames, its massive wings stirring a tempest that violently rocked the 2 ships. The crew stared in terror, lifting their heads to behold the gargantuan form that blotted out the sun and the cold, piercing vertical pupils that gazed down upon them like ants. In the next moment, a robust column of white fire descended from the heavens. The flames precisely licked at the sails, deck, and hull, igniting the wood in an instant. Yet, Rather than spreading chaotically, the flames, under an invisible force's control, spiraled furiously around the two vessels, forming twin fiery tornadoes that soared into the sky. Screams of agony, wails of despair, and prayers devoured by the inferno intertwined, only to be entirely drowned out by the ferocious winds and the explosive roar of the flames. Sheng did not look back. He flapped his wings and soared swiftly towards Astapor. How should the mission be deemed complete? His mind raced. Lacking a foundational base and managerial experience, how could one conquer the myriad city-states and factions of the continent of Essos? And once conquered, how to govern? Should he replicate the institution of slavery, or should he implement a feudal system? Should he leave descendants to establish a so-called Dragon King's family? Countless questions surged forth, only to be suppressed one by one. As the silhouette of a city emerged on the distant horizon, a pure, yet savage thought suddenly surged within Sheng's heart. First, complete the mission. Everything else can take a back seat. The closer he approached the city built of crimson bricks, the more he felt compelled to pay homage to the great cataclysm of a certain world in his memories. With a flicker of intent, the energy within his chest ignited once more. Flames erupted from his mouth, yet they did not shoot forth into the distance. Under his will, the violent currents forcibly bound the dragonfire around his body, forming a massive, rolling cloud of fire that burned fiercely. From the ground, it appeared as a meteor, trailing a scarlet tail, slicing through the sky, hurtling towards the docks of Astapor. At the docks, slaves, overseers, and merchants busy with their cargo were the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. What is that? Is it a fire cloud? No, it's moving. It's coming towards us. As the enormous fire cloud drew nearer, revealing the menacing dragon silhouette enveloped within, panic erupted throughout the entire dock. Expressions of shock transformed into sheer terror. As people began to scream and scatter, the docks descending into chaos. The dragon, entwined with the fire cloud, swept overhead, a tempest of fury. The powerful gusts of wind sent countless individuals and goods tumbling. In the midst of it all, some faintly heard a maniacal laughter emanating from the depths of that apocalyptic fire cloud, as if it were the whisper of a malevolent deity. Chapter 3: The New Dragon King. From a lofty vantage point, the Worm River appeared as a twisted gray ribbon, flowing into the Bay of Sorrow. The landborn rider harnessed the currents of air, his body enveloped in flames that drew sustenance from the dragonfire during flight, ultimately trailing behind him a billowing cloud of fiery darkness that obscured the sun. The clouds pressed down upon Astapor, as if the very sky were ablaze and collapsing. The tranquility of the city-state was shattered by piercing screams. The benevolent lords leaned over the terrace of the pyramid, the pearls and gems adorning their togas dimming in the glow of fire. They called out the names of their guards, their voices wavering with panic. In the streets, the populace scattered like a disturbed ant colony, fleeing in all directions, appending spice stalls, and trampling over fallen fruits. Amidst the chaos, a group of red-robed devotees surged into the plaza, refusing to flee. Instead, they spread their arms wide, shouting towards the moving calamity in the sky. King of Light. A miracle. The landborn rider folded his wings, his massive form plunging down from the fire clouds. He emitted a resounding roar, the air amplifying this bellow into a tangible shockwave that swept across the entire city. Windows buzzed, and tiles from rooftops cascaded down. His target was the city wall. With a sudden grip of his rear claws on the battlements, the stones shattered with a deafening crack. The broad parapet he envisioned was non-existent. As his forelimbs touched the ground, the entire section of the wall buckled under the strain, emitting a sickening groan before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Debris and dust exploded outward. Where he landed, the flames surged like a tide into the city. The ornate canopies draped in silk were the first to ignite, and the goods piled near the harbor were instantaneously transformed into torches. The fiery tongues licked the red brick buildings, spreading along the narrow streets, thick smoke billowing upwards. A city guard officer, accompanied by a squad of Unsullied, cautiously approached through the breach in the wall. Their spears gleamed in the firelight, and the tips of their helmets flickered in the haze of smoke. The landborn rider turned his head, his massive skull aimed at the nearest three-story structure. He did not roar, he only opened his mouth. A thick jet of fire erupted forth, engulfing the entire building. The bricks melted and crumbled under the intense heat, while wooden beams instantaneously turned to char. To the arriving Unsullied and the officer, only a blinding light remained. The great dragon was there, slowly turning its body, inching toward them, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. The Unsullied quickly formed a square formation, shields locked tightly together to create an apparently impenetrable wall. Spears extended through the gaps in their shields, their tips aimed forward. They did not retreat, nor did they utter a sound. Yet the officer and his attendants could not maintain their composure. The searing wave of heat struck them, causing them to involuntarily stagger backwards, their throats emitting a choking sound, as if an invisible hand were constricting their necks. In the distance, a servant of the benevolent lords, accompanied by a retinue of guards, raced desperately towards the scene. Upon perceiving the dragon, these lords had naturally concluded that the dragon king of the Targaryen family, exiled in Essos, had arrived in Astapor. Amidst the officers' desperate standoff, the servant finally arrived, breathless. He gazed at the colossal creature before him, enveloped in flames, swallowing hard as he compelled himself to stand tall. Summoning all his strength to shout, "O Dragon King of House Targaryen, my master, the benevolent Grasdan Menaklos, beckons you to the Great Pyramid." His voice faltered. In the interim of his entreaty, his gaze uncontrollably swept over the dragon's broad back. It was barren, devoid of a saddle, and void of any presence. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving his scalp tingling. His legs weakened, and in despair, he sank to his knees. This was a wild dragon. Amidst the hushed stares of servants and guards, the flames surrounding the dragon surged inward, radiating brilliance before rapidly contracting. A tall silhouette emerged from the heart of the blaze. With black hair and brown eyes, his handsome visage was bare. Sheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the stunned, unsullied, ultimately resting on the kneeling servant. "Where is the ruler of this city?" he inquired, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Valyria has come to collect taxes." Within the Great Pyramid, the heads of the Astapor families convened, clad in tokar robes adorned with tassels and gemstones. They were flanked by their most elite, unsullied guards. Their dispatched servants had already sought communication with the so-called Targaryen Dragon King. Whispers circulated throughout the realm that, despite Valyria's demise, wild dragons still roamed the continent of Essos. Yet for these lords, such notions were mere fabrications. Their families, so close to Valyria, had never laid eyes on a wild dragon. The chaos and flames in the city stirred their unease, yet it was predominantly a blend of anxiety and avarice. A servant was dragged in, trembling and incoherently repeating Sheng's words. "Valyria is collecting taxes?" A corpulent lord scoffed. "Valyria has long since crumbled into ruins. Is its ghost risen to levy taxes?" His voice, mocking, echoed. "He claims the dragon has become a man." Laughter erupted throughout the hall. "Take him away. Give him a whipping to rouse him from his stupor," commanded Grasdan Menaklos, the first to speak, dismissively waving his hand. A gaggle of ignorant, lowly slaves, spouting nonsense. Once the servant was removed, the atmosphere in the hall shifted back to fervor. Regardless of his identity, he possessed a dragon. A gaunt lord licked his lips. This was the crux of the matter. Indeed, a scion of the Dragon King, inexplicably lucky enough to tame a colossal beast. They must see if they could infuse this noble Targaryen blood into their own lineage, or perhaps recruit him among their ranks as a lord. Grasdan's eyes gleamed with ambition. Astapor, possessing a dragon, would wield unimaginable power. In swift consensus, they resolved to prepare the grandest banquet within the Great Pyramid for him. Grasdan issued orders to showcase the wealth and sincerity of Astapor. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly, and added to the guard beside him, "Bring the finest unsullied into the pyramid, concealed behind the murals. Also, secretly transport the great crossbows from the storeroom and aim them at the banquet hall. Communication is essential, but the leverage must remain in our hands." They must witness firsthand what manner of man this tax collector, who claims to hail from Valyria, truly is. Chapter 4. Governor Astapor. The air within the pyramid was cold and damp, imbued with the scent of ancient stone and precious spices. Sheng wore a newly donned tokar robe, the silk clinging to his skin, imparting an unfamiliar sense of constraint. Dozens of unsullied, armed with spears and shields, escorted him with a mechanical precision, or rather, they escorted him into this colossal edifice that symbolized Astapor's authority. Towering columns cast profound shadows, and behind them, the men known as the Good Masters gathered upon their cushions, their gazes fixated on Sheng like searchlights. Their eyes reflected a mixture of curiosity, disdain, and avarice. "Is that the so-called Dragon King? An immaculate?" A voice whispered from the corner. "Where's his dragon?" "I see no dragon," another voice echoed. A captain of the guard hurried to the side of a corpulent Good Master, whispering a report. Sheng recognized him as the officer who had confronted him earlier beneath the city walls. The Good Masters exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with unspoken understanding. Traversing the lengthy hall, Sheng was led to the banquet hall at the pinnacle of the pyramid. It was even more opulent, with Grasden, Imo Nicaro, and several other esteemed good masters awaiting him. They rose from their jewel-encrusted seats, their demeanor haughty. A servant approached with a silver tray, laden with bread and salt. We had expected the arrival of the Targaryen Dragon King, Grasden began, his common tongue heavily accented with giskery, rendering it both awkward and amusing. Thus, we have prepared the tradition of Westeros, salt and bread. Sheng barely glanced at the silver tray, casting a sidelong glance instead. His tone unremarkable. I am not aligned with the Targaryens. Grasden's smile faltered for a moment. Yet he quickly gestured for the servant to withdraw and made a gesture of invitation. Please, take your seat. Sheng boldly settled into an empty, lavish chair, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, as if appraising merchandise. His eyes ultimately landed on Grasden. Are all the great houses represented here? Indeed, Grasden regained his composure. Leaning back in his chair, everyone is curious about a descendant of the Valyrian Dragon Kings. I am not a descendant, Sheng interjected, his voice low yet silencing the hum of the entire hall. Leaning back, his hands crossed before his abdomen, he calmly declared, I am the embodiment of the great dragon. Valyria is merely the first place I have set foot in this world. A monumental will demands me to establish a new Valyrian empire. He spoke the truth, at least from his own perspective. The system represented that great will, and his mission was to unify all territories that once belonged to Valyria. Methodically conquering? With just himself. How long would that take? The rules of the system were simple. As long as the land bore his name, the task was deemed complete. Thus, a city-state, even if it had but one remaining inhabitant, would suffice as long as that individual acknowledged his rule. The currents of air around him conveyed an abundance of information. Behind the murals, the unsullied, their breaths stifled to the utmost, emanated faint warmth. In several concealed corners, hastily assembled ballistae exuded the frigid scent of metal and oil. A wave of instinctive revulsion and agitation from his dragon lineage surged within him. Ever since he gained this power, he had inherited the memories and instincts of dragons. The essence of fire magic made him more prone to anger. Unless all Targaryen dragons came to engage him in mortal combat, nothing in this world could threaten him. These insignificant insects dared to perform tricks before him, under the scrutinizing or perplexed gazes of all the lords. Sheng extended his hand and seized a roasted chicken from the long table before him. With a forceful tear, he ripped off a greasy drumstick. Without a glance, he tossed the drumstick towards Grasden. It soared through the air, tracing a greasy arc, and landed squarely on Grasden's silk robe, leaving a distinct oil stain. Grasden's face instantly turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Sheng pointed his chin at the drumstick, his gaze frigid, uttering two words, eat it. Grasden's body froze. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. This barbaric man dared to treat him in such a manner. Yet, upon meeting Sheng's eyes, he found no emotion within those brown orbs. Only an unfathomable void, as if looking at a stone. The fear of the dragon overshadowed his anger. Trembling, he picked up the greasy drumstick and, amidst the frowning brows of those around him, shamefully took a bite. My lord, another noble could not resist speaking, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. I have heard that you arrived with a dragon. Might we inquire about the whereabouts of your great beast? We have prepared ample goats for it. Sheng swiftly finished his roasted chicken, casually discarding the bones onto the floor with a crisp sound. He wiped his hands with a napkin, lifted his head, and surveyed the self-satisfied slave owners. You wish to see the dragon? He chuckled. Very well, I shall summon it. With that, he stood up, striding directly towards the enormous stone door of the banquet hall amidst the curious gazes of all present. The lords exchanged glances, believing he was about to step outside to call forth the legendary creature. Sheng reached the door, paused, turned back, and his gaze fell once more on Grasden. You are fortunate. Grasden, busy wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a silk handkerchief, looked utterly bewildered. The next moment, flames erupted. A blinding white light exploded from the center of Sheng's body, and a violent wave of heat swept across the entire banquet hall. Amidst the distorted and incredulous gasps of the esteemed onlookers, the human form swelled dramatically in the flames, elongating as scales pierced through the skin, and bones emitted a cacophony of distressing cracks. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black dragon, so immense it nearly threatened to rupture the dome of the hall, had supplanted the position of the former man. The fearsome dragon head inclined slightly, its molten gold vertical pupils coldly surveying all within the grand pyramid. The diminutive beings, adorned in opulent attire, appeared as mere ants beneath its shadow. A roar erupted, not from vocal cords, but forged from pure magic and flame. resonating through the entire pyramid with a deep, thunderous vibration. Immediately thereafter, the dragon's maw unhinged, unleashing a torrent of devastating flames. The fire expertly circumvented the corner where Grazdin and the column behind him stood, yet it surged forth with unstoppable force, sweeping across the entire hall in a deadly arc. The innocents concealed behind the murals could not even muster a scream before being instantaneously carbonized by the searing heat. The great crossbows lurking in the shadows, along with the soldiers operating them, were reduced to pools of twisted molten iron. Silks, fine wines, food, flesh, all that existed was reduced to ashes in this purifying inferno. The black dragon unfurled its wings, stirring up sweltering air currents, gazing with satisfaction upon its handiwork. As the flames gradually receded, the massive dragon form swiftly contracted in the radiance, transforming back into the man with black hair and brown eyes. He stood bare-skinned amidst the charred ruins, his skin adorned with dark red patterns reminiscent of cooled lava, calmly surveying the devastation. Grazdin and the few surviving guards huddled behind the column, trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with terror as they beheld the demon return from the depths of hell. One of the innocent guards, perhaps driven by duty or perhaps overrun by fear, let out a primal scream, brandishing twin daggers as he lunged at Sheng. Clang! The short sword struck Sheng's chest, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The skin pierced by the blades radiated with a fiery glow, the fine steel daggers turning red and softening at an observable pace, ultimately melting away into two puddles of iron that splattered upon the ground. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment crossed the previously vacant gaze of the innocent. Sheng barely acknowledged him, merely flicking his hand casually. Bang! The guard's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over Grazdin. Sheng approached the now limp Grazdin, crouched before him, and gazed into his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Fortunate one, Sheng's voice remained tranquil as ever. I have decided to appoint you as the governor of Astapor. Grazdin, bewildered, lifted his gaze to Sheng, glanced around at the inferno of hell surrounding him, and finally, trembling, pointed at his own nose, his lips moving soundlessly. Chapter 5. The awakening of the insect. The charred banquet hall was suffused with the foul stench of roasting meat mingled with sulfur. Sheng lowered his gaze upon the limp figure of Grazdin sprawled beneath the colonnade, the hem of his pearl-adorned toga rapidly darkening with a spreading stain. The air now tainted with an unpleasant odor. Governor? Sheng spoke calmly, as if inquiring about the weather. Grazdin shuddered, his corpulent body writhing on the ground in a futile attempt to rise, but his legs betrayed him, leaving him to kneel in a most undignified manner. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. My lord, your majesty, you command. That title suits you well, Sheng remarked, stepping closer, gently nudging Grazdin's ample belly with his toe. But Astapor requires but one governor, not an abundance of self-important benefactors. Grazdin's breath caught in his throat. He instantly grasped Sheng's meaning. Your will is the law of Astapor. He swore fervently, wiping the grime from his face with his sleeve. Those foolish wretches dared to offend you. I am willing to cleanse this filth for you. I would offer everything. Excellent, Sheng replied, his voice devoid of inflection. Before dawn tomorrow, I expect to see all benefactors kneeling here. You shall summon them. He paused to add, inform them that should any refuse to come, I will personally seek them out in their pyramids. Yes, I shall go at once. Grazdin scrambled to his feet, nearly crawling in his haste to flee the scorched wasteland. Sheng observed his retreating figure, his expression betraying no emotion. Fear serves as the finest tether. The creature known as Grazdin was now firmly bound. The following morning, the main hall of the Great Pyramid stood vacant, yet the acrid scent of charred remnants lingered. A dozen opulently clad, corpulent benefactors congregated, their expressions a kaleidoscope of terror, anger, and doubt. Grazdin stood before them, perspiration beading on his forehead as he relayed Sheng's invitation, omitting the most direct threats. An unknown wild dragon? A charlatan claiming to be a descendant of Valyria? Scoffed a benefactor with braided whiskers. Grazdin, have you lost your wits? Why should we entrust our wealth of Astapor to him? He is not a fraud. Grazdin's voice faltered. Enough. A chilling voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. All eyes were instantly drawn to the source. Sheng entered with measured steps, donned in a simple black robe that accentuated his imposing stature. Behind him trailed a cadre of expressionless unsullied soldiers who had previously belonged to some of the benefactors present. It seems there are some misunderstandings regarding my identity. Sheng surveyed the room, his gaze appraising the assembly like cattle awaiting slaughter. Who are you really? The braided benefactor mustered the courage to demand. If you are Targaryen, Present your proof. If you seek to rule Astapor, show us the power that will convince us. Lu Sheng smiled, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Power? He echoed, then gazed upward at the soaring dome of the pyramid. Is this what you desire? As his words lingered in the air, a blinding white light erupted from his entire being. The horrific sounds of bones shattering and reassembling reverberated within the eardrums of all present. Amidst the radiance, an unfathomably colossal silhouette rapidly expanded. With a thunderous crash, the solid dome of the pyramid was forcefully breached, allowing sunlight and debris to cascade down. A gargantuan black dragon overshadowed the breach, its menacing head hanging from the opening. Golden slit eyes resembling two blazing suns, gazing down upon the minuscule figures of the masters in the hall, who appeared as insignificant as ants. A chorus of screams erupted. The masters recoiling in terror, some collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. Their once mighty pyramid now seemed as fragile as a sandcastle before this monstrous entity. Do you now submit? The dragon's voice, laden with the heat of sulfur, echoed through the hall, causing it to tremble. The master with braided hair felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, his trousers quickly becoming soaked. We submit to the Dragon King. We submit. Excellent. The dragon responded, nodding slowly, its golden gaze shifting to Grasden. Governor, inform them of my demands. Grasden, pale and shaken, forced himself to stand tall and shouted, by the decree of the Dragon King. All masters, surrender every one of your immaculates, and your command whips. Immediately, at once. The command whip, a symbol of control over the immaculates, when relinquished, signified the abandonment of their last vestige of power. The masters exchanged glances, their faces etched with struggle and reluctance. What is this? The dragon's voice deepened, laced with menace. Is there a dissenting voice? Its gaze fixed upon a plump master who had hesitated. In the next moment, a slender stream of fire erupted from the dragon's maw, narrowly missing the man's head. Though the flames did not harm him, they instantaneously melted a colossal stone column behind him into molten lava, which silently pooled on the ground. The sheer intimidation rendered everyone mute. I will comply. I will comply. The plump master was the first to crack, trembling as he produced a gem-studded short whip from his cloak and cast it to the ground. With the first surrender came the second. Amidst the clinking sounds, a dozen whips, symbols of authority and might, were thrown into the center of the hall, forming a small heap. The dragon's form shimmered and contracted, reverting to a human shape. The man approached the pile of whips, casually selecting one and weighing it in his hand. From this day forth, the tax rate of Astapor shall be 1/3, he declared. All trade will henceforth be taxed by me in New Valyria. 1/3. A master gasped in disbelief. This is worse than robbery. His words trailed off as the whip in the man's hand was drawn with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, a crimson line blossomed across the master's face. Who is in favor? Who is against? The man calmly inquired, retracting the whip. No one dared to speak further. The night deepened. Lu Sheng found himself alone in the upper chamber of the pyramid, a space that once served as the royal quarters of Grasden. The opulent bed and silk draperies exuded an unsettling scent of exotic spices. He refrained from resting, instead sitting cross-legged upon the floor, attuning himself to the depths of his power. The abilities of the Dragon Kin transcended mere transformation and fire-breathing. They represented a profound elevation of existence, with his senses, strength, and reflexes far surpassing those of mere mortals. Suddenly, his ears twitched. A faint sound, almost indistinguishable from the whisper of the wind, reached him from outside the window. Without opening his eyes, Lu Sheng casually raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. An invisible current of air converged at his fingertips, precisely striking the window. A muffled thud resounded as a poisoned blow dart changed course mid-air, returning to the darkness beyond the window. A brief, suppressed grunt followed, and then silence enveloped the room. From the shadows emerged three figures, like phantoms, wielding daggers that traced deadly arcs toward Lu Sheng's throat, heart, and lower back. Their movements were silent and synchronized, clearly the work of elite assassins. Yet, in Lu Sheng's perception, their actions unfolded as though they were wading through water. He leaned back at an astonishing angle, evading the dagger aimed at his throat, while his left hand shot out with lightning speed, seizing the wrist of the assailant targeting his heart. A sharp crack echoed as the assassin's bone shattered, eliciting a muffled scream and causing the dagger to slip from his grasp. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng seized the weapon and, in a fluid motion, slashed it across the neck of another assailant, crimson spraying forth. The final assassin, sensing impending doom, turned to flee. However, Lu Sheng merely exhaled gently in his direction. A violent gust erupted, as if an invisible hammer had struck the assassin, sending him soaring through the air before crashing against the wall, crumpling to the ground like a broken doll. From the moment of ambush to its swift conclusion, scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed. Sheng rose to his feet, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the floor, his expression devoid of emotion. "Enter," he commanded. Addressing the door burst open, and Grasden rushed in with a contingent of guards. Upon witnessing the carnage within and the enscathed Sheng, the color drained from his face. "My lord," he cried, collapsing to his knees, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Your city is not particularly safe," Sheng remarked, tossing the bloody dagger at Grasden's feet. "I wish for no repetition of this incident." "Why, yes, it is my fault," Grasden stammered, bowing repeatedly as if attempting to appease an angry deity. "I shall immediately launch a city-wide manhunt. We will root out their families and accomplices and hang them all in Pride Square. Go." Sheng waved dismissively, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Grasden, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out in a flurry. Soon, the cacophony of troops assembling and anguished cries echoed from outside the pyramid. Sheng approached the shattered window, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated yet chaotic Astapor, his eyes drifting towards the distant east. While the Unsullied served as effective tools, they lacked thought and initiative, merely serving as the foundation of his city's defenses. To conquer Essos, he required a mobile force capable of devastating impact. His gaze transcended the Bay of Slaves, resting upon the vast green sea, the Dothraki Sea. The following day, when Grasden arrived, his eyes bloodshot and weary from the previous night's cleansing, Sheng interrupted him. "Astapor is entrusted to you," he declared, "along with 8,000 Unsullied. Use them to firmly secure this city within my domain." Grasden was taken aback. "My lord, where are you going?" "To seek a worthy cavalry for my empire." Sheng did not afford him the opportunity to inquire further. He stepped to the edge of the pyramid and leapt. Under Grasden's watchful gaze, his form transformed into a streak of black light, soaring through the sky towards the endless plains of the east. He yearned to witness the expressions of the horse lords, who revered strength above all. Upon encountering a true deity. Chapter 6. The burning Khalasar Astapor receded behind him, becoming a mere speck swallowed by the horizon. Sheng remained indifferent to the fate of the pyramid city. He understood that those masters, who thrived on the trade of flesh and blood, would begin to harbor ulterior motives the moment he departed. Fear would compel them to lie low temporarily, but greed would inevitably triumph over fear. Upon his return, he would likely have to eliminate another batch. He found himself anticipating whether Grasden, that thoroughly frightened governor, could present him with fresh amusement, perhaps in Faceless Man. Days of rapid flight took their toll. The winds howled in his ears as the landscape transitioned from the arid shores of the Bay of Slaves to an expanse of lush green, the Dothraki Sea. Upon beholding this boundless grassland, a long-forgotten sensation surged from within him. It was not merely a deficiency of energy, but a more primal, unadulterated hunger. This was the first time he had felt such a thing since arriving in this world. With a sigh, he descended in altitude, beginning his search for prey across the vibrant prairie. Chronicle reined in his steed, which fidgeted uneasily. As the leader of the formidable Khalasar, he always marched at the forefront of the group. At the age of 22, he inherited power from his deceased father, assuming the identity of Khalak and claiming leadership over the entire Khalasar. The rebellious heads of foes adorned his tent as trophies. In the span of 2 years, he had established his authority through an iron fist and the ruthless Iraq, earning the respect of all. Now, filled with ambition, he led his people towards the Bay of Slaves, with a clear objective: to exchange captives seized along the way for sufficient supplies, preparing for a longer journey ahead. Yet, moments ago, an inexplicable sense of trepidation seized him. The sensation was fleeting yet chilling to the bone. He never questioned his instincts, for this primal intuition had spared him from countless deadly perils. He raised his hand, and several elite scouts promptly detached from the flanks of the formation, darting forward like arrows released from a bow, venturing into the vast expanse of the grasslands to identify any lurking threats. Sheng pressed his knee against the neck of the colossal beast beneath him, exerting force with both hands to deftly strip away an entire pristine white lion's hide. This formidable creature, known as Haraka, was a rare apex predator in this realm. As he prepared to process his quarry, he slightly turned his head. The currents he manipulated conveyed distant messages, not sounds, nor scents, but a pure disturbance indicative of multiple rapid movements, the tremors of hooves on the grass, and dozens of heat sources dispersing across the prairie. Someone was nearby. A flicker of light flashed momentarily, not genuine flames, but the glimmer of energy surging within him as it leaked forth. In the next instant, A nearly 40-meter-long black dragon soared skyward, piercing the clouds. From that lofty vantage point, the entire world unfolded before him. The air currents became his extended senses, capturing the scattered signals of the riders. Scouts. Further back, a massive contingent slowly advanced, resembling a sinuous black serpent. A Khalasar. The dragon's wings beat powerfully, and without a hint of hesitation, it surged towards the Dothraki. As the immense shadow loomed over the Khalasar, an eerie silence descended upon the entire formation. Koka'ao abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting in alarm. There it was, a dragon. A colossal black beast, larger than any dragon of legend. It circled high above, each flap of its wings stirring a tempest that sent the horses into a frenzy. Draw your bows. Koka'ao's roar shattered the stillness. Thousands of Dothraki warriors instinctively raised their longbows, a forest of arrows poised to strike the behemoth in the sky. This was their instinctive reaction to any threat they faced. Sheng circled in the air, effortlessly locking onto the man giving orders, the strongest mount, the most ornate braids, and the unmistakable blood rider by his side, Ko. He emitted a deafening roar, the sound of the dragon reverberating down, drowning out all noise on the ground. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, like a shooting star colliding with the heavens. The black dragon folded its wings, tearing through the atmosphere like a meteor. Diving straight towards Koka'ao, the wind howled, and the shadow of death loomed ever larger at a terrifying speed. Koka'ao barely had time to react, only to witness a vast expanse of obsidian scales rapidly filling his vision. Boom! The violent impact shook the entire prairie. Dust billowed skyward, and a massive crater materialized in the center of the Khalasar's formation. Moments later, a thick column of fire erupted from the cloud of debris, radiating destructive heat as it began to indiscriminately sweep across the landscape. Wherever the flames reached, both riders and steeds were instantly reduced to charcoal, unable to even utter a cry of despair. The Dothraki, bereft of their leader, descended into utter chaos. For Khal, the Blood Riders let out desperate roars, their eyes ablaze with fury. The surviving raiders endeavored to regroup, leading their respective Dothraki cavalry to unleash a rain of arrows upon the dragon. However, the arrows that could pierce leather armor merely rang out with a sharp clatter against the dragon's obsidian scales before bouncing off impotently, snapping in the process. Mortal weapons held no significance for him. Observing the futility of their assault, several cunning raiders swiftly turned their horses, attempting to flee this realm of death with their loyal companions. The dragon took notice of their movements. He soared skyward with a powerful beat of his wings, unleashing a torrent of flames from his maw. Controlled by the currents of air, the fire ceased to shoot in a straight line, transforming instead into walls of flame that rapidly encircled the battlefield. The cavalry of Khalasar was utterly besieged, faced with their inescapable predicament. Witnessing their comrades struggle and perish in the inferno, the primal instincts within many Dothraki were fully awakened. They emitted raw, furious roars, abandoning flight to charge defiantly towards the colossal black beast. The dragon hovered in midair, coldly surveying the charging cavalry. Another column of fire swept across, instantly incinerating the foremost riders along with their mounts. Then, he ascended once more, unleashing a precise blast of dragonfire wherever arrows were loosed. The entire Khalasar was engulfed in flames, the sounds of resistance dwindling into silence. As the last wave of valiant warriors turned to ashes, only the crackling of flames and the labored breaths of survivors remained upon the scorched earth. The dragon descended slowly onto the charred ground, articulating in a clear and resonant voice that seemed to echo directly within the minds of all present. "Submit to me, your new call." The remaining Dothraki gazed in terror at the beast that spoke, their wildness and pride utterly crushed, leaving only the purest form of fear. With a clang, the first curved arak fell to the ground, soon followed by the second, then the third, as survivors cast aside their weapons, trembling as they drew small knives to sever their proud braids. Strands, symbolizing honor and victory, fell upon the blood-stained grass, marking the complete submission of a Khalasar. Chapter 7. The faith of the horse god. It was not until nightfall had completely engulfed the plains that the battered Khalasar was forcefully gathered. On the scorched earth, the campfire served as the sole source of light, illuminating the numbed faces of the survivors. The dragon sat by the fire, its fur still reeking of blood. Before him knelt two individuals, the last remaining raiders of this Khalasar, Daka and Mazar. The winds of the plains swept through, stirring the ashes. Surrounding them were over 10,000 silent Dothraki, awaiting the fate bestowed upon them by their new master. Daka Mazar. His voice was soft, yet resonated like a cold stone striking the still surface of a lake. Two imposing Dothraki men emerged from the throng, the last remnants of the slaughtered. They approached Sheng and knelt heavily before him, their foreheads touching the ash-laden earth. "You are now my followers," Sheng declared, his gaze lingering on the flickering flames. "Swear your allegiance to me." Major trembled slightly, unable to raise his eyes. Daka, after a brief pause, lifted his head. The fierceness that once resided in his eyes had faded, replaced by a complex glimmer of fear and fervor, as if he were gazing upon a deity. "I, Daka, offer you my Iraq and my life," he proclaimed in a hoarse voice, each word weighted with significance. Sheng finally met his gaze for a fleeting moment before looking away. Daka's almond-shaped eyes burned with an extraordinary light in the fire's glow, fixed intently upon Sheng. He spoke first, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Cow." He laid his Iraq horizontally upon the ground and bowed his head in submission. Major hesitated momentarily, glancing at the mountain of severed braids beside him, his body shuddering imperceptibly before he followed Daka's lead, completing the ritual of loyalty. "Very well," Sheng's voice remained calm, devoid of discernible emotion. "You are now under my command." He nudged the Iraq with his toe. "Daka, Major, gather the warriors tomorrow, and instruct the women and children in the rear to prepare the herds and supplies." "At once, Cow," Daka responded promptly, seizing his Iraq and rising without hesitation. Major, however, hesitated for a moment before quietly acquiescing. The night deepened. Sheng sat alone in the grand tent of Cow, tearing off a piece of horsemeat sausage and chewing it with fermented mare's milk. The taste was pungent, tinged with a sourness, yet it sufficed to satiate his hunger. After finishing the last bite, he cast aside the pouch and gazed idly at the fire in the center of the tent. He had indeed underestimated this power. The mere dragon form was nothing more than a colossal beast capable of breathing fire, destructive yet crude. However, with the mastery of airflow, everything transformed. Sheng extended his hand, and a flicker of flame ignited in his palm. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, invisible currents began to bind and compress the fire. Under his control, the flames elongated and twisted, ultimately morphing into a galloping fiery steed, dancing vivaciously upon his hand. "Faith," Sheng murmured to himself. The Dothraki revered strength and worshipped the horse god. Thus, a dragon descending from the heavens, commanding wind and fire, a god capable of shaping flames into a steed, would be sufficient to become their new faith. A holy war under the banner of faith. A tempest sweeping across the entire Slaver's Bay. This notion crystallized in his mind, sharp and unyielding. The fiery steed extinguished at his fingertips. Sheng reclined upon the fur-covered bed, the wind outside the tent transforming into a lullaby. He soon fell into slumber, as streams of air radiated outward from the tent center. In his tent, Daka meticulously polished his curved Iraq knife with a piece of oiled cloth. The sharp, crescent blade mirrored his focused visage, yet his thoughts had long drifted back to the battlefield of the day. The shadow that obscured the sky, the roar that rent the air, and the meteor that turned Cow and his steed into cinders. He inhaled deeply, as if the scent of sulfur still lingered in the air. "The burning steed," he murmured, sheathing the gleaming knife. What kind of conquest would he witness by following such a cow? He was uncertain, yet he felt his blood simmering. Outside the tent, warriors with severed braids sat dejectedly around the fire, waiting for their rations. Shame clung to them like a drenched leather garment, heavy and oppressive. Not far off, Mazar and an elderly Dothraki man conversed quietly by another bonfire. "What shall we do?" Mazar's voice was fraught with confusion. "We have lost our glory, following one monster after another." The old man poked at the flames with a stick, sending sparks into the night. His face was etched with wrinkles, yet his gaze was clearer than that of many young men. "No need for excessive thought, Kor. If we cannot resist, then we must obey." He lifted his gaze to the young leader. "By following the strong, we shall prevail. Moreover, this power is irresistible." The elder had once been a slave, living in the mercenary company of Meal after his escape, witnessing the splendor and intrigue of free trade city-states. In his later years, he was captured again by Mazar's father. Admiring the elder's wisdom, Mazar's father had made him a part of the Kars, consulting for his strategies. He had seen too much, yet what transpired today exceeded his comprehension. All he could offer was the most pragmatic advice: obey the powerful. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Astapor, atop the Great Pyramid, chaos reigned since the arrival of the dragon and the incineration of the benevolent council. Grasden, the newly appointed governor, fully embraced his opportunistic and ruthless nature. He swiftly allied with those families eager to follow the dragon, employing thunderous tactics to uproot and annihilate any remnants of the old powers still hesitating or harboring dissent. Blood and fear rendered his grip on power more solid than ever before. At this moment, he stood on the terrace, surveying the illuminated city, his greed flourishing like wild grass within him. He desired this city to belong entirely to House Nakaros. Merely being a governor was insufficient. He sought a deeper bond, to intertwine his family's bloodline with that of the Dragon King. A thought began to take shape in his mind, causing his once cold blood to boil anew. "My daughter," he whispered, the glint of a merchant flashing in his eyes. He intended for his daughter to become the Dragon King's wife. Should the Dragon King fulfill his grand ambitions of world conquest, House Nakaros would share in that supreme glory. If the Dragon of Darkness were to falter midway, then the sacrifice of a daughter would indeed fall within the realm of acceptable losses. Chapter 8. Dashacaran on the scorched grassland. Daka and Majuo knelt before the Earthborn, their heads bowed in deference. "Cow." Daka's voice emerged hoarse as he recounted the situation. Approximately 10,000 warriors remained capable of battle, while only 5,000 slaves were left to manage logistics. As he finished speaking, silence enveloped the air, pierced only by the mournful whispers of the wind through the charred roots of grass. The elderly, women, and children behind them had been spared, yet the core fighting force of the Khalasar had been nearly obliterated. The Earthborn exhibited little reaction, merely inquiring, "When will the Dothraki assemble in the Holy City?" Daka lifted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, yet he quickly replied, "The cows return to Westeros only for the gravest of matters. It is rare to witness multiple Khalasar gathered at once. And now, this is indeed a matter of utmost gravity," the Earthborn remarked with a chilling smile devoid of warmth. "Send forth your men to locate every Khalasar they can find. Inform them that I shall be in the Holy City, ruling over all of Dothraki." Both Daka and Majuo froze, shock evident in their wide eyes as they regarded the Earthborn. Such orders had never been issued upon the plains. This was tantamount to a declaration of war against all cows. The Earthborn, uninterested in elaboration, waved dismissively. "Make the arrangements. Also, approximately 10 miles to the west lies a copse. I previously hunted a white lion. Its pelt hangs from a tree. Retrieve it." "Yes, cow." The shock in Daka's eyes was swiftly replaced by a fervent flame, and he lowered his head sharply. Majuo hesitated momentarily before echoing the affirmation. The two rose and retreated, their steps unsteady, as though burdened by an impending volcanic eruption. The holy city of the Dothraki, Westeros. The holy city lay in slumber beneath the shadow of the Mother Mountain, as the elder women of Dashacaran gathered in the dimly lit hall woven from grass, repeating ancient prayers. Their voices were dry and hoarse, akin to the flickering remnants of candles in the wind, chanting in reverence to the horse god. As their voices dwindled, the smoke of spices thickened, and the consciousness of the women began to blur. In their muddled visions, the sky was rent asunder by a black dragon. The colossal beast swooped down, and amidst the throng of galloping horses below, the mightiest stallion was torn asunder by its talons. The herd whinnied in terror, struggling amidst the dragon's flames, collapsing. Yet the fire did not consume them. Instead, it served as a form of baptism. Gradually, all the horses calmed, converging into a torrent, obediently gathering beneath the shadow of the black dragon, racing westward, toward the setting sun. The herd swelled, their iron hooves shattering the earth, as one towering city after another crumbled under their relentless trampling. The eldest among the women suddenly opened her clouded eyes, letting out a piercing scream. All were jolted from the phantasm, exchanging glances filled with age and terror. The revelation of the horse god, an elderly woman, trembling with age, rose to her feet. Lifting her frail arms high, her voice rang out, resonant as a bell, declaring that the Dothraki horsemen would undoubtedly conquer the world. She then murmured softly, suggesting that the expansion of the Dothraki tribe was the will of the horse god. Upon the scorched earth, the Khalasar of Lushing stirred into action. A battalion of formidable cavalrymen gathered their steeds and supplies, darting forth like arrows loosed from a bow, racing towards the depths of the grasslands. They sought the long-remembered sources of water and aimed to intercept every Khalasar that might pass, in hopes of delivering news of the dragon, Kyle. Mazar, accompanied by his trusted aide, soon discovered the white lion pelt in a thicket 10 miles away. It had been crudely hung upon a branch, the vast hide having dried in the wind, its fur still a pristine white, albeit stained at the edges with darkened blood. They reverently carried the pelt back to Lushing. Lushing grasped the lion's skin, shaking it lightly, and instructed the nearby leatherworker, fashion it into a cloak, embodying the essence of the white lion's guardians. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he casually tossed the pelt to the craftsman. His gaze swept over the Dothraki warriors clad in painted leather armor, their waists adorned with curved Arak blades, then turned to Mazar and inquired, Is the absence of metal armor a tradition or a matter of resources? The Dothraki warriors disdain the notion of wearing iron. Mazar puffed out his chest with a hint of pride, responding, "On horseback, such armor is too cumbersome and lacks agility. A single Dothraki warrior can defeat 5 ironclad men." Lushing nodded, choosing not to pursue the conversation further, internally musing, "I believe that is sheer folly." He contemplated various means to ensure they donned iron armor in the future. At that moment, Daka approached with long strides, the scent of blood still fresh upon him. "Cal, the bodies and the severely wounded need tending. How are they typically handled?" Lushing asked with curiosity. "The deceased are gathered by the slaves and burned," Daka replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Those warriors who cannot be saved, Jacqueline will grant them release. The great axe falls to end their suffering. Such is the mercy of the grasslands. Make the arrangements," Lushing instructed. "Once completed, the entire assembly shall proceed to the holy city. We cannot allow the other Khalasar to wait too long." In Volantis, at the merchant's house, a grand tavern overlooking the docks, the air was thick with the mingled scents of fish, spices, and sweat. Merchants from across the globe congregated, exchanging wealth and information. In a corner, a trader who had just concluded a slave transaction lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially to his companion. "I have just received word that Astapor was attacked by a wild dragon." The rotund man beside him took a large sip of sweet wine and scoffed. "Where did you hear such nonsense? Every year, someone claims to have seen a wild dragon. Besides Dragonstone, where else could such creatures be found?" The questioned slave trader grew agitated, leaning forward and spitting with fervor. "This time it is true. I heard that the dragon scorched the benevolent lord's pyramids and devoured half of those great families." "Devoured?" "Those lords hide within their pyramids. Could the wild dragon even bite through stone? Who knows? Perhaps it was swallowed whole along with the pyramid." As the two men engaged in a heated argument, a servant responsible for refilling their wine retreated silently, his head bowed, his eyes glancing over the two merchants who were now flushed with fervor. He then turned and swiftly melded into the bustling crowd of the tavern, disappearing from view. Chapter 9. The road to the holy city. The march across the plains was stifling, akin to a silent funeral. The hooves struck the roots and soil, producing a dull, resonant beat. The wind swept across the grassy expanse, yet it failed to carry the familiar chime of the copper bells that once adorned the warriors' braids. Over 10,000 Dothraki warriors now bore the shameful mark of shorn, uneven hair, an indelible imprint of disgrace. Silence enveloped them like a heavy cloak, draping over each individual. Lu Sheng sat astride his horse, seemingly oblivious to the pervasive sense of shame that permeated the ranks. His gaze traversed the endless verdant expanse ahead, as if measuring the vastness of the continent. "Who will be next?" he inquired, his voice low yet distinctly audible to the ears of his companion. "Matsur." Matsur, the newly appointed warrior, exhibited a steadiness that contrasted sharply with the fervor of Daka. He licked his cracked lips, recalling the power dynamics of the plains in his mind. Should they pursue this route to Dothraki, they were most likely to encounter the formidable Khalasar of Lair, known as the Bonebreaker, who commanded nearly 10,000 warriors and was infamous for his brutality. "Has he received my invitation?" "Your messenger has been dispatched, Cal. The entire Dothraki Sea is aware that a new dragon king, Cal, seeks to convene all horse lords in the holy city," Matsur replied, his tone tinged with an imperceptible hint of concern. "But Lair will not easily heed a summons." No sooner had he spoken than a scout galloped towards them from the horizon, his steed almost a blur. He reined in before Lu Sheng, dismounting swiftly, his voice hoarse from hurried breaths. "Cal, ahead. Khalasar of Lair has blocked the path." The pace of the procession slowed, the oppressive silence shattered, replaced by a taut, restless tension infused with unease and hostility. In the distance, a dark line emerged at the edge of the grassy sea. This line rapidly widened and thickened, ultimately transforming into a surging tide of men and horses, radiating an air of arrogance. They showed no intention of halting or veering aside, resolutely obstructing Lu Sheng's route. The intent to provoke was unmistakable. The warriors under Lu Sheng's command tightened their grips on their eructs, their suppressed fury igniting in response to this brazen confrontation. Lu Sheng raised his hand, halting the advance of the column. He gazed calmly at the stationary Khalasar, then turned to Daka beside him and commanded, "Prepare the warriors." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the restless short-haired warriors stirred by his words, adding, "We shall receive a new batch of gifts." The two armies stood poised against each other across the plains, separated by no more than 100 paces. The wind carried the scent of the opposing horses and the oils smeared across the warriors' bodies. Khalasar stepped forward with a commanding presence. His robust figure and a long braid adorned with jingling bells cascading nearly to his waist, a mocking grin plastered across his face. I initially mistook him for someone of significance, only to realize he was merely a band of shorn sheep. His voice boomed across the battlefield, echoing, "Where is your Kale? The coward who dares not show his face?" The warriors under Lu Sheng felt their blood surge, their fingers turning pale as they gripped their blades tightly. Being confronted with their shameful scars by the enemy inflicted a deeper agony than any blade could cause. Khalasar's gaze ultimately settled upon Lu Sheng, who was encircled by his men. He appraised Lu Sheng from head to toe, erupting into laughter. "I hear you possess a dragon? Splendid. Let it emerge and serve as my steed. In that case, I shall pardon your insolence in summoning the Kale." The warriors behind him erupted in thunderous laughter, as if they had heard the most comical jest in the world. Lu Sheng's expression remained inscrutable. He did not look at Khalasar but turned to the fiery-eyed Dothraki beside him. "I have heard that the Dothraki only respect those who can defeat them in battle," Lu Sheng stated flatly, as though presenting a mere fact. Dothraki abruptly turned to him, his chest heaving with intensity. "Go," Lu Sheng commanded. "Bring me his head." In an instant, Dothraki felt a subtle warmth emanating from Lu Sheng, flooding through him. He had no time to ponder, only feeling his blood boil and the world around him sharpening into focus. With a primal roar that had long been suppressed, Dothraki squeezed his legs against his horse's flanks, charging forth like an arrow released from its bow. Khalasar's derisive laughter had not yet faded when he noticed only one adversary advancing. He spat disdainfully and brandished his curved arak blade in anticipation. To him, this seemed an execution devoid of suspense. As the two horses converged, the world held its breath. Khalasar's blade sliced through the air, but to Dothraki, the motion appeared to slow. An invisible force seemed to entwine around Khalasar's arm, subtly deflecting his strike. Meanwhile, Dothraka's steed glided with the grace of the wind, executing a peculiar sidestep that narrowly evaded the lethal blow. Now, Dothraka's arak blade arced upward from an astonishing, utterly illogical angle, swift as lightning. A muffled thud resonated. Khalasar's head soared into the air, his visage frozen in shock and disdain. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, staining the noble steed beneath him. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing heavily onto the grass. Silence enveloped the battlefield. The laughter of Khalasar's warriors froze, as if time itself had halted. In the next breath, a warrior from Lu Sheng's ranks raised his arak and let forth the first roar. This was swiftly followed by the thunderous outcry of tens of thousands, a devastating wave of sound that shattered the tranquility of the plains. In their eyes, the flames of shame were extinguished, replaced by fervent admiration and a bloodthirsty zeal for battle. Their leader personally severed the head of a long-renowned cow. Following this, new Dragon King promises to render them stronger. Dothraki raised the severed head of Lair high upon his steed, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with fervent faith in the landborn. "Charge!" The cold voice of Lu Sheng served as a trigger, igniting the massacre. Tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors, having just cleansed their shame, surged forth like a deluge towards the crumbling enemy lines. Unlike Dothraki, Maju remained composed, directing his forces with the precision of a sharp knife, deftly slicing through the chaotic ranks of the adversary. His arak blade moved with no unnecessary flourish, each swing claiming a life, efficient as a machine of slaughter. He sensed an unusual current in the air. Enemy arrows inexplicably veered off course as they neared his warriors, and enemy steeds stumbled more readily. It felt as though an invisible hand was manipulating the battlefield, firmly tilting the scales of victory in their favor. Maju's gaze swept over the distant, still figure of Lu Sheng at the rear. He understood that all of this stemmed from the calm demeanor of the new cow, who seemed uncharacteristically un-Dothraki. This was not the blessing of the war god, but rather a more direct, ruthless, and incomprehensible force. The battle had transformed into a one-sided harvest. Lair's Khalasar, having lost their commander in an instant and suffered precise flanking maneuvers, entirely lost the will to resist, scattering in flight only to be herded and encircled by the cavalry that had been strategically positioned. Lu Sheng did not command a complete annihilation. Once the resistance had fully subsided, he rode slowly into the battlefield strewn with corpses. The surviving thousands of Lair's followers discarded their weapons and knelt, trembling. "Cut off their braids," Lu Sheng ordered. His warriors promptly advanced, brutally severing the once glorious long braids with their curved blades. A suppressed wailing and the sharp sound of copper bells falling echoed across the grasslands. On the very first day of the campaign, Lu Sheng's Khalasar had nearly doubled in size. He accepted Lair's head from Dothraki, its eyes still wide open, filled with disbelief. Lu Sheng casually hung it from his saddle, the the head swaying gently with the movement of his horse. "Continue onward," he instructed, his tone flat, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect. The formidable procession resumed, advancing towards Vistosrak. This time, the silence within the ranks was replaced by an entirely new air, a mingling of reverence and fervor. The news of this victory would spread faster than the swiftest messenger throughout the entire Dothraki Sea. Would the next cow they encountered choose immediate submission, or would they gather to prepare for an even greater war? Chapter 10. Vistosrak at the edge of the grasslands. The horizon was rent asunder by two colossal figures, creating a sweeping arc of rupture. The colossal bronze horse stands with its hind legs firmly planted on the ground, its front hooves raised high, creating a soaring arch that lacks a roof. This is the Horse Gate, the entrance to Vistosrak. The procession of land dwellers silently traverses this monumental threshold. Absent is the usual clamor of the Khalasar, the ringing of bells. Only the muted sound of hooves striking the grass resonates. Behind him, over 10,000 warriors, their braids severed at the roots, bear the starkness of their shorn napes. A silent brand in the wind. This signifies both shame and the promise of rebirth. Their arrival is akin to a cold stone plunging into bubbling oil. Along the avenue of the gods, merchants from free trade city-states and spies from various stationed Khalasar cease their tasks, their gazes piercing like needles fixated upon them. In those stares, astonishment, scrutiny, and unabashed disdain intertwine. They are the shorn ones. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Is that the cow who killed Lakaro? The cow who rides the dragon? Dothraki reins in his horse, his bronze-brown face taut under the weight of complex glances. He lowers his voice to land dwellers, stating, "Cow. By tradition, we must first pay our respects to Dothraki." Land dwellers' gaze glides over the scattered, stylistically diverse structures upon the grassy expanse, the stone pavilions, the grass-woven halls, and the precarious wooden towers. These are the tombstones of conquered civilizations. "Lead the way," he utters tersely. The hall where Dothraki resides is constructed from robust timber, its roof open to the sky, resembling a vast bowl designed to capture the stars and divine messages. The interior is dimly lit, filled with the scents of hay, spices, and the essence of aging. Dozens of elderly women, their faces etched with deep wrinkles, sit cross-legged upon animal hides. They are the wives of all deceased cows. The living history of the grasslands. Their eyes are sharp as hawks, scrutinizing the three men who enter. The foremost matron, her hair entirely white and skin akin to a parched riverbed, directs her gaze past the respectfully bowed Dothraki and Maju, fixing her attention squarely on land dweller's face. In her eyes, there is no murkiness, only a piercing clarity that penetrates all. She is the one who beheld the black dragon rending the sky in her visions, the Sky Ripper. Her voice is hoarse, akin to stones grinding against one another. "Have you brought fire to the grasslands, or merely ashes?" Dothraki and Maju freeze, nearly collapsing to their knees. This question, in itself, is a judgment. Land dweller's expression remains tranquil, as if he were merely responding to an inquiry about the weather. "I bring forth new life." A profound silence envelopes the hall, akin to death. Only the wind whistles through the open roof, producing a mournful sound. The matron gazes deeply at him for an extended moment, long enough for beads of cold sweat to form on Maju's forehead. At last, she slowly nods. "Dothraki acknowledges your identity, Dragon King Cow. The holy city welcomes you and your Khalasar." She pauses, her voice suddenly stern. "But remember, beneath the holy Mother Mountain, no one shall draw a blade, nor allow the blood of brothers to stain the sacred soil of the city. This is the rule, the bottom line of the horse god." "I understand," land dwellers replies. Emerging from the grand hall, the blinding sunlight compelled Majwa to instinctively squint. He felt his back drenched in cold sweat. "Cow." Daka's voice was tinged with a hint of trepidation and reverence. "She has acknowledged you." Lu Sheng paid no heed to his excitement, his gaze already directed towards the horizon. Across the vast plains of Westeros, several enormous encampments had been established, countless tents sprouting like gray mushrooms upon the prairie. Banners fluttered in the wind, each representing a fearsome cow. Daka followed his line of sight, taking the initiative to introduce. "Over there, the Black Steed banner belongs to Bloodhand Moros Khalasar. He commands 20,000 warriors, and every time he plunders the Laza, any who dare resist him have their left hands severed." She then pointed to another encampment, larger still, belonging to the savage Kolo. "He never forms alliances, relying solely on his Arak scimitar. It is said he can snap a bull's neck with his bare hands." Within those encampments, countless eyes were also turned towards them, filled with raw, unabashed hostility and murderous intent. They regarded Lu Sheng as they would a beast encroaching upon their territory. The newly assimilated warriors under Lu Sheng felt suffocated under the oppressive aura of these formidable Khalasar. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions betraying a rekindled ferocity. They too were powerful predators, and these men dared to view them as prey. A figure leaning against a monstrous being, in the distance, within Moro's encampment, a Blood Alliance guard remarked to the cow towering atop his steed, without his dragon. He is nothing in the vicinity of the holy city. As night fell, the skies above Westeros were illuminated by thousands of bonfires, casting a yellowish hue across the heavens. The rhythmic beat of drums and melodies emanated from various encampments, as if heralding the festivities of the morrow. Dohikaran had sent word that all arriving cows would convene the next day at the base of the Mother Mountain to determine the future of the Dothraki Sea. Lu Sheng stood alone before his grand tent, the night breeze stirring the white lionskin cloak draped over his shoulders. He gazed at the distant flickering campfires, akin to stars. Devoid of any tension upon his visage, Majwa stood quietly behind him, awaiting orders. Suddenly, Lu Sheng spoke, his voice soft yet penetrating, reaching Majwa's ears distinctly. "Majwa, tell me, if a man in the holy city is not slain by sword or blade," his voice trailed off, as if savoring an intriguing phrase, "but is instead turned to ash by flames from the heavens, does that count as bloodshed?" In that moment, the color drained from Majwa's face entirely. He abruptly looked up, fear etched in his expression as he gazed at Lu Sheng's silhouette, a gasp escaping his throat as if it had been throttled. Chapter 11. The God of Horses and the Dragon King at the foot of the Mother Mountain. The vast expanse was thronged with Khalasar from all corners of the plains. Tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors formed a colossal circle, silently confronting one another, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Upon the high platform, the aged women of the Dothraki sat, resembling withered statues, silently witnessing the unfolding events. A figure emerged, as formidable as a bear, called Moro, the Blood Rider. He regarded Lu Sheng, who stood alone in the arena, with disdain, erupting into a boisterous laugh. An outsider. Moro's voice thundered like rolling thunder. "You have yet to grow your braids, and you aspire to dominate all stallions beneath the sky?" The Khalasars behind him erupted in a cacophony of jeers and mockery. "Return to your Valyrian ruins, or the plains shall devour your bones." Confronted by hostility from all directions, Lu Sheng's expression remained inscrutable, not betraying even the slightest ripple of emotion. A faint smile graced his lips, as if he were observing a group of corpses whose fates had already been sealed. He turned to his companions, Daka and Majin, and commanded, "Withdraw our people to the edges of the arena." Without hesitation, they obeyed. To the other Khalasars, this act appeared as nothing short of cowardice, inciting their derisive laughter further. They believed Lu Sheng had faltered. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Lu Sheng boldly strode towards the very center of the circle, standing solitary before the 100-strong Khalas and their elite blood riders. The encircling throng gradually tightened. Finally, Lu Sheng halted, surveying his surroundings. He spoke, his voice low yet piercing, akin to a cold dagger penetrating each listener's ear. "You speak true, my braids have yet to grow." He paused, his gaze sweeping across Moro's thick braid adorned with golden bells. "For my accomplishments do not require hair for their testament." Moro's countenance turned ashen. Yet Lu Sheng paid no heed to his fury, continuing in a calm tone. "Has your horse god never revealed to you that the sky is his forbidden domain?" This declaration left the Khalasars momentarily speechless. Before they could react, Lu Sheng abruptly tilted his head back, unleashing a roar that transcended the bounds of humanity. It was not merely a sound, it was a pure surge of spiritual force, an invisible hammer striking deep into the souls of all present. In that instant, all the steeds became agitated, stamping their hooves in terror, emitting piercing whinnies as they struggled against their master's hold. For the first time, fear was etched on the faces of the Khalasars. Yet this was merely the beginning. Amidst the distorted expressions of terror, a blinding white light erupted from within Lu Sheng's being. Crack, crack, the sound of bones cracking and reassembling, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, resonated through the air. His form swelled rapidly within the radiance, black scales emerging upon his skin, and from his back surged a pair of immense dragon wings that obscured the sun. He transformed into a dragon right before their eyes. A colossal black dragon, measuring nearly 40 meters in length, emerged in the very heart of the sacred city of Vistadrak. With a gentle flap of its immense wings, a tempest arose, swirling dust that rendered all unable to open their eyes. Lu Sheng ascended slowly into the air, hovering above the heads of the cows, casting a vast shadow that enveloped them entirely. The oppressive aura, intrinsic to the dragon's bloodline, descended upon them like a tangible mountain, overwhelming in its might. Thud! Countless warhorses, unable to withstand the terror emanating from the apex of existence, succumbed to their fears, whinnying and collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The once arrogant cows turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by an unseen force. A monster. They yearned to flee, but their bodies were paralyzed, unresponsive to their commands. The elderly Dothraki matriarchs on the platform rose in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Lu Sheng, or rather the Black Dragon, gazed down upon the minuscule creatures below. He opened his cavernous maw, unleashing a pure, unadulterated light and heat, reminiscent of the very core of a star. A silent, cataclysmic ring of fire radiated outward from him, akin to the sun illuminating the earth. There was no explosive roar, only light. The intense flames consumed all, those who bore the deepest animosity towards him. The cows and their blood-bound guardians could not even utter a scream before being instantly ignited by a force beyond mortal comprehension. Their flesh, bones, and innards, along with the weapons they bore, melted in the inferno. The searing heat evaporated every drop of blood within their bodies in an instant. Not a single drop fell, nor did any blood stain the sacred ground of the city. This was not a massacre. It was divine retribution, my divine retribution. The words surged through Lu Sheng's mind. As the light faded, the once mighty cows and their blood-bound guardians had vanished without a trace. The ground bore only charred imprints of their forms, etched into the earth, emanating wisps of smoke. Silence reigned, an eerie stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The surviving tens of thousands of warriors, along with distant merchants, found themselves choked by fear, gazing upward in terror at the dragon bathed in radiance. The moment had arrived. The flickering, charred imprints on the ground were swept up by the wind, transforming into fiery steeds that galloped around the dragon before dissipating into the ether. At this moment, their faith was utterly shattered, only to be reshaped in a manner more fervent than ever. Finally, on the platform, the aged Dothraki matriarch, her silver hair flowing, trembled as she raised her staff. With all her strength, her voice, hoarse yet clear, resonated throughout Vistadrak. He did not let a single drop of blood fall. The oracle of the horse god has descended. The old woman's voice suddenly soared, filled with fervor and reverence. He is the one foretold, riding the steed of the world. This phrase has sealed the oracle, this bloody coup d'état, with a stamp of worldly recognition. In the sky, Lu Sheng descended gracefully. Regaining his human form the moment he touched the ground. He stood there, undamaged and with cascading black hair, as if the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded was merely an illusion. Cal. Daka was the first to react, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. He discarded his weapon, seized Lu Sheng's white lion cloak, and rushed forward, draping it over Lu Sheng before kneeling heavily at his feet, pressing his forehead firmly to the ground. Cow among cows. Maju followed closely, equally prostrating himself. Their actions served as a signal. The warriors who had lost their cow, yet survived, finally emerged from their paralyzing fear. They cast aside their curved Eric blades and discarded their longbows, kneeling en masse. First, it was hundreds, then thousands, ultimately culminating in tens of thousands. Cow among cows. Cow among cows. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the holy city. Lu Sheng stood at the foot of the mountain, behind him the prostrate multitude of Dothraki warriors. At that moment, the majority of the Dothraki seas might lay in his hands. He gazed westward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the entire continent. Chapter 12. The Dragon King's minions. The Dothraki had never gathered in such throngs before, once only congregating at specific times. The Khalasars now appeared to be forcibly compressed together by an invisible hand, over 100,000 Dothraki, alongside their horses and slaves, ravaging the grasslands surrounding the holy city until the yellow earth lay bare. The air was thick with the stench of horse dung, sweat, and an oppressive frenzy. Within the tent of the call, Lu Sheng sat upon a humble throne adorned with white lion skin. Daka and Maju, his only remaining Khalas, knelt on one knee, reporting the final results of their consolidation. Cow. All Khalasars near the holy city have fallen under our banner. Yet, several powerful Khalasars have yet to respond to your summons. Maju's voice carried a hint of concern. The Khalasar of Iron Hoof Kago had already headed west before your arrival on the plains, reportedly aiming for Koor. Lu Sheng remained noncommittal. A group of barbarians, who only knew destruction, could run off. There would be ample time to subdue them later. He was more concerned with the power at his feet. What lay beneath him was no longer a loose confederation of tribes. Lu Sheng's voice, though not loud, compelled both men to straighten their spines. From this day forth, you shall become one with me. I shall lead you in bringing forth a new order to this world." He rose, his gaze penetrating the seams of the tent, looking out upon the vast sea of dark figures. "All warriors shall unite under a single legion. The dragon's minions shall serve as my claws." Daka and Ma Zhu pondered this unfamiliar terminology, their eyes igniting with fervor. The dragon's minions, a title heavier and more oppressive than that of Khalasar. "Convey my first command." Lu Sheng turned around and fixed his gaze upon them. "All warriors must don armor." As the words fell, the atmosphere within the tent became instantly tense. Daka abruptly raised his head, the fervor on his face transforming into bewilderment and confusion. "Cow, armor is but a shell for cowards. The Dothraki trust only in their own strength and the erupt blade." "Is that so?" Lu Sheng's tone remained unruffled. He stepped out of the grand tent, with Daka and Majo closely trailing behind. Outside, countless eyes converged upon them in an instant. Lu Sheng casually pointed to an old warrior who was greasing his braid. The bells adorning his braid rang plentifully, clearly a testament to his numerous achievements. "You come here." The old warrior strode forward with pride. He was the former cow's Cass, held in high esteem within the tribe. "Cow, armor will weigh down our steeds and hinder our movements. The horse god does not protect the coward hiding behind iron." The old warrior spoke solemnly, echoing the sentiments of the majority. A murmur of agreement rippled among the onlookers. Lu Sheng did not regard him, but instead addressed Majo. "Dress him in the items procured from the merchant." Soon, an exquisite suit of armor was presented. This was crafted by Lu Sheng himself under the guidance of artisans, the flames of his forging having imbued the armor with strength. Daka, at Lu Sheng's nod, awkwardly donned the armor. The iron was cold and heavy, making him feel akin to a turtle ensnared. "With your blade, strike him with all your might." Lu Sheng commanded the old warrior. The old warrior was taken aback, and gasps arose from the surrounding Dothraki. To swing an erupt blade with full force against a comrade? Such an act would be akin to murder. "Cow, strike." Lu Sheng uttered a single word. That chilling syllable fell like a hammer, shattering all hesitation within the old warrior. He let out a roar, a defense of his beliefs. Drawing his erupt blade from his waist, the edge traced a deadly arc in the sunlight, fiercely cleaving towards Daka's chest. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Everyone braced for the sight of bloodshed, yet the outcome left them wide-eyed in disbelief. The old warrior's erupt blade was sent soaring, his hands numbed by the impact, while Daka's iron armor bore only a faint white mark. Daka looked down at his breastplate, then raised his gaze to his unscathed body, his expression shifting from discomfort to tranquility. Had Cow not intervened, he would not have returned the armor. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Sheng slowly approached the astonished old warrior, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. "Tradition exists to ensure your survival. If a tradition leads you more swiftly to death, then it is worthless." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces filled with shock. "From this day forth, my word shall be the only tradition." The wheel of reform began to inexorably crush the ancient customs beneath its undeniable momentum. Lu Sheng's commands were issued in rapid succession, each creating tumultuous waves across the Dothraki Sea. "Major, I appoint you as the logistics chief. Take this wealth and procure all the ore from those merchants. Inform them that I require artisans. The more, the better. Establish blacksmiths and workshops in Vi's Dothraki." "Yes, Ko." Major accepted the task, his meticulous nature rendering him most suitable for such intricate responsibilities. Soon, the sacred city of Vi's Dothraki, known for its lack of production, resonated for the first time with the sound of clanging iron. Merchants, drawn by the news, arrived bearing vast quantities of raw materials and craftsmen. Although they did not bring finished armor, the flames of the forge heralded the imminent birth of a new army. "Daka, disperse all the Khalas. I care not to which call they previously belonged. They now belong solely to me. From this moment forth, 10 shall form a unit, with a captain appointed. 10 units shall comprise 100, led by a centurion. 10 centurions shall form 1,000, commanded by Kwa." This command was more challenging for the Dothraki to accept than donning armor. Accustomed to following their familiar calls and Khalas, they now faced the prospect of being forcibly integrated into unfamiliar ranks. Resistance and brawls frequently erupted. Lu Sheng's approach was straightforward and ruthless. He personally intervened, reducing several instigators to ashes. The terror of death transformed all discontent into fear and obedience. Concurrently, Lu Sheng selected the 100 strongest and most astute youths from various tribes. Most were the offspring of former calls or young warriors who had distinguished themselves in battle. He organized them into an independent unit, bestowing upon them the name Dragon Warriors. They would no longer heed any centurion's command, answering solely to Lu Sheng himself. This was his elite guard, the sharpest fangs of the formidable army he sought to govern. Training proceeded relentlessly on the plains, day and night. They began to learn coordinated combat, to heed new commands, and to transform their disparate strengths into an unyielding iron fist. Time swiftly passed amidst the glow of the forge and the sweat of the warriors. A month later, a new army began to take shape beneath the Mother Mountain. The warriors donned hastily crafted rudimentary leather and iron armor. Though crude, it radiated a chilling aura of menace. No longer a disordered collection of tribes. They stood arranged in orderly formations, silently erect upon the plains, resembling a forest of steel. Daka hurried to the hillside where Sheng stood, surveying the army. "Ko." His voice carried a note of urgency. "The pastures near the sacred city are nearly depleted. The horses are beginning to lose condition. If this continues, we shall starve before we even embark on our campaign." Upon hearing this, Sheng nodded slowly. It was time. He descended the hillside, positioning himself at the forefront of the 100,000 troops. All eyes converged upon him, filled with reverence, fervor, and anticipation. Sheng drew forth the curved blade, an arak, seized from the fallen Ko beneath the dragon's flames. It was a rare artifact of Valyrian steel, its blade shimmering with uncanny ripples under the sun's embrace. He raised the scimitar high, directing it towards the civilized world, towards the prosperous yet decadent Slave Bay. His voice, akin to the biting winter wind, swept across the vast prairie. "Our first destination, Meereen. Let us stain that vibrant city with the colors of our battle standard." A thunderous roar erupted from 100,000 voices, coalescing into a torrent of destruction that soared skyward, shaking the very earth beneath. The colossal war machine began to stir slowly, marching resolutely towards the Slave Bay. Chapter 13. The Hubris of the Great Lord. A torrent formed by 100,000 iron steeds surged forward across the vast plains of Essos. This was not the carefree pillaging of the Dothraki, it was a legion. Behind each contingent trailed a supply wagon piled high with armor, reflecting a blinding glint in the sunlight. No longer were they a disorganized band of mercenaries. Instead, they arranged themselves into silent, yet lethal formations of hundreds. Uniform rations, fervent reverence for the horse god's decree, strict reconnaissance discipline, and precise marching routes defined their march. The wind across the plain seemed imbued with the scent of rust. Above the clouds, a massive black dragon unfurled its wings, casting an immense shadow. The dragon embodied by Sheng resembled a detached shepherd, surveying his meticulously forged flock of death as it steadily advanced towards the Slave Bay. His will was the singular direction of this formidable army. News wafted like a breeze laced with sulfur into Meereen. Within the Grand Pyramid, a lavish banquet was in full swing. The great lords of Meereen reclined upon silk cushions, admiring the supple forms of the dancers while savoring chilled wines from the summer seas. They were the rulers of this vibrant city, descendants of the Harpy, the wealthiest slave masters in the world. They were already well aware of the stirrings upon the Dothraki Sea. A new Ko, claiming to hail from Valyria, had unified 100,000 savages. This information stirred only a slight ripple in the lord's goblets. Merely a change of leadership among a band of wild men. The richest lord, Zaxagraz, languidly swirled his golden chalice, his pudgy fingers adorned with gem-encrusted rings, each capable of purchasing a small town. He disdainfully curled his lip, mocking derision evident in his expression. They had never dared to assault Meereen before, and they would not now. The Dothraki were but hyenas of the prairie, drawn by the scent of gold, wagging their tails in expectation. A few coins, and women would send them scurrying like obedient hounds. A chorus of laughter echoed in the banquet hall. "I have heard that this new Ko has stirred some commotion in Astapor." Another lord, sporting a trident-shaped purple beard, spoke with a tone laced with mockery, revealing the folly and parsimony of Astapor's benevolent masters. "We, however, in Meereen, are different. We possess both wealth and wisdom." "Indeed. Wisdom? A Valyrian who has been dead for 2 centuries? Perhaps he is merely a charlatan. We ought to send someone to expose him, to show those savages the true nature of their idol. They are not entirely ignorant of the actions of the land dwellers, yet their arrogance clouds their judgment. In their eyes, every problem can be resolved with gold and schemes. The Dothraki are greedy. Thus, let us buy them off with treasures. The Dragon King is formidable. Therefore, let us bribe him with even more wealth and beauty. They have forgotten the lessons of the Giscari Empire. Dragons are far more powerful and avaricious than they could ever conceive. On the other side of the Pass of Kais, should not the army of House Paul have already set forth? Zack turned to a somewhat somber nobleman. The head of House Paul, old Paul, set down his goblet, his expression darkening. "Lord Zack, as you are aware, The terrain at the Pass of Kais is treacherous, making the movement of a large army arduous. Moreover, it takes time to assemble a coalition of families. Some are always slow to contribute men and coin. His words carried an unspoken implication, his gaze sweeping over a group of young nobles who were laughing merrily. "Oh, my dear Paul," one young noble exaggeratedly laughed. "Do you still expect us, the financiers, to sacrifice the lives of our kin as well? Defending the Pass of Kais was your family's proposition, and it is also the condition under which your family can avoid paying this tribute. Stop expecting others to shed blood on your behalf." Old Paul's face flushed crimson in an instant. His lips moved silently a few times before he ultimately restrained his fury and took a sullen sip of wine. The internal discord and machinations among the lords were as palpable as the spices wafting through the banquet, yet concealed beneath the facade of merriment and revelry. Ultimately, after a series of self-congratulatory deliberations, they arrived at a set of supposedly sagacious decisions. Firstly, diplomacy. They dispatched an articulate envoy, laden with 13 carts of gold, silver, and jewels, along with 500 exquisitely chosen beautiful slaves, to reward the approaching army and persuade the new call to vacate the lands of Meereen. Secondly, military action. They symbolically hired a few mercenary companies, including the ever-growing Sons of the Harpy, yet offered them woefully meager wages, as if dismissing beggars. In the eyes of the lords, these mercenaries were merely ornamental, a facade of military might. The true reliance of Meereen lay in its own enslaved army. Upon the city walls, tens of thousands of slave soldiers were organized. Noble officers donned their polished, resplendent bronze armor, parading along the battlements, regaling their soldiers with tales of Meereen's glorious history and the splendor of the Giscari Empire. Everything appeared orderly, imbued with a false sense of strength. The lords settled into their revelry, continuing their feasting. In their eyes, this so-called crisis was merely a trivial diversion to add a touch of excitement to their monotonous lives. Outside the gates of the Pass of the Kais, Shiraz, the envoy of Myr, rode a magnificent pure white steed, followed by a lengthy procession. He held his head high, a hint of arrogance gracing his countenance. As a representative of the great lords, he was accustomed to looking down upon others, unless they were the call of the Dothraki. To him, this was nothing more than a simple errand, to dispense the generous gifts of his masters to a group of uncultured savages. Soon, he encountered the scouts of the land, dozens of Dothraki knights clad in black iron armor, who silently blocked their path. The chilling aura of lethal intent emanating from them was starkly different from the boisterous barbarians Shiraz had encountered before. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and humble. "I am the envoy of the great lords of Myr, sent to pay my respects to your new call. I bring the esteemed call the generous gifts of the lords." The leader of the scouts was none other than Daka, whose almond-shaped eyes coldly surveyed Shiraz before glancing at the laden convoy of treasures and slaves behind him. He said nothing, merely gestured impassively with his hand. The knights behind him immediately advanced, like a well-trained pack of wolves, efficiently taking control of all the wagons and slaves. The treasures were roughly counted, while the slaves were herded aside, huddling together in terror. Shiraz's expression shifted. "How dare you? What is the meaning of this? This is an affront to the great lords. I demand to see your call." Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Daka spurred his horse closer to him. The tall Dothraki leaned down, whispering into his ear with a voice so cold it could freeze blood, articulating each word with chilling precision. "The call decrees this is the first tax from Myr." Shiraz's pupils constricted sharply. "Tax," Daka continued, a cruel smile creeping into his tone. "The remainder, he would personally retrieve from the city." No sooner had he finished speaking than two knights abruptly yanked Shiraz from his mount. Amidst Shiraz's terrified screams, they stripped him of his splendid silk robe, leaving him with only a pair of trousers to preserve his modesty. "Return and inform your masters," Daka concluded, dismissing him without a glance. As he and his men departed with the tax, the humiliated envoy scrambled to his feet, glancing at the horse they had deliberately left for him, and fled across the icy plains toward Myr. Shame and fear lashed at his soul like twin whips. As he stumbled into the gates of Myr, the news he bore struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all the great lords. Within the Grand Pyramid, goblets were shattered in fury upon the ground. "This is outrageous. It is a declaration of war." Zak Zograz trembled with rage, his corpulent face turning the hue of liver. War was now inevitable. As the great lords fumed and clamored for retribution against the savages, a pale messenger stumbled into the banquet hall, rolling and scrambling. The tidings he bore were more chilling than the indignity suffered by any envoy. "My lords, it is dire." The messenger's voice twisted with terror. "The Kes Pass has fallen. Zack's furious roar was abruptly silenced, and the hall descended into a profound stillness. "What did you say?" Old Pal leapt to his feet, seizing the messenger by the collar. "What of the 15,000 coalition troops? Where are the defenders?" The messenger quivered, nearly rendered speechless. There are not 15,000. The coalition is still en route. At the pass, only our Pal family's 200 guards and 5,000 slave soldiers remain." His voice dwindled, ultimately dissolving into despairing whimpers. A black dragon descended from the heavens. It was all over. Chapter 14. A rabble in the early morning mist, thick as viscous milk. The encampment of the Millen coalition was enveloped in impenetrable obscurity. The clamor of arguments shattered this deceptive tranquility. I shall repeat myself. Command must be entrusted to me. The Zack family's guards are the most elite. A portly lord exclaimed, nearly poking his finger into the nose of his counterpart. Nonsense. Your guards could scarcely lift a woman's skirt. Were it not for my men who held off that pack of wild dogs last night, your tent would have been razed, retorted a lean nobleman, his hand resting defiantly on the hilt of his sword. Behind them, their respective personal guards mirrored the tension, the atmosphere ripe for conflict. This coalition, cobbled together from several noble families of Millen, had already spent an entire day in strife over the command, a mere half-day's journey from the Kess Pass. They purportedly came to lend support to the pass, yet each harbored ulterior motives, unwilling to exhaust their forces unnecessarily. The encampment lay in disarray. Splendid silk tents were haphazardly jumbled together, resembling a heap of colorful refuse. Over 10,000 conscripted slave soldiers numbly gnawed on stale black bread, indifferent to the lord's quarrels above them. Their gazes were vacant, as if they had long since acclimated to such chaos. There were no patrols, no sentries. The entire camp resembled a vast, unprotected target. On the horizon, a thin black line emerged. The mist seemed to part under some invisible force. In mere breaths, the line thickened and expanded. It was a silent tide of darkness. 3,000 vanguards of the Dragon's Claw, led by Daka, moved as one, akin to a butcher's knife poised to be drawn. They did not shout or roar. Only the dull thud of hooves striking the damp grass resonated through the air. The sound was initially drowned out by the howling wind and the cacophony of the camp until it grew so close that it resembled the beating of a drum, startling a slave soldier who was in the midst of relieving himself. "Enemy attack!" he shrieked, his voice cracking, barely managing to pull up his trousers. In an instant, the chaotic camp erupted. Panicked screams, frantic running, and the furious curses of the nobles intertwined, forming a prelude to the apocalypse. Daka's bronze-hued face remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed solely on the opulent and sprawling tent area ahead. The command of Cao echoed in his mind. Breach the center and slay the commanders. Cao's eyes were upon us. Daka's voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of every warrior behind him. Let them witness how refuse is cleansed. He spurred his steed, which let out a sharp whinny, accelerating once more. The elite 100-man unit followed him like a single entity, disregarding the crumbling slave soldiers fleeing in disarray on both flanks. Their aim was singular, the heart of the enemy. Stop them. Quickly halt them. The once arguing nobles now turned pale with fear. Their private guards, clad in shining bronze armor and wielding long spears, attempted to establish a fragile defense in the clearing between the tents. They were indeed elite. Yet, before the advancing Dothraki hooves, this elite seemed as fragile as parchment. Boom. The black tide collided with the hastily formed spear wall. The long spears shattered in an instant. The bronze armor was effortlessly torn apart by the sharp curve of the arak, akin to ripping soaked leather. Flesh and blood flew. The screams barely reached a distance before being completely drowned out by the thunderous sound of more hooves. The formation was utterly torn asunder in a heartbeat. My horse. Where's my horse? The plumpest noble, the patriarch of the Zack family, screamed in terror, desperately attempting to mount the warhorse led by his servant. His corpulent body flailed awkwardly, failing to find the stirrup time and again. Despair seized his heart in an instant. He caught sight of a pair of almond-shaped eyes, cold and merciless, as though gazing upon a corpse. They belonged to Daka. A lethal silver arc flashed through the air. Thud! A massive head soared into the sky, its wide eyes, frozen in disbelief, still reflecting the last vestiges of terror. Daka extended his arm, deftly grasping the still bleeding head. He raised it high. Amidst the chaos, this severed head became the sole focus. All sounds in the camp seemed to be drained away in that moment. Those nobles still engaged in their futile resistance, attempting to fight back, found their movements frozen. The throng of enslaved soldiers, driven forward, came to an abrupt halt. The noble lord lay lifeless, though they bore no unified banner. The beheading of the wealthiest and loudest among them delivered a visual shock that far surpassed the fall of any standard. The command structure collapsed in an instant. "Run!" came a desperate cry. In the next moment, the enslaved soldiers discarded their rudimentary weapons without hesitation, scattering like a swarm of ants in a frenzied escape. They had been coerced into service. Why should they toil for these pampered lords? The noble guards found themselves utterly isolated, beset on all sides, consumed by relentless waves of darkness. What should have been an evenly matched encounter, with the allied forces even holding a numerical advantage, devolved into a one-sided pursuit and slaughter in less than half an hour. The Dragon's Claw warriors displayed a chilling efficiency that starkly contrasted with the traditional Dothraki. Operating in squads of 10, they maneuvered with precision, encircling and dispatching their foes without unnecessary shouts or greed for spoils. Only the cold steel of their blades and the accuracy of their kills remained. Casualties on their side were negligible, as the sun finally broke free from the encumbering mist. Casting golden rays upon the meadow, the battle neared its conclusion. "Cease the pursuit." Daka's command reverberated across the battlefield. The pursuing warriors, without a moment's hesitation, reined in their steeds and turned to regroup at the center. Such unwavering discipline would surely astonish any scholar familiar with Dothraki customs. In the heart of the camp, a vast empty space held 1,000 enslaved soldiers alongside a handful of noble commanders, stripped of their armor, trembling like herded sheep as they knelt in fear. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and horse manure. Daka, mounted atop his steed, looked down coldly upon the captives. Blood dripped steadily from his curved arak, blooming dark red flowers upon the grass. He cast no further glance at the defeated. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the horizon. There, at the edge of the skyline, a far larger and more fearsome army advanced like a looming storm. Kao's forces had arrived. What fate awaited these bewildered and terrified slaves, these proud yet humbled nobles? Would they be sold as commodities to the ends of the earth? Or would they become the foundational stone of a new world? Daka did not know. He awaited the next oracle from Khao. Chapter 15. The servant army, a black torrent slowly emerged from the distance. Thousands of Dothraki warriors, mounted on powerful steeds, silently merged into the vanguard led by Daka. They were no longer disorganized tribes, but rather meticulously aligned phalanxes, the sound of clashing armor coalescing into a somber symphony of steel. Sheng, astride his horse, calmly advanced at the forefront of the army. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Over 10,000 enslaved soldiers of the Meereen coalition knelt before him, densely packed like harvested grain, stretching endlessly. Their faces bore a singular expression, a blend of numbness and dread, draped in ashen hues. Before them, a handful of surviving Meereen noble commanders had been stripped of their ornate togas and bronze armor, clad only in fitted linen garments, their hands bound with coarse ropes. Awkwardly arranged in a row. "O great conqueror! O merciful dragon king!" One noble, upon catching sight of Sheng, immediately erupted in tears, wailing, "We are willing to offer all our wealth. Just spare our lives. The treasury of the Zak family will be laid bare before you. The Pal family will gladly hold your horse. We are your most loyal servants." The cries and pleas for mercy resonated in a chorus of servility and flattery. Sheng could scarcely be bothered to cast them a glance. Their lamentations, to his ears, were no different from the barking of wild dogs by the roadside. His gaze transcended these nobles and fell upon the multitude of silent, enslaved soldiers. They were the true dead, their eyes hollow, breaths faint, as if they might dissolve into dust at any moment. They understood their fate, defeated slaves destined to be packaged and sold to another slave market, commencing a new cycle of torment until their demise. Sheng urged his steed forward, slowly approaching this group of captives. The thunderous sound of 100,000 hooves abruptly ceased behind him. The entire world plunged into an eerie silence, save for the wind's mournful whistle through the mountain pass. "You," Sheng began, his voice not loud but distinctly resonant across the battlefield, "have two choices." The bodies of all enslaved soldiers trembled slightly. Some slowly lifted their heads, a flicker of tumult surfacing in their vacant eyes. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the nobles, Sheng continued in his unemotional tone, "First, return to your masters and continue as their slaves." An oppressive silence ensued. The enslaved soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces betraying confusion and disbelief. Return to their masters? Could this conqueror truly be offering them freedom? Second, Sheng's voice paused, like a heavy hammer striking each heart. "Become my vassals and fight for me. In return, I shall grant you freedom, wealth, and a future of dignity." The entire throng of captives froze instantaneously. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The enslaved soldiers could scarcely believe their ears. Freedom. To fight for him? Those wretches, reduced to mere cattle and shields. How could they possibly be deemed worthy to fight for a dragon king? After a profound silence, a tumultuous uproar erupted like the crashing of waves. What did he say? To fight for him? This is inconceivable. We are GI's people, not mere slaves. Whispers coalesced into a resonant hum, disbelief etched upon every face. They had encountered various masters, cruel, hypocritical, but they had never beheld a figure like this. An elderly slave soldier, his hair gray and face marred by scars, trembled as he mustered every ounce of courage to kneel forward. He raised his gaze, his murky eyes filled with the faintest glimmer of hope and trepidation. Great Lord, his voice rasped and dry, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. We, the lowly, do you truly wish to grant us our freedom? He dared not aspire for riches or a future, only a chance at liberty, seeking to confirm that this was not a mere phantom dream. Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon him. Fight for me, and you shall no longer be slaves. He calmly articulated a truth. Your masters regard you as disposable shields. Yet I will forge you into blades that shall pierce them. Those who survive this conflict will attain freedom. The lands and wealth earned through your valor shall rightfully belong to you. Boom. If the previous unrest was but a ripple, now the crowd surged into a frenzy. Freedom, land, wealth. These three words struck like thunderbolts, resonating deep within the souls of every enslaved soldier. Some among them had been born into servitude, never contemplating the possibility of freedom. Others, once free, had been plundered and persecuted into slavery, their yearning for liberty etched into their very bones. Now, hope lay before them, a tangible promise that felt almost within reach. I am willing to fight for you. A young slave soldier was the first to cry out. Springing to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. His declaration rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a tempest of fervor. I am willing. Cal, I will fight for you. Let us vanquish those tyrants. An anger and longing long suppressed erupted at that moment. Tens of thousands of enslaved soldiers, as if driven mad, clamored and shouted, many weeping with emotion, fervently bowing towards Lu Sheng. Their gazes, once filled with fear, now radiated an almost fanatical reverence. This cow had bestowed upon them a new lease on life. Yet, not all were swept away by this sudden boon. Thousands of slave soldiers remained kneeling, hesitating. Their families still languished in the hands of those tyrants. They dared not gamble, nor did they wish to take the risk. Lu Sheng observed the unfolding scene with an air of indifference. He sought not the allegiance of all, but rather a singular choice, a choice that would irrevocably divide his enemies. His gaze eventually settled upon the dozen or so noble commanders, their faces ashen and devoid of life. With a flick of his whip, he indicated the nobles and those who chose to retreat, his voice chillingly frosty. Strip them of all their garments, leaving not a single piece. Let them walk back to Malin on foot. At this pronouncement, the newly fervent throng of servant soldiers fell into an abrupt silence, only to erupt once more into a cacophony of maniacal laughter and cheers. The noblemen, akin to marionettes with their strings severed, collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. No, please, my Lord Dragon King, we can offer you riches, an abundance of wealth. They pleaded, their cries filled with desperation. This is the utmost humiliation. You cannot treat a noble in such a manner. I possess Valyrian blood. I too can support you. Daka, with a sinister grin, stepped forward and seized the hair of the most vociferous noble. Silence, filth, he commanded. He drew forth his curved Valyrian blade, striking the back of the noble's corpulent cheek with the blade's flat side. Now, Khalasar's words are law. Soon enough, under the rough handling of the Dothraki warriors, the pampered nobles and thousands of newly loyal slave soldiers found themselves stripped bare. Their pale, corpulent forms trembled in the brisk morning wind. Begone. Lu Sheng issued his final command. Return and inform your great lord that their army now belongs to me, and tell them I shall soon visit Malin. The Valyrian Empire shall rise to greatness once more. Amidst the fervent cheers of the newly formed servant army, this legion of naked nobles and slaves, laden with fear and shame, stumbled along the path back to Malin. With each step they took, it was as if they were paving the way for Lu Sheng's burgeoning reputation with their own dignity. They would carry back a message potent enough to undermine the very foundations of Malin from within. This new conqueror was dismantling their army through their most fundamental institution of slavery, winning the hearts of their people. A soldier, having distanced himself considerably, could not resist glancing back. In the distance, at the mountain's mouth, the newly birthed servant army, under the watchful eye of the dragon's minions, began its reorganization. Further still, the disciplined Dothraki legion, clad in black armor, loomed like a silent forest of steel, emanating an oppressive aura. The two armies, distinctly separate yet operating under a unified will, stood in stark contrast. The last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of despair. Chapter 16. The Grim Reaper of the Sky. 3,000 spearheads glinted coldly under the midday sun. The imposing, colorful brick walls of Malin bore witness to an atmosphere as grave as that of a tomb. 3,000 unsullied stood immobile like statues carved from clay, lined along the city walls. They represented the last pride of Meereen and served as the greatest source of confidence for the great masters. Behind them, tens of thousands of armed slave soldiers and free men displayed expressions of palpable tension. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, several of the most esteemed masters raised their pantos-made telescopes, gazing toward the horizon, awaiting the arrival of the Dothraki, a horde of savages who understood only the language of war cries atop their steeds. The wealthiest master, Zaxagras, lowered his telescope, disdain etched upon his corpulent features, convinced that the city walls and the Unsullied would soon impart a lesson on true power to the invaders. The other masters echoed his sentiment, as if victory were already assured. Suddenly, a keen-eyed soldier pointed toward the sky. What was that? A tiny black dot appeared against the azure expanse. Initially, it was mistaken for a giant eagle. Yet, the dot expanded at an illogical pace, rapidly transforming into something much larger. Soon, it was no longer merely a point. Massive wings unfurled, casting a shadow that moved like a swiftly advancing storm cloud. The fearsome head, with eyes burning in a dark golden flame, became unmistakably clear. A primal terror, rooted deep within the very marrow of their beings, seized the hearts of all atop the walls. A shrill, distorted roar pierced the air, drowning out the clamor of the city. A dragon. Panic erupted like a contagion. The slave soldiers discarded their weapons, crying out as they surged backward, chaos erupting upon the walls. Even the so-called fearless Unsullied displayed the faintest tremor of disturbance in their ranks. The colossal black dragon, Viserys, hovered gracefully above Meereen, its massive form resembling a flying mountain. With each powerful beat of its wings, a tempest was stirred, causing the banners atop the battlements to whip furiously in the gale. Its vast shadow swept across the pyramid, over the slave market, and over every Meereenese face turned skyward, ashen with dread. This was far more oppressive than a direct assault, a scythe of death poised above every neck. On the walls, countless soldiers were paralyzed by the weight of this existential dread, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter despair. The Unsullied did not retreat, though the knuckles of their tightly gripped spears turned pale from exertion. Steady, everyone, hold your ground. A pale-faced commander bellowed, his voice strained as he endeavored to maintain order. Drawing his curved sword, he felled two soldiers attempting to flee. It is a beast. There is always a way to slay it. A flicker of mad resolve ignited in his eyes. Load the crossbows. Bring it down. At his command, dozens of concealed mechanisms within the city walls were unveiled, revealing massive heavy crossbows hidden below. These were the true defensive trump cards of Meereen, each requiring a dozen strong men to operate even with great difficulty. Dozens of colossal crossbow bolts, thicker than a man's arm, were swiftly loaded, the winch emitting a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. The cold steel tips were all aimed at the swirling figure of the Black Reaper in the sky. This was the last flicker of courage from mortals challenging the divine. Fire. The commander's roar was swallowed by the intense hum of the crossbow strings. The massive bolts, trailing the cry of death, tore through the air, hurtling from all directions towards the terrestrial beast above. The might of this volley was enough to turn a three-masted ship into a sieve. On the city walls, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the heavens. This was their final hope. In the face of an onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, the creature performed an unfathomable maneuver in midair. Its enormous form rolled deftly to the side, defying its size. Most of the bolts brushed against its obsidian scales, flying harmlessly past and falling into the void. However, one arrow, at the most opportune moment, and from the most cunning angle, struck true. It pierced the dragon's abdomen, the theoretically softest spot beneath its scales. It hit. The commander shouted in a frenzy of joy. Everyone witnessed the moment. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. A resounding clang, as crisp as a hammer striking steel, reverberated through the sky. That bolt, capable of breaching city gates, shattered upon making contact with the dragon's dark scales. The sturdy ironwood shaft splintered into countless fragments, scattering helplessly. No breach. The bolt failed to leave even a mark exceeding an inch on the ebony scales. A profound silence enveloped the city walls. The joy on the commander's face froze. morphing into utter bewilderment and dread. The last vestiges of color drained from the soldiers' faces. Their final hope, alongside the clear metallic clash, was ruthlessly and irrevocably shattered. An elderly soldier, his hair a stark white, stared vacantly at the sky. He had endured countless battles and severed hundreds of heads, yet the scene before him obliterated his lifelong understanding of reality. His spear clattered to the ground with a dull thud. "Oh gods," the veteran knelt, trembling as he murmured, "what are we truly fighting against?" In the sky, the terrestrial beast was thoroughly incensed by this trivial provocation. It unleashed a deafening roar. The sound waves crashed against the city walls like an invisible barrier, causing countless soldiers to bleed from their orifices, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Immediately afterward, it opened its gargantuan maw, capable of swallowing an elephant whole. A destructive radiance began to coalesce deep within its throat. Initially a dark crimson, it swiftly transformed into a blinding platinum hue, as though a miniature sun were being birthed within its cavernous mouth. The commander atop the city walls, along with the soldiers operating the scorpions, gazed in terror as the radiant orb aimed directly at their position. They yearned to flee, yet their legs betrayed them, rendered utterly immobile. In the next instant, an incomprehensibly robust torrent of dragonfire, infused with pure light and heat, silently erupted forth. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. All that could be seen was a brilliant white beam descending from the heavens, precisely enveloping the section of the wall where the crossbow bolts had been most densely launched. There was no explosion, no deafening roar, only an exquisite silence that devoured everything in its path. The resilient, colorful bricks melted and vaporized upon contact with the dragonfire. Akin to snow under the scorching sun, the scorpions, the soldiers, and their cries of despair were entirely obliterated within a mere tenth of a second. The true annihilation had only just begun. Chapter 17. The destroyer of walls. The tide of destruction struck the wall with pinpoint accuracy. There were no earth-shattering explosions, merely a nauseating hiss. The immense stones, which had stood firm against any catapult, crumbled before the destructive heat, fragile as ice in the summer sun. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from brown to fiery red, and in the next moment, flowed like molten orange iron. The commander, who had moments prior reveled in ecstatic shouts, along with dozens of soldiers and their proud heavy crossbows, did not even manage a complete scream before being instantaneously vaporized in the blaze of light and heat, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Their shadows were forever etched upon the wall behind them, becoming eternal silhouettes of darkness. Then came the collapse. A segment of the wall extending over 100 meters appeared as if hollowed out by an invisible giant hand, losing all support. It silently and slowly tilted inward before crashing down into the city, stirring a cloud of dust and countless crushed structures. A massive gash, spewing thick smoke and lava, marred the once proud defense of Milan, resembling a grotesque scar. Silence. A deathly silence. The surviving soldiers on the wall, whether enslaved or disciplined purists, stood in a stupor, gazing at the breach, watching the still-burning lava flow into the city. Their minds were blank. Their faith, the fortress they had relied upon, lay shattered. In the sky, the black dragon, obscuring the sunlight, slowly flapped its wings, its cold golden slitted eyes surveying the city below like ants. A fragment of a crossbow bolt slid off its impervious scales with a sharp clink, causing no harm. Yet, such an act was an affront, a foolish provocation from mere mortals. What Sheng felt was not pain, but a chilling anger born of offense, akin to a giant observing an anthill, only to be bitten by an ant in futile defiance. Ridiculous, yet infuriating. He could have departed at that moment. The city walls had been rent asunder, and his objective had been achieved. Yet, he reconsidered. Punishment must correspond to the offense. Since these mortals were so confident in their fragile exoskeletons, he would shatter that shell with his own hands, leaving them starkly exposed to the terrors that lay beneath. The black dragon's massive form descended slightly, initiating a low-altitude flight along the periphery of the city. His pace was unhurried, imbued with a regal authority reminiscent of a territorial inspection. The remaining soldiers atop the walls gazed in terror as the colossal shadow loomed inch by inch above them. Some, in utter despair, abandoned their weapons and fled, while many others found their legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, drained of the will to escape. The dragon opened its formidable jaws. This time, it was no longer a concentrated column of fire. Instead, it unleashed a relentless, sweeping fan of flames akin to the wrath of a celestial deity, cascading down like a burning whip, striking mercilessly against the city walls. Boom! The torrent of flames surged forth with an unstoppable force, commencing a cataclysmic harvest of death. It swept from one end of the walls to the other, leaving desolation in its wake. A towering arrow tower, under the onslaught of the flames, saw its summit's stones instantaneously melt, flowing downward like wax, before the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash into the city, triggering a series of catastrophic chain reactions. The ranks of the innocents, renowned for their steel-like will, found their shields and spears rendered utterly futile in the face of such supernatural might. The flames licked through their formation, turning their bronze masks a searing red, and in an instant, both men and armor were consumed, transformed into twisted charcoal. Frozen in their final stance, the slave soldiers, too, cried out in panic as they scattered, but how could they outrun the spread of the flames? The fiery tongues pursued them, igniting them one by one, transforming them into torches racing along the walls, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. The cacophony of anguished screams, the crashing of buildings, and the roar of flames coalesced into a symphony heralding the arrival of doom. The entirety of the city was shrouded in this orange-red glow. Inside the citadel, the lords rushed from their pyramids, aghast as they gazed skyward. They beheld the Black Fiend methodically dismantling the very walls upon which their existence relied. Inch by inch, this was not a frenzied assault but a cold, efficient disassembly filled with contempt. It seemed to declare to them, all that you hold dear is worthless in my eyes. The barriers erected by mortals are but sandcastles before the divine. A grand, imposing voice, transcending the bounds of human language, resonated directly in the minds of each inhabitant of the city. The voice was ancient and weathered, imbued with the distinctive resonance of dragons, as if it emerged from the primordial age. Scholars and nobles fluent in the archaic Valyrian tongue trembled at the utterance of those words, their faces drained of color. A deity? They have finally grasped the true nature of their adversary. This is not merely a beast, it is a terrifying entity, imbued with intelligence and perceiving itself as a deity. Zaxagraz, the wealthiest of lords, presently finds himself in a state of disarray, sprawled on the balcony of his pyramid, his once proud silk toga now in disarray. Battered by the scorching winds, he gazes upon the black dragon as one would upon the specter of death itself. He has come to realize how naive and foolish his attempt to purchase the loyalty of the Dothraki was. In the face of absolute power, wealth amounts to nothing more than dust. The dragon's flames continue to sweep across the landscape, patient and meticulous, akin to a master craftsman engaged in delicate artistry. It ensures that every crevice of the outer walls is engulfed in fire, that every defensive tower is reduced to molten rock, guaranteeing that no segment of wall exceeds 10 meters in integrity. It seeks not merely to annihilate the populace, but to utterly dismantle the city's defenses and obliterate the will to resist. As the black dragon completes a full circle around the outer walls of the city, it halts, suspended in the sky above. Below, the once majestic city walls have transformed into a jagged ring of smoking ruins, with vast gashes that extend hundreds of meters wide, leaving the internal structure of the city exposed for all to see. Rather than a fortification, it resembles a crumbled cookie, stripped of any semblance of protection. The dragon looks down, its golden vertical pupils surveying the city engulfed in flames and panic. It emits a roar that signifies both triumph and disdain. The sound reverberates through the air, a tangible wave of sound that sweeps across the city. Countless windows shatter, and the harpy statue atop the pyramid becomes riddled with cracks, ultimately shattering and plummeting from its lofty perch. Having accomplished its devastation, the dragon feels no lingering attachment. With a powerful beat of its immense wings, it conjures a searing whirlwind that intensifies the flames below. The black silhouette ascends into the sky, swiftly diminishing until it becomes a mere speck, vanishing into the crimson horizon illuminated by the blaze. It has come, it has destroyed, it has departed, leaving behind a city stripped of its facade, trembling in terror. After a considerable time, the flames gradually subside, and the billowing smoke begins to disperse. The surviving lords and soldiers, like specters, shuffle towards the remnants of the once mighty walls. They stand in a stupor, gazing at the desolation before them. There are no intact walls, no towering spires, only an endless expanse of cooling, solidified lava and countless charred remnants, barely discernible amidst the ruins. A cold wind sweeps through, stirring up a cloud of ash. An aged, battle-hardened veteran, upon witnessing this hellish scene, lets his spear clatter to the ground. He slowly knelt down, a desperate sob escaping from beneath the bronze mask. The walls of Milan had vanished. Chapter 18. The madness of the great lord as night descended. The sky over Milan was cast in an orange hue by the light of countless flames. Wails and cries echoed from every corner of the city, mingling with the crackling sound of burning wood, creating a symphony of despair. Zaxagraz stood atop the Grand Pyramid, the evening breeze billowing his magnificent toga, yet failing to disperse the pallor of death upon his face. Beside him stood a dozen of the most powerful lords of Milan, gazing down upon their city, or rather, the city that once was. The majestic outer wall, which had withstood the test of centuries against any mortal army, had now transformed into a fragmented ruin, still emitting plumes of black smoke and molten debris. Gaping wounds marred the city's visage, exposing its vulnerable flesh to the chilling night air. A master craftsman scrambled up onto the platform, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Great lords," he gasped, collapsing to the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone. Over 70% of the outer wall has been utterly destroyed, and the remaining structure is unstable, poised to collapse at any moment. His voice quivered with anguish, each word striking like a hammer. "We cannot repair it, we have no walls left." The weight of those 5 words struck like an invisible lightning bolt, shattering the last shred of hope in the hearts of all present. The atmosphere in the pyramid's council chamber grew so tense it felt as though it could condense into droplets of water. Expensive spices smoldered in the copper brazier in the corner, yet they could not suppress the pervasive sense of panic and acrid odor that filled the air. "We must withdraw our defenses." The patriarch of the Pal family, an elderly man with graying hair, pounded the long table emphatically, his voice hoarse. "Abandon all outer city territories. Withdraw all the unsullied and slave legions back to the inner city, relying on the pyramid complex and core districts for urban warfare. As long as we can hold our ground, the reinforcements from Yuan-Kai will surely arrive." His proposal garnered the support of several elder lords. To hold steadfast was the most prudent choice, the one most aligned with military wisdom. However, this suggestion ignited another powder keg. "Nonsense." Zaxagraz erupted, rising abruptly, his corpulent body quaking with rage as he slammed his palm onto the table, sending the golden cups leaping. "Withdraw? Old pal, you speak so lightly of it." His bloodshot eyes bore into the elder. "What of my estate? Are we to surrender the olive groves and farmlands outside the city that belong to my family to those Dothraki savages?" He grew increasingly agitated, spittle flying. "And the docks? The Graz family possesses 7 warehouses at the docks, filled with silk and spices shipped from Volantis. You suggest we abandon them just like that? Those are gleaming gold coins." Zach's words resonated like a key, unlocking the inner turmoil of the majority of the lords present. They were merchants, not warriors. For them, land and soldiers were mere assets. It was the goods in their warehouses and the coins in their vaults that constituted the essence of their existence. To relinquish the outer city would mean surrendering more than half of their family's wealth, a fate far more unbearable than death itself. The dragon had merely destroyed a wall. Zach's roar echoed through the hall, even though his army had yet to arrive, and the Dothraki were still miles away. He pointed a finger, nearly jabbing it into the face of Lord Powell. "We still possess an army, 40,000 free men and 50,000 slaves. A total of 90,000. Why should we cower like mice in our holes, watching those bastards plunder our wealth? Consider the city-states that were obliterated by the Dothraki. The lords of Meereen are nothing in comparison." His challenge was deafening. Panic, fueled by the fire of greed, began to twist and warp into a frenzied gambler's mentality. Lord Powell trembled with rage. "Zach, you are mad. Battle outside the city? Do you not understand the caliber of our slave legion? They would crumble at the mere sight of the Dothraki. So what if they collapse?" Zach scoffed, surveying the room, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the lords. "Slaves can be replaced, but once our wealth is seized, it is irrevocably lost." He inhaled deeply and spoke in a tone that was highly provocative. "Gentlemen, we are the masters of Meereen. We are the descendants of the Giscari Empire. Our ancestors once ruled half the world under the banner of the Harpy. Now, are we to forsake everything due to the collapse of a wall?" He paused, granting the assembly a moment to reflect. Then, he delivered the fateful proclamation that would determine Meereen's destiny. "The walls may have fallen, but our treasury remains intact." His voice soared, imbued with a maddening allure. "To safeguard the wealth of Meereen, we must fight. Let us march forth. With our grand army, we shall crush those fewer than 100,000 Dothraki. Let them know that the children of the Harpy are invincible, for the sake of wealth." This rallying cry struck the soft underbelly of all the lords like an incantation. Indeed, the walls had vanished, but the money still existed. If we emerge victorious, all shall remain intact. If we cower within the city, even if we survive by some stroke of luck, our family fortunes would be pillaged to the last coin, rendering us destitute. For the lords, such an existence was more terrifying than death itself. "I agree to battle." A young lord suddenly stood up. "I too concur. We cannot leave our warehouses to those savages." Indeed, To the death. Rational voices were swiftly drowned out. Lord Pal looked on in despair, witnessing the avarice-clouded minds of his peers, and helplessly sank back into his chair. Closing his eyes, he understood that Maelin had reached its end. The final resolution was swiftly passed. Madness overwhelmed reason. Greed triumphed over fear. The ancient and affluent city of Maelin made its last and most fatal choice. A herald burst forth from the Grand Pyramid, standing atop the high steps. Facing the multitude of anxious and fearful faces in the square below, and with all his might, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. The Great Lord commands. All warriors, assemble immediately. Chapter 19. The final mobilization beneath the colossal pyramid of Maelin, the clamor of 90,000 souls merged into a murky hum. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sweat, fear, and cheap ale. 50,000 enslaved soldiers were driven by the overseer's whips, herded like livestock, slowly writhing across the vast square. Their so-called armaments were nothing more than rusted spears and tattered garments. Their eyes were hollow and numb, as if their very souls had been siphoned away, leaving behind mere walking shells. Alongside them stood another 40,000 so-called free men. This contingent was even more disordered than the enslaved soldiers. Most were artisans, merchants, and dockworkers from the city, who had been toiling for their daily sustenance just yesterday, and were now forcibly thrust into ranks, clad in barely adequate leather armor and wielding swords that resembled nothing more than ceremonial blades. Fear clung to their pale faces like a layer of greasy sweat. They clutched their weapons tightly, not so much to slay their enemies, but rather to seek a modicum of pitiful solace. On the high steps, the great lords donned vibrant togas, taking turns to deliver impassioned speeches. Citizens of Maelin. The wealthiest lord, Zaxagras, spread his arms wide, his voice sharp due to his corpulence. Those filthy Dothraki savages are just outside the city. They seek to seize your wives, plunder your riches, and raze your homes to the ground. He paused, observing with satisfaction the stirrings among the ranks of free men. But Maelin shall not yield. The great lords will fight alongside you. After victory, every participating free man will be rewarded with 10 silver coins. Slay an enemy, and the bounty doubles. Kill their leader, and you shall gain your own estate and slaves. A smattering of insincere cheers erupted from the crowd. The promise of wealth ignited a fleeting glimmer of greed in the eyes of some free men, like a low-grade stimulant. However, Zaxagras deliberately averted his gaze from the silent, deathly still ranks of enslaved soldiers. He spoke not a word of rewards for them, as if those 50,000 lives were merely expendable shields. This blatant disparity in treatment deepened the already fractured morale of the troops. On the edge of the ranks of the Nashi family, Hidalar Zonakian observed all of this with a cold eye. He possessed a tall and slender physique, with his distinctive long red-black hair gently swaying in the breeze. His amber skin glistened healthily under the scorching sun of Essos. Unlike other noble scions, he eschewed ostentatious silks, opting instead for practical leather armor. His hand resting firmly on the hilt of a long sword at his waist, knuckles whitening from exertion. He observed Zack on the platform, spitting words with fervor, while beneath him, the freemen were stirred to crimson-faced fervor, contrasting sharply with the apathetic slaves, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, a flock of sheep driven to slaughter. In his mind, he calmly rendered judgment. Uncle, he turned to the middle-aged man beside him, similarly clad in armor and bearing a worried expression. This is a farce. The current head of the nation family, Hidaura's uncle, exhaled a barely perceptible sigh upon hearing this. His gaze swept over the chaotic crowd in the square, his voice laden with fatigue and resignation. We have no choice, Hidaura. The dragon's flames have scorched the city walls and consumed all our avenues of retreat. He placed a heavy hand on his nephew's shoulder. Preserving the wealth and status of the nation family is paramount. As long as the family endures, there remains hope. Hidaura refrained from countering. His gaze drifted beyond his uncle's shoulder, fixating on the charred ruins of the city walls ravaged by dragonfire. As if penetrating the debris to glimpse further afield, a flicker of an unfathomable emotion danced in his amber eyes. Hope? When one faces a true dragon, hope becomes the most extravagant of luxuries. That evening, within the nation family estate, a clandestine gathering unfolded under a stifling atmosphere. The participants comprised only the core members of the nation and Pal families. These two families represented a relatively rational and conservative force in Meereen. Unlike Zack and his newly affluent compatriots, who were intoxicated by wealth, candle flames flickered, casting elongated shadows of anxious faces upon the walls. 9,000 sounds like a substantial number, but what sort of men are they? The patriarch of the Pal family, an elderly man with graying hair, drained his goblet of fine wine, tasting no sweetness. To pit a band of inexperienced craftsmen and resentful slaves against the war machine that has united the Dothraki Sea? Zach has lost his mind. In his desperation to protect his warehouses at the docks, he risks everything in Meereen. He has not lost his mind. He is blinded by greed, the nation patriarch replied gravely. Moreover, he has ensnared others in his folly. Now, venturing out of the city to confront the enemy has become the consensus among all the great lords. Those who oppose this are deemed traitors to Meereen. Traitors? If we venture forth, we shall be the ones condemned. But what can we do? The dragon watches from above, and the Dothraki await outside the city. We have been driven to a dead end. The room echoed with the desperate lamentations and helpless complaints of the elders. They resembled a swarm of insects ensnared in a spider's web, struggling in vain as the threads of death tightened around them. Finally, the long-silent Hidalana slowly set down his wine glass. The crystal vessel collided with the table, producing a sharp, melodious chime that captivated everyone's attention. He surveyed the grim faces of the elders, and with a calm demeanor, uttered a startling proposition. If we cannot win, why not surrender? In an instant, the room fell into an oppressive silence, all eyes fixed on him as if he were mad. Patriarch Pal opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak, but was quelled by the chilling tranquility in Hidalana's gaze. Rising from his seat, Hidalana approached the map, his finger resting upon the location of Millen City. Dear uncles, consider this carefully. Who is our enemy? A man capable of transforming into a colossal dragon, one who can breathe dragonfire and effortlessly reduce our walls to molten rock. His voice was soft, yet each word pierced the hearts of those present like an icicle. He is a descendant of Valyria, a true dragon king. Bowing before a dragon king is not an act of shame. Remember, our ancestors were once part of the freehold of Valyria. This is merely a return, not a disgraceful surrender. He paused, articulating the thought that had lingered in his mind throughout the day. We are wagering the lives of 90,000 sheep on the hope that a famished lion will depart mercifully after feasting. This was no war. It was an invitation to death. His words drained the color from the elders' faces, their bodies trembling slightly. Reason told them that every word Hidalana spoke was true. Yet their pride as slave masters, forged over millennia, prevented them from accepting this grim reality. Be silent. Hidalana's uncle, Patriarch Nachin, slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with fury as veins throbbed on his forehead. Have you lost your mind, Hidalana? Surrender? He glared fiercely at his nephew, his eyes filled with terror and rage. Do you forget who he has brought with him? The Dothraki. Over 100,000 Dothraki. Those savages only know how to plunder and destroy. Are you unaware of the atrocities they committed during the Blood Age? Millen will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 20. The logic of surrender within the confines of the Nachin family's secret chamber. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Surrender? Patriarch Nachin, Hidalana's uncle, was so enraged that his beard bristled, pointing an accusatory finger at his nephew, spitting venomous words. Have you gone mad? To hand over our wealth, our wives and daughters, to those bloodthirsty Dothraki? You would condemn the Nachin family to eternal ruin. In the face of his uncle's outburst, Hidalana stood calmly, his expression devoid of any tumult. He even took the liberty to lift the wine glass from the table, gently swirling the crimson liquid within. It was not until his uncle, exhausted from his tirade, sat down, panting heavily, that Hidalana finally spoke. Uncle, you are mistaken. It is precisely because he leads the Dothraki that we should seriously consider surrendering. Hidala's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, tightening the atmosphere that had just begun to ease. The Dothraki heed only the commands of the strongest. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the allies of House Pal. If their call forbade plunder, they would remain idle. Thus, the crux lies not with those savages, but with what the Dragon King truly desires. Naive. An elder of House Pal shook his head, a hint of pity flickering in his murky eyes, as if gazing upon an uncomprehending child. Child, you are still too young. He sighed, adopting a didactic tone. The Dragon King, like the Targaryens, descends from Valyria. Their blood is imbued with conquest, as well as with rules. Historically, what befalls the defeated nobility who surrender to the Dragon King? He posed and answered his own question. Merely the offering of gold, an oath of fealty, and the preservation of their family. Those fortunate enough may even secure a minor office in the court of King's Landing. The elder turned his gaze to Hidala, his tone resolute. This is a game governed by rules, child. We all understand these rules, established since the inception of the freehold of Valyria. Several noblemen present nodded in agreement, a semblance of acknowledgement gracing their faces. They feared the savagery of the Dothraki. Yet, if their opponent were a Targaryen dragon king who comprehended the rules, there might still be room for negotiation. It is merely a matter of sacrificing wealth to avert disaster. Money can be regained, but the foundation of the family must endure. Rules? Hidala murmured this word, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He no longer wished to argue. Instead, he set down his goblet and rose. He sauntered to the window, pushing open the heavy wooden shutters. A frigid night breeze rushed in, tousling his red and black hair. Outside the window, the flickering lights of Meereen illuminated the night, while the silent encampment beyond the city loomed like a crouching beast, exuding a suffocating air of oppression. A band of fools, Hidala scoffed inwardly, still clinging to the antiquated doctrines of centuries past to measure a brand new monstrosity. When he turned back around, his voice had transformed, becoming as cold as the night wind outside. You have all forgotten one crucial fact. His gaze pierced like a blade into the hearts of everyone present. This Dragon King, from Astapor to the Dothraki Sea, has not engaged in your so-called game of rules. He liberated slaves in Astapor, slaying the majority of their benevolent masters. In the Dothraki Sea, he has purified all disobedient calls with fire, molding the entire grassland into a clenched fist. He is not here to negotiate, nor to extort. Hidala spoke deliberately, his voice low, yet it struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. He had come to conquer, to establish an empire of absolute obedience. The air in the chamber became instantly dense. The elder from House Pal opened his mouth to retort, only to find himself rendered speechless. Hidala did not afford them the luxury of contemplation and continued. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten another, far more significant matter. The Dothraki are a people who reward their followers through plunder. Each of their victories is accompanied by the sacking of cities. It is in their nature, the very means by which they survive. Now, a king who relies on looting to secure loyalty stands before one of the wealthiest cities in the world, Meereen, leading 100,000 ravenous wolves. A sardonic smile deepened at the corners of Hidala's mouth. Do you truly believe he would relinquish the opportunity to ravage this place easily? What will he use to reward his army of 100,000? Love? The final taunt shattered the last flicker of hope within all the nobles present. The centuries-old logic of surrender that they clung to appeared so pale and laughable under Hidala's ruthless analysis. To fight was futile, the walls had crumbled, and the 90,000 assorted troops faced the undefeated Dragon King and the elite Dothraki warriors, an invitation to death. To surrender meant submitting to a legion that thrived on plunder. The riches of Meereen were the plumpest lambs in their eyes. To capitulate was to open the door to thieves, equally a road to demise. They found themselves in a dire impasse, nay, a certainty of death. The elder of House Pal finally regained his voice, though it was parched, hoarse, and laced with despair. He murmured, as if questioning Hidala and himself simultaneously. Does it mean that whether we fight or surrender, we may lose everything? No, Hidala shook his head. All eyes in the chamber converged upon him, as if drowning souls had grasped the final straw. There is another choice. Hidala slowly returned to the table, lifted the cup of wine, and drank deeply. He gazed at the wine stains at the bottom of the cup, his tone hauntingly calm. Sell out the other houses. Old Parker and Chief Natchin exchanged glances, understanding the path they must take. We shall contact House Pal and a few other families willing to stand with us. We will relinquish half our wealth, voluntarily offering it to the Dragon King, and assist in persuading those foolish enough to resist, such as Zach Zogras. A glint of madness and reason sparkled in Hidala's eyes. The wealth of Zach and his allies would suffice to satiate the Dragon King and his troops. Meanwhile, we could position ourselves as prudent allies, becoming an indispensable cornerstone of his rule over Meereen. Ultimately, the Dragon King would need the nobles to maintain his dominion. He could not slay us all. He lifted his head, the amber hues of his pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight, resembling two clusters of burning specters. As long as we can seize a corner of the Dragon King's court, even the most humble of niches, we shall inevitably reclaim all that we have lost. Chapter 21. Greed and Betrayal. The wilderness before dawn was utterly shattered by the clamor of 90,000 voices. The allied forces of Millen gathered here. Rather than an army, they resembled a horde of forcibly assembled armed rabble. 50,000 enslaved soldiers, their gazes devoid of life, wielded rusted spears, their worn leather armor tattered and torn. They were herded like cattle, crammed together, exuding a pungent odor of mingled sweat and fear. The remaining 40,000 freemen formed a more chaotic phalanx. They clamored loudly, jostling one another, their formation as disordered as a pool of disturbed mud. Upon the high platform, the great Lord Zaxagraz was spitting with fervor. His corpulent figure was enveloped in a golden toga, and with each wave of his arm, his flesh quivered. Free citizens of Millen, wealth and glory lie before you. Crush those savages of the plains. Their women, Their gold shall be yours. Following victory, each of you shall receive an estate and 100 gold coins. His voice brimmed with incitement, yet his gaze deliberately skimmed past the 50,000 silent slave soldiers, lingering only on the ranks of freemen. Scattered and avaricious cheers erupted from the crowd. Just as Zack passionately promised wealth that was not his, another scene unfolded quietly at the docks of Millen. A convoy disguised as a merchant fleet, under the cover of night, was escorted by Zack's most trusted confidant, slowly boarding the waiting ships. Laden with generations of the Zack family's accumulated gold, jewels, and their most cherished kin, it diverged entirely from the battlefield. On the flank of the Allied forces, an entirely different spectacle unfolded. The troops of the Citarana and Pal families stood in impeccable formation, soldiers silently polishing their weapons, starkly contrasting with the chaos at the center. Citarana's amber eyes regarded Zack's performance on the platform with indifference, as though observing a farcical corpse. "Uncle, do you see?" he quietly remarked to the woeful chief of the nation tribe beside him. "That is the funeral of Millen, and we shall be the heralds of a new era." His tone bore no trace of fear regarding the impending conflict, only a cold, surgical rationality and absolute confidence in the plan about to be executed. The moment the sun peaked over the horizon, that dark line emerged. Initially, it was but a slender thread. Soon, the line thickened and broadened, transforming into a silent tide of black iron, slowly advancing toward the Millen allied forces. 100,000 Dragon's Claw legionaries. There was neither the traditional war cry of the Dothraki nor the frenzied uproar. Only the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed like the ominous drums of hell, striking heavily upon the hearts of every soldier of Myr. The suffocating sense of oppression rendered even the winds of the wilderness motionless. Charge! The entire army surged forward. On the high platform, Zack, overwhelmed by the momentum, found his voice trembling as he wildly waved his arms, issuing the most foolish of commands. "Kill them! Slay them all!" 90,000 Myr coalition forces surged forth like a chaotic torrent of sand, yet the black tide of iron across from them did not meet the charge head-on. Just as the two forces were about to collide, the Dothraki legions suddenly stirred. Like two gleaming scimitars, under the command of Daka and Mazo, two cavalry units, each consisting of thousands, detached from the main body of the legion and swiftly enveloped the flanks of the Myr coalition forces. "Fire the arrows!" The nobles commanding the Myr army shouted hoarsely. Sparse arrows rained into the sky, softly landing upon the Dothraki warriors. Clang! The arrows struck the new armor, bouncing off without leaving a mark. The Dothraki warriors, scarcely bothering to raise their shields, hunched low and accelerated to their utmost speed. In the next moment, slaughter descended. The arcs of the Eructs drew lines of death, effortlessly slicing through the rudimentary leather armor and flesh of the Myr soldiers. The tremendous impact from the galloping steeds sent soldiers flying, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. The flanks of the Myr coalition were utterly torn apart upon contact. Reinforcements. The flanks. "Hidalara! Pal! What in the hell are you doing?" Zack, in the center of the army, watched in desperation as the flanks collapsed like butter under a hot knife, his forehead drenched in sweat as he roared madly towards their direction. Surround them. Flank them from the side. Yet, the support he longed for did not arrive. In that moment, a shocking transformation occurred. On the right flank of the coalition, Hidalara Nation coldly observed the chaos in the center, slowly raising his spear. However, the tip of his spear did not point towards the advancing Dothraki. Instead, it was directed towards the formation of another noble house at his side. For the new era, he calmly uttered 5 words. "Charge!" With that command, thousands of well-trained soldiers from House Nation, like a poisoned dagger, without a moment's hesitation, plunged fiercely into the backs of their allies. Almost simultaneously, the House Pal on the other side also moved. The noble formation, struck by their own, erupted into chaos, soldiers staring in bewilderment at the blades aimed at them, their faces etched with disbelief. Betrayal. That word struck like a bolt of black lightning, instantly seizing the nerves of the entire Myr coalition. Panic spread like the most terrifying plague among the vast army of 90,000. "We have been betrayed. Run." The first to crumble were the slave soldiers. Bereft of any fighting spirit, they unhesitatingly discarded their weapons, crying out as they retreated in disarray. The flight of one slave soldier ignited the escape of 10, which in turn prompted 100 to flee. Consequently, the ranks of free men were thoroughly disrupted by this sudden betrayal, causing their morale to collapse instantaneously. Within mere minutes, the battlefield transformed from a balanced confrontation into a chaotic pursuit and slaughter. High above, a massive black dragon, nearly 40 meters in length, circled silently. Its golden vertical pupils coldly observed the unfolding scene below, akin to a deity gazing down upon the farcical antics of mortals. It did not intervene, nor did it emit a single roar. Instead, it subtly manipulated the currents of air, directing the banners of the Daka and Mazar armies below, issuing commands for division, encirclement, and annihilation. There was no need for another engagement in this battlefield. It merely sought an expedient conclusion to witness the extent of its harvest. The arena had devolved into a slaughterhouse. The Dothraki warriors, at a minimal cost, utterly shattered the coalition of 90,000, scattering them. Under the desperate protection of several loyal guards, Zak Zograz finally located a steed and clambered onto it with all fours. A servant rushed to his horse, his face alight with the ecstasy of survival. "My lord, the ship is ready. We must flee." A wave of exhilaration surged across Zak's face. For as long as he could return to Myr and board that vessel. However, his joy was fleeting, lasting no more than a tenth of a second. A glimmering curved blade, appearing as if conjured from the void, cleaved fiercely from the side. With a sickening sound, Zak Zograz's colossal head soared into the air, his expression of ecstasy eternally frozen. The headless corpse swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. Mazar wiped the blood from his blade and seized the still dripping head. Raising it high, "Zak is dead." His roar echoed throughout the chaotic battlefield. All remaining noble private forces of Myr, who had been clinging to resistance, instantly relinquished their weapons. The defiance was utterly dismantled. Across the vast plains, corpses lay strewn about. Tens of thousands of captives were herded, kneeling upon the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter. Trembling in the autumn breeze. As the dust settled, Hidalana adjusted his armor and, leading his enscathed guards, slowly approached the formation of the dragonborn army. Dismounting, he knelt on one knee, reverently cradling the head of the great lord, alongside the three heads hanging from the saddle, their lifeless eyes gazing upon the scene. Chapter 22. Myr. The bronze gates adorned with the image of a harpy creaked open with a harsh rasp. Beyond them lay the final dignity of Myr. Hydrazona Chien, the first to pledge loyalty to the Dragon King, presently leads a cohort of equally astute noble lords, reverently kneeling along the sides of the road. Behind them, their family members huddle closely, resembling a thicket of reeds bent by a tempest. All heads are bowed, none daring to gaze upon the distant black tide that advances with ominous grace. That is the sound of over 100,000 Dothraki hooves, silent yet more terrifying than a thunderous charge. Yet, the anticipated clamor of galloping hooves does not resonate at the city gates. A sudden gale descends from the heavens, stirring a whirlwind of dust that blinds the kneeling nobles. With great effort, Hydrazona raises his head. He beholds a vast shadow enveloping the plaza before the Grand Pyramid. It is no mere cloud, a colossal black dragon. Its wings eclipsing the sun, descends silently from the heights. It stirs not a single cobblestone. Its immense wings merely flutter, conjuring a tempest that presses the heads of all to the ground, as if under the weight of divine authority. A muffled thud echoes as the dragon lands, causing the ground of the plaza to tremble slightly. Within the walls of Ymir, countless survivors peering from the ruins and corners witness an indelible spectacle. The harbinger of doom. The ebony behemoth stands before the Great Pyramid, its form distorting the very light around it, as if space itself collapses inward. Moments later, the dragon vanishes. A dragon guard, cradling a voluminous cloak, drapes it over his KO. Lushing muses to himself, "It is unsightly. A solution must be found to avoid his nakedness." His cold gaze sweeps over the prostrate assembly, scrutinizing them as though they were inconsequential ants. The throne room of the Great Pyramid has never felt so vacant, nor so oppressive. Lushing indifferently ascends the gilded and ivory-adorned throne, taking his seat. This seat belongs to the great lord of Ymir, but from this moment forth, it has a new master. The traitor from the Nakian family has brought it forth. His voice, though soft, reverberates throughout the hall. Soon, accompanied by two dragon guards, Hydrazona Nakian strides into the hall, kneeling once more beneath the throne, his posture more humble than before. "Great Dragon King, your loyal servant stands ready to heed your command." Lushing does not meet his gaze, instead directing his attention to Daka, who stands beside him. "Daka, KO." Daka steps forward, his eyes brimming with unabashed fervor. "Convey my orders." Leaning back in his chair, Lushing's fingers tap lightly against the armrest. "All those who participate in this battle shall freely enjoy the estates and riches of the slain and the fleeing nobles." Daka's breath becomes labored in an instant. "For 3 days," Lushing added, however, "that one must not disturb civilians nor infringe upon the property and families of any who have surrendered. Those who defy this command shall face death." Daka was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the duality of authority embedded within this decree. He would serve as the overseer of this revelry. Kneeling on one knee, he struck his chest with his fist. "As you command, KO of KO." Daka turned and strode purposefully from the throne room. Moments later, outside the city, the silent black ocean erupted in fervor. KO, KO. The jubilant roars of over 100,000 Dothraki warriors coalesced into a deafening wave of sound, shaking the very foundations of the city of Meereen. This was a hymn to the conqueror, as the Dothraki, under their new KO, claimed yet another city-state. Hidaura knelt upon the ground, his body trembling slightly from the terrifying cacophony. He understood that the bloodiest revelry in this city had commenced. Yet, the Dragon King had drawn a distinct line regarding the fate of this city. What he sought was not merely plunder. Just as Hidaura's thoughts spiraled, Lu Sheng's icy voice resonated once more. "Hidaura, your servant is here," Hidaura immediately replied, regaining focus. "I appoint you as the acting governor of Meereen." Hidaura's body jolted with surprise, a surge of elation flooding his heart, but he stifled it, bowing his head even lower. "Thank you for your trust. I shall dedicate everything to you. Your first task," Lu Sheng disregarded Hidaura's show of loyalty, "is to account for all the slaves of the surrendered families." Hidaura was taken aback. "Account for slaves? I require a roster." Lu Sheng's voice was devoid of emotion. "Categorize them by skill: blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, farmers, and servants. Provide me with a detailed roster, down to the individual. I wish to see the first batch of names before nightfall." Were the Dothraki to don armor? Was a new era of bloodshed about to commence? Fortunately, this time we stand with the victors. Hidaura dared not dwell further on this thought, and immediately acknowledged his command. "As you wish, I shall attend to it at once." Just as he prepared to take his leave, Lu Sheng called him back. A dragon guard emerged from the shadows. Kneeling on one knee, Lu Sheng regarded him and issued a second command. "Deploy personnel to the utmost haste to Astapor, and inform Governor Grazdin that Meereen is now under my dominion. Instruct him to mobilize the fleet and immediately blockade all sea routes to the Abyssal Bay. Do not allow them to escape." Yes, the guard accepted the command, vanishing once more into the shadows. Inside the throne room, a profound silence reigned. Hidaura remained kneeling, his back soaked with cold sweat. Rewarding the Dothraki was a means to win their loyalty. Accounting for skilled slaves was essential for resource management. Blockading the sea routes to the Abyssal Bay was a strategic move to eliminate future threats and prepare for the next phase of encirclement. Reward, punishment, governance, strategy. On the very first day of his arrival in the city, the Dragon King exhibited a strategic vision and governing prowess that far surpassed all the Dothraki calls, even eclipsing the great lords of Meereen. He was a true conqueror, an emperor meticulously orchestrating the entirety of Slaver's Bay, and indeed, the whole of the eastern continent. The last vestiges of hope and opportunism within Shadala were utterly shattered in that moment, replaced by a profound sense of awe. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the Great Pyramid in a sanguine hue. Within the city, certain areas were ablaze with light, reveling in the raucous celebrations of the Dothraki, their cacophonous laughter and the shrill cries of women echoing through the air. Yet, vast expanses lay ensconced in an eerie silence. Shadala returned to the throne room, appearing weary yet with eyes that sparkled with an unusual brightness. He presented a hastily scribbled roster on parchment. "Your Majesty, this is the list of the first batch of technical slaves accounted for: 1,321 blacksmiths, 864 carpenters, 912 stonemasons. The remainder are still being counted." Lushing took the list, casting a cursory glance over it before rising and walking slowly to the terrace at the end of the hall. The cold wind billowed around his dark cloak as he surveyed the city below, half lost in revelry and half shrouded in the dread of silence. Daka and several guards of the Dragon Guard followed quietly behind him. "Convey my third command." Lu Sheng's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Both Shadala and Daka perked up their ears. "All blacksmiths, carpenters, and slaves possessing skills that aid in warfare." Lushing paused. "From this moment onward, they shall all be restored to the status of free men." At these words, Shadala felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze snapping upward, disbelief etched across his features. Freedom? He intends to liberate the slaves? How could this be? The very foundation of Meereen is built upon slavery. They will register their identities and be incorporated into my logistics core, enjoying the same status as the warriors of the Dragon's Claws. Lu Sheng's voice struck like a hammer, each word resonating deeply within Shadala's heart. As he gazed down upon the sprawling city, it appeared to him as a colossal war factory. "My empire," he declared. "The sound of the anvil striking is more resounding than that of gold coins falling. People are my most treasured wealth. Shadala stood transfixed, watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended the truth. What this Dragon King desired was not merely a city drained of its wealth. He sought an imperial stronghold capable of ceaselessly forging armor, weapons, and siege engines. He was not plundering. He was constructing, in a manner that would wholly upend Meereen and the existing order of Slaver's Bay. He was erecting a war empire that belonged solely to him. A brand new, terrifying order was taking root amidst the ruins of Meereen. Chapter 23. The dissemination of news in the former slave workshop district. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and cold sweat. Hundreds of newly liberated artisans congregated, their expressions a bizarre amalgamation of ecstasy, confusion, and disbelief. An elderly blacksmith, his beard flecked with gray, trembled as he approached the official responsible for registration. This official, once a subordinate of Sidera, now donned a pristine uniform, standing upright with an air of authority. "Are we truly free?" The old blacksmith's voice quivered uncontrollably. The official nodded, his countenance devoid of extraneous emotion, as he dutifully pushed a small pouch of grain and several heavy copper coins before the man. "This is the first sustenance and remuneration bestowed upon you by His Majesty, the Dragon King. From this day forth, you are free men." The old blacksmith stared blankly at the pouch of grain, then touched the cold coins. After more than 50 years of life, he had finally received his rightful earnings through his own hands, rather than a lash. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees, pressing his forehead firmly against the cold stone floor, tears of murky despair soaking the ground beneath him. His cries were not of wailing but of silent sobs, suppressed for decades. The sound of one man's weeping was akin to a stone dropped into a still pond. Soon, the entire workshop district echoed with the chorus of tears. It was not sorrow but rather an ecstatic release, a culmination of repression finally finding an outlet. This surge of emotion began to align itself with the will of the king, who brought both destruction and rebirth. Within the throne hall of the Great Pyramid, remnants of charred flames had yet to be entirely cleared, adding an air of grim solemnity. Lu Sheng sat upon the throne, forged from colossal stones and obsidian, his demeanor indifferent. Sidera Zonin Qian knelt before him on one knee. A brief, yet dignified appointment ceremony was underway. In Lu Sheng's hand rested a scepter, entirely black with a blood-red gem embedded at its apex. This gem was the product of molten pyramid apex crystallization. "From this day forward, you, Sidera Zonin Qian, shall be my governor of Milan," Lu Sheng proclaimed, his voice soft yet resonant within the vast hall. "The remaining guards and vessels of the city shall be under your command." He extended the scepter toward Sidera. "Your duty is to make this city my sharpest spear and strongest shield." Sidera raised both hands high and reverently accepted the heavy obsidian scepter. It felt cold to the touch, yet emanated an almost searing warmth. Following the most ancient Valyrian custom, he crossed the scepter over his chest and bowed deeply. "I, Sidera Zonin Qian, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you in the name of my family, my king." He understood that from this moment forth, the fate of the Zonin family was irrevocably entwined with that of the enigmatic Dragon King. Their fortunes would rise and fall together. "Rise." Lu Sheng gestured with a wave of his hand. The enslaved soldiers who were conscripted were officially designated as the Myrish Servitor Army, entrusted to Mazzaro for reorganization and training. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Hidara. He rose and stepped aside, yet within him, a tempest was brewing. This Dragon King, unlike any conqueror before him, did not hastily seek to divide wealth or indulge in the spoils of victory. He resembled a cold and precise artisan, meticulously dismantling the dilapidated city of Myr, only to reshape it into an efficient war machine according to his own vision. In Volantis, the House of Merchants, the most renowned tavern of this free trade city-state was perpetually infused with the scents of alcohol, sweat, and a myriad of indistinguishable rumors. A merchant vessel, fortunate enough to escape from the direction of Myr, bore stormy news. "Myr has fallen," bellowed a mercenary, his face flushed after downing a large mug of ale. It was not the Dothraki who plundered, it was conquest. Utter, complete conquest. The tavern's patrons fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. "What do you mean?" A merchant inquired nervously. "Which heir? Moro? Or Kolo?" "None of them." The mercenary pounded the table. It was a dragon. A black dragon that blotted out the sun. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the tavern. The dragon scorched Myr's outer walls into glass. Then a man who claims to be the new emperor of Valyria simply walked in. "The Zak family is finished. Their patriarch was beheaded by a Dothraki named Daka. The Nakan family has surrendered. Hidara Zona is now the governor of Myr. Over 100,000 Dothraki now heed the commands of that Dragon King, whom they call heir among heirs. The news spread like wildfire, emanating from Volantis and rapidly engulfing the entire continent of Essos. The dynamics of the Slavers' Bay were irrevocably transformed overnight. In Westeros, at King's Landing, within the damp confines of the small council chamber, the atmosphere was stifling. A raven from the governor's office of Pentos delivered an urgent missive. The parchment was carefully unfurled and presented before the Iron Throne. King Viserys, I read the letter, and his previously mild countenance gradually drained of color. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. A new Valyrian empire led by a black dragon in Essos? Viserys muttered, his voice laden with incredulity and absurdity. Whose jest is this? He lifted his gaze to the esteemed counselors present, hoping someone would assure him this was merely a jest. However, the Prime Minister, Otto Hightower, solemnly shook his head. Your Majesty, the news has been thoroughly confirmed by the governor of Pentos. Myr has indeed fallen to a mysterious figure, a powerful individual who can transform into a dragon, who now claims the title of the new Emperor of Valyria. Transform into a dragon? Viserys felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could this be possible? Only the blood of Targaryens can command dragons, not transform into them. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's voice was calm to the point of cruelty. As Targaryen dragons teetered on the edge of losing control, while a new dragon king was born in Essos, we must prepare for what lies ahead. Viserys sat slumped upon the cold iron throne. The cruel iron spikes seemed to pierce through his very flesh. For the first time, he felt a palpable panic over the uncontrollable vastness of this world. The Prime Minister Otto continued, what is worse, Your Majesty, is that Prince Daemon and Lord Corlys are leading the kingdom's primary naval forces along with their dragons, maneuvering against the kingdom of the Three Daughters on the Stepstone Islands. We have no additional dragon riders to send eastward to ascertain the truth. The entire council chamber fell into a deathly silence. Everyone realized a terrible truth. While the great dragons of Westeros engaged in a covert struggle for the throne's inheritance, a fiercer and more enigmatic dragon had quietly risen in the east, and they were powerless to intervene. In a shadowy corner of Flea Bottom in King's Landing, an inconspicuous informant swiftly transcribed snippets of overheard conversation from the Red Keep's kitchens onto a small piece of parchment. The new Dragon King in the east. He rolled the intelligence up, stuffed it into a message tube, and secured it to the leg of a raven. This world is becoming increasingly mad, he murmured to himself. A strange expression on his face. The raven took flight, disappearing into the dimming night. In Meereen, atop the Great Pyramid, the night breeze ruffled the black robe of Daenerys. Before him lay an immense map encompassing the entire known world. Daka and Mutar stood respectfully behind him, their breaths held with trepidation. Daenerys' gaze swept across the vast Dothraki Sea, over the recently conquered Meereen, finally settling upon another city-state not far to the east of Meereen, Yunkai. His finger gently tapped upon that name. The sensation beneath his fingertip was cold and unyielding, much like the fate of that city. Without turning, Daenerys spoke, his voice calm and unwavering. Inform the warriors, the revelry is over. In 3 days, we march on Yunkai. He paused, his tone taking on an undeniable chill. I shall make it clear to all of Slavers Bay that the old era has perished. To unify Slavers Bay for my empire. Chapter 24. Yunkai at the pinnacle of the Great Pyramid of Meereen. Hisdar zo Lorak bowed deeply, guiding a veiled woman along the red-carpeted corridor. A faint scent of char lingered in the air, the mark left by dragonfire. Yet Hisdar's heart was aflame with fervor. He halted beneath the throne, bowing deeply, his voice thick with flattery and zeal. My great majesty, Emperor of the New World. This is the treasure that House Lorak has procured at great cost for you. Sheng sat upon the throne, forged from gold and obsidian, his expression impassive as he regarded him. His gaze remained unwavering, as if the offering presented by Sidera was but a mere stone found by the roadside. A sense of urgency gripped Sidara's heart, prompting him to continue. Her name is Valyria, reputedly a distant descendant of the lost Valyrian bloodline of dragon lords. At this revelation, a barely perceptible flicker crossed Sheng's brow. Have her unveil her face. The calm command was devoid of any emotion. Sidera felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted, and he promptly turned, signaling the woman with his eyes. The delicate fingers of the woman trembled slightly as she slowly removed her veil. As it fell away, it unveiled a visage of inhuman beauty. Her silver hair cascaded like moonlight, and her pale lavender eyes held an ethereal purity, as if she were untouched by this mundane world. She bowed her head slightly, a hint of trepidation and unease radiating from her, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the man upon the throne. Any man would be captivated by such exquisite beauty. Yet Lu Sheng remained unaffected. He scrutinized her instead, assessing her as one would a rare artifact. Valyrian bloodline. A thought flickered through Lu Sheng's mind. Though thin, it indeed existed. Intriguing. This world harbors remnants of unique genes that may hold research value. The desire to collect such a unique blood sample stirred within him, akin to gathering rare illustrations in a game. Very well, Lu Sheng uttered, conceding to this gift. Sidera was instantly elated. His gamble had paid off. The new king indeed harbored a peculiar fondness for the ancient Valyrian lineage. Just as he prepared to utter further praises, Lu Sheng's next inquiry left him momentarily speechless. How many ships from Milan are available for my use? What? Sidera's mind struggled to comprehend. Have the captured and newly constructed equipment been distributed? Lu Sheng rose from the throne, disregarding the breathtaking Valyrian descendant behind him, striding past her as if she were a trifling ornament. As he approached the doorway, he addressed the stunned Sidera. Governor, you must understand. Beauties and jewels may adorn my palace, but it is the diligent officials and invincible soldiers who shall forge my empire. A shiver coursed through Sidera, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. He finally grasped that what this dragon lord desired was not the indulgences sought by the noblemen of the Slave Bay, but rather a war forge capable of conquering the known world. Lu Sheng descended the pyramid with purpose, followed by the anxious Sidera and a retinue of guards. He did not venture to any noble estates, but made his way directly to the former slave workshop district. It had undergone a complete transformation. The previous atmosphere of desolation had vanished, replaced by a scene of bustling vigor. Dozens of newly constructed rudimentary furnaces belched forth tongues of fire, while liberated blacksmith slaves, bare-chested, exhibited a fervent gleam in their eyes. They wielded hammers with fervor, perspiration cascading down like rain, each strike infused with their utmost strength. Clang, bang, clang. To Lu Sheng, this sound was more melodious than any symphony. Meanwhile, in another workshop, the once enslaved tailors sat at rows of tables, skillfully stitching military uniforms and leather armor. They were no longer numb. Hope and focus adorned their faces. They understood that with each uniform they crafted, they secured a day's sustenance and wages. Lu Sheng entered one of the largest blacksmith shops. He casually picked up a freshly tempered breastplate, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. The cold metal's touch, paradoxically, instilled within him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He inquired of an elderly craftsman, his hair and beard as white as snow, "Is it possible to reinforce this breastplate further, particularly around the heart and rib areas?" The old craftsman had never been treated with such a quality by any great lord, and he was taken aback, stammering, "Your Majesty, certainly. Provided there is sufficient iron, we can fortify the inner layer to withstand most arrows." "Excellent," Lu Sheng nodded, placing the breastplate down. "Inform everyone that, effective immediately, the craftsman's wages will be doubled. I require you to equip each member of the vanguard with a breastplate within 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." The old craftsman trembled with excitement, kneeling on the spot, tears brimming in his eyes. The surrounding artisans erupted into uncontrollable cheers upon hearing of the wage increase. This jubilation resonated with a genuine power, far surpassing the raucousness of any banquet within the pyramids. Observing this scene, a satisfied smile finally graced Lu Sheng's lips. This was the essence of his empire. Meanwhile, in the city of Yuan-Kai, the council chamber of the wise lords lay shrouded in silence. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if one could wring moisture from it. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of spices and sweat. An elderly wise lord trembled like a leaf in an autumn breeze, having just recounted the harrowing tales of a merchant who had narrowly escaped from the city of Milan. "That black dragon, its breath can utterly melt rock." His voice quavered with despair. The walls of Milan had stood for over a millennium. They melted like wax. Even stones were incinerated to nothingness. Panic spread like a plague among the rotund wise lords. "Surrender. We must surrender at once." One lord screamed, "I refuse to meet the same fate as the great lord of Milan, reduced to ashes. Indeed, our wealth remains within the city. We cannot allow that beast to enter." Most of the wise lords turned ashen, thoroughly petrified by the incomprehensible force. "Cowards." A fiery young lord abruptly slammed his palm upon the table, his face flushed with anger as he admonished, "We are the wise lords of Yuan-Kai. Our wealth is sufficient to hire numerous mercenary bands. The slaves within the city shall fight for us. Why should we surrender to a man of dubious origins? That is a dragon capable of melting the city walls. And what of the dragon? The era of Conqueror Aegon has long since passed. I refuse to believe that. Even with tens of thousands of crossbow bolts launched at it, it can survive. Where do you propose we acquire such a multitude of bolts?" Have you lost your mind? Madman, do you wish for us all to accompany you to the grave? Just as the two factions were embroiled in a heated argument, nearly grasping each other by their greasy beards, the grand doors of the council chamber were suddenly flung open. A messenger tumbled in, his face etched with apocalyptic despair. He barely had time to bow before he cried out in a hoarse voice, "Lords, it is dire news." The quarrel ceased abruptly. All eyes turned toward the messenger. The sea route has been blocked. His voice quivered with fear. The fleet of Astapor, they, under the banner of the Dragon King, have sealed off the entire harbor of the Slaver's Bay. Not a single ship can sail out. Boom. This news struck like the final straw, instantly shattering the nerves of all present in Yunkai. The young noble, who had just been clamoring for a decisive battle, turned ashen. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the opulent carpet, his gaze vacant. It is over. All is lost. Even had they been unable to win, they could have relied on their fleet to transport their wealth to other city-states. But now they were trapped within Yunkai. Within the council chamber, silence reigned, replaced only by heavy breaths and suppressed sobs. In less than a stick of incense time, a resolution was passed unanimously. Open the city, surrender. Half an hour later, the heavy, bittersweet creak of Yunkai's brass gates echoed as they slowly swung inward. A delegation composed of dozens of nobles emerged from the city gates. They had exchanged their ornate togas, symbols of their status, for the simplest of linen garments. The leaders among them trembled as they presented a statue of a griffin, wrought in pure gold. It was a symbol of the power of Yunkai. Outside, the Dothraki camp stood silent as iron. Solrin and his vanguard of 3,000 were stationed near Yunkai, serving as the advance guard of the army. The sheep of Yunkai have surrendered? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Solrin and his cavalry, the nobles of Yunkai felt a chill. The Slaver's Bay was united under a single banner. Chapter 25. The Unification of Slaver's Bay. Beneath the walls of Yunkai, countless nobles knelt upon the ground. Lushing sat impassively upon a hastily constructed platform, surveying them with an expressionless gaze. A golden statue of a griffin was tremulously presented to him. He accepted it, weighed it in his hands, and casually tossed it to Daka behind him. From this day forth, Yunkai shall be incorporated into the new Valyrian Empire. His voice, calm yet resonant, echoed throughout the square. You, Sheng, pointed towards a ruler in the crowd, notably active during the surrender, who temporarily assumed the role of Governor Yuankai, enacting the same new policies as Astapor and Meereen. The pointed ruler trembled at the mention, then joyfully bowed in deference. At your command, my emperor. Thus, the 3 jewels of Slaver's Bay fell entirely into his grasp. A chilling notification reverberated in Sheng's mind. Ding! Task phase completed. Rewards granted. The free trade city-state of Volantis. Within the grand black walls, the officials of the Elephant Party and the Tiger Party engaged in a heated debate. Madness. Utter madness, exclaimed a portly official of the Elephant Party, his silk robe quivering with agitation as he nearly screamed. Slaver's Bay, our primary source of revenue. Just like that. It's gone. In merely a month. A self-proclaimed Dragon King, accompanied by a band of armored Dothraki, has obliterated our centuries-old enterprise. He pounded the table. Terror etched across his face. Our business has been struck. This is a declaration of war against Volantis. Silence, you gluttonous pig who knows only how to count coins, retorted an official from the Tiger Party, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, his expression devoid of fear, instead bearing a hint of uncontainable excitement. A self-proclaimed Dragon King wielding a black dragon, unifying the Dothraki? While you lament losses, I see opportunities. He rose, surveying everyone present. Let us not forget, we are the descendants of Valyria. The blood of the ancient empire flows within these black walls. Now, a true Dragon King has emerged in the east. Why should we not ally with him and rekindle the glory of the freehold? Another member of the Tiger Party immediately concurred. Indeed, we could send envoys to meet him, acknowledge his status, even offer him support. As long as he turns his focus towards those bastards and bravos and shares the glory of the freehold with us. An alliance? Do you wish to conspire with the tiger to skin it? Countered the Elephant Party official. He poses a greater threat than bravos. If he can unify Slaver's Bay, we shall be his next target. We must unite with other city-states and eliminate him before he gains strength. Within the black walls, the argument raged on. None could foresee how this storm from the east would sweep through their world. Stone step aisles. In the dim, swaying cabin of the ship, the air was thick with the scent of blood and the brine of the sea. Prince Daemon Targaryen pressed the tip of his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, gently against the throat of a Lyseni merchant. The blade was cold, causing the merchant to tremble like a leaf in the wind. Speak. Daemon remained silent. It was his companion, the sea snake Corlys Velaryon, who demanded answers. Clad in armor, his face weathered by the elements, Corlys scrutinized the captive. What has transpired in the east? What is this so-called new Valyrian empire that you wrote and speak of? The merchant's throat quivered, his teeth chattered, and he could scarcely utter a coherent sentence. A dragon, a colossal black beast, brought the walls of Meereen crashing down like grains of sand. Moreover, there were countless armored Dothraki, tens of thousands, who referred to that man as the Call of Calls. Daemon's countenance remained inscrutable, his sword arm steady as a mountain. Corlys furrowed his brow, pressing for clarity. Who is that man? The merchant closed his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to exclaim, "They call him the Dragon King." The moment those words escaped his lips, the air within the cabin seemed to solidify. A flicker of gravity and calculation passed through the eyes of Corlys Velaryon. The Black Dragon had unified the Slaver's Bay, a new force capable of altering the narrow sea, and perhaps even the very fabric of the world had risen. For them, ensnared in a bitter struggle on the stepstones, the implications were uncertain, a harbinger of both fortune and doom. Yet, Daemon's reaction was starkly different. He slowly sheathed Dark Sister, the tip of the blade withdrawing from the merchant's throat, leaving him gasping in relief and collapsing to the ground. Daemon's expression betrayed no surprise, no gravity. Only a chilling disdain for the audacity of a mere mortal to encroach upon his sacred domain. As a prince of House Targaryen, he commanded the might of the dragon blood Wyrm, Caraxes. The title of Dragon King belonged exclusively to their lineage, a glory coursing through their veins. Now, an interloper dared to assume such a name? Deep within the tumultuous heart wrought by ceaseless warfare, a fury more unbearable than the prospect of defeat ignited within him. Within his violet-hued Targaryen eyes, jealousy and wrath blazed unrestrained. He murmured softly to himself, his voice a mere whisper. Yet it seemed to chill the very atmosphere of the cabin. Another king riding a black dragon? A cruel smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This world cannot accommodate two true dragons. Chapter 26. Restoration and celebration within the Grand Pyramid of Yuan-Kai. The air was thick, heavy as congealed honey. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the task, unifying Slaver's Bay. Task reward unlocked. Valyrian fire magic. A torrent of searing information surged into Lu Sheng's mind. Blood magic and fire magic had been the twin pillars upon which the ancient dragon lords once reigned supreme. Now, the secrets of fire magic lay fully unveiled before him. Amidst a plethora of arcane spells and techniques, one particular item seized Lu Sheng's undivided attention, the glass candle. Crafted from obsidian and ignited by dragonfire, it facilitated instantaneous communication across vast distances. A magical phone. A slight smile graced Lu Sheng's lips, offering the most precise of evaluations. With a mere thought, a suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat. In the blinding radiance, his form swelled dramatically, bones creaking with an unsettling friction, as resilient black dragon scales swiftly enveloped every inch of his skin. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black dragon, exceeding 50 meters in length, coiled atop the pyramid, its expansive wings casting a shadow capable of engulfing a substantial portion of the camp. He could distinctly sense the surging magical power within him, more formidable than ever before. Indeed, the enhancement of his magical abilities was intrinsically linked to the growth of the dragon's physique. Millen, Yuan-Kai, Astapor, the three jewels of Slave Bay, for the first time truly united under a single banner after the baptism of blood and fire. Within the throne room of the Great Pyramid of Yuan-Kai, the newly appointed governors of the three city-states stood respectfully, bowing. Governor Sidalana of Millen, Governor Parksoila of Yuan-Kai, and Governor Glasden Monocros of Astapor. Once lofty sovereigns, wise rulers, and benevolent lords, they now found themselves the most humble servants before the Dragon King's throne. Lushing sat upon a throne fashioned from pure gold, resembling a griffin, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. All warships from the three city-states were to be immediately gathered and incorporated into the Imperial Royal Fleet. His voice, though soft, caused the three governors to tremble in unison. At your command, your majesty. Within the three cities, all craftsmen, including but not limited to blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons, were to be registered without delay. Lushing paused, his gaze sweeping over the three men. Abolish their status as slaves and integrate them into the logistics corps, to be uniformly allocated by the Empire. This decree sent a shiver down their spines, more so than the confiscation of the fleet. It threatened to destabilize the foundations that Slave Bay had stood upon for centuries. Yet, none dared to question it. Parksoila stepped forward, obsequiously kneeling before him. Your Majesty. The green saintess of the Temple of Divine Grace suggests hosting a grand celebration across the 3 cities to honor the unity of the GYS people under your illustrious reign. Sheng cast him a fleeting glance. The Temple of Divine Grace shows discernment. A celebration? He inquired. What provisions are there? What is the budget? Parksawila bowed even lower, his voice tinged with a hint of eager anticipation. In response to your majesty, this celebration will be fully funded by the Temple of Divine Grace. The Green Saintess will collaborate with the governors of the 3 cities, while the city guards shall maintain order, ensuring that not a single coin of the empire is touched. Granted, Sheng replied coolly. He required a grand ceremony to announce the arrival of the new sovereign to the entirety of the Essos continent. The 3 governors, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, bowed deeply and withdrew. Each step they took was cautious, fearful that the piercing gaze behind them might suddenly unleash its wrath. As night fell, a roaring bonfire ignited within the encampment of the Dothraki. Sheng returned to his grand tent, where Daka and Mazo, along with dozens of newly appointed centurions, awaited him, still bearing the scent of blood from Slave Bay. Majwa was the first to speak, his voice as steady as ever. The Khalasar requires respite. Our steeds need fodder after the arduous journey, and the herds demand time to breed. He embodied the ancient tradition of the Dothraki. After conquest comes a return to the plains for recuperation. Sheng remained noncommittal. Daka stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Call. The outskirts and mountains of these 3 cities harbor countless estates, yet to submit. The necks of those plump sheep await the kiss of our Iraq. The atmosphere within the tent grew tense. On one side stood tradition, on the other, expansion. All eyes turned to Sheng. He rose and approached the map, his fingers tracing the vast lands surrounding Slaver's Bay. Daka. Yes, call. I grant you 5,000 Dothraki warriors, along with an additional 5,000 newly formed noble coalition troops. Go, erase those blind estates from the map. I demand but one outcome. Both land and men shall belong to the Empire. Daka's breath became labored, and he knelt, his fist pounding heavily against his chest. For call. Sheng's gaze shifted to another captain. Soren, a cunning captain, sharper than the average Dothraki, stepped forward. You will take 3,000 men and garrison at Meereen, awaiting the orders of Governor Hisdar. Yes, call. Finally, his gaze fell upon Majwa. Majwa, you shall return to the Dothraki Sea with the remaining forces. Ensure the horses are well fed, the warriors well rested, and escort a portion of supplies to the holy city for Dothraki. Sheng's voice bore no hint of emotion. Inform them that when the next call to arms sounds, I wish to see a force capable of trampling the entire world beneath iron hooves. Majwa inhaled deeply, finally grasping Call's intent. This was not a release, but preparation for an even more fervent conquest. I understand, Call. He bowed his head, respectfully accepting the command. In Meereen, within the palace atop the Great Pyramid, a servant brought forth a basket filled with fist-sized obsidian, rough to the touch, imbued with the cold essence of volcanic rock. In Sheng's palm, a silent flame ignited. The fire was not a deep red, but a pure, platinum hue, radiating heat so intense it warped the very air. He picked up a piece of obsidian and placed it above the flame. The hard stone did not burn. Instead, it began to melt rapidly, like wax cast into a furnace, transforming into a viscous pool of black liquid. Sheng's fingers danced in the air, his mental prowess acting as the most delicate of chisels, guiding the molten substance. The black liquid elongated, twisted, and took shape. After a brief moment, a black candle, approximately the length of an arm, smooth as glass on the surface, yet seemingly containing a flowing galaxy within, quietly hovered in his palm. The glass candle. Sheng casually set it aside and picked up another piece of obsidian. Flames surged once more. The second, the third, the 10th, as the night deepened. Dozens of identical glass candles were meticulously arranged before him. Each one represented an utterly confidential communication channel, impervious to interception. He intended to equip every trustworthy centurion under his command with one. Henceforth, regardless of the distance, his commands would reach every corner of the army in an instant. This was the instrument capable of uniting 100,000 troops as one. This was the true heartbeat of the Empire. Chapter 27. The son of the siren. The candlelight burned quietly within the confines of the obsidian, its glow cold and devoid of warmth. Sheng leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gently gliding over the smooth surface of the glass candle. In his line of sight, an unfamiliar estate loomed. As Daka and his Dothraki cavalry surged forth like a tide of darkness, silently overwhelming the last vestiges of resistance. There were no shouts, only the muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh and the rhythmic thud of hooves upon the grass. This was his remote-controlled war, a silent cleansing. I want one too. Valyria's voice drifted from the bed, tinged with a deliberate coyness. She sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed upon the candle in Lu Sheng's hand. Without turning, he subtly willed the vision within the candle to extinguish. He slid another unlit black candle across the table, its movement silent upon the smooth stone surface until it came to rest at the edge. Valyria stepped forward, her slender fingers grasping the icy candle, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Footsteps approached from beyond the door, steady and restrained. Kit Alana entered, his toga impeccably arranged, his demeanor serious. Your Majesty, he bowed in greeting, omitting unnecessary words. I have a feeling that the Temple of Divine Grace will not yield so easily. Lu Sheng raised his eyes to him, gesturing for him to continue. They had served the gods for generations, their arrogance surpassing that of any noble. A single celebration could not compel them to truly bow their heads. Kit Alana lowered his voice. I request to form a special unit, directly accountable to you, to monitor and infiltrate them. What shall it be called? Lu Sheng's tone remained calm and untroubled. The son of the siren. A flicker of fervor flashed in Kit Alana's eyes. In the name of the ancient emblem of the Yimlin, we shall defend your rule with eyes in the darkness. Where will we source our personnel? Among the defecting nobles, certain families possess unsavory channels. Additionally, there are those specially trained slaves within the city-states. Their skills are well suited for this purpose. Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a dull echo. Approved. He did not inquire further. He merely sought results. Kit Alana bowed deeply and withdrew. Soon, a new batch of slaves was delivered to the Temple of the Holy Grace, their silence profound, their gazes vacant, resembling any ordinary offering. The empire operated quietly, recuperating in its own way. The news of the new king's ascension wafted across the continent of Essos like a whispering breeze. Envoys from the great city-states embarked on their journeys, eager to witness the Dragon King who had unified the Slave Bay. Pantos, a servant of the governoress office, slipped a scroll of parchment into a trading vessel bound for King's Landing. In the red keep of King's Landing, King Viserys, I traced his fingers over the parchment, the wax seal from Pantos already shattered. He repeatedly read the phrase about transforming into a dragon, his breath becoming somewhat labored. A dragon king who calls himself the new emperor of Valyria, Your Majesty, intoned the Prime Minister Otto Hightower, his voice as chilling as ice, regardless of its authenticity. This was an overt provocation against House Targaryen, a significant threat to the Iron Throne. Viserys rose and moved to the window, turning his back on his Prime Minister. He did not engage with the topic at hand, but instead broached another matter. Rhaenyra still refuses to forgive me. Demon is once again causing trouble on the stepstones. Weariness laced his voice, revealing a deeper turmoil within. Moreover, apart from his daughter Syrax, the Iron Throne had no dragons at its disposal. In the narrow sea, within the caves of the stepstones, the air was damp and briny. The crab feeder and his men clung to these natural fortresses like a horde of true crabs. The sea snake, Corlys Valerion, was carried back, his abdominal wound so deep that bone was visible, blood saturating the layers of bandages. The Valerion fleet had suffered grievously. Several assaults crashed against the rocks like futile waves. Your Highness, the sea snake is gravely injured. We must return to regroup, a Valerion captain urged in a hushed tone. Demon Targaryen whirled around, gripping the hilt of Dark Sister tightly, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. Return? He spat, almost through clenched teeth. That so-called Dragon King of the Slave Bay conquered those city-states single-handedly. And I, Prince of House Targaryen, Rider of the Blood Wyrm, am being repelled by a band of pirates hiding in caves? Jealousy and fury ignited in his eyes. In a fit of rage, he disregarded any attempts to restrain him and stormed out of the cave. His mount, Blood Wyrm, emitted a piercing shriek, bearing him forth like a crimson flash, plunging into the lair of the crab feeder's hidden ambush. Follow him, the Valerion captain shouted in desperation. We cannot stand idly by while the prince perishes here. The remnants of the fleet, steeling themselves, followed the frenzied dragon into the jaws of death. In Meereen, at the Great Pyramid, a messenger burst into the throne room. Sweat and panic etched across his face. Your Majesty, the fleet we sent to procure iron and fuel has been raided by the pirates of the Isle of the Lizard Lions. Lager slowly turned from the world map, his brown eyes betraying no emotion. Foolish pirates. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Before the mastery of the airflow, your vessel was merely a living target. He cast a glance at Hidara, who had been standing by his side, and at Soren, who had rushed in upon hearing the news. Manage Mylan, he commanded, his words succinct and clear. He then strode towards the magnificent terrace, where, under the awestruck gazes of the gathered crowd, his form began to twist and swell. There were no flames, no smoke. Only the chilling sound of bones cracking and reassembling echoed through the air. In a single breath, a colossal creature exceeding 50 meters in length replaced the man's original position. The black scales shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, and the fearsome dragon head emitted a low growl that resonated through the entire pyramid. The dragon suddenly unfurled its wings, its massive body transforming into a streak of darkness, soaring directly towards the southeastern horizon. Has His Majesty grown larger once more? The Dragon King is becoming ever more formidable. On the Stone Steps archipelago, within the flagship's cabin, Corlys awoke amidst a surge of pain. The battle had concluded. A blood-soaked soldier stood by the bedside, his voice hoarse. "My lord, you are awake. The battle is over. Where is Daemon?" Corlys struggled to rise. Prince Daemon killed the crab feeder in single combat. The soldier hesitated, a flicker of anguish crossing his face. "However, we suffered heavy losses." Corlys fell back onto the bed, staring at the swaying ceiling of the cabin, his chest heaving violently. He wished to roar, to chastise Daemon for his recklessness, but it ultimately culminated in a heavy sigh. That was the king's brother. He felt utterly powerless. Chapter 28. The Serpent Lizard Islands. The leather bag thudded to the ground, emitting a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of ancient dust. Lushing pulled out the contents, simple black trousers and a shirt. "Having to run naked after every transformation is quite enough," he muttered, inspecting the clothing while surveying his surroundings. Fragmented black boulders formed a roofless spire, and weathered statues cast grotesque shadows in the gloom. The air was thick with a stale, stagnant odor, reminiscent of a tomb sealed for a millennium. This must be the ruins of High Soars, Lushing mused. When viewed from above, he had cross-referenced this site with the map in his memory. This was Tyr's Island, once the southernmost colony of the Valyrian freehold. He closed his eyes, an invisible wool emanating from him, spreading outward. The air currents, like extended tendrils, swept across every inch of the ruins, penetrating every crack. The wind returned with feedback, the chill of stone, the brine of seawater, and a profound silence. Is no one here? This is illogical. The largest island of the Serpent Lizard archipelago, once a principal city, was astonishingly devoid of pirates. The outlines of nearby islands flashed through his mind, and a name surfaced. In the next moment, he bent his knees slightly, transforming mid-air into a black dragon, soaring skyward, clutching the leather bag as he vanished into the clouds. Axe Island. The entire isle resembled a vast, boiling heap of refuse. The mingled stench of sweat, alcohol, and fish was intoxicating, rendering one lightheaded. From Westeros to Essos, the diverse peoples of these lands share a singular trait, the fierce demeanor of outlaws etched upon their faces. All the notorious pirates of the Basilisk Isles have converged here, united in purpose to elect a king. Within a drafty wooden shack, dimly lit and thick with the stench of stale air, the leader of the brazen beasts, known as Old Blind Eyes, surveyed the assembly with his eerie, milky gaze that nonetheless discerned all. With a grin revealing a set of yellowed teeth, he broke the oppressive silence. The Stepstone Islands have fallen to the fleet of the Three Whores, and the Quarrelsome's navy stands guard at the Jade Sea's gateway like vigilant hounds. Now, even the Slaver's Bay has succumbed to the rule of a half-breed dragon king who emerged from obscurity. His gnarled fingers drummed upon the table as he proclaimed that unless they unified, they would inevitably be eradicated one by those clad in military garb from Essos. A charter must be established. Nero of the Quarrelsome Brotherhood spoke up, a silk handkerchief covering his mouth and nose as he disdainfully surveyed the filthy floor. "How shall we decide? By vote, or shall we adopt the Ironborn's method?" The imposing leader of the Steel Axes, Kitchuan, boomed, his voice resonating so powerfully that it set the goblets on the table vibrating. "Those who aspire to kingship should present their treasures. Let us see who offers the most, and we shall follow him." At the utterance of treasures, the eavesdropping ruffians gathered by the doors and windows erupted into a frenzy. The term ignited a cacophony of excited chatter, akin to sparks falling into a barrel of oil. Kitchuan, reveling in the spectacle, pounded the table in delight. "Silence, all of you," he bellowed, slamming his hand down with authority. Drake, the formidable leader of the Bloodhand Brotherhood, abruptly rose, his thunderous voice cutting through the clamor as he struck the table even louder to restore order. As the host of Axe's Island, his power was unrivaled. The moment he displayed his anger, members of the Bloodhand drew their weapons, employing blades and fists to maintain control amidst the chaos. After 2 violent altercations left 6 corpses in their wake, a stifling calm finally returned. Inside, the arguments intensified but ultimately reached an impasse. Drake coveted the crown but was unwilling to part with his riches. Kitchuan lacked the influence to assert dominance over the others. Nero, hailing from Quarrelsome, was viewed with skepticism, suspected of harboring ulterior motives. Old Blind Eyes, the most seasoned yet cunning, sought only personal gain without the desire for leadership. In the end, the assembly dispersed in discontent, resolving to reconvene the following day. Meanwhile, the world shifted quietly with the emergence of another king. Within the council chamber of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, a vast map of the Narrow Sea lay sprawled across the table. The demise of the Crab Feeder and the loss of the Stepstone Islands had placed their situation in peril. We must court Dorne. The Iron Throne is our shared adversary. And that new Dragon King to the east, Slaver's Bay, is now under his dominion. Dispatch an envoy with the most precious gifts. We require his dragons to contend with the Targaryen dragons. In Braavos, the atmosphere within the labyrinthine waterways grew ever more grave. The Sea King stood upon his renowned black and white striped marble floor, listening intently to the reports from his subordinates. Whispers of a new Dragon King, new shackles, and the legacy of Valyria echoed throughout Braavos. After a prolonged silence, the Sea King spoke in a somber tone. I too shall host a celebration. We shall send an envoy to Meereen. I wish to behold with my own eyes what this dragon, risen from the ruins, truly desires. On Claw Island, a pirate stronghold, flames roared fiercely into the night sky, casting an orange glow across the heavens. The crackling of burning timber filled the air. Lushing stood in the shadows beyond the flames, gazing with disdain at the pirate writhing on the ground, his legs brutally shattered, moaning in agony. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and wood. You mean to say you are selecting a pirate king? Lushing's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. The pirate, in excruciating pain, struggled to nod, his teeth chattering, emitting a discordant whimper. Lushing lifted his gaze toward the direction of Axe Island, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, they have all gathered. He glanced down at the mangled remains on the ground, his voice barely a whisper. I shall cure your addiction to kings. Chapter 29. The sorcerer of Yasha. Dark clouds loomed like a heavy curtain, suffocating the moonlight. A colossal dragon, entirely black, glided silently across the night sky, its massive wings folding in as it lay in ambush on the hillside beside the Axe Island stronghold. The silhouette of the dragon melded into the darkness, and a tall figure emerged from its midst, the lava-like patterns on his bare skin slowly fading away. Lushing donned his garments at a leisurely pace, his gaze traversing the ridge to the distant stronghold, where scattered lights twinkled and silhouettes of numerous ships filled the harbor. So many vessels, he murmured to himself, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. All mine. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a visible white mist began to envelop him. The mist was not cold. Rather, it carried a sulphurous warmth, slithering like living serpents down the slope, swiftly consuming the woods and rocks, spreading towards the pirate stronghold and the entire harbor. In mere moments, Axe Island was completely engulfed in an impenetrable fog. It's foggy. Damn it, what cursed weather. The pirates stationed in the tower were the first to sense the anomaly, the gong reverberating loudly. The mist arrived too swiftly and densely, exuding an unsettling dampness that seemed to seep into their very bones. Pirates rushed from their shanties and taverns, their curses swiftly replaced by a rising tide of panic. Tales of the once majestic High Sauce reduced to a ghost town overnight, and the walking shadows within the jungles of the Weeping Tower were far more familiar and visceral to these outlaws of the Serpent Lizard Islands than to any foreigner. Fear tightened its grip like a noose around each throat. The eerie fog persisted throughout the night. Only when the first light of dawn broke through the mist, illuminating the horizon, did the fog on the island gradually begin to dissipate. The pirates gazed at each other, their faces dampened by the morning dew, and exhaled a long breath of relief. On the deck of the Great Toothed Shark, Old Blind Eye fixed his milky gaze upon the sea, his expression as grim as could be. Above Axe Island, the sky was clear, yet a dense wall of fog encircled the island, immovable, resembling a colossal white prison that ensnared the entire isle within its grasp. This unsettling sight was soon noticed by all. What malevolent force have you provoked on Axe Island? Chi Chuanlu kicked over a wooden barrel, spilling its contents upon the ground. His massive axe, taller than a man, leaned beside him, its blade glinting coldly in the morning light. Upon the appearance of the fog wall, he swiftly organized a fearless crew, attempting to sail out. The small vessel plunged into the mist, and then fell silent. It was not until Drake's men came to summon him for a leaders' meeting that he disembarked, only to behold the wreckage of that ship and the mangled bodies of his crew, silently washed back to shore by the waves. Inside Drake's wooden cabin, Nilo and Old Blind Eye wore equally ashen faces. The shadow of Sassa's sudden demise and the grotesque legends of the man-eating Sauceros loomed over them like two invisible hands tightening around their throats. I believe I understand the situation. Drake broke the silence, clapping his hands. Two subordinates struggled to carry in a small iron cage, within which curled a gaunt figure. During our last raid on the Asha people's ship, we captured a sorcerer. Drake paused, his gaze chilling. I suspect it is these wretched beings consorting with demons that are responsible. Nilo's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? You captured a sorcerer and kept him nearby? Fool!" Old Blind Eye echoed his outrage. "You have doomed us all." Chi Chuanlu remained silent, seizing his axe and striding toward the cage, striking the iron door heavily with the axe handle. "Open up." Drake waved his hand, and his trembling subordinate unlocked the door. Chi Chuanlu reached in, dragging the frail figure out like a lifeless dog and casting him onto the ground. The man had greasy, matted black hair, and his vacant left eye socket was a chilling black abyss. His remaining eye scanned the room's occupants with a numbness devoid of emotion. "Wretch, cease your tricks." Chi Chuanlu's roar nearly shattered the roof. "Sorcerer," Old Blind Eye's voice trembled slightly, "shelter your powers, and we shall release you." Nilo turned his head in disgust, unwilling to gaze upon the filthy sorcerer any longer. The sorcerer ignored their words, raising a dirt-covered hand, his sharp nails pointing directly at Drake, emitting a faint, raspy sound from his throat. "You are being watched." He seemed to attempt a laugh, yet only produced a wheezing noise reminiscent of a deflating bellows. "That is the source of magic, the most potent force in this world." Chi Chuanlu could no longer contain himself and delivered a punch to the sorcerer's abdomen, silencing the unpleasant laughter abruptly. He was a tough nut to crack. Drake spoke ominously. "I have tormented him for half a month, attempting to extract the secrets of Asha from his lips, yet he has uttered nothing. Hoist him up." The old blind man seemed to be ignited by a surge of fury, drawing a skinning knife from its leather sheath at his waist. "I shall flay his skin, piece by piece." On the mountaintop, Sheng stretched lazily as he emerged from the cave where he had spent the night. The morning breeze, laden with a wealth of information, surged into his awareness. A sorcerer? He raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. The air carried with it fear, anger, and a faint yet distinct magical resonance. How intriguing. Even the Asha sorcerers dare to act. Sheng chuckled quietly, pondering their audacity. Why not venture to Queers and capture a few male sorcerers for amusement? He removed his outer garment, carefully folding it and placing it in his satchel, then took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar that seemed to split the heavens. In the next moment, a colossal black dragon soared into the sky. Inside the stronghold's wooden cabin, the sorcerer was tightly bound to a wooden cross. "Cooperate, and I shall spare your life." Nero attempted a final plea. The sorcerer's single eye slowly shifted towards him, its gaze hollow like an abyss. He then turned his attention to the window. Looking towards the mountaintop where Sheng had previously resided, his voice still numb. "I shall not perish here. My fate does not lie within these walls." A sharp slap resonated as Drake struck his face, spitting in contempt. "Enough of your cryptic nonsense. Can you not simply cooperate? Must you court death?" The old blind man stepped forward, the sharp blade gliding lightly across the sorcerer's arm, leaving a trail of blood. He was unable to finish his sentence. Outside, a cacophony of chaos and screams erupted. Chi Chuan was the first to react, spinning abruptly to glance out the window, only to behold a massive shadow, like a storm cloud, instantly enveloping the entire cabin. "God, it's a wild dragon. It's coming. It's coming. Run." The pirates erupted into disarray, seizing their weapons, not to resist, but to flee desperately towards the ships by the sea. The leaders inside the cabin also rushed outside. They looked up to see an unimaginably colossal black dragon folding its wings from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the dragon landed, causing the entire stronghold to tremble. Dust and debris erupted like a tempest, consuming everything in its wake. A dragon's roar followed, and then a torrent of platinum flames spewed forth from its maw, precisely igniting those pirates who had run the farthest, engulfing them in an instant. On the wooden frame, the sorcerer gazed upon this apocalyptic scene, his face revealing a frenzied expression for the first time. With all his might, he rammed his head against the wooden structure behind him, emitting a frenzied and ecstatic howl. What magnificence! What sheer power! Chapter 30. The Addiction of Kings. What kind of king do you wish to become? The dragon's roar transformed into a thunderous voice, each word striking the hearts of the pirate leaders. In their distorted vision, the wild dragon that descended from the thick mist began to speak. A pillar of platinum-colored flame soared into the sky, drawn by an invisible current, resembling a living serpent of fire as it encircled the entire stronghold. A wall of fire erupted from the ground, severing the only escape route to the sea. Lushing looked down, surveying the pirates whose faces were etched with despair and ferocity. A flicker of flame coursed through his throat. A band of pirates, daring to raise their weapons, could not even muster a cry before they were instantaneously ignited by precise sparks, transforming into grotesque charred remains. The black dragon's tail swept carelessly, causing the wooden and stone structures to collapse with a resounding crash, debris and splinters flying like a torrential downpour. His gathered right wing brushed against the ground, grinding through the throng, eliciting the dull sounds of shattering bones and brief cries of agony. Fools! The pirate captain, Chichuan Luo, with eyes ablaze, let out a final howl, brandishing his massive axe as he charged towards the shadow. In the next heartbeat, enormous wings crashed down, slamming him and his weapon into the earth, silencing him forever. Lushing coldly turned his head, exhaling a breath of destruction. The flames swept through the crowd like a plow, erasing them in swathes. The pirates' defenses crumbled utterly, and they fled in terror, crying out as they scattered. Some, in a panic, rushed into the deep, dark caves behind the stronghold, believing they might find a glimmer of hope. A searing stream of fire followed closely behind, pouring into the cave entrance. Inside, the cavern was instantly illuminated as bright as day, and then silence descended, save for the hissing of melting rock. Witnessing the black dragon wreaking havoc, feeling the scorching heat of the wall of fire, Nero trembled all over. He seized his trusted companion, and together they hoisted the heavy wooden frame bound with a sorcerer, madly rushing towards the exit. Fool! The sorcerer croaked, cursing from the frame. You cannot escape. You shall not escape. Kneel and pray for mercy. It is a wild dragon. It will devour us. Nero's face contorted in fear. Have you ever seen a talking wild dragon? The sorcerer's voice fell like a bucket of ice water on Nero's burning head. He abruptly halted, a chilling name surfacing in his mind. One whispered in the Slave Bay, the Dragon King of the Slave Bay. Nero's voice shifted, erupting in a scream. How could he be here? Fear was supplanted by a deeper sense of awe. With the sorcerer's reminder, he finally comprehended the magnitude of his predicament. Nero dropped the wooden frame and fell to his knees, burying his head firmly in the dirt. Inspired by his submission, the surviving pirates seemingly found their only path to survival, casting down their weapons and kneeling in unison, no longer daring to gaze upon the divine retribution in the sky. Derek's eyes burned red. Everything he had painstakingly built, his most loyal subordinates, had turned to ash in the first wave of flames. Blood surged to his head, incinerating his last shred of reason. He let out a beastly roar, recklessly charging towards the kneeling Nero. Lushing had already incinerated the majority of the resistance when he heard that ill-timed roar. As he turned around, he beheld a pirate that resembled a chief, charging madly towards the group of kneeling supplicants. He raised his left wing and, as if swatting a fly, casually brought it down. Bang! Drake barely had time to emit a short, harrowing cry before his lower body was forcefully slammed into the ground, leaving his upper body convulsing helplessly. The pirates hiding in the remnants of the building were scorched by the searing heat of the dragon's flames, screaming as they dashed out, only to be halted by a wall of fire. Those who attempted to breach it were instantly reduced to a cloud of ash upon nearing the fiery barrier. Lushing shifted his massive form, his icy dragon eyes surveying the scene before him. A cluster of pirates knelt together, alongside a wooden frame that had been slanted into the ground. What new cult are you attempting to establish? Lushing's mocking voice resonated in the minds of all present. Why didn't you find some iron nails to secure him more firmly? Prostrate on the ground, Nero trembled like a leaf in the wind, his voice quavering as he spoke. Great Dragon King, this is an Asha sorcerer we have captured. The thick fog enveloping the island is his doing. Lushing cast a curious glance at the sorcerer on the wooden frame before issuing another thunderous question. Which of you plundered the merchant ship carrying iron supplies from Milan for me? Among the crowd, an old blind man with milky eyes suddenly raised his head, pointing a bony finger at a pirate leader ahead. Your Majesty, it was he. The accused pirate leader turned ashen, and the pirates surrounding him scrambled away as if fleeing from a plague. Your Majesty, only his fleet has recently visited the Slave Bay, the old blind man added with all his might. Before he could finish his sentence, a slender flame shot forth with precision from the dragoness mouth, instantly striking the pirate. The ground began to melt under the intense heat, leaving behind a charred hollow in the shape of a human form. Under the horrified gaze of all the pirates, the colossal dragon erupted in blinding light, its massive body rapidly contracting and reshaping. As the radiance faded, a young man with black hair and brown eyes appeared in its stead. Now, you shall slay the remaining members of that fleet. Lushing surveyed them with a voice calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. I shall forgive you this once. The transformation of the dragon utterly shattered the last shred of hope among the pirates. After a brief silence, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the old blind man's eyes. He abruptly drew his sword, thrusting it at a familiar pirate belonging to that fleet. Chaos erupted instantaneously. Nero and the other pirate leaders, desperate to save their lives, began to frantically slaughter any unfamiliar faces. Amidst the turmoil, one pirate's eyes glinted with resolve as he drew a small crossbow from his bosom, aiming it at Lushing. Without even turning around, Lushing casually raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the poisoned bolt firmly. With a swift motion, he flung it back. The bolt flew with a piercing sound, accurately piercing through the pirate's skull and continuing onward to impale a string of pirates behind him into the ground, like candied fruit on a stick. Look, they are all dead. Old blind man gasped, his tone laden with suppressed rage. The absurd selection of the king, that damned fool Drake provoking the sorcerer and surviving, and those mindless sea dogs daring to pillage the Slave Bay, had summoned this monster. After venting his fury, old blind man clattered his sword to the ground and collapsed once more, kneeling. His only desire was to survive. The crossbow bolt casually discarded by this dragon king bore a power beyond the realm of mortals. After the slaughter, silence returned to the scene. Heavy with the scent of blood, Lu Sheng pointed at old blind man. Go tally how many remain. His gaze then shifted to Nero beside the sorcerer. The one in silk. Lower the sorcerer. I have questions for him. Nero and his confidant, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly rushed over to sever the ropes, carefully lifting the sorcerer and bringing him to Lu Sheng. The sorcerer was placed on the ground, raising his head to scrutinize the man before him with his solitary eye. A sorcerer from Asha? What have you learned? Lu Sheng inquired. The sorcerer's thin lips parted, his voice hoarse. Necromancy. Lu Sheng regarded him with surprise. The sorcerer's frail, pale, and emaciated appearance indeed conformed to the stereotype of a necromancer. How were you captured? The sorcerer coughed, seemingly exacerbating an internal wound. I had enemies in Asha and could not remain. I escaped following a prophecy. Lu Sheng's interest piqued. A prophecy? What kind? For the first time, a fervor glimmered in the sorcerer's eyes as he earnestly replied, It has come to pass. Meeting you fulfills my prophecy. Lu Sheng studied the peculiar sorcerer in silence for a moment. What is your name? Alan. Would you be interested in working for me? A strange smile crept across Alan's face, and without hesitation, he responded, Of course, your majesty. Chapter 31. Drink, for this is your fate. Alan treaded over the warm ashes. Approaching Drake, this once mighty pirate chief now lay with his twisted upper body embedded in a charred beam, resembling a worm impaled. His breath had not yet ceased, his chest rising and falling weakly, a raspy sound escaping his throat. Alan knelt, grasping a clump of Drake's blood-stained and dust-encrusted hair, yanking it back to force the mud-like face upwards. Drake's single remaining eye struggled to focus, the murky pupil reflecting Alan's expressionless visage. No words were wasted. Alan extended 2 fingers, precisely and unhesitatingly inserting them into Drake's eye socket. A wet warmth met his fingertips, accompanied by the slight resilience of tearing tissue. Drake's body arched violently, emitting a muffled groan trapped in his throat, akin to a deflating bellows. Alan extracted the eyeball, blood trailing between his fingers. He raised this trophy to the waning light of dusk, the lens reflecting his own distorted shadow. He gazed, and then a deep, rumbling laughter erupted from his throat, growing louder and sharper until it culminated in a maniacal cackle echoing above the ruins. The old blind man and Ni Luo were counting the remaining personnel, while the sea breeze dispersed the stench of blood, yet could not alleviate the acrid scent of charred remains lingering in the air. The opulent silk robe that Ni Luo once wore was now tied around Lu Sheng's waist. He tightened the knot of the robe and strolled through the stronghold. Everything around had been reduced to skeletal remains. Beneath the collapsed structures, faint cries for help could occasionally be heard, but they quickly faded into silence. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting Lu Sheng to pause. He sensed an unusual current within the wind, tugging at his perception. He turned towards a section of the ruins that had been thoroughly scorched, where only blackened remnants remained. Raising his hand, an invisible gust of air surged forth, striking the debris like a colossal hammer. Charcoal and stones were violently scattered, revealing an object glimmering faintly amidst the ashes. It was a piece of fabric, thin and flowing with a silvery light akin to mercury. Your Majesty. Alan's voice emerged from behind him. He had approached unnoticed, his gaze also fixated on the fabric. That is enchanted cloth, woven from the essence of magic. Lu Sheng stepped forward and picked up the fabric. It felt icy to the touch, possessing a texture unlike silk or cotton. "What use is this?" he inquired. "Your dragon transformation ability is a marvel of magic," Alan replied with a hint of reverence. "Ordinary garments would be destroyed, yet this magical fabric endures." A spark of interest flickered in Lu Sheng's eyes. "Where can one procure such material?" "Your Majesty, this single piece suffices. Once you comprehend its composition, you may create it at will," Alan responded. Lu Sheng held the gossamer fabric, a small flame igniting at his fingertips. The fire magic spread from his fingertips, enveloping the cloth. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical structure within, tracing every node and the flow of energy. Moments later, the fabric disintegrated into ashes within his flames. He removed the silk robe from his waist, allowing it to fall to the ground. A surge of fire magic erupted once more, but this time it transformed into a living entity, enveloping him and swiftly weaving into a solid form. Garments adorned in hues of black and gold materialized upon him, simple in design, yet exuding an ancient majesty. He could even alter the colors at will. With a mere thought, the golden patterns on his attire began to shift, transforming into dark crimson, then to silvery white. He even modified the style of his clothing, changing from a robe to a more agile ensemble. Alan stood in stunned silence, instinctively murmuring, "Isn't moonlight the only hue?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and the fervor in his eyes intensified. "Your Majesty, truly a marvel of magic itself." At the old blind man's call, the personnel remaining on the ship began to disembark. The old blind man skillfully singled out a few familiar faces from the recruits, members of the Sea Dog fleet. He required no confirmation, a mere glance sufficed, prompting the newly allied pirates nearby to understand and drag the individuals towards the corner. The muffled screams and the sound of cracking bones soon echoed, only to vanish swiftly. Nero stood outside the makeshift kitchen, watching as the servants plated the meals, preparing to deliver them to the room where Lushing resided. One of her hands was tucked within her garment, her fingertips tightly gripping a cold little vial. Inscribed upon the bottle's surface were the words, "Tears of Bliss." She clutched it fiercely, her knuckles paling. Ultimately, she released a long, silent sigh, loosening her grip and pressing the vial deeper into her bosom. Within the room, Lushing sat cross-legged. The currents of air swirling around him vividly conveyed every sound from outside, including the decisive air of the blind old man and Nero's hesitation and resignation. A trace of a cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, only to vanish. After the meal, Alan appeared significantly rejuvenated. He approached Lushing, presenting him with an object. "Your Majesty, this was taken from me by Drake." It was a dark vial containing a viscous, emerald-green liquid. "The dead man," Alan introduced. "My unique potion. When combined with my magic, those who consume it will gradually have their life force stripped away, slowly transforming into a living corpse." His face bore a childlike expression of pride, yet his tone was chilling. "I intend to brew a heartwarming porridge for these pirates with it." All the surviving pirates were gathered in the open area of the stronghold. Before them stood a massive iron cauldron, simmering with an unidentifiable porridge that exuded an odd sweet aroma. Alan wielded a large wooden spoon, vigorously stirring it, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He filled a bowl to the brim and presented it before the blind old man. "Drink," Alan urged. "This is your fate." The murky single eye of the old man fixated on the steaming porridge. His throat bobbed cautiously as he asked, "Then, what about the day?" A gentle sound interrupted him. Lushing, having approached the cauldron unnoticed, gently tapped the rim with his knuckles. The old man's body tensed instantly, all hesitation evaporating. He ceased his inquiries, raised the bowl, and downed its contents in one swift motion. With the first consumed, the rest followed suit inevitably. The pirates formed a line, each receiving a bowl. An inkling of understanding flickered in their minds, their faces etched with fear and confusion. Yet, no one resisted, no one fled. At the very least, they were still alive, for now. The sea breeze ruffled the dark dragon flag. Lushing stood on the deck of the flagship. Behind him, a formidable fleet composed of 60 vessels of varying sizes. Nero remained at the Serpent Lizard Islands, tasked with eliminating the remaining strongholds and consolidating all resources. The blind old man, now the new fleet commander, was steering this armada composed of living corpses and defectors towards the northwest, towards the Slave Bay. Chapter 32. The hidden peril of the celebration. The shadows of the fleet elongated across the horizon, ultimately vanishing into the murky mists of the Serpent Lizard Islands. Nero stood on the deck of the flagship, the sea breeze failing to stir the stiff edges of his garments. The twin blades in his grasp glimmered under the pallid light of the sky, devoid of any trace of blood. His Majesty intends to reconstruct the lofty soars. He intoned flatly, as though reciting words that bore no connection to his being. "We must cleanse it thoroughly." The crew around him silently inspected the ropes and weapons. Their movements synchronized, their gazes vacant. After consuming that pot of gruel, they were no longer merely the living. Nero understood that he could never return. With this fleet, which was on the verge of becoming a horde of the undead, he turned the ship's bow towards the next island harboring pirates. A great purging, belonging to the dead, was about to unleash a bloody storm upon the Serpent Lizard Islands. On the flagship's deck, the terrestrial dweller lounged in a chair, the sunlight lulling him into drowsiness. Boredom. Utter boredom, he muttered, idly toying with the goblet at the edge of his seat, the crimson liquid within swaying gently with the ship's motion. Meanwhile, in the darkest depths of the ship, within a shadowy chamber, the air was thick with the acrid scent of preservatives mingled with the stench of decaying flesh. Alan, clad in a stained leather apron, focused intently on the large, bluish corpse upon the operating table. Chichuan Luo. "This hulking fool is truly fine material," he cackled, a dry, harsh laugh reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. He slowly injected a tube of ethereal green fluid into the robust carotid artery of Chichuan Luo. The corpse's muscles visibly swelled, as though countless serpents writhed beneath the skin. Its physique had grown significantly larger than in life. Surrounding the operating table were an array of ritual materials pilfered from various strongholds, desiccated lizards, powdered skulls, and shards of obsidian inscribed with arcane runes. Alan stepped back, forming arcane gestures with his hands, murmuring incantations. However, the cadaver on the table exhibited no more than a slight twitch. Perhaps over-enhanced. My magic cannot awaken it. Alan paused his chant, a fleeting expression of irritation crossing his face. He muttered to himself before tearing off his apron and meticulously cleaning his hands. He needed a more potent force. After a moment of contemplation, Alan adjusted his robe and ascended the staircase leading to the upper deck, intending to seek the source of magic and borrow a fragment of divine power. At the opposite end of the deck, the old blind man wielded a slender rapier, practicing thrusts in sync with the ship's sway. His movements were swift and agile, each thrust striking an imagined point in the air with precision. The sound of the blades slicing through the air sharp and piercing. A raspy laugh escaped his throat. Within this aging shell, the vigor of his youth surged anew. Ever since consuming that bowl of gruel, he felt as though he had regained 20 years. Yet, the old blind man instinctively glanced at his loins, where, since that day, there had been no sign of activity. Not that it matters, it was of no use anyway. He inhaled deeply the briny sea breeze, casting aside the trivial sense of loss, and refocused on the trajectory of his blade. Suddenly, the lookout struck the copper bell, and the urgent signal reverberated across the deck. He pointed towards the distant sea, adorned with intricate flags. The old blind man sheathed his weapon and swiftly approached Lushing, slightly bowing. "Your Majesty, a fleet has been detected ahead. Judging by the banners, it belongs to the new Gissis." Upon hearing this, Lushing finally rose from his reclining chair, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Come, let me witness how you pirates engage in battle." No sooner had he spoken than Alan's figure emerged from the stairway below deck. He approached Lushing, bowing deeply, his demeanor both humble and fervent. "Your Majesty, I require a touch of your magic." Lushing cast a sidelong glance at him, a subtle wisp of magic emanating from his being, akin to a delicate vapor, drifting towards Alan. Alan greedily inhaled, a pallid flush creeping over his face as he felt the pure and vast power coursing through him. "Your Majesty, please wait." He bowed once more, his voice trembling with excitement. "I shall present to you a formidable warrior." With that, he turned and dashed away, nearly racing into the depths of the ship. "Bring the ship closer," Lushing commanded the old blind man. "At once, Your Majesty," came the prompt reply. The old blind man hurried to the bow of the ship, personally waving the signal flag. The banner traced a clear arc in the air, and the entire undead fleet, like a silent entity, adjusted its course, converging upon the unsuspecting new Gissis fleet. Meanwhile, atop the pyramid of the Milan Naki family, Zydalan Naki reclined on a lavish couch, his fingertips lightly caressing a smooth black candle. The glass candle remained unlit, its touch as cold as jade. Opposite him sat the patriarch of the Park family, former leader of the Yuan-Kai, sitting upright with a grave expression. Those charlatans from the Temple of Divine Grace intend to stir up trouble during the festivities. Zydala's voice dripped with mockery. "My people have discovered that they are colluding with a faction of deluded noble fools." "Is that all?" The patriarch of the Park family furrowed his brow. "What are their specific plans? What do they intend to do?" "Time is too short." Zydala spread his hands, feigning exasperation. Can you expect my people to uncover their secrets in just a few days? However, one thing is certain. He leaned forward, a cold glint shining in his amber eyes. Prepare to sever ties with the Temple of Divine Grace. The patriarch of the Park family darkened at this, his fist striking heavily upon his knee. We cannot allow these rascals to sabotage the celebration, he growled. If we anger his majesty, we are all doomed. Chapter 33. The New Gissy's fleet. The lookout of the New Gissy's fleet let out a hoarse scream, his voice twisted by fear. Pirates! Those damned scoundrels from the Serpent Lizard Islands. On the flagship's deck, Graz, the naval general of New Gissy's, shoved aside a nearby slave and snatched the spyglass. In the distance, a mass of ominous sails surged from below the horizon, resembling a pack of sharks scenting blood. The numbers far exceeded any pirate crew he had ever encountered. Good heavens, how did these pirates amass such a formidable fleet? Graz's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he set down his telescope and bellowed, "All ships, turn about. Set full sail. Move away from them." The 20 new guys' warships clumsily altered their course, sailors frantically tugging at the rigging under the officer's whip to flee this ominous stretch of sea. On the flagship of Sheng, he leaned back in his chair, his fingertips drumming idly against the armrest, while the sea breeze tousled his short black hair. After a moment of impatience with the sluggish pace of the pursuit, he wondered why it was taking so long. Old Blind Man, hunched and standing respectfully nearby, reported, "Your Majesty, they have discovered us and are attempting to escape." "They cannot flee," Sheng replied, snapping his fingers. The sound, though soft, seemed to summon an invisible force. A fierce wind erupted from nowhere, filling every sail of the pirate fleet with tremendous force. The hull shuddered violently, emitting a groan of strain, then surged forward with astonishing speed, charging towards the panicked guy's fleet. The door to the cabin burst open as Alan emerged, followed by a massive figure moving with heavy steps. The figure straightened slowly. It was the pirate chief, Kitchwanluo. His eyes radiated a murky, lifeless glow, and his enormous frame nearly touched the ceiling of the cabin. Alan gazed upon his most remarkable creation, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "Go. Don your armor and take up your great axe." Upon receiving the command, Kitchwanluo stiffly made his way to the corner where the weapons were piled. The captured armor clearly did not fit, creaking under his robust body and cracking in several places. "Never mind," Alan sighed. "Just head to the deck and let those men assist you." He removed his blood-stained leather apron and washed his hands in clean water, while Kitchwanluo, now adorned with protective gear and wielding the great axe, advanced towards the deck. Under the sunlight, several pirate sailors hastily helped Kitchwanluo don the battered armor. Sheng curiously observed this undead creation and inquired, "Does it possess memories and wisdom from its former life?" "Somewhat, Your Majesty," Alan replied respectfully, his eyes gleaming with fervor, primarily acting on commands. Everything from its past does not affect its loyalty. Driven by the tempest, the fleet swiftly closed the distance to the guy's ships. Despair engulfed the guy's soldiers as they watched the ghostly fleet approach at an impossible speed. "Fire the arrows." The crossbows on the pirate ships opened fire first. Heavy bolts screaming as they struck the guy's vessels, splintering wood flying everywhere. Some of the faster pirate ships, riding the wind, began to encircle from the sides. Graz realized there was no escape. Drawing his curved blade, he wore a look of resolute determination. "Prepare to ram. Prepare for boarding." Sheng observed as the enemy ships entered boarding range, casually waving his hand. The gale that propelled the fleet dissipated in an instant. The ram of the pirate ship violently lodged into the side of the guy's warship, the sound of splintering timber accompanied by cries of anguish. The pirates on deck erupted with vulgar shouts, raising their middle fingers at the opposing vessels. "Guys, cowards! Your mother Estaka is beautiful, and soon it shall be mine. Come on. Grandfather's curved blade has not tasted blood in quite some time." The surface of the sea has momentarily transformed into a grand arena of banter. The sailors of New Jis, unwilling to be outdone, retaliate with even more venomous words. A row of crossbowmen unleashes a rain of arrows upon the pirate ship. Those struck by the arrows remain unfazed, extracting the bolts from their bodies with nonchalance, casting them aside. The fluid seeping from their wounds is not the vibrant red of blood, but a foul, black liquid. As the distance narrows, countless grappling hooks are cast forth, gripping the opposing vessel's hull with a tenacious hold. The classical and primal melee combat commences. Old Blind Eye, agile as a monkey, swings across the ropes to the enemy ship. Upon landing, he swiftly dodges a descending blade, twisting his wrist to plunge his short sword into the throat of the assailant. Planks are laid between the two ships, forming a rudimentary bridge. Kitchwanluo, wielding a massive axe, silently steps onto the plank, resembling a moving iron mountain as he plunges into the throng of adversaries. The axe swings, creating a gruesome carnage. A new JIS sailor, who dares to stand in his path, is cleaved in half, shield and all. The silent and towering figure incites immense panic among the sailors of New JIS. Old Blind Eye evades several incoming bolts on the adjacent ship, turning to slash diagonally with his sword, severing the neck of another attacker. He laughs heartily. Proclaiming himself the fastest sword in Yuhai back in the day, what do you youngsters have against me? His form is swift, the glint of his sword dazzling. As New JIS sailors continue to fall around him, Alan stands at the bow of his ship, observing Old Blind Eye's performance with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. This old fellow, I had no idea he was such a formidable warrior. A massacre ensues. The soldiers of New JIS swiftly crumble. Their foes, unfazed by pain and relentless, seem as though they have emerged from the depths of hell itself. At last, a soldier aboard one ship discards his weapon and kneels in surrender. Panic spreads like a plague, and more New JIS warships choose to capitulate. In Lushing's perception, fierce combat still rages aboard one warship, Groth's flagship. His eldest son Zola, wielding a two-handed sword, leads the remaining family guards in a desperate struggle. Zola fights valiantly, his swordsmanship impeccable, yet his adversaries are unlike any he has encountered before. He pierces a pirate's chest with his blade, but the foe grins wickedly, allowing the sword to penetrate while swinging an axe at him. The black blood oozing from these pirates emits a foul stench, rendering them akin to monsters risen from the grave. Zola's hands begin to tremble, as one by one, his guards fall around him. Groth hides behind his son, witnessing the encroaching horde of pirates with despair in his eyes. He pats Zola's shoulder, his voice dry. Son, we cannot break through. Zola turns, meeting the desolation in his father's gaze, causing his two-handed sword to clatter onto the deck. Groth and his son kneel amidst the pool of blood. Lushing calls over a nearby pirate. Have Old Blind Eye bring that father and son to me. With that, he turns and steps into the ship's cabin. Alan excitedly directed a group of pirates, sifting through a heap of corpses in search of salvageable materials. In the Dothraki encampment of Millen, Sidorana and Sorlin sat within a tent, where a small table bore a candle crafted from obsidian glass. Sidorana inhaled deeply, turning to Sorlin. The individuals from the Temple of Holy Grace have grown increasingly restless. We must report to His Majesty. Sorlin nodded, his eyes reflecting the rare caution of his kin. Their restlessness must be conveyed to His Majesty. We await his command. Sidorana extended his trembling hand to grasp the cold candle, closing his eyes as he fervently called upon the exalted name, as taught by the land dweller. Suddenly, a pale flame ignited at the tip of the dark candle, without warning. A calm and familiar voice resonated within their minds, traversing vast oceanic distances. Sidorana and Sorlin, what is the matter? Chapter 34. Purge. The flame of the obsidian candle flickered quietly before Sidorana, devoid of warmth, yet seemingly capable of piercing his very soul. Within the flame, a serene voice echoed in unison within their minds. What has transpired? Sidorana swallowed hard, his throat parched, forcing himself to maintain composure as he laid bare the schemes of the Temple of Holy Grace. He spoke of how the Green Saint had conspired with discontented old nobles, how poison was planted during the festivities, the scorpion beasts and assassins, each word articulated with clarity, leaving no room for omission. Beside him, Sorlin, the centurion, remained like a silent statue, listening intently, his Dothraki braids hanging motionless over his shoulder. The voice in their minds fell silent for a moment, that silence bearing a weight more oppressive than any roar. Sidorana, the voice resumed, can you handle this matter decisively? Yes, Sidorana nearly shouted, leaning forward as if the land dweller stood before him. Your Majesty, rest assured, the nobility of Millen will unequivocally support your reign. Sorlin. Yes, Sorlin replied in a low tone. If you do not manage this properly, you shall take your men and erase all participants, along with their families, from Millen. Understood. The flame extinguished. Sidorana was drenched in cold sweat, aware that this was a test from His Majesty and an opportunity for all the old nobles of Millen. He must demonstrate their worth and loyalty to the new king in the most brutal and thorough manner possible. On the flagship deck, the sea breeze carried the acrid scent of salt. Graz and his son Zola were escorted, kneeling before the dark-haired man. The man lounged casually in a chair, his posture relaxed yet reminiscent of an immovable mountain. Your Majesty. The old blind man took a step forward, a sycophantic smile plastered upon his face. In a melodic tone, he enunciated each word with precision. Before you stands the Emperor of New Valyria, protector of the Giscari, the Dothraki, and the islanders of the Basilisk Isles. Master of the Dothraki Sea, the Call of Calls, conqueror of the Bay of Slaves, and his supreme majesty of the lands. Upon concluding this lengthy list of titles, he puffed out his chest impassively, as if sharing in that glory himself. The landborn cast a peculiar glance at him, while Graz and Zola felt their hearts plummet. The Dragon King, the very being who had conquered the entirety of the Bay of Slaves. Their patrol route had fortuitously intersected with this new deity's fleet. You may choose. The landborn spoke, his tone flat, to serve me, or to become slaves in my plantation. Graz, observing the pallor of his son beside him, hesitated not for a moment and bowed his head heavily against the deck. We are willing to serve you, your majesty. Excellent, the landborn rose. Your ship and your men shall be returned to you. Your bond of allegiance is to lead my fleet to breach the gates of New Giscari. Graz lifted his gaze, watching as the vast fleet, which obscured the sea, slowly raised the banner of the black and red dragon. He comprehended that from this day forth, the history of Giscari would be inscribed by this Dragon King. In Meereen, within the Temple of the Blessed, the Green Seer walked alone along the temple's corridor. The night as dark as ink. A sense of inexplicable unease had lingered around her for several days. She recalled the cook who had prepared meals for the king, remembering the poison and daggers concealed beneath the guise of celebration. She reassured herself that all of this was for Giscari. They were the children of the Harpy, not the slaves of any Dragon King. She acted for her father, for all her oppressed kin. A group of devotees donned in Harpy masks approached silently. The Green Seer habitually nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, several daggers were drawn from beneath their robes, plunging unhesitatingly into her body. The cold touch of metal pierced through silk, and agony surged throughout her. Those traitors, was her final thought. Simultaneously, a bloody purge unfolded in the shadows of the three city-states. A cohort of shadowy figures, masked as harpies, stealthily invaded the noble houses complicit in the conspiracy. The sound of blades slicing through throats was carried away by the night wind. The bribed cook, when discovered at home, found himself and his family transformed into cold corpses. This was a revelry of the Harpies' children, a bloody sacrifice offered to the new king. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, King Viserys felt a throbbing headache. Before him lay two letters, one from Pentos, detailing the celebrations of the new Dragon King of the Bay of Slaves and the terrifying rumors of his transformation into a dragon, the other from the Stepstones, wherein his brother Demon had crowned himself king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones after vanquishing the Crab Feeder. A distant, unknown threat, and a familial rebellion close at hand. Amidst his worries, he felt a sharp sting in his hand. Looking down, he discovered that the razor-sharp edge of the Iron Throne had once again sliced open a wound, blood dripping onto the parchment. Damn it, Viserys muttered under his breath. He heard footsteps and looked up to see hand of the King Otto Hightower entering. Viserys felt a wave of frustration. Ever since the birth of his firstborn son Aegon, this chancellor had persistently disregarded the fact that he had already designated Rhaenyra as his heir, repeatedly suggesting, both subtly and overtly, that a boy was more suited to ascend the Iron Throne. His discontent with Otto was growing by the day. Chapter 35. The High Valyrian Navy. The dragon-headed ram of the fleet pierced through the murky waters of the Slaver's Bay. As the iconic red brick pyramids of Astapor loomed larger on the horizon, the air was thick with a familiar scent, a mixture of red brick dust and the briny sea breeze, stinging the eyes. The dock had long been cleared, and a procession of nobles clad in splendid Targaryen robes awaited at the forefront. Leading them was the newly appointed governor of Astapor, Grazdan, whose pearl-encrusted tassels fluttered slightly in the sea breeze, a humble yet anxious smile gracing his plump face. The heavy ship's anchor plunged into the water, sending up a massive splash. Viserys descended the gangplank, setting foot on the land of Astapor, followed by the silent Arlen and the now-blind Old Blind Eye, whose gaze was clouded. Welcome, your majesty, conqueror of Slaver's Bay, embodiment of the storm, sovereign of the new Valyrian Empire. Grazdan almost prostrated himself, his voice trembling with excitement. The nobles behind him knelt, their foreheads pressed against the scorching red bricks of the ground. Viserys remained silent, his calm gaze sweeping over the mountain of gifts piled on the dock, boxes of silk, spices, and the hollow-eyed slaves shackled in iron chains. His mere glance sent a chill down Grazdan's spine. These, Viserys finally spoke, his voice soft yet resonating clearly for all to hear, must be loaded onto the ships. His gaze shifted past Grazdan towards the fleet that had just endured a bloody battle, now eerily silent. Old Blind Eye. Yes, your majesty. The old man stepped forward, tall and slender, yet standing with unwavering posture. Viserys tilted his head slightly, gesturing towards several large crates beside the dock. Uniforms, distribute them. From this day forth, you are no longer pirates. His voice paused, laced with a hint of cold amusement. You are the High Valyrian Navy. The lids of the crates were pried open, revealing the gleaming new uniforms reflecting the sunlight. Black leather armor adorned with dark golden patterns at the shoulders and cuffs, each set accompanied by a heavy black cloak. This was not merely attire. It signified a stripping away of old identities and a rebirth of new ones. Old Blind, I personally handed the first set of black and gold captain's garb to his former subordinate. The pirate stared blankly, fingers brushing against the cold, hard texture. His expression a tapestry of emotions. Soon, each captain of the ships received a similar outfit, shedding their tattered, foul-smelling old garments, clumsily donning their new attire. As the old blind man donned the meticulously tailored general's leather armor, he instinctively caressed the hilt of the sword at his waist. A long-forgotten sensation emanated from the position of his once-beating heart. It was not the fervor of blood, but rather a chilling thirst for power. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his gray-white hair, the murky whiteness of his eyes, complemented by the black and gold military attire, resembling a general returned from the depths of hell. The pirates completed their transformation. The chaotic essence of a rabble was replaced by a sense of stern discipline. They stood upon the deck, no longer the rabble of Snake Lizard Island, but the first official navy under the Dragon King's banner. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit hold of the flagship, the air was thick with the mingling scents of herbs, preservatives, and a faint trace of blood. Alan was engrossed in the delicate task of handling an eyeball, one that had been vivisected from Drake's face, now submerged in a glass jar filled with a ghostly green liquid. He had procured a plethora of rare materials from Astapor, and was currently grinding them into powder, carefully sprinkling it into the liquid. The mixture bubbled and frothed, the eyeball slowly rotating within, its blood vessels fading, the color of the pupil deepening. Ultimately, after a vigorous churn, the liquid settled, and the eyeball floated serenely at the center, its surface lifelike, yet as hard as obsidian. Alan smiled with satisfaction, retrieving the eyeball and drying it with a piece of silk before decisively pressing it into his hollow right eye socket. A mild sting accompanied the perfect fitting of the eyeball. As he gradually opened his eyes, the old blind man happened to descend from the hold, seeking Alan to inquire about the transfer of materials, only to be met with a bizarre sight. Alan's right eye was no longer a hollow scar, but a genuine eye, intensely fixed upon him. With a somewhat hoarse voice, the old blind man remarked, "You've grown another eye?" Alan's face bore a cold smile as he raised a hand to touch his new eye. "This belongs to Drake," he whispered. "He took my eye, and I made him return it." A wave of discomfort washed over the old blind man, as if a nest of serpents stirred within his stomach. He hastily concocted an excuse and turned to leave in a hurry. In the dark hold, Alan was left alone. The pupil belonging to Drake in his right eye suddenly flashed with an eerie green light. "This eye," he murmured softly, a strange smile curling his lips, "allows me to see more clearly." That night, atop the grand pyramid of Astapor, in a lavish hall, only two figures remained. Sheng sat upon a throne carved from obsidian, resting his chin on one hand, listening intently to the fervent report of Grasden. "Your Majesty, in accordance with your will, the sanctuaries of Milan, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor have been thoroughly cleansed. Those obstinate old priests, along with the families that conspired behind them, have been reduced to the dust of history." Grasden's voice resonated with passion, as if delivering a momentous oration. "The noble assembly has unanimously resolved to establish a brand new temple of divine grace. In this sacred space, we shall embrace a novel doctrine, casting aside the hypocrisy embodied by the Harpies. Our unwavering loyalty shall be to His Majesty and to the new Valyrian Empire. This shall be our paramount and sole objective." Sheng gazed at him with an impassive expression. Was this corpulent fool truly here on such a late hour merely to extol his praises? The monotony was relentless. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, producing a rhythmic, drumming sound. At last, Grasden discerned the Emperor's impatience and wisely ceased his oration, wiping the sweat from his brow. He cautiously clapped his hands, signaling to his subordinates outside. Soon, a young girl was ushered in. She appeared no older than 18, bearing the quintessential features of a Giscari: amber skin, long black hair intricately braided, and large, obsidian-like eyes filled with fear and submission. She was clad in delicate, sheer garments, her beautiful curves subtly revealed. Sheng frowned slightly as he observed the girl. Grasden knelt once more, this time lowering his head more profoundly than ever before. "Your Majesty, this is my daughter, Lair," he uttered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "She has always held your Majesty and strength in the highest regard. I humbly beseech you to grant my family this unparalleled honor. The hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the crackle of burning candles. Lu Sheng regarded the kneeling Grasden and then the girl, whose breath seemed to falter. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Another charade. He remained silent for a moment, long enough for Grasden's body to begin to tremble slightly. Let her stay. Those 3 simple words were akin to celestial music for Grasden. He joyfully lifted his head, his face awash with tears of gratitude, and after bowing deeply 3 times, he turned and exited the Grand Pyramid, step by careful step. Upon emerging into the night air, the cool breeze revealed to Grasden that his back was already drenched. He exhaled a long sigh. The weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. He knew that from this night forth, as long as the girl bore 1 son and 1 daughter, the status of the Grasden family would be as solid as rock in this land. Chapter 36. The eldest daughter of Valyria on the red brick training grounds of Astapor. The acrid scent of sweat mingled with dust, swirling in the sweltering air. Thousands of bare-chested youths were engaged in a numbing and brutal sparring session under the whip of their instructors. Their gazes were vacant, their movements mechanical, as if they were puppets programmed to perform. Your Majesty, this is the very foundation of the Empire's future. Grasden Monocross trailed behind Lu Sheng, his portly face adorned with a sycophantic smile, the pearl-embroidered toga swaying slightly as he moved. Currently, there are 4,000 recruits in training, all exceptional candidates selected from the finest. In less than 3 years, they shall become your most loyal unsullied. Lu Sheng's footsteps remained unceasing as his gaze swept across those youthful yet listless faces, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. I have heard that the citizen soldiers of New Jis are nurtured according to the standards of the innocents, albeit without the act of castration. Grasden felt a jolt in his heart and promptly bowed to explain, Your Majesty, that is merely a clumsy imitation. Without the act of castration, they will forever be unable to eradicate the frailties of human nature, and inevitably, they fall short of true innocence. Lu Sheng halted, turning to regard him. The calmness in his eyes sent a chill of sweat down Grasden's spine, as if all his thoughts had been laid bare. This batch is the last one, Lu Sheng stated flatly. Grasden's head shot up in disbelief. Your Majesty, these innocents are the foundation of Astapor. Foundation? Lu Sheng chuckled softly. Soon, New Jis will become a part of the Empire. The foundation of Astapor should be the cultivation of competent citizen soldiers for the Empire, rather than a throng of castrated slaves. Grasden's mind buzzed, nearly unable to comprehend. New Jis was to become part of the Empire? This sovereign's conquest showed no signs of abating. He instantly grasped the bloodshed and thunder behind those words, and understood the choice he was compelled to make. As you command. Your Majesty. Grasden bowed deeply, his voice trembling with fear. Everything in Astapor shall obey your will. At that moment, New Jis, the youngest city-state of the Slave Bay, lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Zalamo Jaegor stood atop the pyramid of his family, gazing down upon this city that had almost effortlessly fallen into his grasp. When he led the fleet, exuding an aura of death, into the harbor, the so-called resistance crumbled like parchment. The citizen militia, proud defenders of New Jis, found themselves outmatched upon witnessing the fearless pirates, oozing black blood. The cumbersome war elephants never even had the chance to fight, trapped in their encampments by Zola's forces. Thanks to the immense influence of the Jaegor family within the city, the subsequent takeover encountered virtually no obstacles. The once mighty nobles, in the face of absolute power, knelt faster than anyone. Within mere days, the New Jis City-State Council unanimously passed a resolution to pledge loyalty to the great Dragon King of the Slave Bay, the Emperor of the New Valyria Empire. Zola gripped the scepter of command tightly, savoring the taste of power like never before. He knew this was merely the beginning. Send the orders forth. His voice was cold and resolute. Reorganize all citizen soldiers and inventory the treasury. Before the grand celebration commences, I shall present New Jis' sincerity to Milan and pay my respects to His Majesty. On the route to Milan, a lavishly adorned merchant vessel sailed smoothly under the escort of the fleet. This fleet was unlike any other. The sailors aboard moved with synchronized precision, yet an unsettling silence enveloped them. They require neither rest nor sustenance, tirelessly maneuvering the vessels with their eerie grayish-white eyes glistening under the sun. This is the newly birthed High Soars Navy. Lushing reclined upon a soft bed, while Lair, the young daughter of Grasden, delicately peeled a purple grape for him. The girl's nimble fingers expertly separated the glistening flesh, presenting it respectfully to Lu Sheng's lips. He accepted it, yet his gaze drifted through the porthole, fixated on the foreboding fleet outside. The undead, indeed, are the most effective tools, emotionless, tireless, and utterly obedient. Lair remained quietly at his side, daring not to breathe too loudly. Her father had told her that serving this godlike man was the utmost honor for their family, yet she could only feel trepidation. There was an aura about him that sent shivers through her very soul. The gentle rocking of the ship lulled Sheng into a drowsy state, prompting him to close his eyes and ponder the Empire's next move. The Slave Bay had been acquired, but this land offered little else apart from slaves. The conquests of the Valyrian kings had ravaged its ecology, leaving scant yield of olives and grapes. It could serve merely as a stepping stone, not as the heart of the Empire. Coer, Volantis, or Cohor. Sheng's thoughts raced across the map of Essos. Coer possessed the means to reforge Valyrian steel. Its craftsmen are the foundation of the Empire. Volantis, the firstborn of Valyria, held significant symbolic weight and was the wealthiest. As for Cohor, controlling it would mean grasping the throat of east-west trade. Each choice bore its own advantages and drawbacks. As he contemplated, a respectful voice of a guard resonated from outside the cabin. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Meereen." Sheng opened his eyes and sat up. Understood. In the throne room of the Grand Pyramid of Meereen, he sat upon an obsidian throne, surveying below. The sensation of solid ground after days at sea felt oddly unfamiliar. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting elongated patterns on the floor. Just then, a personal guard hastily entered the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the delegation from Volantis has arrived and awaits outside." Sheng raised an eyebrow. Volantis? Their arrival was indeed swift. He had been contemplating who to target first. Yet here they were, presenting themselves at his doorstep. Perfect. It was time to discern the stance of these daughters of Valyria. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Sheng's lips. "Make the arrangements." His voice echoed in the vast hall, imbued with undeniable authority. "In a moment, I shall receive them in the throne room." Chapter 37. The Elephant Party and the Tiger Party in the towering throne room of the Grand Pyramid of Meereen. Sheng reclined upon the obsidian throne, his chin propped up by one hand, observing with keen interest the delegation from Volantis below. Sidalana, akin to the most loyal hound, stood silently beside the throne, her amber eyes coldly surveying the visitors hailing from the eldest daughter of Valyria. The delegation, led by two individuals, distinctly represented the two dominant factions of Volantis. One was a corpulent figure, adorned in gold and silver, embodying the interests of the Elephant Party, his face plastered with the obsequious smile of a merchant as he bowed and presented a lavish gift. "Great Dragon King, conqueror of the Slave Bay, Volantis extends its most sincere respects to you." Behind him, slaves cautiously lifted several large chests, which, upon opening, revealed a collection of exquisite glassware and barrels of fragrant sweet red wine of considerable worth. The other representative, tall and poised, exuded a sharp demeanor, clad in impeccably tailored black silk, representing the Tiger Party. Unlike his counterpart, he did not grovel. Instead, he offered a slight nod, his gaze fixed intently on Sheng's distinctly noble visage, his eyes brimming with curiosity and skepticism. Ultimately, he accepted a slender wooden box from an attendant behind him, presenting it with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is the Tiger Party's tribute to the true Dragon King." As the box was opened, a Valyrian steel short sword, embedded with rubies, lay quietly upon a velvet lining, its blade shimmering with dark ripples under the flickering candlelight of the hall. "Speak, what is it that you desire?" Sheng's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, causing the temperature of the grand hall to seem to drop several degrees. The corpulent representative of the Elephant Party quickly stepped forward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Great Dragon King, the trade of Volantis, particularly the slave trade, is the lifeblood of our city. We implore you not to allow this golden route to be interrupted." His words were laden with profound anxiety regarding the potential decline of the slave trade. A playful smile curled upon Sheng's lips as his gaze shifted to the Tiger Party representative. The latter stepped forward, his voice resonating with strength. "Your Majesty, you are the new Emperor of Valyria, the embodiment of the dragon. The Targaryen family has long forsaken our glory, retreating to the wild lands of the West, consorting with savages, and the descendants of the pirates from the Kingdom of Three Daughters further desecrate the splendor of Valyria." His fervor ignited, his eyes sparkling with zeal. "We, the Tiger Party, wish to ally with you. Let us assist you in clearing the contested lands, allowing the dragon's banner to once again wave over every inch of the free trade city-state." Upon hearing this, Sheng let out a light laugh, causing both envoys' hearts to leap into their throats. "Matters of trade, you shall discuss with Sidalana." He gestured towards his companion. "She holds full authority in my stead." and I trust she will provide you with a satisfactory response." The Elephant Party representative, upon hearing this, beamed with delight and cast an eager glance towards Sidolana. Lu Sheng paused for a moment, his gaze settling upon the representative of the Tiger Party, his tone imbued with profound significance. "As for the alliance and the subsequent celebrations, I shall personally journey to Volantis to discuss matters face-to-face with your 3 chief magistrates. My arrival shall serve as the most fitting tribute to your esteemed presence." The weight of this statement was as monumental as a mountain. The Tiger Party representative was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an uncontrollable elation. The Dragon King's presence in Volantis was, in itself, a supreme honor and declaration. "We eagerly await your arrival." The delegation, thoroughly satisfied, withdrew, led by servants to the inn for rest, anticipating the upcoming grand celebration. The throne room fell into silence once more. Heidel stepped forward, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, Dhaka has completed the eradication of all estates. The first batch of armor and weapons produced by the Logistics Corps is sufficient to equip his 10,000-strong legion." "Excellent." Lu Sheng nodded, instructing Dhaka to return with his men for rearmament. Furthermore, the Serpent Lizard Islands have been cleared, and the reconstruction of Essos can now be put on the agenda. Upon hearing the name Essos, Heidel's expression shifted slightly. He cautiously phrased his response, "Your Majesty, it is said that the plague and curses have never dissipated from that place, rendering it unsuitable for the long-term habitation of the living. Moreover, the reconstruction of a city-state entails enormous expenditures. One might fear the lucrative slave trade could be undermined." A cold laugh echoed within Lu Sheng's heart as he discerned Heidel's ulterior motives. The former prosperity of Essos was indeed predicated upon a slave trade that rivaled that of the Slave Bay. Heidel, or rather all the nobles of Milan, did not wish for the emergence of a new competitor. "Who told you I intend to send the living there?" Lu Sheng's words startled Heidel. "The new Essos shall not rely on the slave trade." Lu Sheng's voice grew hushed, yet filled with ambition. "It will be my stronghold in the exploration of the continent of Sothoros. The Empire's eye and sword directed towards the unknown southern world. As for the environment," Lu Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile. "The living are indeed unsuitable, but my soldiers are precisely those who fear neither plague nor death." Heidel's pupils constricted suddenly, and he comprehended Lu Sheng's meaning in an instant. To utilize those undead monstrosities to cultivate a land cursed. What a madness, yet what a genius idea. The future Essos shall be a city of the dead. Those undead, sustained by my magical power, shall be its eternal lords. They will safeguard my trade routes, expanding the Empire's dominion to the ends of the earth. Lu Sheng did not vocalize this thought, yet the disdainful aura he projected sent tremors deep within Heidel's soul. He bowed his head deeply, daring not to voice any dissent. "As you command, Your Majesty, I shall promptly commence preparations for the reconstruction materials." The Serpent Lizard Islands, the Isle of Death. This had once been the last bastion of stubborn pirates on the archipelago. Nero's figure flitted like a butterfly through the chaotic throngs. In his hands, the twin blades traced 2 brilliant arcs of silver light, reminiscent of the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. With a swift thrust, 2 terrified heads soared into the air, black blood gushing forth, yet curiously congealing in the air. Behind him, 1,000 tattered pirates of the undead emitted a silent roar, overwhelming the last vestiges of resistance within the stronghold like a relentless tide. The battle concluded swiftly, or rather, it was a mere slaughter. The swords of the living struck the undead, leaving only faint white marks, while the weapons of the undead effortlessly tore through their flesh. Nero sheathed his blades, untouched by blood. He surveyed the field strewn with corpses and the kneeling captives pleading for mercy, his expression devoid of emotion. "Gather the captives," he commanded the former cook, tossing him half a bottle of eerie green potion. "Prepare a warm porridge or broth for them." The cook, numbly nodding, accepted the potion and began directing his subordinates to drag the crying, struggling captives. Ignoring the cries behind him, Nero turned and strode back to his cabin. The massacre had concluded. He was eager to shed the blood-stained leather armor and don the soft, smooth silk robe he had tailored from the merchant in Pantos. Chapter 38. The grand celebration. The air in Meereen was suffused with the sweet aroma of roasted meats mingled with spices. Since the arrival of the Dragon King, this ancient city had never felt so vibrant. The grand celebration hosted by the 3 city-states of Slavers Bay had transformed into a revelry sweeping across the entirety of southern Essos. At the docks, merchant ships from various free trade city-states thronged, and the volume of slave trade transactions shattered records set over the past year within a single month. The titles of the wise lords of Yunkai, the benevolent lords of Astapor, and the great lord of Meereen had been cast aside, leaving them with but one identity, nobles of the empire. To demonstrate their loyalty to the new emperor, they generously opened their granaries and wine cellars. Piles of food and fine wines were transported to the square, served to every freeman within the city-state. Even the most wretched slaves were afforded a few days' respite during this celebration, with food no longer being spoiled remnants. Every square in the city was occupied by circus performers and jesters summoned by the governor's office, the resounding drums and cheers of the populace merging into a cacophony that soared into the heavens. The newly appointed Green Seer, a young and fervent girl, weaved through the crowd with her followers, distributing cloth and food emblazoned with the black dragon emblem, proclaiming the doctrines of the newly established Valyrian Empire. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented revelry, momentarily forgetting the recent bloody purges. Beneath the Grand Pyramid of Meereen, the vast square had been cleared and laid with a crimson carpet from Meereen. Delegations from Pantos, Bravos, Volantis, Lys, Tyrosh, and Meereen, along with representatives of the three city-states nobility and freemen, had long awaited this moment. They gazed upward toward the pinnacle of the pyramid, their eyes a tapestry of reverence, curiosity, and trepidation. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A vast shadow descended without warning, enveloping the entire square, and a fierce wind arose, causing the red carpet beneath to flutter ominously. A murmur rippled through the crowd. What is that? Look to the heavens. A thunderous roar, akin to the crack of the earth, erupted from the depths of the clouds, the sound waves striking each person's chest like a tangible hammer. In the next instant, a colossal creature tore through the clouds, diving downward at a near-vertical angle. It was a giant dragon, its entire body an obsidian hue, with wings spanning several meters, each scale glinting with the luster of black glass. Its length exceeded 55 meters, and the sheer presence it commanded rendered the air in the square almost palpable. A dragon. The Dragon King. My heavens. The envoy from Bravith turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. In stark contrast, the delegation from Volantis was filled with fervor. The elder at the forefront radiated a wild light in his eyes, his lips quivering as if witnessing the descent of a deity from ancient lore. The dragon halted abruptly at a height of less than 30 meters. The whirlwind it stirred, leaving everyone unsteady on their feet, just as the crowd anticipated the beast would land in the center of the square. Its massive form began to contract and fold in a manner defying the laws of physics. The sound of bones cracking and reforming was distinctly audible. A flash of fire, and the dragon vanished, replaced by a young man with dark hair and brown eyes. He descended silently at the end of the red carpet, clad in a perfectly tailored black and gold ensemble, as though it were his birthright. Sheng. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, yet sending a shiver through all who met his eyes. Welcome, everyone, to my Milan. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. At that moment, a young commander clad in the standard armor of the new GI's Legion stepped forward swiftly, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, the Council of New GIs and all its citizens pledge their eternal loyalty to you, Emperor of the New Valyria Empire, Conqueror of Slave Bay. Zalamagagor, son of Graz, proclaimed with a voice that was both loud and resolute. From this day forth, New GIs shall become an inseparable part of the Empire. For the Empire. Behind him, dozens of New GIs representatives knelt in unison. For the Empire. The square fell into a profound silence. Has New GI surrendered too? This signified that the entire Slave Bay, along with the surrounding island city-states, had united completely. The faces of the envoys from various city-states transformed, reflecting a myriad of emotions. The envoy from Volantis, amidst fervor, now bore a hint of gravity. A unified Slave Bay possessed a power substantial enough to instill unease in Volantis, which prided itself as the eldest daughter of Valyria. The emissary from Bravos discreetly tightened his grip around the short sword concealed within his sleeve. A madman, an ambitious lunatic. The representatives of the Three Daughters' Kingdom exchanged a complex glance, their purpose for this visit seemingly becoming more urgent. Excellent. Sheng regarded Zola with a satisfied nod. He then turned towards the assorted delegates, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Hidalana promptly understood and, accompanied by several high-ranking officials from the governor's office, warmly welcomed the envoys and representatives into the banquet hall at the base of the pyramid. Thus commenced a grand feast. The banquet hall was ablaze with light, yet the echoes of dragon roars in the sky persisted. The colossal dragon, transformed from Sheng, circled low around the pyramid. Each time he soared above the jubilant crowd, it incited thunderous cheers. Long live the Dragon King. Long live the Empire. This cacophony penetrated the thick walls of the pyramid and reached the banquet hall, darkening the expressions of some attendees. The Bravo's emissary, distracted, picked at the roasted meat on his plate. His mind was preoccupied with the scene he had witnessed at the docks, the newly constructed warships and the navy aboard them. Silent as stone sculptures, they bore no semblance of life, their skin tinged with an unnatural pallor. The term undead navy surged from the depths of his consciousness, sending chills down his spine. According to ancient Bravosian legends, the sorcerers of Valyria had once commanded deceased slaves to continue mining in the caverns of the 14 Flames, their souls eternally restless. An ambitious dragon, whelp-wielding such blasphemous sorcery, could not be allowed to threaten the safety of Bravos. He resolved to report everything he had witnessed here, in its entirety, to the Sea King and the Council. His previous assessment of this Dragon King had been woefully misguided. On the opposite side of the banquet hall, the delegation from the Three Daughters' kingdom and that of Volantis remained starkly divided, with no communication exchanged between them. The war over the disputed lands had forged a deep-seated enmity between the two factions. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, Alan sat uncomfortably. Clad in a black mage's robe, he felt out of place amidst the opulence surrounding him. The absence of Kichunlu made him feel restless in such a crowded and scrutinizing environment. He longed to retreat to the laboratory aboard the ship. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise called out beside him. Master Alan? Alan looked up to see a man dressed in Kurlshan finery, his lips displaying an unnatural shade of blue. A Kurlshan warlock, a member of that addicted cabal. Alan recognized the individual and nonchalantly raised his cup in acknowledgement. However, the warlock, as though encountering an idol, approached him eagerly, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. It is truly you. Since the departure of your ship from Quers, we have not heard from you, esteemed master. The Hall of Immortals even presumed you had met with misfortune at sea, yet here you stand before us. I have since joined the ranks of the Dragon King. Alan replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of any detectable emotion, now serving as his advisor. Chapter 39. Journey to Volantis. The grand festivities, which lasted for 3 entire days, have finally concluded. The streets of Milan still linger with the rich aroma of roasted meats intermingled with spices, but the fervent clamor is rapidly fading, giving way to a tranquility governed by authority and order. The delegation's convoy and ships departed the harbor in an orderly fashion, bearing a mixture of awe and suspicion, disseminating the news of the Dragon King's arrival to every corner of Essos. In the final moments of farewell, a blue-lipped sorcerer from Quers found Alan amidst the throng at the dock. His voice, akin to the friction of silk, carried an unusual enchantment. My Lord Alan, your magic has attracted so many pirates, such immense power, the source of which is beyond mortal grasp. The sorcerer's gaze was fixed upon Alan, as if attempting to penetrate the secrets of his soul. The doors of the Hall of Immortals shall forever remain open to a sage such as yourself. Alan paused, a polite yet distant smile gracing his pallid face, devoid of color. You jest, he replied softly, yet his tone bore an undeniable fervor. All that I am originates from my sovereign. He is the deity who walks among mortals, and I am but his most humble servant. The sorcerer's pupils contracted slightly. From Alan's gaze, he discerned no deceit, only an unwavering faith in its purest form. He longed to inquire further about this deity, but Alan had already inclined his body slightly, turning to rejoin the retinue of the landbound guards. Never looking back, the sorcerer stood rooted in place, watching Alan's receding figure, ultimately boarding the ship back to Quers with a mind full of questions and a profound sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, the 3 city-states of Slave Bay commenced preparations for the reconstruction of the towering Soars with unprecedented efficiency. Alan did not return to the pyramid. Instead, he ventured alone into the most squalid and chaotic sector of Milan, the arena. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, sweat, and cheap ale. He disregarded the curious glances from the surrounding gladiators and gamblers, making his way directly to the arena's proprietor, a portly Gishan adorned with rings on every finger. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. I wish to acquire all gladiators who have suffered severe injuries in battle or training and can no longer compete. Alan's voice was as calm as if discussing a transaction involving timber. The proprietor initially exhibited confusion, but upon seeing the pouch of gold coins Alan tossed forth, his face instantly transformed into a mask of obsequiousness. Of course. It is their honor to serve you, these wretches. The news quickly spread throughout the underground world of Milan. Soon, the once formidable champions of the arena, now rendered crippled, limping, or internally injured and awaiting their demise, were dispatched to a clandestine laboratory outside the city, secretly modified by Alan. The air within the laboratory was a nauseating amalgam of blasphemous scents and the odor of embalming agents. Clad in a blood-spattered leather apron, Alan's eyes gleamed with a morbid excitement as he caressed the body of a gladiator whose severed limb had just been restored. Beneath the skin, an eerie green liquid coursed slowly. He raised his hands high, directing a fervent yet stifled shout towards the cold stone wall. "I shall assemble a truly immortal legion for His Majesty." "Your Majesty." Daka's resonant voice echoed through the throne hall as he returned to Meereen, leading a rejuvenated and re-equipped contingent of Dothraki cavalry. The once disparate leather armor and assorted weaponry were replaced by a uniform black-scale armor and sharp steel arak blades. The entire army's demeanor had transformed from a pack of wolves on the steppe into the Empire's razor-sharp edge. Daka knelt on one knee, unable to suppress his excitement. During a purge of an old noble estate, we made an unexpected discovery. A slave reported that the noble was secretly mining iron in the mountains behind the estate. Sheng sat upon the obsidian throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Excellent." He turned to Sidorana. "Sidar, I entrust this matter to you. I wish to see the Empire's iron flowing ceaselessly from that mine in the shortest time possible." "At your command, Your Majesty." Sidorana readily accepted the task. Daka added, "We have restored the slave's status as a freedman according to Kaoa's laws and rewarded him." Sheng nodded, pleased with this outcome. He aimed to dismantle the old order through incentives and law, establishing a new world that belonged solely to him. As night fell in serene silence, Sheng retrieved a smooth, obsidian-black glass candle from his chamber. Infusing it with a thread of his mental energy, the candle ignited without flame, emanating a soft, platinum-colored glow. Within the flame, the weathered visage of Majwa emerged clearly. "Majwa, how fares the situation on the steppe?" Sheng's voice resonated directly within his mind. Majwa immediately knelt, his reverence undiminished despite the vast distance. "Kao, your Khalasar continues to grow. We have defeated and incorporated 3 wandering tribes." There was a hint of excitement in his tone. "From our captives, we learned that the previous Kao, who headed towards Koar, was slain by Koar's crossbow bolts. His Khalasar has fragmented, leaving a multitude of unclaimed warriors scattered across the steppe." "Excellent," Sheng replied, a trace of a smile in his voice. "Utilize this period of rest to incorporate as many of these scattered warriors as possible. Tell them, 'Follow me, and they shall attain unparalleled conquest and glory.' As you command." "Your Majesty." "The plains shall yield to you." The communication ceased, and the flames were extinguished. Sheng set down the glass candle, a glimmer of cold calculation flitting across his eyes. Slave Bay had become impregnable, Daka was mustering its forces, and the ghost fleet of Nero was nearing the completion of its cleansing expedition to Serpent Lizard Island. It was time to meet the eldest daughter of Valyria. The silk drapes of the chamber swayed gently in the night breeze. Sheng lay on his side, one arm wrapped around Illyria's slender waist, while the other felt the warmth of Lainara's breath. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of the maiden's hair and a subtle warmth. Illyria's silver tresses cascaded across the dark sheets like moonlight, her violet eyes gazing at Sheng in the dim light, brimming with dependence and affection. Meanwhile, Lainara curled up like a frightened kitten, hesitant to stray too far, her breath carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Sheng remained silent, savoring the moment's tenderness. Conquest and slaughter were the dominant themes of an emperor's reign, yet this fleeting softness provided the finest solace for his taut nerves. He sensed the 2 women beside him, one yearning to bear him an heir to secure this hard-won position, the other seeking a sliver of reliance amidst her fear. Regardless of their thoughts, they had become his possessions. The following morning, Sheng arose to the sound of the 2 women's slumbering breaths. He donned his attire and ascended to the terrace atop the pyramid. Sidolana had long awaited his arrival. "During my absence, I entrust all affairs of Millen to your discretion." Sheng's voice was calm, yet authoritative. "As you command, Your Majesty," Sidolana replied, bowing deeply to conceal her inner excitement. Sheng spoke no further, taking a step forward. With a crackling sound, his form rapidly expanded in the morning light, transforming. Black scales surged forth from beneath his skin like metal, fearsome dragon horns piercing the sky, and a pair of colossal wings unfurled, casting shadows over the land. In an instant, a behemoth exceeding 55 meters in length replaced the figure that had once stood there. The black dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, heralding the emperor's departure. In the next moment, with a powerful flap of its wings, the immense creature became a streak of black lightning, tearing through the air towards the southwestern Volantis. Chapter 40. The covenant of vast black shadows swept across the cracked earth of the Demon Road. As it soared southwest from Millen, The city-states and villages along its path were all stirred by this terrifying spectacle that spanned the horizon. The black dragon, over 55 meters in length, spread its wings wide enough to eclipse entire villages. Each flap stirred violent gusts, sending sand and stones flying. The demon dragon. It is the Dragon King of Slave Bay. On the ground, countless individuals gazed upward at the black luminescence that symbolized destruction and conquest, their faces etched with awe and trepidation. Sheng remained unfazed. His dragon-like eyes surveyed the rapidly receding earth below, the ancient Valyrian road known as the Road of Demons resembling a serpentine scar guiding him toward his next destination, Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria. As he drew closer, a magnificent yet almost surreal silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon. The estuary of the Rhoyne, with its grand bridge spanning both banks and adorned with buildings, was breathtaking even from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yet, Sheng's keen perception detected the decay lurking beneath this great city. The closer he flew, the clearer the truth became. Apart from the brightly lit core areas within the black walls and near the bridge, many peripheral sections of what should have been vibrant neighborhoods filled with flowers and fountains now revealed vast expanses of desolation and decline. Numerous fountains had long since run dry. The opulent facades of buildings were peeling, and in some places, the humid marshes had reclaimed their territory. Evidently, the calamity of the disputed lands had indeed inflicted severe wounds upon this eldest daughter. Sheng scoffed inwardly. A single war could deplete a generation, laying bare the decay of a once great city-state. He no longer concealed his arrival. With a roar that could rend the very clouds, a thunderous dragon's cry resonated from the heavens. The terrifying majesty of the dragon descended like a tangible hammer upon the hearts of every inhabitant of Volantis. The port erupted into chaos, and the throngs on the bridge fled in terror, pushing and shoving, countless eyes wide with horror as they turned skyward. They beheld the colossal black beast that existed only in the most ancient of legends. Ignoring the widespread panic that erupted within the city, Sheng soared directly toward the black walls, emblematic of antiquity and glory. In a clearing mere hundreds of meters from the walls, the dragon's form shrank rapidly in a manner defying the laws of physics. Amidst the terrifying sounds of bones cracking and reconstituting, the black scales and dragon wings dissolved into nothingness, revealing a young man with raven hair and chestnut eyes, clad in resplendent black and gold attire, who landed quietly. As he came to a halt, dozens of elegantly dressed, anxious Volantine nobles approached him, flanked by a retinue of guards in tiger-patterned robes. The trio at the forefront comprised the current rulers of Volantis, the three magistrates. They bowed deeply before Sheng, the newly crowned emperor of the new Valyrian Empire, the conqueror of the Bay of Slaves. Within the black walls, in a grand palace, the three magistrates prostrated themselves before Sheng. 2 men and 1 woman. The elder among them, with hair as white as snow yet eyes sharp as an eagle's, wore a tiger emblem on his chest, identifying him as Rios, the current magistrate of the Tiger Party. The 2 behind him, adorned with elephant insignias, were the magistrates Targaryen and Lannis. They scrutinized the young man before them, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, their hearts tumultuous with unspoken emotions. It is this man who, with a thunderous might, has unified the Slave Bay, recruited pirates, and even compelled new guys to surrender without a fight. His most fearsome identity is that of the Dragon King, capable of transforming into a dragon. Please, no formalities. Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly, casting a brief glance over the 3 individuals before taking his seat. His tone was unassuming, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Volantis appears to be in dire straits, he remarked, causing the faces of the 3 regents to stiffen. Rios, the regent of the Tiger faction, momentarily flashed with indignation before stepping forward, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Your Majesty speaks the truth. It is precisely due to the decline of Volantis that we desire an alliance with you more fervently than anyone else. He seemed nearly impatient. If you are willing to lead us, the entirety of Volantis, be it the Tiger or the Elephant faction, shall regard you as our sovereign, restoring the glory of Valyria. The 2 regents of the Elephant faction exchanged glances and promptly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Your Majesty, we are willing to forge the most steadfast of alliances with you, stated the male regent, Targaryen, with a notably more cautious demeanor than Rios. The female regent, Lannis, added, however, Your Majesty, we are concerned that should we rashly engage the kingdom of the 3 daughters over disputed territories, it may provoke the animosity of the Targaryen family of Westeros. This was a core apprehension for the Elephant faction. As merchants, they feared the perils wrought by war, especially against the Targaryens, who also possessed dragons. Before Lu Sheng could respond, Rios scoffed, abruptly turning and glaring at his colleagues. Lannis, your courage is smaller than that of a flea. His voice, passionate and resonant, echoed throughout the hall. The Targaryens? Not a single dragon capable of flight lies beneath the backside of Aegon I. His only hope, that rebellious brother Prince Daemon, is currently embroiled in a bloody conflict with the kingdom of the three daughters upon the stepstones. Do you expect Daemon Targaryen and Corlys Velaryon to set aside their vendetta against the three daughters to aid their foes? As Rios grew increasingly fervent, he pointed towards the direction of the black walls, his voice imbued with sorrow and indignation. Look at this city. Behold those desolate districts. What price did we pay in the last war? We drained an entire generation of Volantis youth. Their bones still lie in the mire of the disputed lands. Have you forgotten this shame? Now, a true dragon king has descended, willing to lead us to cleanse our disgrace and reclaim all that we have lost. Yet you are still worried about a king far away, who can scarcely protect himself. Rios's questions struck the hearts of the two elephant faction regents like heavy hammers. Tyrion and Lannis paled, their hesitations gradually replaced by humiliation and yearning. Ultimately, they turned towards Lu Sheng and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, we are in agreement. Volantis, I am willing to forge an alliance with you. Lu Sheng observed the dramatic scene before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Throughout the proceedings, he uttered but a single phrase. Fear and hatred will forever serve as the most persuasive advocates. He slowly rose to his feet, looking down upon the three individuals before him. Very well. I shall have representatives from Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor assemble to discuss the particulars of our alliance. Henceforth, the new Valyrian Empire and Volantis shall be formally united in alliance. His voice was calm, yet it resonated like the proclamation of an immutable decree. I shall be the leader of this alliance. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? The hall fell into a profound silence. The heads of the three magistrates bowed even lower. No one opposes, Your Majesty. That evening, to celebrate the formation of the new pact and to welcome the arrival of the Dragon King, Volantis hosted an opulent banquet within the impregnable black walls. Nobles of ancient lineage donned their most resplendent attire, offering the most precious gifts, adopting the most humble demeanor to curry favor with their new master. Lu Sheng sat at the head of the table, his expression inscrutable as he accepted the homage and flattery of all present. His gaze swept over the self-proclaimed aristocrats of Volantis, his eyes betraying a glacial scrutiny. The eldest daughter of Valyria, he lifted his goblet, gazing into the crimson liquid it contained. Chapter 41. Reactions from all sides within the black walls of Volantis. A grand banquet was underway. Yet the atmosphere was far from as fervent as it appeared. The ivory-carved long table was laden with delicacies, the air rich with the aromas of expensive spices and fine wines. However, whether it was the Tiger Party's Rios or the Elephant Party's Tyrion and Lannis, all three magistrates wore strained smiles. Opposite them sat the delegation from Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor, seated with utmost formality. At the forefront was the newly appointed governor of Meereen, Khalasar. He did not touch the golden goblet before him. Instead, he calmly regarded the nobles of Volantis, his gaze as tangible as a weight, suffocating in its intensity. The emperor has returned to Astapor to assemble the imperial fleet. Khalajar's voice, though soft, resonated throughout the banquet hall. The details of the alliance agreement shall be deliberated by us alongside the three magistrates. The emperor's will is non-negotiable. Of course, Rios, the magistrate of the Tiger Party, nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Volantis shall be the Empire's most loyal ally. Tyrion and Lannis exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness and helplessness in the other's eyes. They understood that from the moment that great black dragon descended beyond the black walls, Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria, had relinquished her power of choice. The news of the alliance spread like an unstoppable tempest from the port of Volantis, sweeping across all trade routes and corridors of Essos. The governors of Pentos spent the night in restless turmoil, while the Sea King of Bravos commanded all ships to suspend their voyages to the disputed territory. In the Forge of Kohor, the ancient secrets of reforging Valyrian steel seemed to lose their significance. A new empire, founded on absolute brutality, was rising from the ruins of the Bay of Slaves, extending its tentacles toward this land, long embroiled in conflict for centuries. All eyes were drawn to that region, soon to be reshaped by blood and fire, the Stone Steps Islands. Bloodstone Island. Within a humble stone keep, the air was thick with the scent of wine. Daemon Targaryen kicked over a wooden table, fine Dornish red wine mingling with the grease from roasted meat, spilling across the floor. The new Valyrian Empire? The conqueror of the Bay of Slaves? With his crimson eyes aflame, he seized Captain Valyrian, who had come to deliver news, his voice hoarse with fury. A wretch, crawling from some filth, dares to call himself the Dragon King? He was mocking the Targaryens. Just days prior, he had been crowned king of the Narrow Sea and the Stone Steps Islands, reveling in the ecstasy of conquest, when this news struck him like a resounding slap to the face. Calm yourself, demon, a steady voice emerged. Corlys Valyrian, known as the Sea Snake, stepped forth from the shadows. Though still recovering from grave injuries, his pallor did not diminish the sharpness of his gaze. He gestured for the trembling captain to withdraw, then regarded the furious demon with measured words. Anger will not resolve the matter. This Dragon King indeed possesses formidable prowess. Prowess. Demon scoffed, releasing his grip and allowing the captain to scurry away in terror. Are you suggesting he butchered all those fat pigs in the Bay of Slaves like a butcher? Or that he terrified the Valyrian folk into submission? I mean, Corlys replied, moving towards the map, his finger tracing the waters between Tyrosh and Myr, that he has become the foremost adversary of the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Our enemy now has a new foe, a more powerful and savage adversary. Demon's breath gradually steadied. He was no fool and quickly grasped Corlys' intent. You wish for me to watch as they fight amongst themselves? No, Corlys shook his head, his eyes glinting with the shrewdness of a merchant. It is to sit back and reap the rewards. The kingdom of the Three Daughters must be in disarray, having to guard against us while confronting that madman from the east. Soon, they will seek us out, begging for our mercy. Corlys turned to face Demon directly, and their pleas will come at a cost. Demon fell silent for a moment, his savage wrath gradually replaced by cold calculation. He approached a barrel of wine and took a deep swig, the liquid trickling down his silver hair. You are right. He wiped his mouth, his gaze hardening. This time, if the kingdom of the Three Daughters does not present sufficient gains, let them and that pretender Dragon King feed the flames. King's Landing, the Red Keep. King Viserys, seated upon the Iron Throne, felt an intensifying throbbing in his head. In his grasp were two confidential reports from Essos, each word piercing his nerves like a needle. One detailed the grand coronation of the new emperor of Slave's Bay, emphasizing his transformation into a full-grown dragon and the audacious title of the new Valyrian Empire. The other conveyed news of the Empire's alliance with Volantis, its military might poised to strike at disputed territories. My liege, this is not merely a blatant affront to the Iron Throne, but a potential threat to the Seven Kingdoms. The hand of the king, Otto Hightower, spoke in his customary calm tone, yet his words bore an undeniable warning. Weary, Viserys waved his hand dismissively. A threat? He was acutely aware of the looming danger. But what means did he possess to counter it? His wretched brother Demon, alongside his bloodworm Caraxes, had crowned himself king on the Stepstones, completely beyond his control. The most formidable dragons of House Targaryen were nearly all in the possession of House Valyrian. His ambitious cousin, Rhaenys, riding the Red Queen Malaise with her husband, the sea snake Corlys, had transformed Driftmark into the wealthiest domain in the realm. Their daughter Lena commanded the family's mightiest dragon, Vhagar, a legendary beast coeval with the black Dreadvhagar. Their son, Lair, too possessed his own dragon, Seasmoke. The power of House Targaryen was unprecedentedly fragmented. Viserys' gaze swept over the empty throne room, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. As king, he found himself without a single adult dragon at his disposal. The family must unite. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning through his chaotic mind. The dragons must be firmly within the grasp of the royal house. He turned his gaze to Otto Hightower, and for the first time, a glimmer of unwavering resolve shone through his previously murky eyes. Otto, your grace. His voice, though soft, bore the weight of the Iron Throne's authority. Send word to Driftmark, inviting Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys, along with their son, Ser Lair, to come to King's Landing. Otto Hightower paused momentarily, comprehending the king's intentions. Viserys paid no heed to his surprise, continuing as if solidifying a resolution within himself. It is time. Time for the blood of Targaryen to once again unite with the blood of Valyrian. The shadows of the east finally pierced the comfort of this languid king with a chilling awareness. He intended to bind all the dragons of his family tightly to the chariot of the Iron Throne, preparing for an unpredictable future. Chapter 42. The shadows of the City of Secrets. A purple-sailed vessel glided through the dense fog of the atoll, its hull silent as a specter. It did not dock at the Old Market, but proceeded directly into the Purple Harbor, reserved solely for local ships of bravos. The Hall of the Sea King, the very epicenter of power in this city, was enveloped in a tension as palpable as iron. The aged monarch, clinging to his frail health, sat upon a modest throne crafted from fishbone wood and black iron. His skin resembled worn parchment, etched with countless wrinkles, yet his eyes retained their piercing sharpness. Below him gathered the most influential senators and watchmen of Braavos, each of whom could trace their lineage back to the slaves once bound to the Valyrian dragon lords. "Speak, Tyrion." The Sea King's voice emerged, dry and weary. Tyrion Lannister, the leader of the recently returned delegation, bowed deeply, his pallid countenance betraying an involuntary tremor in his voice. "Your Majesty, my lords, the Slave Bay has completely changed hands." He recounted the events of the Meereen celebration, detailing the alliance between the new Valyrian Empire and Volantis in meticulous fashion. A profound silence enveloped the council chamber. One senator, transformed into a dragon-like figure exceeding 55 meters in length, murmured in abject terror, "This cannot be. The dragons of Valyria and their magic perished in the cataclysm." Another senator sprang to his feet, agitated, declaring, "This must be a lie. The delusion of that madman. I have seen it with mine own eyes." Tyrion's voice, though soft, quelled all dissent. The shadow of the black dragon loomed large, casting an oppressive presence over much of the Meereen square, its weight rendering the very air stagnant. He paused, seemingly recalling a deeper dread. Furthermore, he wields necromancy. What? Even the ailing Sea King sat upright with sudden intensity. The highborn navy of Tyrion struggles to swallow. For the soldiers of that fleet possess no heartbeat, tireless and unyielding. They are the undead, brought back to life by that dragon lord's sorcery. The chamber erupted in chaos. Necromancy. Truly, the bastards of Valyria have returned. I knew it. Dragon lords are not, but blasphemers of life. The expressions of the senators shifted from terror to a visceral hatred. They were the descendants of escaping slaves. According to the legends passed down through generations in Braavos, their ancestors had endured not only the scourges and brands of the dragon lords, but also found no peace in death. The ancient sorcerers of Valyria would resurrect fallen slaves through blood magic, transforming them into soulless husks, toiling endlessly in the lightless mines of the 14 flames until their bodies crumbled to dust. Such was the fear and animosity etched into their very blood. The Sea King coughed violently, gesturing for silence. This self-proclaimed terrestrial dragon lord, his next target must surely be the kingdom of the Three Daughters. His voice regained a semblance of steadiness, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. Once he consolidates the disputed territories, Braavos would find itself directly in the path of his advancing forces. "We cannot remain passive." A young legislator bellowed, "Your Majesty, let us leverage the wealth of the Iron Bank to hire every mercenary we can find. We must extinguish him before he grows too powerful." "Foolish," scoffed an elder seer. "Mercenaries? Before the dragons and the Dothraki horde, even the most numerous of mercenaries are naught but lambs to the slaughter. What then do you propose? Shall we grovel before a slaver? Enough." The Sea King's voice cut through the discord. His murky gaze swept over each individual. The dragon is invincible, but the Dragon King in human form is not. In an instant, the assembly grasped his meaning. "The faceless men," the Sea King articulated deliberately. "Once he engages in war with the kingdom of the Three Daughters, let the faceless men take action. I will stop at nothing to claim the head of the Dragon King in human guise." The legislators nodded in agreement. This was Braavo's last and most lethal card. Yet, it was still insufficient. The Sea King shifted his tone. "We require allies. Allies who possess dragons as well. Are you suggesting the Targaryens of Westeros?" One legislator furrowed his brow, distaste etched across his features. "Your Majesty, they too are descendants of Valyria. How can we place our trust in them? Indeed, who knows if they might conspire with the new Dragon King?" Voices of dissent rose in a chorus. The weary Sea King reclined back into his throne, acutely aware of the difficulty in persuading these legislators blinded by hatred. "The times have changed," he said slowly. "The rise of the new Dragon King poses a formidable threat to the Targaryen lineage as well, and I possess a means to elicit their goodwill." He turned to the chief seer of the Iron Bank. "Unless half of the treasury of the Iron Throne is transported to our Iron Bank for safekeeping, Braavos shall never ally with any Dragon King." This statement finally silenced all the legislators. To measure trust with gold was quintessentially Braavos. In a clandestine underground laboratory outside Meereen, the air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde mingled with herbs. Alan, clad in a leather apron stained with dark splotches, was fixated on his creation before him. It was a mass of pure, writhing shadows, barely maintaining the semblance of a slender human form, with limbs ending in razor-sharp solid shadows. Lacking facial features or substance, it seemed poised to dissipate into the ether at any moment. This was his groundbreaking creation, the Shadow Assassin, a fusion of shadow binding and necromancy. In theory, it could silently meld into any shadow, launching a deadly ambush. Unfortunately, this creature was exceedingly unstable. It could not stray far from a potent source of magic for long, lest it completely disintegrate. I must report to His Majesty. Alan respectfully extracted a black glass candle, infusing it with his meager magical essence. The flame ignited silently, a wisp of bluish fire dancing at the tip. Soon, a calm and authoritative voice resonated in his mind. "What is it? My lord, my great majesty." Alan's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he declared, "I have crafted a completely new servant for you, an assassin who can meld into the shadows." He meticulously reported the abilities and shortcomings of the shadow assassin to Sheng. Far above in the flagship, Sheng listened intently, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. This Asha wizard indeed possesses remarkable talents. He began to comprehend why that malevolent sorcerer Quers held Alan in such high regard. Such creativity in the realm of magic is nothing short of genius. "Well done, Alan. Your loyalty pleases me greatly," Sheng remarked, a hint of approval in his tone. "To serve His Majesty until death is my utmost honor," Alan fervently responded. Yet he noted that this creation required a more potent source of magic for stability. "I humbly beseech Your Majesty to grant me a fragment of your divine power." "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than the flame atop the glass candle surged violently. A torrent of pure, sulfurous magical energy surged through the mental link and instantaneously flooded Alan's being. Alan emitted a satisfied moan, his pallid face flushing with a sickly hue. He greedily absorbed this force, feeling his parched soul being rejuvenated by the downpour. He gazed at the unstable shadow, which solidified considerably upon contact with this magic, its form becoming markedly more stable. "Thank you for Your Majesty's grace." Alan knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. In the kingdom of Mil, the news of Volantis forging an alliance with the new Valyria Empire sent shockwaves through the United Council of the 3 free city-states. A disgrace. Those spineless Volantis dare to betray the free city-states and kneel before a new dragon king. The High Lord of Mil furiously smashed his wine goblet onto the floor. "What are we to do about the fleet we dispatched to the Stairs Islands?" The governor of Rys appeared visibly pale. "That madman Daemon is still waiting for us to deliver ourselves to him. We can no longer concern ourselves with him." The High Lord of Tyros, sweating profusely, lamented. "We are besieged on all fronts. Should Volantis strike, we lack the strength to contend with 2 wars simultaneously." The entire council chamber erupted into chaos. Arguments and insults echoing throughout. They had already invested tremendous resources in reclaiming the Stairs Islands from Daemon and Corlys, but now, a more formidable shadow loomed from the east. Ultimately, it was the High Lord of Mil who forcibly restored order among the tumultuous assembly. "We must act separately." He inhaled deeply, a calculating glint in his eyes. "First, we shall immediately send a delegation to Slave Bay, bearing the most lavish gifts to present to the Dragon King, by any means necessary. Even if it requires conceding certain interests, we must dissuade him from entertaining thoughts of westward expansion. Second, another delegation shall promptly proceed to the Sun Spear city of Dorne. Previously, we had planned a joint strike on the Stairs Islands, but the circumstances have changed. A greater threat has emerged. We require their assistance." He paused, articulating the most humiliating and helpless third step. "If the tidings from Slave Bay are not favorable, we shall have no choice but to send emissaries to King's Landing." "What? Seek assistance from the Iron Throne?" The regent of Lys exclaimed in disbelief, for that would mean bowing to the Targaryens. Moreover, it would entail an exorbitant price to mediate our disputes with Valyrian. "Better than facing annihilation," Lord Meal declared. "As long as the Iron Throne can suppress Daemon and Corlys, we can free ourselves to emulate the blazing fury of yesteryears and confront Volantis once more." His gaze swept over all present, his voice resolute. "The kingdom of the 3 daughters shall never relinquish the disputed lands acquired at such a high cost." Chapter 43. Valyria's pregnancy within the Grand Pyramid of Meereen. Sheng sat upon the obsidian throne, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest. He awaited someone. According to their agreement, Mazzaro would lead the well-rested Khalasar back to Meereen, donning the Empire's newly issued equipment. Waiting is always tedious. The throne room was vast and silent, occupied solely by him. Yet, this was merely the facade. The shadow beneath him occasionally shimmered with unnatural ripples, as if something within writhed, only to return to stillness in an instant. This was the Shadow Assassin Legion crafted for him by Alan. These silent killers lurked within Sheng's shadow, sustained in form by his immense magical prowess, serving as the Emperor's most secretive and lethal guardians. My creation, indeed. Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, A hurried cadence of footsteps from beyond the hall broke the stillness. Lushing lifted his gaze towards the entrance. It was Valyria. She lifted her skirts. An uncontainable excitement and blush illuminating her face, followed closely by two handmaidens, hastening towards the throne. Lushing regarded her with curiosity. This woman was generally composed and cautious. Her present demeanor was quite rare. Valyria dashed to the foot of the throne, breathless from her haste, her fair cheeks aglow with a charming pink hue. She tilted her head up, her beautiful violet eyes shimmering with moisture, brimming with exhilaration and joy. "Your Majesty." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Lushing leaned forward slightly, inquiring, "What brings you such joy?" Valyria inhaled deeply, as if summoning all her strength, and finally uttered the words, I am with child." As her declaration echoed, the entire hall seemed to fall silent for a moment. Lushing gazed at her, his brown eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, in the next instant, an intangible force of magic emanated from him, enveloping Valyria entirely like a flowing mercury. Valyria stiffened, feeling a warm current penetrate her being, gently caressing her abdomen. She felt a twinge of nervousness, but predominantly, a sense of anticipation. Lushing closed his eyes. Within his perception, a flicker of life, exceedingly faint yet imbued with a familiar power, was quietly gestating within Valyria. This ember pulsed with a magical essence that resonated with his own. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Sheng's mind. It seems my abilities can indeed be inherited. He had once attempted to inquire about progeny from the aloof system, but it had never deigned to respond to his queries. Now, he had discovered the answer for himself. As he reopened his eyes, a gentler expression graced Lu Sheng's face. He rose from the throne, descended the steps, and approached Valyria. Observing the woman before him, trembling with excitement, he reached out and tenderly caressed her cheek. "This is a fortuitous development," he stated with a calm demeanor, laced with undeniable affirmation. Tears finally spilled from Valyria's eyes as she felt reassured. She grasped Lu Sheng's hand and pressed it against her face, her voice choked with emotion. "Yes, Your Majesty, our child." For her, this child symbolized not only the continuation of life, but also her sole anchor and assurance for the future within this cold pyramid of power. Lu Sheng enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back. "From this day forward, your security level shall be elevated to the highest." He turned his gaze toward the entrance of the hall, his voice turning cold and clear. "Summon someone." A loyal guard promptly appeared at the threshold, kneeling on one knee. "Issue a decree to assign a new position of a lamp-bearer to accompany Valyria and Lair." "A lamp-bearer?" the guard inquired, somewhat perplexed. "They shall carry an unlit glass candle at all times, never straying from their mistress's side," Lu Sheng elucidated, though his words were not solely directed at the guard. As he spoke, shadows beneath his feet began to ripple once more. Two more defined shadows detached from his own, silently gliding toward Valyria and Lair's waiting silhouettes outside the hall, merging seamlessly into them, disappearing without a trace. Utilizing the glass candle as a coordinate and magical relay station, the assassins concealed within their shadows would be able to unleash their full potential and eliminate any lurking threats. The guard bowed his head, responding respectfully, "As you command, Your Majesty." Additionally, Lu Sheng added, "The news of Valyria's pregnancy is to be classified as the Empire's utmost secret. Any who dare to disclose it, along with their families, shall be eradicated." "Understood." The guard's voice carried a chill. He was well aware that this emperor did not jest. Once all matters were settled, Lu Sheng lowered his gaze to Valyria in his arms and said, "Rest easy and nurture the child. You have rendered great service to the Empire." Valyria nodded vigorously within his embrace, a newfound sense of security enveloping her. She understood that from this moment forth, she and the child within her would constitute the most clandestine secret of this burgeoning empire. Meanwhile, in the distant Volantis, a fervent excitement enveloped the atmosphere. As news spread of Dragon King Lu Sheng's alliance with Volantis and the inclusion of the eldest daughter of Valyria into the new imperial coalition, the entire city erupted in fervor. Particularly, the noble members of the Tiger Party, who had once advocated for military expansion, were beside themselves with joy. Each day, long lines formed outside the Volantis recruitment office, filled with eager young men yearning to achieve greatness, veterans longing to redeem their honor, and even some fallen freemen, all enthusiastically enlisting in the military. They were imbued with an unwavering confidence. Once, Volantis had ruled the kingdom of the three daughters, standing as the undisputed sovereign of the Essos continent, until the Dragon King of Targaryen descended from the heavens, reducing their fleet to ashes and shattering their army into disarray, plunging them into utter despair. That disgrace was indelibly etched into the very bones of every Volantian. Yet now, a new Dragon King had emerged, one more formidable and ruthless than Targaryen. A conqueror who proclaimed himself the emperor of the new Valyrian Empire. More importantly, this Dragon King stood on their side. He commanded dragons capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth, and he led a vast, iron-fisted army that had conquered the entire Slaver's Bay. This time, they would follow the new Dragon King to inherit the legacy of ancient Valyria, trampling all enemies beneath their feet. Within the Black Wall, in the residence of the Tiger Party's governor, Rios, a clandestine meeting was underway. Governor Heidel had conveyed His Majesty's will, and the first batch of military supplies would soon arrive at the port. Rios gazed intensely at the core members of the Tiger Party gathered around him. His eyes ablaze with fervor as he declared that His Majesty required them to prepare for war, with the target being the kingdom of the three daughters. An elder noble expressed concern, but what about Targaryen? Targaryen? Rios scoffed. Viserys, doesn't he even possess a single rideable dragon? And his brother demon is trapped on the stepstones, playing in the mud with pirates. What can they do to interfere with us? His Majesty is the true descendant of Valyria, the genuine Lord of Dragons. Indeed, another general slammed his hand on the table. We have endured for too long. This time, we will make those bastards in Meereen, Lys, and Tyrosh repay us in full for the blood debts they owe. The secret chamber was filled with the fervor of vengeance and a fervent zeal for war. Under the shadow of Dragon King Sheng, the once dormant tiger of Volantis had finally opened its blood-red eyes again, revealing its sharp fangs. A storm was quietly brewing, one that would sweep across the entire western coast of Essos. Chapter 44. The betrothal of King's Landing. The flagship of Tide's Head Island, the Sea Serpent, slowly sailed into Blackwater Bay. The familiar outline of King's Landing came into view as Rhaenys Targaryen stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling her hair, streaked with silver. Her husband, Corlys Velaryon, approached her side, his voice low. We have arrived. Rhaenys did not turn her gaze, her eyes still fixed on the distant Red Keep. Is Demon still unwilling to return? Corlys let out a barely audible sigh. He was now the king of the narrow sea and the stepstones. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, he believed that his fleet of Khorreks and bloodworms were sufficient to confront any threat, even the so-called new Dragon King from the east. Rhaenys curled the corner of her mouth into a sardonic smile. Arrogance. He failed to comprehend the significance of a new Valyrian empire rising in the east. The black dragon's size, according to reports from Pintos, grew at an alarming rate. Corlys grasped his wife's hand, the back of it marked with the rough scars of a seafarer's life. Thus, we must go to King's Landing. Demon may be capricious, but the Velaryon family cannot afford such indulgence. The betrothal between Laenor and Rhaenyra must be fulfilled. Their son, Laenor Velaryon, emerged from the cabin, a handsome visage adorned with a hint of nonchalance. He bowed to his parents, yet his gaze drifted towards the bustling young sailors at the dock. Corlys noted this and slightly furrowed his brow, but ultimately said nothing. The future of the family outweighed all else at this moment. Within the Red Keep, the atmosphere in the king's study was stifling. King Viserys wearily regarded his daughter, Rhaenyra. Her face was etched with resistance and confusion, resembling a young dragon ensnared in a cage. I do not wish to marry Laenor. Rhaenyra's tone was sharp and obstinate. Father, you know he has no interest in women. Viserys' complexion, pale from illness, was nonetheless imbued with an unwavering firmness. This is not a matter of interest, Rhaenyra. It is a matter of duty. Duty? Rhaenyra's voice rose. My duty is to marry a man who will never love me, to bear his heirs. Does he even possess that capability? Your duty is to secure your claim to the throne. Viserys slammed his hand on the table, causing the parchment rolls to jump. He coughed violently, one hand covering his mouth, while the fingers of his other hand curled in pain. The three dragons of House Velaryon, their wealth rivaling nations. The most formidable fleet in the Seven Kingdoms. These will serve as the foundation for your ascent to the Iron Throne. The king gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting a plea, yet predominantly an undeniable command. You desire freedom, yet also covet the crown. Rhaenyra, such fortune does not exist in this world. You must make a choice. Rhaenyra observed her father's haggard visage, noting the unwavering resolve in his eyes, and a wave of helplessness surged within her. She understood that his moments of such resoluteness were rare, and each instance signified an absence of alternatives. The newly risen Dragon King from the east loomed like a colossal shadow, pressing down upon Westeros, suffocating even her typically gentle father. What if I refuse? She finally inquired, her voice quivering slightly. Viserys' gaze turned frigid. Then you shall not be my heir. A single phrase, akin to a Valyrian steel dagger, pierced Rhaenyra's heart with unerring precision. Her visage drained of color, her body stiffened. Freedom and the crown. Ultimately, she opted for the latter. I concur, Rhaenyra managed to utter through gritted teeth, before turning on her heel and departing the study without a backward glance. Viserys gazed at the resolute silhouette of his daughter, collapsing wearily into his chair. He had made the right decision, for the kingdom, for the family. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had also driven an indelible thorn into his daughter's heart. In the office of the Hand, Otto Hightower was engulfed in discontent. The sun shone brilliantly outside, yet it could not penetrate the gloom that enveloped his soul. The betrothal of Rhaenyra to Lair struck him like a hammer, forcefully shattering the path to the throne he had envisioned for his grandson Aegon. Free dragons. The fleet of House Valyria. Rhaenyra's claim to succession had never been so fortified. Otto raised a goblet of wine and drained it in one swift motion. Viserys, you fool. He seethed inwardly. You are tearing this kingdom asunder, all the while believing you are mending its fractures. He recalled the Grand Council of 101, where Viserys, leveraging the advantage of a male heir, had triumphed over Lair, who had claimed succession through Rhaenys and ascended to the Iron Throne. That was the immutable law of Westeros, the cornerstone of order. Yet now, he possessed Aegon, a robust and healthy firstborn, and yet chose to bequeath the throne to a woman. What a bitter irony. Otto did not perceive himself as self-serving. No, he was safeguarding the rules, restoring order for the kingdom. He was fighting for his grandson's rightful claim. Naturally, if this process resulted in a king of Hightower blood seated upon the Iron Throne, it would stand as the pinnacle of his life's achievements. He approached the window, gazing down upon the entirety of King's Landing. Rhaenyra, your fortune has reached its conclusion. The king's favor and the support of House Valyria were but fleeting. The true determinants of victory and defeat lay in the hearts of the people and tradition. A cold yet resolute light gleamed in Otto's eyes. Within the hallowed halls of the Red Keep, the atmosphere was solemn and reverent, under the watchful gaze of the Seven. And amidst the scrutiny of nearly all the nobles of King's Landing, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen and Sir Lair Velaryon formally entered into their betrothal. King Viserys stood upon the dais, a long-lost, genuine smile gracing his features. He beheld the renewed bond between the ancient Valyrian houses of Targaryen and Velaryon, witnessing the unprecedented fortification of Rhaenyra's claim to succession. He felt as though he had erected a formidable bulwark for the kingdom. The nobles below offered their blessings, their faces aglow with exuberant smiles. Yet behind those smiles, whispers surged like an undercurrent. The fleet and wealth of Valyrian were now bound to the princess's vessel. Indeed, there were their dragons as well. Now, no one dared to question the princess's standing. Her position was secure, yet matters of the marriage bed were another story. A rotund lord lowered his voice, exchanging knowing glances. Another noble beside him chuckled knowingly, his tone laced with irrepressible malice. It was said that Sir Lenino preferred his attendants to be handsome and robust. One wondered if, faced with the exquisite Princess Rhaenyra, his lance would still stand firm. Chapter 45. Demon's ambush at the edge of the Dothraki Sea. Dust billowed. Mazier gripped the reins, while the armored warriors behind him formed a silent forest of steel, extending to the horizon. 130,000 roaring warriors, along with countless horses and women and children, surged forth like a tide capable of crushing any city-state. Since the departure of the landborn Ko, he had followed orders, consolidating each Khalasar on the plains with iron and blood. Those who dared question Ko's decisions had long since met their fate beneath the hooves of his steeds. He gazed towards the distant, barely visible Khalasar Pass, and a hint of relief finally graced his weary visage. He was about to reunite with Ko. With the assistance of several newly appointed officers and Ko's occasional long-distance commands, he barely maintained order within this vast army. Yet Mazier understood he was nearing his limit. He was a warrior, not a cursed steward, and these trivial matters had drained him of nearly all his energy. Meanwhile, upon the narrow sea, a fleet of transport ships cleaved through the waves, heading toward Volantis. On board, an indescribable stench permeated the air. Daka, pale as a ghost, leaned over the ship's railing, violently retching into the azure depths below. Behind him, the once fearsome Dothraki elite now swayed unsteadily, their faces ashen. Following the fleet, schools of fish eagerly awaited the free meal that would be cast from the ships. This was more than mere seasickness. For the Dothraki, who had never set foot upon the ocean, the boundless, tumultuous waters beneath them were a profound psychological torment. Daka, having vomited to the point of exhaustion, collapsed on the deck, his vacant gaze turned skyward. Oh, how he wished to never board a ship again. He knew that upon reaching Volantis, his band of warriors would require at least half a month's respite to recover. In the heights above, the landborn appeared as a streak of black lightning, weaving through the clouds. His perception easily enveloped the fleet below, The wretched conditions aboard the ships, particularly the Dothraki's plight, caused him to frown slightly. Non-combat attrition was far too severe. He resolved that upon the conclusion of this escort mission, Mazir's extensive force must be personally led by him along the Devil's Road. Such a situation must not arise again. As Lu Sheng remained engrossed in flight, his peripheral awareness detected a colossal object hurtling towards him at high speed. A bloodworm? Lu Sheng arched his brow. He halted above the clouds, intrigued by the elongated, blood-red dragon below, as well as the conspicuous vulnerability on its back. Demon Targaryen felt a flicker of irritation. Ever since he had received word of the Slave Bay fleet's departure, he had been patrolling this route aboard his dragon, Koralaksh. For several days, he was utterly confident that, once he found the madman who called himself the Dragon King, Koralaksh's dragonfire would reveal to him the true legacy of Valyria. Yet, after days of searching, he had not even caught a glimpse of his quarry. Just as he resigned himself to yet another fruitless day, Koralaksh emitted a low, rumbling roar, its muscles tautening in an instant. Demon's spirits lifted. He immediately scanned the expansive sky around him. Nothing. But Koralaksh's alertness could not be mistaken. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air above him. Almost instinctively, Demon yanked the reins to the right. Koralaksh's massive form rolled sharply to the side in an awkward maneuver. A searing pillar of platinum fire narrowly grazed its left wing. Demon felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over him, singeing the tips of his silvery hair into charred curls. Damn it, he bellowed, commanding the barely escaped Koralaksh to ascend rapidly, seeking to gain the advantage of altitude. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Koralaksh flapped its wings desperately, stirring up fierce winds, yet its ascent was agonizingly slow, as if mired in a quagmire. An invisible, mountainous weight bore down upon it. Witnessing this, Demon's anger was swiftly extinguished by a chilling realization. This was not the strength of a dragon. This was magic. Retreat. Koralaksh immediately returned to the Stone Steps archipelago. He decisively commanded. Koralaksh let out a roar of defiance, swiftly changing direction to flee. Demon anxiously scoured the skies for signs of their enemy, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. A shadow, moving at an incredible speed, propelled by the currents, darted from his flank to directly in front of him like an arrow released from a bow. The velocity was such that Koralaksh's wings appeared to be at a standstill. The black dragon hovered before them, blotting out the sun, its fearsome head aimed directly at them. Lu Sheng opened his mouth, platinum flames coalescing once more. No. Demon's vision blurred with fury. He could sense the cataclysmic power contained within that flame. Koralaksh, likewise enraged, opened its gaping maw, unleashing its fiercest dragonfire. Two flames, starkly contrasting in color, collided with a thunderous crash in the air. There was no deafening explosion, only an overwhelming, one-sided dominance. The crimson dragon flames of Kharaxi emit the platinum fire in a moment akin to ice succumbing to molten lava, retreating steadily as it was gradually consumed. Ultimately, that unstoppable torrent of platinum crashed squarely against Kharaxi's visage. A piercing wail echoed through the heavens as Kharaxi's massive head was engulfed by the flames. Its scales charred to a crisp, flesh and blood rendered unrecognizable. A shadow transformed into a lethal meteor, hurtling towards Daemon on the dragon's back. Instinctively, Daemon raised his left hand, clad in black gauntlets, to shield himself. Yet, the exquisite gauntlets, capable of withstanding blades, were severed as easily as paper before that shadow. A ghastly scream erupted from Daemon, a sound scarcely human, as the Dark Sisters slashed at the shadow, a chilling cry resonating as it dissipated. In excruciating pain, Kharaxiu steadied itself, disregarding all else as it skimmed the ocean's surface, fleeing desperately into the distance. High above, Lu Sheng's dragon maw emitted a cold mockery. With a powerful flap of his wings, the currents around him transformed into the most formidable of propellers. With a mere acceleration, he closed the gap on the fleeing Kharaxiu, casting a colossal shadow over it. Sharp dragon claws extended from the sky, aimed at Kharaxiu's neck. He intended to capture it alive. At that moment, from the distant horizon, another streak of crimson dragon fire surged forth, aiming directly at Lu Sheng's flank. Manipulating the currents, Lu Sheng's massive form defied the laws of physics. Instantly ascending vertically by 100 meters with ease, he cast a cold gaze into the distance, where two immense dragons approached with rapidity. One was the agile Red Queen, and the other, the fabled behemoth of immense size and ancient lineage, Wagaharl. Chapter 46. The Lys Fleet. The clash of blood-red dragon flames and platinum fire pillars erupted in the sky, creating a dazzling halo of light. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, visibly distorting the ocean beneath, forming a vast indentation. Daemon Targaryen clutched the saddle of Caraxu tightly, his arm muscles straining under the exertion. The steel gauntlet on his hand had been severed, the searing pain almost rendering him unconscious. Yet, the physical agony paled in comparison to the humiliation and shock within his heart. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, two resounding dragon roars reverberated from the distant sky, one to the left and one to the right, akin to thunder. A fully crimson, elegantly powerful dragon arrived first. It was the Red Queen Melius. Following closely, a massive bronze beast broke through the clouds, its every wing beat capable of conjuring a tsunami. Wagaharl, the oldest and largest dragon to have survived since the conqueror Aegon's era. Lushing hovered in the air, intrigued as the three dragons of the Targaryen family enveloped him in a formation resembling the letter T. His gaze traversed between the three dragons and their riders. He perceived Daemon's disarray. Upon the back of the Red Queen sat a formidable middle-aged lady, her face etched with gravity and vigilance, none other than the uncrowned queen, Rhaenys Targaryen. Meanwhile, upon the vast, mountain-like back of Vhagar, there rested a young Valyrian woman, Lena Valerion. Viserys' attention lingered on her for a fleeting moment. Not of the darker hue, he mused, an absurd thought flitting through his mind. I had assumed she belonged to the appropriate lineage. It seems I was mistaken. The three colossal dragons alternated in a protective formation, creating an ostensibly impregnable bastion. Daemon, guiding the wounded Caraxes, retreated to the rear of the formation. His relentless stare fixed upon Viserys, the malice in his gaze almost palpable. In stark contrast, Rhaenys' eyes were filled with trepidation. This unknown black dragon exhibited an unsettling flight pattern. It did not appear to be soaring, but rather gliding through the air, its turns and accelerations devoid of any forewarning, defying all conventional wisdom regarding dragon flight. Especially alarming was its terrifying speed, which even the agile Malays could not contend with. In the distance across the sea, a fleet cobbled together from the kingdoms of the Three Daughters was steadily advancing, their massive crossbows drawn, glinting arrows aimed skyward. They had come to lend their support. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, King Viserys, I felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, each breath laced with searing pain. Since learning that his mad brother Daemon had actually ventured alone to confront the new dragon lord of the Slave Bay, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. A lunatic, he was utterly deranged. Viserys paced restlessly in his study, his body, increasingly frail from illness, now seething with an agitation that belied his appearance. He understood Daemon all too well. Courageous he may be, yet he was also reckless, impulsive, and hopelessly arrogant. The new emperor of the Slaves Bay, who could bend 3 city-states to his will overnight and compel Volantis to bow, was no trifling adversary. Moreover, the intelligence reports clearly stated that this individual could transform into a dragon. Your Majesty, you ought to rest, the voice of Prime Minister Otto Hightower echoed at the doorway. Laced with an imperceptible concern, Viserys turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. Rest? My brother is courting his own demise. How can you expect me to rest? He nearly shouted. Ultimately, he relinquished the dignity of his kingship, almost pleading with his cousin Rhaenys and her daughter Lena to intervene. He hoped that the immense form of Vhagar would bring some semblance of clarity to his foolish brother. Now, he could only wish for their timely arrival before Daemon was torn to shreds by that enigmatic black dragon. The atmosphere above the battlefield had reached a palpable tension. Viserys stirred. Without any forewarning, his figure vanished from the original spot in an instant, reappearing at the flank of Vhagar. A massive black arrow, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, surged toward Lena, who was perched upon the dragon's back. Be careful, Rhaenys cried out sharply. Vhagar emitted a dull, yet furious roar, attempting to pivot its colossal body. But the terrestrial assailant was too swift. This behemoth, which had lived for nearly 2 centuries, resembled a cumbersome warship, utterly incapable of matching the tempo of a fighter. At a critical moment, the Red Queen Melias let out a piercing shriek, recklessly darting across the scene, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire toward the path of the terrestrial foe. Simultaneously, the injured Khalasar, enduring excruciating pain, expelled crimson flames from below in a desperate attempt to intercept. The terrestrial figure traced an astonishing arc through the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught of 2 dragonfire blasts, while an invisible barrier of air formed before him, completely isolating the heat wave of the flames. He accelerated once more. Like a specter, maneuvering to Vhagar's opposite side, Lena, pale as death, lay prone upon the dragon's back, gripping the saddle tightly as the fierce wind nearly deprived her of sight. She could only watch helplessly as the shadow of death circled above her, each pass accompanied by a chilling howl that sent shivers through her very soul. Daemon felt as if his lungs might burst. His pride, Khalasar, was now akin to an awkward child, toyed with at the whim of the adversary. The dragon beneath him was rapidly exhausting its strength. Each futile chase and fiery exhalation only hastened its fatigue. Even the swiftest Red Queen could do little but struggle to keep pace with the terrestrial assailant's elusive, high-speed flight. Despair and frustration gnawed at Daemon's heart like a venomous serpent. The terrestrial foe, too, found himself in a quandary. While he could continue to harass and might even have an opportunity to severely injure Lana upon Vagel's back, the sheer size of the dragon and the thickness of its scales far exceeded that of Khalasar, rendering mere dragonfire unlikely to inflict a fatal wound. Should he be afforded any chance, even if merely struck by a wing or ensnared by that colossal maw, his own demise could be imminent. It was unnecessary to risk his life for the sake of one or two heads. A decision crystallized in his mind. He soared upward abruptly, spiraling high in the air, coldly surveying the 3 dragons standing ready below. Ultimately, he chose not to pursue further aggression, instead casting a dispassionate glance at the retreating Daemon with his emotionless brown dragon eyes. That gaze resembled that of a predator assessing a marked prey. Subsequently, he altered his course, the immense black wings flaring as he sped away in another direction. As they watched the black dragon depart, Rhaenys and Daemon exhaled in relief, a wave of gratitude for their survival washing over them. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they beheld the black dragon charging straight toward the approaching Rhys fleet. What does he intend to do? Daemon rasped. The fleet upon the sea observed the upheaval in the skies. As the 3 dragons of the Targaryens seemed to have repelled the enemy, the fleet commander erupted in cheers. Yet, in the next instant, all exultation was caught in their throats. A colossal black dragon, with the momentum of a falling meteor, was hurtling towards them. Turn. Quickly turn. Fire. Launch the ballista. Chaos erupted within the fleet. Sailors screamed in terror while officers bellowed orders. Dozens of stout crossbow bolts whistled skyward. Yet they could not even graze the shadow of the dragon. Just 1,000 meters above the fleet, the beast halted, gazing down at the diminutive vessels below. A cold smirk graced its lips. Suddenly, the winds across the entire expanse of the sea ceased. It was not merely diminished, it was utterly still. The waves appeared as though a pause button had been pressed, and 20 warships stood eerily frozen upon the mirror-like surface of the water, their sails stagnant. An overwhelming sense of oppression and silence enveloped all. The soldiers of the Targaryen fleet looked skyward in terror, bewildered by the inexplicable events. Then, they beheld a miracle. Or perhaps, the harbinger of doom. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing not mere flames, but a torrent of fire interspersed with glimmering platinum sparks. This inferno did not strike the sea directly, but swirled and coalesced in midair. Simultaneously, the still air began to whirl violently. A colossal tornado, visible to the naked eye, took form, reaching from the heavens to the sea. Then, the flames joined the maelstrom. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed strength from the wind. A towering fire tornado, 100 meters high and engulfed in platinum flames, was born over the ocean. It stood as an apocalyptic pillar connecting earth and sky, slowly encircling the fleet, which was ensnared in place. No, oh God! The desperate cries were completely consumed by the roar of the gale and flames. The immense fire tornado buried the fleet along with their ambitions in the tumultuous depths of the sea. In the distant sky, Daemon and Rhaenys stared, transfixed by the cataclysmic scene, chills coursing through their bodies. Soon after, the 3 dragons fled towards the Steppes Islands. Chapter 47. The wail of the defeated, the agonizing pain of his severed hand felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. Yet Daemon Targaryen sat in a daze upon the back of his blood Wyrm, Caraxes, allowing the frigid sea wind to seep through the gaps in his severed armor. This pain was nothing. It was the humiliation that pierced deeper than any wound. An unprecedented sense of disgrace constricted around his heart like an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. He, Daemon Targaryen, the wayward prince of the kingdom, the conqueror of the narrow sea, and self-proclaimed mightiest dragon rider of Westeros, had once embodied invincibility alongside his blood Wyrm. Just moments ago, in that cursed expanse of sea, he was utterly vanquished. The man who proclaimed himself the Dragon King of Slave Bay toyed with him in a manner he could not fathom, grievously wounding his beloved Coralax and even severing his left hand. Had it not been for Rhaenys and Laenor's timely arrival, he dared not contemplate the fate that awaited him. He would have been captured alive, like a toothless beast, held aloft by that man as a trophy to flaunt before the world. A mournful groan escaped Coralax beneath him. Its crimson scales marred by charred marks from the searing platinum dragon flames, its flight now unsteady. Demon lowered his gaze to his vacant left arm sleeve, blood seeping incessantly, staining the black armor. Demon, Rhaenys urged, guiding the red Queen Marelia's closer, her voice striking like a heavy hammer, rousing Demon from the depths of humiliation. Wake up. We must land. Land. Demon's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper grating. Where to? Back to the Stepstone Islands. Your wounds require a healer. Rhaenys' tone brooked no argument. And furthermore, the fleet of Lys was lost. I must inform Governor Bamborough-Bazin. At the mention of the Lys fleet, Demon's expression soured further. Those ships had come to aid at Rhaenys' call. Now, they, along with thousands of soldiers, lay entombed within that towering vortex of platinum flames. Ultimately, Demon offered no further retorts, silently redirecting the dragon's course to follow Rhaenys and Lair towards the free trade city of Lys. The shadows of the three great dragons loomed over the bustling harbor, steeped in the melancholy of defeat. Lys Governor's office. Governor Bamborough-Bazin, accompanied by a throng of Lys nobles, greeted the three Targaryens descending from the heavens with a complex expression. Upon witnessing Prince Demon's severed arm and the grievous injuries sustained by Coralax, his heart plummeted. Princess Rhaenys. Bamborough-Bazin's voice was somewhat dry. Our fleet has been annihilated. Rhaenys' response was succinct and direct, akin to a cold blade piercing the hearts of all present Lys citizens. We encountered the Dragon King of Slave Bay, and we failed to stop him. Those words plunged the courtyard of the governor's office into profound silence. One enemy, one dragon, had decimated an entire fleet and defeated 3 Targaryen dragons? Prince Demon's wounds required immediate attention. Rhaenys wasted no time on their astonishment, plunging straight to the point. Healers were summoned forthwith, scrambling to tend to Demon's injuries. Demon remained silent throughout the process, allowing the healers to cleanse, apply salves, and bandage his wounds. His violet eyes ablaze with a fury potent enough to incinerate all in its path. As soon as the bandaging concluded, he surged to his feet. We are leaving. Demon, you must take a rest. Rhaenys frowned. I do not require it. Demon bellowed, akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation. I must return to the Stepstones. Now, instantly. He wished to linger not a moment longer in this place. The mixed gazes of the Valyrian nobles, filled with sympathy, fear, and skepticism, were more humiliating than any blade. Observing his demeanor, Rhaenys could only let out a resigned sigh. She understood that Demon's pride had been thoroughly shattered by that man. Their brief stay lasted less than an hour. The 3 colossal dragons soared once more into the oppressive silence, heading towards the Stepstones, leaving behind a city rife with anxiety and unrest among the Valyrians. In the governor's council chamber, a resounding crash echoed as a precious Milfleur glass was violently shattered on the floor by Governor Bombaro's Barzon, splintering into countless fragments. The once respectful demeanor on his plump face evaporated, replaced by a twisted fury. The Targaryen Dragon King? Nonsense. Bombaros roared, spittle flying. A broken dog of a man. Did you see? Demon Targaryen, that arrogant king of the narrow sea, returned like a coward with his tail between his legs. He gestured towards the door, as if Demon still stood there. Rhaenys Targaryen. She led our finest fleet into battle. Not a single ship returned. Not one soul. Only the insipid news of total annihilation? Who does she think she is? What does she believe our warriors are? Mere pawns for her to expend at will. The nobles in the hall fell into a hushed silence, their heads bowed, too fearful to speak. They had wagered too much on this war. It now seemed they were destined to lose. Lose everything. Bombaros paced the chamber, his anger intensifying with each step. 1 dragon defeated 3, he murmured to himself, dread lacing his voice. How could this be? Since the cataclysm of Valyria, when has such a monstrosity emerged? 1 dragon, annihilating an entire fleet. This is a power reserved for deities. Whispers began to circulate within the hall, like countless insects gnawing at the last vestiges of confidence among them. My Lord Governor, can we truly still claim victory? We have fought for the kingdom of the 3 daughters for so many years. And now a more terrifying enemy has emerged. Have we chosen the wrong side? These words pierced Bombaros' heart like venomous thorns. He abruptly halted, gazing out at the sea, stained crimson by the setting sun. The Targaryens, once, this name epitomized absolute power, an existence that mere mortals could only revere from afar. Yet now, that myth lay in ruins. A mightier god had arisen in the east. He, Bombaros Barzon, was a merchant, a politician. Everything he does is for the benefit of Lys. The abandonment of the Stepstones is due to their possession of dragons. The kingdom of the 3 daughters requires his dragons to confront Volantis. Bombaro's gaze gradually turned cold, sharp, filled with the shrewdness and calculation of a merchant. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of every noble present. Dispatch messengers to Meereen and Tolos, informing them of today's events. Chapter 48. The cowardice of Viserys. A colossal fleet sailed slowly into the unfathomable harbor of Volantis. The shadows cast by the billowing sails obscured the fervent crowd on the docks, enveloping them in a thin veil of mist. Long live the Dragon King, the Emperor of New Valyria, the Lord of storms and flames. The thunderous cheers reverberated from the docks to every corner of the city. Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria, presently welcomed her new master with the most humble yet fervent demeanor. As the ships docked and the gangplanks were lowered, the first to disembark were a group of pallid, unsteady Dothraki. These warriors, who had conquered the boundless steppes from horseback, were experiencing the sea's benevolence for the first time, each one succumbing to nausea. Their eyes filled with awe and trepidation as they gazed upon the water. Daka fought to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, cracking his whip against the ground, admonishing his men to form ranks. Stand tall. Don't disgrace His Majesty. His hoarse shouts were soon drowned out by the even louder cheers from the docks. The Volantene people were indifferent to the Dothraki's discomfiture. Their attention was wholly fixated on the massive figurehead of the flagship. They had already received word. Not long ago, a cataclysmic dragon battle erupted over the narrow sea. 3 dragon riders of House Targaryen, commanding 3 great dragons, including the legendary beast Vagar, had besieged the Dragon King of Slave Bay. The outcome, however, was a devastating defeat for the Targaryens. Prince Daemon Targaryen fled in disgrace, and the 3 dragons returned in disarray. The fleet of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters was entirely annihilated beneath the wrath of the Dragon King, buried forever beneath the sea. This news struck like the fiercest spirits, intoxicating the hearts of every vengeful Volantene noble. The Targaryen myth of dragons had been shattered, and they followed a true, unparalleled master of dragons. The consul of the Tiger Party, Rios, awaited at the forefront of the docks alongside 2 other consuls of the Elephant Party, Tarlion and Lannis. Behind them stood all the prominent figures of Volantis, clad in opulent attire, their expressions steeped in utmost reverence. As the figure of Lush, adorned in black and gold finery, appeared at the ship's bow, the clamor of the docks reached a fever pitch. He did not transform into a dragon, yet his calm, surveying gaze bore a weight more oppressive than the wings of a dragon that obscured the sun. Welcome, Your Majesty, Emperor of the New Valyria Empire, Conqueror of Slave Bay, Lord of Storm and Flame, Demon. Rios nearly prostrated himself, exclaiming in the most exalted and sycophantic tone. All the nobles behind him, whether of the Tiger or Elephant faction, knelt in unison. Demon, however, paid them no heed, his gaze fixed upon Daka and his Dothraki cavalry. Take them to the camp to rest, he spoke calmly. As you wish, Your Majesty. Daka responded loudly, leading his compatriots, still grappling with the after-effects of seasickness, to the prearranged camp outside the city, guided by the Tiger Robe Army. Only then did Demon turn his attention back to Rios. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty, Rios exclaimed, standing up with excitement that painted his face a deep crimson. Your palace within the Black Walls is prepared for you. Tonight, we shall host the grandest feast for you and your generals. Demon nodded slightly and descended the gangplank. As he walked, the kneeling crowd parted like the tide, none daring to raise their eyes to his figure. Volantis was already convinced of victory in the impending war. In the Red Keep, King Viserys' hands trembled violently as he stared at the intelligence report from Pentos, his face ashen. This is impossible. It cannot be, he muttered, as if attempting to persuade himself. 3 dragons, Demon, Rhaenys, and Lena S. Vagar, the largest and oldest dragons since the Black Death, Valyrian. 3 Targaryen giants barely managing to defend themselves? This revelation struck his heart like a sledgehammer, shattering the last remnants of pride he held in the invincibility of House Targaryen. He had always believed that even without a dragon of his own, the mighty dragons belonging to the Targaryens were the strongest foundation of the Iron Throne. Yet now, this foundation appeared so fragile before the Eastern Dragon Lord. An unprecedented panic seized his heart. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the Prime Minister Otto Hightower and Queen Alicent, who had entered the study. I must tame a dragon. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, his eyes gleaming with an almost mad desire. I want a dragon of my own. Hearing this, Queen Alicent's face turned pale, and she hurried forward to support Viserys' arm. Your Majesty, what nonsense are you speaking? You are the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, a treasure beyond measure. Taming a dragon is far too dangerous. Otto Hightower immediately bowed, his tone serious as he advised. The Queen speaks rightly, Your Majesty. You have not ridden a dragon in many years. To attempt it rashly could lead to an unforeseen disaster that the kingdom cannot bear. They feared not that Viserys could not tame a dragon, but rather that he might perish in the endeavor. Viserys' health had deteriorated significantly. Any unforeseen incident could prove fatal. An unforeseen incident? A loss. Viserys flung Alicent's hand aside, pointing vehemently at the intelligence report on the table, roaring in agitation. The greatest unforeseen event lies just across the narrow sea. The most significant loss could descend upon us at any moment. Do you not see it? A dragon lord capable of confronting 3 foes alone. His ambitions extend far beyond a mere slave bay. Observing the king's heightened emotions, Otto Hightower swiftly shifted his approach. He stepped forward, adopting a more measured tone. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it appears. Is it not dire enough? Viserys glared at him. Your Majesty, consider this, Otto calmly articulated. That dragon lord at the Slave Bay has already defeated the fleet of the Lyseni. His next target must inevitably be the kingdom of the 3 daughters. This conflict is fundamentally their war, a long-standing feud between Volantis and the kingdom of the 3 daughters. He paused, cautiously presenting his core argument. In truth, we need not intervene. These words struck Viserys like a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was their war. What concern was it of Westeros? The monarch's innate aversion to war and change, coupled with a desire to maintain the status quo, began to gain the upper hand in his mind. The madness and agitation on his face gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning urge to convince himself. What if that dragon lord merely seeks the disputed lands? He murmured, as if questioning Otto, or perhaps himself. Then perhaps it is better left to him. His voice grew softer, yet his reasoning became clearer. After all, it was the pirates of the kingdom of the 3 daughters who had slain my uncle. The Targaryens had no obligation to champion their cause. He lifted his gaze, a sense of tranquility returning to his eyes. Indeed, the Targaryen family could coexist with this new dragon lord, witnessing the king's rapid ideological transformation within mere minutes. Otto Hightower felt a mix of incredulity and disdain. Yet, he donned an expression of agreement, bowing deeply. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. As long as Viserys remained alive and could occupy the Iron Throne for a few more years, there was still hope for the future when Aegon came of age. As for Daemon of the Stepstones and that so-called kingdom of the 3 daughters, their fates were of no concern to House Hightower. Chapter 49. A letter from King's Landing on the shores of Bloodstone Isle. The briny sea breeze swept across the landscape. Daemon Targaryen stood motionless, like a statue of stone. Before him lay the great dragon, Caraxes. The massive form of the bloodworm lay sprawled upon the beach, its once crimson-scaled neck now marred by ghastly blackened burns. More terrifying still was its head. One eye had entirely rotted away, transforming into a terrifying cavity resembling charred coal, incessantly oozing black viscous liquid mingled with blood, which dripped onto the sandy ground, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Daemon extended his remaining right hand, trembling, yearning to caress the wound of the great dragon, yet hesitated mid-air. The platinum flame, potent enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, seemed to still sear his very soul. He cast a glance at his empty left arm, where the severed end was hastily bandaged, blood seeping through the burlap, and a sharp phantom pain occasionally radiated from deep within, a reminder of his humiliating defeat. The towering wrath had once burned within his chest, but upon contemplating that black dragon, reflecting on its unfathomable flight path and the overwhelming platinum flames, all the fury that had surged within him now appeared so pale, so powerless. He, Daemon Targaryen, the roguish prince of the battlefield, self-proclaimed king of the narrow sea, had, in a mere encounter, lost his arm and, along with it, the dragon he held so dear, rendered a cripple. Slowly, he pressed his forehead against the still intact scales of Caraxes, the warm touch offering him a momentary clarity. Bloodworm, his voice emerged hoarse and dry, tinged with a vulnerability he himself did not recognize. We are all broken. The dragon seemed to sense its master's sorrow. Its immense body twitched slightly, emitting a deep, mournful sound from its throat. Rhaenyra Targaryen silently approached from behind, clutching a letter from King's Landing. Observing the once defiant man now diminished, and glancing at the wounded Caraxes, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she extended the letter. Daemon turned in confusion, accepting the familiar parchment, instantly recognizing the royal seal upon it. He tore open the seal, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the letter. In the next moment, the desolation on his face was abruptly replaced by a tempestuous rage. Within his violet eyes, it seemed a storm was brewing. He commands me to restrain myself, forbidding me to oppose the Dragon King of the Slave Bay. He articulated each word with deliberate precision, as if forcing them through gritted teeth. Viserys, how could he? With a forceful motion, he crumpled the letter and hurled it to the ground, as if it were not mere parchment, but the very visage of his brother. The surging fury had finally found its outlet, and he let out a beastly roar towards the heavens. Coward! He is a complete coward. Does he not know that his brother has just had his hand severed? Does he not realize the Targaryen blood has been spilled upon the sea? He does nothing, yet reprimands me for sacrificing my hand for the family. Daemon's eyes burned crimson, his chest heaving violently, akin to a cornered beast enraged. He no longer cast his gaze upon anyone, turning briskly in the direction of the camp, his silhouette imbued with a profound sense of betrayal and resolute anger. Rhaenyra silently observed his departure, bending down to retrieve the crumpled letter, and with a gentle sigh, she hastened to follow him. In the Red Keep, within the king's study, the air was thick with the scent of timber and glue. Aegon I was wholly engrossed in arranging his grand Valyrian model, meticulously placing a miniature spire atop a black stone base with tweezers. Immersed in his own realm, he found solace only in this ideal city-state he had crafted with his own hands. Father! A cool voice shattered the stillness of the room. Aegon's hand trembled, nearly toppling the adjacent structure. He looked up to see his daughter Rhaenyra standing at the door, her expression bearing a seriousness he had never witnessed before. Rhaenyra? My dear daughter. Aegon set down his tools, wiping his hands and forcing a gentle smile. What brings you here? Rhaenyra did not meander. She approached directly, locking her gaze with his. Uncle Demon has lost a hand to the Dragon King of the Slave Bay? Her voice, though soft, pierced through the facade of tranquility Aegon had carefully constructed. The smile on the king's face faltered, and he sighed wearily, returning to his chair. Yes, I have heard. His tone was laden with resignation. He has always been so reckless, heedless of the consequences. I have already written to warn him against provoking that wild dragon residing in the east. Rhaenyra gazed at her father in disbelief. His words seemed to downplay the gravity of the situation, as if Demon had merely sustained a scrape in a street brawl. A wild dragon. Rhaenyra's voice involuntarily rose. Father, he has harmed a Targaryen dragon rider, a prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Our family's honor has been trampled upon, and you call him reckless? Otherwise what? Aegon's brow furrowed, his tone growing grave. Yes, Rhaenyra, we shall let it be. Do you not understand? In the last dragon fight, 3 dragons could not subdue him. It was not a battle, but a farce. He rose, pacing irritably around the room. The power of that dragon has transcended our understanding. As long as he does not encroach upon Targaryen interests, we need not provoke such a fearsome trouble. Rhaenyra's lips trembled. She felt as though she was seeing her father for the first time. The once omnipotent man now appeared so weak, so foreign. Aegon seemed oblivious to his daughter's emotional turmoil, his thoughts veering in another direction, a flicker of peculiar excitement gleaming in his eyes. Perhaps, in the future, we could arrange a marriage with him. He halted, turning to face Rhaenyra, as if he had discovered a brilliant escape. Yes, a marriage alliance. We are one of the 2 dragon families in this world. If the bloodline of Targaryen could entwine with our own, what formidable offspring might arise? At that moment, 2 illustrious houses would share dominion over this realm, free from any threats. Viserys grew increasingly animated, envisioning a grand blueprint of eternal peace. Immersed in his fantasies, he remained oblivious to the flickering flame of disappointment extinguishing in Rhaenyra's eyes. She inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with suppressed emotion. Without uttering a word, she turned and silently exited the study. Sighing in confusion, Viserys observed his daughter's retreating figure. He could not fathom why she failed to grasp the heartfelt efforts he exerted to maintain peace. Shaking his head, he dismissed his troubling thoughts and returned to his desk. His gaze fell once again upon the exquisite Valyrian model, and a look of focused satisfaction returned to his face, as if that were his true kingdom. Chapter 50. In the name of peace at the docks of Volantis, the air was as oppressive as congealed grease. Daka polished his beloved Arak with a greasy piece of deer hide, the blade reflecting a cold arc of light in the sun. Behind him, tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry had concluded their rest. These steeds of the steppe, having overcome their initial fear of the ocean and the afflictions of seasickness, had rediscovered their combative nature. They sharpened their weapons and tended to their horses, their restless gazes frequently darting toward the direction of the third daughter, as if they could already scent the metallic tang of their enemy's blood. On the opposite side of the dock, the old blind man directed his silent, towering Valyrian navy as they began to board their vessels. The motions of these undead sailors were synchronized, devoid of unnecessary words, their ashen faces betraying no emotion. Their mission was to return to Astapor, escorting the next and final contingent of unsullied warriors. This fleet composed of the deceased was poised to become the sharpest spearhead of the Empire's maritime force. Within the black walls of Volantis, in the palace of ancient bloodlines, a lavish hall constructed of ivory and gold exuded an atmosphere colder than the sharpest blade. Sheng sat regally at the head of the table, facing 3 respectful Volantine magistrates. Opposite them were the envoys dispatched from the Third Daughter's kingdom, in pursuit of ultimate peace, to avert the devastation of souls. The leading envoy, a rotund man adorned with a disingenuous smile, spoke with a voice as slick as his overly perfumed hair. In the name of peace, the Third Daughter's kingdom is willing to offer your majesty our utmost sincerity. Each year, we shall pay the new Valyrian Empire a sum of gold sufficient to arm 100,000 troops, merely to secure your majesty's friendship and peace. Sheng remained silent, lifting his wine glass and gently swirling the deep red liquid within. He could scarcely muster the inclination to glance at the envoy. Money? At present, he is most untroubled by the absence of wealth. Rios Immortan, the governor of the Tiger Party, suddenly rose from his seat, his weathered countenance contorted with fury. Peace? Friendship? His voice thundered like a storm. And what of the disputed lands? Those territories you have occupied for over a century. The Valentisians who perished beneath your blades. Can their blood be washed away with gold? The smile of the envoy from Mill froze upon his face. Your Excellency, we have come today with the sincere intention of resolving the current disputes. As for historical grievances, they are far too intricate. We may defer them to a later time. There is no later. Rios slammed his palm upon the ebony table before him, causing the golden goblets to tremble. Return the lands, or prepare for war. There is no third option. The envoys paled, casting desperate glances toward the throne where Sheng sat, only to encounter his indifferent visage. This legendary dragon king seemed utterly disinterested in the negotiations that would determine the fates of several city-states. He resembled an audience member in the highest box of a theater, coolly observing the clowns upon the stage performing their inept farce. Ultimately, the negotiations dissolved amidst Rios's furious outbursts. The envoys from the kingdom of the 3 daughters retreated in disarray, as if pursued by a ferocious tiger. Sheng set down his goblet, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. To purchase peace with gold? How naive and laughable. He rose and addressed the governors behind him. Matters of trade you shall discuss with Hedera. As for war, prepare as originally planned. With that, he turned to depart, leaving the 3 governors bowing deeply in his wake. Sheng strolled back to the palace prepared for him. Throughout the palace, 300 armored and helmeted unsullied stood like silent statues, unwavering and resolute in their loyalty and obedience. They were the most reliable shield in Sheng's arsenal. He ascended to the highest terrace of the palace, gazing down upon the ancient and sprawling city. The Lorne River twisted like a silver serpent, meandering into the summer sea. Wealth, to him, was merely a string of numbers. Only land, only populace, only an army of absolute obedience formed the bedrock of an empire. The kingdom of the 3 daughters, their weakness and internal strife, held far greater value than the gold they offered. In the hall of the Supreme Lord in Tyros, 33 governors and lords from Mill, Riss, and Tyros were embroiled in a heated debate over the impending war. The entire hall resembled a powder keg on the verge of explosion. We must bow to the Dragon King. Immediately, Governor Bambarobazin of Riss nearly screamed, his face still bearing the terror from witnessing the fleet's destruction. I saw it with my own eyes. That was no mortal power. That was divine retribution. A fiery dragon whirlpool devoured our most elite fleet in an instant. What are you still fantasizing about? Resistance? He surveyed the crowd, his voice trembling with excitement. The Targaryen dragon? The wayward prince had his hand severed by him. He fled like a cur. Our only chance for survival now lies in embracing this new Dragon King. As long as he can safeguard our interests, why should we not become his most loyal allies? Allies? Bazan, have you lost your wits? A lord from Tyrosh slammed the table, his chin adorned with a bright purple forked beard trembling with his gesture. He is but a single dragon. Just one. Our 3 city-states combined possess enough wealth to purchase half the world. Can a solitary dragon truly sway the course of war? Let us not forget, Westeros is not solely defined by him and his dragon. Another governor from Myr immediately concurred. Indeed, the Targaryen family shall not sit idly by as a new Valyrian empire rises in the east. After suffering such a significant setback, will Prince Daemon simply let it go? We need only offer generous terms to lure the Targaryen dragon, inciting a clash among them. Even, he greedily rubbed his hands together. We could provide the Dragon Lord of Slave Bay with ample gold to remain a mere spectator. Without his threat, Can our combined fleets not vanquish a declining Volantis? In the council chamber, voices of support and dissent melded into a cacophony. Some advocated for surrender, others clamored for war, while others schemed to manipulate the great dragon with gold. Lysandro Roger, a pivotal banker in the realm of the Three Daughters, wearily leaned back in his chair, massaging his aching temples. The High Council. Such a ludicrous title. Here, no effective consensus had ever been reached, only endless bickering and self-serving machinations. A band of fools. Lysandro scoffed inwardly, still contemplating bribing the new Dragon King? A being capable of effortlessly annihilating a fleet would surely not be swayed by their paltry sums. These individuals only perceive the immediate gains, utterly oblivious to the fact that the tides of time have shifted. The old rules are being shattered by the black dragon soaring in from the east, with flames and talons. However, the only solace he found amidst the ceaseless quarrels was that the High Council had, at last, made a prudent decision to dispatch envoys to the major city-states, while simultaneously assembling the forces of the three city-states. At least this time, they were not squabbling over who would foot the bill while the enemy stood at their gates. Lysandro observed the chaos before him, seeking to comfort himself. Efficiency has improved significantly. Let us hope there is still time. Chapter 51. The Road of Demons within the Sea Lord's Palace in Braavos. The air was thick with the scent of potent herbs. The aging Sea Lord reclined in a chair draped with thick furs, his sickly pallor making him resemble a corpse on the verge of desiccation. His eyes half closed. He seemed to be listening, or perhaps he had already succumbed to slumber. Your Highness, a fervent envoy from the kingdom of the third daughter, Mill, is passionately gesticulating. Your Majesty, the Sea King, that is no mere mortal. It is a demon. He has consumed the fleet of Rhys with flames and has summoned the undead to form a navy. Volantis has already knelt before him. We are next. And then it will be Braavos. The entire free trade city-states will be engulfed in flames. The envoy's voice reverberated through the vast hall, tinged with an unmistakable note of panic. At last, the Sea King slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze settling upon the envoy as if regarding a mere buffoon. The kingdom of the third daughter? A band of fools who still cling to the slave trade for survival. He harbored no fondness for Braavos. Had it not been for the swift rise of the self-proclaimed Dragon King, he would have relished the sight of Volantis utterly shattering them. Have you finished your words? The Sea King's voice was hoarse and faint, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The envoy fell silent, his face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. The Sea King turned his gaze away, looking out the window towards the narrow sea. Targaryen. That was his true trump card. Not long ago, he had forged an alliance with Corlys Velaryon of Driftmark. The Sea King's son was to wed Corlys' daughter, the one who commanded the legendary dragon Vagger, Lena Velaryon. With Corlys' influence in Westeros as a safeguard, the invincible fleet of Braavos would fight alongside the Targaryen dragons in their imminent battle. An unknown Eastern Dragon King? Even if he could transform into a dragon, could he possibly contend with 5 Targaryen dragons and the formidable fleet of Braavos simultaneously? A cold smile crept upon the Sea King's lips. Retreat? No. He intended to make that madman understand that this ocean was not yet his to command. King's Landing. The Red Keep. I do not understand. Corlys Velaryon's roar nearly overturned the study of the hand of the king. He glared at Otto Hightower, who sat unmoving, his white hair bristling with indignation. 5 dragons. The invincible fleet of Braavos. Plus my Velaryon fleet. The advantage is ours. Why? Why does His Majesty allow an unknown Dragon King to expand his empire to the very doorstep of Westeros? Corlys' fist struck the table heavily, causing the inkwell to tremble. This is a betrayal of all the lords of the 7 kingdoms. A flicker of change appeared on Otto Hightower's otherwise impassive face as he lifted his eyelids to regard the imperious sea snake. Your words carry weight, but the Hightower family supports every decision made by the king. At the other end of the study, King Viserys I was irritably fiddling with his cherished model of Valyria. Corlys' voice buzzed in his ears like a swarm of flies. He was well aware of Corlys' fervent advocacy for Braavos, the nouveau riche, who had been bouncing around ever since marrying his cousin Rhaenys, now audaciously wished for his daughter, the one galloping on Vagger, to wed the son of the Sea Lord of Braavos. The ambitions of House Velaryon were unmistakably etched upon their faces. Did they not possess even a modicum of respect for him, their liege lord? Corlys Velaryon, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke, his voice heavy with fatigue and impatience. Rising to his feet, he could hardly muster the energy to cast another glance at Corlys. The peril of dragon combat was palpable. He spoke languidly, as if recounting a fact detached from his own concerns. Why should the Targaryens sacrifice their own kin for the interests of others? allowing their family-s dragons to engage in such treacherous conflicts? Having uttered this, he swallowed back a harsher retort and turned to exit the study. The door was gently closed by a servant, and the room was instantly enveloped in silence. Otto Hightower continued to observe Corlys in silence, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, yet it sent a chilling shiver through the sea snake. Corlys' chest heaved violently, and at last, he emitted a suppressed snarl, pivoting abruptly to stride out of the hand's tower. The black dragon soared high above. Laenor's gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the serpentine path below. A scar upon the earth, the Demon Road, a segment of the ancient Valyrian road, connecting Volantis with the eastern city-states. On either side lay bottomless ravines and steep cliffs, with some stretches barely wide enough for a single horse to pass. The treacherous terrain suggested that venturing to Volantis via this route was unwise. Perhaps one would have to traverse the Painted Mountains instead. Laenor quickly assessed the situation in his mind. To send hundreds of thousands of cavalry down this path would be tantamount to suicide. He adjusted his course, his wings beating powerfully as his massive form transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling eastward. Before long, a city with a grotesque silhouette emerged on the horizon, Mir. The name surfaced in Laenor's memory. A city infamous for producing all manner of bizarre slaves, cursed as the City of Monsters. Its inhabitants seemed to have noticed him as well. On the ground, countless tiny figures poured from the buildings, gathering in the streets like startled ants, gazing skyward. The scent of fear wafted up to him, palpable even from his lofty perch. He let out a deep dragon roar, no longer concealing his presence. A vast shadow loomed over the city like a thundercloud. Under the terrified and desperate gazes of all Mir's residents, the mountain-like black dragon suddenly folded its wings, its immense form rapidly contracting and reshaping in the air. In the next moment, a young man clad in resplendent black and gold attire silently descended into the central square of the city. He cast his gaze around, observing the distorted and grotesque faces twisted by fear, a playful curve gracing his lips. Chapter 52. The simplest surrender of Materis. The central square of the monstrous city of Materis lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The air seemed to solidify into ice, suffocating all who breathed it. Every pair of eyes converged upon the quietly arriving figure of a man clad in black, their expressions a mingling of profound terror and morbid adoration. At that moment, a slender man, dressed in faded finery, desperately clawed his way through the crowd. He fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the dust-laden cobblestones, his voice trembling with fervent emotion. Great Dragon King, Lord of Storms and Flames, Governor of Materis, we humbly welcome your arrival. He lifted his head, tears streaming down his flushed face, overwhelmed with excitement. You have finally come. We have waited far too long. The governor's voice quivered with a sob as he lamented the tragic fate of this city to Sheng. Since the cataclysmic demise of Valyria, Materis, once a loyal vassal of the Free Fortress, had fallen into despair. The Valyrian highway, which once connected the empire, had been torn asunder by natural disaster, transforming into a treacherous path of demons, severing all trade routes. More dreadful still, the lingering aftermath of the apocalypse loomed over the city like a curse. Your Majesty, the probability of our children and descendants being born deformed is alarmingly high. The governor's voice was thick with hopelessness. We have been forgotten by the world, abandoned by the divine. Yet, we know we remain a part of Valyria. Now you, a true Dragon King, descend with the glory of the new Valyrian Empire. This is Mataris's only hope. We are willing to offer you everything. Sheng listened with an impassive expression. His gaze swept over the cowering crowd in the square. Deformed. Indeed, he observed many twisted limbs and bizarre faces. Initially, he paid it little mind, but as the governor's lamentation unfolded, his formidable magical perception unfurled, enveloping the entire city-state. In the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly. So, it was, in his perception, this city was not cursed. Rather, it was immersed in a remarkably concentrated yet chaotic magical field. The source of this power was the cataclysm that had once obliterated civilization. The aftermath of the disaster had altered the environment here and transformed the bloodlines of its inhabitants. Those so-called deformities were essentially mutations resulting from the inability of their bodies to bear and adapt to this tumultuous magic. Within these individuals resided a faint, yet undeniably present magical aptitude. No wonder those sorcerers sought to purchase slaves from this place. Sheng suddenly comprehended. This was not a desolate city but an unexploited treasure trove, a city perpetually yielding magical materials and the potential for spellcasters. For Alan, that mad sorcerer, this place was nothing short of paradise. Originally, Sheng sought merely to conquer the obstructive city-state, but now, his intentions had shifted. He regarded the prostrate governor. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Viserys, are you willing to join the new Valyria Empire? The governor, as if hearing a divine revelation, abruptly raised his head and, in ecstatic fervor, bellowed, yes. Viserys is willing. We were once the most loyal supporters of Valyria's free fortress, and you, the only one capable of restoring its former glory, are our Dragon King. Everything of Viserys shall be devoted to you. Excellent. Sheng accepted this pledge with composure. As for the offering, he was acutely aware that the city was nearly destitute. What he sought was not what they possessed, but rather their future. He promised a grand vision, vowing that the new empire would bring order, wealth, and rebirth to Viserys. Under the exhilarated and nearly frenzied gazes of the governor and the residents, Sheng's form began to radiate with black flames. He transformed once more into the colossal dragon that obscured the sky, his wings unfurling with a mighty beat, stirring a tempest. Amidst the thunderous shouts of "Long live the Dragon King," he soared towards the direction of Meereen, intent on greeting his true army. The Dothraki hooves, poised to trample the contested lands, would cross the painted mountains under his direct command, arriving at the battlefield of Volantis. In the apex of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, Valyria gently caressed her increasingly rounded abdomen, a glimmer of maternal radiance gracing her face. Lately, she had been plagued by the same dream. In her slumber, a pitch-black little dragon, no larger than a toy, appeared. Unlike the fearsome legends, it curled up gently, cradled in her hands, its scales emanating warmth. She understood that this was her child, the future heir of the empire. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon, piercing the clouds. Valyria felt a stirring within her and hurried to the terrace. A massive black shadow loomed ever closer, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Meereen. Her king had returned. Outside the city of Meereen, the Dothraki encampment stretched endlessly, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. As Sheng's dragon silhouette cleaved through the sky, this ocean erupted in fervor. Cow! Our great cow has returned. The rising chorus of cheers coalesced into a resounding wave, soaring towards the heavens, as if to rend the sky asunder. Sheng descended onto the clearing at the center of the camp, his immense dragon form retracting in a blaze of light, reverting to human shape. Majo had long led a cadre of officers, clad in resplendent black and gold armor, respectfully awaiting outside the largest tent. Your Majesty, Majo knelt on one knee, his voice steady and powerful. Excellent. Sheng nodded and strode into the tent. Inside, military maps blanketed the long table, detailing their strategic plans. Majwa followed closely behind and began his report. Your Majesty, as per your command, I have consolidated all the tribes found on the plains. Currently, there are a total of 134,000 warriors in Khalasar, with over 400,000 steeds. All are prepared and ready to conquer anything for you. The prolonged management tasks had left the composed Kwa somewhat fatigued, yet his gaze shone with unprecedented brilliance. He yearned for battle, eager to follow this invincible cow and witness an unparalleled great conquest. After listening to the report, Sheng's gaze fell upon the vividly colored mountains on the eastern side of the map. Excellent. He traced his finger across the mountain range, his voice cold and resolute. Convey my orders. The entire army shall set forth. The target is the Painted Mountains. Chapter 53. Valerian's arrogance. The ship cleaved through the black waves, the briny sea breeze rushing towards him. Corlys Valerian stood on the deck of the flagship, Sea Serpent, with hands clasped behind his back, silver braids dancing wildly in the wind. His gaze traversed the tumultuous narrow sea, directed towards King's Landing, his eyes as cold as the deep sea. Disappointment. Utter disappointment. Viserys, his king and cousin, was nothing but a complete coward. An unknown dragon king had risen in the east, the fleet obscuring the bay, the dead forming a navy, even directly defeating the proud 3 dragons of House Targaryen, severing Prince Daemon's arm. This was a provocation against all of Westeros, an affront to the blood of dragons. Yet what was Viserys' response? Restraint. Do not provoke. Corlys could almost taste the rust from between his teeth. He had thought that the envoy from Braavos, soon to arrive, was a godsend. The Valyrian fleet, Targaryen dragons, combined with Braavos' wealth and resolve, would be enough to strangle the so-called New Valyrian Empire in its cradle. At that time, the kingdom of the 3 daughters would be thoroughly suppressed, the trade routes of House Valerian would be unobstructed, and the Targaryens could enjoy the title of Dragon King exclusively. A win-win for all. But Viserys refused. He would rather curl up in the Red Keep. clinging to his ridiculous model of Valyria than confront the flames igniting at his doorstep. Foolish, Corlys scoffed inwardly. My lord. A captain approached, bowing respectfully. The course has been set, full speed ahead towards the stepstones. Corlys did not turn back, merely uttering an acknowledgement. He was on his way to meet Daemon, that arrogant, defiant brother who truly possessed the blood of Targaryen. Viserion was unreliable, but Daemon was different. The shame of having his arm severed was enough to ignite all his fury. By then, the 3 adult dragons of House Valerion, along with Daemon and his bloodworm Caraxes, in conjunction with Bravo's invincible purple sails, would be formidable. Corlys released the tight grip of his fists. He seemed to envision the magnificent spectacle above that sea, where dragon flames intermingled with cannon fire. As for Viserys, a cold, disdainful curve graced the corners of his lips. Once the dust settled, the victor required no approval from cowards. He issued the command. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. Full speed ahead. The sea serpent emitted a deep horn blast, its immense hull carving a resolute arc across the waves, heading towards Bloodstone Island. Within the confines of the Red Keep's study, the air was stifling, almost suffocating. Upon learning of the sea serpent's departure, King Viserys, I felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest. He paced restlessly before his beloved model of Valyria, ultimately succumbing to the urge to adjust the position of a delicate ivory spire, only to accidentally knock it over. The sharp sound echoed, causing his heart to constrict painfully. He stared intently at the toppled spire, his breath growing labored. Valyrian. The name pierced his heart like a venomous thorn. The rapid expansion of that family filled him with dread. Why had he denied Corlys' plea for aid when the stepstones were seized by the kingdom of the 3 daughters? Was it not to curtail the Valyrian family's trade routes and diminish their influence? That desolate isle held no significance for the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Yet it was the lifeblood of the sea serpent. But that fool demon dared to ride into battle on a dragon. Though it ended in a Pyrrhic victory, it nonetheless elevated the Valyrian family's renown to unprecedented heights. Now, Corlys had become even more audacious. He had the audacity to promise Laenor's betrothal to the Sea Lord of Bravos without notifying him. Laenor rode one of the Targaryen dragons. This was an outright betrayal. Viserys' face flushed crimson, feeling as though his authority had been trampled underfoot. What do they take me for? A mere ornament? Rage burned through his reason. He swept his hand across the table, sending several intricately crafted structures crashing to the ground. Shards of ivory and obsidian scattered in all directions. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. No, this cannot continue. He forced himself to regain his composure. He thought of Alicent, who was about to bear him a child. Rhaenyra, young Aegon, and the forthcoming child. All would fortify the Targaryen bloodline once more. Once his child was born, grew, and mounted those dormant, unclaimed dragons, Vermithrax and Silverwing. The power of House Targaryen would once again eclipse all else. At that time, the Valyrian family would no longer pose a challenge to the majesty of the Iron Throne. Viserys inhaled deeply, his gaze growing cold and resolute. Corlys, having chosen to deceive your liege lord, may expect no further support from me. He bent down, neglecting to pick up the shattered pieces, and instead redirected his gaze towards the model, as if that were the only realm he could truly command. The delegation from Bravos had finally arrived in King's Landing. As the ship docked, the leader of the entourage, Tryon Inarius, stepped onto the wharf, only to be met with a foul stench, a noxious blend of fish, filth, and decay. Instinctively, he raised a hand to cover his nose, his throat churning, nearly retching on the spot. By the gods! His aide muttered a curse beside him. Was this truly the capital of the 7 kingdoms? It was utterly worse than the filthiest mud town of Bravos. Taking a deep breath, Tryon retrieved a silk handkerchief soaked in exquisite perfume from his breast pocket, holding it before his nose, which provided some relief. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the ragged, gaunt commoners on the docks, a flicker of undisguised disdain crossing his eyes. Soon, the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, arrived with a retinue of guards to greet them. Otto wore a formulaic smile, yet his gaze was as cold as the waters of a winter lake, devoid of any emotion. Welcome to King's Landing, esteemed guests from Bravos. His voice was flat and devoid of inflection. Under Otto's guidance, the delegation traversed the filthy, chaotic streets, making their way toward the grand red castle atop the hill. Along the way, the members of the delegation engaged in hushed conversations, their words brimming with confidence and a tinge of condescending superiority. I wager that King Viserys is losing sleep over the Dragon King of the East, one remarked. Not just sleepless nights. Prince Daemon's hand has been severed. 3 dragons have fled in disarray, and the Targaryens have lost face. And that is precisely why we have come, Tryon whispered, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Bravos shall alleviate his burdens, provided he pays a substantial price. His aide chuckled knowingly. Indeed, the myth of the Targaryens has crumbled. They require our assistance. Tryon Inarius gazed up at the approaching Red Keep, his heart swelling with confidence. He had carefully crafted his words, contemplating how to present Bravos' goodwill and power to this beleaguered king, all while securing a monumental deal that would turn the Iron Bank's head. They were here to rescue the Targaryens. This ruler of Westeros must be eagerly awaiting their arrival upon his throne. Chapter 54. The Princesses of Kings Landing the Cold. Jagged spikes of the Iron Throne pressed against Viserys' back. Distracted, he leaned against this monstrous seat forged from the swords of his fallen enemies. His fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest as his gaze drifted beyond the respectful Bravosi envoys standing below, out towards the window. Outside the stone walls of the Red Keep, the sky over King's Landing was shrouded in gray. Alicent should be arriving any day now. Viserys' thoughts were entirely absent from the court. He fervently hoped that the maester would bring good news. A healthy, lusty boy's cries. A boy who belonged to him, to the Targaryens, and most importantly, to House Hightower. Thus, Your Majesty, in the face of the Eastern Dragon King's barbaric expansion, the alliance between Bravos and the Iron Throne stands as the sole recourse for preserving world order and free trade. The leader of the Bravosi delegation, Tryon concluded his impassioned oration. He inclined slightly, adorned with a confident smile that suggested mastery over the situation, awaiting the Westerosi king to gratefully accept his goodwill. They brought forth a fleet, wealth, and an unwavering resolve to counter another Dragon King. In his view, the beleaguered Viserys had no justification to refuse. Silence enveloped the hall. Tryon's smile began to falter, for he realized that the king upon the Iron Throne seemed entirely disinterested. Viserys finally refocused his scattered gaze. As if just noticing the presence before him, lazily adjusting his posture, the blades of the Iron Throne scraping against his royal robes with a harsh sound. He cleared his throat. We in Westeros do not wish to interfere in Essos. The words, though softly spoken, struck Tryon's heart like a heavy hammer. Astonishment, shock, and then disbelief washed over him. The calm demeanor on Tryon's face shattered in an instant. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixated on the man upon the throne, questioning whether he had misheard. Refusal? How dare he refuse? By what right could he refuse? Your Majesty. Tryon's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of panic he scarcely recognized. You may not yet comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Dragon King of Essos is expanding his territory at an unprecedented pace. Volantis has already fallen, and his armies are advancing toward the disputed lands. There has even been fierce conflict with your brother, Prince Daemon, in the Summer Sea. He deliberately emphasized Prince Daemon's name, seeking to strike a nerve within the king. The Targaryen prince had suffered the indignity of having his arm broken by another Dragon King. What a profound disgrace. However, his words seemed to ignite long-simmering irritation within Viserys. Enough. The king's tone sharpened with impatience as he abruptly straightened from his throne, his violet eyes finally revealing emotion, irritation, and fury. Daemon's foolish war should never have occurred. The Targaryen family has long since withdrawn from the Essos continent. That was his own reckless decision, unrelated to the Iron Throne. Yet, Your Majesty, Tryon attempted to contest, unable to accept such an outcome, which contradicted the predictions of the Iron Bank. At that moment, a maid, her face pale and skirts lifted, rushed through a side door to the side of Prime Minister Otto Hightower, urgently whispering something. Otto's mask cracked open with tension as he swiftly turned to the king, his eyes betraying an uncontainable anxiety. Your Majesty, the queen is about to give birth. What? Viserys jolted. The irritation that had lingered just moments before being replaced by overwhelming anxiety and anticipation. His fear of Emma's perilous childbirth and his yearning for the newborn surged within him at that moment. He abruptly rose to his feet, dismissing any thoughts of the Bravos envoy. Take me there, he commanded Otto and the maid, almost sprinting down the elevated dais of the Iron Throne. As for you, he waved his hand dismissively at the stunned Bravos delegation behind him, his tone akin to shooing away flies. Today's meeting has concluded. Hand of the King Otto Hightower promptly followed, casting a fleeting glance at Tyrion, whose eternally impassive face seemed to sport a hint of a cold smirk. The white cloaks of the King's Guard billowed as they steadfastly protected their sovereign, and in an instant, the group vanished beyond the gates of the hall. Within the vast emptiness of the chamber, only Tyrion Lannister and his retinue remained, resembling a troop of forsaken jesters, frozen in place. The winds of King's Landing felt chillier than the sea breezes of Braavos. Upon returning to the delegation's lodgings, Tyrion remained silent throughout the journey. The clamor and squalor outside transformed in his eyes into profound disdain for Westeros and a simmering anger at his own misjudgment. The Targaryen response had far exceeded their expectations. A cowardly, short-sighted king, solely concerned with the childbirth of his wife. He was utterly oblivious to the flames erupting at his doorstep. Inside the room, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to a tomb. The members of the delegation exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. They had arrived with the pride of Braavos and the resolve of the Iron Bank, yet were met with such incomprehensible rejection at the Red Keep. "We have been deceived," a young scholar murmured. "That king is a fool." "The problem is, the Iron Bank will not accept a fool's refusal," another added anxiously. Tyrion irritably waved his hand, signaling them to silence. He approached the window, gazing down at the tumultuous streets. Had the Targaryens weakened to such an extent? Were they so indifferent to the mythic dragons and the dignity of their lineage? At that moment, a servant knocked and entered, whispering, "My lord. A gentleman outside requests an audience. He claims to be of House Valyrian." Tyrion's eyes narrowed instantly. Valyrian, the sea snake of Driftmark? Let him enter. Moments later, a man clad in deep green seafaring attire, with a rugged demeanor, stepped inside. He offered no superfluous pleasantries, simply bowing slightly. "I come on behalf of Lord Corlys Valyrian." The man's voice was steady and direct. "My lord is aware of your experiences at the Red Keep. We empathize with the king's short-sightedness." Tyrion remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "The king's reluctance does not signify that the dragons of Westeros will remain dormant." The man articulated clearly. "The vast majority of dragons currently ridden by House Targaryen are on Dragonstone, alongside Prince Daemon. The Valyrian family, to which we belong, also possesses its own dragon riders." He paused, unveiling the most pivotal information. "My lord, Ser Harwin, has personally journeyed to the Stepstones. He will ally with Prince Daemon, the Valyrian fleet and dragons, alongside the forces of Braavos, to decisively eliminate the threats from the east. We can circumvent the Iron Throne." The air in the room seemed to solidify. Tristane's breath quickened suddenly. To bypass the Iron Throne. This was a plan both mad and alluring. The king may be a coward, yet his brother and the most formidable vassals are not. Tristane's mind raced with calculations. The combined might of Ser Harwin's fleet, Daemon's dragons, and Braavos' wealth could conjure a tempest in Essos. He gazed at the Valyrian envoy before him, as the extinguished flame within him rekindled with fervor. Outside the birthing chamber, Viserys paced anxiously. His royal robe was already drenched in sweat. Each muffled cry from within pierced his heart like a needle. He recalled Aemma, the blood-soaked chamber, and the son who lived mere hours. "This time, it must go smoothly, father." A soft voice resonated behind him. Viserys turned to see Rhaenyra standing there, her face etched with concern. "It will be all right." Rhaenyra stepped forward, gently clasping her father's trembling hand, assuring him that the gods would watch over Alicent and the child. Viserys nodded, yet words eluded him. As Rhaenyra comforted her anxious father, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. She prayed for Alicent, for the one who had once been her closest friend. Yet, she understood that if this child were a boy, her position as heir would face its most formidable challenge once more. Time stretched in agonizing anticipation. At last, a resounding and powerful wail of an infant echoed from within. The maester, beaming with joy, flung open the door. "Congratulations, your grace. It is a little princess. Both mother and daughter are safe." Viserys' taut body relaxed instantly. He exhaled deeply, his face breaking into a smile that mingled exhaustion with elation. Otto Hightower's previously inscrutable countenance softened as his furrowed brow finally eased. Although not a prince capable of directly contesting Rhaenyra's claim, a daughter of both Targaryen and Hightower blood represented a monumental victory for their family. Viserys could hardly contain his eagerness as he entered the birthing chamber. Rhaenyra lingered at the doorway, witnessing her father carefully take the tiny infant from the frail Alicent's arms. Viserys gazed down at the delicate life, his face radiating a tenderness and joy she had never before seen. "Let us name her Helena," Viserys murmured softly. Alicent's pale visage blossomed into a blissful smile as she leaned against Viserys' shoulder. The king, the queen, and their newly born princess. The scene was profoundly warm and harmonious, yet strikingly glaring. Rhaenyra found herself momentarily lost in thought as she envisioned her mother, Queen Aemma, and her newborn brother from years past. Then, the vision shattered, leaving only an endless expanse of blood and her father's anguished visage. Now, her father had a new queen and a new child. The friend who once vowed to protect her eternally had transformed into her greatest adversary. An indescribable sorrow and solitude surged within her, prompting Rhaenyra to silently turn away, bowing her head as she departed from this warmth that was not meant for her. The corridor was desolate, and her footsteps echoed with stark clarity. As she passed the chamber of her husband, Lair Velaryon, laughter and banter from Lair and his squire, Ser Joffrey, drifted through the crack of the door, a sound filled with an intimacy she could never penetrate. Rhaenyra's body stiffened momentarily. She did not linger. She quickened her pace, almost fleeing back to her own room. With a resounding slam, she closed the door, shutting out all that lay behind her. The Red Keep was vast, yet she felt there was nowhere for her to go. Chapter 55. Dorne. The earth trembled. 134,000 Dothraki horsemen coalesced into a black torrent of steel, slowly advancing towards the eastern painted mountains under the command of the lieutenant, Khal Majo. The iron hooves of 400,000 warhorses shattered everything in their path, the rising dust obscuring the sky, resembling a great yellow dragon coiling upon the lands of Essos. Lysander did not accompany the army. He stood atop the great pyramid of Meereen, watching his forces depart, accompanied only by Valyria and Rhaenyra. It was not until the dragon's tail of dust vanished beyond the horizon that he turned and walked towards a quiet chamber within the pyramid. Alan awaited him there. The necromancer from Ass-High still donned his hooded robe, his pallor accentuated by the dim candlelight. On the small table before him lay a plate of Meereen's unique candied fruits. Materis, Lysander stated directly, his voice devoid of emotion, that city possesses certain peculiarities. He succinctly recounted his discoveries in the city of monsters, emphasizing the chaotic yet potent apocalyptic magical field that lingered over the land, and the grotesque inhabitants endowed with the gift of sorcery. Alan listened intently, the fervent glow igniting gradually within his black eyes beneath the hood. The God-given land. His voice was dry and hoarse, akin to the rasping of sandpaper. My lord, that is not a curse, it is a blessing. It is the most precious legacy left by Valyria. For a necromancer, a city teeming with magical potential is more exhilarating than the discovery of a gold mine. I require you to go there and transform those potentials into truly useful tools. Sheng issued a command to establish a wizarding academy or something akin to it. The form mattered little to him. All he desired were results. A formidable army capable of wielding magic. As you wish, Alan exclaimed, dropping to one knee with such swiftness that a gentle breeze stirred, causing the candle flames to flicker. This was true power. The swords and blades of mortals were utterly futile against the might of magic. His heart quivered with excitement. What Sheng bestowed upon him was not merely a city, but a stage upon which he could realize his lifelong studies, a cradle for the creation of an army of the undead and sorcery. I shall provide you with 1,000 pure souls as your guardians, who will heed your every command. Sheng regarded him intently. Remember, I seek only loyalty and results. All that I possess belongs to you, my lord. Alan bowed deeply, pressing his forehead against the cool stone floor. Sheng turned to depart, choosing not to say more. He understood that Alan would strive harder than anyone else. For such fervent disciples, a clear objective served as the finest motivation. Upon his return to the palace, Valyria reclined on a soft couch, tenderly caressing her rounded belly, her face aglow with maternal radiance. Rhaenyra stood nearby, peeling a sweet pear harvested from the summer sea for her. As Sheng entered, both women rose simultaneously. He waved his hand, signaling them to forego formalities. He approached Valyria and sat beside her, placing his hand over her abdomen, feeling the faint yet resolute heartbeat within. A sense of tranquility enveloped him. Valyria's voice flowed like gentle water. Sheng nodded, yet his gaze drifted toward the window, piercing through the city walls of Millen, as if he could behold the vast army advancing eastward. The wheels of war had begun to turn, and all he needed to do was patiently await the arrival of new life and the birth of a new empire. At the southernmost edge of the continent of Westeros, in Dorne, at Sunspear, the scorching air seemed capable of igniting one's lungs. Even the breeze wafting through the courtyard carried a parched essence from the desert. Prince Quolan Martell sat in the shade of an archway, idly toying with an obsidian-carved sand snake, his expression impassive as he listened to the lamentations of the man before him. This man, a messenger from the kingdom of the Three Daughters, hailed from the affluent realm of Myr. His luxurious silk garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his form, and his plump face was etched with anxiety and fear. Your Highness, that is no mortal, it is a demon. The souls of Valyria have returned. The messenger's voice was sharp and tremulous. His dragon's breath obliterated our mightiest warship. Volantis has fallen, and those of the Tiger faction have become his lackeys. Now, He has gathered over 100,000 Dothraki. All of Essos shall be engulfed in flames. Quolin remained silent, merely stroking the cool scales of the sand snake with his thumb. He was well aware of these developments. From the moment the flames of war ignited upon the Stepstone Islands, the watchful eyes of House Martell have never strayed from those waters. The catastrophic defeat of Prince Daemon, the submission of Volantis, and the rise of the enigmatic Dragon King, each piece of intelligence arrived punctually upon his desk. Though the Dornish may be distanced from the tumult of Essos, they possess a profound understanding of the power of dragons, far surpassing that of any family in Westeros. Their ancestors were the sole kingdom that remained unconquered by Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons. The next target is Westeros. Your Highness. The envoy, seeing him unmoved, stepped forward with urgency, declaring that Braavos had allied with House Valyria, preparing to strike. The kingdom of the Three Daughters is willing to pay any price. Should Dorne agree to send troops to subdue that monster? A price? Corlys finally spoke, his voice even yet textured like sand. What price can you offer? Gold? Or a fleet? He lifted his gaze, his deep brown eyes resembling an ancient well, revealing no ripples of emotion. Your gold cannot purchase the lives of Dornish warriors, and your fleet is but floating timber in the face of dragonfire. The envoy's complexion turned pale in an instant. But the loss of your teeth threatens your lips. Your Highness, he poses a threat to us all. He jeopardizes your trade, endangers your interests in the Stepstone Islands, yet he does not threaten Dorne. Corlys rose, slowly walking to the edge of the archway, gazing out over the sun-scorched sands. My ancestor Nymeria led our people to this land to escape the ravages of war and enslavement. We have rooted ourselves here for a millennium, learning to survive in this barren terrain. He turned, his expression sharpening. The sands of Dorne bleed only for the Dornish people. This is our singular creed. A gaggle of foolish merchants, only remembering to seek allies when a blade is at their throats. Corlys scoffed internally. Let the Targaryens and Valyrians grapple with their troubles. Let them contend with the new Dragon King. Dorne shall merely observe in silence. He gestured to the guards. Show them out. 2 lightly armored sentinels, armed with spears, promptly stepped forward, escorting the disheveled envoy away, one to each side. The envoy's desperate pleas echoed through the courtyard, soon swallowed by the sweltering air. Corlys resumed his seat, picking up the obsidian sand snake, casting his gaze eastward, his eyes deep with contemplation. The new Dragon King. The old Dragon King, Westeros and Essos chessboard has become increasingly intriguing with this unexpected piece, and Dorne shall be the most patient observer. Chapter 56. Rhaenys' choice. The winds of the Stepstone Islands carried a mingled scent of salt and decay. The massive anchor of the sea snake plunged into the murky waters, stirring a tumult of frothy waves. Corlys Valyrian stepped upon the blood-soaked reefs, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. He had envisioned various predicaments that Prince Daemon might find himself in: defeat, injury, or even betrayal by those he held dear. Yet, he never anticipated the scene before him. The camp was suffused with an intoxicating aroma of liquor that could inebriate even the mightiest of whales. Soldiers lounged in pairs in the shadows, their armor haphazardly piled nearby, while flies buzzed around their exposed skin and remnants of food. And there lay Daemon Targaryen, the one destined to be king of the narrow sea, sprawled upon a dilapidated throne, clutching an empty wine sack, slumbering as though he were a corpse. Corlys could even hear the weighty sound of his snores. This is our wayward prince. Corlys' voice was laced with frost as he glanced at his approaching wife, Rhaenys Targaryen. Rhaenys' face was etched with fatigue, strands of silver threading through her hair, the sea breeze tousling her dark locks, yet failing to disperse the worry etched upon her brow. He has been this way for several days. Rhaenys' voice was soft, tinged with resignation. Since the news from King's Landing arrived, he had shut himself away, seeking solace only in wine. Corlys let out a heavy grunt, his gaze sweeping over Daemon's somewhat puffy visage, marred by intoxication. A coward's behavior, he assessed mercilessly. The couple walked to a relatively clean cliff's edge, gazing out at the distant, murky sea. The situation in King's Landing is even worse. Corlys' voice was low, yet within it simmered a fierce anger. Viserys, my good king, he would rather hide within the Red Keep, fiddling with his stone models than fight for the glory of House Targaryen. He rebuffed the Braavosi's proposal, declaring that the Targaryens had withdrawn from Essos. He did not even wish to hear the envoy's words, rushing off to attend to his sea-born wife giving birth. Corlys' fists clenched with a cracking sound, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. An unknown dragon lord has placed a knife at our throats. Volantis has fallen, yet he believes that the narrow sea can shield him from all peril. He is betraying every vassal, betraying the blood of Targaryen. Rhaenys listened in silence, the sea breeze lifting the edges of her garments. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Viserys' choice may seem weak, yet perhaps he sees further than we do. What? Corlys looked at her in disbelief. The War of Dragons, Corlys, has no victors. Rhaenys' gaze drifted into the distance, as if transcending time and space. Our ancestors unified the Seven Kingdoms with dragonfire, but they also left behind a prophecy. Dragonfire can forge kingdoms, yet it can also incinerate the world. Viserys merely wishes to preserve the Targaryen flame, to prevent it from extinguishing in internal strife. That is his flame, not ours. Corlys abruptly turned to face his wife, locking eyes with her. I care not for any damned prophecy. All I know is that the trade routes of Valyria are under threat. Our wealth, our fleet, our very existence rests upon the ocean. Viserys may hide upon his throne, but we cannot. His agitation dimmed the glint in Rhaenys' eyes. She comprehended all too well. She was not merely a Targaryen princess. She was also the matron of Valyria. Her husband's ambitions were synonymous with the family's future. I am not solely advocating for Valyria. Corlys' voice softened slightly, yet remained resolute. It is also for our children, for Lair, for Rhaena. Their future cannot be entrusted to the mercy of a coward. And Lair? He inquired. He is patrolling the nearby seas, Rhaenys replied. Vhagar needs to spread her wings, as do I. The atmosphere on this island is suffocating. Corlys nodded, his gaze returning to the expanse of the ocean. Once the Braavosi arrive, everything will be set. His voice was cold and decisive. At that point, if all goes well, we will summon Lair back from that prison in King's Landing. If not, he paused. Let him remain there, at the very least. It provides a retreat for House Valyria. Rhaenys' heart sank. She gazed at her husband's hardened profile, realizing he had wagered the family's fate. And she, with no choice but to follow, could do nothing else. As night fell, a cold, bitter concoction was thrust down Daemon's throat, and violent coughing jolted him from his stupor. His head throbbed as if it might split apart, and everything in his vision swayed. When that familiar, ire-filled visage emerged in the candlelight, Daemon recognized that Corlys Valyria had arrived. Awake? Corlys' voice bore no warmth. Daemon propped himself up, tugging at the corners of his mouth to reveal a sardonic smile. What brings you here, Serpent of the Sea? To witness my misfortune? Or perhaps to announce King Viserys' decree to reclaim my title as King of the Stepstones? Your throne, along with your encampment, is nearly submerged in drink, Corlys retorted, tossing a letter before him. The Braavosi are approaching. Daemon's movement stilled. His murky gaze sharpened instantly, like a beast roused from slumber. The Braavosi? His voice was hoarse, yet laced with wariness. When have those usurers ever been so amicable towards the Dragon King? They covet dragons and harbor animosity towards all descendants of Valyria. Have you lured them here to shackle Corlys or to sell my other hand for a handsome price? Corlys regarded him, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. Drunkenly incapacitated, yet the prince's vigilance remained intact. They are certainly no friends. Corlys seated himself, leaning forward. But we share a common adversary. That bastard who calls himself the Dragon King has seized Volantis, and the Braavosi are frightened. They are willing to pay and provide ships, so long as we assist them in eliminating this threat. Huh? Daemon chuckled softly, his laughter laced with derision. So, you wish for me, the Prince of House Targaryen, to become a mercenary for the Braavosi? No. Corlys shook his head, articulating each word with precision. I demand your vengeance. He gazed into Daemon's eyes, where the flames of indignation had begun to ignite within those violet orbs. Your brother, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, has spurned the Braavosi's offer of alliance. Daemon's breath caught momentarily. The Targaryens have withdrawn from Essos, he replied. Corlys' voice pierced like a poisoned dagger, striking Daemon at his most vulnerable. He cared not for the Stepstones, nor for Volantis, nor for the arm you have lost. To him, it was merely a distant, dishonorable conflict. He was preoccupied with hosting a celebration for his newborn daughter, Princess Helena, while the entirety of King's Landing reveled in the bloodline of House Hightower. And you, Daemon, have been forgotten. Silence. Daemon erupted, rising abruptly and toppling the table beside him, the wine jug and cups shattering upon the floor. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot with a furious blend of humiliation and anguish. The betrayal of his brother stung deeper than the swords of his enemies. He had fought valiantly for the family's honor in foreign lands, sacrificing even an arm, only to be met with such cold abandonment. Each word of Corlys was like a branding iron, searing into his heart. Any lingering caution or doubt regarding the Braavosi was instantly consumed by this overwhelming rage. Now, only one thought resided in his mind: vengeance. He would make the Dragon King of the East pay a bloody price, and would show his brother upon the Iron Throne the true strength of the brother he had cast aside. Let them come. Daemon's voice was hoarse yet imbued with a chilling calm. Let them arrive with gold and fleets. He slowly turned, the candlelight illuminating the fierce contours of his visage. I shall use their ships, with my dragon, to rend our enemies asunder. And then, the entire world shall know who the true Dragon King is. In the corner of the tent, Rhaenyra stood quietly, absorbing the unfolding scene. She observed her husband as he employed precise words to rouse a slumbering beast, ensnaring him in the shackles of vengeance. She longed to speak, to caution against the Braavosi's cunning, to urge them not to be blinded by fury. Yet, the words caught in her throat. For she understood that Corlys' choice was made for Valyria, and Daemon's fury was the need of Valyria. This flame of vengeance, once kindled, would become an unquenchable inferno. Chapter 57. Each with their own thoughts. A black raven alighted upon the weathered windowsill of the stone fortress. A missive arrived, originating from King's Landing, penned by his elder brother, King Viserys. Daemon Targaryen tore the parchment from the raven's leg. As he unfurled it, the king's wax seal shattered, scattering fragments upon the rough stone floor. In the letter, his brother implored him, commanded him, one might even say, never to involve himself in the escalating conflict in Essos. The correspondence invoked the honor of House Targaryen, the preciousness of dragons, the sanctity of bloodlines, and expressed his growing concern regarding the ever-expanding Valyrian family. The name Corlys slipped silently from Daemon's lips, a glint of cold mockery flashing in his violet eyes. To be coerced? To be used? Daemon's fingers tightened suddenly, the expensive parchment crumpling in his grasp, emitting a groan under the strain. His greatest disdain was to become a mere pawn on another's chessboard, regardless of whose it was. He crushed the paper into a tight ball, tucking it into his bosom. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a loud, expectant voice. Daemon, the envoy from Braavos has arrived. We must converse. It was Corlys Valyria. Daemon turned, his countenance a mask of somber tranquility, all emotions restrained. He adjusted the collar of his black attire, the hilt of his Valyrian steel sword, dark sister, catching a glimmer in the dim light with his movement. He opened the door, greeting Corlys with a face slightly flushed with excitement. Two jet-black warships docked at the rudimentary harbor of the stone steps, their sails bearing the distinctive dark purple of Braavos, fluttering audibly in the sea breeze. Mercenaries, exiled knights, and the younger sons of nobility, who followed Prince Daemon, peered curiously from their hiding places, scrutinizing the uninvited guests. Braavosi? What business do they have in this forsaken place? Look at those sails. They bear the sigil of the Iron Bank. Could it be that the prince owes them a debt? Silence. Are you seeking your own demise? Perhaps they have come bearing gold. Murmurs drifted through the salty air, yet no one dared to raise their voices. All understood that the true master of this isle was the capricious Targaryen prince. Within the stone keep, the atmosphere of the meeting was far more somber than the outside suggested. Rather than a fortress, it resembled a vast nest built of stone, crude, rugged. The air thick with the mingled scents of sea salt, sweat, and inferior ale. The Braavosi envoy, a man named Trainon Nerys, donned a finely tailored silk coat, starkly contrasting with his surroundings. He surveyed the damp stains seeping from the stone walls and the coarse pelts strewn across the floor, a flicker of disdain crossing his heart, quickly masked by a professional smile. His sole purpose for this journey was clear: to secure allies for the Iron Bank, to procure those fire-breathing beasts. The more austere the environment, the more it evidenced the other party's desperate need for gold. This instilled in him a profound confidence regarding the impending negotiations. Prince Daemon and Count Corlys, Ser Trios inclined his body slightly, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a courtly setting. I come on behalf of the Sea Lord of Braavos and the Iron Bank, seeking our shared interests and security. Daemon lounged in the stone chair of authority, one leg draped over the armrest, exuding a languorous yet menacing demeanor, akin to a wild beast poised to strike. He remained silent, assessing his counterpart with his deep purple gaze, as if appraising the quality of a prized commodity. Corlys, in contrast, was far more exuberant, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. My lord Nynaris, your arrival is like the first ray of sunlight after a tempest. Please, have a seat. We have ample time. Nevertheless, Ser Trios's gaze ultimately settled upon Daemon, recognizing that the crux of this transaction rested with this man, rather than the ambitious sea snake beside him. Clearing his throat, he forewent any further preamble and directly presented his proposition. Your Highness, I trust you are aware of the actions of the new Dragon King from the east. Volantis has fallen, casting a shadow over the entire free trade city-states. Braavos cherishes its freedom and shall not permit the emergence of a new Valyrian empire at our doorstep." His voice paused, emphasizing his words. "To this end, Braavos is prepared to deploy our entire naval fleet. Our ships are the sturdiest in the world, and our sailors are unmatched in skill." Corlys interjected eagerly, "And the Valyrian fleet, my ship, the Sea Snake, can hardly wait to taste the blood of this new enemy." Ser Trios nodded in approval, continuing, "Moreover, we bring with us a novel weapon, a specially crafted giant crossbow, capable of piercing even the toughest of dragon scales. We have manufactured 300 of these, and they will be delivered continuously." At this, Demon's eyelids flickered slightly. A weapon capable of threatening dragons? Truly, the Braavosi were audacious. Ser Trios detected this subtle shift and felt a surge of satisfaction as he cast his final, most pivotal bait. "Of course, war demands funding. The kingdoms of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh are willing to cover all military expenses for you. Gold will flow like a river to the stepstones, should you but speak the word. They only implore you to harness the dragons, incinerate those Dothraki, and bring that so-called dragon king crashing down from the heavens." The Hall of the Stone Keep fell into silence, with only the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks outside. Corlys and Ser Trios held their breath, awaiting Demon's judgment. After a prolonged moment, Demon finally stirred. He slowly lowered his leg, leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his purple eyes gleaming astonishingly in the dim light. "Gold, fleets, giant crossbows," he murmured, a playful smile curving his lips, suggesting it sounded like a rather enticing deal. Ser Trios' heart raced to his throat. "Then, Your Highness, you mean to say, I agree to your terms." Demon's voice, though not loud, resonated like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring countless ripples. Trios' taut visage relaxed in an instant, revealing genuine joy from within. He was tempted to clap and laugh heartily, yet ultimately restrained himself. Corlys, however, displayed his excitement unabashedly, slamming his hand upon the table and exclaiming, "Splendid. Demon, I knew you would not let us down." He approached Demon, vigorously patting his shoulder. "The Valyrians shall stand with you against all odds. My son, my wife, our dragons, will be your staunchest allies." Trios also rose, bowing deeply to Demon once more. "Your Highness's wise decision will save all of Essos. Braavos shall forever cherish your friendship." Demon gazed upon the two exuberant men before him, wearing a matching smile, yet beneath his facade lay a fathomless abyss of coldness. When did the Braavosi, who dared to slay dragons, and the Targaryen dragons become the Valyrians? Observing these two who presumed to manipulate him, he harbored his own schemes, vengeance. If all went as planned, he would ride atop Caraxes, leading the Valyrian fleet with Braavos gold, and reduce that audacious self-proclaimed dragon king to ashes. He would demonstrate to the world that within the Targaryen bloodline, only he, Demon, was the true dragon. But should fate prove otherwise, let those who dared to ensnare and exploit him face the wrath of the Eastern Dragon themselves. The Braavosi, the Valyrians, and the kingdom of the three daughters. Rage silently ignited within his violet eyes. As for where this fire would ultimately blaze, only he knew. Chapter 58. The pillaging of the empire. The iron hooves of warhorses shattered the tranquility of the disputed lands. Dust rose like a colossal yellow wave, sweeping over the fragile borders of the kingdom of the three daughters. Daka led the charge, his bronze skin gleaming under the blazing sun, long braids dancing wildly with the jolts of his steed. The curved arak in his hand reflected the flames igniting the nearby village and the twisted faces of fleeing inhabitants. Burn, pillage, for call. The cries of the Dothraki coalesced into a torrent of destruction. They were no longer the seasick landlubbers of the ships, but had returned to their rightful place as kings of the grasslands atop their mounts. Days of respite had sufficed to transform their fear of the ocean into an insatiable desire to conquer the land. Flames devoured fields and homes, the cries of the afflicted mercilessly drowned by the thunder of hooves. Daka severed the head of a futilely resisting Myrene soldier, allowing the warm blood to splatter upon his face. He licked his lips, tasting not the metallic tang of blood, but the sweetness of power. This was true conquest. This was the life that a true call should lead. Their Dragon King Khal not only bestowed upon them unprecedented power, but also guided them into a vast world ripe for plunder. Faced with this tide of darkness, the proud mercenary corps and city guards of the Third Daughter Kingdom chose the most disgraceful yet pragmatic tactic of retreat. They bolted their gates, cowering behind what they believed to be sturdy walls, trembling as they watched their lands ravaged and their wealth pillaged. They placed their hopes in the high walls, believing they could exhaust the patience of the Dothraki. Yet, they were mistaken. Dokal reined in his steed, gazing at the distant fortress with a cruel smile. Atop the pyramids of Mirin, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the gardens. Lushing tenderly fed a slice of pear to Valyria, savoring the contented and serene smile upon her face. Lair sat quietly beside them, pouring refreshing fruit tea, her gaze soft. These were rare days of tranquility. Valyria's abdomen had begun to swell slightly, and Lushing could distinctly feel the pulse of the new life within, steady and powerful. That was his bloodline, the heir to the new empire. He reveled in this serenity, yet his gaze had long since transcended the walls of Mirin, casting toward the distant east. The wheels of war had already begun to turn. The iron hooves of 130,000 cavalry were merely the opening notes of a grand symphony. I must depart. Lushing spoke, his voice calm. Valyria grasped his hand, her violet eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, yet more so an understanding. I will await your return, she whispered. And our child will await you as well. Lushing nodded, offering no further promises. He leaned down, placing gentle kisses upon Valyria's forehead and abdomen. Then, he rose and walked toward the edge of the pyramid. Under the watchful eyes of Valyria and Lair, his form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In the firelight, bones, muscles, and skin melted and reformed like wax. The black and golden finery disintegrated, replaced by impenetrable black dragon scales. In an instant, a colossal creature took the place of the once human figure. It was a black dragon over 60 meters in length, its wings unfurling to overshadow the pinnacle of the pyramid. Golden vertical pupils glowed like two burning suns, surveying its city below. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The dragon's wings beat fiercely, its massive body stirring up a tempest as it soared skyward, racing toward the advancing tide of darkness in the east. He would personally escort his army across the painted mountains that divided east from west. In the seas beyond Liss, a merchant vessel adorned with a mermaid flag sailed at full speed, the crew's faces radiating joy at the prospect of a bountiful return. However, this joy was swiftly eclipsed by the appearance of a line of dark spots on the horizon. The spots rapidly enlarged, transforming into a formidable fleet. The vessels bore grotesque and menacing designs, their prows resembling hellish beasts, with unsettling one-eyed totems depicted upon their black sails. It is the high seas of the navy. The lookout's voice trembled with fear. The alarm bell was hastily rung, but it was all too late. The blind old sailors, like a swarm of sharks, swiftly encircled the plump merchant ships. They offered no warning, and the cold crossbow bolts rained down upon the deck. The panicked merchants from Liss could only despairingly watch as their trade routes were utterly severed by this ghostly fleet that had emerged from Volantis. Meanwhile, along the contested shores, a slightly smaller fleet was wreaking havoc. Nero stood at the prow of his flagship, coldly observing his men storm a prosperous coastal town. Flames, thick smoke, and the sounds of screams composed the most harmonious symphony in the ears of this former pirate lord. The land and sea revealed the fangs of the new empire. The journey back to Braavos stirred far more tumultuous emotions than the voyage there. Tyrion Lannister stood at the bow, the sea breeze caressing his splendid silk cloak. Yet he felt no chill, only a fervor within. The humiliation of King's Landing had long been supplanted by the euphoria of the Stepstones. That fool, Viserys, blinded by the throne and his bloodline, had rejected the friendship of the Iron Bank. He would pay dearly for this folly. A king who cares solely for his wife and children while turning a blind eye to the beasts outside his door. How long can his kingdom endure? Tyrion chuckled coldly to himself. Fortunately, Westeros is not governed by a single king. The ambitions of Corlys Velaryon and the wrath of Daemon Targaryen. These two forces hold far greater value than Viserys' crown. When these powers unite with the gold and fleets of Braavos, they will be capable of shifting the very foundations of the world. My lord, a subordinate approached respectfully. We are less than 2 days from Braavos. Excellent, Tyrion nodded, his gaze fixed upon the eastern sky, as if he could perceive the rising black dragon. To use a dragon against a dragon, that was the strategy of the Velaryons and Targaryens. Yet, for Braavos, this was far from sufficient. Tyrion understood well that both Daemon and that eastern land creature were of Valyrian blood, natural conquerors. Allowing them to weaken each other was merely the first step. The true battleground would not be on land. To have Daemon's dragon entangle with the Dothraki cavalry? Utterly foolish. The endless sea of horsemen could exhaust any dragon's fire and stamina. The decisive battle must occur at sea, where Braavos held the advantage. They would use Daemon's dragon as bait, luring the Dragon King of the East into the ocean. There, hundreds of warships would form a net, and countless poison ballistae would create a deadly thicket. At sea, a single dragon, no matter how powerful, would be merely an isolated target. Demon-S Dragon could serve as a distraction, while Braavos' fleet would deliver the final blow. A cruel smile curved Tyrion's lips. Gold, fleets, and massive crossbows. Alongside a vengeance-driven dragon prince as a pawn, he envisioned the scene of the formidable black dragon, howling as it plummeted into the depths of the ocean amidst a rain of arrows. The sea, he mused, is the dragon's grave. We, the people of Braavos, are the grave diggers. Chapter 59. The Purple Fleet in the Council Chamber of Braavos. A chilling sea breeze swept through the open archway. A maritime chart lay unfurled upon the long table, marked in crimson ink to denote the positions of Volantis and the disputed territories. The message had been confirmed. The returning envoy, Traian Naerys, spoke in a dry tone as he bowed before the seated Sea King. Viserys Targaryen had rejected our alliance. He would rather cradle his newborn daughter than cast a glance at the flames of war igniting Essos. A king softened by nepotism and the comforts of nurturing. One of the representatives from the Iron Bank, a frail old man, scoffed disdainfully, declaring that the Targaryen dragonfire seemed on the verge of extinguishment. The Sea King remained silent, his aged visage etched with wrinkles akin to the intricate waterways of Braavos. His fingers gently tapped the armrest, creating a monotonous rhythm that filled the chamber, causing all present to hold their breath. They were the masters of Braavos, guardians of this grand city-state, forged by fleeing slaves. Their veins coursed not with noble Valyrian blood, but with an almost obsessive defense of freedom. A new dragon king was rising in the east. Volantis had already submitted. This was the most blatant provocation against liberty. Corlys Velaryon and Daemon Targaryen have agreed to our terms, Traian added. They will bring the Velaryon fleet and their dragons to meet us at the Stepstones. The name Daemon was uttered in hushed tones, tinged with trepidation. He was a madman. We need a madman to confront another madman, Traian asserted resolutely. Daemon's wrath, Corlys' ambition, combined with the gold of the Iron Bank. This force is sufficient to strangle that so-called new empire in its cradle. The Sea King ceased his tapping. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his murky eyes scanning each individual present. The Targaryen family had forsaken Essos. His voice, though quiet, resonated like the roar of a titan within the hearts of all. But Braavos shall not. We were born of freedom and shall never languish in the shadows of slave masters. Relay my orders. The Sea King stood, his purple cloak billowing without wind. Dispatch the purple fleet at full speed to the Stepstones. Inform the kingdom of the three daughters that their support is imminent. Let them send every able-bodied soldier to the disputed territories. I care not whether they defend or perish, as long as they can delay the advance of the Dothraki. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Additionally, open warehouse number 3. The countenance of all present shifted slightly. My lord of the sea. Those are intended for the dragons of Targaryen. Now, they have acquired a new target. The voice of the Sea King bore no trace of emotion. Essos requires no slave masters, nor a second Valyria. Orders were swiftly disseminated. Within the colossal armory of Braavos, heavy iron doors creaked open slowly. The arid air, tinged with the scent of wood, rushed forth. Rows of formidable behemoths lay silently in the darkness of the warehouse. They were immense crossbows, their frames crafted from fishbeam wood, more resilient than steel, with winches as thick as pythons, requiring the combined strength of a dozen robust men to operate. Each bolt was thicker than an adult's arm, its triangular tip shimmering with a ghostly blue light, evidently coated in deadly poison. These were the dragon-slaying instruments that Braavos had secretly forged over nearly a century. Each one was capable of piercing the toughest dragon scales. Their original quarry had been the mighty Targaryen dragons that loomed over Dragonstone and King's Landing. Now, they would be unveiled for the first time, aimed towards the east. It was imperative that the dragon lord of the Slavers Bay understood that freedom was not to be desecrated. Vhagar's immense wings stirred the white surf. Lair Velaryon leaned down, gripping the saddle horns tightly, allowing the raging winds to whip her silver hair into a frenzy. She loathed the stepstones, despised the damp, rudimentary stone keep, and abhorred the ever-present odor of blood and salt in the air. Most of all, she detested her father's unmasked ambition and Prince Daemon's daily despondency. Since the news from King's Landing had arrived, that once unruly and roguish prince seemed to have lost his backbone, spending his days in the company of wine. Only upon Vhagar's back, soaring through the heavens, could she temporarily forget it all. Forget the impending war. Forget being promised like a mere commodity to the Sea King's reportedly inept son, who supposedly could not even ride a horse. Behind her, another resounding dragon roar echoed. Laenor's heart tightened as she turned. A lithe dragon, its scales as crimson as blood, was in pursuit. It was her mother Rhaenys' Red Queen, Maleis. The two dragons circled in the air for a moment before finally descending upon a deserted rocky islet. Lair dismounted, listlessly kicking at the gravel beneath her feet. Rhaenys approached her, gently tucking a strand of her daughter's wind-tossed hair behind her ear. "Are you troubled?" "I am exasperated," Lair blurted out, her voice laced with uncontainable irritation. "I am weary of this war, weary of father's schemes, weary of Prince Demon, and I am even more weary of that betrothal." She lifted her gaze to meet her mother's. "For a handful of ships and a few chests of gold, I am to marry a fool I have never met? Is this the fate of a daughter of House Valyria?" Rhaenys fell into a momentary daze. She embraced her daughter's slightly trembling shoulders, her gaze directed towards the tumultuous sea in the distance. Memories of her marriage flooded her mind. Years ago, she had defied the king's arrangements, choosing instead the ambitious and vibrant man, Corlys Velaryon, with her own hands. It was a union forged in love and shared aspirations. Yet now her daughter, her most cherished Lair, was bound to a marriage she despised, sacrificed for the family's interests. "Foolish child." Rhaenys' voice was soft, laced with an almost imperceptible sigh. "Your father merely wishes to secure more for our family and your future. To do so at the expense of my marriage?" Lair's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mother, you are also a Targaryen, once an heir to the throne. Are you truly content with this?" "I am certainly not content," Rhaenys answered with calm resolve, her gaze briefly reflecting the pride and melancholy of a queen without a crown. "Yet sometimes, discontent must be endured." She held her daughter a little tighter. "We are Valyrian women, Lair. We are born to navigate the tempests, be they of the sea or of fate. But I feel as if I am being engulfed by this storm." Lair's voice trembled with emotion. Rhaenys chose silence, simply holding her daughter, absorbing the helplessness and resistance emanating from her. Corlys' ambition, Demon's fury, the gold of Bravos, these elements wove together a vast web, with her daughter positioned as the sacrificial centerpiece. In the distance, Vagr snorted, releasing a plume of scorching air. Rhaenys gazed at the bronze beast, once belonging to the great Queen Visenya. Now, it belonged to her daughter. Perhaps this was the true strength of House Valyrian, not the fleet, nor the wealth, but the blood of dragon lords coursing through their veins. For the glory of the family. Rhaenys silently contemplated. How much must we sacrifice? Chapter 60. The rebirth of the city of monsters. The army surged forth like a tide of darkness, slowly advancing towards the painted mountains on the horizon. A dragon, born of the land, perched high above, its golden slit eyes reflecting the army below, moving like ants. Impatience brewing within. Too slow. What seemed to him a distance easily crossed with a few beats of wings. This army of mortals required an entire day to traverse. The march of hundreds of thousands of cavalry stirred up clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Their grandeur was undeniable, yet in the face of absolute speed, such scale appeared cumbersome and unwieldy. "It seems I must grow accustomed to commanding from afar," he coldly resolved. He could not escort them personally every time. The expansion of the empire demanded efficiency, and he was the ultimate guarantor of that efficiency. Wasting time accompanying the army on its leisurely march was undoubtedly the greatest extravagance. His gaze drifted beyond the army, towards the distant east. Upon confirming that the army's route remained unerring, the immense dragon wings suddenly unfurled, tearing through the air as its colossal form transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing instantaneously beyond the horizon. The city of monsters, Materis, thrived with an unprecedented fervor and order. The wizard Alan stood upon a vast clearing, untouched by chaos, his black robe remaining immovable in the sweltering wind. Behind him, 1,000 unblemished stood like silent statues, forming an insurmountable line of steel. Before him lay rows of Materis women, expectant mothers and those cradling newborns, their expressions a blend of awe and even a hint of ecstasy. Alan's gaze was vacant and indifferent as he extended his pale, bloodless fingers, gently touching the abdomens of the infants and mothers in succession. With each contact, a barely perceptible thread of black magic seeped in, conducting the most rudimentary yet brutal assessment of their potential. "This one goes to the West District, marked as second class. This one is first class, to be closely monitored. This one is worthless, send it back." His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. The nearby Materis officials nodded and bowed hastily, meticulously categorizing the crowd according to his directives. Under the shroud of terrestrial magic, this city had transformed into a veritable repository of magical potential. The bloodlines, misshapen by the remnants of apocalyptic magic, had now become the most coveted treasures. Of course, such wealth came at a price. They were, after all, distinct from true practitioners like himself. A flicker of disdain crossed Alan's mind. These so-called progenitors were merely parasites, reliant on the source of His Majesty's power. Once severed from His Majesty's domain, they would be rendered incapable of even the simplest of tricks, reverting to mere grotesques that could only wallow in the mire. He, however, was a genuine spellcaster. Even in barren lands, he could unravel the laws of death through his innate talent and knowledge. Yet, this did not hinder him from executing His Majesty's will. A collection of flawed monstrosities capable of wielding magic through His Majesty's grace was already a stroke of fortune they could never hope to achieve in several lifetimes. How is the progress of the construction? Alan inquired without turning. A Materis official scurried to his side, nearly tumbling in his haste, and obsequiously replied, "Esteemed Lord, the clearing has been completed, and the Foundation has commenced excavation. We await the arrival of the Empire's supplies. The Academy can commence at any moment." "Excellent." Alan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the diligent Matarisians toiling away. They labored for a future they had never envisioned, one that would see them become a part of the Empire's foundation. An unprecedented academy for spellcasters would rise from this accursed land, and he, Alan, would be the inaugural headmaster of this institution. With this thought, even his typically somber demeanor cracked a cold smile at the corners of his lips. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the atmosphere in the king's study was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. King Viserys paced restlessly, his beloved model of Valyria now marred by the shattered remnants of a black dragon figurine representing Caraxes, which he had crushed in frustration. The news brought by the Raven had confirmed his most dreaded suspicions. His brother, Daemon Targaryen, that ever rebellious and wayward prince, had indeed disregarded his commands. Not only had he failed to withdraw his forces from the Stepstones, but he had also entangled himself with Corlys Velaryon and even the Iron Bank of Bravos. "You think only of yourself. What do you regard the honor of House Targaryen as? What do you make of my orders?" A wave of helplessness washed over him. With this brother, he seemed perpetually at a loss. Beatings and banishments had failed to quell the deep-seated rebellion within him. He could almost envision the scornful smile that would grace Daemon's face upon receiving his sternly worded letter. A mix of betrayal and neglect gnawed at his heart, intertwined with a profound fear of familial division. He could no longer remain idle. "Otto." Viserys took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and hoarsely called out. The hand of the king, Otto Hightower, emerged like a specter from the shadows, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty, I have a task to assign to you." Viserys turned, a ghostly resolve flickering across his weary visage. "You must go to Volantis in person." Otto's brow raised imperceptibly. "Volantis? That city already seized by the newly ascendant dragon lord from the east? Your Majesty, the risks of traveling to Volantis at this time are—" "Risks?" Viserys interrupted brusquely. "The greatest risk is doing nothing, allowing Daemon and Corlys to bind the Valyrian fleet and the Targaryen dragons to Bravos' chariot." He stepped closer to Otto, his gaze locked onto his chancellor's. "Listen to me, Otto. That dragon lord of the east shares the blood of Valyria. He is rebuilding an empire. You will take my message and inform him that House Targaryen extends a hand of friendship. We have no intention of opposing him. Quite the contrary, we should join forces." He spread his arms wide, as if embracing a grand vision. "Imagine it, Otto, when two true dragons stand at the pinnacle of the world, one in the west and one in the east. What do those insignificant sea serpents, those lending merchants, and those treacherous vassals scheming behind our backs amount to?" The study fell into a profound silence. Otto Hightower regarded the seemingly mad king before him, feeling a chill for the first time in his heart. Yet, he did not counter the king's fervor, for in the depths of the king's eyes, he discerned an undeniable resolve. More importantly, he sensed a glimmer of opportunity, a chance to thoroughly stir the stagnant waters of Westeros. An opportunity for the Hightower family to seize greater benefits. "A bold conception, Your Majesty." Otto spoke slowly, his voice steady and devoid of any discernible emotion, a truly grand blueprint befitting a king. He bowed slightly, extending his hands. "Please bestow upon me the letter, my liege. I would face 1,000 deaths in your service." A satisfied smile graced Viserys' face as he withdrew from his breast a letter, already penned and sealed with royal wax, and solemnly handed it to Otto. "Deliver it personally, Otto. Let him perceive the sincerity emanating from the Iron Throne." "As you command, Your Majesty." Otto accepted the letter, its weight in his hands feeling as if it bore the burden of 1,000 lives. He bowed deeply once more, then turned and silently exited the study. The door closed behind him, sealing the king and his grand, perilous fantasies within the room. Viserys exhaled a deep breath and resumed his seat upon the throne, gazing out at the view of King's Landing, a sense of unprecedented control washing over him. He believed he had just made a move capable of altering the world's order. Daemon, Corlys, you shall soon discover who truly reigns over the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 61. The high seas of Essos in the hand of the king in the air of Volantis. The briny sea breeze mingled with the scent of decaying wealth. Lysander stood atop the palace, surveying the vast city below. The gears of war turned precisely according to his will, emitting a pleasing hum. Intelligence flowed to him like a river. The Dothraki vanguard, led by Dario, had plunged into the borders of Meereen like a searing iron spear. Countless villages reduced to charred remnants amidst flames and cries of anguish, while the garrison of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters cowered behind the city walls, trembling in fear. The high seas of Essos, a fleet comprised of the undead and pirates, under the command of Old Blind Eyes and Nero, surged forth like a pack of ravenous sharks, unleashing a torrent of blood upon the summer sea, utterly constricting the maritime lifeline of Lys and Tyrosh. Outside the city of Volantis, the newly reformed Tiger Cloak Army, citizens of New Guise and heavily armored giants formed grim battalions, awaiting the imminent surge of black horsemen sweeping in from the east. Once the 13,000 Dothraki cavalry arrived, this land, known as the Disputed Lands, would be utterly plowed clear. Lysander was pleased with this outcome. He had long since distanced himself from the cumbersome ranks of mortal armies, finding efficiency in commanding from the center, wielding a godlike perception to direct operations from afar. As was customary for the expansion of an empire, war was merely a grand game of chess, and he was its sole player. The sunlight of the summer sea cast the waters in hues reminiscent of a colossal sapphire. Upon the flagship of the royal fleet, Otto Hightower stood at the bow, the sea breeze billowing through his robe adorned with the sigil of House Hightower. To ally with the rising dragon king of the east? To barter Targaryen friendship for peace? A subtle, cold smile played at the corners of Otto's mouth. This journey might yield unexpected benefits for the Hightower family and for his grandson, young Aegon. If only that insufferable Rhaenyra could be wed off to this desolate bay of slaves, the question of the Iron Throne succession would be rendered moot. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed by Otto. The cautionary tale of Rhaenys Targaryen lingered in his mind. A princess wed abroad, returning with her dragon and her husband's fleet, only brought forth greater troubles. And what of the newly born Princess Helena? The prospect of securing a promise from the Eastern Dragons through a royal marriage appeared to be a shrewd transaction. Immersed in his own calculations, Otto pondered how to transform the king's decisions into victories for his family. At that moment, a flurry of urgent shouts and the blaring of horns erupted from the deck. "My lord, we are beset by pirates." A pallid Hightower knight rushed into the cabin, his voice quaking with fear. Otto's brow furrowed, a wave of irritation swelling within him. He hastily drew his longsword, a weapon more emblematic of status than of battle, gripping it tightly in his hand. He strode towards the deck, where the sight before him made his pupils constrict in alarm. Old Blind Eye stood at the bow of the flagship, the Black River, his murky white orbs seemingly piercing through the sea mist. The deck beneath them bore witness to a recent massacre. Several merchant vessels, flying the banner of the tri-headed serpent of Tyrosh, lay riddled with wounds. Their sails engulfed in black smoke as the bodies of slain crew members sank languidly into the depths. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred wood. "Gather up all the valuables, quickly," Old Blind Eye bellowed in a hoarse voice, long numb to such trivialities. Just then, a lookout slid down from the mast, tumbling to report, "General, a fleet has been sighted in the distance, flying the Targaryen banner." "Targaryen?" Old Blind Eye's parched lips twisted into a grimace, revealing yellowed teeth. His smile grotesque. "Is it that roguish Prince Demon Targaryen's men? Do they dare come to their own demise? Just as well." The king had been lamenting his inability to locate his dragon. He delegated the task of cleaning up the aftermath to his subordinate and personally led over a dozen of the finest warships, akin to wolves drawn by the scent of blood, encircling the few vessels adorned with the three-headed dragon banner of Westeros. "Send the orders. I shall drain their blood and use their bones to adorn the king's throne." Otto Hightower observed with trepidation as the ships converged from all directions. These vessels moved with remarkable speed, their hulls painted black, rugged and savage in design, their prows carved with grotesque serpents and skulls, starkly contrasting with the style of any fleet from Westeros. They bore no noble sigils, only tattered flags depicting twisted totems that danced wildly in the wind. These were no ordinary pirates. A loyal attendant who had accompanied him for many years fixed his gaze intently upon the vessels, his complexion paling as he murmured, "Look at the design of those ships. They must belong to the infamous High Sea Stress Navy." The attendant's voice trembled with a hint of despair. "They are the navy of the Dragon Lord from Slave Bay." Otto's heart sank heavily. His purpose for this journey was to meet that Dragon Lord. Yet he never anticipated encountering the most ruthless of his minions on the open sea in such a manner. Observing the glinting crossbows and the frenzied sailors swarming the decks, Otto realized that any form of resistance would be futile. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Hoist the flag representing the king's envoy," Otto commanded with as steady a voice as he could muster, declaring, "I am the messenger of the Iron Throne." He merely hoped that they would at least grant him the opportunity to speak. A small boat was lowered, and the trembling messenger raised the flag high as he rowed towards the fearsome fleet. Moments later, a massive black warship slowly approached, and at its bow stood a tall, gaunt man with milky white eyes. It was Old Blind Eye. Upon hearing the messenger's report, he emitted a cackle reminiscent of a night owl. "The king's envoy? To meet our sovereign in Volantis?" Old Blind Eye's murky gaze turned towards Otto, his stare seemingly capable of penetrating flesh to reveal bone. Otto suppressed his discomfort, holding his head high and striving to maintain the dignity of a prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Ultimately, Old Blind Eye waved his hand. "Very well. Since you are a guest of His Majesty, follow us." He dispatched a squadron to escort Otto's ship in the center. Observing Otto's facade of calm, Old Blind Eye grinned. "Lord Hand of the King, you should consider yourself fortunate to encounter me. The fleet of that madman, Euron, is just behind, without our guidance. I fear you and your vessel would be reduced to mere fish feed." Otto's expression darkened even further. Chapter 62. The king's leverage. The dull thud of the ship's hull against the dock jolted Otto Hightower from his reverie of the past. After days of sailing, he had finally reached his destination, Volantis. Rising to his feet, he stepped out of the cabin, where he was immediately enveloped by a mingling of salty sea breeze, exotic spices, and a metallic scent reminiscent of rust and blood. The dock was no longer the chaotic scene of his memories. Instead, it was replaced by a suffocating order. Rows of silent, iron-clad soldiers patrolled the pier, their breastplates devoid of family crests, marked only by a grotesque, blood-painted harpy. Otto's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the scepter of the hand of the king. He recalled the harrowing experience of replenishing fresh water a few days prior, a memory that still churned his stomach and chilled his heart. Their fleet had docked at a coastal town that had been utterly ravaged, the devastation exceeding the wildest imagination of any Westerosi noble. There were no wails, no cries, only an oppressive silence. The majority of the heads had been severed, mounted alongside their mangled bodies on sharpened stakes, extending from the beach to the heart of the town, forming a grim pathway paved with death. More horrifying still, many of the intact corpses still twitched slightly, not yet wholly departed from life. The tall officer escorting him, a burly man with a scarred face, spoke in a tone that bordered on boastful, revealing that this was all the work of Lord Nero. Lord Nero appeared the most innocuous, the officer grinned, exposing a set of yellowed teeth. Yet to become a dominant force on the Serpent Lizard Islands, one had to possess a measure of madness and cruelty. His martial prowess was unparalleled across the islands. Had he not squandered his plunder on extravagant garments and spices meant for women, his followers would not have fled in droves, and his fleet would have been far more formidable than it currently was. Otto vividly recalled the encounter with Nero. The man was adorned in the most opulent silk, exuding a rare fragrance seldom used even by the Hightower family. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, with a cascade of slightly curled, wavy hair, and features so exquisitely crafted they bordered on the uncanny, embodying a breathtaking androgynous beauty. When he conversed with Otto, his tone was gentle and his demeanor graceful, as if discussing horticulture and poetry. Lord Hightower, Nero had smiled, meticulously peeling a fruit with a silver knife. The beauty of order stems from the complete eradication of chaos. Look how serene and tidy it is here now. His gaze swept over the forest of corpses outside the window, his expression devoid of any tremor. Merely the satisfaction of an artist admiring his own creation. A chill raced from Otto's toes to the crown of his head. If a mere commander under his command could descend into such madness, what terrifying presence must the man seated in Volantis, known as the Dragon King, embody? The palace in Volantis, once the opulent residence of the Tiger Party's consul, now enveloped in an aura of even greater majesty and cruelty. The black dragon banner had supplanted the tiger, and 300 unsullied stood like obsidian statues in every corner of the palace, their mere existence a silent intimidation. Otto Hightower, guided by one of the unsullied, traversed the long, empty corridors until he finally reached the main hall. There, the land dweller sat casually upon a chair carved from black stone. Dressed in simple black and gold finery, with short black hair and brown eyes, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. He resembled not a king, but rather a chess player contemplating his board. The hand of the king, Lord Otto Hightower. Otto bowed slightly, adhering to the protocol befitting an envoy of the Seven Kingdoms. Please, be seated. The land dweller's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Otto complied and presented the handwritten letter from King Viserys. This is a missive from His Majesty. King Viserys I, to the Dragon King of the East. Sheng did not immediately take the letter. Instead, he observed Otto with keen interest. In his perception, Viserys was a weak king, blinded by familial bonds and the illusion of peace, a failure who could not even manage his own brother. How could such a man have the audacity to contact him at this moment? With a hint of playful curiosity, he reached for the letter. A flick of his fingertip shattered the Targaryen wax seal. He unfolded the parchment, his gaze swiftly scanning the text. Otto anxiously scrutinized Sheng's expression, attempting to decipher its meaning, but he was met with failure. The other's face was serene, as if he were merely perusing an ordinary trade list. However, as Sheng read the latter part of the letter, a subtle smile began to curve his lips, not one of mockery or disdain, but rather a smile akin to that of a hunter who has discovered an intriguing quarry. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing clearly in the hall, causing Otto's heart to sink. How intriguing, Sheng mused. This seemingly timid king possessed such audacity and insight. The contents of the letter far exceeded his expectations. Viserys explicitly stated his determination to root the Targaryen family in Westeros while refraining from interfering in the affairs of Essos. He did not condemn Sheng's expansion. Rather, he expressed relief at the coexistence of the two great dragon lord families. This posture was exceedingly humble, yet distinctly delineated boundaries. What truly piqued Sheng's interest was the subsequent proposal. Viserys expressed his willingness to betroth his newborn daughter, Princess Helena, to Sheng's family, in the interest of fostering a lasting friendship between the two Valyrian bloodlines. Furthermore, as a dowry, Helena would bring with her at least 2 precious dragon eggs upon becoming a dragon rider, destined for the East. At the letter's conclusion, Viserys subtly hinted that, should the unfortunate demise of Lair Velaryon occur, the betrothal of the crown prince, Rhaenyra, could also be up for discussion. The future of Westeros could be entrusted to the descendants of both dragon lord bloodlines. Sheng set the letter down, his smile deepening. Your king, Sheng finally spoke. His tone, laced with approval, is far more perceptive than I had imagined. Otto felt a jolt of caution and replied carefully. His Majesty believes that the blood of dragons should not be turned against one another. Well said, Sheng remarked, rising to his feet and descending the steps to stand before Otto. An intangible pressure enveloped them, causing this seasoned king, who had navigated the political landscape for decades, to feel a rare difficulty in breathing. A bead of cold sweat formed on Otto's brow. Yet he maintained his composure. His Majesty merely hopes to establish the most steadfast friendship with the Dragon King of the East. Friendship? Sheng chuckled, perhaps. He extended a hand, gently patting Otto's shoulder. Viserys, your proposal is indeed fascinating. I accept this gesture of goodwill. As for that sea serpent, since it obstructs my path, I shall naturally deal with it. Yet, this is not for the Targaryens, but for my empire. The voice of the land dweller was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He turned away, no longer casting a glance at Otto, as if this meeting, pivotal to the world's balance, had reached its conclusion. Otto stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat. He began to regret his presence here, sensing that he had unwittingly invited a monumental trouble upon Westeros. Chapter 63. Aboard wait. Otto Hightower's footsteps bore a slight, imperceptible urgency. Upon exiting the frigid halls of the Grand Palace, the humid air of Volantis enveloped him, and he realized that his back was soaked with cold sweat. What had Viserys truly sacrificed? This thought gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, relentlessly tormenting his mind. An ambitious Eastern Dragon Lord, presiding over boundless slaves and wealth, would retract his claws for a mere letter and a few hollow words of goodwill? Impossible. Images of his daughter Alicent, grandson Aegon, and the newly born Helena flashed through Otto's mind. The path he had paved for House Hightower must not be shattered by the sudden emergence of this behemoth from Essos. My lord. The quiet inquiry of the attendant pulled him back from his reverie. Otto took a deep breath, forcibly calming the tumult within him, restoring the gravity and composure befitting the hand of the king. Issue the commands, he said, his voice dry and succinct. Immediately replenish all provisions, inspect the ships. We shall return to King's Landing with utmost haste. He must return, must keep a vigilant eye on the chessboard of Westeros, for he harbored a strong foreboding that his recent meeting might have summoned an incalculable trouble for the Seven Kingdoms. As Otto uneasily embarked on his journey home, the southeastern expanse of Essos was ablaze with conflict. The Kingdom of Three Daughters, a prosperous confederation forged by merchants and pirates, was paying a bloody price for its arrogance. The city-state of Myr, facing the might of the new empire, along with several affluent towns near Volantis, had transformed into a hell on earth within mere days. The Dothraki vanguard, led by Daka, descended like a black locust swarm, howling as they swept through the unsuspecting farms and villas. Their response to provocateurs was the most primal and savage form of plunder. Opulent silk carpets were trampled underfoot, exquisite statues shattered by the crack of whips. Myr's nobility, caught unawares, were dragged from their warm beds, their jewels and finery roughly torn away, replaced with the collars of slaves. Cries, screams, and the wild shouts of the Dothraki intermingled, rising to the heavens. Thousands of commoners and nobles were bound together by ropes, driven like cattle, destined to become the spoils of the new empire, sent to slave markets or relegated to the lowest ranks of labor within the military. Faced with such a violent onslaught, the united forces of Myr and Tyrosh were finally spurred into action. They organized formidable defensive structures in the border town. The militians unveiled their prideful war machines. A series of repeating crossbows, known as mill crossbows, were advanced to the front lines, capable of unleashing a torrential downpour of deadly arrows in a brief span, rendering them a nightmare on the battlefield. The great lords of Tylos committed their entire rear forces, dispatching a mixed contingent of 50,000 slaves, mercenaries, and noble officers to the defense line. Well-equipped and buoyed by high spirits, even the slaves, under the promises of the Tylos lords, braced themselves against the fearsome Dothraki. Daka was no fool. From miles away, he gazed upon the blood and steel fortifications, observing the militians calibrating their glimmering crossbows, and he spat disdainfully. A headlong charge would only spell death. He was acutely aware of his subordinates' advantages. Thus, plundering transformed into a more agile form of guerrilla warfare. The Dothraki cavalry fragmented, like a pack of ravenous wolves, circumventing the stout defenses to incessantly gnaw at the exposed supply lines and small outposts of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Meanwhile, in another corner of the kingdom, Rhys felt the immense pressure from both land and sea. In the contested territory of a town named Mesaloth, Rhys's forces were amassing. Under the stern orders of the High Council, they relinquished any fantasies of offensive strikes, instead commencing to dig trenches, erect high walls, and stockpile provisions, preparing for the impending advance of the Imperial army from the direction of Volantis. At sea, the nightmares of Governor Bombaro were replaying. The fleet of Old Blind Eye and Nero, now unified under the banner of the High Sashan Navy, prowled the waters surrounding Rhys like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. Governor Bombaro personally ordered a large-scale mobilization of Rhys's fleet, establishing a solid perimeter of vigilance along the coast. The entire Kingdom of the Three Daughters resembled a plump pig besieged by wolves, helplessly contracting its body and emitting futile cries, bearing witness as its flesh was torn away piece by piece. At the pinnacle of Volantis's palace, the landborn sat upon a throne forged of black stone, resting his chin on one hand as he surveyed the city below, slowly acclimating to the new order. On his desk, an obsidian glass candle flickered quietly, its flame not red, but a cold, pale luminescence that warped the surrounding space. He routinely inquired about the conditions on various battlefields through this Valyrian relic. "Daka, how goes the progress?" From the glow of the candle, Daka's rough yet exhilarated voice emerged. "Dragon King, the mill's plump sheep cower within their shells, afraid to emerge. Yet their villages and caravans are my spoils. My warriors revel in the fruits of victory daily." The landborn nodded slightly, his fingers tapping gently on the armrest of the throne. "Nero, Old Blind Eye, how fares the rout?" A smoother, slightly effeminate voice responded, that of Nero. "Your Majesty, the trade routes of Lys have transformed into a blazing inferno. The fleet of Otto Hightower has safely traversed the blockade under my escort. Majordomo, what of the main army?" The steady voice of Majordomo emerged from the glow of the candles, as dependable as ever. "Your Majesty, the bulk of the forces are maneuvering through the Painted Mountains. All is proceeding smoothly, without incident." Reports flowed in one after another, each matter unfolding systematically along the path he had meticulously charted. The combined forces of Volantis and the Slavers' Bay have reached the border, standing in confrontation with the armies of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. The Imperial war machine is operating with methodical precision, poised to crush all adversaries once the conditions are ripe. All is well. All is rather tedious. Sheng waved his hand, extinguishing the glow of the glass candles, plunging the hall back into silence. Leaning against the throne, a sense of ennui, born from absolute control, surged within him like a tide. It was akin to a masterful chess player engaging with a novice who could only move in straight lines. Every step was anticipated, every outcome preordained. All that remained for him was to wait. To await the Dothraki to devour the flesh and blood of the kingdom of the three daughters. To expect the imperial forces to surmount the mountains, and to bide his time for his wizarding academy to cultivate its first spellcasters. Waiting is the most exasperating of trials, even for an entity graced with longevity. Chapter 64. The Moon Singer of Bravos. The protracted wait has finally reached its conclusion. As the footfalls of the 130,000 warriors and the clattering of hooves gradually ceased outside the walls of Volantis, even the most valiant of Dothraki warriors bore the weariness of their long journey etched upon their faces. Major Domo dismounted from his steed, his boots meeting the soil of Volantis. Savoring the long-awaited stability, he turned to gaze back, the dense army resembling an iron forest stretching to the horizon, silent and oppressive. Their warhorses exhaled clouds of steam. Drenched in sweat, in dire need of respite, the gates of Volantis swung open to welcome them. This ancient city now embraced its allies with a renewed vigor. Simultaneously, at the port of Volantis, a colossal fleet was slowly departing. These warships, adorned with the banners of the new empire, formed a torrent of steel, charting a predetermined course like a dagger poised to strike, aimed directly at Lys. The news from both land and sea tightened silently. On the Stony Steppes archipelago, a desolate isle eroded to bare rock by the sea breeze, Demon Targaryen stood with arms crossed, coldly observing a dozen Braavosi craftsmen straining to operate the winch of a massive crossbow. Rather than a mere bow, it resembled a small-scale siege engine. Its frame crafted from resilient fishwood, glistening with a peculiar sheen of oil, the arms extending to a width of 30 feet. A Braavosi envoy stood nearby, unable to conceal his smugness. "Your Highness, behold, this is the masterpiece wrought from the tireless efforts of the Iron Bank." With a commanding shout, several burly men worked in unison to position a colossal crossbow bolt into the groove. The winch emitted a spine-chilling creak as the thick bowstring was drawn to its full moon-like tension. Release. A thunderous roar tore through the air, the black bolt transforming into an indistinguishable shadow as it hurtled towards a derelict warship repurposed as a target on the distant sea. A dull, penetrating sound followed, and in the next moment, the modified target ship was instantly pierced, splintering wood and spray erupting high into the air as the vessel disintegrated, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Corlys Valyrian's breath caught in his throat, his eyes igniting with fervent light. This power could even pierce his sea serpent. Demon raised an eyebrow, merely impressed. The might was commendable, but to think it could slay a dragon? Unless aimed precisely at its eye or throat, the Braavosi still misunderstood dragons, overestimating their iron contraptions. A flicker of disdain crossed his mind. The Braavosi envoy seemed to perceive his thoughts, a mysterious smile gracing his plump face. "Your Highness, this is merely one of many." He raised his hand, gesturing towards the tranquil horizon. At first, there was nothing to behold. But soon, at the juncture of sea and sky, violet spots began to emerge. The spots rapidly expanded, merging into a vast expanse, akin to purple ink splashed upon a canvas of blue. Sails. Endless purple sails. An overwhelmingly massive fleet was advancing from the ocean's edge. Hundreds, even thousands of warships, their hulls black and sails luminous purple, formed an impenetrable formation, completely enveloping the seascape. Under the sunlight, the water vanished, replaced by a moving continent of purple and black. What caused Demon's pupils to constrict further was the sight of colossal dragon-slaying crossbows mounted on the decks of each warship, identical to the one that had just fired. Corlys' expression morphed from excitement to unrestrained ecstasy. He clutched the rocks before him tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. This was the power he had long coveted, capable of crushing all in its path. Demon's habitual nonchalance and cynicism evaporated in that moment. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, hand resting on the hilt of his dark sister sword. This was a massacre prepared to be executed with steel and wealth. The skies would be blanketed by colossal crossbows. The Braavosi envoy's voice dripped with arrogant superiority. The black dragon of the east would not escape the deluge of our arrows should it dare to appear over the waters. Demon forced his facial muscles to relax, even managing a cold and perilous smile. The shock within him ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a more chilling calmness and calculation. Foolish. Yet their numbers compensated for everything. Confronting the uncrowned queen, Melias, and perhaps even the formidable Corach, may indeed pose a lethal threat. However, is it sufficient to vanquish the black monstrosity that has devoured all of Volantis? His gaze traversed the ecstatic Khalees and settled upon the self-satisfied envoy from Braavos. How might one incite this so-called invincible fleet to engage in a brutal conflict with that black dragon until the last drop of blood is shed? The flames of vengeance blazed within his heart, yet were shrouded by a chilling stratagem. Unbeknownst to Demon and Khalees, amidst the vast purple fleet, every several warships was accompanied by a seemingly ordinary supply vessel. Within its hold, rather than being filled with provisions, it was arranged akin to a temple. Clad in simple robes, women sat cross-legged, possessing the distinctive features of the Khalasar, their eyes closed, expressions solemn, as if isolated from the world. The air around them shimmered slightly, emanating an ancient power imperceptible to mortals. They were the moon singers of Khalasar. Their ancestors had led desperate slaves to escape the tyranny of the Dragon King, ultimately establishing the free city-state of Braavos within a fog-shrouded lagoon. This flight was a memory etched in their very blood. Yet this time, with the unwavering support of the Braavos Sea King and the Iron Vault, their ancient mission was imbued with a new, more ruthless significance. No longer were they mere fugitives, they would become hunters. This time, their objective was to collaborate with this vast fleet to execute a strike against the Dragon King and to thwart the aspirations of the Valyrian Empire attempting to take root here. Chapter 65. The Battle of Rhys. The solid military boots struck the parched earth of the Witchwoman Plain, producing a rhythmic, muffled sound. The formation of Nugai's citizen soldiers resembled a moving forest of steel, their discipline and training intensity rivaling that of the legendary Unsullied. Beside them, the warriors of the Tiger Robe army bore fierce tiger stripes on their cheeks, their eyes brimming with a thirst for blood. At the core of this mixed force were 200 heavy war elephants, each akin to moving mountains. With every step, the ground trembled beneath them. The citizen soldiers, armed with spears, displayed a gaze as cold as iron. Their objective was the stronghold at Rhys in the Myselros region. The first dagger thrust into the heart of the Three Daughters' kingdom by the new empire. The border of Mel. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and tension. The coalition of Slave Bay and the Tiger Robe army formed a stifling front against the forces of Mel. On the horizon, smoke billowed into the sky. Madro looked ahead with an inscrutable expression. Behind him lay the dark mass of Dothraki. The arrival of 130,000 cavalry shattered the equilibrium of the battlefield in an instant. The will of Khal was unstoppable, Madro muttered to himself. Under his command, the artisans of Volantis and Slave Bay began hastily assembling colossal contraptions. It was a newly designed catapult, crafted from the blueprints drawn up after the master craftsman's experiments, its lightweight structure hinting at devastating power. Meanwhile, in the northern vicinity of Balos, Daka and his band of marauders roamed the heart of Mill like a pack of ravenous wolves, spreading terror and death with reckless abandon. The noose of war tightened around the neck of the Three Daughters' kingdom from all directions. The coast of Rhys had transformed into a boiling cauldron of blood. The fleet of Volantis executed a merciless slaughter of the Rhys navy, akin to seasoned butchers. With each volley of crossbow fire, Rhys warships disintegrated in flames. "Quick, flank them. Rip apart their formation from behind," shouted the aged commander of the Hygos navy, his voice hoarse as he attempted to lead his fleet in a wide arc to ambush the rear of the Rhys fleet. However, their anticipated surprise attack collided with the fleet of Talosai, which had arrived unannounced, blocking their path. "It's the Talosai. That old fool Bambaro has summoned them too." Governor Bambaro of Rhys stood on the deck of his flagship, his face pale as he surveyed the chaos on the sea. His palms were slick with cold sweat. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "Release the ravens. All of them," he bellowed to the attendant beside him. "Inform the Braavosians. I have received news from the Stone Steps Islands. Tell them to hurry. Faster." A glimmer of mad hope shone in Bambaro's eyes. If the Braavosian fleet could arrive in time, combined with the remnants of the Three Daughters' Kingdom's forces, they could deliver a crushing blow to Volantis' allied fleet. At that moment, Bambaro prayed desperately for a miracle. Conversely, the commander of the Talosai fleet felt a terror rising from the depths of his soul. The battle commenced as they had anticipated. Fire. A deluge of crossbow bolts rained down like a dark cloud upon the advancing Hygos navy. The decks of enemy ships were instantly covered in a rain of arrows, shadows falling as they were struck down. The soldiers of Talosai erupted in victorious cheers. Yet, those cheers soon caught in their throats. The enemies who had fallen from arrows staggered back to their feet, as if the bolts had merely tickled them. What chilled them further was the speed of the enemy ships. It was a velocity beyond that of conventional war vessels. The ships of the Hygos navy seemed propelled by an invisible force, cleaving through the waves, heading straight for the heart of the Talosai formation. No deceleration, no evasion. for the oars that drove their vessels were manned by tireless, undead rowers. With a tremendous crash, several Tolosi warships had their sides splintered open, wood flying in all directions. On the pale face of the old commander, a silent smile spread. His withered fingers pointed forward. Onward. Let them taste the bitter flavor of death. Countless grappling hooks soared from the towering warships of the Gaogos, firmly anchoring themselves to the hull of the Tylosian vessel. The clash of steel was forced to commence. Oh! The Gaogos' navy, shrieking like banshees, surged onto the decks of the Tylosians like a relentless tide. Fearless of swords and undeterred by death, they pressed on. Even when spears pierced their chests, relentlessly carving through the throats of their enemies with sharp blades. This frenzied spectacle shattered the Tylosian navy's psychological fortitude. They were not confronted by mere soldiers, but by a horde of demons risen from the depths of hell. Nero's figure, akin to a wraith, was the first to ascend the Tylosian flagship. Clang! The incoming crossbow bolts and flying daggers were deftly deflected by him, his blades transforming into an impenetrable silver tempest. With the swaying of the ship, his movements became elusive and unpredictable. In an instant, a flash of silver swept past. The head of a Tylosian officer soared into the air, a spout of blood erupting from his neck, staining the entire deck crimson. Nero did not pause for a moment. His dual blades were like the scythe of death, raising a tempest of blood and carnage among the crowd. The keen edges cleaved through leather armor and shattered bones, each swing claiming multiple lives. His expression remained void of emotion, only hollow eyes coldly reaping all living beings. Water phantoms, descend, commanded the old blind man once more. A batch of undead, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the sea, clutching chisels and hammers. They required no breath. The frigid waters would serve as their finest concealment. Their objective, the helm and the hull of the enemy ship. A sinister grin crept across the old blind man's face as he unsheathed his swift blade and dove into the heart of the chaos. His swordplay was as swift as lightning, each thrust precisely finding the vital points of his foes. There were no extravagant maneuvers, only the most efficient slaughter. One Tylosian soldier after another fell beneath his blade, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. This Tylosian fleet encountered a legion of the undead beyond their comprehension. They believed they were facing a mere band of ordinary sailors, unaware that their adversaries had long transcended the shackles of life and death. This grave miscalculation buried them deep within these blood-soaked waters. The wails of anguish, cries of despair, and the clashing of weapons intertwined to create a symphony of hopeless death. The Tylosian fleet was gradually being consumed, taking with it the hopes of Bombaro, all sinking into the icy abyss. Chapter 66. After the bombardment, the cavalry charged. Upon the walls of the Mesaloth stronghold, the commander of the Riss garrison wore a grim expression. His gaze pierced through the rudimentary battlements. Fixated on the encroaching shadows on the distant horizon, the Imperial coalition forces. What sent shivers down his spine was the sight of a war elephant. A moving mountain of destruction. As those colossal entities advanced, the very earth seemed to emit a mournful groan with each step. The oppressive weight of their presence instilling a sense of dread, even from a considerable distance, causing the legs of numerous new recruits atop the city walls to tremble. Steady. Hold your ground. The commander bellowed hoarsely, striving to suppress the turmoil within his heart with sheer volume. At the forefront of the formation, Zola raised his hand impassively. Behind him, the ranks of the new GI citizens produced a synchronized sound of metal scraping, as their enormous tower shields were slammed into the ground, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Long spears emerged in unison through the gaps in the shields, resembling a forest of death. To their flanks stood the Volantis Tiger Robe army, their faces contorted with a blend of excitement and hatred as they licked their cracked lips and gripped their curved blades, veins bulging with anticipation. Their blood feud with the contested lands was destined to be settled this day. Load the weapons. A chilling command echoed from the rear. The colossal war machines, long assembled, began to move slowly. These were the treacherous trebuchets, meticulously reconstructed by master craftsmen based on the accounts of the terrestrial beings. The commander of the Reese Guard gazed upon the massive wooden frame and menacing throwing arm, a primal fear gripping his heart. He could not fathom what it was, but he understood that it was certainly not a benign contraption. Fire! The immense counterweight crashed down with a thunderous roar. The throwing arm swung upward at a speed barely perceptible, slicing through the air with a shriek. Several boulders, the size of grinding stones, were hurled skyward, tracing lethal parabolas across the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The first volley of stones struck the ground surrounding the outpost, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. The flying debris and shrapnel rained down upon several unfortunate souls. While no mortal wounds were inflicted, the terrifying force still elicited a chorus of anguished cries. The Reese defenders stared wide-eyed, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. Such distance? This was beyond their comprehension of catapults. Before they could regain their senses from the shock, the trebuchet had swiftly recalibrated its trajectory. Load. Fire. Another round of agonizing mechanical clicks reverberated through the air. This time, the whistling boulders accurately targeted the densest formations of defenders. The heavy stones, propelled with unparalleled kinetic energy, crashed into the throngs. The sound was not that of blades piercing flesh, but rather the dull thud of heavy objects obliterating human bodies. A horrific passage of flesh was forcibly carved open. Everything in its path, be it man or fortification, was reduced to a grotesque mixture of pulp and debris. The sickening crack of shattered bones intertwined with the desperate wails of the dying, composing a symphony of hell. The commander of Reese felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. It was over. Only one thought remained in his mind. With such range, such power, and such rate of fire, they could not possibly defend this stronghold. This was not a battle of equals. It was a massacre. Under the relentless bombardment of the cannon fire, the defenses surrounding Mesaloth were repeatedly plowed over. Reduced to soft earth and debris, the soldiers on the walls were utterly suppressed, too fearful to lift their heads, huddled like moles behind the shattered barricades, praying that the next stone projectile would not strike them. As the artillery extended its reach, beginning to cover the interior of the stronghold, the call to advance rang out. For the Empire, Zola drew his sword and pointed forward. The citizen soldiers of New JIS marched in perfect unison, like an unstoppable wave of steel, surging towards the breached gap. Before them were 200 well-trained war elephants. Their roars echoed like living battering rams, barbarically crashing into the city of Mesaloth. The remaining resistance within the walls, just finding the courage to regroup, was instantly scattered by these colossal beasts. The massive tusks effortlessly hurled soldiers, shields and all, into the air, and the crushing iron hooves left only indistinguishable piles of flesh. A Riss officer swung his sword, charging at one of the elephants in an attempt to strike its leg. The elephant merely flicked its trunk with impatience. The trunk, like a thick iron whip, struck the officer with a resounding crack. In a sharp snap of bones, the officer's body flew like a broken sack, crashing against the wall and sliding down, never to make a sound again. Amidst the chaos, the trained citizen soldiers displayed their terrifying dominance on the battlefield. They did not pursue the fleeing enemy. Instead, they interspersed swiftly in small units, employing their cold formations to slice and encircle the disheartened Riss soldiers. Following closely behind were the crimson-eyed tiger robe troops. Slay them. Avenge Volantis. They let out incomprehensible roars, burdened by generations of blood feuds, as they pounced upon the surrounded and demoralized Riss soldiers. Curved blades flashed, blood splattered. A young Riss soldier discarded his weapon, fell to his knees, and cried out for surrender. In response, a curved blade struck through the nape of his neck, emerging from his chest. The tiger robe soldier withdrew his blade without a glance at the corpse, lunging towards the next target. Their faces bore no pity, only the exhilaration of vengeance. Mesaloth had utterly descended into a hell on earth. At the mill border, a mill officer proudly inspected his defenses. Before him stood thousands of well-equipped crossbowmen, arrayed in dense formations, their repeating crossbows glinting with a cold, menacing light. Let the barbarians of the grasslands taste the might of our prowess, he proclaimed to his aide, asserting that before our rain of arrows, any cavalry charge would be nothing but a jest. His confidence was not unfounded. The repeating crossbows of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters were renowned for their rapid fire and armor-piercing capabilities, a nightmare for all infantry and light cavalry. However, his mirth was soon to dissipate. A familiar, distant whistling sound caused the smile on his face to freeze in an instant. What was that sound? He gazed at the sky in bewilderment. In the next moment, a dark speck rapidly magnified in his field of vision. Boom! A massive stone crashed into the dense formation of crossbowmen, akin to a bomb detonating amidst the crowd. Those struck directly were reduced to mere pulp, while the surrounding soldiers were hurled away by the tremendous shockwave and flying debris. Wood splinters, flesh, shattered crossbow mechanisms, and contorted limbs flew in every direction. Enemy attack. Catapult. Scatter. Quickly disperse. The officer screamed in terror, but it was already too late. More projectiles followed in swift succession, shattering the once orderly formation into disarray. The crossbowmen, clutching their heads in panic, could no longer muster an effective volley. Just as the formation was fracturing, a deafening battle cry resounded from the horizon. Hula! Mazar held aloft his curved arak, leading the charge. Behind him, the Dothraki cavalry divided into several massive contingents, surging forth like a black tide from all directions, roaring as they advanced. Fire! The Dothraki light cavalry, skirmishing at the periphery, showcased their exquisite horsemanship. They knocked arrows on their bows while atop their galloping steeds, unleashing waves of arrows that precisely rained down upon the Tyroshi spearmen attempting to regroup, pinning them firmly in place. The crossbowmen were suppressed by the catapults, and the spearmen were held down by the deluge of arrows. In that moment, the line of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters revealed a fatal vulnerability. Mazar seized the opportunity. The Dothraki behind him parted, unveiling a hidden contingent of heavily armored cavalry among them. These warriors, clad in meticulously crafted armor, held long lances tightly in their hands. They were the original adherents of Cairo, the most ardent practitioners of the new tradition. Charge! At Mazar's command, this heavy cavalry surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, charging with all their might. They coalesced into a torrent of steel, crashing violently into the already chaotic position of the crossbowmen. The long lances pierced through the flimsy leather armor of the crossbowmen, lifting them skyward one by one. The iron hooves of the warhorses trampled all obstacles into dust. The Tyroshi spearmen attempted a flanking maneuver to rescue the crossbowmen. Yet, as they moved, the Dothraki cavalry surrounding them immediately responded with an even denser hail of arrows. Countless soldiers cried out in agony as they fell to the ground, the formation once again thrown into disarray. Officer Mills stood in a daze, witnessing the turmoil before him. His volley of crossbows, his prideful iron defense, was thus shattered and obliterated. Merely a single flaw, a fleeting chaos wrought by those damned catapults. In that brief moment, the entire battlefield collapsed utterly. Majwa gazed upon the ruined alliance of the Kingdom of the Third Daughter, recalling the pre-war words of Kao. 130,000 cavalry could easily trample them. Chapter 67. The Bravo's fleet arrives at the battlefield. The defensive line on the mill border had transformed into a vast slaughterhouse. On the charred earth, tattered flags were thrust into pools of blood. The corpses of the Tyroshi and Mill coalition lay heaped like mountains, while the Valyrian tiger-clad army trampled upon the remains of the soldiers from the Kingdom of the Third Daughter, using curved blades to reap every still-breathing life. Survivors were stripped of their armor, bound together with rough ropes in a long line, their desperate wails echoing into the skies. The thunderous sound of Dothraki hooves approached, resembling the ominous drumbeats of death. Daka, towering atop a magnificent steed, showcased his copper-hued skin glistening in the crimson sunset. His marauding forces, akin to a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, encircled the main battlefield, transforming into countless black arrows aimed at the heart of mill, villages, outposts, and supply points along their path turned to ashes. When the news of the complete collapse of the mill line was brought back to the main city by panicked fleeing soldiers, Daka's vanguard had already arrived at the city gates. The entirety of Mill was besieged. Shortly thereafter, Majwa led the 13,000 Imperial main forces to the scene. The heavy footsteps caused the earth to tremble as new-style artillery was laboriously pushed up the heights by slaves, their fearsome arms aimed at the city that had deemed itself impregnable. A portion of the coalition was left to guard the captives, while the rest, alongside artisans, made final preparations for the impending full-scale assault. The gears of war had begun to grind. At the same time, off the coast of Liss, the waters were stained a peculiar dark red, the remnants of the Tyroshi fleet resembling immense tombstones floating upon the surface. Old Blind Eye rested a hand upon the hilt of his sword, standing on the deck of a seized enemy ship, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. Nero's fleet prowled the battlefield like a pack of greedy sharks, dragging the floundering enemies aboard, swiftly and decisively slitting their throats. In the distance, the Valyrian joint fleet had vanquished the Lysian fleet. Banbaro, the governor of Liss, was currently bound to the main mast like a dead dog, his face smeared with blood and terror. On the flagship of the joint fleet, Commander Rise was drenched in cold sweat. The Valyrians had just tortured Banbaro when a chilling message arrived. The Bravo's fleet was on its way to Liss. Fortunately, they had not fallen into an ambush earlier. Rise's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of rushing water. A sleek black speedboat approached, and an expressionless living corpse boarded the deck, emanating an aura of death. "My lord, the Bravo's fleet is imminent," the messenger stated in an unfluctuating tone. "The Hygos fleet will provide cover for your retreat." Harris furrowed his brow, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil, and feigned calmness as he replied, "What does it matter? So what if the Bravosi arrive? The strength of our united fleet is ample to engage them in a fierce battle." He endeavored to exhibit his courage and prowess in this manner, The hollow eyes of the undead messenger gazed at him, as if observing an ignorant child. My lord, our rough estimates suggest that their warships number at least over 1,000. Harris's pupils constricted sharply. The messenger paused, then added, each word striking Harris's heart like a heavy hammer. Moreover, each vessel is armed with formidable jungo. The lookouts of the Hygos Navy were the first to spot the advancing purple sails, looming like dark clouds. The alarm bells echoed throughout the fleet. A swift messenger ship immediately broke away, desperately rowing towards the rear to relay this dire news. Old Blind Eye stood at the bow of the flagship, the River Styx. His expression dark enough to drip water. He had seen it. This was no ordinary fleet. It was a moving forest of death. Whoosh. The air was rent by the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the atmosphere. Dozens of massive crossbow bolts, thicker than siege arrows, screamed from the distant horizon. The sturdy hull of the River Styx seemed fragile as a piece of paper before these behemoth bolts. Boom. In a thunderous uproar, several colossal arrows pierced the flagship, tearing a horrific gash in the deck. With splinters and the mangled limbs of sailors were hurled into the air. Damn it, Old Blind Eye roared, gripping a grapple and nimbly swinging to another warship. Just as he landed, the second volley descended like a torrential storm of steel and death. The fleet of Nero attempted to charge at full speed, launching their fearless undead legion into close combat. Yet, all was in vain. Ship after ship was effortlessly pierced, strung together like barbecued fish on iron skewers. The vessels disintegrated under the tremendous impact, exploding into burning fragments that sank into the sea. At least we have delayed them. Old Blind Eye's voice resonated clearly amidst the deafening explosions, reaching every ship on the verge of sinking. You lot, abandon ship. Grab something heavy to hold on to. The Emperor's grace is upon us. This was a peculiar realization they had made while adapting to their undead forms. They would not drown. A multitude of undead soldiers unhesitatingly responded to the command. They seized heavy objects nearby and leaped into the frigid waters. Their bodies, weighed down by the burdens, sank swiftly, their eyes open in the dark sea, awaiting the moment of retrieval. Just 2 volleys had been unleashed. Upon the surface of the sea, aside from the vast fleet of Bravos with its imposing purple sails, only the drifting wreckage and charred debris remained. The captured Tyroshi, along with their towering guards from the navy of the High Seas, had been indiscriminately slain in the recent cataclysmic onslaught, their remains utterly obliterated. The commander of the Bravos fleet stood atop the elevated deck of the flagship, coldly observing the scene unfold before him. Accelerate, he commanded, instructing his crew to seek out the main fleet of Volantis. The purple sails billowed once more, and the immense fleet surged forward like an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber, steadfastly pursuing its objective. Trailing behind, the Serpent of Valyrian, captained by Corlys Valerion, followed closely. Corlys stood at the prow, the sea breeze tousling his silver hair. He had witnessed the apocalyptic spectacle firsthand, his heart racing with exhilarating fervor. How formidable! This is true power. This is a force capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. He could almost envision the immense prestige and immeasurable gains the Valerion family would reap in the wake of their victory. That feeble king upon the Iron Throne? A chilling smirk curled at the corners of Corlys' mouth. Once this war concludes, who would still seek his approval? Chapter 68. Bring me your magic above the orange-hued coastline. The currents of air were violently torn asunder. A colossal dragon, entirely shrouded in ebony, raced through the skies at a speed unfathomable to mortals, each powerful beat of its wings generating a thunderous sonic boom. The dragon's terrestrial gaze surveyed the azure sea below, the terrified report of the Volantis fleet commander, HRYS, echoing in its mind. The fleet of Bravos possesses formidable giant crossbows and nearly 1,000 warships. 1,000 warships? A cold smile flickered across the dragon's thoughts. It did not doubt the veracity of the intelligence. Rather, it found the struggles of these mortals laughable. Centered in its presence, dark clouds began to coalesce in the heavens, the embryonic form of a storm stirring at the edges of its will. It had already pinpointed the retreating position of the Volantis coalition fleet, and with a powerful thrust of its wings, it soared, a streak of black lightning cleaving through the sky. Chase! Do not let them escape. The commander of the Bravos fleet stood resolutely at the bow of the Iron Titan flagship, fervently directing the massive fleet in pursuit of the faltering Volantis navy. Victory was within their grasp. Just then, a terrified scream from the lookout pierced the din of the sea. The sky! Look to the skies! The commander abruptly turned his gaze upward. In the distant horizon, a dark speck was rapidly expanding to the naked eye. That is not a bird. That is a dragon. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire fleet of Bravos. The sailors turned pale, but fervent light ignited in the commander's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. All ships, prepare the great crossbows. Target the sky. Commands were swiftly conveyed through flags and shouts. On each warship, the ominous giant crossbows, cloaked in oilcloth, were unveiled, glinting with metallic coldness. These colossal war machines, akin to city walls, required the combined strength of numerous men to draw back the string. Mooncaller, commence. With the signal from the commander, an ethereal and fantastical melody began to resonate gently from the supply ships at the rear of the fleet. The song seemed to possess an enchantment, causing a milky mist to rise above the sea. Initially just a thin veil, as the chorus grew more fervent, the fog thickened into an all-encompassing shroud, resembling a towering white wall emerging from the depths of the ocean, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the Riz coastline. Daemon Targaryen and Lana Valyrian commanded their respective dragons, hovering at the fleet's flank. The Mooncaller blessing pendants adorning their chests radiated a faint warmth. To them, this fog, which could disorient any mariner, merely rendered the air slightly more humid. An invisible light seemed to pierce through the mist, granting them a clear vision of everything within their sight. Soldiers of the Bravo's fleet cautiously retrieved massive crossbow bolts, over a yard long, from specially designed crates. The shafts were jet black, etched with faint silver Mooncaller inscriptions. Within the fog, these specially crafted bolts were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, born to slay dragons as phantoms. The commander gazed upward at the enormous shadow in the sky, seemingly ensnared and spiraling within the mist. His heart surged with anticipation. An unprecedented dragon-slaying feat was about to be accomplished by his own hands. The divine mist of the Mooncaller could warp spatial perception, ensnaring all beings that dared enter. As long as the song continued and the fog lingered, this formidable dragon would forever wander in place, a living target. He was lost. Hurry load. The commander expended all his strength, waving the signal flag. Lushing sensed the peculiar surge of magic rising. Soon after, the thick fog descended. An invisible force, akin to countless icy hands, grasped his wings, pulling at his body, attempting to confine him within this minuscule expanse of air. He could see hundreds of enormous crossbows aimed directly at him below, while the two dragons belonging to Targaryen lurked at the fog's edge, blocking every avenue for escape. Everything was meticulously orchestrated. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong adversary. In this fog, a deathly realm for mortals, Lushing perceived everything with crystal clarity. His awareness transcended the constraints of sight. The flow of the wind, the breath of the water, the pulse of magic, all formed a tapestry in his mind, more vivid than anything visible to the eye. He easily pinpointed the Mooncallers concealed within the supply ships, emitting faint magical auras like fireflies. An intriguing struggle ensued. A cold dragon's growl transformed into a palpable shockwave within the mist. In the next moment, a torrent of magical energy, vast and profound beyond the songs of the moon chanting, surged forth from the black dragon, reminiscent of an abyss. Centered around Lu Sheng's will, his magic manipulated the mist formed by the moon chanting, distorting the essence of this sorcery. If one were to describe the moon chanting mist as white, then Lu Sheng's mist was pure, an all-consuming darkness that devoured every ray of light. What transpired? The smile on Commander Blofos's face froze in an instant. The once clear vision before him was abruptly replaced by an impenetrable black fog. He reached out his hand, only to find his own fingertips obscured. Commander, our visibility has vanished. Damn it. How can the moon chanting magic ensnare our own? Help. I can see nothing. The cacophony of frantic voices and terrified shouts echoed throughout the fleet. They felt as if they were trapped within an opaque box, able to discern only the immediate meter ahead. Fear began to spread like wildfire. Suddenly, a voice that sent shivers through their very souls resonated from above. It was the sound of a colossal creature flapping its wings. Each beat reverberated like a heavy drum, striking at the hearts of all present. The sound oscillated between closeness and distance, as if the great dragon were circling leisurely overhead, toying with them. Without warning, a massive pillar of flame flickered through the mist. The orange-red glow instantaneously illuminated the surrounding darkness, revealing several warships engulfed in flames, transformed into torches, and countless figures on the deck twisting and struggling in agony. The light lasted but a fleeting second. Eternal darkness descended once more. Yet the hellish scene had been indelibly etched into the minds of all witnesses. A piercing scream echoed from nearby, only to be drowned out by another dragon's roar and the sound of explosions. Dazed by the continuous cries of despair, feeling the searing heat of flames scorching the air, the Blofos fleet plummeted into a chasm of panic. they found themselves ensnared in the very cage they had woven. Meanwhile, the dragon, which was meant to be the prey, had transformed into the harbinger of death within the darkness, reveling in this one-sided massacre. Commander Bloffos felt a chill grip him, cold sweat soaking through his ornate uniform. His once proud dragon-slaying plan had devolved into a complete farce. Trembling, he drew his sword and, amidst the enveloping darkness, shouted hoarsely, "Where is he? Find him! Fire! Fire in any direction!" However, all that met his call was an abyss of silence, accompanied only by his own labored breaths, heavy with fear. Suddenly, the black mist before him began to stir. A colossal silhouette, unimaginable in its size, slowly emerged from within. It was not a ship. It was the head of a dragon. A pair of molten gold vertical eyes ignited in the darkness, coldly regarding him. Chapter 69, Mine. All mine. The countenance of the commander of Bravos contorted in sheer terror. He could hear the warship engulfed in flames, its anguished cries transforming it into a vast charred wreck adrift upon the sea, while he beheld the shadowy silhouette of the black dragon, flickering amidst the thick mist. That was not a dragon. It was a demon from the abyss. In an instant, fear was incinerated, leaving only a resolute will to die. He abruptly raised his command sword, its blade aimed directly at the colossal shadow before him. "For Bravos!" the commander bellowed hoarsely, summoning every ounce of strength to charge towards the direction of the black dragon. His roar resonated like thunder, awakening several crossbowmen behind him who had been momentarily stunned. Acting on instinct, they trained their massive dragon-slaying crossbows towards the source of the sound and pulled the triggers. The thick crossbow bolts tore through the fog, whistling sharply as they hurtled into the darkness. Lushing gazed impassively at the diminutive figure rushing towards him, even as he sensed the bolt being loosed from below. He could not muster the energy to move an inch. The dragon's maw slowly opened, not with a thunderous roar, but suffused with a molten golden light that ignited within its throat, then erupted forth. This was no mundane flame. It was a pure, annihilating torrent capable of melting all in its path. A single breath of dragon fire cascaded down like a golden waterfall from the heavens, instantly consuming the commander along with his flagship, the Iron Titan, beneath its fiery embrace. The charging figure transformed into wisps of smoke upon contact with the flames. The sturdy hull did not ignite or shatter. Rather, it twisted and melted like wax under the intense heat, ultimately vaporizing completely. The dragon-slaying bolt, freshly released, was caught mid-air by this torrent, along with the lunar runes inscribed upon it, both dissipating into nothingness. An invisible barrier of howling winds unfurled before Lushing, shielding him from the splattering molten debris and scalding steam. He floated at the heart of the darkness, resembling a deity presiding over the apocalypse. Then, Lushing wielded the tempest and the flames, commencing the true slaughter. He pivoted the dragon's head, unleashing a second breath of fire, not as a focused point, but as a sweeping wave that traversed the surface of the sea. The fierce winds fanned the flames, sending forth a rolling tide of fire that formed an unbroken line of death stretching for miles. This line of fire surged forth like an invincible cavalry composed of flames, charging along the array of the Bravos fleet. 1 ship, 2 ships, 10 ships. Any vessel touched by the fiery wave was instantly ignited, erupting violently into explosions, ultimately transforming into burning wreckage upon the ocean's surface. The sounds of splintering wood, the cries of sailors, and the wails of despair melded into a symphony of destruction. In but a few breaths, dozens of Bravos warships, aligned in a straight line, were utterly obliterated from the sea. As the black dragon cleaved the battlefield with flames, beneath the surface of the sea, another legion of death stealthily advanced. The old blind man and Nero led the undead army, gliding through the pitch-black waters. They required no breath and felt no chill. The terrestrial miasma shrouded the light of day, rendering the underwater realm a desolate silence. Save for the dark currents stirred by their lord, propelling them forward. They resembled a school of silent sharks, swimming toward prey, yet untouched by the flames. Within the black fog, their vision remained unaffected. The old blind man and Nero retrieved a specially crafted candle from their bosoms. Once ignited under the water, it emitted a pale, ghostly light that could not be extinguished by the depths. The hollow eye sockets of the surrounding undead began to glow with the same eerie illumination. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice resonated directly within the minds of all the undead. The ship is under control. The command was clear and absolute. The undead legion immediately commenced their actions. They surfaced soundlessly, akin to floating corpses, stealthily approaching the Bravos warships, which were utterly disoriented within the shroud of fog. The naval soldiers aboard acted like blind men with their eyes open, calling out the names of their comrades in a futile attempt to discern their bearings. They remained blissfully unaware that death was climbing up from the shadows of the vessel's side. Moist hands grasped the ship's edge. Without footrests, the undead dug their nails into the wood, ascending step by step without a sound. One bravo sailor leaned against the ship's railing, anxiously peering into the cursed fog. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his ankle. He looked down. A face, bleached by the sea, emerged from below the railing, its hollow eye sockets fixated on him. A gasp of terror barely escaped his lips before a cold hand clamped over his mouth. In the next instant, a sharp dagger pierced his abdomen from below, twisting violently. Blood streamed down the ship's side, quickly diluted by the seawater. Increasingly, the undead crawled onto the deck. They moved like shadows clawing their way out of hell, weaving through the bewildered bravosi. On the deck, in the cabins, chaos erupted as soldiers plunged into panic, blinded by fear. One undead approached an officer who was vocally calling for his commander. The short blade in its hand struck precisely at the base of the neck, severing the spine in an instant. The officer's body stiffened and collapsed, never to comprehend whence the enemy came. Nero's figure flickered like a wraith, his twin blades carving lethal arcs in the darkness, each flash claiming a sailor who fell clutching their throats in silence. The old blind man was even more direct. His gnarled hand, akin to an iron claw, could effortlessly crush a man's throat. This was a silent, one-sided slaughter, in the shadowy realm inhabited by terrestrial beings. The undead legions endowed with vision emerged as the most efficient harvesters. Even at the moment when the obsidian mist enveloped the land, Demon and Lana sensed impending doom. "Korich, move," Demon bellowed, yanking the reins in a desperate attempt to steer the crimson dragon out of this eerie expanse. Lana followed closely, urging the even mightier Wagharl beneath him. The two colossal dragons flapped their wings vigorously, charging in a singular direction. Yet, no matter their speed, the oppressive darkness remained unyielding, ensnaring them as if trapped in an infinite black cage. Korich emitted an enraged and defiant roar, while Wagharl circled anxiously in the air, unable to breach the shroud of darkness. "Damn it, what in the world is this?" Demon cursed, relying solely on sound and sensation to ascertain that they were merely spiraling in place. The distant sounds from the fleet below sent a chill down his spine. It was not the clamor of battle, it was a massacre. The chilling cries, the crackling of wood consumed by flames, and the muffled thuds of heavy objects plunging into the water melded into a symphony of hell. In another part of the void, Rennie's too found herself disoriented. Her Red Queen, Melias, hovered anxiously above the Valyrian fleet, restlessly circling. She could faintly hear the roars of Demon and Lana's dragons, yet their precise location remained elusive. Despite her attempts to issue commands to her fleet, her voice was swallowed by the fog, yielding no response. The heart of this crownless queen sank to the depths of despair. Here they were, the dragon lords wielding the mightiest powers in the world, now akin to headless flies ensnared in darkness, helplessly listening as their allies were gradually consumed and annihilated. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness gripped every Targaryen heart. Chapter 70. Captives. The black sails, like blades rising from the depths of hell, once again tore through the horizon. The Volantes' united fleet had returned. Upon the flagship, Commander Rise gazed ahead at the churning black mist, resembling solidified ink, his visage devoid of fear, only fervent adoration. His Majesty resides within that fog. Now it is our turn to pledge our loyalty. He brandished his command sword, pointing towards the darkness that symbolized absolute death. All ships, sail forth with full sails. For the rebirth of the Valyrian Empire. For His Imperial Majesty. Amidst the battle cries, the vast united fleet advanced without hesitation, akin to moths drawn to the flames, plunging into the boundless mist. What awaited them was not the anticipated glory, but a massacre that had long been prepared. Within the black fog, visibility was non-existent. The Bravosi and Valyrian soldiers flailed like headless flies on the deck, calling out for their comrades, only met with their own increasingly terrified echoes. For the Undead Legion, this shroud of darkness is their paradise. Those who have become blind are rendered helpless. Old Blind Eye stands upon the rail of a Bravo's warship, recently scorched by flames, his milky eyes emanating an eerie glow within the shadows. Beside him, Nero moves like an elegant dancer, her twin blades slicing through the air with lethal silver gleams. As two panic-stricken Bravos sailors clutch their throats, falling silent to the ground. Beneath the waves, more of the undead swarm like silent shoals of fish, clambering up the hulls of countless warships. This is an unyielding harvest. The undead, possessing sight, face the completely blind living. The outcome is all but predetermined. There are no fierce battles, only the dull thud of blades piercing flesh and the muffled gasps of the dying, mouths covered. Cold corpses are unceremoniously kicked into the sea, barely stirring the water. The moment the Valyrian fleet burst onto the scene, they were met with this hellish tableau. Within the dark realm conjured by their emperor, a cadre of unholy specters efficiently cleansed the battlefield. Take control of the warships. Get those still operational vessels moving. Old Blind Eye roared with excitement, kicking aside a twitching corpse at his feet, greedily caressing the hull of the magnificent warship beneath him. By the gods, the Bravosi truly know how to build ships. This is far superior to our previous wrecks. With a grin, he directed his undead minions to swiftly commandeer the nearly intact Bravos vessels, as well as the Valyrian fleet, which was similarly engulfed in chaos. Supply ships were effortlessly seized. Within the holds, the pale-skinned whisperers of the conclave, draped in robes, had barely begun to chant again when the cold edge of a blade was already pressed to their throats. As the Bravosi were thoroughly purged from the battlefield, the dense black mist began to dissipate softly. Light returned, much like the ebbing tide, to their sight. Lanel Valyrian gasped for breath, her mount Wagharl snorting restlessly in the air. Demon Targaryen steadied his steed, Korlak, his expression dark enough to draw water from stone. When the black fog finally cleared, the sight before them plunged the proud bloodlines of the Dragon Kings into a chilling abyss. The surface of the sea was littered with burning wreckage and floating corpses. The once mighty purple fleet of Bravos, vast enough to induce despair, was now under the control of the undead and the Valyrian alliance. Meanwhile, their own Valyrian fleet found itself encircled by a formidable armada, the soldiers aboard having laid down their arms. Directly before them, a black dragon, shrouded in a tempest, hovered in the air. Its scales gleamed like obsidian, and within its molten gold vertical pupils lay unabashed mockery and derision. As if it were relishing the sight of two caged pets, Lanel and Demon simultaneously sensed a chilling touch at their necks. They stiffly lowered their heads, and unbeknownst to them, a figure formed entirely of shadows had appeared behind them. The shadowy assassin bore no facial features, only a nebulous darkness. Yet the blade in its grasp, also forged from shadows, emanated an aura cold enough to freeze the soul, firmly poised against their throats. Do not move. A frigid voice echoed directly in their minds. Demon's pupils constricted sharply. He had not even perceived when the assailant had arrived. As a seasoned dragon knight, this was an utter humiliation. Instinctively, he yearned to resist, but the blade at his neck inflicted a sharp pain, causing a trickle of blood to slide along the edge. Do not compel me to kill you, Targaryen. Your worth extends beyond a mere corpse. The voice resounded once more, tinged with impatience. Demon's body petrified entirely. He could sense the palpable intent to kill emanating from the shadowy assassin, and he had no doubt that any further movement would result in the immediate severance of his head. Lanel's gaze traversed the black dragon to his father, who was being escorted onto the deck of a Valyrian warship. Corlys Velaryon, the imperious sea snake, now appeared disheveled, his splendid attire marred with stains. Firmly held by two undead sentinels, a pallor of despair enveloped his face. All ambitions, all schemes, were shattered before this overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Rhaenys Targaryen, mounted upon the Red Queen Meraxes, was similarly held captive by the shadowy assassin. She witnessed her husband, a sword pressed against his throat, and glanced at the threats looming over Demon and their daughter. For the first time, a profound sense of helplessness washed over the proud visage of this queen without a crown. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, all flames of defiance had extinguished, leaving only a chilling calm. I surrender. The three words emerged from her lips, agonizing yet unmistakably clear. Three colossal dragons aligned in the sky, Vhagar, Caraxes, and Meraxes. These titanic war beasts, capable of instilling tremors across all of Westeros, now flew obediently towards the contested shores like tamed hounds. Behind them stood a silent, shadowy assassin, the blade never straying from the necks of Rhaenys, Lanel, and Demon. Further back, a massive black dragon followed leisurely, akin to a deity surveying its domain. Laenor's gaze swept over the vast coalition fleet below, which had begun to redirect, having absorbed countless warships, now unprecedentedly immense. Old Blind Eyes stood at the bow of the new gods, animatedly directing his crew as they familiarized themselves with the new flagship. A chilling command reverberated across the expanse, piercing the mind of Zola in the disputed territory. Zola, lead the logistics corps to Silk Town, where our fleet shall regroup. As you wish, your majesty. Zola lifted his head, swiftly guiding the craftsmen and the soldiers of New Guise towards the nearby Silk Town. Chapter 71. The fleet's refitting at the docks of Silk Town. The mingled scents of blood and briny sea air lingered, refusing to dissipate. The soldiers of New Guise, their expressions devoid of emotion, scrubbed the decks, casting the lifeless bodies of Bravo's sailors into the water, drawing forth a frenzy of sharks. Zola stood at the edge of the dock, directing the logistics team with a voice crisp and efficient, cutting through the cacophony around him. Immediately repair all captured warships. Tear down those flags and raise the banner of our empire. The craftsmen sprang into action, the flags of Bravos being roughly torn down, replaced by the resounding black dragon banner of the new empire, fluttering in the breeze. Not far away, Old Blind Eye and Nero stood silently, their black and gold general's armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Behind them, the Legion of the Undead methodically took control of the intact warships, their movements precise and mechanical, devoid of any spark of life, only embodying absolute obedience to command. Lushing approached leisurely, surveying the vast fleet before him. Old Blind Eye Nero. The two immediately knelt on one knee, bowing their heads. Your Majesty, from this day forth, these ships are under your command. Lushing gestured towards the reassembled Iron Forest, instructing, in the name of the High Navy of Sauce, incorporate them into your fleet. As you command, Your Majesty. Old Blind Eye's voice rasped like two stones grinding together. Nero remained silent, bowing his head even lower, for to him, rebirth signified absolute subservience. Lushing regarded the silent undead soldiers, perfect instruments of war, tireless and fearless. Yet their numbers were still insufficient. He gazed out over the endless sea, his expression calm. Next time, I must have a rando prepare some potions. In the dark, damp warehouse, the air was thick with the scent of mold and despair. Demon Targaryen, once the roguish prince, now resembled a cornered beast, stripped of its fangs. Shackled by heavy iron chains against the cold stone wall, his silver hair was matted with grime, his face marred by dried blood and humiliation. Nearby, his kin endured similar fates. Corlys Valerion, the imperious sea serpent, could only sit in silence in a corner, his gaze hollow. His wife, Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen without a crown, maintained her last semblance of dignity, sitting upright, yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Their daughter, Lana, the proud girl who commands the colossal dragon Vagharl, was fixated on the doorway with lifeless eyes. Their dragon, their greatest ally, had been lured away by that dark beast with an unknown power, severing the connection between the dragon and its knight through a glass candle embedded in the heart of the dwelling. The dragon rider, bereft of his great beast, stood feeble and vulnerable before the mortal army. The heavy iron door of the warehouse creaked open, blinding sunlight streaming in, casting the silhouette of a tall figure. The footsteps echoed slowly in the vastness of the warehouse, each step resonating like a weight upon the hearts of the prisoners. Lu Sheng approached Daemon, looking down at him from a position of dominance. It seems that we meet under such circumstances for the first time, he stated with a flat tone, conveying a mere observation infused with a subtle mockery. Daemon slowly raised his head, the chains clinking with his movement. He regarded the man before him, black short hair, brown eyes, and a countenance that epitomized the typical citizen of Essos. This man had single-handedly dismantled the invincible fleet that Bravos had so proudly boasted, reducing these noble descendants of Valyria to mere captives. A sardonic smile twisted on Daemon's lips. I never anticipated that a so-called dragon king, who had founded a realm under the Valyrian name, would turn out to be just another man from Essos. He attempted to wound his opponent with a sense of superiority rooted in bloodline, his last remaining weapon. Yet, Lu Sheng remained utterly unfazed. He even chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with a dismissive scorn. Bloodline. Such notions are the currency of the weak. Leaning slightly closer, Lu Sheng whispered into Daemon's ear, audible only to the two of them. However, you are indeed a valuable bargaining chip. Daemon's pupils constricted sharply. Your brother, King Viserys, would surely be willing to pay a handsome price to redeem his disobedient sibling, wouldn't he? This statement struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing directly into the softest and most loathed recesses of Daemon's heart. The complex and twisted relationship with his elder brother, his suppressed ambitions and resentment. The humiliation of being a king's brother, yet perpetually excluded from the core of power, all of it was laid bare, exposed to the harsh light of day by those words. Daemon's complexion turned ashen. He yearned to retort, to scream, yet found himself silenced, unable to utter a single word. Indeed, what was he now? A defeated prisoner, a commodity to be bartered, a pitiful creature in need of rescue from his feeble brother. An overwhelming sense of shame and powerlessness washed over him like a tide. Closing his eyes abruptly, he leaned his head against the cold wall, as if that could shield him from the outside world. He relinquished all resistance. Lu Sheng straightened up, observing Damon's forlorn expression, a broader smile gracing his lips. He turned away, no longer casting a glance at these nobles who had lost their worth, and strode out of the warehouse. The heavy iron door closed once more, severing the last vestige of light. In the darkness, only the cold touch of iron chains remained, accompanied by hearts plummeting into the abyss. In Riss, the pearl-colored tower glittered under the sun, ever displaying the prosperity and elegance of this free trade city-state. However, within the halls of the city council, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the sea before a tempest. Acting Governor Lysandro and several other council members paced anxiously, the splendid carpet losing its luster beneath their booted steps. The ship's dispatch for reconnaissance had exceeded their time limit by a full day. A sense of impending doom loomed over everyone. Suddenly, a messenger clad in armor burst in, stumbling as if he had witnessed the horrors of hell. "Speak." Lysandro seized the collar of his garment, his voice sharp with tension. The messenger gasped for breath, nearly collapsing. "The fleet of Governor Bravos." His voice trembled, tinged with a sob. "The entire army has perished." "What?" The council chamber erupted in chaos. Lysandro could scarcely believe his ears. He shook the messenger's shoulders, shouting, "Repeat that." "Are you certain?" "That was Bravos's purple sail fleet." "Absolutely." The messenger's voice, twisted by fear, faltered. "We could only watch from a distance as the sea was littered with charred shipwrecks and countless bodies. We saw Governor Bombaro. He was tied to the mast of a black warship." This news struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, crashing down upon every council member in Riss. The Bravos fleet, that formidable force, renowned as the invincible fleet for centuries. With thousands of warships, each vessel in this reinforcement was equipped with specialized crossbows capable of piercing dragon scales. How could they have possibly met their demise? An elderly council member's legs buckled, and he sank into his chair, his lips trembling as he muttered, "It's over. All is lost. That black dragon, that demonic creature from the east, has he and his minions destroyed the entire Bravos fleet?" Another member's voice quaked with disbelief and terror. Lysandro released the messenger, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing into his gubernatorial seat. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented despair. He understood better than anyone what this signified. If even Bravos had fallen, what could they in Riss possibly wield to withstand the wrath of that monstrosity? The term panic was insufficient to encapsulate the emotions coursing through the council members. It was a shudder akin to the onset of doomsday. News spread like wings, traversing the city of Riss with a swiftness surpassing that of a plague. Reaching every hidden corner, wealthy merchants, in a state of panic, hastily gathered their gold and silver, while the laughter and merriment within the brothels came to an abrupt halt. Sailors at the docks gazed toward the eastern sea, as if peering into the gaping maw of a colossal beast slowly unfurling. Panic, akin to the most lethal poison, instantaneously paralyzed the nerves of the entire city-state. Riss, once a resplendent pearl, now faded in the face of overwhelming power. Chapter 72. The Fall of Meereen. The gates of Meereen thundered open under the assault of the colossal elephants, splintering wood and stone, erupting in all directions. For call. Daka raised his bloodied arak, his roar drowned out by the cacophony of thousands of Dothraki cavalry behind him. Hooves trampled the last vestiges of dignity of Meereen as a black tide surged into the city. They brandished their curved blades, charging toward every living being in sight. Screams and cries reverberating through the city renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship. Following closely were the Unsullied, marching with a synchronized, merciless cadence. Their mission was unequivocal, their objective clear. An Unsullied commander bellowed orders in Valyrian. Advance to the Artisan District. Seal all roads. Protect the assets of the Empire. Military commands resonated with authority. The Unsullied phalanx paid no heed to the chaos in the streets. They refrained from pillaging, ignoring the wails. Functioning like a finely tuned war machine as they swiftly maneuvered along predetermined routes, dissecting Meereen into distinct grids. The soldiers of the Tiger Cloak army entered the city with menacing grins, serving as the Emperor's blade, tasked with eliminating all resistance. By His Imperial Majesty's command, an officer of the Tiger Cloak army severed the head of a mercenary attempting to grasp a weapon, allowing the hot blood to splatter upon his armor's tiger stripes. He stood over the corpse, bellowing at the trembling citizens and fleeing soldiers around him. Those wielding weapons, kill. Those wandering the streets, kill. The orders were conveyed in the most sanguinary manner. The Dothraki, fixated on their expertise in plundering wealth and sowing terror, stormed the mansions of the affluent, dragging out gold, jewels, and women as if they were trophies. Yet, whenever they attempted to breach the clanging workshops, they were met with the cold tips of unsullied spears. This place is off limits. The unsullied did not repeat themselves. Any Dothraki daring to defy this decree would find themselves impaled through the throat by a spear, their bodies callously cast aside. After several bloody warnings, they learned to circumvent the areas marked by the black dragon banners. Artisans were forcibly extracted from their homes, along with their apprentices and families, and escorted by the unsullied to the city's most fortified quarters for safeguarding. They watched in terror as the city burned outside their windows, yet found themselves and their families unharmed, with provisions of food and water. Fear and confusion intertwined within their hearts. The mansions of wealthy merchants and nobles were besieged by the Tiger Robe Army and the Slave Bay coalition, awaiting the final judgment of His Majesty the Emperor. In less than half a day, all vital points of the city, docks, granaries, and treasuries, changed hands. The entire city of Myr was utterly conquered. Within the Blackstone Palace of Volantis, Sheng calmly listened to the report from the herald. Your Majesty, the city of Myr was breached this morning. The cavalry of Daka and Maju are now purging the remaining resistance within the city, and the Purity has taken control of all registered artisans. The Tiger Robe Army is conducting a financial audit of the merchants and nobles. Leaning against the throne, Sheng lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, the only sound in the hall being the gentle touch of his fingertips against the black stone. The fall of Myr was merely a matter of expectation. Convey my orders, he commanded, his voice low yet resonant in the vast hall. I decree that all merchants and nobles of Myr must surrender all lands, ships, workshops, and 90% of their wealth within 3 days. Their riches shall finance my army. The herald trembled slightly, bowing in response. Should there be any dissenters, the Tiger Robe Army will teach them the correct choices to make. Sheng's tone bore no hint of wavering. Furthermore, compile a new registry of all artisans, meticulously documenting their skills and families. They shall be under the exclusive care of the Purity, and no military force is to disturb them. Their talents will soon serve the nascent Valyrian Empire. As you command, Your Majesty. After the herald departed, Sheng turned his gaze to the grand map laid out on the table. With the nail of Myr removed, the kingdom of the three daughters had no defenses left to guard. It is time, he murmured to himself. Moments later, new orders emanated from the palace. Having just emerged victorious, the High Seas Navy and the Volantis Joint Fleet set sail once more. Their sails still bore the stains of Braavosi blood, and the crew's eyes sparkled with a thirst for victory and wealth. This time, their target was the richest jewel of the kingdom of the three daughters, Lys. A small vessel broke away from the massive fleet, steering westward towards Westeros. A messenger from Sheng was aboard, destined to convey the Emperor's will to Viserys Targaryen upon the Iron Throne. News of the war spread like wings, faster than the swiftest raven. The main fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters was decimated along the contested shores by the Joint Fleet. The 1,000 warships from Braavos, along with their dragon-slaying ballistae, were completely annihilated off the coast of Lys. Daemon, the wayward prince of House Targaryen, along with the dragon riders of House Valyrian, found themselves prisoners of the Eastern Dragon King. With the fall of Myr, the defenders crumbled in a single day. Lys was thoroughly besieged, its fall imminent. Each piece of news struck like a heavy hammer, forcefully impacting the nerves of the known world. Tyrosh, a city renowned for its mercenaries and hedonism, plunged into absolute panic at this moment. A multitude of astute and affluent merchants and nobles hastily abandoned their opulent mansions, businesses, and paramours, yearning to escape the impending devastation of war and seek refuge in what they deemed secure city-states. Meanwhile, the governors and princes of other members of the free trade city-states, such as Pantos, Norvos, and Coer, convened in sleepless meetings, gripped by terror at the emergence of an incomprehensible and fearsome empire in the east. The emperor of this empire, without the need for personal appearances, wielded his formidable army to obliterate the seemingly invincible kingdom of the three daughters. The most chilling aspect was the clash of dragons. Everyone anticipated a cataclysmic confrontation between the Targaryen dragon riders and the enigmatic Dragon King from the east. Yet the outcome sent shivers down the spines of all. The three colossal Targaryen dragons, along with their riders, were rumored to have fallen in the shadowy waters like three chickens with their necks grasped, utterly powerless. The term Dragon King, having lain dormant for centuries on the continent of Essos, once again rose with an unmatched presence to claim dominion. However, this time, it did not belong to the Targaryens. The entire world quaked at the mention of the name Lifespring, heralding a new era belonging to the new Valyrian Empire. announced through blood and fire. Chapter 73. The cost of Targaryen. A grave silence, reminiscent of a tomb, enveloped the council hall of the Sea King of Braavos. The messenger had just finished reading the blood-stained battle report from the Stepstone Islands, his trembling hands barely able to steady the thin parchment. As the parchment fluttered to the ground, it fell with a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, yet it struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Total annihilation. The invincible fleet, composed of thousands of warships and the pride and foundation of Braavos for a century, along with the colossal crossbows capable of slaying dragons, had vanished into the fog and flames of the east. More terrifyingly, they had not been sunk, they had been captured. The Sea King slumped in his enormous chair carved from the wood of sunken ships, his parched lips barely moving as he struggled to utter something, only managing a faint, hissing sound. His already frail body seemed to have been drained of its last vestiges of vitality, his murky eyes fixated ahead, reflecting boundless fear. Each word of the battle report transformed into a poisoned dagger, piercing deeply into the heart of Braavos. The 3 Targaryen dragons were effortlessly subdued by a black dragon. Prince Daemon, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys, and the sea snake Corlys, renowned dragon riders, along with their dragons, had all become prisoners. Braavos' once proud fleet now bore the battle flag of the Black Dragon King. This signified that the enemy had not only remained unweakened, but had grown unprecedentedly powerful. Your Majesty, a trembling scholar stepped forward, attempting to offer his support. The Sea King's hand weakly lifted, only to fall heavily once more. His breathing became rapid and faint, his entire being resembling a desiccated tree, instantly drained of moisture, swiftly withering away. The light in his eyes was fading. Within the council hall, the most powerful merchants and scholars of Braavos wore expressions of ashen despair. Their pride in wealth, their lifeline of trade routes, their audacity to scorn all, was utterly shattered in this moment. The backbone of the Braavosi people had broken. The fear of the Dragon King swept over this secret city once more. A shadow akin to the cataclysm that befell Valyria a century ago. In King's Landing, the atmosphere beneath the Iron Throne was so tense it seemed it could drip with water. King Viserys leaned forward, his hands clenched tightly. His face darkened with a fearsome pallor. Say it again. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an incredulous tremor. Standing in the center of the hall was the envoy from the Eastern Dragon King. Dressed simply, his demeanor was calm, a stark contrast to the opulence and tension surrounding him. Your Majesty, the envoy repeated with neither deference nor arrogance, at the border of the Rhys, Prince Daemon Targaryen, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, Lady Lena Velaryon, and Lord Corlys Velaryon, having instigated war, have been captured by my lord, King Aegon. Their dragons, Caraxes, Malays, and Vhagar, are likewise under our control. Boom. The entire council erupted in chaos. For the first time, Hand of the King Otto Hightower lost his characteristic composure, his lips twitching slightly. The other ministers whispered among themselves, their astonishment evident. How well did the Westerlanders understand the dragons of House Targaryen? They were the might that conquered the 7 kingdoms, the very foundation sustaining the Targaryen dynasty. Vhagar, a legendary dragon that had existed since the time of Aegon's conquest, as massive as a mountain. Now, 3 great dragons, along with 3 seasoned dragon riders, had been captured by an Eastern Dragon King in a 1-against-3 scenario. Viserys' chest heaved violently, fury igniting in his eyes. This wrath was not solely directed at the foreign foe, that accursed sea snake. The king's low growl reverberated through the hall. He should not have survived. It was he who dragged the Targaryen dragons into this wretched war, for his pitiful trade and ambition. Casting aside this dark and powerless thought, Viserys forced himself to regain his composure. After all, he was the king. He looked once more at the envoy, his voice carrying a subtle note of pleading. What of my brother and my cousin? How are they now? What are the terms for their redemption? The envoy bowed slightly, his tone still flat, as if recounting a trivial matter. Your Majesty need not worry. My lord has ordered that they be treated in accordance with their station. As for subsequent matters, once the war in the realm of the 3 daughters concludes, my lord will personally come to King's Landing to discuss with you face to face. Amidst the increasingly heavy and anxious gazes of the crowd, the envoy bowed, turning to retreat slowly. Each measured step echoed as if treading upon the dignity of the Westerosi crown. The instant the grand doors closed, the suffocating atmosphere erupted. The Velaryon family must bear the consequences. They waged war without the king's consent, even risking the Targaryen dragons. Your Majesty, the Velaryon family must be severely punished. In an instant, all accusations pointed towards the beleaguered Velaryon clan. Yet, beneath the blame and outrage, the most profound fear lurked within every heart. What could the enemy, Who could so easily capture 3 dragons, possibly seek by coming to King's Landing? In a corner of the Red Keep, within the Valyrian suite. No, this cannot be. Lair Valyrian violently swept a silver goblet from the table, his entire being feeling as though it had been drained of all strength, collapsing into the chair. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His parents, Lena, and even Vagon had been captured? He murmured in a state of panic and confusion, akin to a lost child. Sir Geoffrey Lonmos, his attendant, immediately stepped forward, firmly gripping his shoulder. My prince, calm yourself. You must remain composed. Geoffrey's voice was resolute and powerful. Now is not the time for panic. The news has just arrived, and we know little of the specifics. You are the last heir of the Valyrian family left in King's Landing. You must gather your strength. Lair gasped for breath, and the warmth and strength emanating from Geoffrey's hand somewhat steadied his chaotic thoughts. He clutched Geoffrey's arm as though it were a lifeline. Yes, I must remain composed. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra Targaryen had also received the news. A wave of dizziness washed over her, but the consciousness of her royal duty forced her to suppress the rising panic. Uncle Demon had been captured. This thought struck her like thunder in her mind. She immediately lifted her skirts and hurried towards the council chamber. She needed to see her father. She needed clarity. She had to take action. However, upon reaching the heavy oak door, the fierce argument within halted her steps. She heard her father's anxious, almost fearsome roar. She heard the minister's relentless accusations and deflections. They were deliberating the disastrous consequences of the war, debating how to restore the royal family's reputation, calculating the price the Valyrian family must pay. Rhaenyra leaned against the cold wall, taking a deep breath, yet feeling an even tighter constriction in her chest. Beyond the door lay her father's kingdom, seemingly powerful, yet riddled with schemes and fears. Outside stood her isolated and anxious heart. She suddenly experienced an extraordinary sense of clarity. For Uncle Demon, for the Valyrian family, Rhaenyra closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. This time, the price to be paid for the Iron Throne would be immeasurably great. Chapter 74. The Night Without Dragons. In the trembling hands of Lysandra, the scepter ultimately fell. The gates of Rhys opened slowly amidst a despairing silence. Outside, the black dragon banner loomed like ink-drenched clouds, silently advancing. The soldiers of the United Fleet marched into the city in perfect unison, their armor reflecting a cold light under the sun, their faces devoid of expression. The people of Rhys cowered along the streets, their eyes filled with terror. Their will to resist had long been incinerated by the flames of the black dragon at sea. Lysandra, the acting governor, gazed with a face ashen as death at his city being seized. He made the only choice available, one that might allow the inhabitants to survive: surrender. The emperor's orders were cold and efficient. The soldiers, armed with a list, began to search house by house. Their aim was not gold or silver, but artisans. All those possessing a skill, regardless of age, were taken from their homes and gathered for oversight. The empire requires your talents, was the only explanation they received. Soon after, the reckoning commenced. Once mighty nobles and wealthy merchants were dragged from their luxurious abodes. Their possessions were meticulously catalogued and sealed. Mountains of gold and jewels carried away as if they were mere worthless stones. Rebels were executed on the spot. The cries and pleas for mercy swiftly faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. The armed forces within the city were rapidly disbanded, and weapons were confiscated. The High Seastone Navy and the United Fleet left behind a force sufficient to quell any unrest, their black warships anchored in the harbor, resembling a horde of steel behemoths lying in wait, constantly reminding the people of Rhys who their new masters were. The remainder of the fleet, after a brief respite, turned their bows towards their next target, Tylos. In stark contrast to the deathly stillness of Rhys, the city of monstrosities, Materis, was bursting with an eerie vitality. Tens of thousands of laborers, under the command of the wizard Alan, worked fervently. Ships from Volantis continuously delivered bricks, timber, and most importantly, provisions. Every laboring resident received sufficient food. In the face of hunger, the inhabitants of the city of monstrosities exhibited remarkable obedience and efficiency. Alan stood atop a newly erected platform, his black robe billowing in the wind. His gaunt face bore no expression, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, surveying the vast construction site below. A grand academy was rising from the ground. By the Emperor's decree, this would become the Obsidian Academy, a cradle dedicated to the training of spellcasters. Alan's gaze swept over the children laboriously transporting stones, their parents displaying a long-lost smile, grateful for the prospect of a full meal. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, as if recalling a distant memory, where the divine, nay, the sovereign treads, order reigns. He retracted his thoughts, his expression once again turning frigid. He would be the inaugural headmaster of this academy, destined to cultivate more and mightier servants for his majesty. This was his honor, his fate. Lu Sheng had returned to Volantis. Within the grandeur of the palace, he sat upon the obsidian throne, the geopolitical tapestry of southern Essos unfurling vividly in his mind. The captives of Demon Targaryen and House Valyria were ushered to their new abode, an opulent palace nestled within the black walls, far more luxurious than any previous dwelling. Golden embellishments adorned the space, silk draperies graced the beds, and radiant Myrish carpets lay beneath. Yet, this place was a cage more formidable than any dungeon. Demon slammed his fist onto the solid table, carved from a single block of white jade, blood and flesh instantly mingling grotesquely, yet he felt not an ounce of pain. Instead, a profound emptiness engulfed him, a hollow sensation, unprecedented and bone-deep. Deep within his mind, the roar of the dragon known as Korakh had faded. That instinctive connection, once as natural as breath, was severed completely. "What have you done?" His voice rasped like sandpaper against stone. The only response came from the 3 candles quietly burning in the corner of the room. Crafted from obsidian, their twisted forms flickered with a pale, eerie flame, warping the shadows of the chamber. Glass candles, artifacts from old Valyria, products of sorcery. Rhaenys sat motionless by the window, her gaze fixed upon the flames. Having sensed the rupture before Demon, the bond with the Red Queen, Melisandre, her pride since girlhood, had also vanished. She could feel her daughter, Lair, ensnared in a similar paralyzing dread. Vhagar, Meraxes, Korakh, the 3 proud dragons of House Targaryen, in their perception, seemed as if they had never existed. They had become dragons without claws, no longer dragon lords, merely a cadre of prisoners bearing Valyrian blood. This was the mercy of his majesty. The regent of Volantis stood at the threshold, speaking with an air of reverence, though devoid of any semblance of compassion. His majesty believes that your connection to the beasts may incite excessive agitation, detrimental to your recuperation. Recuperation? Demon whirled around, his violet eyes ablaze with fury threatening to spill over. "Tell your emperor, he shall pay dearly for this." The regent inclined slightly, his expression maintaining a veneer of polite civility. "I shall convey your thoughts, your highness, yet you must ponder the price that King Viserys must pay." With those words, he withdrew, the heavy palace doors slowly closing behind them, effectively severing the connection between the inner sanctum and the outside world. Outside the palace, the slaves of Volantis were herding a multitude of goats towards a valley beyond the city. There, 3 colossal dragons were shackled to the mountainside by thick iron chains. They roared restlessly, yet could not break free from the manacles reinforced by Valyrian fire magic. It was only upon seeing the food being driven towards them that they momentarily quieted, beginning to tear into their meal. Lushing observed this scene with a detached gaze through the palace window. He withdrew his gaze, allowing it to settle upon a map laid out on the table. Lys had fallen, Myr had been breached. With the conquest of Tyrosh, the kingdom of the 3 daughters would be consigned to history. The entirety of southern Essos, from the contested lands to the summer sea, would lie prostrate beneath his dragon's wings. He was waiting for the war's conclusion and for news from Westeros. What price would the king named Viserys pay for his captured brother and kin? A playful smirk danced upon Lushing's lips. Volantis, the Long Bridge. A downcast nobleman rode a gaunt horse, slowly approaching the bridge's end. He raised his gaze to the fluttering black dragon banner above the city gate. The emblem of the black dragon grim and formidable. In his gray eyes, there was no hint of turmoil. "All mortals must meet their end," he murmured softly, his voice whisked away by the wind. Then, dismounting, he left the gaunt horse behind at the bridge's head and ventured alone into this city that had changed its masters. His figure soon melded into the ceaseless throng upon the bridge, becoming indistinguishable. Chapter 75, The Advancing Faceless Men. In the heart of Volantis, a magnificent tower was rising from the earth. Countless artisans, akin to a swarm of ants, hoisted obsidian slabs the size of grinding stones to great heights with massive cranes. Beside the construction site, heaps of obsidian glistened under the sun, reflecting a profound and chilling sheen. This would be the first magical relay station envisioned by Lushing. Once this tower, destined to be the tallest structure in the city, was completed, he would personally forge the obsidian, transforming the entire edifice into a colossal glass candle. In the future, every conquered city-state would be mandated to erect such a tower. At that time, all major cities would be enveloped directly within his magical network, rendering them utterly transparent. At the edge of the crowd, a man clad in a faded robe silently observed the spectacle, the shadow of his hood obscuring much of his face. He bore the air of a fallen noble, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He regarded the tower, a symbol of the Dragon King's ambition, and the ominous obsidian, his perception of the new Dragon King, entrenched in the Slaver's Bay, escalated in danger. Magic, an uncontrollable sort of peril, must never be allowed to inflict its harm upon freedom. Deep within the palace, Lu Sheng reclined upon the obsidian throne, his fingers absent-mindedly drumming against the armrest, twisting the very fabric of time. The gestation period of Valyria still had some time left. It should suffice for him to resolve the trifles of his third daughter's kingdom before embarking on a leisurely journey through Westeros. Suddenly, he halted his rhythmic tapping, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. A lively little mouse. Within his perception, a nimble figure traversed the shadows of the palace in an inconceivable manner. The patrolling guards and the unsullied squad passed by him, entirely oblivious, as if he were merely a part of the air. The figure maneuvered with silent grace, each movement precise and efficient, purposefully inching towards the very heart of the palace. An assassin's creed? Lu Sheng observed with keen interest, akin to appreciating a masterful acrobatic performance. The faceless men of Bravos, indeed, demonstrated remarkable skill. The figure clung to the wall's shadow like a gecko, perfectly avoiding the patrol route of a squad of unsullied. Oh, about to be discovered, Lu Sheng murmured softly. The figure twisted at an angle defying the laws of physics at a corner, instantaneously squeezing into a mere half-foot gap between a statue and the wall, merging with the shadows. The patrol passed by, completely unaware. Goodness, is such evasion even possible? Lu Sheng could not help but exclaim in admiration. A veritable realm of invisibility. In the shadow of the palace's outer wall, the destitute noble shed his troublesome faded robe, revealing a form-fitting black attire suitable for agile movement. He was indeed the little mouse Lu Sheng had mentioned. As a faceless man, his expertise lay in disguise, killing a target, assuming their visage, donning their garments, and seamlessly infiltrating heavily guarded locales to execute assassinations. However, upon closer inspection, he abandoned this approach. Within this palace, apart from the guards patrolling the periphery and the unsullied within, there was not a single servant or handmaiden in sight. The Dragon King seemed to be engaged in some magical ritual, dismissing all idle company. As for the guards and unsullied, they consistently operated in squads, forming a defensive angle against any intruders. The faceless man assessed the situation and found no opportunity to silently eliminate an entire squad without raising an alarm, followed by a disguise. Thus, only one final option remained: infiltration, followed by assassination. This was the most perilous and skill-testing method, yet he held great confidence in his abilities. As the faceless man descended like a feather, silently landing at the palace entrance where Lu Sheng resided, he concealed himself within the shadows atop the porch. He exuded confidence. In this position and from this angle, unless the target looked up directly, no one would detect his presence. Then he spotted his target. The Dragon King of Slave Bay sat leisurely upon his throne, as though awaiting something. In the next moment, a chilling shiver ran down the spine of the faceless one, as he observed the air around the target ripple like water, giving rise to two shadowy entities that materialized from thin air. These shadows bore no features, save for a pair of crimson eyes that fixated intently on his concealed position. He was exposed. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Almost instinctively, the faceless one sensed a subtle shift behind him. No longer concealed, he sprang forth from the shadows, propelling himself towards the being on the throne like a bolt from a bow. Since he had been detected, he resolved to strike with lethal force. In that instant, a Valyrian steel dagger, shimmering with an otherworldly aura, materialized in his hand. With his finely honed physical prowess, the faceless one traversed several meters in a mere breath, closing within 3 meters of the target. He could even discern the unabashed mockery curling at the corners of the target's mouth. Yet, he could advance no further. Behind him, a third shadowy assassin had emerged unbeknownst to him. A cold glimmer of sharpness swept by. The faceless one felt a sudden chill in his legs. And then equilibrium slipped away, his vision spinning wildly. Looking down, he was met with the sight of his legs severed at the knees, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The agony had not yet fully registered in his mind. The two shadows standing beside the target transformed into indistinct black streaks, crossing in a flash. With swift precision, his arms were severed in an instant. A muffled groan escaped the faceless one's lips as his body crashed heavily onto the frigid floor, becoming a mere lifeless form. A knee pressed down hard on his neck, pinning him to the ground, while a cold hand gripped his head, followed by a sharp crack as his jaw joint was dislocated. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed him. Hidden within his mouth was a poisoned needle, his last resort. Should the target show even the slightest sign of relaxation or approach, he would deliver a final strike. Alas, he didn't even have the opportunity to part his lips. A rat in the gutter, all show and no substance, remarked the target, observing the twitching assassin on the ground with indifference. The noise from the severed limbs finally alerted the guards outside. A squad of purifiers rushed in, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before them, a dismembered assassin being held down by 3 specter-like shadows. "Take him away," the target commanded, his voice calm and unruffled. "Do not let him die. Alan would surely find him quite intriguing." Chapter 76. Khalasar and Viserys in the harbor of Khalasar. An ominous fleet of black warships besieged every inch of the sea. The Black Dragon King's banner fluttered in the sea breeze, resonating like a death knell. A portion of the astute nobles and affluent merchants had already fled with their riches before the arrival of the fleet. However, the majority found themselves trapped within the city, not out of a profound love for it, but rather from sheer terror. The oppressed free citizens, who had endured generations of exploitation, barricaded all exits with swords and clubs. "You have fled. Who shall bear the wrath of His Majesty the Dragon King?" The faces of the free citizens bore no trace of their former timidity, replaced instead by a desperate madness driven to the brink. Nobles and merchants, cornered by the free citizens and a multitude of mercenaries who had defected, could only shiver in their opulent abodes, awaiting the Imperial Joint Fleet. Their anticipation brought no salvation, but rather the reckoning. Rise and Nero led their forces, coldly and efficiently taking control of the city. They seized wealth and confiscated workshops, executing their tasks with practiced ease. A scene reminiscent of that which unfolded in Mill and Riss replayed itself here. Artisans were rounded up and meticulously registered. All weapons were confiscated and piled high. Previously, a significant number of mercenaries had been hired to protect Khalasar, yet before the Dragon King's fleet even appeared, they were the first to betray their employers. At this moment, these self-proclaimed clever mercenaries congregated in the harbor square, their faces reflecting relief at having survived. Nero surveyed this ragtag assembly with a barely perceptible disdain. He promised them safety and incorporated them into the ranks of the High Gauss servants. "When will Master Alan's potions arrive?" Nero turned to the old blind man beside him, his tone laced with impatience. "If they don't drink a draught of loyalty, let them not perish in High Gauss, soiling His Majesty's land." The old blind man held a crystal goblet unearthed from a noble's wine cellar, savoring the amber-hued wine from Qingting Island. His cloudy white eyes shifted towards the boisterous mercenaries, a grin revealing his yellowed teeth. "It should be soon," he replied, taking a sip of the fine wine and smacking his lips in satisfaction. "I have requested it from His Majesty. The master has dispatched someone to expedite its arrival." Rise cast a sympathetic glance at the mercenaries, who, having narrowly escaped disaster, now basked in a false sense of security. Believing they had aligned themselves with a new power, they thought they could continue their reckless lives on the edge of danger. Little did they know that from the moment they chose betrayal, the noose of fate had already tightened around their necks. What awaited them would be a bondage colder than death itself. In Volantis, upon the Blackstone throne, Sheng received a magical communication from Alan. "Your Majesty, the foundation for the Academy in Viserys has been completed." Alan's voice resonated with an uncontainable thrill and fervor. "I implore you to personally arrive and bury sufficient obsidian, imbued with your divine power, at the foundation site." Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his brown pupils reflecting the entire map of Elysium. He rose to his feet, and in the next instant, it seemed as though an invisible force had lifted the palace's dome. A thunderous roar of a dragon echoed throughout Volantis. Countless inhabitants in the city, gripped by terror, raised their gazes to the sky. A black dragon, exceeding 70 meters in length, soared aloft, its immense wings casting a shadow akin to mountains. The sheer sense of power and oppression rendered all witnesses weak-kneed, compelling them to kneel upon the ground. Beneath the dragon's claws was a cage entirely composed of magical runes, within which a faceless being, its limbs severed and wounds seared by dragonfire, writhed silently like a twisted piece of flesh. Its limbs were confined in the 4 corners of the cage. The black dragon flapped its wings with a mighty force, tearing through the air with a piercing crack. In an instant, the dragon transformed into a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards the monstrous city of Viserys. Outside Viserys, on a vast construction site, tens of thousands of laborers, under the architect's direction, busily toiled like ants. Once a barren hill, this land had been leveled, and an exaggeratedly vast foundation had been completed. Alan, clad in a simple black robe, stood at the center of the foundation, intently discussing the architectural layout with several craftsmen. Beneath his feet, profound trenches crisscrossed, resembling a mysterious ritualistic array. The drainage system must adhere to the highest standards. There must be no standing water. The load-bearing columns must be crafted from the sturdiest granite, with spacing and depth requiring absolute precision. Furthermore, a monumental obelisk of obsidian was to be constructed here, necessitating a deeper excavation and reinforcement with fine steel. Alan issued instructions methodically, and the craftsmen dutifully noted every detail. They dared not show any negligence. For this seemingly somber gentleman was among the Emperor's most trusted servants, and his words were absolute commands. Once all details were confirmed, Alan gestured for the craftsmen to withdraw. Alone in the expansive foundation, he felt the faint pulsations emanating from the depths of the earth. In his eyes burned a flame known as ambition. An academy? No, that would be far too insufficient. Here, with the Emperor's great power, he intended to construct an unprecedented magical relay station, a colossal core of a magical network capable of enveloping the entirety of the long summer lands. The magical essence radiating from Sheng, akin to a divine blessing, would be disseminated through this relay station to every corner of this land. The inhabitants here shall witness a transformation of their very lineage. The grotesque inclinations will cease to be a curse and instead serve as a catalyst for evolution. More potent, unique, and adaptable mutants will arise with greater ease in this realm steeped in magic. They shall become the most loyal subjects of the Empire, the most formidable of spellcasters. Viserys, this city of monstrosities, shall metamorphose into the cradle of the Empire's magical prowess under his guidance. As Alan immersed himself in his grand designs, the sky suddenly darkened. An indescribable terror descended from above, as if the entire heavens were collapsing. Tens of thousands of laborers on the site halted their tasks in an instant, fearfully gazing upward. Alan too raised his gaze, his face alight with fervent reverence. A colossal black shadow loomed, rapidly expanding from the horizon. The howling wind swirled, scattering dust and debris across the ground. When that shadow enveloped the entire worksite, a black dragon, a creature of myth and legend, hovered directly above the foundation. Its molten gold-slit pupils gazed indifferently down upon all below, akin to a deity surveying its creations. "All hail, my lord, your majesty." Alan knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. The dragon's shadow cloaked Alan and the entirety of Viserys. Chapter 77. The distortion of Viserys within the obsidian-forged workshop. The air was oppressively hot, and magical energy rippled like tangible waves. Sheng casually tossed a freshly molded obsidian brick onto the cooling rack, producing a crisp sound. Without lifting his gaze, he posed a seemingly casual inquiry. "Alan, why did you leave Ashar?" Alan, carefully carving intricate runes onto an oval piece of obsidian with a small knife, paused at the question. He raised his head, a sanctified expression contorting his excessively pallid visage. "To pursue the source of magical power and my destined fate." "Spare me," Sheng replied, setting down his tools and turning to face him, his brown eyes calmly scrutinizing Alan. "Speak the truth." These three simple words bore an undeniable weight of pressure. The sanctity on Alan's face crumbled instantly. He recognized the futility of pretense in the presence of this being. He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping as he reverted to his former somber demeanor. "I angered too many during my experiments in Ashar," he murmured, a hint of dread lacing his voice. "I was pursued by a band of dim-witted fools, fleeing across the world. Before my escape, I paid a hefty sum for a prophecy." Alan glanced at Sheng, his eyes filled with the relief of survival. "The prophecy stated that only here could I survive. That reason is the only truth." Sheng nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He was more concerned with the outcome than the process. He picked up the last casting that had just cooled on the shelf, a palm-sized badge emblazoned with the menacing visage of a dragon. "What is the potential of mobilization?" Sheng's fingers gently caressed the icy surface of the badge. "Can these aberrations truly be transformed into benign beings through my magic?" Upon mentioning his area of expertise, Alan's posture straightened with newfound resolve, his eyes gleaming with fervor, dispelling the earlier gloom. "Absolutely, your majesty. It is entirely feasible," he declared earnestly, his voice tinged with excitement. Within the aberrations of mobilization, a portion inherently leans towards the benign. For instance, the two-headed and four-armed aberrations are merely victims of chaotic and disordered magic, rendering their transformations uncontrollable and even harmful. Alan stepped forward, gesturing towards the diverse figures laboring outside the workshop. "But your magic is the source of order. Their aberrations will instinctively seek transformation and evolution towards your magic, much like plants yearning for light. This will herald the birth of a formidable race, a unique lineage that belongs solely to you." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a playful smile. A brand new, powerful, and utterly loyal race indeed sounded like an intriguing proposition. After Lu Sheng personally intervened, the magical nodes at the foundation of the Obsidian Academy were swiftly stabilized and embedded. The monumental project officially commenced, with countless artisans and metallurgians under Alan's direction embarking on the construction of the academy. This also allowed Alan to finally allocate his attention to the peculiar gift of the captured Faceless One. In the makeshift laboratory, a chilling solemnity enveloped the space. Various glass vessels and metallic instruments glimmered with an eerie light beneath the illumination of magical lamps. The assassin from Blophos, once the envoy of the god of many faces, now lay bound like a tattered rag upon the stony experimental table, his severed limbs fused by magic, even his jaw unhinged, uttering only meaningless whimpers. Alan paced around the table, his gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. The Faceless One of Blophos, envoy of the god of many faces. He mused with a sickly delight. You shall serve our purpose. The Faceless One emitted a more fervent whimper, its eyes blazing with vengeful fury. Alan was well aware that it must be cursing him with the foulest of words or beseeching its elusive deity to cast a curse upon him. Nevertheless, it mattered not. In Asha, what wretched cultist had he not dealt with? Alan chuckled coldly within, yet his face radiated a more brilliant smile. He retrieved a row of potions of varying hues from the shelf, each bubbling with peculiar effervescence within its glass vial. Do not fret, soon you shall be reborn. Alan selected a syringe, drawing forth a vial of brilliant purple liquid, holding it up to the light as if savoring the finest vintage. You shall evolve into an advanced shadow assassin. He directed the needle toward the artery of the Faceless One's neck. A rapture akin to that of a child receiving a new toy illuminating his face. A suppressed yet piercing laughter echoed throughout the enclosed laboratory, the emanating enchantment thickening the very air around him. After attending to trivial matters, Lu Sheng, under the guidance of Governor Materis, proceeded to the western district of the city. This area was an isolation zone specifically chosen by Alan for promising candidates, in stark contrast to the chaos and filth prevalent in other parts of Materis. This locale was pristine and orderly, with the supply of food and water prioritized above all else. Within this enclave resided the few individuals with inherent beneficial mutations, along with pregnant women bearing infants who shared such advantageous traits. Most of them appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet their physical aberrations endowed them with abilities far surpassing those of the average person. As Lu Sheng entered the square of the isolation zone, all eyes converged upon him, filled with awe and hope. A man bowed deeply before him, possessing two heads. While the visages of the dual heads were identical, their expressions were markedly different, one serious, the other imbued with curiosity. However, when they spoke in unison, they emitted a single deep and resonant voice. We pay homage to you, your majesty. The two-headed man, with two brains yet a single consciousness, was quietly explained by the governor, noting that their cognitive speed was double that of an ordinary person, and they possessed a true omnidirectional perspective. Lu Sheng nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to a towering figure not far away, diligently transporting stones. This individual, nearly 3 meters tall yet remarkably slender, was particularly striking due to the two delicate arms protruding from beneath his ribs. The skeletal structure of his forearms was entirely distinct from that of an ordinary human, yet they moved with extraordinary coordination. He effortlessly lifted a massive boulder weighing several hundred pounds with two of his arms, while the other two agilely employed a small hammer and chisel to refine the edges of the stone with precision and efficiency. A four-armed being, a natural craftsman and warrior. The governor continued to elaborate, highlighting their unparalleled strength and coordination. In the square, numerous similar beneficial mutants thrived, their existence validating Alan's theories as more than mere fantasies. These beings, often regarded as monsters by the outside world, were on the cusp of their golden age, sheltered by Lu Sheng's protection. He received a tray from an attendant, upon which lay an array of black dragon-headed emblems, meticulously arranged. Personally, he approached the assembled individuals, distributing the emblems one by one. He placed an emblem into the hands of a bespectacled girl, no older than 7 or 8. The girl, though somewhat bashful, steadied her grip with one hand while nervously clutching the hem of her garment with the other. From this day forth, you shall be the inaugural students of the Obsidian Academy. Lu Sheng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. You are also the last to be affected by the chaotic magic of Materis. He lifted his head, gazing at the distant academy tower that was rising majestically. Once the magical relay station of Modelis is completed, All newborns shall emerge as brand new denizens of Modelis, guided by my arcane power. His words resonated like a divine decree, etching themselves into the hearts of all present. The aberrant beings who had received the emblem knelt in fervent excitement. Clutching the cold obsidian insignia in their hands, they experienced an unprecedented warmth, a warmth imbued with hope. Chapter 78. Specialty of the Serpent Lizard Islands. In the temporary camp of Tylosai within the port district, an unusual aroma of porridge wafted through the air. Nero, with an impassive expression, poured the last drop of a pale green potion into a boiling cauldron before him. Instantly, the thick porridge surged more violently, its hue shifting from a dull gray to a bizarre pale green. The old blind man's gnarled hand plunged into the pot, stirring with a massive wooden spoon. Before he brought it to his nose, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his murky eyes. This is the color, this is the flavor. He chuckled hoarsely, his voice rasping like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Nero disregarded his peculiar laughter and turned to his bodyguard, instructing, "Go, summon the servants to come and eat." The bodyguard complied promptly. Soon, a commotion erupted in the camp. The once mercenaries of Tylosai, now the high sauce servants, lined up chaotically under the barked orders of the high sauce navy. To prevent these spirited renegades from causing trouble, Nero had imposed strict rations upon them. Without fail, every day they received 2 bowls of thick porridge and a piece of dark bread. As midday approached, the early serving was met with delight. Everyone believed they had stumbled upon a windfall, eager for an extra bowl of life-saving porridge. Next, hurry up and move along, barked the Navy soldier in charge of the serving, herding them like livestock. The servants dared not voice any complaints, quickly taking their meager bowls and stepping aside. Before long, a keen-eyed mercenary noticed something amiss. "Commander, why is this porridge green?" he asked cautiously, holding up his bowl. The soldier wielding the ladle barely lifted his eyelids, impatiently retorting, "It's the specialty of the Serpent Lizard Islands, moss porridge. It protects against the plagues on the island. Once the battle is over, if you wish to seek fortune on the Serpent Lizard Islands, without this porridge as a foundation, the miasma there will claim your lives." This explanation seemed plausible. The mercenaries, already enamored with the tales of treasures and dangers surrounding the Serpent Lizard Islands, found their skepticism dissipating, replaced by a strange exhilaration. Under the cold gaze of the old blind man and Nero, thousands of servants consumed the cauldron of moss porridge crafted by Master Allen until it was utterly empty, some even lingering to lick the bottoms of their bowls. Observing the now barren cauldron, Nero turned to the old blind man and inquired, "Is that about enough for tonight?" Old Blind Eyes cracked a sinister grin, revealing a chilling smile. It seemed that dinner preparation was unnecessary that evening. They would not partake. The streets of Milan erupted with jubilant cheers, nearly shaking the heavens. News of the complete conquest of the kingdom of the third daughter soared through the city like wings, igniting the fervor of every citizen. The barren lands of Slave Bay and the harsh natural conditions had perpetually cast a shadow of scarcity over all, a looming sort of want. In contrast, the vast and fertile lands of the third daughter's kingdom signified a promise of stable food production and an unending flow of wealth. This was monumental news for Milan and the nascent empire as a whole. Throughout the streets, affluent merchants and nobles spontaneously offered fine wines and sumptuous foods, generously distributing them to the celebrants. The air was alive with songs of praise for the emperor, infused with the sweet aroma of honey cakes and the fragrance of fruit wine. The empire's triumph illuminated the path to a more prosperous and radiant future for all who resided on this land. Deep within the palace, Ilaria gently caressed her noticeably rounded abdomen, her violet eyes shimmering with tender maternal glow. Beside her, Lair sat quietly, though her expression betrayed an unmasked trace of worry. Suddenly, the glass candle on the table flickered with a pale light. A voice resonated directly in their minds, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. It was the voice of Lushing. He would return to Milan in the coming days, remaining until Ilaria's delivery was complete. Ilaria's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her pure joy illuminating her entire being. She turned to grasp Lair's somewhat cold hand, her tone gentle yet remarkably earnest. "Lair, did you hear? His Majesty is returning, and he will stay for a considerable time." Lair nodded, yet her heart tightened. Ilaria continued to gaze at her, saying, "This is your chance, as well as ours. You must conceive as soon as possible during this time." Her voice dropped to a whisper, laced with a hint of caution. "Otherwise, as more people gather around His Majesty and the palace expands, who knows when the next opportunity will arise?" Lair's heart plummeted. Ilaria's words pierced her innermost anxieties with precision. She recalled a letter her father had sent from their homeland not long ago. Each word in that letter urged and anticipated. The glory of the family, the rise and fall of the future, all rested upon her shoulders. Furthermore, her own future within this vast harem required a child to serve as the most solid foundation. Her father's letter, the family's future, her own position, an array of thoughts surged through Lenara's mind, ultimately coalescing into an unmistakably clear resolve. Her hand, hanging by her side, quietly clenched beneath the wide sleeves of her robe. The nails dug deeply into her palm, sending a faint sting through her, yet in that moment, her tumultuous emotions transformed into unwavering resolve. She lifted her gaze toward the azure sky outside, a flame igniting within her eyes. This time, no matter what, I must bear the Emperor's child. Chapter 79. The disposition of Riss. The colossal obsidian statue emitted a deep, resonant rumble that echoed throughout the workshop. The visage of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Sheng, its gaze indifferent, surveying all beneath it, as if a deity scrutinizing its own creation. Lu Sheng retracted his magical energy, feeling the residual warmth upon the statue's surface. The matter concerning Viserys had reached its conclusion. This distorted city, under the aegis of his ordered magic, was on the brink of rebirth. The foundation of the Obsidian Academy had been laid. Alan would manage the remaining affairs. Your Majesty. Alan's voice emerged from the shadows as he bowed deeply, his demeanor humbly submissive. Behind him, a vague silhouette slithered like melting ink, silently undulating and occasionally manifesting as multiple afterimages. The shadow assassin you requested has been successfully modified. Alan's tone carried a hint of fervent pride. Utilizing that faceless one as a material had yielded results beyond imagination. Lucian cast a glance at the shadow assassin. Lacking a physical form, it existed merely as a mass of twisted darkness, yet radiated a more intense and purer killing intent than the faceless one itself. Enter, Lucian commanded succinctly. He extended his hand, and his shadow on the ground instantly expanded, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The shadow assassin, as if finding its home, unhesitatingly plunged into it, vanishing without a trace. It was time to conclude matters concerning the kingdom of the third daughter. Lu Sheng turned and strode out of the workshop, thinking, I need to make an appearance there to reassure the populace, and then I shall pay a visit to Westeros. He paused briefly, a subtle smile curving his lips. It was time for the two great dragon families to sit down and converse. Alan bowed his head deeply, refraining from speaking further. Outside the workshop, the residents of Viserys had already gathered in the square, their eyes filled with awe and fervor as they gazed upon the recently completed colossal statue. Under their watchful stares, Lu Sheng's form began to contort and expand within the firelight. Bones cracked with an unsettling sound, dark dragon scales pierced through his skin, and muscles bulged grotesquely. In an instant, a black dragon over 70 meters in length replaced his former position. The terrifying might of the dragon surged like a tangible tide, enveloping all of Viserys. Everyone was rendered breathless by this force, collapsing to the ground, chanting the Emperor's title with reverence. The black dragon paid no heed to the ants beneath it. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest erupted, swirling up a storm of sand and gravel. The immense backlash caused the ground to fracture beneath its might. The colossal black dragon soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds as it sped towards the realm of the three daughters, leaving behind a swiftly diminishing silhouette against the horizon. Within the confines of Volantis, Demon Targaryen sat in silence upon an opulent chair, his gaze vacant. Lena Valerion paced anxiously, her silvery hair cascading with each restless movement. Rhaenys Targaryen remained relatively composed, yet her furrowed brow betrayed an inner turmoil. They had become prisoners, stripped of their connection to their dragons. This sense of powerlessness was, for a member of the Dragonlord family, a humiliation worse than death. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky. A suffocating pressure descended from above. Boom! The immense black dragon plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the square before the palace. The hard stone surface fractured like a spider's web, and shockwaves toppled the surrounding braziers. Demon and Lena were startled to their feet, their faces drained of color. Rhaenys' pupils constricted as she fixated on the behemoth, basked in sunlight, yet with scales darker than night. This was the creature that had vanquished their three dragons. The dragon's form swiftly contracted, and amidst the shifting light and shadows, Viserys regained his human shape, approaching them with measured steps. Targaryen, Valerion. Viserys' voice was calm, yet held an undeniable authority. Your reprieve has come to an end. I shall escort you to the realm of the three daughters, after which I will personally journey to Westeros to discuss your redemption with Viserys. Demon's lips moved, yet no words escaped. His proud lineage, his mastery of Caraxes, had become a mere jest in the presence of this creature. He had resigned himself to his fate. What of Corlys? Rhaenys' voice was hoarse as she surveyed her surroundings. My husband, why is he not with us? Lena, too, looked at Viserys with urgency. At her words, Viserys chuckled softly, a hint of unmasked mockery in his smile. The ransom for the sea snake must be provided by the Valyrian family themselves. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Lena and Rhaenys, as if appraising goods. I cannot fathom what you possess that might entice me. The disdain in his words rendered Rhaenys' complexion ashen. She stifled her anger, straightened her back, and endeavored to maintain the dignity of a queen without a crown. Corlys' 9 great voyages have amassed wealth sufficient to cover any ransom. Before she could finish, Viserys interrupted her, his tone becoming frigid. I disdain the triviality of mortal gold. Rhaenys fell silent. In the depths of his deep brown eyes, she discerned no hint of greed, only a serene indifference that dismissed all. Gold and wealth were rendered utterly meaningless before such an entity. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, Viserys averted his gaze, dismissing them entirely. 2 squads of guards promptly advanced. On one side stood the silent and unyielding Unsullied, while on the other, the fierce and tattooed soldiers of the Tiger Cloak glared menacingly. Without uttering a word, they moved with remarkable swiftness, escorting the 3 Targaryen nobles to the carriage that awaited them outside the palace. Daemon, Rhaenys, and Lair, these 3 figures capable of shaking the very foundations of Westeros, now resembled lambs destined for slaughter, tightly surrounded by the guards as they traversed the streets of Volantis toward the port. From there, they would embark on a vessel bound for Tyrosh. Rhys, once the city of love, now lay shrouded in a grim atmosphere. Within and around the port, warships adorned with the Black Dragon banner stood densely, resembling a forest of steel. As the Black Dragon descended from the heavens, a profound silence enveloped the entire city. Harris had already gathered a host of commanders to await at the port, having witnessed the Emperor's might with his own eyes. His fervent loyalty had become ingrained in his very marrow. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing the transformation of the dragon into human form, Harris immediately knelt, his voice quivering with excitement. He raised 2 scrolls of parchment high above his head. These contained the complete inventory of all treasures confiscated from Rhys and Tyrosh, along with the roster of all artisans. Daemon took the scrolls, casting a cursory glance. The wealth enumerated therein could drive any king to madness, yet to him, it was merely a sequence of numbers. His greater concern lay with the roster of artisans. Skills were the bedrock of the Empire's expansion. Harris, at your service. Allocate 30% of the treasures to be distributed among the joint fleet and every soldier of the highborn sons who participated in the conflict. Harris trembled, a flicker of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. What a generous reward. Set aside 15% to be granted to Zora as a reward for his army. Yes. The remainder shall be deposited into the royal treasury. Daemon tossed the parchment back to Harris, his tone unremarkable as he made his final arrangements. From this day forth, you shall serve as the governor of Rhys, responsible for all military and political affairs of the 3 Daughters' Kingdom. Harris, overwhelmed with emotion, shook violently, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice hoarse. Thank you, your Majesty. I swear fealty unto death. Daemon's gaze shifted past him to a middle-aged man of subservient demeanor behind him. This was Lysander, the former acting governor of Rhys, who had chosen to surrender in despair. Lysander, present. Startled, Lysander promptly knelt. You are astute, Daemon remarked. Harris is a soldier, and governing a city requires an aide familiar with local affairs. This position shall be yours. Lysander was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by overwhelming joy. Not only had he preserved his life, but he had also been promoted. Thank you, your Majesty. Thank you, your Majesty. He babbled incoherently, repeatedly bowing his head, causing it to thud against the hard cobblestones with a resounding echo. Sheng gazed upon the 2 kneeling before him, a fervently loyal soldier and a pragmatic opportunist. This was the order he desired. Obedience rewarded, defiance turned to dust. The jewel of Lizzie, nestled in the narrow sea, had now firmly settled within his grasp. Chapter 80. The faith of the innocents. A swiftly enlarging dark speck appeared in the sky above the walls of Mill City. Below the ramparts, Daka and Majuo held their breath, while Rios and a cadre of Mill officers, along with prominent merchants, dared not even exhale. All eyes were fixated on that ominous point. The wind howled. The speck expanded rapidly in their sight, transforming into a colossal black dragon that blotted out the sun. Its 70-meter-long body shimmered with the cold, hard luster of obsidian scales. With a thunderous roar that seemed to threaten to topple the entire Mill City, the sound waves struck each individual's chest like a tangible hammer. A few timid merchants, overwhelmed with fear, crumpled to the ground, warmth spreading in their trousers. The dragon showed no signs of slowing. With a powerful flap of its wings, it descended like a black meteor, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The violent winds forced people to bow their heads, while the tiles of the square were uprooted, debris flying everywhere. With a resounding crash, the entire mill city trembled. As the dust began to settle, the immense black dragon stood majestically in the center of the square, its molten gold vertical pupils scanning the crowd below with an indifferent gaze. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Rios was the first to react, abruptly kneeling on the cold stone floor, his forehead pressed firmly against it. With a rustle, Daka, Majuel, and all the officers and merchants seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, collectively bowing to the ground, their heads buried low, their bodies trembling violently with fear. No one dared to meet the gaze of that godlike presence. The dark luminescence coursed over the dragoness body, its massive form swiftly contracting in the distorted air. In mere moments, the dragon, which had instilled a sense of apocalyptic dread, vanished, replaced by a tall young man with black hair. Sheng dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and strode toward the crowd. His footsteps were light, yet each step resonated as if treading upon the hearts of all present. "Rios," came his indifferent voice. "Your subordinate is here." Rios shuddered, almost crawling forward, raising 2 scrolls of parchment high above his head. "Your Majesty, this is the financial ledger of Mill and the population register of artisans." Sheng took them, glanced casually, and then tossed them back. "You will serve as the acting governor of Mill." Rios trembled profoundly, a tumult of ecstasy and terror rendering him momentarily speechless. "Once the situation stabilizes, someone will come to succeed you," Sheng added, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Before that, ensure the city resumes its operations." "Understood, Your Majesty." "Your subordinate will face death without hesitation." Rios was so overwhelmed that he became incoherent. Sheng disregarded him, shifting his gaze toward the army behind him. The tiger-cloaked soldiers, the Dothraki, and the ever-silent, ever-ordered Unsullied. He gestured toward the financial ledger. Half of the assets listed therein were to be awarded to the valiant tiger-cloaked soldiers, the Dothraki, and indeed, to you as well. The last 3 words were directed at the formation of Unsullied. A wave of ecstasy erupted on the faces of Daka and Majo, while the Dothraki cavalry let out primal roars of jubilation. The soldiers of the Tiger Cloak displayed their excitement, chanting in unison, "Long live His Majesty." Only the Unsullied remained as still as a silent forest of statues, unmoving. Mountains of gold and jewels were brought forth, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. One Unsullied officer stepped forward hesitantly, pushed by his comrades. He knelt before Sheng, his voice flat and devoid of inflection, reminiscent of a cold machine. "Your Majesty, please indicate where these goods should be transported." In his understanding, they were merely tools, weapons. The assets were nothing more than cargo for them to bear. Sheng regarded him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "These are not mere goods," he said slowly. "This is your reward. From this day forth, you are no longer slaves." The clamor in the square fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to the group of emasculated warriors. "You are my soldiers, the guardians of the Empire." Sheng's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Unsullied. "You are free." Free? The word struck like a thunderclap, penetrating the minds of the Unsullied, who had been stripped of all emotion. They gazed at one another in bewilderment, catching a glimpse of unprecedented confusion in each other's equally vacant eyes. The questioning officer trembled ever so slightly. His grip on the spear turned pale from exertion. They were slaves, born as such, trained to be machines of slaughter. Their sole value lay in obedience and death. What is freedom? What is a reward? No one cheered. No one expressed gratitude. This elite cohort of the Empire felt, for the first time outside the battlefield, an overwhelming sense of disarray. The order to end the war was swiftly issued. Under Rios' stewardship, the city of Meereen began to restore order at an astonishing pace. Numerous craftsmen, safeguarded by the Unsullied, returned to their workshops. The fires were rekindled, and the rhythmic sounds of hammering replaced the wails of despair. The Dothraki forces, led by Majo, contented themselves with resupplying within the city before heading south to camp by the banks of the Meereen River, where the lush waterside would sustain their horses. Daka's 30,000 cavalry remained, their encampment established just outside Meereen, like a pack of hungry wolves, vigilantly watching over the newly claimed city. 10,000 soldiers in tiger robes remained stationed, taking over the city's defenses. Their cold gazes and bloodied curved blades served as the most effective assurance of the new order. In the camp of the Pure Ones, however, an unusual atmosphere permeated the air. Unlike other troops, they did not celebrate. Instead, They silently polished their weapons and organized their gear. According to orders, they were to proceed to Tylos and then return to the Slave Bay for reorganization. Yet, at this moment, an unprecedented storm brewed within their hearts. "Freedom," murmured one pure one, caressing a freshly acquired gold coin. The coin was cold, yet it seemed to carry a searing warmth. "We are no longer slaves," another chimed in, his voice equally parched. "Then what are we?" This question plunged the surroundings into deeper silence. They had been stripped of their past, their future erased, their existence reduced to that of mere tools. Now, with the labels of tools torn away, how were they to define themselves? "We are the Emperor's warriors," the officer who initially posed the question finally spoke. His voice remained steady, yet it carried an indefinable quality. "The benevolent masters ruled us with whips and pain. His Majesty grants us freedom and rewards." He clumsily wielded this newly learned term. "We once worshipped the Lady of Spears, seeking liberation in battle. Yet liberation never came. His Majesty has arrived." His words were simple, yet they contained an undeniable logic. For these soldiers, whose thoughts had been formatted, the concept of deities felt too ethereal. The man who bestowed upon them a new existence, granting them an unimaginable identity, was the most tangible reality. He was more concrete than a god, more powerful than a deity. One pure one silently rose, etching a rough, twisted dragon design onto the back of his shield with a dagger. His movements were slow, yet resolute. One by one, the pure one stood, mimicking his action. They had no gods, nor did they require them. They only needed an object of devotion, an absolute sovereign who would grant them freedom and guide them. A fervent internal discussion unfolded amidst the silence. Ultimately, a brand new cult quietly emerged from the silence of the pure ones, the cult of the Emperor. Their god was but one. Chapter 81. The traditional arts of Tylos, a free trade city-state renowned for its clamor and greed, recently found itself compelled to retract its ostentatious fangs under the shadow of the new order. Kirsmoni stood upon the balcony of the governor's mansion, overlooking the temporarily subdued city. His brow furrowed. As the son of the governor of Astapor and the elder brother of Lair, he now served as the commander of the navy stationed at the Slave Bay, effectively the highest authority in Tylos. Ever since receiving the news of His Majesty's impending arrival, Kirsmoni's nerves had remained taut. The ceremonial reception and the subsequent banquet demanded perfection in every detail. However, the people of Tylos truly astonished him. During the war, those commoners abandoned by the nobles and wealthy merchants spontaneously besieged the port, using their very bodies to thwart the attempts of the upper class to flee. Kirsmoni perceived this as an exceptional opportunity to exploit the divisions within Tylos's societal hierarchy. He commanded the selection of 2 representatives from among the leading commoners, while the once esteemed nobles and affluent merchants were relegated to a single representative. He anticipated a fierce election rife with animosity and retribution. Yet, the electoral culture of Tylos delivered a resounding slap to his expectations. On the very next day following the announcement, the threshold of the governor's office was nearly trampled. Candidates from both the commoners and the nobility queued with heavy bags of coin, eager to pay their respects to their supreme leader. Their expressions conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if bribery were as natural as breathing. One commoner candidate even asserted emphatically to his guards, "How could we entrust our wealth to a ruler who refuses to accept money? He simply does not understand Tylos." Kirsmoni felt his worldview profoundly shaken. He realized that in this city, bribery was not merely an unspoken rule but the sole overt principle. Everyone firmly believed that those devoid of greed and the understanding of transactional reciprocity were utterly unqualified to govern them. Consequently, Tylos erupted back into a state of lively chaos. Candidates openly sought to buy votes in the streets, the flow of money surpassing even the bustling turnover of goods at the port. Even the 2 slots for commoner representatives became a carnival of wealth accumulation. Ultimately, unable to endure this absurd farce any longer, Kirsmoni concluded matters in the most direct and brutal manner. He approached the very commoners who had initially blocked the nobility, choosing the 2 imposing figures who had left a deep impression on him. "You 2 will suffice," he declared. As for the solitary noble representative slot, he expressionlessly awarded it to the merchant who had bestowed upon him the most substantial sum. Following this familiar election, centered around monetary influence, the atmosphere in Tylos strangely reverted to its previous clamor. Panic and unease seemed to have been washed away by the tide of wealth. On the streets, shops reopened, and the cries of vendors echoed once more. The commoners swiftly accepted the new reality. For them, the identity of the ruler was inconsequential. What mattered was that the new sovereign possessed sufficient strength to restore order. Given that the new emperor's subordinates also understood the rules of engagement, Life appeared to be no different from before, perhaps even better. Meanwhile, the former nobles and wealthy merchants caught a whiff of opportunity through this election. They had lost much of their wealth, yet at least their lives were secure. Issues that could be resolved with money were, for the people of Talosai, simply not problems at all. Kesmoni stood upon the balcony, observing the city that was rapidly rejuvenating, and he felt an undeniable pragmatism emanating from every individual, deeply ingrained within their very essence. Consequently, their level of cooperation was astonishingly high. As long as there was profit to be gained, as long as survival was at stake, they would kneel before anyone. Days later, an unusual howling echoed from the horizon. It was not the sound of the wind, but rather the thunderous roar generated by some colossal entity cleaving through the air, growing increasingly distinct as it approached. The cacophony of Talosai seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, choking its very essence. Vendors ceased their cries, artisans laid down their tools, and even the courtesans leaned out from their windows, all gazing skyward, their expressions shifting from confusion to terror. Kesmoni's heart raced. It had arrived. He quickly adjusted his armor and strode down from the governor's mansion, trailed by the 3 trembling representatives of Talosai. Upon reaching the port, the entire city had fallen into a profound silence. In the sky, a massive shadow descended, a dragon radiating a dark luminescence, swirling chaotic currents of air around its form. The dragon did not land, but circled in midair, its molten gold-slitted eyes surveying the city below with the indifference of a deity regarding its dominion. Then, the dragon transformed into flames, silently alighting upon the vacant space of the dock. With his short black hair and handsome visage, it was none other than Emperor Lushing. His presence seemed to siphon all sound and color from the air. A chill surged up Kesmoni's spine as he struggled to suppress his awe. Kneeling on one knee and proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Commander of the Slave Bay Navy, Kesmoni, humbly greets your majesty." Behind him, the 3 representatives of Talosai, utterly petrified, trembled as they knelt, their foreheads pressed firmly against the cold stone floor, not daring to breathe, instinctively following Kesmoni's lead. "The entire people of Talosai pledge our loyalty to the great emperor," stammered the noble representative who had offered the most generous bribe, summoning every ounce of strength to utter the complete phrase. Lushing did not even cast a glance in their direction. His gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon the city that had just been conquered, his expression as tranquil as a fathomless abyss. At that moment, Kesmoni abruptly raised his hand, signaling. From within the throng, the soldiers he had strategically positioned began to shout, their voices resonating with fervor. "Long live the emperor!" The initial shout echoed jarringly in the stillness of the port. Following swiftly were the second and third cries, igniting a fervor that rapidly spread like wildfire. The surrounding commoners paused momentarily before recalling the governor's orders, and soon they too joined in the cacophony. Unity served as the most potent catalyst. When they realized that resistance was futile and that submission was the only path to survival, they devoted all their energy to this performance of loyalty. Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live the newly born Valyrian Empire! Long live the Dragon King! The fervor erupted from the port, sweeping across the entirety of Talosai. Countless individuals peered out from windows, rooftops, and alleyways, perhaps still oblivious to the events unfolding, yet instinctively compelled to join in this tumultuous chorus. The sound grew louder and more harmonious, ultimately coalescing into a torrent capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. This voice represented the people of Talosai bidding farewell to the old era, while simultaneously pledging allegiance to their new master. In this cacophonous city, they generated even greater noise in the manner they knew best, to express their reverence and trepidation. Kesmoni knelt upon the ground, absorbing the resounding cheers that echoed through the skies, yet felt no sense of satisfaction within. He understood that the roots of all this lay with the serene young man standing before him. It was he who taught this greedy and chaotic city what the order of the Dragon King truly entailed. Chapter 82. The embarrassment of Targaryen. The envoy's request fell like a colossal stone into the tranquil waters of King's Landing. The news was relayed through various channels, ultimately reaching the council chamber of the Red Keep. King Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne, his brow furrowed as he listened to the report from his hand. Otto Hightower, Your Majesty, the envoys from the east have arrived, claiming that their emperor shall soon personally grace King's Landing. A profound silence enveloped the council chamber. All the lords held their breath, exchanging uncertain glances. The Dragon King from the east, a terrifying figure who had swiftly annexed the entirety of the kingdom of the Three Daughters and captured the entire fleet of Bravos, was coming to King's Landing? Let him enter, Viserys commanded, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Moments later, two envoys clad in black silk, adorned with a menacing black dragon insignia embroidered in gold thread upon their chests, entered the chamber. They eschewed the elaborate formalities of Westerosi nobility, merely bowing slightly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, as they paid their respects to the king upon the Iron Throne. The foremost envoy spoke fluently in the common tongue. Our emperor, Sheng, is on the verge of arriving in King's Landing to negotiate the terms of Prince Daemon Targaryens and the Dragon Knight's ransom. Viserys tightened his grip on the armrests of the Iron Throne, the cold steel momentarily steadying his tumultuous thoughts. He fixed his gaze upon the envoy and posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. What of my brother, Daemon? How is he faring? Prince Daemon is in good health, Your Majesty. You need not worry, the envoy replied calmly. His Majesty the Emperor has granted all captives privileges befitting their status. The term privileges struck the ears of those present as particularly jarring. For that was Daemon Targaryen, the roguish prince who rode the blood-red dragon Caraxes, now reduced to a prisoner beneath another's power. Viserys inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He needed to seize control of the situation. I am curious to know how you maintain contact with His Majesty, the Emperor, so far away in Essos. This was a test. Communicating via ravens could take weeks or even months, and if the other party could not respond promptly, then King's Landing would still have room to maneuver. However, the envoy's reaction was entirely unexpected. A peculiar look of bewilderment crossed his face, as if Viserys had posed an exceedingly naive question. Contact? The envoy echoed, and then, as if recalling something, produced an object from within his garments. It was a candle, approximately a foot in length, intricately carved from pure black obsidian. Its form twisted as though it were alive. In the dim light of the council chamber, it emanated a haunting depth. Of course, it is this, the envoy remarked casually, as if presenting an ordinary stone. Glass candle, exclaimed the chancellor, Roundful, who stood beside the king. His wrinkled face drained of color, and his murky old eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the black candle, his body trembling violently with excitement. He felt as though the towering edifice of knowledge he had built over a lifetime in the Citadel's library had been abruptly stripped of its foundation. A legendary artifact, one that existed solely within the records of the most ancient scrolls, a magical creation employed by Valyrian sorcerers to bridge vast distances of thought. It was indeed functional, and it was produced as if it were an ordinary object. The envoy, observing the chancellor's expression as though the heavens had collapsed, grew increasingly puzzled. How could a member of House Targaryen not know how to use a glass candle? Had the royal family of Westeros fallen so low as to lose even this fragment of their Valyrian heritage? In Essos, tales of the terrestrial sovereign had long been mythologized. People believed that the dragon lords ought to wield both dragons and magic, as a matter of course. They were entirely unaware that this branch of Targaryens, under Viserys, possessed only the erratic legacy of dragon dreams. The Targaryen family had never acquired the spells to command dragons or the dragon-binding horn, let alone the glass candle. The atmosphere in the council chamber became palpable with tension. Viserys gazed at the candle, then at Roundful's astonished visage, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. He finally comprehended the magnitude of what he faced. After sending the envoy away, the oppressive atmosphere in the chamber reached its zenith. Viserys gestured for all the ministers to withdraw, leaving only Chancellor Otto and Roundful. Is it true? The king's voice emerged hoarsely. Roundful seemed to age a decade in an instant, despondently nodding. Your Majesty, the ancient texts cannot be mistaken. That is indeed the true Valyrian glass candle, a lost magic. Otto Hightower's expression was grave indeed. Your Majesty, this signifies that the Dragon King of the East possesses the long-lost true Valyrian legacy. Viserys fell into silence. He slowly descended from the Iron Throne, his fingers tracing the cold blade. After a lengthy pause, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. This is not a threat, Otto, he declared. It is an opportunity. The blood of Targaryen cannot be limited to mere dragon dreams. We require genuine magic, the lost powers to fortify our sovereignty. If we cultivate a favorable relationship with the Dragon King of the East, even merging our bloodlines, the advantages for House Targaryen would outweigh the disadvantages. This king, who had always sought peace and compromise, felt an unprecedented yearning for power after comprehending the vast disparity of strength. Soon, whispers of the glass candle's emergence and the newly reborn Valyrian Empire in the East, which possessed the lost magical heritage, spread like wings throughout the corners of the Red Keep. Those lurking in the shadows swiftly transmitted this momentous news, capable of shaking the Seven Kingdoms, far and wide. Outside King's Landing, a dark silhouette was rapidly magnifying, almost imperceptibly against the skyline. It cleaved through the air, leaving a long trail of sonic boom in its wake. The outline of the continent of Westeros came into view. Just as it prepared to adjust its course towards King's Landing, a peculiar disturbance rippled through the air currents. It was the trace of another large flying creature stirring the atmosphere. A dragon? Interest glimmered in the golden slit pupils of the creature. With a powerful beat of its wings, it changed direction instantaneously, like a bolt of black lightning, pursuing the source of the disturbance. In mere moments, a vast expanse of azure sea appeared before its eyes. Above the water, a dragon was circling. This dragon, adorned in a lustrous pearl-gray hue, gleamed with silver reflections under the sun. Though not particularly immense, its form was remarkably agile. At that moment, it was surveying the surface of the sea, seemingly in search of prey. Suddenly, it folded its wings and, like a silver arrow released from a bow, dove sharply towards the water. With a splash, the dragon plunged precisely into the depths, creating enormous waves. Moments later, it burst forth from the water, clutching a struggling fish in its sharp claws. The creature hovered above the clouds, concealing its form, observing indifferently. Its mind swiftly retrieved information regarding the dragons of Westeros. Was it Grey Shadow, a wild dragon residing on Dragonstone, or some lesser dragon not thoroughly documented? Just as it pondered, the small dragon spotted the creature and swiftly veered away. Its hasty retreat suggested it was indeed Grey Shadow. Chapter 83. Arrival at King's Landing. Within the royal chambers of the Red Keep, candle flames flickered. King Viserys rubbed his aching temples, his face etched with worry. Magic, Alicent, do you understand? That is no mere legend. It is genuine magic. His voice trembled slightly, a reflection of the deep-seated fear of the unknown that coursed through his veins. He could transform into a dragon, one far more formidable than those of House Targaryen. The dragons of the Targaryens are flesh and blood, while his resembled a creature from myth. Queen Alicent sat by the bedside, gracefully pouring a glass of wine for the king, her movements poised and steady, a stark contrast to Viserys' anxiety. The words of her father, Otto Hightower, echoed in her mind before his departure. Your Majesty, find a way to facilitate the marriage. Aegon or Helena, regardless of the cost, bind this eastern dragon to our bloodline. Alicent handed the goblet to her husband and gently inquired, Your Majesty, what is known of this dragon king from Essos? Does he have heirs? Viserys accepted the cup and drained it in one go, seemingly seeking to numb his nerves with alcohol. He pondered for a moment. The information was quite limited. The only knowledge he possessed was that it appeared he was the sole male of his family. As for women, it was said he had many in the slavers' base city of Meereen. As Viserys spoke, an odd smile crept across his face, laced with a hint of mockery and an indefinable envy. He adhered to the ancient Valyrian tradition of polygamy. This was a far cry from the monogamous vows we made before the Seven. Alicent's heart sank. Polygamy. The word pierced her like a thorn. She thought of her young daughter Helena, whose innocent eyes held only curiosity for insects. She could not fathom her daughter sharing a husband with a multitude of unknown women. Alicent suppressed her unease and tucked the blankets around her husband. Sleep now, Viserys. Everything will find a resolution, she whispered. Yet, as she lay down herself, her worries for her daughter's future coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, plunging her into an uneasy slumber. Outside King's Landing, on the King's Road, hand of the King Otto Hightower awaited under the blazing sun, accompanied by a multitude of counselors. The emissary from Lys had already announced that their emperor was soon to arrive. The nobles of Westeros exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of disdainful arrogance. They were the realm of dragons, the Targaryen dragons having ruled the skies for a century. What storm could a so-called dragon king from the savage lands of Essos possibly stir? Suddenly, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. That dot grew at an alarming speed. All present, including Otto, had witnessed the Targaryen dragons before. They had seen the elegance of Meraxes and the ferocity of Vhagar in flight, but they had never beheld such a sight. It was not flight, it was a rending. As if the vast blue canvas of the sky had been violently torn asunder by an invisible giant's shears. A shadowy figure, accompanied by a piercing wail, surged forth with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Oh, seven gods! Exclaimed a minister, his voice cracking in alarm. As the dragon approached, the entire sky transformed. The once clear azure was swiftly shrouded by leaden gray clouds, and a tempest arose without warning, causing the nobles' finery to flutter violently, nearly toppling them. Within the confines of King's Landing, countless commoners gazed upward in terror. This was unlike any dragon of House Targaryen they had ever seen. With a length exceeding 70 meters and wings spread wide enough to obscure nearly half the city, Its pure black scales glinted with a metallic sheen beneath the tumultuous clouds. Each flap of its wings resonated with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a hurricane potent enough to uproot rooftops. Fear spread like a plague among the crowd. Children cried out in fright, while adults turned ashen, collapsing to their knees in prayer to the seven gods. Otto Hightower clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his complexion as pale as parchment. In that moment, he truly grasped the dread that resided within King Viserys. This was no mere creature of the mortal realm. It was a divine retribution manifested upon the earth. Just as everyone braced for the dragon to crash to the ground, its massive form halted abruptly in midair. The next instant, the ebony dragon transformed into a roaring inferno, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, plummeting straight towards the ground before Otto. The impact sent shockwaves that toppled surrounding guards and ministers to the ground. Otto shielded his face with his arm. Being pushed back by the force, his composure shattered. As the flames dissipated, a tall man clad in an opulent black and gold robe stood calmly at the charred center of the impact site. He was strikingly handsome, with brown eyes that bore a tranquil yet disdainful gaze upon the mundane. The envoy from Essos scrambled forward, prostrating himself in the most humble manner. "Long live our king, your majesty." His voice trembled with fervor. Otto, awakening from his stupor, neglected to straighten his disheveled robes and, along with the shaken ministers behind him, bowed deeply. "We welcome your majesty to King S Landing." His voice was dry and hoarse. As the man descended, the clouds and tempest that had enveloped King S Landing dissipated as if commanded, vanishing within mere breaths. The sky returned to its brilliant blue, as if the apocalyptic scene had been but a mirage. Otto Hightower lifted his gaze to the man before him, cold sweat soaking his back. He understood then that the skies of Westeros were about to change irrevocably. "Please, follow me, your majesty. The king has awaited you at the Red Keep for some time." Otto mustered a smile more grotesque than sorrow, respectfully leading the way, followed by the hushed nobles of Westeros. The Red Keep, throne room. King Viserys, and all of his family members were present. Clad in his most resplendent court attire, Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne. Yet the whitened knuckles gripping the armrests betrayed his inner turmoil. Beside him stood Princess Rhaenyra, her silver hair meticulously arranged, her expression grave. Her husband, Prince Lair Velaryon, appeared restless, his gaze frequently darting towards the great doors, his hands unconsciously entwined. His close friend, Ser Joffrey, stood alongside him, murmuring soothing reassurances. Between Lair and Rhaenyra, an unintentional distance marked by Ser Joffrey created an air of estrangement. On the opposite side of the throne, a wet nurse cradled two young children. Prince Joffrey curiously gnawed on his fingers, while Princess Helena quietly observed a butterfly perched upon the windowsill. Little did they know, their lives were on the brink of being swept into a tumultuous vortex that would determine the fate of the kingdom. The surrounding servants held their breaths. The king's guard, with hands resting upon their sword hilts, resembled statues of alabaster. The atmosphere within the throne room was stifling, akin to the oppressive silence before a storm. Everyone understood that today, they were to welcome not merely a king from Essos, but a formidable presence capable of easily capturing 3 full-grown dragons and reducing the fleet of bravos to ashes. Suddenly, the heavy oak doors resounded with the rhythmic sound of footsteps, growing ever closer. The hearts of all within the hall raced to their throats. Viserys instinctively straightened his back, attempting to project the last vestiges of Targaryen majesty. With a creak, the massive doors were slowly pushed open, revealing a tall, dark figure at the threshold. Chapter 84. Viserys demands and promises in the Red Keep's throne room. Torches cast flickering shadows upon the walls. The heavy oak doors swung open, and a lithe, dark figure stepped into the hall. The newcomer bore a sleek head of black hair, his handsome features and tall, imposing stature exuding an unspoken sense of authority with every step. The slightly portly King Viserys Targaryen squinted his eyes, even without having previously met. He quickly recognized the identity of the visitor. "Welcome to King's Landing, the Dragon King of Essos, Lair." Viserys' voice echoed in the vast hall, tinged with an air of deliberately maintained gravitas. Lair lifted his gaze, surveying the ruler of Westeros, then shifting his attention to the royal family beside him. His expression remained inscrutable, as calm as if he were assessing a chessboard with a predetermined outcome. Descending from the elevated steps of the throne, Viserys was followed closely by several members of the white-cloaked Kingsguard, their hands steadfastly resting on their sword hilts, muscles taut. The hand of the king, Otto Hightower, stood nearby, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently upon Lair, as if attempting to discern any hint of hostility from his demeanor. The atmosphere in the grand hall was palpably tense. They all recognized the man before them as the Eastern Dragon King, the one who had unleashed a tempest of bloodshed in Essos and effortlessly captured 3 formidable dragons. Should he erupt in fury, the realm would be awash with blood. "Greetings to you, Targaryen Dragon King," Lu Sheng acknowledged with a slight nod, his tone calm and unruffled, neither humble nor arrogant. Viserys approached Lu Sheng, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and managed to force a smile as he began to introduce his family. "This is my queen, Alicent Hightower." Queen Alicent inclined her knee slightly, her gaze rife with vigilance and scrutiny. "My eldest daughter, the heir to the kingdom, Princess Rhaenyra." Rhaenyra, adorned in an opulent black and red gown, bore the Targaryen dragon's sigil upon her chest, her chin raised defiantly, her violet eyes sparkling with a mix of provocation and curiosity. She had encountered countless suitors, but had never before encountered such an inscrutable man. "My eldest son, Aegon." The young Aegon was cradled in a maid's arms, casting timid glances at the unfamiliar figure before him. "And my newborn daughter, Helena." Helena lay peacefully asleep in her swaddling, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling around her. Lu Sheng nodded respectfully to each of them, lingering his gaze on Rhaenyra for a moment longer. The light of the kingdom? Indeed, a beauty, albeit lacking in discernment, he mused before retracting his gaze. Viserys' eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Sheng, and after a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep, measured tone. "I believe there are matters between us that require a private discussion." Otto Hightower's expression shifted slightly, as if to dissuade him. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. So soon to the point? He observed the complex emotions swirling in Viserys' eyes: fear, hope, and resolve, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. "Of course, Viserys." Once the formalities of Lu Sheng's welcome concluded, the atmosphere in a side chamber of the Red Keep became even more oppressive than that of the throne room. Viserys dismissed all others, leaving only himself and Lu Sheng, personally guiding him to a magnificent stone model. The model was intricately crafted, depicting an ancient city of astonishing grandeur, with countless towers reaching towards the heavens, showcasing a haunting yet majestic architectural beauty. "This is Valyria," Viserys intoned with a fervent reverence, extending a hand as if to caress the miniature spires. "I have devoted a lifetime to resurrecting our ancient homeland based on ancient records. Why did the enthusiast bring me here?" Lu Sheng silently scoffed, maintaining a facade of composure. Viserys pronounced the name with an air of difficulty. "Our 2 houses are the last remnants of the Dragon Lord bloodline in this world. We can rise above the masses. All power, all glory, emanates from this legacy." He turned to face Lu Sheng, his violet eyes locked onto him with an expression of utmost sincerity. "The Targaryen family seeks nothing but to adhere to the will of their ancestor, the conqueror Aegon, and to govern the 7 kingdoms of Westeros with stability." Lucien regarded him with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Prince Daemon, along with the dragon riders of House Valyrian, has come to thwart my conquest," he stated calmly, a demeanor that hardly suggested a desire for peaceful existence. Viserys' cheeks twitched. The blunt accusation left him without a retort. "I concede, that was a mistake." He inhaled deeply, his tone weighted with gravity. "Yet this is by no means the will of the Iron Throne. Daemon's recklessness and the Valyrians' avarice have wrought losses upon your empire and brought shame upon the Targaryens. I am willing to pay a ransom and compensate for all damages." Lucien observed the king, sensing the sincerity in his words, along with a deeper, more profound fear lurking beneath. "Very well," Lucien replied succinctly. "I can return the 3 dragon riders. The exact figures will be conveyed to you by the officer escorting them." Upon hearing this, Viserys' taut form visibly relaxed, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. He exhaled deeply, yet soon after, he posed a question that took Lucien by surprise. "As the last 2 great dragon lord families in the world, would you be willing to unite with the Targaryens in marriage to mend a rift, and for our shared future?" The significant turn of events momentarily stunned Lucien, who gazed at Viserys as one might look upon a gambler making a desperate wager. "Princess Rhaenyra is already betrothed," Lucien reminded him lightly, "and as for Princess Helena, she has only just been born." No. Viserys' smile bore a hint of sinister delight. "The Valyrians have inflicted immeasurable losses upon the realm. They nearly caused the Targaryens to lose 3 dragons and have utterly disgraced the royal house. They are no longer worthy of an alliance with a Targaryen princess." This ordinarily gentle king now burned with a fierce resolve in his eyes. To quell external threats, he was prepared to sever the betrothal with Westeros' once most powerful vassal. Lucien regarded him, his gaze sharpening. "Are you certain?" "I am unequivocally certain." Viserys declared with conviction, "Rhaenyra's children shall inherit the Iron Throne. This is my promise to her, and to the entire kingdom. And then, Lucien stepped forward, the intangible pressure causing Viserys to momentarily falter in his breath. What do you seek in exchange for a throne? A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Viserys' eyes. This was his final gamble as a king. You may have many children with Rhaenyra, he lowered his voice, but the one who inherits the Iron Throne must bear the Targaryen name. In this transaction, he sought to forge an alliance with a dragon lord of overwhelming strength while fulfilling his promise to his daughter. Viserys felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Lucien looked at him, nearly laughing aloud. He held no interest in the Iron Throne and was utterly indifferent to Viserys' proposition. What he sought was merely an opportunity to intervene in Westeros, a battlefield foretold in the prophecy of ice and fire. He needed to leave as many preparations in Westeros as possible. The proposal from Viserys was precisely what he desired. I promise you, Lu Sheng replied without hesitation. Those few words, seemingly weightless, bore the power to shatter all of Viserys' anxieties in an instant. A relieved smile graced the king's face as he began to engage Lu Sheng in lively conversation. Reminiscing about the glory of old Valyria and envisioning the splendid future of collaboration between the two great dragon houses, Lu Sheng remained composed, listening quietly and occasionally offering an agreeable remark. He understood that the moment he nodded, the skies over Westeros had irrevocably changed. A true dragon lord would now loom over the heads of numerous nobles and factions, rather than a half-hearted Targaryen. Time passed, and a gentle knock echoed at the door of the side chamber. The voice of Queen Alicent resonated from outside, imbued with just the right touch of respect and reminder. Your Majesty, the guests are awaiting your presence. Chapter 85. Helpless Launino. The long table in the throne room was laden with roasted meats and honeyed wine. The golden candlelight illuminated the hypocritical smiles of the nobles, while the air was thick with a greasy amalgam of spices and flattery. The banquet had commenced. For Lu Sheng, this feast was utterly tedious. The great nobles of Westeros, like flies drawn to the scent of blood, sought every opportunity to cluster around him, exchanging meaningless compliments. He sat quietly beside the king, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against the gilded wine cup, each delicate sound causing the surrounding nobles to flinch. Launino Valyrian fidgeted restlessly. His gaze repeatedly drifted toward the dark-haired man, and each time their eyes met, it felt as though a cold blade scraped against his skin. Cold sweat dampened the collar of his fine attire. His father, his mother, his sister, the future of House Valyrian, all of it rested within that man's grasp. Sir Joffrey whispered urgent words in his ear, yet those phrases transformed into a vague buzzing. Finally, Launino took a deep breath and rose from his seat. He held his wine cup aloft, his steps unsteady as he navigated through the crowd, each stride resembling a tread upon cotton. The eyes of those around him swiftly converged, filled with scrutiny, pity, and schadenfreude. He approached Lu Sheng at last. Your Majesty, Launino's voice was parched. He struggled to swallow, striving to produce coherent syllables. I wish to inquire about my family. He stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Lu Sheng did not even glance up, merely draining the contents of his cup before placing it down on the table, the sound of crystal ringing clear. The terms had been established. Lu Sheng's voice was devoid of any emotion, stating that King Viserys would redeem his kin, Daemon, Rhaenys, and your sister Lair. A chill gripped Laenor's heart as he acutely discerned that Lu Sheng had notably omitted any mention of his father, Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake. A wave of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. But what of my father? He pressed urgently, his tone sharp with fear. At that moment, a gentle hand rested on his arm. Rhaenyra's voice emerged, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. She had inconspicuously positioned herself beside him, halting his impending words. His Majesty has journeyed a great distance. We ought to offer him a toast, rather than disturb him with matters already determined. As she spoke, Rhaenyra raised her goblet to Lu Sheng, her expression adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Lair gazed at Rhaenyra, his lips moved, but ultimately, under her scrutiny, he resignedly closed his mouth. Prior to Lu Sheng's arrival in King's Landing, Viserys had engaged in an extensive discussion with Rhaenyra in his study. The king shared his decisions and his entire vision for the family's future with his most cherished daughter. Rhaenyra listened in silence. She had long been disillusioned with Lair. The political marriage had brought her nothing but oppression and estrangement. Now, a more formidable dragon king, bearing the ancient blood of Valyria, had emerged. Although her father's decision left her feeling uneasy, it also illuminated a glimmer of potential liberation from her shackles. Ultimately, she acquiesced. At the banquet, Rhaenyra deliberately approached Lu Sheng. This was her first genuine interaction with the man who had conquered half of Essos. She endeavored to find a topic to uphold her dignity and pride as the heir to the realm. Yet, Lu Sheng exuded only two sentiments: disdain and indifference. He merely clinked his goblet with hers out of courtesy, his gaze seemingly penetrating through her, fixating on a distant point beyond. This sensation was profoundly unsettling for Rhaenyra. She had always adopted such an attitude towards men who sought to ascend through her favor. She had never envisioned a day when she would find herself the object of such condescension. The man before her, in terms of status, power, and personal strength, held an overwhelming advantage over her. I have heard that the dragon lords of old Valyria uphold the tradition of polygamy. Rhaenyra forced herself to speak, her voice somewhat strained. Lu Sheng finally redirected his gaze to her face. His demeanor was calm and unruffled, yet it left Rhaenyra feeling utterly exposed. That is the sole option to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Lord bloodline and the prosperity of the populace, Lu Sheng replied matter-of-factly. However, as a devout follower of the Seven, Rhaenyra instinctively felt a profound resistance to this notion. Lu Sheng's lips curled into a faint, almost mocking arc. "Look at your Targaryen family," he remarked, his voice low yet striking like a hammer upon Rhaenyra's heart. "Having ruled the Iron Throne for over a century, how many remain now? How many dragons, bereft of their masters, merely circle above Dragonstone?" Rhaenyra found herself at a loss for words, each syllable piercing her proud lineage like a needle. She vaguely sensed the truth in his words. The dwindling numbers of the Targaryens were an undeniable reality. Yet the education and beliefs instilled in her since childhood rendered her unable to accept such a barbaric tradition with equanimity. Observing the struggle upon her face, Lu Sheng chuckled softly. How can the Dragon King, who prides himself as a deity among mortals, allow the burdens of humanity to impede the progress of his family? This statement resonated like thunder in Rhaenyra's mind. Indeed, the Dragon King himself was divine. Watching his daughter finally engage in conversation with Lu Sheng, King Viserys let out a long sigh of relief from a distance. A long-forgotten sense of genuine satisfaction illuminated his aged face. He felt assured in his decision, introducing a new and more potent bloodline of Dragon Kings to provide an indomitable assurance for the family's future. Most importantly, his daughter's marriage and the future inheritance of his kingdom would no longer be entrusted to a swordsman he deemed unworthy. As the banquet concluded the following day, Lu Sheng, accompanied personally by Rhaenyra, departed from the Red Keep, heading towards the Dragon Lair. He intended to behold the yellow dragon, Syrax, that belonged to Rhaenyra. Meanwhile, after their departure, an urgent meeting was convened in another hall of the Red Keep. King Viserys sat at the head of the table, his countenance dark. Lair Velaryon had been summoned. Standing alone in the center of the room, facing the scrutinizing gazes of the king and his courtiers. Lair, Viserys' voice was icy, devoid of any warmth from days gone by. "I hereby officially announce that your betrothal to Princess Rhaenyra is null and void as of today." Lair staggered slightly. Despite lacking any affection for the engagement, this matter concerned the dignity and future of House Velaryon. "Your Majesty, this is against protocol," he attempted to argue. "The betrothal was established by your own hand. The entire kingdom is aware." "Protocol?" Viserys slammed his palm upon the table, fury igniting his pallid visage. "Did Corlys Velaryon consult you about protocol when he recklessly instigated war with the Eastern Empire, dragging the Targaryen family into the mire?" The king's voice reverberated within the chamber, laden with repressed rage. Due to his foolishness and arrogance, the royal family had lost 3 dragons. 3 dragon riders had been reduced to captives. This was the gravest affront to the honor of House Targaryen. Rising from his seat, Viserys looked down upon the ashen-faced Lair. In this instance of compensation, the Valyrian family must present sufficient assets to amend the losses incurred by the royal family. As for the betrothal with the crown, you are no longer deemed worthy. Henceforth, it is null and void. The last 4 words were declared by the king with unyielding certainty, akin to a heavy hammer that utterly shattered the Valyrian family's fanciful aspirations of acquiring the Iron Throne through blood ties. Chapter 86. The Dragon's Lair. As they made their way to the Dragon's Lair, Lu Sheng felt an urge to express his discontent. The genius who originally designed King's Landing must have had his mind caught in a door, for the Red Keep and the Dragon's Lair were not constructed in proximity. This was nothing short of inscribing inefficiency upon the city's blueprint. Each time one wished to ride a dragon, it necessitated a lengthy journey on horseback. Should an urgent battle arise, by the time the dragon rider located their dragon, it would be too late. A band of fools, Lu Sheng thought unreservedly. Princess Rhaenyra, seated upon her horse, glanced sideways at the silent man beside her. She sensed his apparent disinterest in the grandeur of King's Landing, instead emanating an inexplicable air of scrutiny and disdain. This notion unsettled her somewhat, yet she refrained from voicing it, merely quickening her pace. Before long, a massive, soot-blackened dome structure loomed ahead, the dragon's lair. Once the Hall of Contemplation, it was erected in memory of Queen Rhaenys, who perished in Dorne. It was only after the merciless Maegor rode forth on his colossal dragon, Valyrian, the Black Dread, setting the place ablaze, that this prison for the great dragons was constructed upon the ruins. As they approached, an overpowering mix of sulfur, charred wood, and some immense creature's essence assaulted their senses. A throng of dragon guards stationed at the entrance immediately became alert. Most of these individuals bore diluted Valyrian blood, many being the illegitimate offspring of the Targaryen dynasty left in the world beyond. Though they could not tame the dragons, the creatures typically refrained from harming them due to their shared bloodline. Caring for the dragon's needs was their lifelong duty. Upon seeing Princess Rhaenyra, the dragon guards knelt in homage, but when they beheld Lu Sheng beside her, their expressions shifted to one of vigilance and hostility, swiftly converging to form a subtle encirclement. "Stand down." Rhaenyra's voice pierced the air with a cool authority. "This is His Majesty, the Emperor from Essos, a guest of House Targaryen. By the command of my father, he comes to tour the dragon's lair." Upon hearing King Viserys' decree, the majority of the guards' hostility waned, and they retreated. However, the leader of the younger dragon guards remained, his eyes still clouded with deep suspicion. He scrutinized Lu Sheng, who bore none of the Targaryen traits of silver hair and purple eyes, yet emanated a stifling pressure that seemed to arise from the very depths of his bloodline. He waved his hand, leaving only the two most formidable young dragon guards, while he followed closely behind the princess and Lu Sheng, mirroring their every step. As they stepped through the grand archway of the dragon's lair, the light dimmed instantly. Lu Sheng's frown deepened. In his perception, the design of this lair was utterly foolish, oppressive, and confining. This place is not the home of dragons. Rather, it is a meticulously designed prison. The air is thick with a chaotic and oppressive magical field that continuously stifles the growth of the creatures within. The dragons residing here are akin to oak trees confined to a small pot, forever unable to reach the heights of towering giants. It is no wonder that the Targaryen dragons have dwindled in size with each generation. In such an environment, it would be remarkable if they did not regress. A cold smile crept across Lucien's face. "Your Majesty, this is indeed the dragon's lair." Rhaenyra's voice carried a subtle hint of pride as she continued. "Currently, 3 great dragons reside here." She began her introduction. "The one at the deepest point is Dragonfire, once the steed of Queen Rhaena, resplendent in blue and strikingly beautiful. Now, it is without a rider." She gestured towards another dragon. "The second is Sea Smoke, the Mount of Lair, a swift and silvery gray dragon. And then there is my Syrax." At the mention of her dragon, Rhaenyra's tone softened noticeably. "She is a yellow dragon, whom I tamed when I was merely 7 years old." Under the guidance of the elder dragon keeper, they arrived at a relatively spacious cavern. Rhaenyra emitted a series of distinctive whistles. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A massive yellow head emerged, its molten gold eyes shimmering in the dim light. "Syrax." Upon sighting Rhaenyra, the dragon let out a low, affectionate growl, nudging her with its enormous head, allowing her to caress the rough yet warm scales of its neck. After soothing her steed, Rhaenyra turned to showcase her proud companion to Lucien. It was at that moment that Syrax's gaze finally fell upon him. Instantly, the dragon froze, confusion flooding its mind. An overwhelmingly potent and pure essence of bloodline, akin to a colossal magnet, drew it in with fervor. It was the supreme majesty of its kin, placed atop the bloodline hierarchy, evoking an instinctual desire to approach and submit. Yet, it already had a master. This internal conflict made Syrax agitated, its tail flicking restlessly and a puzzled rumble emanating from its throat. As Syrax was captivated by Lucien's bloodline, a slumbering blue dragon in the depths of the lair abruptly opened its eyes. Dragonfire, a powerful aura, resonating with the essence of its very soul, pierced through the layers of rock, clearly reaching its senses. It was a source of strength, freedom, and boundless potential. It yearned for a knight, but more so, it craved a rider who matched its own magnificence. A roar, uncontainable and filled with a hint of longing and restlessness, erupted from the depths, causing the entire lair to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling. The elder dragon keeper's expression shifted, and he hastily explained, "Your Majesty, Princess, it is Dragonfire. It may have simply had a nightmare." After the roar, Dragonfire rolled over, burying its head beneath its wings. It no longer requires a knight, yet that bloodline remembers. At another entrance, a silvery gray dragon head stealthily emerged, curiously scrutinizing the one responsible for all this, Sheng. It was none other than Rhaenyra's steed, Sea Smoke. Sheng seemed to sense something, turning his gaze towards that direction. His eyes were tranquil, yet bore a weight that felt almost tangible. Whoosh! Sea Smoke, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly withdrew its head, its massive body creating a tumult within the narrow cave, the sounds of collision echoing throughout the dragon's lair. Outside the entrance, an eerie silence ensued. Rhaenyra observed the dramatic scene before her, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Her Syrax remained agitated, growling restlessly, the deepest embers of its dream fire just having roared, while Sea Smoke cowered in fear. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her astonishment and made a suggestion. Your Grace, shall we ascend into the skies? She yearned to witness for herself whether the rumors of this man transforming into a dragon were indeed true. Very well, came Sheng's succinct reply. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the dragon guards, Rhaenyra nimbly climbed on a Syrax's back as the great dragon unfurled its wings and beat them vigorously. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind stirred up dust, rendering it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The massive yellow dragon burst forth from the grand archway of the dragon lair, soaring into the clouds. Circling above King's Landing, perched upon the dragon's saddle, Rhaenyra glanced back towards the cave, her heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. The entrance to the dragon lair remained eerily calm. Could it be that the rumors were false? Just as this thought flickered through her mind, boom! A sound emerged, far more terrifying than any thunderclap, erupting from within the dragon lair. A visible wave of heat, mingled with flames and shockwaves, violently surged forth from the entrance. On the ground, the battle-hardened dragon guards were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, scrambling in horror as they beheld the inferno. Amidst the soaring flames, a colossal black shadow, despairingly immense, ascended into the sky. It was a dragon, entirely shrouded in darkness. Its length exceeded 70 meters. The wings spread wide enough to obscure a significant portion of the sky. Its scales refracted no light, instead devouring it like a black hole. Surrounded by chaotic currents of air, those molten gold vertical pupils coldly surveyed the diminutive King's Landing, as if a deity were gazing down upon its sandcastle. A dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens. The roar carried no emotion, yet was imbued with an absolute authority and power that crushed all in its path. Within the Red Keep, all Targaryens rushed from their chambers, aghast as they stared skyward. In the sky, Rhaenyra's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Syrax beneath her emitted a mournful cry, its flight becoming unsteady, a manifestation of the primal fear and submission stemming from the depths of its bloodline. Deep within the dragon's lair, the recently retreated Sea Smoke stood frozen, its entire being paralyzed by the overwhelming and divine terror emanating from the dragoness presence. It lacked even the courage to move. In the next instant, it turned frantically, heedless of everything, fleeing deeper into the darker recesses of the cave, yearning to distance itself as far as possible from that dreadful entity. Chapter 87. A new node. The golden dragon unfurled its majestic wings in the sky. Each beat of Syrax's wings was marked by grace and serenity as it carried its master, the heir to the kingdom, Rhaenyra Targaryen, tracing a perfect arc above King's Landing. Rhaenyra gazed down at the gradually diminishing Red Keep, her face aglow with confidence and pride. Not far from her, a massive black dragon, far larger than Syrax, hovered in an almost eerie posture. It did not flap its wings, its colossal wings spread wide, as if wielding dominion over the heavens. Invisible currents gathered around it, swirling and forming a stable force field that effortlessly supported its immense body, allowing it to glide in tandem with Syrax. This exquisite mastery of power cast a faint shadow over Rhaenyra's pride as a dragon rider. Behold, this is Syrax's speed. After soaring beyond the walls of King's Landing, Rhaenyra could no longer restrain herself from breaking the silence, as if to assert her sovereignty. Lair did not respond. He merely maintained a calm glide, his molten gold vertical pupils indifferent as they gazed ahead. To him, Syrax's flight resembled a leisurely stroll, maddeningly slow. Were it not for the presence of his nominal fiancée beside him, he would have already torn through the sky to reach their destination. The air flowed in silence, each second stretching interminably. Rhaenyra's smile began to wane. She could sense that the aura radiating from the black dragon was not impatience, but rather a pure, lofty indifference, as if merely flying alongside her was an act of condescension. At last, Lair lost all patience. Where is the goddess I? His deep, resounding voice resonated, not as a vibration through the air, but as a thunderous echo within Rhaenyra's mind. The voice carried a metallic rasp and the weight of ancient stone, each syllable infused with a solemnity that could send shivers through the soul. Rhaenyra stiffened, her mind momentarily blank. It was the first time she had heard him speak in his dragon form. This transcended the realm of mere mortals, resembling the whispers of a deity. Syrax beneath her emitted an anxious hiss, its flight path momentarily disrupted. It sensed the absolute suppression emanating from the apex of the bloodline, a fear etched deep within its very genes. There, Rhaenyra instinctively raised her arm, pointing toward the horizon in the northwest. As her words fell silent, a chilling voice resonated once more. In the next moment, the world before Rhaenyra became utterly obscured. Lucius no longer restrained his power. A tempestuous current erupted around him, forming a colossal, invisible vortex. This force deftly ensnared the significantly smaller Syrax, akin to an unseen hand gripping it tightly. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, resembling a blooming white lotus. Two colossal dragons transformed into a cascade of intertwining black and gold, hurtling towards the eye of the god's lake with unimaginable speed. Rhaenyra's scream was instantaneously torn apart by the raging winds, leaving her unable to utter a single coherent syllable. The terrifying overload pressed her mercilessly against the dragon's saddle, causing her bones to groan in protest. The wind was no longer a caress but a multitude of sharp blades, frantically slicing at her skin. Were it not for the protective saddle and the layer of airflow barrier that Lucius deliberately maintained, she might have been stripped of flesh and blood in an instant. Beneath her, Syrax emitted a mournful cry of sheer terror, its once proud speed now as fragile as a child's toy in the face of such overwhelming power. It could barely control its wings, rendered helplessly subject to the horrific currents, akin to a stone flung from a catapult. The sky was rent asunder, a long fissure tearing through it. The clouds before them were as delicate as paper, easily pierced. As Rhaenyra's vision neared the brink of unconsciousness, the vast outline of a lake, akin to an inner sea, rapidly expanded before her eyes. Volantis, a colossal tower, constructed entirely of black monoliths, stood in the heart of the city, reaching for the heavens like a silent giant. This was a magical relay station established in accordance with the Emperor's will. At the pinnacle of the tower, the final artisans carefully placed a massive black obsidian sphere, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, into a designated recess. Under the sunlight, the obsidian seemed to devour all light, profound as the cosmos itself. This was a divine artifact, forged by the Emperor's own hand. Below the tower, the two regents of the Lion and Tiger factions, along with dozens of ancient bloodline nobles from the Black Wall, observed with solemn expressions. In their eyes mingled reverence, anticipation, and a trace of undeniable fear. When the immense obsidian sphere fitted perfectly into the tower's base, all artisans swiftly retreated, leaving only the most senior craftsman. Trembling, he cradled a twisted, softly glowing black candle. The glass candle, following the method left by His Majesty Lucius. He positioned the glass candle upon a specific rune before the obsidian sphere and attempted to ignite it with his mental energy. A hum resonated, an invisible wave emanating from the Black Tower, crashing over the entire city. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of Volantis, from the most esteemed regent ensconced within the Black Walls to the slaves laboring at the docks, ceased their activities in unison, lifting their gazes skyward. They felt a grand, frigid presence, as if a divine will swept across their souls. This will was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable order and majesty. At the horizon, they seemed to glimpse a pair of molten gold eyes spanning the heavens, gazing indifferently upon the city before gradually fading away. "Your Majesty," murmured the regent, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees. Subsequently, nobles, soldiers, and commoners alike, like fields of wheat harvested, fell to their knees in droves, their foreheads pressed to the ground, expressing the most abject submission towards the Black Tower. In a corner of the crowd, a small band of bards, having just arrived in Volantis, sparkled with fervent zeal. They had been summoned by the purists of Mel. "Did you hear? It is a miracle," the lead bard exclaimed to his companions, his voice trembling with excitement. "It is our sovereign, the one true deity, bestowing grace upon us. Go forth, spread his glory. Inform these mortals of who has granted them order and rebirth. For the Majesty, for the Empire." The bards swiftly dispersed, melding into the throng still enraptured by the divine presence. They began to chant in the most devout and compelling tones, reciting precomposed verses that recounted how the Emperor, embodied as a black dragon, had swept through the kingdom of the three daughters with thunderous might, bestowing freedom and dignity upon the purists. Their doctrine was simple: to revere the Emperor was to enjoy peace. After all, for every 100 followers they garnered, they would receive a heavy gold coin from the purists. In the monstrous city of Materis, Alan, who was meticulously planning designs beside a colossal construction site, suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of understanding crossing his dark eyes. Volantis? Has the node connected? How exceedingly slow. He could distinctly sense the vast magical network centered around his majesty, now illuminated by an additional bright node. Humph, mortals, bask in the grace of his majesty. Alan smirked coldly, returning his focus to the blueprints. Beside him, the grand outline of an academy had already taken shape. The obsidian stones transported from Volantis had been hewn into massive blocks, forming the academy's impervious foundation and walls. What remained was merely decorative embellishments and the sculpting of statues of his majesty or his majestic dragon form at key positions. Not far off, the chosen children sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, guided by several assistants as they engaged in the most rudimentary exercises of magical perception. The ambient aura of His Majesty's order magic subtly transformed their very essence. In another meticulously safeguarded courtyard, the selected expectant mothers bask in the most exquisite care. Each day, they are arranged near the prototype of the relay station, receiving the purest guidance of magical energy to ensure that the fetuses within them develop in an immaculate environment. Alan's plan is both lucid and precise. Once the first batch of children learns to wield the glass candles, he shall lead them to the road ominously dubbed the Road of Demons, the Valyrian Avenue. This ancient path, ravaged by the cataclysm of Valyria, has rendered Matheris nearly isolated from the world. However, soon, everything shall transform. The children, empowered by the glass candles and the Emperor's might, will conjure the most rudimentary flame magic. That very flame will rekindle and mend the fractured obsidian pavement. The main thoroughfare of Matheris to the heart of the Empire must be cleared. This monstrous city shall, under his guidance, transform into the Empire's sharpest magical blade. Chapter 88. The forest child of the thousand-faced the air of the Isle of the Heart is laden with a musty dampness. Cerassus's hefty form thuds against the soft earth, folding its wings and surprisingly quieting, its golden slit pupils brimming with vigilance and unease. The overwhelming sensation from the extreme speed has yet to fully dissipate from Ranilla's body. Her complexion is pallid as she staggers down from the dragon's back, her stomach churning violently. This is the Goddess Eye Lake, the tragic site of the Targaryen family. Here, Maegor slayed his nephew who commanded the silvery lightning. And in the future timeline, Demon and Aemon shall meet their demise here, riding dragons into the depths of this unfathomable lake. The black dragon dissipates into motes of light, regaining human form. He closes his eyes, his vast perception unfurling like quicksilver, instantly enveloping the island known as the Thousand-Faced Isle. Within his awareness, a profound and obscure magic lurks deep within this isle, distinctly unlike any other place in Westeros. Simultaneously, there are faint signals of life, akin to squirrels frolicking in the woods, yet imbued with a flicker of nascent wisdom. The forest children? He wonders if he might discover the so-called Green Prophet. A fleeting thought crosses Lucien's mind. Just as he prepares to summon his power to unearth those hidden creatures, a subtle sensation of scrutiny envelopes him, akin to the lightest thread of a spider's web. This probing presence carries an air of examination, as if assessing an object never before encountered. A cold smile graces Lucien's lips. He abruptly opens his eyes, his formerly brown irises transforming into a dazzling molten gold. Unaware of their peril, he whispers. A torrent of magical power, potent enough to distort space, surges toward the source of the scrutiny, like an invisible giant hammer, retaliating with ferocity. A shrill, heart-wrenching scream pierces the tranquility of the Thousand-Faced Isle. In the once empty sky, it seemed as though something had been forcefully extracted from the void. A pitch-black crow with 3 eyes, emitting a plume of black smoke, plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, convulsing twice before falling silent. Rhaenyra, having just settled her physical discomfort, approached Lushing and chanced upon this scene. She covered her mouth, her violet eyes filled with astonishment. A 3-eyed crow? Lushing, without so much as glancing at the crow's lifeless form, raised his right hand. Fingers curled as if grasping something intangible. A gust of unseen energy morphed into 4 colossal hands within the forest, and distant shrieks of panic echoed through the trees. Moments later, 4 diminutive figures were ensnared by the force, uncontrollably lifted from the underbrush, suspended in midair. What are these creatures? Rhaenyra's voice trembled. She had never encountered such extraordinary beings. They stood no taller than children, their skin mottled green like moss, with enormous eyes gleaming with golden light. Clad in rudimentary garments woven from leaves and vines, they wielded weapons crafted from polished obsidian. The children of the forest, Lushing replied nonchalantly. as if commenting on a trivial matter. The native inhabitants of Westeros, the 4 captured children of the forest, in a state of utter disarray, emitted a flurry of rapid sounds. To Rhaenyra, their voices resembled the melodious chirping of birds, sweet and enchanting, yet entirely incomprehensible. However, Lushing understood them perfectly. They were communicating in their ancient tongue, rife with trepidation. Will he kill us? We cannot speak their language. He killed that crow. They feared that their inability to communicate would result in their immediate annihilation at the hands of this incomprehensibly powerful human. A subtle smile graced Lushing's lips as he pondered briefly. In the next moment, an equally ancient and melodious melody flowed from his lips. The sound, unlike anything a human throat could produce, carried the cadence of nature, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the forest or the crystalline sound of water trickling over smooth pebbles. Rhaenyra gazed at Lushing in shock, sensing her understanding of the world being irrevocably transformed. This man, not only able to transform into a colossal dragon, could also articulate a language believed to exist only in myth. The 4 children of the forest, as if struck by lightning, stood completely stunned. Their golden eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lushing. Is he being controlled by our kin? Stammered one of the children, brandishing an obsidian spear. His voice laced with doubt. Impossible. Another, bearing a small bow made of fishbone, immediately countered. He seemed to be the leader among the 4. We lack the ability to shapeshift and control humans. Besides, he is greeting us. Let us respond with courtesy. After the exchange, the forest child, bearing a bow and arrows, bowed his head first, responding to Lu Sheng's greeting with the same melody. Observing this, the other 3 hastily followed suit, bowing in unison. The binding currents that constrained them dissipated quietly, allowing the 4 forest children to alight gracefully upon the ground, yet they remained motionless, gazing at Lu Sheng with reverence. Without unnecessary words, Lu Sheng directly inquired in their tongue about the Green Prophet. Upon hearing this question, the 4 forest children exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. The bow-bearing child, their leader, stepped forward respectfully and replied, "Mighty being, we are unaware of the whereabouts of the Green Prophet. Ever since the construction of that cursed Black City, we have not ventured beyond this island." He paused, a tinge of sorrow lacing his voice. "We have completely severed ties with our kin beyond the Great Wall." Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. "Are you not able to communicate through the fishleaf tree? Or through what the Green Prophet refers to as the Green Dream?" "We cannot." The leader shook his head, a profound loathing flickering in his golden eyes. "Herrenberg, that foolish human known as Blackheart Hurin constructed that cursed fortress with the blood and wails of countless souls, along with thousands of felled fishleaf trees. Since that day, a powerful and malevolent curse has enveloped everything surrounding Herrenberg. Here on this 1,000-faced isle, we can barely manifest a fraction of our weakened abilities, relying on the power of the old gods. However, once we step beyond the protective embrace of this island, our magic will be utterly crushed by Herrenberg's curse, and our very souls will be torn asunder." As his words hung in the air, the other 3 forest children seemed ignited with fury, and they began to vociferously denounce the ignorance and folly of Blackheart Hurin in their unique melodic tongue. Rhaenyra stood by, utterly astonished. It was difficult for her to fathom that such a beautifully lyrical language could be employed for curses. Yet these 3 little beings clearly harbored an intense hatred for that long-dead human king, their voices imbued with the most venomous of curses, each syllable seemingly laced with poison. Lu Sheng listened with keen interest, finding this a rather novel experience. Ultimately, he raised his hand to halt their vitriolic serenade. "What are your names?" The bow-bearing leader replied once more with respect, "I am called Pinecone." He gestured to his companion wielding a spear. "He is called Needle." Then he pointed to the other 2. "They are Gall and Acorn." Rhaenyra instinctively drew closer to Lu Sheng, clutching his sleeve tightly. Her curiosity mingled with wariness as she scrutinized the 4 diminutive beings clad in garments of leaves, as if they had stepped forth from myth. The indigenous people of Westeros. The forest children. Everything that transpired today had utterly surpassed her comprehension as a Targaryen princess. Chapter 89. Herrenberg. Thus, the essence of Herrenberg is not that of a mere castle. The sound of the pine cone is ancient and ethereal, akin to dried leaves dancing in the autumn breeze. It serves as an altar constructed from ignorance, a colossal offering made of the hearts of countless fish beams and the flesh of tragically perished laborers, dedicated to the old gods. Her eyes reflect the distant silhouette of a castle resembling a dark behemoth, filled with profound trepidation. Ironically, the Hall family, the malevolent Hurin who built it, trusts no one, neither the old gods nor the new. He employed the ancient fish beams of the old gods, yet refused to show reverence. Even more absurd is that by the time he completed this fortress, the power of the old gods had long retreated to the north, leaving behind an empty shell brimming with resentment. Lu Sheng listened quietly, his gaze betraying no emotion. These secrets, for the mortals of Westeros, would be terrifying tales capable of shattering their understanding, yet in his eyes, they were merely another instance of humanity's foolish self-immolation. Then came the conqueror Aegon. The sound of the pine cone took on an unusual tremor, as if narrating a cyclical destiny. His dragons ignited Harrenhal with dragonfire. While ordinary flames could not destroy it, dragonfire was different. It was the embodiment of magic. The power of the dragonfire unleashed a century's worth of accumulated resentment and bloodshed throughout the city. From that moment forth, a curse was born. Any family daring to call Harrenhal home would be devoured by this force until their bloodlines were extinguished and utterly withered. The words of the children of the forest echoed through the glade, causing Rhaenyra nearby to shiver involuntarily. Lu Sheng nodded, accepting this explanation. He gazed at the four diminutive, ancient beings seemingly merged with the forest and spoke calmly. Westeros is no longer suited for you. In my empire, there are more expansive forests untouched by humankind. You may go there and continue your existence. This was an invitation, more akin to an undeniable arrangement. The four children of the forest exchanged glances, their eyes revealing struggle and confusion. Ultimately, it was the pine cone who cautiously spoke. Might the great being transport us to another congregation of our kin? Such as? Lu Sheng raised an intrigued eyebrow. The pine cone's form slightly recoiled, and with an almost imperceptible whisper, uttered a name of a place. Beyond the wall. As the words fell, Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened like a blade. The air around them seemed to freeze. Impossible. He pronounced the words with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for debate. That place is the domain of the cold god, a paradise for dark creatures. Without thorough preparation, I shall not set foot there, nor shall I send you as offerings. His words carried an undeniable authority, silencing the children of the forest. They sensed that this being before them was not ignorant of the cold god and harbored profound animosity towards him. Lu Sheng withdrew his imposing aura, his tone returning to neutrality. Before I depart from Westeros, I shall return here once more. At that time, convey to me your answers. With that, he lingered no longer, turning towards the shore. As the silhouettes of two dragons once again graced the skies above Harrenhal, chaos had already ensued within the castle walls. Rhaenyra closely followed Viserys, leaving the eerie island of the faceless men behind. Although she could not comprehend the ancient tongue spoken during her conversation with the children of the forest, the oppressive and archaic atmosphere left her in a state of agitation. What did you discuss with them? She could not help but inquire. Viserys casually recounted the curse of Harrenhal. Rhaenyra's complexion turned ashen at once. A curse? All families residing here will wither in their bloodlines? She abruptly halted, gazing at the 5 grotesque and towering black spires, her eyes filled with aversion. I do not wish to enter. As a Targaryen princess, she had heard countless ominous tales about Harrenhal, yet none had been as specific and terrifying as what Viserys had just articulated. Viserys glanced back at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. What do you fear? You are a dragon rider, Rhaenyra. His voice was calm, yet powerful. And I am the one who reigns above all dragons. A mere broken curse is unworthy of touching us. He extended his hand. Follow me, nothing can harm you. Upon seeing his outstretched hand, Rhaenyra hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately gritted her teeth and placed her cool hand in his. A warm and potent energy surged from his palm, swiftly dispelling much of the chill within her heart. Nevertheless, as they crossed the imposing gates of Harrenhal, she instinctively clutched Viserys' arm, unwilling to part from him. The atmosphere inside the castle was stifling, as if the colossal stone walls themselves breathed, exuding endless resentment and melancholy. Before they could venture far, a retinue of servants hurriedly approached, ushering a middle-aged man. The man at the forefront, clad in the attire of a steward, bore a demeanor of respect tinged with unmistakable anxiety. Princess Rhaenyra, we welcome your presence at Harrenhal. He was none other than the younger brother of Lair Velaryon, the acting lord and steward of Harrenhal, Daemon Velaryon. Upon witnessing the dragons descend, he had already received word and promptly arranged for their reception. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Please rest for a moment. Daemon's gaze then shifted to Viserys, and upon recognizing his visage, his heart raced. He recalled his brother's repeated mentions of the Dragon King from Essos, the future husband of Princess Rhaenyra. Daring not to show any semblance of negligence, Daemon immediately bowed deeply. You must be His Majesty from the East. House Velaryon extends to you our highest respect. Viserys nodded nonchalantly, his eyes sweeping across the surrounding structures, which bore the marks of fire, resembling monstrous fangs. I am deeply intrigued by the grandest castle of Westeros. Dennis immediately grasped my sentiment, his face adorned with a warm smile. It is the honor of Harrenhal. Might I suggest that your graces first retire to the hall for a brief respite? After we partake in the meal, I shall personally accompany you on a tour of this magnificent fortress. In the distant lands of the Isle of Tears, the towering Sothorios, lies a city once infamous for its blood magic and slave trade, now reduced to rubble by a cadre of silent laborers. These workers, with ashen-gray skin, moved with a rigid efficiency devoid of any spark of life in their eyes. They are the tireless, uncomplaining dead who toil endlessly. Massive stones are effortlessly displaced. Dilapidated structures are toppled, all in preparation for the foundation of a brand new city. At the docks, several supply ships from Volantis lay quietly moored. The laborers, akin to industrious ants, swiftly unloaded timber, provisions, and tools from the vessels. Once emptied, the fleet immediately set sail without the slightest pause. The sailors aboard cast a distant glance at the city being dismantled and reconstructed by the dead, their eyes filled only with trepidation and awe. None held any interest in the city of the deceased. The entire Isle of Tears has now become the realm of the living dead left by Nairo. They await, anticipating their master's return with more laborers. When that time arrives, a new city, under the dominion of the Sothorios navy, will rise from the ground here. They will join forces with new guys, like a colossal iron clamp, firmly grasping the golden trade route to the Jade Sea, securing wealth and power in their hands. Chapter 90. The first temple at the construction site in the eastern district of Volantis, dust and clamor mingled. Thousands of workers, akin to finely tuned machinery, silently transported immense blocks of black stone, their movements synchronized without a hint of excess. Sweat drenched their rudimentary garments, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. At the edge of the site, several silk-clad nobles of the Black Wall wiped the beads of perspiration from their brows, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Their sweat was not born of labor, but rather from the oppressive heat of summer. His Majesty's temple must be constructed with the finest materials, boomed a portly noble, addressing the overseer as if this temple were a personal testament to his piety. The overseer, a former captain of the Tiger Cloaks, merely nodded with indifference. As that vast divine will swept across the city, and as bards spread tales of the Emperor's South miracles through every street and alleyway, these most cunning individuals were the first to kneel. They invested their money and land solely to leave a devout impression upon the Emperor's heart. A throng of Volantine citizens gathered at a distance, gazing in reverence at the magnificent edifice rising before them. Having personally endured a baptism of the soul, their fear of the distant emperor had transmuted into fervent worship. In the heart of this ancient city-state, a temple dedicated to the emperor, funded by nobles, supported by believers, and heralded by the pure-hearted, established its first cornerstone with an air of unwavering determination. At the docks of King's Landing, the briny sea breeze could not dispel the dazed expression on Lannister Valerian's face. Beside him, Sir Joffrey had already boarded the ship bound for high tide, one of the few remaining swift vessels of House Valerian. "Your Highness, take care," Joffrey called out from the deck. "I will await your return in high tide." Valerian merely nodded numbly, his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. The ship slowly departed the harbor, the family banner adorned with a seahorse appearing glaringly bright to him, as if silently mocking his impotence. Father, mother, sister, the pillars of his family had overnight become prisoners of another. Valerian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, the pain momentarily clearing the fog from his mind. "I cannot falter," he told himself. "I am now the sole hope of my family." He forced his stooped back to straighten, turned, and strode purposefully towards the dragon's lair. The sea smoke awaited him. He must return to Tide's Head Island immediately to deliver this dreadful news to the remaining members of his family. Then, he must find every possible means to raise funds. No matter the cost, even if it meant depleting House Valerian's centuries of savings, he must rescue his father before his mother and sister were taken to King's Landing. Wealth could be regained, but once the family's honor was trampled into the mud, it could never be retrieved. On an afternoon in Harrenburg, the sunlight bore a hint of chill. After a simple lunch, Rhaenyra and Lucien, accompanied by the acting Lord Dennis Strachan, began their tour of the legendary Great City. "Look, Your Majesty, Your Highness," Dennis said, pointing towards a half-collapsed tower, his tone filled with resignation. "Harrenburg is simply too vast. King Hurin nearly exhausted the wealth of the Riverlands to construct it, and to be frank, our Strachan family struggles even to maintain a corner of it." Rhaenyra silently gazed at the black stones, melted by dragonfire, feeling the oppressive atmosphere that lingered in the air. The annals of House Targaryen chronicled the castle's fall. She instinctively leaned closer to Lucien, as if only the calm and formidable presence of this man could dispel the eeriness surrounding them. Yet, Lucien showed no interest in the ruins. His perception had already unfurled, sweeping past the twisted stone walls and empty courtyards. He could sense a dense, obscure power lurking beneath the castle, born from countless grievances and blood, like a colossal, slowly breathing beast. It was this very force that had warped the rules of this place, giving rise to the so-called curse. Suddenly, his perception brushed against a faint yet peculiar wave of magical energy, pulsating with a strange vitality. The fluctuation resembled a speck of dust in the darkness, appearing and disappearing intermittently. His gaze instantaneously fixed upon a specific direction. Behind a robust stone pillar, a shadow flitted past. Lu Sheng halted his steps, raised his hand, and pointed decisively towards that corner. Who is that? His voice was not loud, yet it rendered Dennis, who had been fervently recounting the history of the castle, abruptly silent. The air seemed to freeze. Realizing she had been identified, the figure concealed behind the pillar became momentarily paralyzed, as if hesitating between remaining hidden or stepping forth. Ultimately, she chose to silently emerge from the shadows. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, clad in a simple gray dress, her long black hair contrasting with her somewhat pallid complexion. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, avoiding eye contact with anyone. A look of intense embarrassment flickered across Dennis's sturdy face as he hurriedly approached, bowing deeply to Lu Sheng and Rhaenyra. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. This is Alice Rivers." He paused, lowering his voice further, as if uttering her name filled him with shame. "She is a bastard of House Strong." Rhaenyra raised her eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing the dark-haired girl. In Westeros, the status of bastards was always awkward, particularly in such formal settings. Alice approached the trio, clumsily performing a curtsy, her body trembling slightly. Lu Sheng disregarded Dennis's discomfort, his attention entirely focused on the girl named Alice. Such a faint magical affinity, he assessed inwardly. It was nearly imperceptible to the average person. Was it forcibly drawn out by this cursed land of Harrenhal? Like a tender sprout struggling to emerge from barren, saline soil. This was intriguing, seeing that Lu Sheng and Rhaenyra showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. Dennis secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hastily waved his hand at the girl, sternly urging, "What are you still doing here? Depart at once." Two servants immediately stepped forth, one on either side, escorting Alice Rivers from the courtyard as if she were something unclean. The girl did not utter a word throughout. But at the moment of turning away, her dark eyes swiftly glanced at Lu Sheng. In that fleeting gaze, a mixture of fear and curiosity lingered. Chapter 91. The Dream of Corlys King's Landing. An oppressive silence enveloped the king's study. The parchment sprawled across the desk bore elegant script. Yet each word felt like an ice-cold needle, causing Viserys Targaryen's temples to throb. It was a response from Lady Rena Royce of Runestone. The content was blunt and straightforward. Translating to a single phrase, Daemon's fate is of no concern to her. Viserys closed his eyes, feeling a familiar headache surging. He had anticipated this outcome. Initially, he had forcibly arranged this marriage to solidify the relationship with the Vale. And what was the result? From the very night of their union, Daemon had bestowed upon that woman naught but disdain. The bronze harlot. Viserys could still hear the echoes of Daemon's drunken tirades reverberating in his mind. That scoundrel had the audacity to berate the noble folk of the Vale to their faces, declaring that the women of the Vale were less pleasing than sheep. With that utterance, he had offended an entire region. Since that fateful day, Daemon and Rhea had not crossed paths again. One languished in the brothels of King's Landing while the other remained a cold stone guardian of Dragonstone. Now, as Daemon found himself a prisoner, Viserys felt it his duty, as an elder brother, to at least inform his legitimate wife. Yet, the response he received struck him like a resounding slap, harsh and unyielding. The letter bore no anger, no sorrow, only a chilling indifference and unabashed mockery, as if to say, "Your Targaryen troubles are of no concern to me." Viserys, in a fit of agitation, grasped a Valyrian stone model from the table, a diminutive red dragon, emblematic of Coralac. He squeezed it tightly, his knuckles blanching from the exertion. "Daemon, you troublesome rogue, forever entangling me in your miseries." Aboard the flagship of the Valyrian escort fleet, the flame of the glass candle flickered quietly, casting distorted shadows upon the cabin walls. Daemon Targaryen fixated on that flicker of light, as if attempting to discern his future within it. Yet, all he beheld was a shroud of chaotic darkness. The ship swayed steadily upon the waves, each motion a reminder that he was one step closer to Westeros. One step nearer to the city he both adored and loathed, King's Landing. Return? Return to what? To witness the profound disappointment etched on Viserys' face? Or to encounter Otto Hightower and his sycophants reveling in his misfortune? A cold arc twisted at the corners of Daemon's mouth. He would rather perish upon the battlefield of the Stepstones than be returned as mere cargo, awaiting his brother's ransom. This was humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace for a Targaryen. Bloodworm was absent. That woman, who always provided him with a semblance of solace amidst his turmoil, was not by his side. This absence magnified his sense of helplessness. His inner turmoil akin to a wild beast ensnared in a cage, relentlessly gnawing at his sanity. He was a dragon rider, yet now, he felt utterly disconnected from his dragon. That deep, blood-bound connection had been severed by an irresistible force. At this moment, he was merely demon, a Targaryen stripped of his fangs and claws. In the adjacent cabin, the atmosphere was equally dense with tension. Rhaenys Targaryen sat by the window, gazing at the deep blue waters receding into the horizon. Her daughter, Lena, paced restlessly within the confined space, the slight clinking of her sword against its scabbard accompanying her every movement. Mother, father, Laenor could no longer contain himself. His voice was parched and hoarse. He will be all right, won't he? Rhaenys did not turn her gaze. Her voice was eerily calm. Corlys is a sea snake. He has always found a way to survive the most perilous storms. Yet, even she could scarcely believe her own words. The man who had conquered 9 voyages, the one who had amassed wealth to construct the opulent city of High Tide, was now imprisoned in the black stone jail of Volantis, his fate uncertain. They had not even bothered to bring him along, as if to imply that his worth paled in comparison to that of Daemon, the wayward prince. Laenor's voice quivered slightly. He is alone in King's Landing. What is to be done? Rhaenys slowly closed her eyes. She could envision the scene vividly. The Valyrian house had crumbled overnight. 3 dragon riders along with their majestic dragons reduced to mere captives. What tumultuous waves would this news stir upon its return to King's Landing? Those wolves, who had long coveted the Valyrian family's wealth and power, would undoubtedly pounce without hesitation, tearing at the last remnants of their lineage. And her son, Laenor, would have to confront it all alone, facing the king's suspicions, the court's treachery, and the immense pressure of all Westeros. Laenor halted, slamming his fist against the unforgiving bulkhead. I am utterly useless, he bellowed. I rode Vhagar, the mightiest dragon after Balerion the Black Dread, yet like a fool, I was yanked down from the heavens. We did not even catch a glimpse of our assailants. Rhaenys finally turned to face her daughter, observing the flush of anger and humiliation on her face. Laenor, my child, how far are you willing to go for our family? In the depths of Volantis, in the darkest cell, silence reigned. Corlys Velaryon abruptly awoke, sitting up from the cold stone slab, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Cold sweat soaked his tattered prison garb, clinging to his skin and sending shivers coursing through him. A nightmare so vivid that it sent tremors through his very soul. He dreamt of an ending. In his dream, Laenor perished amidst the blood of a difficult labor, the roar of Vhagar echoing with sorrow. He envisioned Laenor lying dead in the streets of Spice Town, his belly sliced open like a wild dog. He also beheld Rhaenyra's 3 sons, those boys bearing the Valyrian name, yet possessing dark hair. In his dream, everyone pointed at them, mocking Laenor, deriding the entire Velaryon lineage. The most horrifying image was that of Rhaenys' face. She stood at the docks of Driftmark, watching 2 boys disembark from a ship, those 2 illegitimate sons he had discreetly placed after his return from the sea. The look in Rhaenys' eyes was indelible. It was neither anger nor sorrow. It was a profound, chilling hatred, akin to a dagger thrust in betrayal by the most trusted of allies. It was a gaze potent enough to reduce all that he had painstakingly built to mere ashes. By the 7, Corlys muttered, as he rubbed his rough hands vigorously against his face, striving to erase the terrifying images that haunted his mind. Yet, they lingered, indelibly etched like a brand. This was not merely an omen. It was undoubtedly a curse. It stemmed from the oceans he had conquered, from the enemies he had trampled underfoot. A malicious curse laid upon him by those he deemed invincible, the sea serpent. Chapter 92. The wrath of Viserys. The shadow of Harrenhal receded behind him. Laenor and Rhaenyra spent 2 days within the castle before bidding farewell to the deeply respectful acting lord, Daemon, and returned to King S. Landing. For Laenor, Harrenhal was a shattered relic. With sufficient magical power to channel the centuries of pent-up resentment within, this colossal fortress could transform into an unparalleled bastion of war. As for the other houses, those who dared to settle here must prepare for utter annihilation. The black dragon soared across the sky, leaving the cursed castle far behind. Driftmark, High tide. The briny sea breeze surged into the castle's open storerooms, yet it could not disperse the unease clouding Lair Valerian's mind. Since their return, he had tirelessly scrutinized the accounts for 2 days and nights. Each figure on the ledger struck his nerves like a heavy hammer. The wealth amassed by his father, Corlys, was formidable, once elevating House Valerian among the mightiest in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the expenditures were equally staggering. The massive investment required to reconstruct High Tide, the extravagant spending to win favor during the Great Council of 101, the relentless expansion of the Valerian fleet, and the damned war for the Stepstones, each a bottomless pit devouring gold. Lair, take a break, Sir Joffrey ventured, carrying a platter of food, his face etched with concern. Without looking up, Lair's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the numbers inscribed on the parchment, his voice gravelly, as if rubbed raw. Leave. You are jeopardizing your health. I command you to leave. Lair snapped, suddenly raising his gaze, his eyes bloodshot like a cornered beast. He violently swatted the platter from Joffrey's hands, sending food and dishes crashing to the floor. I have no time to rest until my family is ransomed back. He roared, his chest heaving violently. Joffrey silently observed him, refraining from further persuasion, simply bending down to gradually clear away the mess. In the storeroom, only Lair's labored breaths and the rustling of parchment filled the air. He must work faster, ever faster, to exchange this cold wealth for the warmth of his family. King's Landing, the Red Keep. As Rhaenyra and Lair emerged from the dragon's lair, they were greeted by the visage of King Viserys, radiant with relief. The lightness in his daughter's step contrasted sharply with the earlier chill that had cloaked her demeanor. Viserys exhaled deeply, fearing that Rhaenyra's obstinate nature might lead to an irretrievable situation. Yet, it appeared that she had fully embraced her new betrothal. Father, Rhaenyra said, curtsying slightly. Her expression softened in a manner she scarcely recognized. It is good to be home. Viserys beamed with uncontainable joy, his gaze flitting between his daughter and Lair. Increasingly satisfied with the scene before him, standing to the side, Otto Hightower observed the unfolding drama with a calm exterior, yet internally, he was a tempest of turmoil. To him, Viserys' elation signified a perilous omen. The hand of the king felt trepidation. He feared that Viserys might bestow the Iron Throne upon Rhaenyra and her progeny with the foreign dragon lord from Essos. A king of foreign blood? An heir backed by a vast empire? Such a scenario must not come to pass. The future of House Hightower could not be jeopardized here. Otto inhaled deeply, suppressing the storm within. He knew he must act. He resolved to seek an opportunity, a fitting moment, to remind the king, easily swayed by emotions, of the implications of Rhaenyra's marriage to Essos, particularly concerning her claim to the throne. This matter demanded a clear, favorable resolution for House Hightower. As night descended, the king's study remained ablaze with light. Viserys was engrossed in tinkering with his grand Valyrian model, still wearing the smile from earlier. A heavy knock disrupted his reverie. Enter. Otto Hightower stepped inside, cradling a warm drink. Your Majesty, the hour grows late. Perhaps you should warm yourself with this. His voice was as steady as ever. Oh, Otto, it is you, Viserys replied, accepting the cup and taking a sip. Please sit. Today has been a splendid day. Rhaenyra, your Majesty, Otto interjected, bowing slightly, his tone imbued with undeniable gravity. If I may be so bold, we might be celebrating too prematurely regarding Princess Rhaenyra's marriage. Viserys' smile faltered. What do you mean, Otto? This is a perfect union. We have gained a formidable ally. The Targaryen bloodline shall merge with that of another dragon lord. What could be better? Indeed, it is advantageous, Otto conceded, then shifted his tone. However, the issue lies in the fact that Her Highness will be wedded to Essos, becoming the mistress of another empire. How, then, will her claim to the Iron Throne reconcile with this new identity? The air became thick with tension. The color drained rapidly from Viserys' face as he fixed his intense gaze upon Otto, his eyes sharpening with determination. What do you mean? Rhaenyra is my heir, and that will never change. Yet what of her future children? Otto's voice, though soft, pierced deeply. That child will carry the blood of the Dragon King from Essos. Will he bear the name Targaryen, or will he take his father's surname? Will the lords of Westeros accept an outsider upon the Iron Throne? I will have him named Targaryen. Viserys' voice suddenly rose, tinged with irritation from the breach of his concerns. I have already made arrangements with His Majesty the Living. The child who inherits the Iron Throne must be a Targaryen. Merely a name, Your Majesty. Otto stepped forward, his tone growing stern. Bloodlines cannot be altered. When that child ascends the throne, the power behind him will emanate from Essos, not Westeros. Thus, the Targaryens will become vassals. Enough. Viserys slammed his hand upon the table, causing the model city to tremble. I am the king. I declare him a Targaryen, and he is a Targaryen. My will is the law of the Seven Kingdoms. Otto regarded the furious king with unwavering eyes, a hint of pity creeping into his expression. Your Majesty, your will cannot defy tradition, nor can it oppose the hearts of men. When you are gone, what choice will those lords who swore allegiance to Princess Rhaenyra make? Will they support a queen far across Essos, or will they rally behind a legitimate male heir standing before them? Otto's words struck Viserys like a sharpened blade, piercing his most vulnerable spot. He mentioned Aegon, the boy within the Red Keep, bearing both Targaryen and Hightower blood. Viserys' fury was doused as if cold water had been thrown upon it, and he slumped back into his chair, hands pressed against his forehead, his breathing becoming labored. The study fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Viserys finally spoke in a voice nearly devoid of life. Then what do you suggest I do? A barely perceptible smirk curved Otto Hightower's lips in the shadows. He sensed victory. Your Majesty, for the stability of the kingdom and the long-term peace of House Targaryen. You must make a decision. He began slowly, his voice laced with persuasion. Before Princess Rhaenyra's child is born, you must reconsider the matter of succession. Prince Aegon is the most prudent choice. Get out, Hightower. Viserys' sudden fury startled Otto, for he had never witnessed such raw anger and resolve from him. You dare to meddle in the lineage of the Dragon King's blood? Years of grace have emboldened you so. But now remove your hand of the king and leave King's Landing. I do not wish to see you here again tomorrow. Begone, Hightower. Chapter 93. The dissemination of faith. Dozens of obsidian warships silently glided into the escort fleet of Targaryen. At the forefront, the flagship bore the figure of Nero. Standing at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his pallid visage. His fleet, those ghostly vessels animated by the undead, now escorted the once proud dragon riders, Demon Targaryen, Rhaenyra Targaryen, and her daughter, Lena. They were trophies, extensions of His Majesty's will, destined to be delivered to King's Landing to sound the alarm for Westeros. The flotilla converged. A colossal armada resembling a moving island of steel, altering its course and cleaving through the waves of the narrow sea, heading towards the city of King's Landing. King's Landing. The Red Keep. Crash. A finely crafted Dorne redwood goblet shattered violently upon the ground, scattering into pieces. Queen Alicent's chest heaved, her beautiful countenance flushed with rage. You have deposed my father. Her voice, sharp and incredulous, pierced the air. Viserys, who devoted years of his life for the Iron Throne, for House Targaryen. You have cast him aside like refuse for mere words of unwelcome counsel. King Viserys leaned wearily against his chair, his complexion more ashen than usual. He rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. Enough, Alicent. His ambition has threatened the very foundation of the realm. And you appoint Lair Velaryon? A mere soft-hearted fool. Alicent's nails dug deep into her palms. What can he do for you? Can he confront the threats from Essos? Or have you truly resolved to stake the entire future of House Targaryen on a foreigner? He is not a foreigner. Viserys slammed his palm down on the table, the force of the motion prompting a fit of coughing. He is to be Rhaenyra's future husband, the continuation of the blood of the dragon. You have witnessed his strength with your own eyes. A flicker of fear crossed Alicent's gaze, quickly overshadowed by a deeper resentment. She knew she had lost. Since the arrival of that Eastern Emperor, the balance of power in King's Landing had irrevocably tilted. All her and her father's schemes had become mere farce in the face of such absolute power. Ultimately, Alicent lowered her eyelids, her voice trembling with reluctant acquiescence. As you wish, my king. Viserys watched his wife depart, her spirit seemingly crushed, and he sighed deeply. He recognized the cruelty of his actions, yet he had no alternative. For the survival of the family, any cost was justifiable. He needed to ensure that Rhaenyra would wholly embrace this betrothal, thereby securing a powerful and noble union for his daughter, fulfilling the promise made to his late wife. Thus, in the ensuing days, the nobles of King's Landing would witness a most peculiar spectacle. The heir to the kingdom, Princess Rhaenyra, accompanied the dark-haired Essos lord, exploring every corner of King's Landing with unwavering devotion. From the bustling alleys of Flea Bottom to the majestic estuary of Blackwater Bay, Rhaenyra wore a poised smile, concealing a tumult of emotions within. She sensed the terrifying power lurking beneath the man's calm exterior, an aura that both captivated and intimidated her. The Valyrian fleet had arrived in King's Landing. Unlike previous grand displays, this time the fleet appeared withered and desolate. Leading them was Lair Velaryon, his pallid complexion and sunken eyes betraying the pride once held by the Valyrian heir. As the ships docked, he forewent returning to the Red Keep and swiftly dispatched a messenger to request an audience with Lord Lair at Maegor's Holdfast, employing the most humble of language. Inside Magers, Lair listened to the attendant's announcement, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let him enter. Moments later, Lair Valyrian entered the room with heavy steps. He gazed at the man seated casually, perusing the scrolls of Westerosi history, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was the very person who had effortlessly vanquished the Braavosi fleet, capturing his mother, sister, and the most valiant prince of House Targaryen. His father, the great sea snake Corlys, remained unaccounted for. Your Grace, Lair bowed deeply, his voice dry. Lord Lair did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. This extreme indifference pierced Lair's pride like a dagger. Yet, he dared not express dissent. Forcing himself to meet Lord Lair's eyes, he implored, Your Grace, I come on behalf of my father, Corlys Valyrian. The Valyrian family is willing to pay any price to secure his freedom. At last, Lord Lair set the scroll aside, raising his gaze. His molten gold eyes devoid of any emotion. Price? He chuckled softly, as if entertained by a jest. Lair, what do you believe your Valyrian family possesses that would pique my interest? Lair's complexion turned ashen. Desperately, he exclaimed, Wealth. We possess boundless riches. Mountains of gold and silver amassed in high tide, and the exotic treasures my father brought back from his 9 voyages. Should you speak, the Valyrian family would willingly relinquish everything. Lord Lair rose, slowly approaching Lair, casting an immense shadow that enveloped the Valyrian air entirely. Wealth? His voice was hushed, yet laden with gravitas. Your father erred in treating war as a mere business transaction. He leaned closer, locking eyes with Lair, whose pupils widened in fear. What initially began as a dispute between Volantis and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters has escalated into a chaotic affair. With him frantically reaching out to Braavos and enlisting the dragon riders of House Targaryen in an audacious attempt to challenge my authority. Lu Sheng's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, producing a dull thud. Pray tell, how am I to justify allowing such an insufferable flea to persist? Each word struck like a hammer, forcefully pounding upon Lenino's heart. The wealth he held dear was rendered worthless in the eyes of this man before him. Lenino's body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his garments. He parted his lips, yet found himself utterly speechless. Lu Sheng reclined into his chair once more. Retrieving the scroll. You may leave, he gestured dismissively, akin to swatting away an irksome fly. Do not trouble me again. Lenino stumbled out of the room, as if all vitality had been drained from him. The frigid wind outside bit at his face, jolting him back to reality. He could not afford to surrender. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists. This was King's Landing. Here resided a king. No matter the cost, he must plead for an audience with King Viserys, even if it meant kneeling to beseech the king's aid. This was his final hope as the heir of Valyrian. The order of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters was being ruthlessly and efficiently reconstructed through the baptism of blood and fire. With the last remnants of resistance eradicated, the Unsullied Legion stationed here began their phased withdrawal. Their mission had reached its conclusion. Now, they were to return to the Bay of Slaves, to the lands once conquered by His Imperial Majesty. Among the returning fleet, a young naval officer from the Bay of Slaves stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fervent and resolute. Once a nondescript junior officer in the Bay of Slaves, he might have remained forever obscure under the old order. Yet, within the crucible of the Emperor's campaign of conquest, he glimpsed another path. During his days fighting alongside the Unsullied, he was profoundly moved by their unwavering faith. It was not a prayer to an abstract deity, but an absolute devotion to a living God, one who tread upon the earth. His Imperial Majesty was their sole deity. The officer astutely seized this opportunity, casting aside the chaotic beliefs of his past, and wholeheartedly embraced this burgeoning cult. He yearned to return. He sought to go back to the Bay of Slaves, to Meereen, to share the miraculous events he had witnessed in the Kingdom of the Three Daughters with the priests of the new Holy Grace Temple. He aspired to leverage this faith and become a pivotal figure within this emerging sect. He believed that, in this new order meticulously crafted by His Imperial Majesty, faith would serve as a sharper ladder to ascend than any sword. Chapter 94. The development of the Empire. The massive winch emitted a grating, teeth-aching creak. Thousands of laborers toil under the relentless sun, their bare torsos glistening with sweat, their bronze skin reflecting the harsh light. Their sinewy muscles strain as they chant monotonous hymns, hoisting massive, meticulously hewn blocks of obsidian. The square before the Great Pyramid of Milan has long been cleared and sealed off by guards. An unprecedented tower is rising, constructed entirely of obsidian, seemingly intent on devouring the very rays of the sun. From a distant terrace of a nearby building, Hidorana gazes at the towering edifice, squinting against the light. Once the most unruly noble of Milan, he was the first to confront the dragon and the first to kneel before the emperor. Now, clad in the official robes of the empire, he holds the reins of power over Milan. A former colleague, now a subordinate, approaches cautiously, his voice tinged with barely concealed reverence. My lord, at this pace, the Tower of Divine Grace will be completed within half a month. The Tower of Divine Grace. Hidorana scoffs. It is but an extension of His Majesty's will, the cornerstone of the empire. Yuan Kai and Astapor are engaged in similar endeavors. His gaze sweeps over the colossal tower, his eyes igniting with fervor. This is more than a mere tower. It is a node in the network of magic. The very eye of the divine overlooking the mortal realm. Since the emperor's departure, the 3 city-states of Slave Bay have operated with unprecedented efficiency. The old nobility has either been purged or, like him, tucked away their fangs to become the empire's most loyal hounds. They all understand a fundamental truth. The dragon may return at any moment. That black dragon casts a shadow vast enough to envelop the entire world. Dispatch word that all craftsmen's rations and wages are to be doubled, but the deadline must be advanced by 3 days. Hidorana commands without a glance back. Any slacker shall be thrown to the lions in the arena. Yes, my lord. His subordinate shivers slightly, hastily bowing and retreating. Hidorana's gaze returns to the Black Tower, as if he can sense a grand and chilling will slowly enveloping this ancient land through its form. The order of the empire is being resolutely forged in blood and iron. The last row of bare-chested youths completes their final sprint under the roar of their trainer. Their chests heave violently, sweat mingling with dust, carving furrows into their youthful bodies. Yet their eyes are hollow, numb, devoid of any youthful spark. This is Astapor's final and purest cohort of the untainted reserves. The training concludes. An older trainer watches silently as the boys pick up their shields and spears, forming a neat array as they march towards the distant barracks, a lump forming in his throat. Beside him, a young instructor cannot help but exclaim, "It is over. An era has ended." The aged trainer did not look back, his voice hoarse. No, it was the dawn of a new era. Behind them, on an expansive training ground, thousands of young Astapors were engaged in drill exercises. They were the first citizen soldiers of Astapor. These youths exhibited a spectrum of emotions, curiosity, trepidation, and an ignited sense of valor and honor. They no longer needed to mutilate their bodies or extinguish their humanity by harming innocuous creatures. The emperor's command was unequivocal. He required a loyal, formidable army capable of self-reproduction, rather than a collection of costly, irreplaceable instruments of war. Eliminate all elements of the training regimen that torment the mind and body. Preserve their discipline, their fearlessness, and their combat prowess. I demand that you forge true warriors for the empire. This was the decree left by His Majesty the Emperor. For these instructors, who had devoted their lives to creating machines of slaughter, it was an entirely new challenge. They were no longer butchers, but educators. No longer the tools of benevolent lords, but mentors to the citizen soldiers of Astapor. Go forth. The elder trainer gestured to the young instructors beside him. The next batch of recruits' combat training was about to commence. Remember to tell them why they fight. Yes. The young instructor turned and strode towards the vibrant training ground. The elder trainer took one last glance at the retreating, silent forms of the innocents, and then turned away. Under the sunlight, for the first time, a semblance of hope flickered across his face. The old Astapor had perished. A new empire was forging its own blade amidst the ruins. Black sails obscured the last hues of sunset, where the sea met the sky. A vast fleet of warships, like a mobile island of steel, silently cleaved through the summer waves. The old blind man stood at the bow of the flagship, the river Styx, the sea breeze tousling his grayish-white hair and the black and gold naval armor he donned. His eyes were lifeless, a murky, milky hue. Yet, he perceived the world more clearly than anyone else. He could see the silent, tireless sailors on the deck behind him. Their movements were precise and mechanical, each stroke of the oar executed with exacting perfection. They were the living dead, the most powerful warriors bestowed upon him and Nero by His Majesty the Emperor. The fleet's destination was the Serpent Lizard Islands. Following the Emperor's directives, they would journey there to reconstruct the long-ruined city-state of High Sothis. It would serve as the Empire's stronghold for southern expansion, a dagger thrust into the heart of the continent of Sothoros. The old blind man understood that in the parlance of the seafarers from Westeros or the free trade city-states, Sothoros was a forbidden realm for the living. There, plagues ran rampant, and disease thrived. The lethal mosquitoes, the venomous serpents and scorpions, and the unknown terrors lurking deep within the dense forests. Clean drinking water is more precious than gold, and any sustenance may carry a deadly curse. Countless explorers and colonizers have perished as mere skeletons upon that accursed land. Yet, the old blind man merely parted his lips, revealing a silent, grotesque grin. Plague? Disease? What threat do these pose to a legion of souls long departed? Food and water? They have no need of such. Fatigue and fear? They are strangers to these. The forbidden grounds, perilous for the living, serve as the finest hunting grounds for this army of the dead. They are the most exquisite instruments of expansion in the hands of His Majesty, cold, efficient, and ever loyal. The fleet slices through the waves, moving with an astonishing swiftness. Those cadaverous oarsmen unleash a strength far surpassing that of the living, propelling the colossal vessels southward like arrows loosed from a bow. The old blind man raised his head, his murky eyes turning toward the fabled cursed land. There, he would establish a new city for His Majesty, seize control of the maritime routes of the Jade Sea, and plant the Empire's Black Dragon banner throughout the expanse of Soars. Your will, he fervently whispered in a voice only he could hear, is our guiding star. Ahead, the jagged and menacing coastline of the Serpent Lizard Islands had already appeared on the horizon. Chapter 95. The newborns of Matera's silence enveloped the birthing chamber. The only sound in this realm was the soft patter of midwives entering and exiting. Governor of Matera stood in the corridor, his palms slick with cold sweat, feeling his heartbeat resonating louder than the cries of the pregnant women within. Beside him, Alan appeared remarkably calm, even harboring an almost feverish anticipation. This would be the first batch of new Materisians, born under the divine grace of His Majesty. Alan's voice, though quiet, bore an unmistakable authority, as if heralding the dawn of a new epoch. The governor could only nod stiffly in agreement, his back drenched in cold perspiration. He understood better than anyone that the births of these infants today would directly dictate the future of Materis, and ultimately, his own fate. Time dragged on in suffocating anticipation. At last, the door to the birthing room swung open. A few midwives emerged with utmost care, cradling 4 swaddled infants, their faces alight with relief and joy. 3 boys and 1 girl, mother and children safe. The governor felt a sudden loosening of tension, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Alan stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the 4 newborns. A fleeting glimmer of an imperceptible green light flashed in one of his eyes. Under Alan's watchful, magical gaze, all secrets of these infants were laid bare. 3 boys and 1 girl, all with raven black hair, starkly contrasting the silver or golden locks typical among the Materisians. Their cries resonated with a powerful intensity, and their tiny limbs kicked vigorously within the swaddles, brimming with vitality. Most importantly, there were no signs of any deformities upon their bodies. The distortions, proliferations, and misalignments that had haunted generations of the Materis were conspicuously absent in these 4 newborns. They were perfect. Yet, this was merely a facade. Alan's gaze penetrated the delicate skin and flesh of the infants, reaching the deepest recesses of their beings. Threads of divine power, purer than any magic, flowed through their veins and bones like an intricate web. This force was gentle, yet dominating, reshaping their bodies and fortifying their essence in an irrefutable manner. In the future, they would possess physiques far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, along with an innate aptitude for casting spells. A surge of ecstasy welled up within Alan. The sovereign was personally crafting his chosen ones. He extended his hand and gently caressed the cheek of one of the male infants. The baby seemed to sense the shared power, ceasing its cries and gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. The satisfaction on Alan's face was unmistakable. He turned to nod at the governor beside him. Excellent. A mere 2 words made the governor feel as though he had received divine absolution. He let out a long sigh, the weight that had lodged in his throat finally settling in his stomach. It appeared that tonight would require extra effort. The governor silently resolved to ensure that his wife would conceive swiftly, so she too could receive the sovereign's divine grace. In King's Landing, the distorted shadows cast by the glass candles gradually extinguished, and the final remnants of magical fluctuation faded into silence. Sheng set down the candle and leaned back against the chair. His communication with Nero had concluded, and the fleet was advancing at full speed, likely to reach King's Landing in about 4 days. He closed his eyes, mentally cataloging the gains from this journey to Westeros. Rhaenyra's claim to the throne was now firmly intertwined with his own, serving as the most solid wedge inserted into the core of power in Westeros. The expedition to the gods not only located the children of the forest, but also unexpectedly unveiled the truth behind the curse of Harrenhal, as well as the weakness following the old god's defeat. Now, everything was in place. He simply needed to wait for Rhaenyra's body to respond, nurturing a progeny bearing his bloodline. And then the entire continent of Westeros would be unable to escape his grasp. As for the Hightower family, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He did not believe that these astute opportunists would be foolish enough to choose enmity with him. In the king's study, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. King Viserys unconsciously stroked the model of the Valyrian ancient city on the table. That exquisitely crafted stone city was his only refuge from reality. The attendant sent by Lu Sheng had just taken his leave, and the news he brought weighed heavily upon his heart like a boulder. In 4 days, Daemon will arrive. Once the handover is complete, Lena intends to immediately bind herself in marriage to Rhaenyra, and together they shall journey to Dragonstone. Dragonstone. The very mention of this name pierced the most sensitive nerves of Viserys like a needle. It is the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, the wellspring of their power, and the very nest of all dragons. He was afraid, deeply afraid. He had witnessed the colossal black dragon that blotted out the sun, felt the terrifying pressure that could alter the very fabric of the heavens. He harbored no doubt that the man named Lena possessed some mythic magic, a sorcery potent enough to command all dragons. If he were to set foot on Dragonstone, the last bastion of House Targaryen, would it not change hands? This thought gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent. Should I refuse? Beads of perspiration formed on Viserys' brow. He could conjure 1,000 excuses. The weather is inclement, the sea conditions unfavorable, or simply declare that Dragonstone requires repairs. But then what? Viserys dared not contemplate further. He had sacrificed too much. He had dismissed Otto, alienating the Hightower family. He had forcibly torn asunder the betrothal between Rhaenyra and Lair, severing ties with House Valyria. He had staked everything on this alliance with the Eastern Dragon Lord. Now, the game had reached its most critical juncture. He could not allow an unverified concern to topple the entire table. Slowly, Viserys raised his head, his gaze falling upon the world beyond the window. The sky was as blue as the summer when he first ascended the throne. Yet he knew that an unprecedented storm was brewing on the horizon. He inhaled deeply, as if to suppress the turmoil and dread within him. "Convey my words," he commanded, his voice regaining the steadiness befitting a king. "Inform the envoy that I acquiesce to his request." Chapter 96. The hand over the murky waters of King's Landing crashed repeatedly against the docks of the muddy gates. The air was thick with the acrid stench of fish, sweat, and cheap ale. Nero's fleet approached silently, like specters from the depths of hell. The vessels, shrouded in darkness, bore a grotesque dragon head emblem that appeared particularly sinister against the leaden sky. On the docks, the gold-robed guards, having received their orders, struggled to push back the gathered commoners with the tips of their spears, barely clearing a path. The gangplank was lowered to the dock. The first to disembark was Nero, followed by a regiment of tall, sallow sailors. As they set foot on the land of King's Landing, an eerie silence enveloped the docks. Each soldier's face was ashen, devoid of color, resembling the pallor of those who had long been deprived of sunlight. Their eyes bore no emotion, resembling 2 polished black stones, mechanically surveying their surroundings. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, while some timid children cried out in fright, their mouths firmly covered by their mothers. Even the royal officials who had come to greet them wore frozen, professional smiles, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Soon after, accompanied by the Valyrian navy, Daemon Targaryen, Rhaenys Targaryen, and Lena Velaryon descended. Daemon kept his head bowed, his silvery hair cascading down like a veil, obscuring his features. He could hear the whispers of the ignorant throng around him. "Look, that's Prince Daemon. I heard he had his hands severed." "Shoo, lower your voice. He resembles a beast ready to devour." "Serves him right. Who told him to provoke the wrong people in Essos?" These voices pierced Daemon's ears like countless venomous needles, igniting the already simmering fury within him. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. At that moment, a particularly jarring voice rose from the crowd, the one-handed prince. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a captain in golden robes spun around, his large hand striking the man's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, and the man fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The captain planted a foot on his chest, his fierce gaze sweeping over the hushed crowd. "Shut your mouths. Prince Daemon is our commander. You fools dare to speak of him?" Other golden-robed soldiers unsheathed their short swords, mercilessly teaching those who dared to speak disrespectfully a harsh lesson. For them, Daemon was the one who bestowed upon them honor, wealth, and dignity. They would not permit these gutter-dwelling fools to insult their prince. Daemon hesitated for a moment, but did not raise his gaze. He quickened his pace, resembling a defeated specter eager to escape the harbor rife with humiliation. In the Red Keep, the throne room, the cold iron throne loomed high, overseeing all. King Viserys sat upon it, weariness etched across his face. When he beheld his brother entering the hall, his heart sank. Daemon's left hand hung limply by his side, and the once rebellious visage now bore a sickly pallor and profound despair. Viserys had prepared a torrent of reproach and lessons, words about family honor and royal decrees. But upon witnessing his brother's state, they all lodged in his throat. Ultimately, a heavy sigh escaped him, embodying the weight of unspoken sentiments. "Daemon, welcome home." Viserys' voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Though you may not wish to see me now." Daemon abruptly lifted his head, a complex emotion flashing in his violet eyes. But in an instant, he lowered it again, as if something on the ground warranted more attention than the king's face. Meanwhile, Rhaenys and Lena had already fixed their gazes upon Lannister. Upon seeing her son in such a haggard state, with deep-set eyes that spoke of suffering, their hearts twisted in anguish. Lanino, too, gazed at them with fervor, his lips trembling yet unable to utter a single word. Viserys shifted his gaze from his brother to Rhaenys, his expression icy. "Cousin, Valyrian's ambition has faltered," he stated, devoid of any warmth. It was now time to pay the price. Rhaenys' once lustrous black hair was now streaked with gray. She looked at Viserys upon the throne, her lips moving as she struggled to find her words, ultimately bowing her proud head. "The Valyrian family shall bear the cost, Your Majesty." As soon as the words left her lips, the financial officer from Essos, who had accompanied Daemon, stepped forward with a smile, surveying the room. "So, who will negotiate with me, Your Majesty Viserys?" The finance minister, Lord Lyman Beesbury, who had long been instructed, tremulously stepped forward, bowing to the Essos official. And the two departed to a side chamber to tally the ransom that could shake a kingdom to its core. After the welcoming ceremony concluded, Rhaenyra instinctively made her way towards Lena's quarters. As she turned a corner in a corridor, she unexpectedly encountered a figure, Nero, the naval commander from High Valyria. Clad in opulent silk, possessed striking features. However, the lifelessness in his eyes and his unearthly complexion made Rhaenyra instinctively take a half-step back, a shiver running down her spine. Nero regarded her briefly, performing an impeccable bow before silently moving away, his silhouette fading into the shadows of the colonnade. Regaining her composure, Rhaenyra pushed open the door to Lena's residence. She discovered Lena seated by the window, toying with a slender Valyrian steel sword. "It is Dark Sister, the sword that Uncle Daemon never parts with. Nero brought it along for me," Lena remarked without turning, her voice calm. "I intend to present it to you after the wedding, and subsequently, it shall be passed on to our children." Rhaenyra approached and took the legendary sword from Lena's hands. The blade felt cold, its surface flowing with the unique, mysterious ripples of Valyrian steel. She examined it briefly before returning it. "Father has informed me." Rhaenyra's voice was soft yet resolute. "Once matters here conclude, I wish to accompany you to Essos." "Indeed," Lena replied as she sheathed Dark Sister, rising to regard her earnestly. "While distancing ourselves from the political heart of King's Landing may have its repercussions, I believe no one would dare to seize anything from me." His tone was flat, yet it carried an inherent authority. Moreover, Lena paused, her gaze deepening. "My children, I do not wish for them to appear in Westeros prematurely. Many in the Targaryen lineage have been suspected of being influenced by external forces on their thoughts and actions," Lena mused inwardly. "The old gods and the cold gods are too enigmatic. Before my children possess sufficient self-preservation abilities, I shall never allow them to be ensnared in such perilous uncertainties." Chapter 97. The Wedding Traditions of the Seven Gods. In a quiet chamber within King's Landing, the parchment ledger emitted a faint rustle beneath the fingertips of Rhaenys Targaryen. The flickering candlelight cast a series of numbers, emblematic of wealth, upon her weary visage. Each line once represented the proud capital of House Velaryon, and every entry chronicled the bountiful treasures amassed from the 9 legendary voyages of Corlys Velaryon. Yet now, the conclusion of these figures was cruelly marked by a stark red line. Rhaenys gradually closed her eyes, releasing a long, heavy sigh. It was all gone. The accumulation of 9 voyages, decades of trade profits, had been lost entirely in this reckless gamble. She opened her eyes, her gaze settling upon the final page of the ledger. The only remaining assurance for House Velaryon lay in the trade still functioning far away in Spice Town, along with the sea smoke of Lair. This meager asset barely sufficed to uphold the family's dignity, let alone redeem her husband. The uncrowned Queen Rhaenys' lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. The world had once dubbed her thus, mocking her for being a woman and thereby missing the Iron Throne. Yet now, she must forge a new path for this crumbling family. This sacrifice was not one she desired, yet she found herself with no alternative. In another residence, a dimly lit room was suffused with the heavy scent of alcohol. Daemon Targaryen huddled in a corner, akin to a wounded beast licking his own wounds. Since his return to King's Landing, he had confined himself to this space, shunning the light of day. After liberating himself from the bizarre enchantment of the glass candles, his first act was to summon Caraxes. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire being into the depths of his bloodline. There, once thrived a searing bond, intertwined with the dragon, as if it were a part of his very essence, summoned at will. But now it lay desolate. An abyss of silence engulfed him. No matter how he howled, pleaded, or attempted to breach that void with his mental force, no response came. The sensation mirrored that of his severed hand. On stormy nights, the phantom pain would still gnaw at his wrist, yet there was nothing there. He was a dragon rider bereft of his dragon. This was a torment more profound than death itself. Demon suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot veins creeping across his pupils. He seized a nearby bottle of wine. Taking a deep swig, the fiery liquid seared his throat, but could not numb the profound emptiness and fury that resided deep within him. "I refuse," came the calm yet unequivocal voice of Viserys in the king's study. King Viserys was animatedly recounting the sanctity and traditions of weddings under the faith of the seven gods. But the smile on his face abruptly froze upon hearing those two words. Why? Viserys was somewhat taken aback. To forge a marriage pact before the seven gods and receive the blessings of the seven deities was paramount for Rhaenyra's standing. Would the lords of Westeros witness the heir to the kingdom aligned with their faith in such a farcical display? Viserys interrupted him, scoffing at the notion of disrobing the bride and groom under the guise of a blessing. What utter nonsense! Even the weddings of the old gods' followers bore more solemnity, and the lustful Essos deemed such ceremonies vulgar. A flicker of disdain crossed Viserys' mind. While none would dare to perform such an act at his wedding, he still loathed the cumbersome and primitive rituals. The bond of the Dragon King was forged in blood and fire, resonating within the soul. Viserys' gaze fell upon Viserys, scrutinizing him. The presence of the undulled seven gods was unnecessary. Yet Viserys sought to argue, believing this matter pertained to the legitimacy of House Targaryen in Westeros. Viserys rose and approached the grand model of the ancient Valyrian city. "I have heard that the headquarters of the Citadel, as well as the former heart of the Seven's faith, the Starry September, are located in Old Town." He pointed, delicately handling a model of a certain estate. "House Hightower's domain, is it not?" Viserys' breath hitched abruptly. He was no fool. Otto Hightower had just been dismissed, and Viserys' mention of this was all too clear in its intent. A chill ran down Viserys' spine as he recalled Otto's incessant whispers over the years, his ambitious gaze, and the image of his young son Aegon. Perhaps the conspiracies surrounding the Hightowers were not entirely unfounded. The headquarters of the Seven, the Citadel, and the legendary lighthouse housing the Black Stone. Viserys observed the shifting expressions on Viserys' face, understanding dawning upon him. The wedding would take place on Dragonstone, he resolved, adhering to the most traditional Valyrian rites. This time, Viserys remained silent for a long while, ultimately nodding in resignation, as if he were a deflated balloon. Very well. Exiting the king's study, Viserys strolled toward the Godswood. The air in King's Landing felt stifling, with only the great heart tree here offering a semblance of otherworldly tranquility. Lena? Was she waiting for me? As he approached the Godswood, Viserys sensed someone had arrived before him. A woman clad in black riding attire stood quietly beneath the heart tree, her silver hair gently swaying in the forest breeze. That face bore the exquisite and proud features characteristic of House Valyrian. "Lena." Viserys halted, greeting her. The woman turned, her violet eyes revealing no emotion, and gracefully performed a flawless curtsy. "Your Grace." Her voice was cool, yet resonated precisely in Viserys' ears. He nodded, his gaze drifting past her to the heart tree, intricately carved with human faces. "If you have truly contemplated this matter, you may visit my chamber later." His voice was remarkably flat, as if he were discussing an inconsequential triviality. "At present, I only desire to relish solitude and silence." Chapter 98. The cost of Rhaenys Sheng requires a dragon lineage of his own. An illustrious bloodline serves as the foundation, and the rare Valyrian heritage undoubtedly represents the most optimal breeding ground. They can effortlessly bear offspring endowed with the innate gifts of dragons. The arrival of Rhaenys Valyrian was entirely within his expectations. When a knock resounded upon the door, Sheng did not even glance up. "Enter." The door swung open, and Rhaenys stepped inside. She had exchanged her simple attire for a form-fitting black riding ensemble that accentuated her athletic and powerful silhouette. Her silvery white hair was neatly tied back, and on her exquisite Valyrian countenance lay an expression of resolute determination. She uttered no superfluous words, but approached Sheng directly, kneeling on one knee. This gesture finally drew Lu Shang's gaze away from his tome. Your Majesty. Rhaenys' voice was cool, yet trembled with an undeniable quiver. The Valyrians had lost everything and could not afford the ransom to secure my father's release. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful violet eyes locking onto Lu Shang's, devoid of tears but ignited by a fervent flame. However, I, Rhaenys Valyrian, rider of Vagor, am willing to offer you all that I possess. Each word she uttered bore the weight of her conviction. My bloodline, my loyalty, and my womb. I shall bear for you the most formidable progeny, provided you release my father and grant the Valyrian family your protection. She was exceedingly proactive, perhaps fully aware that this was the only salvation for her family and the sole bargaining chip for her father's redemption. Lu Sheng rose, slowly approaching her. He did not immediately assist her, but scrutinized her from a lofty perspective, as if appraising a rare artifact. Rhaenys did not flinch, permitting his gaze, which seemed capable of piercing her very soul, to traverse her form from head to toe. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably, the humiliation surging like an overwhelming tide. Yet she bit her lip, suppressing all emotions. For the sake of her family, this cost was trivial. After a lengthy pause, Lu Sheng extended his hand, gently lifting her chin. Remember what you have said today. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Your father shall return, and your family will bask in my glory. With that, he released her and turned back to his chair. You may leave. Rhaenys' body quivered slightly. She inhaled deeply, rose to her feet, bowed once more to Lu Sheng's retreating figure, and exited the room in silence. The moment the door closed behind her, the ice in her eyes shattered, and tears streamed forth uncontrollably. Rhaenyra's spirits soared like the summer sky over King's Landing. Moments ago, her father, Viserys, had personally revealed to her the location of the wedding and the ceremony, a traditional Valyrian rite on Dragonstone. This news washed over her like a wave of relief. She had attended her father's wedding to Alicent, a ludicrous ceremony where garments were stripped away before the seven, a thought that sent shivers down her spine. Viserys' attire had been removed with the assistance of her and her maid, yet the prospect of undergoing such an experience herself filled her with trepidation. Now, however, everything would return to ancient and sacred traditions. Humming a tuneless melody, she approached the door of Lair's chamber, ready to knock. Just then, the door swung open. Lair Velaryon, taken aback, clearly did not expect to encounter Rhaenyra there. The redness around his eyes was particularly pronounced in the corridor's light. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Lair quickly regained his noble composure, offering Rhaenyra a slight bow before lowering his gaze and hastily walking past her, his figure soon vanishing at the end of the corridor. Rhaenyra's smile faltered. She entered the chamber to find Lair languidly reclined in a chair, perusing a hefty tome. Is there something you need? He inquired without lifting his gaze. Rhaenyra steadied herself and approached him. I merely wish to confirm the details of the Valyrian ceremony. After all, the nuances of such rituals can vary from family to family. After speaking, her curiosity overcame her, and she asked, what happened to Lair? Why was he crying? Lair finally closed the book, raising his eyes, which held a calmness within their brown depths. His family seeks to ransom his father and desires my protection. We were just discussing the price that the Valyrian family must pay. Rhaenyra furrowed her brow. Price? The Valyrian wealth has already been depleted. Could it be that? Her expression darkened, akin to a mother dragon defending her territory. Observing her fierce demeanor, Lair allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips. He found this wildness appealing. She offered herself as ransom. He confessed openly, without a hint of concealment, in exchange for her father's freedom and my protection. Rhaenyra felt a buzzing in her head. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. It was unimaginable. Yet, mere seconds later, a sense of understanding washed over her. She recalled that Lair had once been proposed as a suitor, nearly wed to her father, Viserys. For these ancient families, marriages, or the offering of a woman of noble blood, were the most common transactions. However, Lair's actions left her feeling as though her dignity had been affronted. She was to be his future wife, the leading lady of this union. One must learn to adapt. Lu Sheng seemed to perceive her thoughts, his voice resonating with a calm indifference. After all, I am not of Westeros. The polygamous Dragon King is inherently thus. Rhaenyra fell silent. She gazed at the man before her, his molten golden eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely stating an unequivocal fact. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of a profoundly terrifying truth. These were not the nobles of Westeros whom she could whimsically select and reject. This was not her father, who would dismiss the king's hand merely to please her. This was a Dragon King, older and more formidable than the Targaryens. In this game of power, she was not the selector. She was the one being selected. Chapter 99. The wedding at Dragonstone. The winds of Dragonstone carried the briny scent of the sea and sulfur, sweeping across every inch of the black stone of Driftmark. The ancient Valyrian runes etched upon the castle walls stood in silence, bearing witness to yet another union of bloodlines. Beneath the banner of House Targaryen, the oldest bloodlines of Westeros gathered. Rhaenys Targaryen stood there with an expressionless face, flanked by her daughter Lena and her son Lair. The pride of House Velaryon, crushed before absolute power, was forcibly reassembled, leaving only a hollow shell. Lord Boros Baratheon of House Baratheon, accompanied by his somewhat uneasy son Clement, and the newly appointed hand of the king, Lord Lionel Strong, observed the center of the ceremony with complex expressions. King Viserys presided over the wedding, his face radiating an almost fervent excitement, as if he could already envision the Targaryen family's resurgence to greatness. By blood and fire, I swear. Viserys' voice quivered with emotion, as he loudly intoned the vows in the ancient High Valyrian language, each syllable imbued with a sense of power, as if he sought to etch this oath into the very bedrock of Dragonstone. Sheng maintained a tranquil demeanor, while Rhaenyra appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers gripping the obsidian dagger turning pale. According to ancient rites, the newlyweds were to cut their lips and palms with Dragonstone, allowing their blood to drip into a chalice, thus establishing a blood bond. Rhaenyra gritted her teeth as the sharp dagger sliced her lip, blood immediately welling forth. It was now Sheng's turn. He grasped another obsidian dagger and carelessly traced it across his lips. A faint yet piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of metal scraping against stone. The blade of obsidian left not even a mark upon his skin. All present were momentarily stunned. Was this the being who had vanquished 3 dragons and captured Prince Daemon? His body seemed impervious even to Dragonstone. Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, then came to a realization. He cast a fleeting glance at the dagger in his hand, and in that moment, a barely perceptible strand of magic coursed through his fingertips, enveloping the obsidian blade. This time, he exerted great effort to maintain control over his body, and with a gentle sweep, he made his incision. There was no resistance. The skin parted silently. Yet the blood that flowed was not a vivid crimson, but rather infused with an unusual dark golden hue, reminiscent of molten metal. Sheng and Rhaenyra etched the Valyrian symbols upon each other's brows with their blood, subsequently slicing their palms in a similar manner. The ritual progressed. Rhaenyra gazed at him, her eyes brimming with intrigue and a hint of trepidation. Their lacerated palms pressed tightly together. Rhaenyra could feel the astonishing heat radiating from Sheng's hand, as if that warmth might evaporate her very blood. 2 distinct streams of blood fell, merging within the deep red Valyrian silver cup, swirling into an extraordinary vortex. They partook of the blood wine. The ritual was complete. Within the castle hall of Dragonstone, the feast had long been prepared. The long table overflowed with roasted meats, seafood, and an array of Westerosi delicacies, the aroma of ale wafting through the air. King Viserys was utterly unrestrained, his face aglow with joy as he frequently raised his cup, laughing heartily at each vassal who came to offer their congratulations. For the Targaryens, for the future of the dragonkin, he proclaimed, downing the fine wine in his goblet. To him, everything seemed to have been flawlessly resolved. Daemon's folly, Valyrian's arrogance, all were in the past. Now, a more potent bloodline of dragon kings would meld with the Targaryens, securing Rhaenyra's claim to the throne as solid as stone. Once her child was born, an heir flowing with the blood of 2 dragon kings, who would dare to question? Aegon and Helena. They would become the most loyal advisors to the new king, just as he and Daemon once were. Queen Alicent sat quietly beside the king, her 2 young children already taken away by the wet nurse. She merely smiled. Yet her smile did not reach her eyes. She observed her husband reveling in the festivities, watched the nobles with their cheerful faces, and felt only a chilling numbness within. The Kingsguard remained vigilant, yet at Viserys' enthusiastic invitation, they too joined the merriment. Beyond the castle walls, the entire populace of Dragonstone was bestowed with provisions and ale. Most of these individuals were descendants of Targaryen bastards, who had cared for the dragons for generations, truly the subjects of House Targaryen. At this moment, they too celebrated the wedding of the heir. The clamor and revelry persisted well into the night. Alicent felt a wave of fatigue and retired to her chamber. Not long after, the door swung open, and a tipsy Viserys stumbled in. "Alicent," he murmured, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. "I am truly happy today." Grasping her hand, his gaze unfocused, he continued, "You know, for all these years, I have lived in fear. I feared Daemon's ambition, feared Corley's greed, feared the winter foretold in prophecy. I feared I could not hold on to it all." Alicent listened in silence, allowing him to express his thoughts. She had assumed that the winter mentioned by Viserys was merely the long winter of Westeros. However, now, everything felt right. A childlike smile graced Viserys' face as he declared his strength, saying, "I am powerful, Alicent. So powerful that all conspiracies are rendered farcical. Our family is safe. Winter can no longer threaten us. I can finally breathe easy." His voice grew softer, imbued with a long-suppressed sense of liberation. Alicent could detect the strong scent of alcohol on him, mingled with a weariness that came from shedding burdens. "Everything I've done is for this family." Viserys' breathing grew heavy as he gazed at his wife, his eyes gradually overtaken by desire. He ceased speaking, instead lifting Alicent by the waist and pressing her onto the soft bed. The curtains fell, obscuring the candlelight. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the rustle of fabric echoed in the silent chamber. In contrast, the atmosphere in Rhaenyra's bedroom was entirely different. She sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her hands tightly wringing her skirt. Having experienced her first menstruation only 2 years prior, the myriad rumors surrounding wedding nights filled her with waves of panic. The door was gently pushed open, and Lucien entered. He bore no trace of alcohol, his gaze as calm as ever, as though he had just attended an ordinary dinner. Rhaenyra's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Lucien glanced at her, seeming to penetrate her anxiety. "Sleep," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Tomorrow, take me to see the Wormesal and Silverwing left by Aegon I." Rhaenyra's head shot up, her face a canvas of astonishment. We are not," she stammered, her cheeks aflame. "That was merely a ceremony for the people of Westeros." Lucien interrupted. He moved to the window, gazing out at the pitch-black sea. "The wedding here has concluded. Once we return to Essos, we shall hold an Essosi ceremony. Only then will it be considered a true marriage." Rhaenyra stared blankly at his back. She was still too young, too inexperienced, Lucien mused. He was not so beastly. Rhaenyra's breathing gradually steadied, the suffocating tension ebbing away like the tide. In its place, an indescribable complexity of emotions arose: relief, confusion, and perhaps even a hint of disappointment she had not yet recognized. She did not know. All she understood was that she need not fear any longer tonight. With a blend of unexplainable bewilderment and comfort, Rhaenyra lay down and drifted into slumber. Chapter 100. The dilemma of Braavos. The crimson sails under the oppressive sky of shadows resembled burning blood. The fleet was slowly departing from the black harbor of Ashera, each vessel's mast adorned with a banner of a fiery red heart. A priest clad in crimson robes stood at the bow of the flagship, his visage contorted with unbridled rage. He raised a flaming longsword high, bellowing at the multitude of warriors gathered on the deck below. "Servants of the King of Light." His voice, though hoarse, was imbued with fervent zeal. "We shall slay the audacious sorcerer who dares to defile the divine. Kill him! Kill him!" The warriors on the deck brandished their curved sabers, roaring in unison, their voices resonating through the chilly harbor. They were the most devout knights of the Temple of the King of Light, each face etched with fervor for the divine and loathing for their foes. The news had been confirmed. That accursed necromancer, the blasphemer of the holy fire, the demon who had slaughtered our brethren, had retreated to the immortal sanctuary of quarrels. The priest ground his teeth, each word spilling forth as if wrung from his very soul. Did he think he was safe there? Foolish. The wrath of the King of Light shall consume all heresy. This time, we shall not only extinguish his soul but scatter his ashes into the sea of smoke, ensuring he finds no peace for eternity. For Rollo, for the King of Light. Amidst the roar, the crimson fleet turned its bows, resembling a volley of blood-red arrows, racing towards the western quarrels. In Braavos, at the palace of the Sea Kings. The atmosphere around the massive bronze conference table was so oppressive it felt as though it could weep. Ever since the main fleet had been annihilated at the Stairs Islands and the news of the former Sea King's death reached them, this proud city had plunged into unprecedented panic and chaos. The newly elected Sea King, Furin Anatarian, sat helplessly at the head of the table. He gazed at the bickering representatives of the keyholder families, feeling the throbbing of his temples. "You have all seen the shipyard's report. With sufficient materials, we can launch a new flagship within a month." A corpulent keyholder slammed his hand upon the table, spittle flying. "But what of it?" retorted a gaunt elder with a derisive laugh, his voice like sandpaper. "My lord Anatarian, pray tell us, once the ships are built, who will sail them? Who will engage in battle?" This question struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The expression of the new Sea King, Furin, grew even paler. The true plight of Braavos had never been merely about wealth or ships. With the resources of the Iron Vault and the city's heritage, rebuilding a fleet was not insurmountable. The gravest loss lay in the men, the seasoned navy, honed through decades of tempestuous trials, the most experienced and elite sailors. They were the Moon's Singers, whose traditions spanned generations. Capable of communing with the winds, chanting songs of the moon, and guiding fleets towards their destinies. They were all gone. At the Stairs Islands, in that shameful defeat. They had been sunk to the depths of the sea alongside the fleet by that monstrous being from the east. Years of cultivated elite navy, lost in a single battle. The lineage of the Moon's Singers, guardians of Bravos, was on the verge of extinction. This is indeed a profound and devastating loss. Our vessel lacks sufficient sailors, let alone competent commanders. The gaunt elder continued, his voice laden with despair, as those city-states we once subdued, Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, now observe us like a pack of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, not to mention the looming vengeance of the Eastern Dragon King, which could strike at any moment. We must arrive at a decision. Shall we wage war or seek peace? War? With what means shall we fight? Should we send a band of mere novices, who have barely touched an oar, to their demise? Are we to bow before the executioner who has slain our kin and beg for mercy? If we do not submit, shall we simply await the obliteration of Bravos? The argument grew increasingly heated, transforming the Hall of the Sea King into a boiling marketplace of discord. Verona attempted to intervene, yet his voice was swiftly drowned out by the tide of anger and fear. Bravos, once the sovereign of the narrow sea, now faced its gravest peril. In the House of Black and White, within the silent temple, only the sound of dripping water from the pool could be heard. A faceless assembly sat quietly around the black and white pool. The mission of Volantis had faltered. A hoarse voice pierced the silence. The target's power exceeded our estimations. Another voice replied. The contract of the Iron Bank must be fulfilled. It is the cornerstone of our existence. Dispatch another group. This time, send multiple teams to approach him covertly. After a brief discussion, a consensus was reached. The price of death must be repaid with death, regardless of who the target may be. As the new batch of faceless men prepared to depart, a man of modest attire, yet possessing an astute and competent demeanor, entered the temple. He was not an assassin, for he bore no aura of death. He was a representative of the Iron Bank. All the faceless men ceased their movements, silently observing him. The man approached the edge of the pool, and, bowing slightly before the world's most fearsome assassins, spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. Gentlemen, I bring forth the latest decree from the Iron Bank. He paused, surveying the inscrutable faces before him. The assassination contract against Emperor Lusheng of Essos is hereby rescinded. An eerie silence enveloped the temple, as if even the sound of dripping water had vanished. One faceless man slowly spoke, a hint of confusion in his voice. What is the reason? The Iron Bank does not engage in unprofitable ventures. The news of the Targaryen alliance with the Dragon King of Essos swept across the narrow sea like a sudden tempest. This revelation, akin to the final straw, shattered the last vestiges of resolve among the warmongers in the Bravos Council. Within the Hall of the Sea King, the fierce disputes that had raged for days finally subsided. The newly appointed Sea King, Ferrago, gazed wearily at the intelligence in his hands and sighed. The Targaryen family, rulers of Westeros, had chosen to ally with the very demon that had destroyed the Bravos fleet. What this entails, all understood implicitly. This signifies that if Bravos chooses to persist in its defiance, it shall confront not only a formidable Eastern Empire, but also a united Westeros, replete with dragons, where knights would eagerly join the Dragon Lords in plundering the Iron Bank. Such might is sufficient to obliterate Bravos from the map entirely. I consent to negotiations. The voice of a keyholder, once brimming with vengeful fervor, now sounded dry and brittle, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. His words toppled the first domino. Seconded. The advocates for peace gained an overwhelming advantage. Following the decision, a profound silence enveloped the Hall of the Sea Kings. Heads bowed, their faces etched with humiliation and resentment, as the vessel bearing the emissaries of peace departed from the colossal statue of the Titan of Bravos. The docks thronged with citizens drawn by the news. There were no cheers, no farewells, only suppressed sobs and vehement curses. Cowards! Traitors! You have betrayed Bravos. An elderly woman, her hair white as snow, knelt upon the ground, mourning her son, one of the navy who had perished at the steps of Baelor. She directed a heart-wrenching wail towards the emissary ship. How dare you? How dare you plead for mercy from the murderer? The emissaries stood at the bow of the ship, their expressions impassive as they bore the scorn of their compatriots. They understood that they carried not merely a mission of peace, but also the shame of their city. The ship gradually sailed away from Bravos, heading towards Tyrosh. They journeyed there to seek an audience with a man named Lysander, bartering the dignity and wealth of Bravos for the city's continued existence. Chapter 101. Womysr and the Targaryen whore. The air of Dragonstone was thick with the humid scent of sulfur mingled with sea salt. Rhaenyra trailed behind Lysander as they ventured into the fabled cavern belonging to the Bronze Fury, Womysr, its smooth walls reflecting a dim light. This place was a sacred ground of House Targaryen, also a forbidden zone. Are we truly to enter? Rhaenyra's voice trembled slightly, her grip on Lysander's arm tightening as if to draw forth courage. Lysander offered no reply, continuing deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a tremendous fury erupted from the depths of the cavern. A roar. It was not merely a beast's growl but a primordial bellow infused with a will to obliterate. The entire Dragonstone seemed to tremble beneath the force of that roar. Womysr sensed a being of unimaginable power drawing near, a provocation that heralded an invasion. Another apex predator had encroached upon its territory. A massive bronze head surged forth from the shadows, its molten eyes fixating fiercely on Lysander at the cave's entrance. Its wrath became almost tangible, instantly heating the air within the cavern to a searing temperature. Immediately following, a silvery figure emerged, that of Silverwing. Sensing the fury of its companion, it too emitted a menacing roar. Two colossal dragons, two forces of annihilation, charged towards the earthbound figure. They were incensed. We must take cover. Rhaenyra's face turned pale as she grasped Laushing's arm tightly. No need. Laushing's voice was eerily calm. He merely raised his right hand. Arcane energy surged within his palm, the air pierced with a deafening shriek. A long whip, forged from pure flame, materialized out of thin air. Its body as black as ink yet ablaze with a hauntingly dark golden fire that sent shivers through the soul. Varamasal's massive head loomed before them, a fetid gale rushing towards them. With a flick of his wrist, Laushing struck. Crack! The sharp sound resonated, far more jarring than thunder. The slender fiery whip traced a perfect arc in the air, striking Varamasal's cheek with precision. No flesh was torn. Only a charred whip mark indelibly etched upon the bronze scales, as if branded by hell itself. A howl escaped Varamasal, a cry of excruciating agony. The torment did not stem from flesh, but seared directly into its very soul. More terrifying still, an absolute suppression, originating from the depths of its bloodline, manifested like invisible shackles, instantaneously freezing every movement. Its massive form stood petrified, utterly immobile. In its molten-eyed gaze, the towering wrath was swiftly supplanted by sheer terror. Valyria's hidden hand proved to be exceedingly formidable against these masterless wild dragons. A flicker of understanding crossed Laushing's mind, just as Silverwing peeked around the corner. Still unaware of the situation, that black fire whip crackled once more like a specter. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed. Silverwing emitted a mournful cry, equally immobilized, its body trembling violently with fear. The two dragons, legendary in Westeros, now resembled wild beasts subdued by a tamer, incapable of even a flicker of defiance. Rhaenyra was utterly astonished, releasing her grip, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Laushing approached Varamasal, disregarding the residual fear in its gaze, and gently placed his palm upon its colossal head. No incantation, no ritual. A bizarre and overwhelming connection instantaneously pierced the dragon's will, forcefully imprinting itself into Laushing's mind. Is it really this simple? A hint of surprise flickered through Laushing's heart. Through the newly forged link, he issued his first command: fly out of the cave. The magical pressure binding Varamasal dissipated in an instant. The bronze dragon hesitated not for a moment, obediently crawling out of the cave, unfurling its vast wings, and soaring into the sky. Laushing gazed upward, continuing to issue commands. Spin in the air, then unleash dragonfire towards the heavens. In the sky, the colossal form of Vormissol elegantly executed a magnificent spin, then raised its head, unleashing a searing dragon flame that soared into the heavens, creating a vast void in the clouds. Laushing observed this spectacle, a sense of disbelief creeping into his mind. Had it lost its wits? Wasn't it stated in the text that this creature was the most tempestuous dragon, second only to Vagahol? He released the bindings on the Silverwing. After a moment's hesitation, the Silverwing swiftly emerged from the cave, following Vormissol into the sky, gracefully circling beside it. In Volantis, within the most opulent brothel by the banks of the Lorne River, a den of indulgence established by the lover of a prominent politician from the faction of the Elephants. The clientele consisted of the affluent and the elite, many bearing the distinct features of ancient Valyrian lineage. In a chamber enveloped in fragrant incense, the proprietress, Synira, languidly reclined on a plush couch, her gaze resting upon her proud and ambitious sons, her eyes reflecting a weary wisdom. Dismiss your delusions. Her voice was hoarse yet powerful. Those dragons are the spoils of that imperial emperor, not something you can covet. Her youngest son, with flickers of defiance and fervor in his eyes, immediately retorted, Mother, we could propose to His Majesty to finance the purchase of one. We too share the blood of the dragon lords, and riding a dragon, we could still serve the empire. This suggestion ignited the room like a spark in dry tinder. Indeed, we have already persuaded our fathers and amassed a considerable sum. If you would support us, Mother, we could petition the emperor under the banner of the Targaryen branch. They had long desired dragons, and the news of Sheng capturing 3 dragon riders presented them with an unparalleled opportunity. Rhaenyra surveyed her oblivious offspring and let out a cold laugh. Foolishness, she admonished. Each dragon is worth a legion. Tell me, would the emperor of the empire permit anyone to spend coin to encroach upon his army? Her words instantly quelled the fervor within the chamber. Get out, and do not disgrace yourselves here. Rhaenyra waved her hand, dismissing her desire-driven children. The chamber fell silent once more, and she sighed deeply. As the daughter of the venerable King Jaehaerys, the madness and rebellion of the Targaryens flowed through her veins. In her youth, to defy her father, she had resorted to prostitution and liss, amassing her first fortune under the guise of her dragon lord heritage, ultimately arriving in Volantis to establish the largest brothel in the city-state. Even during the Grand Council of 101, she had deliberately sent her 3 illegitimate sons to stir trouble, purely to vex her lofty father. But now, she had aged, and the impetuosity of youth had long been tempered by the passage of time. She gazed at her well-maintained yet no longer youthful hands, a bitter self-mockery blooming within her heart. If she were 20 years younger, she would have undoubtedly rushed to Lord Laenor's side, imploring him, beseeching him, willing to pay any price to obtain a dragon of her own. However, she has now come to a clearer understanding of many truths. Such formidable power cannot be purchased, nor can it be begged for. Chapter 102. The gray-clad sheep, a man clad in a gray scholar's robe, ascended the slick stone steps of Dragonstone. The sea breeze rustled the necklace he wore, composed of various metallic chains, producing a faint clinking sound. He was Maester Vyse, hailing from the scholarly town of Old Town, summoned by the command of the Archmasters. Within the ancient and oppressive hall of Dragonstone, Vyse found himself face to face with King Viserys. The king appeared somewhat more fatigued than during their previous encounter at the feast, yet there was a trace of relief etched upon his brow. Queen Alicent sat quietly beside the king, her gaze serene, revealing no emotions. Your Majesty, Your Grace, Vyse said respectfully, bowing deeply. Viserys raised his hand, gesturing for him to rise. Maester of Old Town, what brings you here? The king's voice carried a hint of weariness. Vyse straightened, speaking with a tone neither servile nor presumptuous. Your Majesty, the Citadel has heard that Princess Rhaenyra is soon to accompany His Imperial Majesty of Essos to the Eastern Continent. The Archmasters unanimously believe this presents a rare opportunity. He paused, gauging the king's reaction. An opportunity for acquiring new knowledge and broadening horizons. The continent of Essos is filled with unknowns and mysteries. The Citadel wishes to send a scholar to accompany Her Highness to document the customs, history, and culture of the East, and to bring back this invaluable knowledge to Westeros. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly, harboring little fondness for the inquisitive old men of the Citadel. Are you suggesting that you wish to accompany Rhaenyra to Essos? Yes, Your Majesty, Vyse replied with another bow. I am willing to serve as Her Highness's attendant, offering her necessary academic counsel and advisory services. My knowledge will be of aid to her in unfamiliar lands. Viserys fell silent. The thought of having a spy from the Citadel shadow his daughter, especially as she ventured into an entirely foreign empire, instinctively unsettled him. At that moment, Queen Alicent spoke softly. Your Majesty, I believe this is a commendable proposal. Viserys looked at her in surprise. Alicent's gaze was gentle yet persuasive. After all, Rhaenyra is going to a completely unfamiliar place. Having someone from Westeros, well-versed and knowledgeable, by her side would be beneficial. Maester Vyse could help her adapt to her surroundings and frequently remind her of her homeland's traditions and responsibilities. She paused, her voice imbued with implication. Moreover, having a scholar nearby would also reassure the lords of the realm. They would know that the princess has not forgotten her roots. Her words struck precisely at the heart of Viserys' concerns. His greatest fear was that after Rhaenyra's distant marriage, both her bloodline and thoughts would be assimilated by the East, thereby undermining her claim to inheritance in Westeros. Viserys immediately sensed the change in the king's expression and seized the opportunity to assert, Your Majesty, the queen's words hold great truth. I shall do everything in my power to assist the princess and ensure that the glory of House Targaryen is known even in the Eastern Continent. Additionally, I will provide you with regular updates on the princess's well-being to ease your longing. This statement completely dispelled Viserys' lingering doubts. The ability to stay informed about his daughter's situation was precisely what he desired. Very well, the king finally nodded, wearily gesturing with his hand. I consent. I will recommend you to His Majesty the Lord, and I trust he will not refuse such a minor request. You shall accompany Rhaenyra to Essos. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty. Vis responded with a deep bow, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes. As night fell, Vis was assigned to a guest room on Dragonstone. The stone walls of the chamber were cold and unyielding, while the relentless roar of the waves echoed outside. He closed the door, and the cacophony of the world seemed to be utterly excluded from his sanctuary. Approaching the window, he gazed into the inky darkness of the sea, his thoughts drifting back to the clandestine meeting held before departing from Old Town. Within the highest white tower of the citadel, several elderly maesters were gathered around an ancient wooden table, their expressions grave. A new empire was rising on the continent of Essos, and its monarch possessed a dragon bloodline older and more powerful than that of the Targaryens. One of the maesters spoke in a hoarse and weighty tone. He could easily defeat the dragons of House Targaryen, and his magical prowess could even ignite the long-lost glass candles. All of this surpasses our comprehension. Another maester rapped the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. House Targaryen has ruled Westeros for a century, yet their understanding of dragons and the legacy of Valyrian magic is virtually non-existent. They are merely fortunate survivors, not true heirs. Ultimately, the Archmaester presiding over the meeting turned his attention to Vis. Vis, you are one of our finest apprentices. Your observational skills and memory are unparalleled. This task is yours alone. Uncover the true secrets of that dragon lord's lineage. Delve into the habits of dragons and document all traces of their magic. Remember, this must be conducted in secrecy. It must not be discovered. This was the command imparted to him by the Archmaester before his departure. The Citadel, a bastion of knowledge in Westeros, harbored an insatiable curiosity for all that was unknown. And dragons, beings potent enough to upend the balance of the world, were the ultimate target of their scrutiny. This was their outstretched tentacle, a probe piercing the heart of the new empire. He withdrew from his reverie, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dragon Lord? Magic? Once I bring back all your secrets to the Citadel, these powers shall no longer be exclusive to you. The harbor of Dragonstone was a fleet poised for departure, resembling a forest of steel. Sheng stood on the deck of the flagship, gazing down at the bustling scene at the dock. Nilo silently appeared behind him. Your Majesty, news has arrived from Dragonstone. King Viserys has arranged for a scholar to accompany you and Her Highness the Princess. A scholar? Sheng turned around, raising an eyebrow slightly. Nilo presented a piece of intelligence. It is from the Citadel, named Vise. He is said to be here to acquire knowledge of Essos while serving as the princess's advisor. Sheng took the document, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the sea. He scoffed. Those old codgers from the Citadel. I don't believe they're not up to something. Nilo's expression instantly turned icy. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this Vise? As he spoke, his right hand gently traced his neck, making a swift, decisive gesture. Sheng, however, chuckled, a hint of amusement in his smile. Killing him would be too easy, and far too obvious. He regarded Nilo and said leisurely, assign him to your fleet, treat him well. Nilo appeared puzzled. Sheng's smile deepened. When the ship reaches the center of the narrow sea, on an auspicious day, let us invite our scholar to enjoy some delicacies from the Isle of the Serpent Lizards. Understood, Nilo replied respectfully, bowing his head before quietly departing. Sheng's gaze returned to the horizon, his eyes calm as still water. You wish to plant a spy by my side. The Citadel shall eventually be consumed by dragonfire, burning those gray-robed sheep to ashes. In a quiet chamber of the Red Keep, Rhaenys Targaryen held tightly to her daughter Lena's hand. Lena had donned attire suitable for a long voyage, her silver hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of spirited confidence. Yet, the sorrow of parting lingered between mother and daughter. Must you leave so soon? Rhaenys' voice was slightly hoarse. Yes, mother, Lena nodded. I will likely set sail tomorrow. Nearby, Laenor's face bore a look of sorrow as he watched his brave sister, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The weight of the family's legacy was to be shouldered by a girl. He wanted to say something, yet found that words felt utterly inadequate. Rhaenys caressed her daughter's hand, calloused from years of holding reins. This is the fate of nobility, for the sake of the family. We must always make sacrifices. Her voice was laden with weariness and resignation. I am sorry, my child, for placing this burden upon you. Yet Lena offered a radiant smile, dispelling the gloom in the room. It's all right, mother. She grasped Rhaenys' hand firmly, her eyes bright and resolute. At least this way, I can be with Vhagar. I am a dragon rider. I am Vhagar's master. Wherever I go, none shall dare to underestimate me. Chapter 103. The journey of the children of the forest at the port of Dragonstone. All preparations were complete. The colossal fleet resembled a series of floating steel fortresses, silently anchored beyond the black sands, awaiting the Emperor's return to sever their moorings and set sail. On the shore, the breaths of two great dragons echoed like the ancient bellows of a forge. The bronze dragon, Vhagar, rested its massive head upon the beach, eyes closed in repose, each breath stirring a wave of scorching breeze. Beside it, the silver-winged dragon displayed signs of restlessness, flicking its gleaming tail and stirring clouds of black sand. Rhaenyra stood at the ship's railing, bidding her final farewell to her father. Exercise caution upon reaching Essos. King Viserys' pallid visage bore the weight of uncontainable concern. Should anyone dare to oppose you, the Targaryen family will stand by your side. My husband will protect me, Rhaenyra replied softly, yet resolutely. She gazed upon her father's prematurely aged face, a flicker of sympathy passing through her, yet overshadowed by a steely determination for the future. Viserys parted his lips, intending to speak further, but ultimately exhaled a heavy sigh instead. In another direction not far away, Lena Velaryon had already boarded the vessel. Clad in practical riding attire as she leaned quietly against the railing, her gaze fixed upon the distant sky, as if awaiting an omen. At that moment, a rapidly enlarging black speck appeared on the horizon. The terrifying majesty of the dragon surged forth like a tsunami, rousing even the drowsy Vhagar, who opened its molten eyes wide and began to roar uneasily. A massive black dragon obscured the sun, its molten gold vertical pupils surveying the diminutive fleet below. Hovering above the ship of Nyro, clutched within the dragon's talons was a vast cage forged entirely of obsidian, dark red magical runes coursing across its surface. With a thunderous crash, the dragon released its grip, and the obsidian cage descended with a heavy howl, precisely landing on the deck of Nyro's flagship. The air flowed gently, lowering it. The ship swayed slightly, and soon Nyro and the scholar Vise gathered around. In the stunned gaze of Vise, who appeared as if he might bite off his tongue in shock, the cage door slid open silently. Four figures emerged from within. They were diminutive, their skin resembling bark covered in moss, exhibiting a peculiar gray-green hue. Their enormous golden eyes shimmered with an ancient wisdom foreign to humanity. The old gods be praised, Vise murmured in disbelief. They are just as described in the tome of the children of the forest. Days prior, on the Isle of Faces, the four children of the forest had descended into fervent debate since the departure of the land dweller. We cannot leave. This is the last sacred ground of the old gods, exclaimed one, his voice filled with fervor. Sacred ground? Another voice scoffed, raspy with derision. A sanctum abandoned even by the old gods? For centuries we have called out. Has there been even the faintest response? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped them. Ultimately, it was the leader, Pinecone, who shattered the impasse. Its voice akin to the whisper of the wind through pine needles, tinged with melancholy. We shall conduct a final rite beneath the ancient fishbeam tree at the heart of the island. If we can commune with the Green Prophet, even if merely a whisper of woe reverberates through the air, we shall remain steadfast here until the world's end. Songpine paused, his golden eyes sweeping across the faces of his companions. If no response is forthcoming, we shall accept the Dragon King's invitation to depart from this place and journey to Essos, becoming the first of the forest children to tread upon another continent. The ceremony commenced. They invoked the names of the old gods with ancient ballads, offering their most devout prayers to the fishbeam tree. The ritual persisted for several days, yet there was no reply. Perhaps the old gods despised offerings devoid of blood and slaughter, or perhaps their divine essence could no longer traverse the neck. Reaching this forgotten isle, the human face upon the fishbeam tree continued to weep silently, shedding tears of blood. As the last echoes of song dissipated into the wind, Songpine let out a long sigh, imbued with profound loss yet tinged with a sense of relief. It is time to depart. On the very day they reached this resolution, the sky was once more shrouded in a colossal shadow. The dragon, embodying the land, descended upon the Thousand Faces Isle, intent on fulfilling its promise. Without hesitation, Songpine communicated their decision to this formidable being. Black flames surged forth, and under the will of the land's essence, flowing obsidian swiftly cooled and took shape, forming a sturdy and secure cage. This was not imprisonment, but protection. As the four forest children stepped into the cage, they cast a final glance at the land that had nourished them for a century. Farewell, Westeros. With the Emperor's return, the fleet's massive anchor was slowly raised. The dark dragon banner fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze as the armada departed from Dragonstone, slicing through the waves towards the east. Rhaenyra stood at the bow of the ship, her silver hair billowing in the wind, as she caught sight of Lair aboard. Reluctantly, she raised a hand in a semblance of greeting, her face betraying her displeasure. Lair noticed her gaze, offering only a slight smile in return, executing a flawless bow, exuding grace and composure. This made Rhaenyra feel as though she had struck a blow against cotton, deepening her frustration. On the flagship's deck, Viserys was nearly sprawled over the obsidian cage, his eyes alight with wonder, akin to an explorer who had discovered a new world, incessantly muttering ancient words. Unbelievable. Their skin's texture, the color of their eyes a pale hand, appearing without warning, obstructed his view. Nero materialized at his side, her voice emanating like a whisper from the depths of a tomb. Do not alarm the citizens of the Empire, the gray-clad sheep of the Citadel. The unmistakable sarcasm in her tone sent a shiver down Viserys' spine. It was then he noticed the malevolence in Nero's gaze, a frigid demeanor reserved for the inanimate. Apologies, Captain. Vis quickly reined in his moment of indiscretion, bowing respectfully. I merely encountered a being that exists solely in childhood tales, which caused me to behave somewhat rudely. He steadied his breath, forcing himself to avert his gaze, retreating to his cabin with lingering glances. Yet, his curiosity burgeoned within him like wild weeds. The four forest children in the cage regarded Nero with utmost vigilance. The man before them bore a pallid, corpse-like complexion, devoid of any semblance of life. Had it not been for the remnants of the terrifying black dragon's magic emanating from him, they might have believed they stood before a new wight. Nero remained unfazed by their wariness. He instructed the crew member beside him, take them to a room to rest. Then, casting a glance at the height of the four forest children, he added, one room will suffice. Pinecone and his companions exchanged glances, seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They lowered their defenses somewhat. After all, the power of that Dragon King was undeniably real. Under the guidance of an equally expressionless crew member, the four ancient beings silently followed to their first refuge within the belly of this steel behemoth. Chapter 104. Course Response Materis, the newborn nurturing chamber. Pale flames flickered in glass candles. The emanating magical energy descended like a tangible mist, slowly permeating each specially designed cultivation tank. Alan gazed upon the infants with satisfaction. Their bodies were considerably larger than those of ordinary babies, their uniform breathing causing their robust chests to rise and fall, faint glimmers coursing beneath their skin. This was the new generation of Matarisians, born under the grace of His Majesty. They were destined to surpass the mortals of the old era. But what of the governor? Alan's gaze remained fixed on the infants, though his tone turned chilly. Why has he been returning home so early of late? Does he deem the work here insignificant? Or is his wife's bed more enticing? The accompanying guard stiffened and immediately bowed. My lord, shall I summon the governor back? Alan waved his hand dismissively, finally retracting his gaze, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. Never mind. As long as the main tasks are not hindered. He turned to leave, his black robe trailing silently across the floor. How goes it at the academy? The guard followed closely behind, reporting in a hushed tone. All is proceeding smoothly, my lord. The first batch of students has begun attempting to communicate with the magical energy of the glass candles, as per your method. The most gifted among them, the two-headed boy, successfully cast a rudimentary fireball spell yesterday, albeit the size of a fist, yet its potency was sufficient to pierce a steel plate. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Alan's mouth. Excellent. Everything is progressing in an orderly fashion as planned. Course, Spiceport. The merchant ship returning from afar bore two pieces of news capable of shaking the very heart of the world. Firstly, in the center of Slave Bay, a colossal black tower, unimaginable to mere mortals, has risen skyward, piercing the clouds. It is said to be the tower of divine favor of the new empire. Secondly, Volantis, alongside the formerly contentious kingdom of the Three Daughters, has now submitted and united under the banner of the Second Valyrian Empire. This news spread like wildfire, taking flight in the tea-houses, brothels, and marketplaces of Kays, igniting a mixture of excitement and trepidation among the populace. However, within the council chamber of the 13 magnates, an atmosphere of unusual tranquility prevailed. Long before the news reached the common folk, they had already been apprised of the events unfolding on the continent of Essos through their own channels. A corpulent magnate, bedecked with rings of precious stones, swirled the wine in his glass and languidly spoke. It is merely an emerging empire. There is no need for alarm. His voice carried the shrewdness and arrogance characteristic of Kay's merchants. We of Kays have never provoked that dragon king of Essos. We are merchants, not warriors. Our city stands open to all civilizations, including his. Another lean magnate nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. The foolish downfall of the kingdom of the three daughters was due to their moronic provocation of the dragon king. We are different. We understand decorum and respect. The leading magnate decisively concluded this brief discussion, affirming their stance to maintain normal trade relations with the new empire and to avoid any hostile actions. He paused, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. When His Majesty the Dragon King returns to Slave Bay, we shall promptly dispatch envoys bearing the most lavish gifts of congratulations. A friend who respects the powerful is far more desirable than a foolish enemy. We of Kays understand this principle well. The assembled magnates exchanged knowing smiles. To them, this was merely a new investment opportunity. As long as the returns were sufficiently bountiful, what was the cost of bowing their proud heads to a powerful dragon king? They were confident that, with Kays' wealth rivaling nations and their diplomatic finesse, they would not suffer the same fate as the kingdom of the three daughters. Kays, the Hall of the Immortal. This immense edifice, constructed from blackened bones, cast eerie and distorted shadows in the setting sun. Deep within its halls, the sweet yet perilous aroma of twilight wine perpetually lingered. Several figures cloaked in deep blue robes concealed their forms, with only their pale, slightly bluish lips exposed to the air. They were the male sorcerers of Kays, the Immortals. Have you heard the news? A voice rasped, as coarse as sandpaper. That necromancer who rebuffed us, Alan. Another voice interjected, dripping with evident mockery. Of course, he is now a significant figure in the new empire, reputedly favored by that dragon king. Quite laughable. The third voice was laden with bitterness and resentment. How generous we once were. We extended an invitation for him to remain in the Hall of Immortality, to share in eternal life with us. As for those sycophants of the Light Kings and Asha, Quells would shield him from all pursuers. Yet he declined. The first voice resonated once more, tinged with an enduring perplexity. For the sake of an elusive prophecy, he had forsaken immortality, departing resolutely with his meager fleet. A prolonged silence enveloped the hall. In the air, the cerulean mist of the twilight wine gradually ascended, twisting into fantastical shapes. Once, they regarded Alan as a wayward lamb, a fool who had squandered his greatest opportunity. They looked down upon him with pity, mocking his choice of a fleeting mortal life and mundane power. Yet now, that fool stood beside a king capable of conquering the continent. That fool was in the process of establishing an unprecedented magical academy. The power and strength he wielded had far surpassed those of the immortals who cowered within the hall of withered bones, clinging to life. He would come to regret it. After a lengthy pause, the voice filled with resentment resurfaced, though its conviction was noticeably diminished. The empire of mortals would ultimately decay, their lives as ephemeral as summer insects. Only immortality held the key to the ultimate truth of the cosmos. However, no one echoed his sentiments. A male sorcerer slowly lifted his head, his sunken eyes fixated intently on the swirling blue mist before him. Within the haze, the silhouette of a colossal black dragon emerged, its wings causing all to submit. Beneath the dragon's shadow, a figure cloaked in black flickered into view. It was Alan. The sorcerer's blue lips trembled violently. The threads of his fate were igniting our future. Chapter 105. The forgotten steps of the isles. The dragon-headed prow of the fleet cleaved through the emerald waves, heading towards the cluster of rocky isles. The name Steps Isles in Westeros evoked images of blood, pirates, and endless strife. Rhaenyra stood beside the landwalker, the sea breeze tousling her silvery hair. She gazed at the increasingly visible outlines of the islands, barren and devoid of life. What had become of the army summoned by Prince Daemon? Those noble second sons and mercenaries? Rhaenyra suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with concern. The Valyrian fleet had met its demise. They too must be trapped upon the island. Where would their captors take them? At her words, the landwalker momentarily stiffened, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his face. It seemed he had forgotten about the Steps Isles. Preoccupied with matters concerning the kingdom of the three daughters and bravos, he had completely overlooked the plight of those unfortunate souls abandoned by Daemon on the island. He had merely instructed Governor Tolosai to prepare the fleet, forgetting to order him to retrieve the stranded soldiers. Observing the fleeting embarrassment of Sheng, Rhaenyra, with her keen intellect, swiftly deduced the situation. Rather than mockery, a glimmer of insight sparkled in her violet eyes. They were stranded on the island, devoid of ships or ravens, completely severed from the outside world. Rhaenyra spoke softly, noting that most of these individuals were the younger sons of Westerosi nobility and knights without lands. They had left their homes in pursuit of honor and wealth. Pausing, she turned her gaze to Sheng. Now, With their leader demon captured and the Valyrian fleet devastated, they resembled a band of forgotten orphans. If we were to appear now and extend a hand to them, Sheng instantly grasped Rhaenyra's intent. This indeed was a splendid opportunity. Although these soldiers were not elite warriors, they were seasoned fighters, hailing from Westeros and intimately familiar with the land. More crucially, they found themselves in dire straits, making them ripe for recruitment. You mean to enlist them? Sheng inquired. Indeed, Rhaenyra affirmed, her tone resolute. Rather than allowing them to perish or be consumed by pirates or Dorne, it would be far more advantageous to have them serve our purpose. This would yield nothing but benefits for our future endeavors in Westeros. Sheng fell into a brief contemplation. Rhaenyra's proposal had swayed him. He gazed towards the distant island, as if envisioning the figures of those desperate soldiers. After a moment, he nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. On the stone steps aisles, within a rudimentary camp, the air was thick with despair and decay. Damn it, our food supplies are running low, exclaimed a younger son of a noble from the Crownlands. Lord Roderick of Storm's End, irritably kicking a stone at his feet. His armor had lost its luster, his face was unshaven, and bloodshot eyes betrayed his weariness. The surrounding soldiers bore similar appearances, all dejected, resembling defeated roosters. We are like refuse discarded here, lamented another knight. Where has the Valyrian fleet gone? Has Prince Daemon forgotten us? Forgotten? I doubt he can even ensure his own survival. Voices of discontent rose, and panic and unease spread through the camp like a plague. They were trapped on this desolate archipelago, supplies dwindling daily, with no means to communicate with the outside world. They were oblivious to the happenings in the realm of the Three Daughters, unaware of whether Prince Daemon was victorious or defeated, and unsure if they would even have a drop of clean water to drink by tomorrow. At that moment, a soldier on lookout suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. Look to the sky. What is that? Instinctively, everyone raised their heads. In the azure expanse above, a golden figure approached rapidly, magnifying in size. The graceful lines, the immense wings, the terrifying presence of a legendary creature. A dragon. It is a dragon. By the Seven, it is a Targaryen dragon. After a fleeting moment of silence, the entire camp erupted with fervor. The despondent soldiers, as if witnessing a miracle, cast aside their belongings and rushed from their tents, frantically waving their arms toward the heavens. It is Targaryen. The royal family has not forsaken us. We are saved. We are saved. An officer scrambled out of the command tent, and upon recognizing the magnificent golden dragon, Syrax, the steed of Princess Rhaenyra, his eyes welled with tears of joy. He bellowed to the soldiers nearby, "Quick, raise the Targaryen banner. Hurry." A blood-stained, nearly faded three-headed dragon flag was clumsily hoisted up the flagpole. Soldiers gathered beneath the banner, shouting fervently at the dragons circling above, brandishing their weapons and releasing the pent-up fear and despair of recent days. Syrax circled the camp, and then, under Rhaenyra's command, descended gracefully to the clearing at the camp center. The immense dragon wings stirred a tempest, sending sand and debris swirling. In awe, the soldiers stepped back, clearing a vast space. As the wings folded, Lair assisted Rhaenyra in dismounting, landing steadily on the ground. The leading officer instantly recognized Rhaenyra. He had glimpsed the fabled light of the kingdom at a banquet in King's Landing. Not daring to delay, he approached hastily and knelt on one knee. "Sir Giles Hightower, commander of the Stepstone's garrison, at your service, your highness." Behind him, thousands of soldiers knelt in unison, the sound of clanking armor resonating in unison. "Your highness." Their thunderous voices echoed across the island. Rhaenyra gazed upon the ragged yet fervent soldiers before her, feeling an unusual sensation stir within her. This is the taste of power. This is the glory bestowed by the Targaryen bloodline. Clearing her throat, she spoke with a clear and commanding voice. "Rise, loyal warriors." "Thank you, your highness." The soldiers stood, their gazes still fervent as if beholding a savior. Rhaenyra wasted no time and directly conveyed her purpose. "The Targaryen family has forged an alliance with the Dragon Lords of Essos. By my side is Lair, the Dragon Lord of Essos. The Iron Throne shall be inherited by our child." Her voice resonated throughout the camp. Upon hearing this, the soldiers initially paused, then murmurs of discussion arose. They found themselves caught between two formidable powers, having assumed this was support for the Iron Throne. Yet now it seemed otherwise. Rhaenyra raised her hand, signaling for silence. The murmurs gradually subsided, and all eyes were fixed upon her with tension. "Prince Daemon has been returned to King's Landing." Rhaenyra's voice turned somber, "and you have been left forgotten here. The Stepstones now lack any support. Your supplies are dwindling, and your future is shrouded in uncertainty." Once again, the camp fell into a profound silence. Every face was etched with shock and disbelief. Forgotten? The word struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of all present. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Lu Sheng stepped forward, breaking his silence. His gaze swept over each individual with a serene authority, compelling all who met his eyes to bow their heads involuntarily. Now, you have two choices, Lu Sheng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. First, remain here and become my soldiers. I shall enlist you, providing ample supplies and the privileges of a soldier. You will continue to serve as the guardians of the Stone Steppes Archipelago, contributing to the new order I am about to establish. He paused, then continued, Second, leave this place. Soon, a fleet from Tyros will arrive. You may pay for your passage back to Westeros. I shall not coerce anyone. With that, he fell silent, watching them intently as they pondered their decision. Sir Gales and several officers quickly convened, engaging in fervent discussion. Return to Westeros? The thought flickered briefly in their minds before being swiftly dismissed. Why had they come to this forsaken place? Was it not to achieve greatness, to amass wealth and lands, to escape the embarrassment of being a second son? And now, the battle was over, yet they found themselves trapped like stray dogs on the island, only to pay their way back home. They could envision the mockery that awaited them upon their return to Westeros. Not glory and welcome, but derision and disdain from other nobles. Can we go back? To become a laughingstock? A knight bellowed, his face flushed with humiliation. Yet, to serve this Essos man? Another hesitated. What of it? He is the husband of Princess Rhaenyra. The Iron Throne will eventually belong to them, a knight asserted. Sir Gales inhaled deeply, reaching a resolution. His gaze swept over the soldiers behind him, their youthful faces brimming with ambition. Returning meant only ridicule. Staying offered at least a glimmer of hope. Since His Majesty has triumphed over the fleets of Bravos, Valyria, and Prince Daemon, aligning ourselves with such a formidable leader grants us a future, he declared resolutely. The officers swiftly reached a consensus. Sir Gales approached Lu Sheng once more, bowing deeply before kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, we pledge our service to you. As he knelt, thousands of soldiers behind him followed suit, their voices rising in unison, louder and more resolute than before. We are willing to serve your Majesty. A satisfied smile graced Lu Sheng's face. Excellent, he nodded. You have made a wise choice. Supply ships will arrive shortly, and the Stone Steppes Archipelago will soon welcome a new governor. And you shall be the first guardians of the new order. He turned around and commanded his loyal guards behind him, lower the old banner and raise our dragon flag. As you wish, your Majesty. Soon, the three-headed dragon banner representing House Targaryen was slowly lowered, replaced by a black flag adorned with a golden dragon sent by the fleet. As the new banner fluttered majestically in the winds above the Steppes Islands, the long-dormant system within Lu Sheng finally emitted a notification sound. Ding. Detected expansion of host sphere of influence. Successfully occupied the strategic stronghold of the Kingdom of the Third Daughter. Completion of the new Valyria Empire mission increased. Rewards being calculated. Damn, the Steppes Islands are counted as part of the Kingdom of the Third Daughter's territory? Lu Sheng cursed the system's unreliability in his heart. Chapter 106. The Feast of Hightal. The chimes of the towering clock reverberated over the old town, deep and prolonged. Within the grand hall of the Hightal family, a lavish banquet was in full swing, silver cutlery glimmering in the candlelight, and the air suffused with the aromas of roasted meats and spices. Yet, this opulence could not dispel the gloom that hung over Otto Hadel's heart. He sat beside the head of the table, expressionless, swirling the wine in his glass. The deep crimson liquid leaving trails upon the walls of the cup, resembling dried blood. Otto ceased dwelling on matters concerning King's Landing. Hobart Hightal, the patriarch of the Hightal family and Otto's elder brother, lifted his glass, attempting to shatter the stifling silence. His voice was robust, laced with a hint of feigned ease. You have returned home, back to the old town, back to your family. This is worthy of celebration. Otto tugged at the corners of his mouth, which resembled more a sarcastic twitch than a smile. Celebrate. Celebrate being cast out of the Red Keep like a dog by the king? Celebrate my utter failure as prime minister? His voice, though not loud, carried a chilling undertone that compelled those around him to instinctively set down their knives and forks. Hobart let out a heavy sigh, motioning for the musicians and servants to withdraw. The hall fell into silence, save for the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Otto, do not be so obstinate. Hobart's tone grew serious. You have served as the king's hand, a glory most families have never attained. Your achievements are enough to render you a legend within our family. He paused, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. Listen to me, brother. Do not meddle in the succession of the Iron Throne any longer. That water runs too deep. It is beyond our reach to stir. Otto abruptly raised his head. a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. Why not? My daughter is the queen. My grandson Aegon carries the most noble blood of both the Targaryens and the Hadals. According to the laws of Westeros, the firstborn son's claim precedes that of the firstborn daughter. He slammed his glass down on the table, the wine splattering and staining the pristine tablecloth crimson. The Iron Throne is but a step away from my grandson, yet it remains tantalizingly out of reach. Hobart silently gazed at his brother, his eyes filled with compassion and helplessness. He was well aware of Otto's ambitions and had once exhausted the family's resources in support of them. However, circumstances had now shifted. News from King's Landing had just arrived. Hobart's voice was parched as he spoke. Princess Rhaenyra has wed that dragon king of Essos. This revelation struck Otto's heart like a heavy hammer. He understood all too well what this entailed. A being with a lineage older than the Targaryens, capable of easily subjugating 3 great dragons, even able to transform into a black dragon. An emperor who had unified the entire realm of the 3 daughters, Volantis and the Slavers Bay, establishing the so-called Second Valyrian Empire. Now, this formidable force had become Rhaenyra's most steadfast support. We lack the capacity to contend with such power, Hobart stated, each word landing like a stone, shattering Otto's last illusions. Otto, as long as that madman demon does not inherit the throne, we shall be fortunate. His temperament mirrors that of the second cruel Maegor. As for Rhaenyra, she undeniably possesses the backing of that dragon king from Essos, which we cannot hope to contest. Otto slumped back against his chair, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only the ashen remnants of despair. He recognized the truth in his brother's words. The Hightower family is wealthy and ancient, yet in the face of absolute power, all of this is woefully fragile. He lifted his glass and drained the remaining wine in one gulp. Hobart, I am no family legend, he rasped bitterly. I am a chancellor cast out of King's Landing by the king, an incompetent elder. I cannot even guarantee the rightful inheritance of my own grandson. The golden dragon Syrax let out a resounding roar, carrying Princess Rhaenyra and that mysterious majesty, soaring like a streak of light toward the horizon of the stepstones. On the deck, Nyro averted his gaze, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Kitchen, prepare the porridge. Within the flagship's cabin, Bachelor Vise fidgeted restlessly. His heart raced violently within his chest, each thump rendering him breathless. He suppressed the urge to step outside and investigate, an instinctual dread seizing him. The Captain Nyro and the crew exhibited peculiar behavior and expressions. The sailors moved with an eerie silence, their gazes vacant, resembling puppets under some arcane control. This is not right. This is absolutely wrong. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Bachelor Vise, our captain requests that you partake in some porridge. A voice devoid of emotional inflection came from outside. Vise trembled, instinctively sensing that this bowl of porridge was fraught with peril. He forced himself to regain composure, inhaling deeply as he discreetly tucked the dagger concealed beneath his scholar's robe into his bosom, the icy sensation providing a fleeting sense of security. He opened the door. A pallid crew member stood at the doorway, his vacant eyes fixated upon him. Please, follow me. Weiss attempted to engage in conversation, inquiring about the whereabouts of His Majesty and the princess, as well as the origins of the porridge. Yet, the crew member remained as mute as a statue, leading the way without uttering a single word. The oppressive silence caused Weiss's back to be drenched in cold sweat. He was escorted to the galley in the hold. A peculiar odor, a melange of spices and some strange herb, assaulted his senses. Captain Nero stood before a large cauldron, a smile gracing his face as he held a bowl of viscous, glistening green liquid. This porridge is rather difficult to prepare. Nero's voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet it sent shivers down Weiss's spine. His Majesty believes it adds a sense of ceremony. Ceremony? What kind of ceremony? Alarm bells rang in Weiss's mind, and he spun around to flee. But it was too late. Several crew members emerged from the shadows, their iron-like arms seizing him firmly. Weiss struggled in terror. What do you intend to do? I am a scholar in the service of Princess Rhaenyra. You cannot treat me this way. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a rough hand pried his mouth open. A searing liquid, imbued with the peculiar essence of the porridge, slid down his throat, viscous as if alive. Ugh! The burning sensation surged from his esophagus to his stomach, as though he had swallowed a mass of molten lava. Released. Weiss collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat in agony, his body convulsing violently. His nails scraped against the wooden floor with a piercing sound, and his eyes bulged painfully. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Nero mused, crouching down to observe the writhing Weiss, as though he were a fascinating insect. Captain, is the porridge too hot? Asked a crewmate dressed as a cook, scratching his head, having just finished preparing it. Nero shot a glance at the cook without uttering a word. He simply remained silent, a hint of discomfort on his face, watching Weiss roll on the floor, gasping and frothing green bubbles from his mouth. After what felt like an eternity, as Weiss's struggles began to wane, Nero rose, adjusting his ornate sleeves. "Lock him in here," he commanded coolly, then turned and departed, as if he were merely attending to a trivial matter. The kitchen door slammed shut, sealing Weiss's faint groans and the endless darkness within. Chapter 107. The Revival of Blood Magic. Name: Lu Sheng. Physique: 12. Mental: 15. Talent: Dragon Transformation, Storm Control, Valyrian Magic, Mana Infusion. Skills: Valyrian Magic, Master, Mana Mastery, Master. Reproduction, Expert. A surge of searing power raced up Lu Sheng's spine to the crown of his head. The system's notification faded from his mind. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, the joints producing a crisp crack. A surging sense of power coursed through his limbs, each muscle fiber feeling as though it had been reforged, brimming with explosive strength. He could distinctly sense a peculiar and formidable new force awakening deep within his bloodline. Blood magic. One of the foundational powers upon which the Valyrian dragon lords established their dominion over the world, it was also the most forbidden and enigmatic of arts. To leverage rules with blood and life? A smile curled at the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth. He had a premonition that the next time he transformed into a colossal dragon, his length would effortlessly surpass 90 meters. Moreover, the bizarre effects of blood magic would grant unprecedented enhancements to the newborns of Viserys, those blessed by divine favor. A subtle, almost imperceptible allure emanated from the distant ruins of Valyria, as if calling from the depths of his lineage. It seemed that once he concluded matters in Milan, a return to Valyria was imperative, he mused. That desolate expanse shrouded in apocalyptic devastation surely still harbored remnants of ultimate value. Milan, the Great Pyramid. Valyria gently caressed her rounded abdomen, attuned to the rhythmic pulse of the child within. The night had grown deep. In her dreams, she beheld a diminutive black dragon, no larger than a plush toy, nestled warmly in her embrace, docile as a kitten. Yet in the next heartbeat, the little dragon suddenly opened its eyes. No longer were they the pure golden hue, but rather flickering with an eerie crimson glow. "Ah!" Valyria gasped, jolting awake, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She hastily placed her hand back upon her abdomen. Thump, thump, thump. The fetal heartbeat resonated more powerfully than ever, akin to a tiny war hammer striking her palm, proclaiming its existence and transformation. At the port of Talos, the air was suffused with the unique scent of seawater mingled with pear brandy. As Lu Sheng's flagship led the vanguard of the formidable fleet into the harbor, the entire city fell into a reverent silence. The newly appointed governor and a multitude of officials awaited at the dock, prostrated on the ground in the utmost humility, daring not to lift their heads. Lu Sheng descended the gangway, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Talosians without pausing. The rest of the fleet was to rest in place. "At your command, your majesty." The governor kowtowed fervently, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Lu Sheng paid them no further heed and turned to regard Rhaenyra and Lyanna, who followed closely behind. These noble dragon riders could only tread in step with him. Behind them, on the beach, the bronze dragon Vomisol and the graceful silver-winged creature paced restlessly, their enormous eyes filled with docility. "Delaying our journey to Volantis for the fleet to rest is too slow." Lu Sheng's words left no room for negotiation. He was eager to return to Milan and see Valyria and their unborn child. Rhaenyra parted her lips, seemingly poised to utter something, yet upon meeting Lu Sheng's resolute gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words. Lyanna remained even more reticent, standing in silence, the pride instilled by her Targaryen lineage having long been dulled in the face of overwhelming power. Lu Sheng raised his hand, and in an instant, the atmosphere transformed. The previously clear sky darkened visibly as heavy leaden clouds gathered, while the tranquil waves of the sea began to churn violently. A fierce wind howled, reminiscent of anguished cries, whipping up dust from the docks and rendering it nearly impossible for onlookers to keep their eyes open. The governor of Tyros and his officials were paralyzed with fear, pressing themselves to the ground, convinced that divine retribution had arrived. Rhaenyra led Lyanna to the back of a dragon in the city of Valyrian. Lu Sheng calmly addressed the two women behind him. Then, flames flickered, and a colossal beast, now even larger and imbued with a primal essence, emerged before them. Under Lu Sheng's command, Vormisol and Silverwing spread their wings, and the four dragons ascended into the sky, enveloping Lu Sheng and his companions in a massive cocoon of wind. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, this enormous wind cocoon tore through the air, transforming into a dark azure streak. a tremendous rumble echoing above as the cocoon shot towards Volantis. The sky was scarred with a white furrow, one that would not easily heal. Below, a group of Tyrosians stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miracle. A day later, a fleet bearing the flag of the Titan giants slowly sailed into Tyros. They had come to seek peace, offering the last remnants of Bravo's dignity and wealth in exchange for a chance at survival. As the fleet entered the harbor and the grand silhouette of Tyros emerged on the horizon, a lookout gasped in astonishment. "Look, what is that?" The envoy followed his pointing finger, his pupils contracting sharply. In the heart of Tyros, a towering black spire shot up into the sky, its height surpassing all buildings within the city. The structure reflected a strange, eerie glow under the sunlight, as if carved from a single massive piece of obsidian, exuding an aura of foreboding and oppression. "When was that tower built?" The envoy murmured, a chill creeping into his heart. His aide squinted at it for some time before dismissively commenting, "Who cares? It's probably just another monument erected by that Dragon King after conquering Volantis." A monument? The envoy pondered this term, his unease intensifying. He couldn't shake the feeling that the tower was far more significant than it appeared. Soon, the governor of Tyros greeted them, bringing startling news that left them in shock. They had no time to hastily depart from Tyros. He ordered the fleet to set sail immediately, racing towards Volantis. They could not afford to miss this monarch who held Bravo's fate in his hands. Chapter 108. Winter is coming. Volantis, the Blackstone prison. In the cold, damp stone cell, the sound of iron chains scraping against the ground was both grating and prolonged. Corlys Valerion lifted his head, his murky purple eyes devoid of any glimmer. The once mighty sea serpent, now merely a shadow of his former self, exuded an air of desolation. His silvery hair clung to his sweat-soaked forehead, and his once grand robes had long been replaced by filth and tatters, rendering him akin to a statue on the verge of crumbling. The heavy iron door emitted a painful screech as it was pushed open by two expressionless Unsullied. "Rise." The cold voice bore no emotion. Corlys did not resist, rather. He had lost the strength and will to do so. He allowed the Unsullied to unshackle him from the wall, then was roughly hoisted up, his feet dragging limply across the filthy corridor. Light streamed from ahead, causing him to instinctively squint. He was brought to the throne room, where at the center sat a young man with dark hair and brown eyes, calm and composed as if he were the axis of the world. Aegon. Corlys' heart thudded numbly. He sensed that his doom had arrived. This Eastern conqueror would not easily spare a failed challenger to his authority. Yet, as his gaze swept beside Aegon, he froze. A familiar figure stood quietly there, clad in sleek black armor, her silver hair meticulously arranged, exuding the proud air characteristic of House Valerion, undiminished even in such dire circumstances. "Lena." Corlys' cracked lips moved, emitting a sound barely audible. In his lifeless eyes, a flicker of vitality ignited. He gazed upon his daughter, the ever-proud dragon rider. She was looking back at him, her expression complex, tinged with sorrow, determination, and an inscrutable element he could not decipher. "Corlys Valerion." Aegon's voice broke the silence, as mundane as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "Your family has paid the price. You are free. I will arrange for a ship to return you to Westeros." After speaking, Aegon waved his hand, signaling the Unsullied to take him away. Throughout the entire process, he scarcely glanced at Corlys, as if he were merely dealing with an inconsequential object. Two Unsullied stepped forward again, gripping Corlys' arms. This time, he did not behave like a soulless corpse. He suddenly broke free, his gaze fixed intently on his daughter. "Lena." His voice was hoarse and urgent. "What have you done?" Lena did not respond. Instead, she stepped forward and executed a flawless, deep bow towards Aegon. "Your Majesty." Then she turned, supporting her faltering father. "Father." Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. "You can go home now." Khalasar trembled, gazing upon his daughter's face, which bore a facade of composure, yet her eyes betrayed a profound sense of helplessness. A piercing pain surged through his numbed heart, illuminating the cost of their plight. This esteemed navigator, once the sovereign of Tideshead Island, felt in that moment as though he had lost everything. He was led away by the purity, with Lana closely following. The silhouettes of father and daughter appeared desolate against the dimly lit stone corridor. In Westeros, north of the wall, lay the realm known as the Land of Eternal Winter, a forbidding expanse devoid of wind, sound, and even the passage of time. As far as the eye could see, there were only contorted glaciers and a gray-white sky, where even light seemed to be ensnared in a frozen grasp. The silence here could consume the very essence of life itself. Upon a vast expanse of ice, a colossal ice spider, rivaling the size of an elephant, moved soundlessly upon the eternally frozen surface, its 8 legs clad in a white exoskeleton. Perched upon the spider's back was a towering humanoid figure, entirely snow-white, clad in armor that appeared to be forged from ice itself, not metal, but an unmelting, solid frost that shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Its visage was obscured beneath a grotesque helmet, revealing only 2 points of icy blue luminescence flickering in the darkness. This being had remained in stillness for centuries, perhaps even millennia, until a surge of magical energy from the distant south, akin to a stone cast into still waters, roused it from its slumber. The ancient magic was vast and potent, imbued with the essence of life and flame. Its head abruptly turned towards the southeast, the direction of Essos. Beneath the icy helm, the 2 blue lights blazed with intensity. As the herald of the frost god, it could distinctly perceive the nature of this power. Blasphemy. A raspy, distorted voice echoed, reminiscent of cracking glaciers. This utterance did not belong to any known tongue, yet it instilled a deep-seated terror in the souls of all who heard it. Blood. With the long winter yet to arrive, the frost god's power had not yet fully enveloped the world, nor could it lead its legions into those warm, vibrant lands. Nevertheless, the awakening of this ancient magic heralded an ominous portent. The song of ice and fire had long foretold the conclusion. The magic of blood, which ought to have faded into eternal silence and cold over the ages, was now resurrected. The humanoid figure slowly raised its arm, grasping a spear forged entirely of ice crystals, its tip aimed at the gray-white sky. It was gathering strength, preparing for the impending long winter. It intended to drag the so-called blood magic, along with all that was warm, lively, and boisterous, into an abyss of unending cold and death. With its will, the temperature of the entire land of eternal winter seemed to drop yet further. The chill was not confined to a single locality. It is akin to a silent plague, commencing from the northernmost reaches of the world, spreading insidiously. In the far eastern expanse of the continent of Essos, upon the 5 fortifications of Edi, the soldiers first sensed this peculiar chill. The gray wasteland, a land historically arid and barren, was suddenly blanketed by a delicate layer of white frost overnight. The biting wind became piercing, as if capable of penetrating even the thickest of armor, freezing the very blood within. The soldiers stationed upon the grand stone ramparts tightened their garments and anxiously gazed northward. A young sentinel rubbed his eyes, convinced he had beheld an illusion. At the edge of the gray wasteland, within the misty haze, a fleeting white shadow seemed to dart past, too swift for him to capture. "Did you see that?" he inquired nervously of his companion. "See what? A ghost?" scoffed the veteran, yet his gaze too swept the horizon with vigilance. No one answered. However, an increasing number of individuals inadvertently caught glimpses of those white phantoms flickering upon the gray horizon. They appeared as specters, silent yet imbued with a chilling essence that penetrated to the marrow. Ancient tales of long nights and white walkers once again loomed like ominous clouds over Edi's fortifications, which had withstood the darkness for millennia. Most factions within Edi were still embroiled in conflicts over gold, power, and land. They remained oblivious to the fact that in the cold fringes of the world, the ancient enemies of life had begun to gather for the impending winter. Following this protracted summer, a lengthy winter would ensue, and this time, the long night would arrive, heralding the onset of the bitter cold. Chapter 109. The great development of Sorceros. The roar of dragons cleaved through the clouds above Milan. For dragons, alongside the colossal beast Vaghal, which was large enough to eclipse the sun, descended like a dark tempest. The entirety of Milan trembled in response. Countless souls surged forth from the pyramids and dwellings, kneeling upon the ground and fervently invoking the emperor's name. Before the majestic steps of the Grand Pyramid, the expectant Valyria, supported by her maid Lair, awaited. Sunlight cascaded upon her silvery tresses, enveloping her in a maternal radiance, her rounded form accentuating her allure. Lushing leaped down from the dragon's back, landing with poise. "Your Majesty." Valyria's violet eyes brimmed with tenderness and longing as she slightly bent her knee. Lushing stepped forward to steady her, his palm gently resting upon her warm belly, feeling the powerful rhythm of life within. "My child." Following closely behind, Rhaenyra's gaze immediately fell upon Valyria's prominent abdomen and bosom. It was a fullness and roundness she had never experienced, the essence of motherhood. Instinctively, she glanced down at her own flat chest and youthful waist, a wave of inexplicable heat rising to her cheeks. Her gaze, uncontrollably drawn to the side, fell upon Lonnel, whose figure possessed an equally alluring grace, exuding the charm of a mature woman as she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement towards Valyria. Rhaenyra silently lowered her head, feeling akin to a child yet to grow, lost amongst a congregation of true women. This subtle gesture did not escape the keen eyes of Sheng, who cast a glance at Rhaenyra, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, his voice calm as he stated, "You will grow." Startled, Rhaenyra lifted her head, her cheeks flushed deeper, only to find Sheng had already turned, guiding Valyria into the grand hall. The words, "light as a feather," felt like a declaration of truth, causing her heart to flutter. "Come, Your Highness," Lionel said with a smile, elegantly grasping Rhaenyra's wrist, leading her toward the banquet that surely awaited within. The warmth of Lionel's hand offered Rhaenyra a measure of comfort, and she nodded, following her into the majestic pyramid that symbolized supreme power. With the Emperor's return, the vast machinery of an immense empire began to operate at an astonishing speed. The entire continent of Essos was being reshaped under his will. Volantis, once the domain of the noblemen behind towering black walls, now witnessed these figures, once haughty, humbly sending their pregnant wives and daughters forth toward the carriages bound for Materys. News from the governors drove them to madness. Newborns in the monstrous city of Materys, blessed by His Majesty, were destined to possess physiques and talents far exceeding those of ordinary mortals. Such bloodlines were divine gifts. To ensure their offspring began life at the pinnacle, they willingly embarked on the treacherous path leading to the city of monsters. Meanwhile, on the lands of the kingdom of the third daughter, the smoke of war had long since dissipated. Those who once eked out a meager existence in Slave Bay, small traders and unemployed youths alike, were now unified under the Empire's auspices, relocated to the vast, disputed territories. They cast aside their whips, taking up plows, and under the guidance of farmers, transformed barren land into neatly arranged fields. The transition from petty slave traders and ruffians to imperial farmers, though met with some reluctance, was unquestioned in the face of absolute power. On the narrow sea, sails filled the horizon like a forest. The fleets of Tyros and Lys, united with the remnants of the recently annexed Stepstone Islands, formed an immense iron net. This network effectively choked the throat of the narrow sea, compelling any merchant ship wishing to pass to pay tribute to the nascent empire. Wealth flowed ceaselessly into the imperial treasury. Meanwhile, in Myr, the forges burned brightly through the night. The finest artisans were gathered, driven by the Empire's requirements and ample funding, fervently researching weapons to transform the army. They needed to equip every legion, for the Empire was preparing for war. The order of production, after being forged in blood and fire, returned with unprecedented efficiency. The entire Empire, like a ravenous beast, greedily absorbed all nutrients, preparing for the wars that lay ahead. On the continent of Sothoros, in the region of Aminta, lies the remnants of what was once the southernmost outpost of the Valyrian freehold, now reduced to crumbling ruins engulfed by the encroaching jungle. Miasma and plague ravage this land, where any living soul that dares to tread will be reduced to a puddle of putrescence within 3 days. Yet for the Blind One and his legion of the undead, this place is akin to paradise. The fetid vapors are but a gentle breeze to him, and the stings of insects cannot penetrate their magically fortified skin. "Flatten it," commanded the Blind One, his white eyes surveying the colossal structures entwined with vines. The order was relayed in succession. Thousands of undead shuffled forward, moving in perfect unison like the most efficient of machines, commencing the dismantling of this antiquated sanctuary. Tirelessly, they require neither sustenance nor water, effortlessly shifting massive stones as abandoned edifices crumbled with thunderous crashes. Makeshift fortifications and barracks arose at a visible pace. Here would stand the Empire's foothold for exploring the continent of Sothoros, a springboard into this dark realm. The Blind One perched upon the newly erected wooden wall, his grayish-white pupils seemingly penetrating the endless foliage to unveil the secrets hidden deep within the land. For the sovereign, he would deliver the entirety of the world. Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the summer sea, the fleet of Nero cleaved through the waves, hastening its return. Their holds brimming with weapons and supplies from the kingdom of the third daughter, Nero and his fleet were poised to serve the Empire. He stood at the prow of the flagship, gazing towards the southwestern horizon. The Emperor's command had arrived through the glass candle. His next target was the Midsummer Islands. There, he would find not only a population to replenish his undead legion, but also precious timber and spices, alongside the strategically vital Darkheart, would desperately sought by the Empire. This wood, as hard as iron, served as exquisite material for crafting the keels of warships and the arms of powerful crossbows. What the Empire required, Nero would procure. An immense war machine, unstoppable in its momentum, extended its tendrils toward every corner of the world. Chapter 110. The prosperity of Materys, the heir of Materys, was thick with the rich scent of milk and a faint glow of magical essence. Once a city that inspired dread due to its monstrous reputation, it had now transformed into a realm for infants and expectant mothers. A steady stream of nobles and devotees, accompanied by their families, traversed the restored Demon Road, flooding into the city. In their eyes sparkled fervor and hope for the future. Expectant mothers were systematically assigned the finest accommodations, with the governor personally overseeing the distribution of supplies and lodgings, bustling about with unprecedented glory illuminating his face. Alan was tasked with the most vital role, caring for the newborns blessed by divine grace. In the spacious and luminous nursery, rows of cradles extended neatly to the horizon. The first batch of apprentices cultivated by Alan was meticulously assisting their mentor in channeling magical energy to the newly born infants. Their expressions were focused and their movements delicate, as if handling the most precious treasures of the world. The entirety of Materys had reached its capacity. One apprentice wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with fatigue, noting that there were still at least 300 carriages outside the city gates, all belonging to noble families arriving from Volantis and Myr. Alan did not turn around. His gaze swept over the last cradle. The first batch of mothers had completed their deliveries, exactly 327 newborns. He had examined each one, finding them all extraordinarily perfect, devoid of any deformities, their bodies brimming with a magical essence that far surpassed ordinary expectations. This was a qualitative transformation, the first generation of electors created by His Majesty's own hands, belonging to the Empire. Alan extended his pale finger to ignite the twisted black candle on the table. The flame flickered silently, reflecting in his pitch-black eyes. Your Majesty. His voice remained steady as ever, devoid of emotion. Materys has reached its limit. Please temporarily halt the influx of population. The silhouette in the flame seemed to nod before extinguishing. Alan rose and gazed out at the seemingly endless convoy of carriages, his eyes filled with weariness. Of course, the Spiceport. A dozen crimson warships, amidst the astonished gazes of countless merchants, slowly entered the harbor. The bow resembled a blazing fire, and upon the massive red sails was embroidered a fiery heart. The followers of the King of Light had arrived in this city renowned for its wealth and mystery. The merchant magnates welcomed this fervent group from Asher in the plaza outside the Hall of Immortality. The leading high priest, draped in a red robe and wielding a long sword engulfed in eternal flames, proclaimed, "We have come in pursuit of a necromancer who has blasphemed against the divine." According to the flame's guidance, the last place he was seen is Course. One magnate smiled and gently waved his fan, responding in a smooth, unyielding tone, "Your Excellency. The mage you speak of is now a distinguished guest of the New Valyria Empire, greatly favored by His Majesty, the Dragon King." New Valyria Empire? The high priest furrowed his brow. Indeed, a vast empire ruled by a true Dragon King. The smile on the magnate's face deepened. That Majesty possesses the power to transform into a colossal dragon. This revelation struck the high priest like a thunderbolt, wiping away the gravity from his countenance and replacing it with a fervent zeal. Transformed into a dragon, he bellowed, raising the burning sword skyward. "This is the grace of the King of Light, the embodiment of our Lord's will upon this earth." Beside him, a male witch silently bowed his head, unable to suppress the twitching at the corner of his mouth. The audacity of some individuals rivals the very fortifications of Kays. The male sorcerer could hardly contain his disdain. "What connection do the magic of Valyria and dragons have with your so-called King of Light? How have I never heard of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King's reverence for that fireball?" It dawned upon him that those who attain the esteemed position of High Priest are indeed exceptional individuals, possessing an innate talent for weaving fabrications with ease. After an exchange of words, it became evident that the pursuit had long since departed Kays, and the fleet of the King of Light had not lingered. As the ship sailed away from the harbor, the High Priest stood at the bow, gazing towards the western horizon, his eyes ignited with a newfound fervor. The necromancer was but a trivial matter. He now harbored a far grander ambition. He aspired to persuade the monarch capable of transforming into a dragon to renounce allegiance to the King of Light, or perhaps to compel the King of Light, through this burgeoning empire, to spread the flames of faith across the entire world. The envoy from Bravos felt as if his very bones were disassembling. The tumultuous journey from Tyrosh to Volantis, fraught with anxiety, had nearly drained him of all vitality. Yet, upon arriving at the Pearl of the Rhoyne with hope in his heart, he was met once more with the despairing news. His Majesty the Emperor had already departed Volantis, heading towards the Bay of Slaves. Exhausted in body and spirit, the envoy could only take a brief respite in Volantis. He respectfully submitted Bravo's requests to the governor of Volantis, hoping they might convey Bravo's sincerity. The governor of the Elephants received the weighty missive with a courteous smile, his words laced with politeness yet devoid of any substantial commitment. The envoy understood that Volantis had long ceased to be the free city capable of standing toe-to-toe with Bravos. They were now servants of His Majesty the Emperor. Guided by the guards, the envoy was escorted to a residence. Standing upon the balcony, he surveyed the ancient city, lost in a haze of confusion. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a towering edifice in the distance. It was a colossal tower, entirely shrouded in black, starkly contrasting with the surrounding architecture, yet exuding an aura of spine-chilling authority. What was that? He instinctively inquired of the guard assigned by Volantis. The guard's face instantly bore a fervent and reverent expression. That is the Tower of Divine Grace, the very symbol of His Majesty's divine favor. The envoy's heart constricted sharply. He had encountered a tower identical to this one in Tyrosh. An absurd thought, uncontrollably rising from the depths of his mind, was forcefully suppressed by his rationality. After all, the mortal emperor was but a mere mortal, perhaps merely a title. He consoled himself in this manner, striving to quell the chaos in his thoughts. Yet, the chilling sensation emanating from his sixth sense screamed deep within his soul. Stop deceiving yourself. Chapter 111. Terrasor. The air over the continent of Sothros was thick with the stench of decay and dampness. Damn it, why are there so many snakes? Old Blind kicked aside a black-tailed viper that attempted to approach, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. The viscous droplet fell amid the writhing mass of serpents, which seemed to retreat as if repelled by an unseen barrier, hissing in dismay. Though these creatures dared not approach the undead legion, their endless numbers instilled a primal chill within him. "Boss, they're coming." A scout's hoarse shout echoed from the treetops. Old Blind jerked his head up. Perched among the colossal branches of the towering trees were a group of gigantic monkeys, their forms reminiscent of humans, covered in filthy brown fur, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the intruders trespassing upon their territory. An atmosphere of tense confrontation lingered in the air. The giant monkeys bared their teeth, emitting deep, threatening growls, yet an unsettling instinct rooted deep within their souls held them back from attacking. Old Blind grinned, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. He retrieved a longbow from his back, executing the motion with crisp efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. Knocking an arrow, he drew back the string. The bowstring emitted a dull thrum. Whoosh! A black-feathered arrow pierced the eye socket of the highest monkey with pinpoint accuracy. The creature did not have time to scream as it plummeted from the height of several dozen meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, scattering a shower of decaying leaves. Creak! The primal fury ignited the troop of monkeys. They shrieked in a cacophony of rage, abandoning all hesitation, surging down from the trees like a brown tide, leaping and lunging towards Old Blind's army. These beings moved with astonishing agility, each thrust and leap among the vines and branches executed with lethal precision. Try to capture them alive. Old Blind discarded his longbow and drew forth a long sword from his waist. Master Allen requires some fresh research material. No sooner had he spoken than the undead legion behind him surged forth. A flurry of ashen figures burst into motion, their speed surpassing the limits of the living. The necromantic energies coursed through their decaying bodies, enhancing every muscle and bone to its utmost potential. The long sword in Old Blind's grasp shimmered with an eerie green magic, as if countless tormented souls wailed upon its blade. He stepped forward, his form becoming a mere shadow. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muted sounds echoed as transparent holes suddenly appeared in the heads of the foremost 3 monkeys, scalding blood and brain matter erupting forth. Their bodies continued to charge, yet their souls had been irrevocably extinguished. The other undead soldiers displayed a similarly terrifying efficiency. They felt no fear, no pain, only absolute obedience and a relentless drive for slaughter. Long blades and short spears wove a deadly net, expertly slicing and piercing the joints and throats of the giant monkeys. The assault of the monkey horde was abruptly shattered. Their once proud strength and agility appeared utterly ludicrous in the presence of these immortal monstrosities. The remaining giant monkeys, finally pierced through their bravado, emitted a chilling wail and turned to flee back up the trees in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, large nets, long prepared, were cast from behind, ensnaring them completely, rendering them immobile. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. The Old Blind man flicked the blood from his sword, ready to command the cleanup of the battlefield. A piercing, high-pitched call rent the air above, shattering the canopy. A colossal shadow was cast down. The Old Blind man immediately looked up, his murky white eyes reflecting a grotesque silhouette. A creature with an almost dragon-like outline, wingspan nearing 8 meters, circled above the treetops. Its elongated head filled with sharp teeth. A long-winged dragon. Drawn by the rich scent of blood, it swooped down momentarily, raising its neck to emit a series of high-frequency calls. From the distant jungle, a chorus of responses echoed back. Trouble. The old blind man muttered under his breath. Everyone, gather around me. Prepare for battle. He produced a completely black candle from his robe. A glass candle. As he infused it with a surge of magic, the top did not ignite into flame, but instead radiated visible black ripples. A force, grander and colder than his own, surged through his arm into his body. The old blind man let out a suppressed roar, his body feeling as if it were engulfed in searing flames, yet simultaneously frozen in ice. Around him, all the living dead soldiers ceased their movements. A dense, eerie green mist erupted from the old blind man, swiftly enveloping the entire legion. Within the mist, each soldier's eye sockets ignited with 2 points of ghastly green soul fire, their brilliance blinding. A hunting squad of 5 long-winged dragons had gathered. Folding their wings like 5 black meteors, they hurtled towards the ground. Awaiting them was a roar capable of tearing souls asunder. Roar. The old blind man and his soldiers howled towards the heavens. This roar did not emanate from vocal cords, but was propelled by pure necromantic power, imbued with the profound resentment and chill of the world of the deceased. The diving long-winged dragons were struck head-on by this wave of magical energy, their movements momentarily stiffening. They landed in confusion, the tremendous impact causing the ground to tremble beneath them. It was this fleeting moment of delay that sealed their fate. Before they could recover from the shock, the green mist erupted violently. The fully necromantic living dead legion surged forth like true phantoms, their bodies becoming translucent, radiating a green glow as they lunged towards their enormous prey along an improbable trajectory. The resilient scales of the long-winged dragon appeared as fragile as parchment before the onslaught of the deathly magic-infused spears and swords. With a swift thrust, a soldier leaped high, driving his spear deep into the dragon's eye socket until the hilt was swallowed whole. Another soldier slid low, wielding his long knife in a sinister arc, severing the tendons of the dragon's wings. This was a massacre devoid of any aesthetic. There was no strategy, no formation, only the primal and frenzied struggle of tearing and fighting. The undead clung to the long-winged dragon like maggots, using teeth, nails, and every available weapon to savagely rend its flesh. The dragon thrashed wildly, countering with its sharp claws and massive jaws, yet could only grasp at elusive phantoms. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 5 ferocious beasts lay lifeless on the ground. 2 were utterly torn to shreds, while the remaining 3 lay gasping for breath in pools of blood, emitting feeble cries of despair. The green mist gradually dissipated, and the glass candle in the old blind man's hand dimmed accordingly. The borrowed vast magical power receded like a tide, leaving behind an endless void and fatigue. With a thud, the old blind man's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air, resembling a fish out of water. In the summer archipelago of Lianhua Port, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle. Colorful swan boats docked in the harbor, and the air was filled with the fragrance of spices and flowers. Ni Luo stood at the prow of the flagship, gazing at this peaceful and prosperous city, his handsome face betraying a hint of undisguised disdain. What a waste, he murmured, his tone tinged with a morbid regret. Such precious golden heartwood, such fertile land, squandered by a tribe that only knew how to sing and dance. Slowly, he drew the twin blades from his waist, their blades reflecting a cold glimmer in the sunlight. Behind him stood a silent assembly of soldiers on the deck, their skin a foreboding gray-white, their eyes hollow yet radiating a thirst for blood. Ni Luo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the fleet. Let us inform those princes and princesses. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The good days are over. With the command given, the sides of dozens of warships in the fleet gradually revealed menacing giant crossbows. The grinding sound of the winches shattered the tranquility of the harbor. Thick siege bolts were aimed at the beautiful city basking in the sunlight. Chapter 112. Lianhua Port. The scorching monsoon swept through the summer archipelago, bringing with it the rich aroma of spices and the briny taste of seawater. Yet, within Lianhua Port, amidst this familiar scent, lingered an ominous hint of rust and the stench of death. A dozen warships, adorned with black banners featuring golden dragons, glided silently like phantoms into the harbor's outer seas. Their sleek yet formidable silhouettes starkly contrasted with the elegant swan boats dotting the archipelago. Prince Shalal of Lotus Harbor stood atop the highest watchtower, his skin a deep bronze, muscles flowing with grace. his brow furrowed in concern as he gazed upon the unfamiliar vessels. News traveled slowly between the islands, and he had yet to hear of the tumult on the continent of Essos. Who were they? The Valantian? Or perhaps the slave traders of Lys? A nearby guard inquired softly, his tone laced with vigilance. Shalal shook his head, confusion filling his obsidian-like eyes. The design of these ships was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Dispatch a team to inquire about their intentions. Maintain decorum, but remain alert, he commanded. And the orders were swiftly executed. A nimble small boat, bearing several port officials and a white flag symbolizing peaceful negotiations, cautiously approached the enigmatic fleet. However, the response was not words, but death. On board the leading obsidian flagship, numerous menacing steel hatches were abruptly flung open, revealing colossal crossbow arms glinting with lethal intent. The air was pierced by a sharp, shrill sound, akin to the ominous buzzing of death itself. Dozens of massive quarrels, thicker than a man's arm, soared across the water with a chilling whistle, like a flock of bloodthirsty vultures descending upon the solitary vessel. There were no screams, no struggles. In an instant, the small boat and its officials were obliterated into countless fragments by the sheer force of the impact. Wood splintered and flesh mingled, staining a small patch of the azure sea crimson. Prince Shalal's pupils dilated in horror as a wave of fury surged through him. Enemy attack. He roared with all his might, his voice echoing throughout the harbor. The alarm bells rang frantically, their urgent tolling shattering the tranquility of the port. Yet, the enemy's assault was swifter and more relentless than the alarm. A cacophony of crossbow bolts was unleashed, a black rain of death cascading upon Lotus Harbor. Wooden arrow towers, homes, and the dock's walkways crumbled before the might of Bravo's secret weapon, as fragile as parchment. Buildings collapsed, crowds screamed, and soldiers, barely assembled in defense, were pinned to the ground by the incoming bolts. The harbor transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Suppression, absolute firepower suppression. Just as the harbor's defenders were rendered powerless by the relentless onslaught, a fleet of swift assault boats detached from the main armada, darting towards the chaotic docks like arrows released from a bow. At the helm of the leading boat, a man clad in resplendent black armor, possessing the striking features of a Kersey, stood silently. His name was Nero, a former pirate, now the commander of the Undead Legion. His gaze was hollow and frigid, his hands tightly gripping two elegantly curved blades. Exterminate them. He issued a terse command in a tone void of any emotion. For His Majesty. Behind him, the pale-skinned soldiers, their eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, emitted a hoarse yet fervent roar as they surged towards the dock. Archers. Loose arrows. Prince Cheryl had arrived at the port with his elite guard, each member wielding a resplendent longbow crafted from the most precious golden heart wood of the Midsummer Isles, second only to the legendary dragonbone bow and power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of golden arrows pierced the air with a sharp whistle, accurately targeting the recently landed vanguard of the undead. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows effortlessly penetrated the armor of the undead soldiers, some even pinning them to the hull of the ship behind. Had this been any living army, such precise and lethal strikes would have caused immediate collapse. Yet the undead felt no pain and knew no fear. They did not even extract the arrows embedded in their bodies. Instead, they merely glanced at their wounds with hollow eyes before continuing their ferocious charge, weapons raised. Damn it! What in the world are these abominations? The lieutenant beside Cheryl exclaimed in horror. Cheryl's face turned ashen. He drew the golden heart bow himself, aiming at the commander, Nero, who stood out like a crane among chickens. You shameless invaders. State your names. Why do you attack us? Cheryl demanded angrily in the tongue of the Midsummer Isles. Nero paused, tilting his head, utterly incomprehending the shouts directed at him. However, he observed the prince's elaborate feather adornments and golden embellishments. A big fish. The thought flickered through Nero's mind, and he smiled. The smile was cold and cruel, resembling a flower of poison blooming in a grave. Roar. A monstrous roar erupted from Nero's throat, and a dense wave of ghostly green necromantic energy surged from within him, forming a chilling aura around his being. In the next moment, he moved. A green afterimage, moving with a speed imperceptible to the eye, instantly dashed into Prince Cheryl's guard. Ha ha ha, perish in agony. The maniacal laughter reverberated through the crowd, accompanied by two blades trailing long green light, beginning their swift dance. It was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The dance of green death. Nero flickered among the ranks, each appearance heralding the fall of several of the finest soldiers from Lotus Harbor. Their throats were slit, hearts pierced, and even severed in half. The golden heart bow proved useless in close combat, while the soldiers' spears and wooden shields crumbled like rotting wood before Nero's dual blades infused with necromantic power. Blood and severed limbs splattered everywhere. Prince Cheryl's eyes widened in fury as he frantically loosed arrows at the green spectre. Yet each shot was effortlessly evaded at impossible angles or precisely deflected by the flashing blades. Fear spread among the soldiers of Lotus Harbor like a plague. What they faced was not human. A demon. A desperate scream pierced the air, marking the final straw. The soldiers' ranks collapsed in an instant. They abandoned their weapons and fled in terror. No retreat. Come back. Prince Shalar roared, but his words fell on deaf ears. The relentless and fearless Undead Legion, under the command of Nero, surged forward like a tide, hunting down every fleeing soldier. Shalar knew it was all over. He watched in despair as the green figure drew ever closer, its hollow eyes reflecting his own face, filled with resentment and fury. That night, Lotus Harbor fell completely. A vast fleet sailed into the harbor, and thousands of undead soldiers poured into the city, easily quelling all scattered resistance. Many residents and fleeing soldiers chose to surrender. Gathered in the square at the harbor, their faces etched with fear and confusion. They did not understand how these indestructible monsters would treat them. As night fell, the undead soldiers set up large cauldrons and began to boil something. Soon, a strange aroma filled the square. It was a viscous porridge, glowing with a faint green light. "Drink it," an undead officer commanded in a harsh common tongue. "It is His Majesty's gift." The captives exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the command. The officer snorted, roughly seizing a hesitant soldier, prying his mouth open, and forcefully pouring an entire bowl of steaming green porridge down his throat. The soldier writhed in agony, convulsing and spewing green foam, but soon, the fear and struggle in his eyes faded away, replaced by the same emptiness and numbness as the undead soldiers. He rose and silently joined their ranks, standing tall and rigid. Witnessing this, an abyss of despair engulfed the eyes of all the captives. They formed a line, like walking corpses, receiving the bowl of green porridge from the undead and mechanically drinking it, mouthful by mouthful. The night in Lotus Harbor was silent. Only the sound of waves crashing against the pier and the eerie swallowing noises of thousands as they consumed the porridge echoed in the square. Chapter 113. The daily life of the Dragon King on the waters of Millen Harbor. The Bravo's fleet, adorned with the banner of the Titan, finally approached the shore under the watchful eyes of the Imperial fleet. These once proud, purple-sailed warships had now retracted all their brilliance, resembling a broken-backed hound, woefully awaiting the arrival of their fate. In the reception hall of the Great Pyramid, Sidorana lounged in the main seat, casually polishing an obsidian dagger. He did not look at the Bravo's envoy entering through the door. The defeated from Bravos were nothing more than slaves in his eyes. At the forefront stood the envoy from Bravos, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, who suppressed the humiliation that churned within him and bowed deeply before Governor Sherdara. "Esteemed Governor Sherdara, I come on behalf of the Sea Lord of Bravos and the Council to extend our sincerest apologies to the great Dragon King for the previous conflict in the waters of Lys." His voice was steady, an effort to uphold the last vestiges of dignity befitting an envoy from a free city-state. "We are prepared to offer goods valued at 500,000 golden dragons, including spices, rare woods, and refined metals, to quell His Majesty's wrath." At last, Sherdara ceased his actions. He raised his head, his amber eyes glinting with unabashed mockery. 500,000. He let out a laugh, quiet yet sharp as a whip, striking the envoy's face. "Bravosi, are you attempting to dismiss a beggar?" The envoy endeavored to maintain his composure, forcing himself to respond, "My lord. This is already the utmost sincerity of Bravos." He hoped that the Empire's subsequent offer would remain within a range acceptable to Bravos, for the Council and the Sea Lord had prepared an offer of 1,000,000 golden dragons and goods. "Silence," Sherdara interrupted, thrusting a dagger into the ebony table with a resounding thud. "Now, listen closely. This is the price set forth by His Majesty." His tone turned icy, each word seemingly extracted from a frozen abyss. "First, war reparations, 1,000,000 golden dragons. Not a single coin less." The Bravos envoy's pupils dilated in shock. "Second, commencing this year, Bravos must supply the Empire with 12 fully crewed warships of the Purple Sails annually, as a supplement to the Imperial Navy." "That is impossible," one young aide behind the envoy exclaimed, only to be silenced by a sharp glance from the elder envoy. Trembling, the old envoy protested, "My lord, all of Bravos shipyards combined can produce at most 5 purple-sailed warships each year. 12 is beyond our capacity." A cruel smile curled upon Sherdara's lips as he disregarded the envoy's protests and continued, "Third, from this Sea Lord onward, The eldest son of every Sea Lord of Bravos must come to Meereen upon reaching adulthood to serve His Majesty for a decade. This pronouncement struck like a thunderclap, leaving the entire Bravos delegation in stunned silence. To send the Sea Lord's eldest son to the Slave Bay? This transcended mere reparations. It was an affront, grinding the dignity of Bravos into the dirt. The Bravosi held a creed. They would never be anyone's slave. And now their Sea Lord's son was to be treated as a slave, pledged in fealty. This was the ultimate insult to the very foundation of Bravos' founding principle, freedom of will. The elder envoy could no longer maintain his composure, his voice trembling with urgency, as he exclaimed, "My lord, this is absolutely unacceptable. Bravos shall never be enslaved. How could he possibly come to such a place? Such a place?" Shadara's gaze darkened dangerously, an almost palpable aura of menace enveloping the entire parlor. "Bravosian, are you questioning the majesty of the realm?" He rose slowly, advancing step by step toward the envoy, casting a commanding gaze upon him. "I have heard that the Bravosi take great pride in boasting that your docks can launch a ship of the purple sails each month. What now? Are you unable to muster even 12? As for the Sea King's eldest son, Heidel," he scoffed, "if he does not come, how can you demonstrate your commitment to negotiations? Without surrendering the Sea King's leverage to His Majesty, how can we trust that your Sea King will not easily renege on the treaty? Look into my eyes and tell me, have you truly resolved to endure the full wrath of the Empire and the Dragon King?" The old envoy trembled with rage, and from those amber eyes, he perceived a resolute intent to kill, envisioning the apocalyptic scene of Bravos engulfed in flames. Reluctantly, he deferred the matter, leaving it to Bravos to decide. I must report to the Sea King and the Council." His voice was hoarse, laden with helplessness. "Such conditions I personally have no authority to accept. I must inform the Sea King." "Very well. His Majesty is merciful and grants you time." He returned to his throne, resuming his grip on the dagger. "However, the Empire's patience is finite. Starting next month, for every month you delay, the compensation in golden dragons will increase by 100,000. Depart now, and respond before the Empire's patience is exhausted." The old envoy felt as though a great weight had been lifted. He scarcely observed the formalities, hastily retreating with his companions from the audience chamber. As if pursued by a fearsome dragon, he needed to arrange the swiftest vessel to convey this ultimate insult back to Bravos. Within the serene confines of the palace atop the Grand Pyramid, a tranquil fragrance pervaded the air. Lu Sheng's perception flowed like an invisible tide, gently caressing every corner of the chamber. His consciousness delved into Linara and Rhaenyra, where two faint, yet vibrant currents of magical energy resonated clearly, like two seeds just germinating. They drew upon the strength of the Dragon King's bloodline, flourishing within their forms. "She is with child," Lu Sheng concluded calmly, an outcome he had anticipated. After days of diligent effort, the Targaryen bloodline, intertwined with his own power, bore the hope of producing formidable offspring. The chamber door was softly pushed open. Valyria, her belly round with child, entered, supported carefully by Rhaenyra and her maid. As her due date approached, Valyria had grown exceedingly drowsy, her waking moments dwindling. Yet when awake, she delighted in conversing with Rhaenyra. Perhaps it was concern for the foreign princess's solitude, or perhaps the pregnancy had awakened her maternal instincts to their zenith. Her gaze toward Rhaenyra was filled with tender affection. Even Lu Sheng sensed a hint of maternal love in Valyria's glance directed at him. It felt akin to watching a powerful yet vulnerable child in need of care, a sensation that struck him as peculiar. "Your Majesty," both Valyria and Rhaenyra bowed before him. "Please, sit." Lu Sheng gestured for them to take a seat on the soft couch beside him. Upon sitting, Valyria naturally leaned her head against Lu Sheng's shoulder, her face adorned with a satisfied, languid smile that soon morphed into a hint of drowsiness. Rhaenyra, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reserved. She sat on the opposite side, her hands resting on her knees, quietly gazing at the view of Meereen City outside the window. Lu Sheng could sense her inner turmoil and a tinge of bewilderment. He extended his hand, gently clasping Rhaenyra's. Her hand felt somewhat cold, and she shivered imperceptibly at his touch, yet she did not pull away. Lu Sheng remained silent, merely conveying the warmth of his palm to her. The chamber once again fell into tranquility, interrupted only by Valyria's steady breathing and the occasional deep roar of dragons from outside, while the war machine of the Empire thundered in every corner of the world. Here in the heart of the Empire, they relished a fleeting moment of warmth and serenity. This was the daily life of the Dragon King. Chapter 114. The eldest son of the Empire outside the birthing chamber on the pinnacle of the pyramid. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Sheng stood before the closed door, motionless, like a statue. Yet, The slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed the tempest within his heart. Inside, Valeria's labor had commenced. The muffled, intermittent cries of pain struck him like an invisible hammer, each blow resonating in his chest. Rhaenyra stood a short distance away, her complexion paler than the walls. Her hands were tightly clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. Valeria had been so kind to her, like a gentle sister. The scene before her inexorably reminded her of her own mother, recalling a similar tragedy that had unfolded on the birthing bed. Blood, endless blood, and her father's anguished face. Fear coiled around her heart like a chilling vine, nearly rendering her breathless. Lannel and Rhaenyra stood beside her, one on each side, gently supporting her arms, offering silent comfort. They too were anxious, but as girls educated in nobility, they understood the significance of a powerful heir to a burgeoning empire. Time stretched in the suffocating silence, each second feeling an eternity. Suddenly, all sounds from the birthing chamber ceased. A profound stillness settled in, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Rhaenyra's heart seemed to stop, her pale face fixated on the chamber. Lu Sheng's pupils dilated sharply. He was prepared to invoke blood magic. Just as the weight of despair sank into every heart, a cry pierced the air. A cry, resounding and seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, erupted without warning. This wail was imbued with vigor, embodying the primal ferocity of life, instantly shattering the fears and anxieties of all present. The door swung open. A maid, her face alight with joy, rushed out, her voice trembling with excitement. "Your Majesty, it is a prince. Both mother and child are safe." Boom. Lu Sheng felt his mind go blank as the tension in his nerves finally relaxed. He stepped forward, only to find his legs somewhat numb, then hurried into the delivery room. The mingling sense of blood and new life created a peculiar aroma. Valyria lay on the bed, her hair soaked with sweat, her complexion pale and devoid of color, resembling someone pulled from the depths of water. Yet her violet eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, tenderly gazing at the tiny, swaddled infant in the midwife's arms. Upon seeing Lu Sheng enter, she offered a weary smile. That smile, like the sun breaking through after a storm, dispelled all shadows. The midwife carefully presented the child to Lu Sheng. "Your Majesty, behold, a most robust prince." Lu Sheng extended his hands. Those hands, capable of effortlessly tearing through dragon scales and commanding storms, were now as rigid as stone. He even hesitated to exert force. The baby, small and soft, nestled in the crook of his arm, was astonishingly light. Moments ago, the infant had been wailing with all its might. Now, it lay quiet, eyes closed, as if already asleep. Lu Sheng gazed down at the wrinkled little face, an unprecedented and unfamiliar emotion sweeping over him. This was his child, his bloodline, the continuation of his very existence. This revelation was more staggering and surreal than conquering the entire world. He looked at Valyria, his lips moved. But only 2 words escaped: "You've worked hard." Valyria's smile deepened, tears glistening in her eyes as she shook her head and succumbed to a deep slumber. The birth of the first prince of the new Valyria Empire was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the entirety of the Essos continent. From the black walls of Volantis to the 3 city-states of Slaver's Bay. From the recently annexed Kingdom of the Three Daughters to the distant outpost on the continent of Sithorios, all governors, all nobles, and all newly subjugated powers received this news without delay. The future of the empire was irrevocably sealed within that cry. Countless meticulously prepared gifts for the newborn surged toward Mir from all corners of the continent like a tidal wave. Yet within the Grand Pyramid's palace, the atmosphere remained warm and tranquil. Valyria rested, regaining her strength in slumber, while the infant was placed in a small cradle beside Lu Sheng. Rhaenyra, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in closer, cautiously scrutinizing the little one. The baby seemed to sense her gaze and opened its eyes. It was a pair of pure, untainted eyes, untouched by any impurities, reflecting the innocence of a newborn creature, gazing into the eyes of Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra extended a slender finger and gently tapped his cheek. The infant blinked, seemingly finding the gesture rather mundane, yawned, and turned his head away, ignoring her presence. Rhaenyra couldn't help but chuckle, her tension and gloom dissipating in that moment. Lucien remained seated at the bedside, gazing intently at the tiny figure. The sensation of becoming a father felt utterly foreign to him. He knew how to rule an empire, how to wield dragons, how to invoke magic. Yet, he was at a loss regarding how to care for this fragile little life before him. How should he hold him? How should he feed him? Would he shatter easily? Countless questions swirled in his mind, leading him into a deep reverie. Just then, something soft gently grasped his finger. Lucien stiffened, abruptly returning to the moment. He looked down. A remarkably small hand was clinging with all its might to his index finger. The touch was warm and soft, imbued with an irresistible sense of dependence. A peculiar warmth surged from his fingertip, spreading throughout his entire being in an instant. All feelings of unreality, all confusion, were shattered in that moment. He was no longer the emperor of an empire overlooking the masses, nor the traveler who viewed all as mere pawns. He was simply a father. Feeling this soft yet resolute strength, Lucien gazed at that tiny face, and the coldness and hardness within him melted away, bit by bit, unbeknownst to him. "It's time to give you a name," he murmured softly in a tone of tenderness he had not realized he possessed. "What shall it be?" Rhaenyra, overhearing, curiously leaned in and asked, "Is there a special tradition in your family for naming? Like our Targaryens, most names are connected to our ancestors." Lucien shook his head. His gaze remained fixed on the small hand that clung tightly to his. "There are no specific rules. As long as it carries a good meaning, that suffices." Chapter 115, The Followers of Rallick. Dozens of longboats, painted a fiery red, pierced the warm waters of Slave Bay like a cluster of burning thorns. The blazing crimson heart emblem at the bow reflected dazzling light under the brilliant sun at the port of Millen. Yet the throngs at the docks paid no heed to these uninvited guests. The entire city was engulfed in a frenzied celebration. The mingling scents of alcohol and roasted meat wafted from the port all the way to the pinnacle of the Great Pyramid. The emperor's firstborn had arrived. This news spread like wildfire across every inch of the new Valyria empire. Nobles and wealthy merchants opened their granaries and wine cellars. Free food and ale piled high in the streets, available for any free citizen to partake. This was a contest of loyalty and unspoken flattery. The high priest descended from the flagship's gangway, the solid stone pathway beneath his feet seeming to tremble slightly in response to the city's jubilant celebration. His crimson robe billowed in the sea breeze, while the priests following him remained silent, starkly contrasting the raucous crowd surrounding them. "I demand an audience with your emperor," the high priest declared to the dock manager, his voice resonant and imbued with an undeniable authority. The official, clad in imperial uniform, belched and exhibited an unusual flush on his cheeks. He cast a fleeting glance at the high priest and his somberly garbed retinue, his eyes devoid of reverence, only hinting at a trace of impatience. "His Majesty is currently celebrating the birth of the prince and is not receiving guests," he waved dismissively, as if shooing away flies, indicating that all diplomatic matters were momentarily suspended. "You may find somewhere to stay or return from whence you came." With that, he turned and squeezed into the throng of revelers, never looking back. Silbo trailed behind the high priest, taking in the entire scene. It was his first time leaving Ayasha, stepping onto this unfamiliar land. The bay referred to as the Slave Bay by sailors was now unveiling the face of the empire to him in a raw and fervent manner. He did not follow the high priest back to the ship. Instead, he deviated from the group, merging into the bustling crowd alone. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, cheap wine, and spices, while the deafening cheers unsettled him. He wandered aimlessly along the broad street. A magnificent temple loomed ahead, its golden dome shimmering in the sunlight. Silbo recognized it as the Temple of Divine Grace, the traditional place of worship for the Gizcali people. However, as he approached, he furrowed his brow. At the temple steps, a green-robed priestess led her followers in loud praise. They sang not of the harpy, nor of the ancient deities of Gizcali. The king of dragons, the light of the empire, the pioneer of the new world. His bloodline is the continuation of ancient Valyria, and his firstborn shall be the future son. Silbo halted, perplexed by this sight. The temple's walls, once adorned with reliefs of harpies, had been leveled, replaced instead by the image of a coiled black dragon. This stood in stark contrast to what he had gleaned about the Temple of Divine Grace from his scrolls. To him, aside from the King of Light, Rollo, all other deities were mere impostors. Yet this alteration of faith left him bewildered. He approached a nearby vendor selling fresh fruits. "Excuse me." Silbo's voice was barely audible amidst the clamor. "Whom are they praising?" The vendor glanced at him and then pointed at the fruit stand before him. Silbo produced coins from his pocket, purchasing some local fruits. "Might you tell me which deity is being honored?" The vendor, noticing Silbo's foreign attire, packaged the fruits with enthusiasm and began to explain. "They are praising His Majesty, of course. It is he and his dragon who have liberated us from the grasp of the Great Lord. But is this not the Temple of Divine Grace?" "Indeed." The merchant nodded with an air of entitlement. "Yet the harpy had never bestowed upon us bread. It was the sovereign who did. Now all of Milan, the entirety of the Slave Bay, venerates the sovereign. This is known as the cult of the emperor." The merchant lowered his voice, tinged with a hint of mystery and fervor. "They say the sovereign is a god walking among mortals. Silbo's lips pressed into a straight line. A mortal king. How audacious to be so brazen. A ruler who has acquired a modicum of magic dares to usurp the title of divinity. He has likely never witnessed the true power of a god, which accounts for his ignorance. If the miracles of Rollo were to manifest here, if the prophesied long night and bitter winter were to unveil before this king, he would comprehend the insignificance of his own might. Silbo ceased to speak and turned away. He could sense the merchant still fervently beckoning from behind, but he could no longer absorb the words. The disdain within him encased his heart like a layer of ice, isolating him from the din of the outside world. The long night stretches endlessly, fraught with peril. He murmured the prayers of Rollo under his breath, his steps resolute as he navigated through the revelers. After wandering once more through the streets of Milan, Silbo acquired a few pieces of local pottery and spices, tokens to commemorate his journey. The dying light of the sun bathed the Grand Pyramid in a golden crimson hue, yet the city's festivities showed no signs of abating. He retraced his path to the dock and boarded the crimson longship. The warriors aboard had concluded their evening prayers, and the air was permeated with the scent of burning pine resin and oil. Since arriving in Milan, he had yet to offer his prayers to his god. This night, he must stand before the flames and reassess the purpose of his journey, beseeching Rollo for new guidance. He entered his cabin, closed the door, and retrieved a smooth, polished red stone from his pocket, gripping it tightly in his palm. He required the flames, the searing light, to dispel the confusion and shadows that this city had cast upon him. With everything prepared, Silbo commenced his prayers to Rollo, hoping to receive the divine guidance that would allow them to fulfill their aspirations on this voyage. Chapter 116. The brave Rollo deep within the hold. The air was stifling and stagnant, the sole source of illumination emanating from a small basin of flames before Silbo. He cast a mixture of spices into the brass fire bowl, and the flames surged upward with a crackling roar, illuminating the edges of his deep crimson robe with a golden glow. Silbo cast aside all distractions, fixating his gaze upon the flickering light. The flames spoke the language of the divine, serving as a gateway to the future. His spirit was utterly ensnared by the dance of the fire. His pupils filled solely with hues of orange and bright yellow. Gradually, the contours of the flames began to blur and elongate, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in clear water. A flowing tapestry unfurled before his eyes. He beheld the long night, not as a mere metaphor, but as the true, eternal darkness that devours all light. A biting wind seeped from the tapestry, raising goosebumps on his exposed skin. As his vision drew closer, the 5 bastions of the ceremonial ground loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast above the gray wasteland. Yet at this moment, these weathered fortifications were being relentlessly assaulted by an inexhaustible tide. The tide consists of 2 entities. One is a shadow clad in crystalline armor, with eyes aflame in an ethereal azure glow. The other, countless staggering corpses trailing behind them. The scene abruptly shifts to the far reaches of the world, at the wall of Westeros. The fabled barrier of ice and snow is likewise besieged by an unending army of the dead. A blizzard sweeps across the known world, striving to bury all traces of civilization beneath a pure, lethal white. Silbo's breath quickens as he endeavors to maintain this fragile connection. He must witness more. The vision shifts once more, revealing Bravos, nestled between the colossal legs of the Titan, where the northern icy sea rages. A dragon, wrought from immense ice and snow, rises from the depths, each exhalation unleashing a chilling frost that entombs the waterways and stone edifices of Bravos inch by inch in a crystalline coffin. This horrifying spectacle nearly shatters his spirit, and just as he struggles to hold on, an unfamiliar force suddenly intrudes upon his connection with the divine. Atop the pyramid, Sheng closes his eyes, sensing the surging magic within him, when suddenly, a frown creases his brow. A faint yet persistent pull attempts to pry open his vast reservoir of magical energy. This sensation is alien, imbued with the fervor of flame and an ancient, zealous faith. Rollo? In an instant, Sheng identifies the source. Across the distant narrow sea, a red-robed priest conducts some ritual, influenced by a colossal red fireball suspended in the realm of the mind. This fireball radiates pure faith, magnificent yet fragile. It gazes into the future, and the ritual that peers into what lies ahead inadvertently brushes against the foundational rules of the world connected to the long night and the cold god, sending ripples through Sheng's being, awakening forces of an opposing nature within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng opts for offense rather than passivity. With a mere thought, a stream of pure magical energy surges along that tenuous connection, like a white steel needle, piercing precisely into the heart of the priest's ritual. The fiery sphere affecting the priest immediately reacts, sensing this aggressive and utterly distinct magic. Like an agitated beast provoked, the fireball contracts violently, erupting forth a torrent of wrathful energy. The two invisible magics commence a fierce clash on the mental plane, almost simultaneously, from Tyrosh to Volantis, and then to Meereen. The towering obsidian spires of magical relay stations in the heart of the city-states begin to flicker with a dark crimson glow. The light is not blinding, yet it carries an ominous tremor, reminiscent of a colossal beast's heartbeat. The inhabitants of the great city-states emerge from their homes, gazing upward. They may not comprehend magic, yet they recognize these towers as the creations of the sovereign, symbols of divine favor. Your Majesty, a miracle has manifested. Uncertain who knelt first, thousands of devoted citizens, guided by the clergy of the emperor worship sects scattered throughout the empire, reverently prostrated themselves before the towering edifice, directing their prayers towards the direction of Milan. Perhaps they were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they understood that in the face of the incomprehensible, offering faith to the divine who walks among mortals was never a folly. Mortal, how dare you encroach upon my faith? An aged and wrathful voice reverberated within Lu Sheng's mind. In that instant of contact with the crimson fireball, Lu Sheng comprehended all. Rallic, the King of Light. He also grasped the source of the other's agitation. According to the original trajectory of this world, it was a time when Rallic's sect flourished across the continent of Essos, with the Temple of the Red God proliferating in every major city, reaping boundless faith. Yet, Lu Sheng's emergence altered everything. The power he demonstrated, the dragon he embodied, the order and conquest he brought, resonated far more profoundly with the struggling mortals than any ethereal flame deity, rendering him more tangible and trustworthy. He usurped the ecological niche that rightfully belonged to Rallic. Lu Sheng became the new god of Essos, and Rallic, should it fail to retaliate, would face a future akin to those ancient gods of Gyges, forgotten in the dust of history, destined for absolute obliteration. This was a battle for survival, devoid of right or wrong, only the devoured and the devourer. As countless supplicants across Essos lifted their prayers, streams of faith flowed into the Black Tower, channeling through the network of magical relays, instantly augmenting Lu Sheng's power. His retaliatory magic surged dramatically. No, mortal, how dare you? Rallic's voice echoed across the skies of Milan, tinged with disbelief and panic. Then, all of Milan's inhabitants, including those who had just concluded their prayers, beheld a sight forever etched in their memories. A beam of pristine white light, honed to perfection, surged from the apex of the Grand Pyramid, tearing through the clouds and precisely piercing the heavens. At the terminus of this beam, a colossal, fiery orb radiating boundless light and heat materialized, resembling a second sun. This was the essence of the divine. Yet, before the eyes of mortals, this sun existed for less than a second. The white beam struck it. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a profound silence. The crimson orb shattered like glass struck by a hammer, its surface instantly adorned with a web of white cracks. In the next moment, it silently and utterly fragmented, dispersing into countless red shards, carried away by the wind. The sky returned to its original azure, from the shadowy lands of Asha to the vicinity of the temple of the god of love and Riss. And across every temple of the red god on the continent of Essos, opposite the faceless one's temple in Bravos, a crisp sound of shattering resonated simultaneously. Within the temple, the priests beheld with trepidation as the sacred statue of Rollo, for which they had fervently prayed day and night, whether carved from stone or sculpted from wood, fissured deeply down the center and ultimately collapsed, shattering into a multitude of debris. The King of Light had fallen, extinguished like the ancient deities of yore. Chapter 117. The warriors of shattered faith. The briny sea breeze from the harbor filled the air with a hint of rust and the scent of decaying wood. The young officer of the Dragon Guard placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, the icy touch grounding his tumultuous thoughts. Before him, a dozen longships, painted a deep crimson, lay quietly docked, ensnared like insects in a spider's web. The web was woven from hundreds of imperial warships, sealing off every inch of the harbor's exits, their massive crossbows, yawning like the eyes of a great beast, fixated on the vessels representing Rollo. On the dock, warriors clad in black-scaled armor mingled with citizen soldiers, forming an impenetrable cordon. Behind them stood rows of the Pure Ones, armed with long spears and towering shields, silently erect like a wall forged of flesh and steel. Their expressions were void of emotion, their silence suffocating any thought of rebellion. "Hearken aboard." The officer's voice, amplified through a makeshift iron horn, reverberated through the harbor. By decree of His Majesty, All followers of Rollo are to disembark immediately, relinquish their weapons, and submit to inspection. I repeat, disembark at once. The command pierced through the thick timbers of the ship. Silbo jolted upright from his reverie, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving as though his heart had been struck by a hammer. It was not pain, but a profound emptiness, as if a vital piece of him had been forcibly excised. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, gripping the warm brass pendant. By the flickering light of the cabin's oil lamp, he opened his palm. The pendant, engraved with the emblem of the sacred flame, bore a distinct crack that cleaved it in two. The fissure mirrored what he had witnessed in the vision, the second sun suspended high above, silently shattering. What is happening outside? A hoarse voice inquired. Outside the cabin, the tumult of hurried footsteps and muffled shouts yanked Silbo back to reality. He lifted his gaze to see his comrades, those warriors of the holy flame, frantically donning their armor and grasping their swords. Anxiety and unease were etched upon every face. It is the Imperial army, the captain murmured, fully armored and hand resting on his sword hilt. They have us surrounded. Silbo rose, shoving the shattered pendant beneath his robe. The cold metal against his skin sent a shiver down his spine. He seized his sword and followed the others out onto the deck. The glaring sunlight forced him to squint. He beheld the throngs of Imperial soldiers and the massive crossbows aimed at them, and he heard the chilling command. The warmth of faith still lingered, yet the chill of reality pierced to the bone. Within the city of Milan, the high priest Mara was engaged in a discussion regarding the intricate details of constructing a new temple with several esteemed red-cloaked priests and a local nobleman within a lavish private chamber of a tavern. The raucous celebrations marking the birth of the emperor's eldest son spilled in through the windows, yet it did not dampen their spirits in the slightest. To them, it was an opportune moment to disseminate the brilliance of Rollo. The emperor's progeny, too, required divine protection. The high priest raised his goblet, a modest smile gracing his features. Before he could utter another word, the door to the chamber was rudely thrust open. A dozen robust Dothraki warriors surged into the room, their bodies exuding the scent of horse sweat and leather, their curved blades gleaming ominously in the light. Leading them was Soren, whose grotesque scar twisted on his face as he scanned the assembled red-cloaked figures, his gaze akin to that of a predator surveying a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. As the high priest attempted to assert his clerical authority, Soren dismissed him with a mere glance, issuing orders to his companions. The Dothraki surged forward, coarse ropes swiftly ensnaring the priests' bodies. The few holy flame guards accompanying them attempted to draw their swords, but were met with the swift and merciless edge of the curved blades pressed against their throats, the cold steel rendering them immobile. How dare you? I am a priest of the Lord of Light. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? A young priest cried out, struggling in vain. Soren furrowed his brow, drawing a riding whip from his waist. With a sharp crack, the priest's cries morphed into whimpers. A crimson streak appearing at the corner of his mouth as a few teeth, mingled with blood, flew forth. The world fell into an eerie silence. The high priest gazed at Soren, his lips moving soundlessly, realizing the severity of the situation. In the audience chamber atop the Grand Pyramid, Sheng listened intently to Soren's report. The Holy Flame warriors at the port attempted to resist. Soren recounted in a flat, emotionless tone. There were roughly 50 of them, forming ranks upon the deck. Sheng lifted the goblet from the table, gesturing for him to continue without uttering a word. They prayed fervently, reciting the invocations of Rollo, attempting multiple times to ignite their blades with their prayers. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Soren's mouth, yet nothing transpired. Their swords remained mere iron. Their deity did not respond. They pleaded repeatedly, their voices oscillating from anger to despair, yet the flames remained unresponsive. Soren paused, seemingly lost in the recollection of the moment. It was not until their captain, a middle-aged man, suddenly bellowed, plunging his long sword into his own chest. With his last breath, he raised the blade, which was now embedded in his heart, above his head. A small flame flickered to life upon the sword, faint, like a candle's glow in the wind. The warriors beheld this, as if grasping at a final lifeline, their eyes rekindling with hope. Some even prepared to cheer. And then, Sheng inquired softly. A warm breeze swept through the chamber. The flame upon the sword extinguished, Soren replied. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Faith had crumbled. Sauron rendered his verdict. Most individuals had chosen to end their own lives with their swords. The remaining dozen or so discarded their weapons and knelt upon the deck, resembling a group of soulless shells. Sheng downed the wine in his cup. The liquid glided down his throat, leaving a cool sensation in its wake. He rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon his city. Mirren thrived beneath his feet, the echoes of revelry still lingering in the air. With the vacancy of a divine position, it was only natural for a new deity to ascend. "Convey my orders," he commanded, his voice low yet resonant. Reaching every corner of the hall, across the entire empire, dismantle all temples of Rollo. All adherents must renounce their faith by a specified deadline. The subjects of the empire require but a single belief. He turned, the depths of his brown eyes betraying no emotion. Those who fail to comply will face execution. Chapter 118. The necromantic enhancement elixir. The air in Sothros was thick, reminiscent of decaying berries, a sweet yet nauseating scent filling the lungs. Massive fern leaves dripped with droplets of water, falling onto the ground blanketed in black muck, producing a delicate patter. Old Blind Eye stood upon the deck of a beached barge, his murky white eyes gazing vacantly at the scene before him. A group of dark-skinned, diminutive savages queued, transporting wooden crates secured with grass ropes and mud onto the vessel. Their movements were stiff yet synchronized, eyes vacant, emitting meaningless howls that mimicked the calls of monkeys from some distant memory. They were no longer living beings. "Hurry, you bunch of screeching monkeys," Old Blind Eye urged with a dry voice, fully aware that these undead would not comprehend him. Yet the command had already been relayed through the necromantic link bestowed by Master Allen. Within the crates lay an orderly collection of massive long-winged dragon eggs, their shells a sickly shade of gray-green, speckled with dark spots. These had been discovered in the depths of the Yamen Tower, a quest that had cost him nearly 100 undead laborers. Another batch of crates exuded a potent odor, a blend of earth and some pungent herb. This was the plant specifically requested by Master Allen, said to enhance the efficacy of their elixirs. The mere thought of the so-called enhancement elixir made Old Blind Eye's gaunt face twitch. It could render the dead not only stronger, but also more frenzied. One undead savage slipped beneath the weight of a crate, nearly toppling it into the mire. Instantly, another undead reached out with a stiff arm to steady the box, and the two bodies resumed their mechanical gait, as if nothing had transpired. Old Blind Eye paid it no mind. He turned, grasping a mooring line hanging from the rail, inhaling the briny scent of the sea breeze. The celebration of Mirren was imminent. He had to return. The birth of the Emperor's first son was a significant event for the entire empire. He was eager to witness the child rumored to be overflowing with magical potential and to personally experience the new enhancement elixir. His anticipation was palpable. He intends to return, bearing the Emperor's grace, and transform the entirety of Sothros into a fertile ground for the empire and a hunting ground. The sea breeze caresses the summer islands, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of lotus blossoms and red flowers. Yet it fails to disperse the stench of blood that lingers on the deck of the flagship, Mourner. Nero wipes the non-existent stains from his twin blades with a silk handkerchief. The blades gleam like mirrors, reflecting his handsomely chiseled visage, which aligns with the aesthetic standards of the Khalasar, though his pallor reveals a distinct lack of vitality. His fleet has effectively blockaded this maritime expanse, and before him lies the largest island among the archipelago. Wisps of smoke rise from the valley, marking the last stronghold of the indigenous people. The names Red Flower Valley and Sweet Lotus Valley are indeed melodious, and the terrain is defensively advantageous. A cursed band of natives, Nero mutters, tucking the handkerchief back into his sleeve. He has already poisoned their water supply, albeit with an excessively diluted form of the dead man's toxin that cannot affect a complete transformation. It merely serves to stiffen their bodies and numb their senses. He had intended to wait for the toxin to take effect before leading an assault himself, relishing in the visceral spectacle of their desperate struggles, a fleeting distraction from his own morbid existence. However, his plans have been disrupted. The news from Millen has arrived. The Emperor's firstborn has come into the world. The entire empire revels in celebration, and he must hasten to conclude the conquest here and return for the festivities. Shortly thereafter, a magical communique from Master Allen informed him of a breakthrough in the research on enhancement potions. Time has become of the essence. Those accursed natives, neither surrendering nor perishing, are indeed a nuisance, Nero finally exclaims in frustration. His voice, though low, sends a shiver through the ranks of undead officers standing nearby. He sheathes his twin blades at his waist, the metallic clash producing a discordant sound. There can be no further delay. The thirst for bloodshed may be temporarily stifled, yet the Emperor's summons and the allure of greater power are irresistible. Nero strides to the ship's bow, gazing down at the verdant island, devoid of admiration, his eyes cold with calculation. He issues a command, his tone icy. Prepare the entire army for disembarkation. Before sunset, I shall drink from their skulls. In the laboratory of Materis, the air is thick with the acrid scent of herbs mingled with some metallic element. Alan gazes intently at the body immersed within a massive glass container, fervor glinting in his black pupils. The form of Kichwan-ro is enshrouded in a greenish potion, and at the severed joints of its limbs, flesh buds slowly writhe and grow. The veins beneath the skin are faintly visible, pulsing gently in rhythm with the circulation of the potion. This necrotic body is defying the laws of nature by regenerating. All of this owes its thanks to the miraculous flora of Thoros. Alan has issued a dire command to Old Blind Eye via the glass candle. Spare no effort to expedite the acquisition of more and more plants. He aims to propagate this enhancement throughout the entire undead legion. He desires to transform the Emperor's army into a true legion of the undead. In a corner of the laboratory, a row of cribs is neatly arranged. Inside lies the first batch of electors born of the Empire. With the birth of the prince, the magical concentration throughout the Empire surged at an astonishing pace. Alan could distinctly perceive the magical elements in the air enveloping him like a dense fog, enhancing both his casting speed and power beyond what he had previously known. This transformation was most pronounced in the newborns. These infants, merely days old, already bore a striking resemblance to ordinary 2-year-olds. They lay quietly, occasionally opening their eyes, revealing glimpses of golden or crimson light deep within their pupils. Their breaths were steady and robust, each heartbeat resonating like a steady drum. Alan sensed the rich fire and blood magic coursing through their tiny bodies, continuously refining their organs, endowing them with a formidable physique unattainable by mere mortals from the very beginning of life. Approaching a crib, Alan extended his pale finger to gently touch the plump cheek of one infant. Rather than crying, the baby opened its eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. A rare smile graced Alan's lips. These children represented the future of the Empire. Chapter 119. The Emperor of Rituals. The air in Edu was thick with the scent of pottery being fired, mingled with rich spices, concealing a profound unease beneath this peculiar aroma. Panic spread like an invisible mold, proliferating from every slick stone of the port, weaving through the web-like alleys, ultimately permeating the heavy walls of the imperial palace. Bufong tapped his knuckles rhythmically against the cool rosewood table, again and again. The map before him depicted the vast territories of the Golden Empire, fragmented by ink stains of varying depths. These stains symbolized warlords, unruly lords beyond his control, and ambitious individuals who only extended hollow greetings when they required the emperor's name. The palace doors swung open with a gust of wind, ushering in the chill from outside. The head eunuch hurried in on light feet, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the oppressive silence within. Your Majesty, the last statue of the deity Rollo in the southern temple has also shattered. Bufeng's fingers froze on the table. His gaze fixated on a small mark on the map representing Wulia, the final bastion against the northern barbarians and the legendary battlefield against the Long Night. Just as the rumors suggested, his voice remained calm. Yes, Your Majesty, replied the head eunuch, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, breaking apart into several fragments. The temple priest had gone mad on the spot, shouting that the Long Night was approaching, before being dragged away by the guards. The public was already in an uproar. The harsh cold of Wooly, the fleeting white figures across the gray wasteland. These ancient tales, once relegated to the storyteller's narratives, had now become the most tangible fears on the streets. Rollo, the deity presiding over heat and life, had fallen, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Long Night. Bufong slowly uttered these two words, his breath forming a white mist in the cool air, only to dissipate moments later. When he ascended to the throne, he too had believed he could, like the legendary ancestors, strive to reunify this fractured golden empire. Reality, however, presented him with a resounding challenge. His edicts failed to reach the capital, and his revenue was contingent upon the whims of a few noble families within the city. He found himself compelled to delicately balance the relationships between these aristocrats and the local lords of nearby towns, all to preserve his tenuous grip on the imperial throne. And what of the borders? Are the Jugazenai stirring? Bufong inquired, finally diverting his gaze from the map. Plundering continues unabated, Your Majesty. The head of the inner palace murmured, his head bowed, even lower than usual. They raid and flee. The local lords have sent missives requesting assistance. Bufeng's lips curled into a grim semblance of a smile. Support? What means does he possess to offer aid? The meager garrison in the capital was his last bastion of dignity. He barely sustained the facade of a sovereign. Reliant on the exquisite porcelain crafted in the city's workshops and the thriving trade tariffs from the port. Let them fend for themselves, he waved dismissively, his tone laced with weary resignation. The head of the inner palace dared not speak further and withdrew with a bow. Bufeng's gaze returned to the map. traversing the fractured territories and the lingering Jugazeni before settling on the distant west, the continent known as Essos. At the opposite end of the table lay a scroll of intelligence that had arrived recently. The edges of the parchment still bore the salty scent of the sea, and the handwriting was hasty and frantic. A man named Sheng, who claimed the title of Dragon King, had swiftly brought half of Essos under his dominion. He had unified the free city-states and subdued the city-states of Slave's Bay. His fleet had blockaded the narrow sea. And both New Guise and the former Isle of the Serpent were now his territories, with his ship's patrols reaching the jade gates of Queers. He possessed dragons and wielded godlike power. Bufong held the parchment, repeatedly caressing its rough texture, contrasting sharply with the smoothness of his imperial jade ring. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Such a formidable neighbor was far from a blessing for the fractured Edie. When a lion is famished, it pays no heed to the scattered sheep at its side. Yet, beneath this anxiety lay a flicker of madness. He racked his brain for a solution to the impasse. Confined within the sorrowful city, he could only watch helplessly as the legacy of his ancestors withered in his hands. Perhaps the key to breaking through lay beyond this land. He rose and approached the window, pushing open the intricately carved wooden casement. The cacophony of the capital mingled with panic, akin to a pot of boiling murk. Assailing his senses, it had been long since he had felt such a chaotic vitality. "Come in," he called out to the empty hall beyond. The captain of his personal guard, clad in light armor, entered promptly, kneeling on one knee. "Issue a command. Select the finest porcelain, silk, and spices from the treasury. And prepare a lavish gift." Bufeng's voice, though quiet, resonated with clarity. "You shall accompany my uncle to form an envoy." The captain raised his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Bufeng turned around, his gaze piercing like a torch as it swept across the youthful visage of the captain of his guard. This was the child of his wet nurse, who had once called him brother until he ascended to the throne. He understood the perilous nature of this decision, even deeming it somewhat absurd. To extend goodwill to an enigmatic monarch from a foreign land was unprecedented in the annals of the Golden Empire. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternative choices. "You are to pay a visit to a new neighbor," Bufeng spoke slowly, each word emerging as if extricated from between clenched teeth, referring to the newly risen Dragon King of the nascent empire, Sheng. He paused for a moment, adding, "This journey has two objectives. First, to establish a more robust trade relationship. Second," his voice lowered, as if confiding to himself, "to gauge whether assistance may be procured." Days later, a grand vessel, adorned with the azure banner of the celestial emperor, departed the port under the vacant, listless gaze of the citizens of Edu. The ship was laden with the most sumptuous treasures that this ancient empire could offer, accompanied by a desperate sovereign, bearing the last vestiges of goodwill and hope. Bufeng stood atop the highest stargazing platform of the imperial city, watching as the vessel dwindled into a mere speck against the horizon. The frigid northern winds billowed through his voluminous sleeves, and he grasped the railing tightly, the coldness providing a modicum of solace for his tumultuous thoughts. He was uncertain whether the ship bore an olive branch or bait for a lurking dragon, but he understood that he must take this gamble. Chapter 120. The celebration and the crisis of bravos in the reception hall of the Great Pyramid of Marine. The air was thick and stagnant, akin to heated oil. The envoy from Bravos, having journeyed from afar, was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, facing the cold obsidian table, as frigid as a gravestone. Seated in the principal position was not the emperor himself, but rather Governor Hideranich. He toyed with a golden dragon coin, his fingernail scraping the edge, producing a faint yet jarring sound. 150,000 golden dragons worth of goods, Hiderana remarked, flicking the coin into the air and catching it with ease. "This is the ransom for the son of the Sea King." The envoy's throat bobbed nervously as he spoke, his voice dry. "Esteemed governor, the additional 50,000 is excessive." Hiderana raised an eyebrow, his amber eyes glinting with derision. "His Majesty believes this to be merely the beginning. Since the Bravosi dared to instigate trouble in Liss, they must be prepared to pay the price. You have delayed for a full 2 months. It would have only required a mere 300,000 golden dragons and a Valyrian steel sword to preserve your free will. What a bargain. We are willing to compensate." The envoy of the Sea King's son began hesitantly, "But Bravos stands as a free city, never to be enslaved. Can the excess funds not allow for the removal of the term ransom? Such an implication is an affront to the people of Bravos." "An affront?" Hiderana laughed, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest imaginable. "When your fleet sank in Liss, did you not consider it an affront? When your soldiers were transformed into living dead by His Majesty, did you not perceive it as an affront?" He leaned forward, his voice lowered, each word piercing like a poisoned needle. "This is the mercy of His Majesty. He could have erased Braavos from the map. Now, he merely requires a stance. The envoy closed his eyes, a slight tremor in his cheek muscles. He understood there was no room for negotiation. The annihilation of the Braavos' fleet, the wrath and terror of the Sea King, the Senate's all-night debates, all culminated in the bitter fruit he must swallow on this journey. We accept. He barely forced the words through clenched teeth. Hidala reclined contentedly against the chair's back, tossing a gold dragon onto the table with a sharp clink. Excellent, he remarked. His Majesty has no time to meet you. He has another request. Please, go on. During the celebration, in front of all the envoys from Essos, you shall personally read this list of reparations. The envoy's face paled instantly. The imperial celebration was organized to commemorate the birth of the firstborn, Lucci. The entirety of Meereen was engulfed in a nearly frenzied revelry. The steps of the Great Pyramid were adorned with silks from Pentos, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of rice spices and the roasting meats of the Yunkai. Delegations from the major city-states of Essos presented their most lavish gifts as they approached the emperor, seated upon his obsidian throne. The envoy from Kohor was the most humble. This city, near the shores of the Dothraki Sea, lived perpetually in the shadow of the Khalasar scimitar. They offered their most prized creation, a tapestry woven from 5-colored metallic threads, depicting a great black dragon coiling around the mountains, its scales shimmering with a changing luster in the firelight. Additionally, there was a pair of ivory-white lemurs, curled up in a gilded cage, their amethyst-like eyes curiously surveying this unfamiliar world. Lucci merely nodded slightly, allowing his attendants to accept the gifts. Following closely were the gifts from the governor of Volantis, the envoy from Tyros, and the envoy from Meereen, their offerings piling high, from rare beasts to chests of jewels and renowned products from their cities, each a testament to their reverence and submission to the emperor. The envoy from Braavos stood silently in a corner of the crowd, eyes shut, resembling a mute stone statue. His body was rigid, adorned in a splendid diplomatic garment that felt more like a shroud. Once all the city-states had presented their tributes, the music and clamor within the hall subsided momentarily. He took a deep breath, the air tinged with a metallic taste akin to blood, scorching his lungs. He opened his eyes, heavy footsteps leading him forward as he bowed his head, inching away from the throng. The atmosphere in the hall turned ominous. The Volantis governor's lips curled into a sardonic smile, while the other envoys gazed in astonishment. They regarded the envoy from the former maritime sovereign as one would a prisoner walking towards the gallows. The Braavos envoy approached beneath the throne, not lifting his gaze, merely unfurling the parchment in his hand. His voice, though low, resonated with startling clarity in the hushed hall, tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Braavos extends its most profound apologies for the prior affront to the Imperial fleet in the waters of Lys. In atonement for the transgression, Braavos is willing to offer to the new Valyrian Empire treasures valued at 1,500,000 golden dragons, along with the promise of providing 10 vessels of purple-sailed warships annually for the Imperial fleet and a Valyrian steel sword. As the words fell from his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. A profound sense of humiliation surged, drowning the envoy in its tide. He could feel the piercing gazes from all directions, some laced with sympathy, others tinged with mockery, but most filled with a malicious glee. Those city-states, once subjugated by Braavos' fleets and wealth, were now reveling in this reversal of fortunes. Having completed his declaration, his body swayed dangerously, yet he held steadfast, awaiting the final judgment from the man seated upon the throne. The expressionless Lucian regarded him, and after a moment, gave a slight nod. Receiving permission, the envoy felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, bowing as he retreated, each step akin to treading upon a blade's edge. Amidst the crowd, the envoy from Pentos fixated intently on the vanquished Braavos's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He recalled his grandfather, the prince who had been sacrificed to the gods after suffering defeat in the war against Braavos. That hatred had never waned, merely suppressed beneath Braavos' formidable power. Now, however, the mighty lion had weakened, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Flames ignited in the eyes of the Pentos envoy. After this ceremony, Pentos would once again raise its battle standard. This time, they would ensure that the Braavosi felt the sting of losing their kin. Chapter 121. The assassination. Of course, the embers of the celebration had yet to cool when the machinery of the empire began to turn. Myr, now to be referred to as the first city-state of Dragon King's Bay, was suffused with an unusual aroma of dust mingled with spices. Alan's makeshift laboratory was situated in a dim stone chamber at the base of the Great Pyramid, where the notorious pirate leader, Nero, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, sat bare-chested upon a stone bench. His skin bore an unhealthy grayish hue, yet his musculature was more defined than at any point during his life. A living dead officer held forth a stone bowl containing a viscous green liquid concocted by Alan, which exuded a sweet, earthy stench of decaying foliage. Drink. Alan's voice was devoid of inflection, akin to two stones grinding together. Without hesitation, Nero seized the bowl and drank deeply. The liquid coursed down his throat, causing his veins to bulge beneath his skin like black worms writhing. Clenching his fists, his knuckles whitened from the strain, while a primal growl simmered in his throat. Sweat and a viscous black fluid oozed from his pores, yet an eerie green light flickered in his grayish eyes. Alan observed quietly, rapidly jotting down data on parchment with a charcoal pencil. Outside, Old Blind Eye and other mid-ranking officers of High Valyrian awaited their turn to receive this transformative boon. Slave Bay, a name etched with blood, tears, and suffering, is being forcibly erased under the banner of the Lushing family. From Millen to Yuankai, and then to Astapor, the new name Dragon King Bay is inscribed on every newly erected stone tablet, proclaimed day after day to the populace by officials from the governor's office in the marketplace. Memories of the old era are being ground into dust by the will of the new empire. At the gate of Jade Sea, in Chaos, when the envoy from Edie arrived, the city welcomed them with its most opulent yet decayed facade. Within the 1,000 palaces, the air seemed saturated with spices and wealth. The envoy's uncle, the chief envoy Peng Jun, sat upright in a cobalt silk robe that starkly contrasted with the local style. Beside him, the captain of the guard, Tai Xiong, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping across every Chaos noble in the grand hall like a hawk. The men here donned silk robes adorned with jewels, while the women were accustomed to exposing one breast, embellished with gold dust and vibrant colors. Their tones were melodious and exaggerated, each gesture imbued with dramatic flair. Esteemed envoy, proclaimed the representative of the Chaos royal family, lifting his goblet adorned with tiny diamonds on his nails. The friendship between Chaos and the Golden Celestial Empire is as profound as the Jade Sea, timeless and ever-renewing. To our shared prosperity, cheers. Peng Jun forced a stiff smile and raised his goblet. To friendship, he murmured, his voice nearly swallowed by the clamor of the hall. Tai Xiong remained still, his focus fixed on several figures who appeared to be guards, yet moved stealthily in the shadows. The entire banquet was rife with hypocritical pleasantries and naked probes for advantage, each word cloaked in honey, yet potentially harboring a poisoned blade beneath. Peng Jun felt akin to a rabbit intruding upon a den of snakes, utterly uncomfortable. He yearned only to navigate the Chaos invitation and depart for Slave Bay. At last, the banquet concluded, and Peng Jun emerged from the 1,000 palaces, flanked by Tai Xiong and a dozen guards. The cool night breeze dispelled the stifling heat of the hall, but ushered in deeper dangers. As they turned into a narrow street leading to their lodgings, the high walls cast heavy shadows on either side. Without warning, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the darkness. Embedding itself in the stone paving mere inches from Peng Jun's feet, the fletching quivering ominously. "Protect the master," Tai Xiong bellowed, shoving Peng Jun behind him. His long knife was drawn in an instant, the blade slicing through the moonlight in a chilling arc, deflecting another arrow aimed at Peng Jun's face. From the shadows emerged a dozen masked assailants, their curved blades glinting in the dim light, advancing silently. Tai Xiong's swordplay was swift and lethal, each strike aimed at vital points. The Edie guards behind him quickly formed a defensive formation, fighting valiantly. Yet, the number of assassins outnumbered them 3-1, fearlessly relentless. One guard was simultaneously pierced by 3 curved blades, and as he lay dying, he clung desperately to one assailant's leg. "Run!" Tai Xiong shouted at Peng Jun, kicking aside an enemy while his blade swiftly severed another's throat. Peng Jun was gripped by terror, his legs trembling as if they might give way at any moment, nearly dragged away towards the harbor. Amidst the chaos, a blade grazed his cheek, sending a jolt of agony through him. Warm blood instantly clouded his left eye. "My eye! My eye!" he cried out in panic. "Silence! If you wish to live, run," came Tai Xiong's voice, cold as ice. The guards fell one by one, sacrificing their lives to carve a path of blood for them. When they finally reached the dock and boarded the grand vessel adorned with the azure banner of the Celestial Empire, only Tai Xiong remained behind. He was drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of his foes. "Cut the mooring lines. Set sail immediately." Peng Jun pressed his bleeding eye, his voice sharp with fear. "Quickly, leave this wretched city. They are all mad." Without hesitation, Tai Xiong relayed the same command to the crew. The sailors, in a flurry, severed the lines and raised the sails. Under the astonished gaze of the harbor officials and guards, The envoy ship from east swiftly fled the port of Quails, akin to a startled beast, vanishing into the night-shrouded Jade Sea. By the time the news reached the Hall of 1,000 Seats, it was already midnight. The royal family of Quails, the 13 giants, and representatives from the Emerald Brotherhood and the Spices Guild were urgently summoned. The politeness and smiles that once adorned their faces had evaporated, replaced by unprecedented fury. This is an affront, a humiliation to all of Quails. A merchant from the Emerald Brotherhood slammed his fist on the table, causing the golden goblets to jump. Who did this? One of the 13 giants cast a malevolent glare across the assembled crowd. He is our greatest trade partner. Who wishes to sabotage this venture? Who but you 13 giants? Sneered the president of the Spices Guild. Have you not longed to monopolize the eastern silk and spice routes? You speak baseless accusations. It is you old fools who cannot bear to see others prosper. Perhaps it is the royal family's doing, seeking to seize power once more? Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they flourished wildly. Within the Grand Hall, former political adversaries exchanged glances laden with mistrust and resentment. Each believed this to be the machination of a rival, a pivotal move in the intricate power chessboard of Quails. An assassination attempt against foreign envoys ignited the long-simmering powder keg within the city. The power struggle in Quails, previously shrouded in subtlety, erupted into a bloody and fierce spectacle. Chapter 122. The war preparations of New Jas. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt, mingled with the metallic tang of rust and blood. Pang Jun's consciousness floated in a viscous darkness, each lurch of the ship akin to a searing iron rod stirring within his left eye socket. He could feel cold metallic instruments probing delicately, meticulously peeling away and severing something. All done, the eyeball has been removed, and most of the toxins have been cleared. A hoarse voice echoed beside him, speaking in Valyrian with a strong New Jas accent. The remaining poison, my medicine can only alleviate, if you wish to survive. Your fate rests in your own hands. A rough hand gripped his chin, forcing a bowl of bitter concoction down his throat. The liquid coursed down, searing his esophagus like a fiery line. Pang Jun erupted into a violent cough, his vision fading into a blurry crimson haze. He struggled to rise, but a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Lie still, envoy. The voice carried a hint of mockery. This was how the Corsi behaved, like rats lurking in the gutters, welcoming guests with poisoned arrows. A band of marauders thriving on spices. Gasping, Pang Jun rasped, I come bearing the decree of the celestial emperor of Edi. His words were fragmented, yet each syllable rang clear. To pay homage to the new Valyrian Empire, His Majesty, the Dragon King of Valyria. The cabin fell silent, save for the creaking of wood against the waves. The physician attending to him paused, raising his gaze to a tall figure at the doorway. The captain entered, his leather armor still damp from the sea. He looked down at the pallid Pang Jun on the stretcher, brow furrowed. You are the envoy of Edi? Indeed. Pang Jun managed to affirm with his remaining eye, striving to keep his voice steady. We bear state documents and gifts, en route to Milan. However, we were ambushed while resupplying in Corsi. The Corsi attacked the Empire's guests? The captain's voice grew somber, akin to the dark currents beneath the sea. The physician snorted derisively, wiping blood from his hands. A pack of unscrupulous spice traitors. They are capable of anything. The captain disregarded the physician, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Fixated on Pang Jun. Do they know your identities? Are they aware of your destination? They know, replied Captain Tai Xiong, struggling to respond, his abdomen bound in thick bandages, blood seeping through. We announced our mission before all the Corsi nobles in the Hall of 1,000 Seats. They even hosted a banquet for us. The captain's fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. The realization that the Corsi dared to assault the envoy of Edi, fully aware of their mission, ignited a fury within him like molten iron filling his chest. This was not a mere act of piracy. It was an open provocation against the new Valyrian Empire. A contemptuous affront to the divine being who walked among mortals, the emperor who could transform into a mighty dragon. Turn about, the captain bellowed, spinning sharply to the sailors outside. Escort the envoy ship, full speed ahead to New Jas. The port of New Jas was perpetually imbued with the sense of iron, sweat, and discipline. Towering walls loomed like a colossal beast of steel, while the soldiers of the Iron Legion, composed of citizen soldiers, patrolled with synchronized steps, their gazes steely and resolute. The Edi envoy was promptly escorted to the governor's mansion. Military Commander Zola, a towering figure of the Gai's people, possessed a gaze as sharp as a blade. After listening to the accounts of Pang Jun and Tai Xiong, his countenance darkened, as if it could drip with the weight of his displeasure. Slowly, he repeated the name Queer Zola, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the table, producing a muffled sound. A group of self-important merchants had forgotten who had granted them the privilege of stable trade. As a neighbor to queers, the new guys had a profound understanding of the nature of these individuals, greedy, hypocritical, and willing to forsake everything for profit. Yet Zola had not anticipated the audacity they had displayed. "Your Excellency, please take comfort and recuperate," Zola asserted, rising to his feet with an air of unmistakable authority. "This is the territory of the Empire. None shall dare to harm you again. I shall attend to the remainder." After ensuring the weary delegation from Edie was settled, he promptly returned to his private chamber. The room bore no superfluous adornments, housing only an obsidian table upon which stood a solitary, twisted black candle, a glass candle. Zola closed the door, plunging the chamber into darkness. He extended his hand, fingertips gently brushing against the candle's tip, infusing it with a thread of mental energy. The candle ignited spontaneously, emitting a pale, unsettling glow. The light distorted everything around it, causing the walls to appear as if they were writhing, shadows deepening into gaping voids that seemed to lead to another realm. Zola's pupils constricted in the radiance, and he bowed his head, speaking reverently. His voice transcended the physical, resonating on a spiritual plane. "Your Majesty." The light flickered slightly, and a grand will descended. It was an imposing and frigid presence, exuding a dragon-like majesty that rendered the air within the room utterly still. "Speak." Zola recounted the delegation's tribulations in meticulous detail, from their ambush in Queers to the discovery of the new guy's patrol vessel, culminating with the mission of the delegation. Silence enveloped the chamber. After a considerable pause, a chilling wrath emanated from that grand will. The original plan of Sheng had been to usher the empire into a period of rest and recuperation following the birth of his eldest son, Lu Qi. This would allow for the assimilation of newly acquired territories, the promotion of fledgling electorates, and the consolidation of internal governance. He had bestowed upon these mortals order and peace. Yet they exhibited no gratitude. A swarm of ants, beneath whom even deities were trampled, dared to provoke the empire's majesty, attempting to incite the wrath of a dragon. They were courting their own demise. "Escort the Edie envoy. Come to Milan at once." The cold voice reverberated in Zola's mind, each word imbued with an irresistible command. Additionally, there was a brief pause. A torrent of murderous intent surged through the glass candle, instantly drenching Zola's back with cold sweat. "Prepare the Iron Legion of new guys for battle. The Imperial fleet shall arrive shortly." As the last word echoed, the light from the glass candle extinguished in an instant. The chamber was returned to darkness, yet flames ignited within Zola's eyes. He forcefully swung open the door and issued a brief, yet commanding order to the adjutant waiting outside. "Relay the message. The port is under martial law. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th Iron Legions. Assemble all personnel. Prepare for battle." Chapter 123. The rebel who hinders the growth of the Dragon Legion. The air of the city-state of Milan is perpetually infused with a melange of dust, spices, and the scent of sweat. However, in the vicinity where the lofty Sauce Legion is stationed, this aroma is overshadowed by a more pungent blend of rust, strong spirits, and a faint hint of decay. Within a tavern exclusively for officers, dimly lit and marked by knife scars on the wooden tables, Old Blind Eye gulped down a fiery shot of liquor. His murky white eyes, devoid of focus, stared blankly ahead, yet his lips twisted into a cruel grin. Which city-state is about to face calamity this time? His gravelly voice echoed in the corner, reminiscent of two stones grinding against one another. Seated opposite him, Nero refrained from touching the spirits on the table. His glass contained a radiant summer red. His long fingers delicately grasped the base of the cup, meticulously manicured nails complementing his finely tailored black leather armor adorned with silver threads. "Whatever happens," Nero raised his eyes. His strikingly handsome visage, characteristic of the Corsi, contrasted with a voice as cold as ice. "Just make sure to kill enough." As soon as the words left his lips, both men froze simultaneously. An invisible connection reverberated in the depths of their consciousness, cold, absolute, and devoid of emotion, imprinting the command directly into their souls. This was not mere language. It was a pure force of will accompanied by precise maps and objective information. The clamor of the tavern seemed to dissipate in that instant. The smile on Old Blind Eye's face froze, and a fleeting glimmer of eerie green light flickered in his murky gaze. He set down his glass, the bottom thudding against the table with a dull sound. "Corsi?" he exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with an odd inflection. Instinctively, he glanced sideways at Nero. Nero lowered his head, his wavy, cascading hair casting a deep shadow over his handsome face. In that shadow, his usual calm demeanor and icy demeanor were replaced by an indescribable weightiness. His fingers, gripping the wine glass, turned pale at the joints. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Nero's voice was barely a whisper. He raised the glass of summer red and drained it in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then, he stood up, not sparing Old Blind Eye another glance as he turned, lifted the heavy leather curtain, and vanished into the blinding sunlight outside. Old Blind Eye stared in the direction of his departure, pausing in silence for a moment. A twisted yet exhilarating grin slowly emerged on his weathered, scarred face. Nero, you rascal. He seized the bottle, pouring himself a generous glass, the liquid splashing onto the table. Ha ha. He laughed heartily, downing the spirits. Go out there and kill to your heart's content. In stark contrast to the raucousness of the pirates in Millen City, the atmosphere in the royal chamber atop the Great Pyramid was heavy, as if solidified wax. The air was suffused with the scent of expensive incense. Yet it could not quell the stifling silence that enveloped the space. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the bedroom, helplessly gazing at Valyria. In her arms, the small Lu Chi clung tightly to her, burying his little face against her body, his entire form trembling slightly. A boy must learn independence. How could he linger in a woman's embrace? Lu Sheng's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He looked at his eldest son, hoping that this intimidation would compel the child to comply. Listen now, and go sleep in your room with your nurse. Valyria raised her head with a sigh of resignation, her violet eyes filled with helplessness. She could feel her son's small hands gripping her clothing with great strength, a manifestation of his instinctive dependence. Lu Chi slowly lifted his head, his tousled black hair slightly disheveled, and his brown eyes, inherited from Lu Sheng, were already red with defiance as he stubbornly glared at his father, his lips pressed tightly together. Ultimately, Lu Sheng remained alone in the bedroom. He approached the window, overlooking the brilliantly illuminated city of Mirren. This city now rested firmly within his grasp, and the entire continent of Essos trembled under his will. Yet, the foundation of the empire required more, stronger bloodlines to fortify it. Rhaenyra and Lannill had already conceived his offspring, which was promising news. However, he felt a sense of unease regarding Rhaenyra. For the proliferation of dragons and the unshakable future of the new Valyrian Empire, merely these were insufficient. Lu Sheng's gaze was filled with aspirations for progeny, as if piercing through the night sky. It appeared that the time had come to expand his harem. Faced with the rebellious son who disturbed him, he had little choice. The harbor of Volantis lay like a slumbering giant, breathing heavily in the humid air. Thousands of warships crowded the waterways, their dark hulls bearing the golden dragon flag, standing motionless in the sea breeze like frozen ink. Upon the ships, the armor of Imperial soldiers reflected a dull light as they polished their weapons and checked the ropes, a silence enveloping the entire Allied fleet like a film of oil. The Demon S Road, this ancient black scar left by the Valyrian Empire, extended from the depths of the continent. The hard blackstone pavement, smoothed by millennia of wind and sand, stubbornly refused to allow any plant to take root. A caravan of a dozen black carriages was rolling over this desolation, stirring up fine gray dust. Inside one of the carriages, the light was dim. Four young individuals sat facing each other, clad in identical black robes. Golden threads intricately outlining complex patterns at the collars and cuffs, runes representing strength and sacrifice in the ancient Valyrian tongue. How much longer? Asked the youth seated by the window, his voice still carrying a hint of youthful innocence, yet his gaze was as sharp as tempered steel. His name was Cass, a one-eyed aberration. Opposite him, a sturdier young man sat with eyes closed in meditation. Upon hearing the question, he did not lift his eyelids. When you can sense the saltiness of the sea with your magic, then we shall have arrived. My range of perception does not extend that far yet, nor. Cass replied with a slight pout, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns in the air, a barely perceptible ripple of magic spreading forth before swiftly dissipating. Noel opened his eyes, his gaze as profound as the night sky of Materis. Thus, we shall continue to wait. Patience is the foremost lesson for a spellcaster, more vital than any incantation. Dean Allen did not articulate it thus, Cass retorted. He merely instructed us on how to most efficiently rend our foes apart. The Dean is the Dean. Noel's voice was devoid of emotion. He was a master dedicated to uncovering the truths of the world for His Majesty. We are not alike. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the other two occupants of the carriage, a bespectacled girl silently polishing her obsidian wand, and a frail, three-handed boy nervously clutching the hem of his robe. We are the Emperor's blade. Noel's voice was low yet resonant, clear enough for every ear to hear. Requiring no additional contemplation, merely point to the target and strike. A brief silence enveloped the carriage, broken only by the sound of the wheels rolling, filling the void. The slender three-handed boy, Ryan, could no longer contain himself and spoke, his voice trembling. What do you think the enemies will be like this time? I heard they were pirates from Queers. Just a bunch of blasphemous spice merchants defying the Emperor. Cass scoffed, a scornful expression on his youthful face, with just one fireball. I could reduce them and their ships to charred remains. They shall be the Tempest, the Blaze, the most thorough executors of His Majesty's will. In this battle, they will demonstrate their worth to the Empire before the entire world. Chapter 124. Kitchenlu. The crimson sun hung at the horizon of the summer sea, scorching its surface into a molten expanse of copper. A fleet of numerous black warships, resembling a cadre of silent iron behemoths, had seized control of the trade route to Queers. The black flag of New JIS fluttered in the sweltering sea breeze. Captain Harazzo of the blockade fleet wiped the sweat from his brow, the gritty sensation of sea salt rubbing against his rough skin. He squinted at the empty horizon where bustling merchant ships ought to have been. Turning, he grinned at his first mate, revealing a mouth marred by decayed teeth ravaged by drink. Those Queers spice merchants always dreamed of making us at New JIS their lapdogs. How many years have we fought over this? The first mate, a taciturn giant, merely nodded, resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. As an officer who had risen through valor, his accolades were earned against the Queers. Were it not for the citizen soldiers and war elephants, the lands of New JIS would have long been occupied by those scoundrels. Harazzo's voice was imbued with years of suppressed bitterness as he gripped the ship's railing, his knuckles whitening from the strain. They have oppressed us, my family, surviving like maggots on a few decrepit ships. Now, the tides have turned. It was not until His Majesty the Dragon King graced Essos with his presence that the Queers momentarily sheathed their fangs and paused their trade suppression against New JIS. And now, these foolish cretins dare to provoke His Majesty's wrath. This time, we shall tear a substantial piece of flesh from them, skin and bone alike. Harazzo wore a sinister smile, his eyes flickering with the flames of vengeance. Millen, the temporary anchorage of the towering sauce fleet. The port was saturated with the mingled scents of potent spirits, decaying seaweed, and an ineffable, sweet yet acrid aroma that belonged to death. The old blind man stood on the deck of the flagship, his pale gray pupils gazing vacantly at the crew as they conducted their final preparations. Beside him, Nero delicately polished his twin blades with a piece of silk, his movements as graceful as caressing a lover's skin. A heavy footfall, resonating with such weight that it seemed to tremble the very deck, approached from afar. A massive figure cast a shadow, enveloping the two men within its darkness. For the first time, a semblance of surprise flickered across the old blind man's deathly visage as he stiffly turned his head. Nero also ceased his actions, raising his handsome face, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Kitchuanlu? The name escaped the old man's parched throat. Ever since Master Alan had transformed Kitchuanlu's corpse into a necromantic puppet, this walking machine of slaughter had never strayed from its master's side. Yet now, as they surveyed their surroundings, Master Alan's signature black robe was conspicuously absent. What do you see? The old blind man of Edie, and that pathetic fool from Corsi. A voice, as heavy as a boulder rolling, emanated from the ironclad form, tinged with the mockery and disdain only the living could possess. The astonishment on the faces of the old blind man and Nero swiftly morphed into fury. This voice, this tone, could not possibly belong to a soulless puppet. Nero rose, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, suppressing his rage as he demanded, "Aren't you dead? His Majesty has pulled my soul from the endless darkness." Kitchuanlu replied in a deep tone, each word sounding as if forged from the iron furnace of his chest. "And the one true God, His Majesty the Emperor, granted me the right to walk this world once more." He puffed out his chest in a display of pride, the black armor he wore creaking with a disconcerting sound. Following Master Alan's numerous modifications, Kitchuanlu, originally towering at 2 meters, now stood over 2.5 meters tall, his form bulkier than before, resembling a moving black fortress. The steel axe he once wielded had been replaced with a massive one forged from obsidian, its blade shimmering with a chilling luminescence. "Now, I am far stronger than both of you combined, ha ha ha." Kitchuanlu's laughter was deep and arrogant, his disdainful gaze fixed upon the old blind man and Nero. To him, the sovereign who had awakened him from eternal silence was the only true God in this world, and he, Kitchuanlu, was the sharpest vanguard in the hands of divinity. A spark of fury ignited in Nero's eyes as he instantaneously transformed into a blur, lunging forward. However, Kitchuanlu's movements were even swifter. His iron fist shot up with such speed that it left behind a shadow, swiftly pinning the surging Nero down. Bam! Nero was forcefully pressed against the deck, splinters flying. That unmatched power rendered even his undead form motionless. Pathetic fool. Chichuan Luo gazed down at Nilo with a voice steeped in disdain. I have long suspected you to be a pawn left among us by the Corsians. This time in Queers, you had better not allow me the opportunity to catch you. He paused, each word dripping with lethal intent. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to mincemeat. With that, he carelessly tossed Nilo aside as one would discard refuse. Shouldering his massive axe, he strode away with heavy steps, not once glancing back. Old blind. With gray-white eyes, he directed his gaze towards the fallen Nilo, uttering not a single word nor extending a hand. He merely cast a silent glance before turning back to his flagship. For him, as long as the Emperor's mission remained unimpeded, nothing else mattered. Nilo lay on the cold deck, reluctant to rise. His necrotized body felt no pain, yet the profound humiliation permeated his very bones, more tangible than any torture. The name Queers pierced his already still heart like a venomous thorn. Once, he too had been a noble of Queers, adorned in resplendent silks, traversing the halls of 1,000 palaces. Until his family's downfall and the encounter with that person, memories of the past surged forth like an inescapable nightmare. Resurfacing in his mind, he had no desire to return, to confront the city that had buried everything he once cherished. The sea breeze caressed his pallid cheeks, carrying the briny dampness. Nilo slowly closed his eyes, allowing the agony from his past to engulf him completely. Chapter 125. The Fortunate One of Queers. The scent of fresh spices had faded from the port of Queers. Once, the silks from foreign lands, the golden heartwood of the midsummer islands, and treasures from across the globe mingled here to create a fragrant aroma that epitomized wealth. Now, only the salty, fishy sea breeze remained, sweeping across the empty docks and the anxious faces of merchants. The fleet of new jests tightened like an iron clasp around the trade routes beyond the gates of Jade Sea. Every merchant ship flying the Queers flag was ruthlessly driven away, with no explanations given, only the chilling presence of crossbow bolts and black dragon insignias painted on their hulls. They refused to engage in negotiations. A representative of the 13 giants crushed the wax seal in his hand. Our dispatched messenger vessel had been turned into a sieve before it could even approach. News spread through the city like a plague. The Barrel Brotherhood, the Spice Guild, the 13 giants, and even the royal family residing in the 1,000 palaces. These factions, usually embroiled in conflict, felt a shared chill for the first time. Their source of wealth, the trade route flowing with gold, had been severed with a single stroke. Ultimately, a message from Volantis, relayed through ancient channels, unveiled the truth. The envoy visiting the Empire had been ambushed, the Dragon King's wrathful fleet was gathering, and His Majesty would come in person. The message was brief, each word striking the hearts of all present like a block of ice. Who had perpetrated the ambush on the envoy? The corpulent steward of the Spice Guild suddenly rose, his flesh quivering beneath his silken robes. This was to drag all of Queers into the inferno. Aside from you ravenous hyenas, who else could there be? The warrior chief of the Tourmaline Brotherhood rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Perhaps you wished to devour the goods of the envoy, yet underestimated the peril you provoked. Accusations flew like venomous arrows. Were not your Brotherhood members consistently active near the port during that time? Why did you fail to apprehend those miscreants? Blames swiftly morphed into curses, and curses soon escalated into blows. In the spice market of the Southern District, the guards of 2 guilds clashed over a verbal altercation, blood spilling upon the ground. Small-scale armed conflicts ignited throughout the city like wildfire, and for the first time, the echoes of violence reverberated through the once thriving streets. Only when the royal guard intervened, forcefully quelling the unrest, did this internal strife momentarily subside. The royal lineage of Queers, their blood tracing back to ancient kings and queens, had long been overshadowed by the magnates of commerce. However, as the shadow of impending doom loomed over the entire city, their time-honored name became the solitary banner capable of rallying everyone once more. Within the grand hall, the dome adorned with murals depicting Queers' former glory now seemed to mock silently. 100 grand wooden chairs, intricately carved with fantastical creatures, were occupied by the most powerful individuals in the city. Clad in finery and adorned with jewels, their faces betrayed an unmistakable fear. Someone must be held accountable. The voice of the royal leader echoed through the vast hall, sounding somewhat feeble. Why should we bear the burden of a crime that does not belong to us? The chief of the 13 magnates spoke coldly. Those who acted must step forward and offer their heads to quell the wrath of the Dragon King. His gaze swept over the representatives of the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Spice Guild. We have reiterated, it was not us. The overseer of the Spice Guild wiped his brow. Our brotherhood speaks solely through the sword. disdainful of such underhanded dealings. The meeting erupted into fervent disputes all afternoon, from mutual accusations to evading responsibility, ultimately dispersing in discord. No one admitted guilt, nor could anyone provide evidence. Within the colossal hall, only the seed of fear quietly flourished, while queers continued to squabble over finding the traitor. The iron hooves of war had already begun to sound. The forces of Gao Gao Su arrived at Shinji. The fleet led by Ni Luo, like a dagger, swiftly captured the crucial supply port of Yeos, vital to queers in the outer seas. The forces of Old Blind Eye and Chi Chuan Luo surged towards the critical maritime route of Yuhai Gate, intent on completely sealing queers' western passage. Meanwhile, a fleet from Shinji launched a surprise attack on Skull Cape, located on the southwestern coast of Queers, which served as the private harbor of the Tourmaline Brotherhood. Reports of battle flooded into the Grand Hall like snowflakes, and this time, the quarrels ceased. The representative of the Tourmaline Brotherhood turned pale, uttering not another word, and rose to leave. Soon, the sound of assembly horns echoed through the city as the Brotherhood's combat forces began to arm themselves, preparing for counterattack. The Royal Assembly convened an urgent new meeting. The atmosphere in the hall was stifling, akin to the sea before a tempest. All understood that internal strife had become utterly futile. We must preserve queers. The voice of the royal leader was hoarse and heavy, echoing the urgency of their situation. They must preserve this city. How? The chief of the Spice Guild asked desperately. For the fleet of New JIS had already blockaded their port, and their armies were assaulting the coast. By the time the Dragon King's fleet arrived, what would they have left to defend themselves? Gold. Fight, stated the leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood succinctly, clad in a suit of bronze scales. We will fight until the Dragon King arrives. All eyes turned to him, filled with confusion. He continued, we fight to demonstrate our worth and to buy time. The Dragon King seeks an explanation, a rationale to quell his wrath. We must provide him one. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone grasped the underlying message, find a scapegoat. Who? The head of the 13 giants spoke slowly, the question weighing heavily upon all. Glances flitted around the chamber, each person scrutinizing the others while warily guarding against their own scrutiny. The Spice Guild? No, they controlled the food supply within the city. The Tourmaline Brotherhood? Even less likely, as their military strength was crucial to resist New Jesus' onslaught. The 13 giants? Their intricate web of alliances meant that disturbing any thread could lead to the city's fragmentation. So who else was there? Who in Quers possessed sufficient weight and enigma to render the act of assassinating an imperial envoy seemingly justifiable? Who would be isolated enough that their sacrifice would not incite significant upheaval? A name emerged almost simultaneously in the minds of all present, the Male Witch. It was unclear who first uttered the term, but it seemed to carry a certain enchantment, causing the tension in the hall to dissipate instantly. Indeed, the Male Witch of the Hall of Immortality. The chief of the Spice Guild immediately concurred, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They were always shrouded in mystery, dabbling in dark magic. Who could say what they might do? They claimed to be immortal. Perhaps they sought to challenge the Dragon King's divine power. A note of cold derision tinged the voice of the 13 giants leader. The blue-lipped monstrosities, they should have been purged long ago. Their Hall of Immortality is but a hall of dust, a den of filth. A chorus of agreement and condemnation surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a torrent. In that moment, it seemed as if everyone had found irrefutable evidence, concluding that those who lurked in the shadows, sipping the waters of nightshade, were indeed the architects of this calamity. The royal leader gazed upon the rapidly unified titans before him and wearily closed his eyes. He understood that this was not the truth, yet it would become the truth of Quers. So be it, he proclaimed, striking the marble floor with his scepter, the sound resonating crisply, marking the conclusion of this judgment. The Male Witches of Quers, in their blasphemous arrogance, had assaulted the envoy of the Dragon Empire. They would face the Dragon King's wrath for their transgressions. In the hall, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. The fortunate scapegoat had finally been identified. Chapter 126. The Gate of Jade. See the briny sea breeze whipped through the air, crashing against the black rocks with a resounding thud. The Gate of Jade Sea, a formidable island fortress forged from colossal stones and steel, stood resolutely like a nail driven into the throat of the strait between the continents of Sothoros and Essos. The Quarrels wielded it in concert with their homeland fleet, dominating the trade crossroads of the three continents and extracting wealth for centuries. Today, however, the tide of fortune seemed poised to shift. The Imperial fleet, those obsidian warships resembling a moving forest of steel, encircled the island, leaving no avenue of escape. Old Blind Eye squinted his milky, clouded eyes, as if they could penetrate the stone walls and discern their inner workings. A dry grin creased his parched lips, revealing a few yellowed teeth. The shells of these spice merchants had been quite robustly crafted. Beside him, Chichuan Luo, a giant encased in menacing black armor, emitted a derisive snort. He surveyed the desolate marketplace beyond the city walls, the abandoned stalls and scattered goods bearing witness to the recent panic. A flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Willingly stepping into their cage, he mused. Old Blind-Eye disregarded the dim-witted brute, feeling every exchange with Chichuan Luo was an affront to his intellect. Bring the ships closer, he commanded his lieutenant, his voice cold as the winds of a tomb. Let the ship-mounted crossbows reduce those obtrusive towers to rubble, inch by inch. He paused, adding, let us do this by day. We shall enter the city under the cover of night. The lieutenant bowed in acceptance, swiftly relaying the orders through flag signals aboard the flagship. Soon, the heavy sounds of winches and oars cutting through the water resonated across the sea as the Imperial warships began their slow advance. For the undead, night was never a hindrance. It was their finest cloak. Chichuan Luo, hefting his massive obsidian battle axe, observed the fleet's maneuvers, contemplating another matter. The primary officer for this battle was Old Blind-Eye, and thus the accolades would naturally accrue to him. He needed to seize an opportunity during the combat, a chance to draw the Emperor's gaze upon himself. In this engagement, he aspired to achieve enough distinction to command a truly personal army. Chichuan Luo felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, believing he too had the potential to become a renowned general of the world. Throughout the day, the Gate of Jade Sea trembled under the roar of the massive crossbows. Stone projectiles the size of millstones and stout iron-tipped bolts soared from the Imperial warships, shrieking through the air before crashing violently against the walls and towers. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. The Quarrel's defenders could only huddle beneath the battlements, seeking refuge from the deathly deluge unleashed from the sea. Gripping their weapons, they strained to distinguish the intervals between cannon fire, ever alert to the enemy's potential landings. Old Blind-Eye exhibited remarkable patience. He commanded a lightly armored undead unit to launch intermittent assaults against the city walls. The fearless soldiers charged towards the city walls, employing rudimentary siege equipment to scale their heights, tirelessly luring the archers above to unleash their arrows time and again. Ordinary projectiles posed no mortal threat to them, yet effectively drained the stamina and ammunition of the defending forces. This relentless cycle continued until nightfall finally descended. On the ramparts of the Jade Sea Gate, rows of massive braziers were ignited, their fierce flames illuminating the walls and casting a stark light upon the stern visage of the commanding officer. A member of the Emerald Brotherhood, he was one of the most elite military forces of Queers. Anticipating a nocturnal assault from the enemy, he had already organized the wall's defenders into 3 shifts throughout the day, ensuring each soldier was adequately rested for the night ahead. He himself resided in a mansion behind the walls, accompanied by a select reserve unit, poised to reinforce any breaches in the defense. Numerous grassroots members of the Brotherhood were strategically positioned across the ramparts, serving both as messengers and overseers, ensuring that his every command was executed without fail. As for the foreign merchant convoys and vendors trapped within the city, he had not overlooked them. A militia composed of local residents was tasked with their supervision, ostensibly to protect, but in reality to surveil, thereby eliminating any possibility of treachery. He reached for a scroll of parchment on his desk, containing a recent report from the supply officer. Provisions of food and fresh water were sufficient to sustain them for 6 months. As a soldier of integrity, he would never raise a white flag before exhausting their resources. Of course, should the fabled Dragon King arrive, circumstances would change. The Brotherhood's higher echelons had issued him a secret directive. Given the precarious situation in Queer, should the Dragon King appear, he was permitted to surrender after a suitable resistance. It was imperative that the new monarch recognize the value of the Emerald Brotherhood. At Yeo's port, the supply harbor of Queer's outer seas, the battle concluded swiftly. Ni Luo's fleet encountered little formidable resistance. As an outer port, its defensive strength was already weak, compounded by the element of surprise that the enemy would approach from this direction. Ni Luo did not wish to venture too early into the heart of Queer. Once a hand of the 13 giants, he was intimately familiar with the city's filth and hypocrisy. Roughly, several undead soldiers dragged a man clad in resplendent silk before him, casting him onto the deck. This was the local head of the Spice Guild, a figure who once commanded Ni Luo's respect. The man trembled, gazing at Ni Luo's handsome yet pallid face, his teeth chattering in fear. Ni Luo leaned down, revealing a cruel smile, his ashen skin appearing particularly eerie in the torchlight. He whispered softly in Valyrian, "Do not fear. Soon, you shall sing for me." He had always believed that nothing was more melodious than the anguished cries of former enemies ringing in one's ears. Chapter 127. The people of Ed in the lofty throne room of the Great Pyramid of Milam. The air hung heavy as lead. Lu Sheng reclined on the obsidian-carved throne, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest, his gaze coldly scrutinizing the two envoys from Ed below. Their garb, particularly the hat adorned with a monkey's tail, pierced his eyes like a thorn, stirring an inexplicable aversion within him. This was not mere aesthetic discomfort, but a profound rejection rooted in ancestral memory. "Remove the hat," he commanded, his voice soft yet resonant in the vast hall. Before his words had faded, two attendants, the innocents, stepped forward with swift, silent grace, the metallic clanking of their armor producing a subtle hiss. Under the horrified gaze of the envoys, Peng Jun and Tai Xiong, a hand clad in leather gauntlets, reached out, decisively yanking the monkey-tailed hat from Peng Jun's head and casting it onto the polished stone floor. The hat rolled twice, its wilted tail feebly flicking upward. Instantly, Peng Jun and Tai Xiong's faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never faced such humiliation. "You should not have worn it to meet me." Lu Sheng spoke again, this time in Edian, his accent peculiar yet imbued with an ancient, elegant cadence, as if echoing from a distant history. He observed their astonishment. And in that moment, the remnants of his special sentiment towards the Ed people, stemming from his identity as a traveler, extinguished like embers doused with cold water, dissipating significantly. These individuals were ultimately not the kin of his memories. They were mere natives of this world, donned in ludicrous attire, navigating rules he could not comprehend. Peng Jun, being the head of the envoy, suppressed his inner terror and humiliation, retrieving a scroll of silk from his robes, raising it with both hands in a nearly obsequious manner, rapidly articulating their purpose. It was nothing more than a proclamation from the Edian emperor, who had heard tales of the Dragon King's renown, dispatching envoys to offer a state document in hopes of establishing diplomatic relations. Lu Sheng was scarcely interested in hearing the entirety of it. He gestured toward Xidalan with a flick of his chin. "You handle this." With that, he rose, casting one last glance at the two trembling Yidians before turning and striding toward the inner palace, leaving no room for delay. Xidalan immediately adorned his face with a professional smile, taking a few steps forward to receive the state document from Peng Jun's hands with just the right amount of pressure. "You two have traveled far," he said cheerfully. "His Majesty wishes for me to discuss the specifics with you. Please follow me. My office is not far from here." He keenly sensed that the Emperor had initially harbored a sense of inexplicable expectation towards these Yidians, but just moments ago, that expectation had morphed into palpable disappointment. As he walked down the corridor leading to the inner palace, Lu Sheng's sense of agitation intensified. The torches flickering on the walls stretched his shadow erratically, mirroring the tumult of his current emotions. A burst of bright laughter echoed from ahead, mingled with the coos of a baby, Eulalia, Rhaenyra, and that troublesome offspring of his. Lu Sheng paused, his irritation somewhat alleviated by the sound of laughter. Following the sound, he passed through an archway and found himself in a sun-drenched little garden. There lay his eldest son, Lu Qi, nestled in a soft cradle. Rhaenyra squatted beside the cradle, gently swaying a pigeon-blood red gem before the baby's eyes. The gem sparkled, captivating Lu Qi's pure gaze, which followed its movements with rapt attention. When the gem approached, he erupted in joyful laughter, his tiny hands and feet flailing in the air. But as it receded, he immediately let out anxious whimpers, reaching forward with chubby hands as if to reclaim it. Lu Sheng strode over, taking the gem from Rhaenyra's hand, its smooth surface warm and heavy in his grip. He crouched down, bringing the gem closer to Lu Qi. "Call me Daddy." Valyria and Rhaenyra exchanged a glance, both recognizing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Lu Qi remained fixated on the red gem, watching as it wobbled before him, then slowly ascended and drifted away. His little mouth puckered, and the whimpers grew louder, his pudgy hands futilely grasping at the air. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Sheng lowered the gem slightly. "Call me Daddy. And it's yours." The baby's response was a more pronounced wail, laced with tears. Skull Point, once the private port of the Topaz Brotherhood, now flew the black and gold dragon banner of New Gis. Zora, clad in iron armor, rested a hand on the battlements as the sea breeze rustled his dark cloak behind him. Ever since he led the New Gis Iron Legion to conquer this place, the entire army had entered a state of heightened readiness. They had embedded themselves like a nail into the soft underbelly of the Topaz Brotherhood. News had long since reached Quers. The self-proclaimed noble spice merchants would surely not relent. The Topaz Brotherhood had once directly opposed the old Gis Empire, and they held a deep-seated disdain for the slave traders of New Gis, whom they considered mere scavengers picking at the remnants of their feast. "General!" A hoarse shout came from the lookout. To the east. Enemy vanguard spotted. Zora sharply lifted his head, squinting toward the horizon where a multitude of black dots was rapidly expanding. It was the fleet of the Topaz Brotherhood. He turned to face the soldiers standing at the ready on the wall, their youthful faces etched with tension and excitement. "Did you all hear that?" Zora's voice resonated like the beating of war drums, steady and powerful. "The rabble of Quers is coming. They wish to drive us from the sea and reclaim their port." Drawing his longsword, its tip pointed eastward, he declared, "Then let them come. Let these rabble be dragged to their deaths at Skull Point. Let them understand, through their corpses and blood, that the times have changed. For Nugis! For Nugis!" A young soldier roared in response. This cry seemed to ignite a fuse. As the messenger spread Zora's words throughout every corner of the city's defenses, the ensuing chorus of shouts merged into a torrent, drowning out the howling sea breeze. For Nugis! For the Emperor! Chapter 128. The renowned General Kichunlu. Flames erupted as oil splashed against the city battlements, illuminating the stone of the Jade Sea Gate with a brilliant glow. The Quersians, seemingly tireless, relentlessly pressed wave after wave of assault against the walls. The old blind man gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His murky white eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, each retreat of the undead soldiers echoing like a slap across his face. The planned nocturnal raid had devolved into a war of attrition. The Quersians, utilizing the fortifications within the city, had stymied the undead onslaught. He had already lost too many men, yet he could barely maintain his grip on the walls. "Prepare the elite guard," he rasped, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "I will lead the charge myself." Within the city, in a warehouse guarded against foreign merchants and traders, a group of men disguised as vendors huddled together, the air thick with the stench of fish and sweat. These were spies planted by the new Jaisai. Yet at that moment, they felt as helpless as wolves with their teeth pulled. "Damn those Quersians. They took my basket of rotten fish," one man muttered, instinctively reaching for his waist where a dagger should have been concealed. All their belongings had been forcibly seized, locked away in another warehouse, and they were scattered under the watch of the city guards. "Shut up," the leader shot him a glance. "Let's just focus on surviving." They could hear the sounds of battle and cries of agony from the city walls, yet they remained powerless, waiting in vain. Outside, within the command tent, Kichunlu's towering figure nearly blocked the entrance, wielding a massive obsidian battle axe like an iron tower. He observed the old blind man as he repeatedly strategized, noting that apart from the initial surprise that briefly seized a section of the wall, subsequent assaults grew increasingly feeble. "Old blind man, this is not how one fights a battle." Kichunlu's voice dripped with mockery, resonating through the tent. The old blind man turned sharply, his white eyes seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. "What the hell are you doing standing there? If you have nothing to do, get out of the way." His roar echoed within the confines of the tent. Kichunlu nonchalantly cleaned his ears. "You've always been like this. One relies solely on ambushes, while the other specializes in beheadings. Relying on the undead transformation, none of you have ever fought a real battle. Pathetic." His words struck a nerve with both the old blind man and Nilu. Watching yet another wave of soldiers retreat in disarray, heavily casualties mounting, the old blind man's breath grew labored. He recognized the truth in Kichunlu's words. These pirate-born leaders had grown accustomed to taking shortcuts, to exchanging minimal costs for maximal gains. Yet, against a fortified stronghold like the Jade Sea Gate, such tricks had lost their efficacy. "Give me an elite squad." Kichunlu stepped forward, an immense presence emanating from him. "I will seize this city for you." The old blind man fell silent, scrutinizing Kichunlu, whose arrogant visage bore no semblance of jest. He could think of no reasons to refuse, or perhaps he had simply run out of choices. "Fine." He squeezed the word through gritted teeth. The tone of the blind seer suddenly turned grave. "Wait until I steady myself. Then you swiftly lead the charge for reinforcements. Do not employ the same tricks you used at sea." "Rest assured," the old seer replied in a deep voice. "We are no longer pirates. I understand the Emperor's decrees." Outside the tent, 500 elite undead soldiers gathered. Unlike ordinary corpses, they were clad in superior armor, moving with fluidity devoid of any hesitation, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with an eerie green flame, a manifestation of pure necromantic power. Chichuan approached them, his massive battle axe dragging a shallow mark upon the ground. "Your sole task is simple," he proclaimed, surveying the silent harbingers of death. "Follow me closely. Do not lag behind. Everything else, just kill with your eyes closed." The old seer stood atop a vantage point, observing as Chichuan led the battalion into the fray. Pondering, I never realized this oaf possessed any tactical acumen. A large contingent of undead forces launched a feigned assault anew, a deluge of arrows and stones providing cover for the small squad. Qichuan Luo and his 500 elite cut through the chaotic battlefield like a dagger, advancing silently towards the main city gate. This was the most heavily fortified location, with crossbows and boiling oil poised atop the battlements. Follow me. A thunderous roar erupted as Qichuan Luo's body surged with overwhelming necromantic energy. The eerie green energy enveloped his fearsome black armor, tracing bizarre patterns upon its surface. The ground beneath him cracked, and he transformed into a shadowy blur, charging at the massive gate wrought of ironwood and steel with a velocity that defied all physical laws. On the battlements, the old seer stood in astonishment. Damn it, I thought this fool had some cunning plan. He had envisioned countless potential strategies. Yet he never anticipated such a straightforward and brutal approach. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed, akin to the impact of a battering ram. The seemingly indestructible gate groaned in agony under Qichuan Luo's assault, the massive door buckling inward as splinters of wood and shards of metal flew in all directions. The coerced soldiers behind the gate were yet to react when the second collision ensued. With a resounding crash, the gate shattered entirely. Qichuan Luo burst through like a monstrous beast emerging from the underworld, shrouded in a cloud of dust and splintered wood, crashing into the ranks of the defenders. Ha ha, perish. Insects. He cackled, wielding his immense obsidian axe, which carved a deadly arc through the air. Each swing of the axe produced visible shockwaves, ripping apart the enemy's soldiers along with their armor. His colossal form served as the most terrifying weapon. Every charge could shatter a line of soldiers attempting to obstruct him. A dense aura of necromantic energy enveloped him, forming an invisible barrier. The coerced soldiers' spears struck against him, failing to even spark a flame, while their sharp curved blades merely left faint white marks upon his armor. What they faced was not a mere human, but an unassailable, tireless embodiment of slaughter. Fear spread like a plague among the defenders. The soldiers in the entire city gate area were thrown into disarray by the single-handed rampage of Qichuan Luo. They screamed, discarded their weapons, and fled heedlessly into the city. Following in his wake, 500 elite undead soldiers advanced with the efficiency of a harvest machine, silently expanding their gains as they swiftly cleared and occupied the city gate passage. Keep up. The entire army follow. The old blind man finally emerged from his shock, clutching his long sword and roaring with all his might. The Empire's black and gold dragon flag surged like a tide into the city, poised to be raised at the pinnacle of the Jade Sea Gate. Chapter 127. The prophetic sorcerer. The vast platform of the Millen Great Pyramid shimmered under the scorching air currents, the bronze scales of Wumizar reflecting blinding sunlight. It restlessly scraped the ground with its massive claws, sending shards flying from the hard obsidian surface. Silverwing lay quietly nearby, its silvery scales glistening like liquid metal under the sun. Sheng conducted a final inspection of the leather pouch on the dragon's saddle, his movements brisk and decisive. Take me with you. Renala's voice came from behind, tinged with an insistent determination that brooked no refusal. She had donned a form-fitting riding outfit, her silver hair tied back, exuding a striking presence. Sheng did not turn around. He simply tightened the last strap, the sound of leather rubbing together resonating dully. No, why not? I can assist you. Thyrax's speed is remarkable. She stepped forward, grasping Sheng's arm. The Corsi are cunning. An extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Finally, Sheng turned to face her, his gaze calm, resembling that of a parent addressing a disobedient child. The Corsi do not need you to take risks. For me, there is no peril there. He gently removed Renala's hand from his arm. You and your dragon shall remain in Millen. The low roar of the dragon drowned out their conversation. Below the pyramid, the observers from the ceremonial grounds turned pale, gripping the railings tightly as if that growl could shatter their very souls. Meanwhile, in the square beside the pyramid, countless citizens of Millen erupted in fervent cheers. Each dragon's roar felt like a divine proclamation. Renala wished to argue further, but a gentle hand settled on her shoulder. Listen to him, Renala. Lana approached, her abdomen slightly rounded, yet her steps remained steady. Her gaze toward Sheng was filled with unwavering trust. He has his considerations, and we have our responsibilities. Lana's hand softly caressed her pregnant belly, her eyes tenderly resting on Renala's flat midriff. Perhaps soon, you too will understand. A faint blush crept onto Renala's cheeks. She bit her lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. Sheng spoke no more, vaulting onto Wumizar's back. The dragon let out a piercing roar that pierced the heavens, its wings unfurling violently, sending a gust of wind that toppled those on the platform. Womazur ascended first, its colossal form casting a shadow over the sun, followed gracefully by Silverwing. Two colossal dragons tore through the clouds, transforming into two dark specks as they swiftly soared eastward. The air in Yeo's port was thick with the scent of blood and the acrid odor of burning wood. On the dock, Nero meticulously wiped the blood from his dual blades with a silk handkerchief, treating them as if they were exquisite works of art. Beneath his feet lay several members of the Spice Guild, their throats slit and bodies marred with countless knife wounds, still twitching faintly. In front of him, a personal guard held Nero's discarded coat while cradling a still-burning glass candle. The pale flames flickered, emanating a voice devoid of emotion. "Nero, proceed to the Jade Sea Gate and rendezvous with the fleet. Await my arrival." The flame extinguished abruptly. Nero sheathed his polished blades at his waist, his movements as graceful as if attending a banquet. He cast a glance at the dying captives on the ground and waved a hand at the skeletal soldier beside him. "Execute them." The cold flash of a blade passed, and several heads rolled onto the earth, stained with dust and blood. Advance at full speed, Nero turned toward the fleet, his voice regaining its usual calmness. "To the Jade Sea Gate, to greet His Majesty's arrival." In the temporary camp within the city of Jade Sea Gate, the old blind man extinguished the glass candle in his hand. His murky white eyes turned toward the towering figure beside him. "His Majesty has commanded us to await his arrival before proceeding to Hubris." The old blind man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, letting out a raspy laugh. "You clumsy oaf. Surely you don't lack a glass candle?" Chichuan Luo's massive frame shifted, producing the sound of metal armor scraping together. He silently glanced down at the extinguished obsidian candle in the old man's hand, a flicker of suppressed curiosity and desire in his gaze. The old blind man caught this glimmer of emotion and laughed even more uproariously. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. You fool. How could His Majesty provide you with such a trinket?" He poked at Chichuan Luo's sturdy breastplate with his finger. "The glass candle is meant for high-ranking officials and military commanders like us, not for you." He scrutinized Chichuan Luo from head to toe. "You're merely a battering ram. You smash where you're told. Who needs brains?" His harsh laughter echoed throughout the camp. Chichuan Luo's breathing grew heavy, and a fire of rage ignited in his crimson eyes. He suddenly extended his massive hand, seizing the old blind man's neck as one might grasp a chick, lifting him effortlessly. "Say that again. Say it 10 times. It remains the same. You're just a brainless oaf," the old blind man gasped, yet he continued to chuckle. With a roar, Chichuan Luo exerted his strength, hurling the old blind man away with great force. Bang! The old blind man's body crashed into a local residence, collapsing it and stirring up a cloud of dust. However, before the dust settled, that excruciatingly mocking laughter emerged once more from within the rubble. Chichuan Luo bellowed in frustration and turned to leave this place. Hubris, the Hall of Immortality. The hall was suffused with the cloying scent of nightshade, as several sorcerers sat encircled by a pool of deep, enigmatic waters, their lips tinged with a morbid shade of blue. The atmosphere was as tense as congealed grease. They remained silent. A young sorcerer, his voice taut with anxiety, dared not gaze out the window, yet it felt as if he could sense those omnipresent eyes lurking around our palace, like vultures. The Brotherhood of Tourmaline, the 13 giants, and even the royal guards were in the distance. An elder sorcerer interjected, his fingers nervously drumming against the ground. The Hall of Immortality seemed to have transformed into an isolated island, cut off from the entirety of Kors. "Damn it!" The young sorcerer suddenly sprang to his feet, pacing restlessly. "I warned you. After the envoys were attacked, we should have departed immediately. Now the port is sealed, and we are like birds trapped in a cage." His voice echoed in the vast hall, tinged with despair. No one responded. They all sensed an invisible net tightening around them, and they were at its center. Who could have anticipated that everything would transpire just as the prophecies of the immortals reached us? The elder sorcerer remarked. Chapter 128. Another invincible fleet? The keel of the united fleet cleaved through the emerald waves of the Jade Sea, anchoring several nautical miles from the legendary stronghold. The briny sea breeze billowed the black banner adorned with a golden dragon, while the apprentices of Materis, witnessing such a sight for the first time, clustered at the bow of the ship, their faces a tapestry of curiosity and apprehension. Ever since receiving their orders, they had been adrift in an endless voyage. Now, they had finally arrived, poised to lay the first stone toward Kor's annihilation before His Majesty's arrival. That stone was the gate of the Jade Sea. Fleet Commander Horatso peered through his monocular at the fortress that guarded the strait, his lips curling into a cruel smile. For centuries, the Kors had bled every passing merchant like a tax. Now, it was our turn to butcher them. The naval officers at his side erupted into low, sinister laughter, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Quers, a city constructed from the blood, tears, spices, and silk, boasted a wealth that could make any pirate envious. And they were the Emperor's fleet, the navy tasked with delivering justice. Quers' riches would be shared among us, a young officer murmured, saliva nearly spilling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone shall partake, Horatio declared, lowering his telescope, his voice brimming with unmasked desire. This bounteous land shall become the Emperor's property, and we, as the most loyal servants of the Dragon King, shall naturally receive our meager share of the spoils. His words elicited another round of knowing laughter. All understood that even the smallest morsel slipping through the Dragon King's fingers would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. A day later, the Skullhorn. A colossal shadow swept across the tumultuous battlefield, where the clash of arms was fervent. The silver-winged dragon's flames cascaded like a silver waterfall into the ranks of the Emerald Brotherhood, and the wails of the fallen were instantaneously engulfed by the searing blaze. The Iron Legion of new GIs and the Quersians were already blinded by rage, yet the Sovereign of the Skies would bring them to order. Then a roar, more savage and primal, tore through the heavens. The immense form of Wormisal obscured the sun, its bronze-scaled armor reflecting a terrifying brilliance. Lushing sat astride the dragon's neck, impassively surveying the chaotic battlefield below. With a thunderous roar, Wormisal opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that swept across the left flank of the Emerald Brotherhood and sliced through to the right. The earth was charred to cinders. Soldiers turned to ash in an instant, leaving behind a black scar stretching hundreds of meters along the front line. Amidst the chaos, Lushing retrieved a stout, short obsidian pillar from a satchel beside his saddle. The pillar, no larger than a palm, was smooth to the touch and chillingly cold. Yet it seemed to pulsate with an unseen power within. Infusing it with a thread of magic, he nonchalantly cast it down. The pillar fell silently into the heart of a relatively intact small formation. In the next moment, a wave of flame erupted from the pillar, expanding violently and flattening the soldiers within the formation as if struck by a gigantic hand of fire, their flesh and bones shattering instantaneously into a gruesome array of remains. Lushing observed the effect of the pillar with keen interest, nodding in satisfaction at its potency. Alan's suggestion proved indeed to be astute. The obsidian explosive had been tested successfully. With a light chuckle, he retrieved several more identical pillars from his satchel, tossing them toward the resisting enemy positions below as casually as one would throw pebbles. Each impact was accompanied by a resounding explosion, obliterating small areas completely. The arrival of the dragon, combined with this unprecedented aerial bombardment, utterly shattered the resolve of the 20,000 soldiers of the Emerald Brotherhood. They crumbled, abandoning their weapons and scattering in a frantic flight. Zola had long awaited this moment. He wielded his longsword, leading the Iron Legion like a torrent of steel, harvesting those Quersians who could not escape. Your Majesty. Zola knelt amidst the whirlwind created by the dragon's wings, his armor stained with the blood of foes, the thread of his horned skull now diminished. Excellent. Lushing proclaimed from Wormisal's back, lead the Iron Legion onward via land, clearing all strongholds along the way. I shall proceed to the Jade Sea Gate to meet the Jade Sea Grand Fleet. Zola lifted his head, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. At your command. For the Empire. Lushing spoke no further, establishing the connection with Wormisal. With a roar, Wormisal flapped its wings, stirring up a storm of dust as it soared toward the Jade Sea. He knew that the true challenge awaited upon the waters. The Grand Fleet of the Jade Sea, crafted with the utmost wealth of the Corsi royal family, titans, and magnates, boasted 5,000 warships. It was the last and strongest bastion of the Quersians. We must hasten our deliberations. Shall we surrender or make a swift retreat? In a hidden chamber of the Palace of 1,000 Seats, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to hang like dew in the air. Macasolan, one of the 13 magnates, wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief, his gaze sweeping over the core members of the family present. We can wait no longer. We cannot perish like those madmen. His voice was low, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. We must surrender at once. No, not surrender, but flee. Father? His eldest son frowned. The fleet has assembled, the brothers of the Beryl Brotherhood and the royalty. What do they understand? Macasolan slammed his hand down on the table, causing the fine teacup to jump slightly. Do they comprehend the dragons? What the dragons signify for the fleet, they do not grasp at all. He stood up, pacing the room, his tone urgent and laced with fear. Have you forgotten the battle of the 100 Candles in Dorne? Jaehaerys Targaryen, with his son and their dragons, turned the Dornish fleet to ash in a single night. And Bravos, their fleet of purple sails, the pride of Essos. What became of them? Captured entirely by His Majesty. The Dragon King. Not even a chance to retaliate. The dragon versus the fleet is nothing short of a massacre. A one-sided slaughter. Silence enveloped the chamber, broken only by Macasolan's heavy breathing. We must preserve the family. He halted, his gaze piercing through each individual like a blade. Course is doomed. But as long as we survive, with wealth and people, the Lawn family shall never fall. After a brief, yet intense discussion, a secret resolution was swiftly passed. Before the outbreak of war, the family's ships would gradually detach from the main fleet, and now, the prominent members of the family, accompanied by half of their wealth and the finest armed guards, set their course eastward, towards the Isle of Idle. That evening, the port of course was abuzz with unusual activity. Heavy crates were silently loaded onto ships by dockworkers, devoid of any loud chatter. Only the creaking of ropes and the low commands of overseers could be heard. Macasolan stood on the deck of his family's flagship, cloaked in a garment that obscured his face. He noticed not far off, a leader of the Barrel Brotherhood was also directing his men in the transportation of goods. Further along the dock, vessels belonging to the Spice Guild were equally illuminated. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement. They pretended not to recognize one another, casting only fleeting glances in the darkness, their eyes meeting for a moment before swiftly averting. No one was a fool. The Dragon King has arrived. Another city is destined to fall. In this impending city of doom, each person sought their own lifeboat. Chapter 129. The united course. The briny sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying the unique warmth and humidity of Jade Sea. Nero meticulously polished his twin daggers with a piece of silk, the blades reflecting his pale, yet handsome face, his wavy long hair fluttering in the wind. Once a Corsian, he had returned, but now, it was to level this city. On one side of the flagship, the old blind man leaned against the ship's rail, his murky white eyes seemingly gazing at the hazy outline of the distant city. Coarse, parched lips parted, resembling an unsightly scar, as the harlot, adorned with spices and gold, was poised to change hands. Nero remained silent, sheathing his twin blades. He had little fondness for the crude metaphors of the blind and boorish, yet this time, he refrained from retorting. Behind them, the vast imperial fleet loomed like a moving forest of steel, the black and gold dragon banner obscuring the sun. Further in the horizon, a colossal bronze figure flickered into view. It was Emperor Lu Shengqi and his great dragon, Vamizir. The silver wings at his side shimmered like a flowing moonbeam, heralding the arrival of divine retribution. Within the city of Course, in the Hall of the Immortals, the light perpetually dimmed, the air thick with a peculiar scent of shadowy waters and ancient dust. The Immortals, those male sorcerers with skin as parched as parchment, were gathered around a pool of murky liquid. Floating upon the surface were numerous letters from the city's various factions, their wax seals representing the royal family, the 13 Titans, and the Barrel Brotherhood. They still sought to battle. A hoarse voice emerged, as if its vocal cords had not vibrated for centuries, inviting us to the Hall of 1,000 Seats to discuss how to resist the Dragon King. Resist? Another immortal scoffed derisively. With what? The jewel-encrusted warships, or the corpulent bodies of merchants? Sorcerers do not contend against the might of nature. The leading immortal slowly opened his eyes, devoid of pupils, revealing a profound, shadowy blue. The dragon was not an army. It was an impending cataclysm. This truth was clearer to us than to anyone else. His gaze swept across his companions. This city had ensnared us. Were it not for the Hall of the Immortals being intertwined with the ley lines, rendering us immobile, we would have long since pledged our loyalty to the new emperor in the land of Milan. After a brief silence, he made his decision. Send a messenger, he declared. Dispatch a team to the Hall of 1,000 Seats. Inform them of our choice. He paused and added, encourage them to surrender swiftly. The sooner, the better. This is the only way to preserve Course, and indeed, to preserve ourselves. The Hall of 1,000 Seats, the epicenter of Course power. 1,000 massive wooden chairs, intricately carved with exotic beasts, rose from the marble floor to meet the circular ceiling painted with the city's former splendor. Yet at this moment, the hall was filled not with grandeur, but with restlessness and fear. Several of the 13 Titans huddled together in hushed conversation, their eyes flickering. Most of their kin and vital assets had been surreptitiously dispatched to the ceremonial grounds days prior. The leaders of the Barrel Brotherhood bore grave expressions. Their recent catastrophic defeat against the new Jis had completely drained their courage to resist. Several generals contemplated surrendering outright. Yet the honor of having served as the city's guardians for years weighed upon them like an invisible shackle, leaving them in a state of hesitation. The most agitated of all were the royals. A young man clad in splendid attire and crowned with gold was embroiled in a heated debate with his elder uncle. a seasoned member of the royal lineage. We cannot abandon course. This is our route. Route? The city has fallen, and we are but corpses. The elder's voice was low yet piercing, laced with bitterness. What use is there in saying this now? You should direct your inquiries toward that fool who assassinated the envoy of the ritual. It is he who has summoned the Dragon King. The young man's complexion shifted to a ghastly pallor, his lips trembling. What shall we do? What shall we do? The elder scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the prominent figures in the distance engaged in fervent discussions, seeking a scapegoat. What other course is there? He leaned closer to the young man, his voice hissing like a serpent. We shall lay the blame squarely upon the male which during this assembly. Let us declare them arrogant and blasphemous, responsible for this calamity. If we present the head of the male witch and offer up this city, perhaps we may secure a governorship in return. The powerful greeted one another with solemn smiles, proclaiming grandiose vows of solidarity with the Corsi. Each individual played the role of the finest actor, performing their last act of loyalty upon this stage poised for collapse. The representatives of the male witches sent by the Hall of the Immortals, 3 in total, arrived at the entrance of the hall of 1,000 seats. Leading them was an elder male witch named Pylos, flanked by 2 young men whose expressions were fraught with anxiety. The doors to the hall were ajar, and the fervent speeches within resonated clearly. The glory of our ancestors shall not be tarnished. We, the Makos family, vow to stand with the Corsi unto death. The brothers of Beryl shall shed their last drop of blood, but will never bow before a tyrant. The honor of the royal lineage will endure alongside this great city. Each impassioned slogan struck the hearts of the 3 male witches like heavy hammers. They were natives of Quers, intimately familiar with every stone beneath their feet. To utter the word surrender in front of these fervent defenders would be more agonizing than death itself. The faces of the 2 young male witches had turned ghostly pale, their lips tinted blue from drinking the nightshade's water, creating an eerie visage. They looked to Pylos, their eyes filled with desperation and retreat. Pylos closed his eyes, feeling the insincere fervor within the hall contrasted by the chilling sea breeze outside. He understood that the judgments of the immortals were correct, rational, and indeed the only path to survival. Yet, this path required someone to pave it with their spine. With a heavy sigh that seemed to drain all his strength, he spoke, his voice hoarse and laden with endless fatigue. Let me take this burden upon myself. I shall be the sinner. He straightened his robe and pushed open the heavy, golden-eyed door. Allow me to convey the decisions of the immortals. Chapter 130. The Bloodstone Emperor's cunning tactics in the depths of Quers. Within the Spice Guild, the air was no longer fragrant with cardamom and saffron, but rather suffused with a stifling odor of aged stone and fervent perspiration. The candlelight flickered in the airtight chamber, casting distorted shadows of the merchants upon the ancient tapestries. The Dragon King is about to arrive in Quers. An elder merchant spoke, his voice dry as parched wood in the desert. Let us be vigilant this time, and ensure we do not falter at the last moment. His fingers gently tapped on the long table, each sound resonating like a strike upon the taut nerves of those present. Lord Zaro, are you certain that the Dragon King will come in person? Inquired another merchant. Leaning forward, his corpulent face etched with skepticism, a younger voice interjected, laced with a hint of sanguine excitement. Of course he will come. The news of the Skull Horn has spread far and wide. Those fools have begun to liquidate their assets in preparation for flight. The elder merchant, the contemporary high priest Zaro, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his murky eyes as he surveyed each family head in attendance. Very well. As the inheritors of a great lineage and the backbone of our sect, this time, we shall use the blood of the Dragon King to commence the ritual left by our ancestors. They were not true Quers. This secret lay deeply embedded within their bloodline, passed down through generations. Their forebears had once been descendants of the Bloodstone Emperor of the Dawn Empire and the Tiger people, who fled here after the fall of the dynasty. Through their inhuman allure, they seduced the wives of the era's most prominent merchant families, stealthily injecting the Bloodstone Emperor's lineage like a virus into the very foundations of this city. This bloodline acted as a spell, drawing the descendants together, clandestinely congregating and subtly transforming the bloodlines of these families. They safeguarded the black stone bequeathed by the Bloodstone Emperor, financing the celestial congregation at various ports as a means of connection. The rise of the Essos Dragon King had once ensnared them in turmoil, as his miracles among men attracted the majority of followers. Yet the black stone, that silent relic of a millennium, now offered fresh guidance. High Priest Zaro beheld the future in his dreams. He envisioned the black stone's absolute restraint over the Valyrian dragons, witnessing how the black stone, infused with dragon magic, would reciprocate their loyalty. They would reclaim the near-eternal lifespan and divine strength of their ancestor, the Bloodstone Emperor. They were the descendants of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light, whose ancestors once ruled the realm, gazing down upon all existence. Presently, all heirs of the Bloodstone Emperor dreamt the same prophetic dream each night, one of sacrificing the Dragon Lord to reclaim all that was rightfully theirs. Enticed by the Black Stone, they had long since lost their capacity for rational judgment. To this end, they produced treasures prepared over many years. The dragon horn seized from the corpse of the Dragon King residing in Queer. The ancient and blood-soaked ancestral rituals passed down from the Bloodstone Emperor and the water magic acquired through the theft of the Lair bloodline. They even attempted to reach out to the distant branch of their bloodline, the Hightower family in Westeros, only to be summarily rebuffed by the short-sighted current patriarch. No matter. Xaro's voice dripped with disdain. Once we reclaim the glory of our ancestors, the cowardly bloodline of the Hightowers will not be worthy of sharing in this power. As he gazed at Xaro fervently addressing the assembly, Wumiko felt as though he had stumbled into an asylum. Overnight, all his kin had transformed. With his keen intellect, he quickly pieced together the truth through subtle inquiries. All those of his rank had experienced that so-called ancestral enlightenment dream. In an effort to conceal his uniqueness, he extracted the entirety of the dream's content from his father's lips, feigning confusion and excitement in equal measure. He had been perplexed by his own lack of dreams until, by chance, he witnessed an intimate exchange between his mother and a dashing bard in the garden, at which point everything became clear to him. What transpired thereafter left him utterly astonished. They first dispatched a team of elite assassins to Myr, only for the vessel transporting them to be beset by pirates from the Isle of Serpent Lizards in Slave Bay, resulting in the ship being plundered and its crew fed to sharks. On a second occasion, they sent agents to infiltrate the kingdom of the Three Daughters, planning to act once the Dragon King seized the city. However, the Dragon King never arrived, and the Valentisians unleashed a massacre, capturing the assassins and consigning them to the mines as slaves. Most recently, in their most foolish endeavor, they attempted to assassinate the envoy from Edie, intending to impersonate him to approach the Dragon King. Yet, the envoy's captain was as formidable as a beast, and their operatives fled in disarray. Subsequently, the Dragon King was drawn to the scene, eliciting their ecstatic delight. Each incident led Wurmako to seriously question whether the prophetic dream had indeed scrambled the minds of his kin. Now, as he observed Xaro on stage, spitting words and plotting how to conquer the world, Wurmako yearned to seek refuge in Edie immediately. Yet his father gripped his shoulder, a fervent gleam in his eyes, proclaiming that this would be the most glorious battle, and as the heir to the family, he could not be absent. All for our ancestors, his father roared. Internally, Wurmako cursed vehemently. Who the hell are you calling an ancestor? I don't even know my own father's name. He sighed deeply, his hand instinctively reaching for the twin blades at his waist. The cold touch provided a modicum of calm. In this pervasive spiritual plague engulfing his clan, he could only adapt and find ways to survive. The one thing he had not anticipated was that the Black Stone indeed affected intelligence. That peculiar stone would ensnare individuals in the prophetic dream repeatedly, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. And how much rationality could remain in someone unable to distinguish between the two? Chapter 131. The Conclave of Conquest within the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. The scent of spices and incense hung thickly, nearly solidifying the air into amber. The aged sorcerer, Palos, stood at the center of the grand chamber, shadows cast by the dim light deepening the hollows of his eyes. His parched lips moved, finally articulating the carefully prepared statement, his voice as soft as a falling leaf. The immortals believed that quarrels should surrender to the Dragon King. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the silence was violently shattered. Surrender? A representative from the 13 giants sprang up from the silk cushions, his corpulent fingers nearly prodding Palos's face. You would have the great quarrels grovel before a foreigner? Madness. You shadow-dwelling lunatics. The royal representative, a prince clad in a robe of purple and gold, flushed to match the hue of his attire, slamming his hand on the armrest, causing the embedded gems to resonate with a hum. The leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood roared, Our forces bleed at Skull Point, and yet you stab us in the back? The representative of the Spice Guild, a burly merchant with a face full of flesh, reacted most vehemently. He charged toward Palos, spitting words in rage, the Hall of Immortality. Do you dare call yourselves Corsi? A bunch of gutter rats who can only dabble in ephemeral illusions. You have betrayed this city. Amidst a cacophony of curses and accusations, Palos and his two companions stood like fragile boats exposed to a storm. Silence. The voice of the royal prince, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The tumult gradually subsided, and hostile gazes refocused on the three male sorcerers, who stood in the center of the hall like prisoners awaiting judgment, with nowhere to hide. The prince slowly rose and strode toward the sorcerers, his gaze sweeping over their shamefaced and pallid faces. The Hall of Immortality, those who toy with tricks, how audacious. He elongated his tone, each word as cold as ice. All evidence points toward you. You assassinated the envoy, unwarrantedly igniting war. The great Corsi must pay the price for your arrogance? The two male sorcerers behind Palos raised their heads in shock. No, we did not. The younger sorcerer retorted impulsively. We had no motive to assassinate any envoy. We are merely a group of apprentices embracing magic. Apprentices? The representative of the Spice Guild scoffed as he stepped forward. For your insubstantial magic, we have tolerated the incomprehensible actions of yours. But this time, you have brought calamity upon Corsi. This debt must be settled by you. Indeed. The leader of the Tourmaline Brotherhood chimed in, his voice hoarse from surviving the battlefield. Assassinating the envoy, provoking war. Who but you self-righteous sorcerers would commit such folly? The representative of the 13 giants leaned back in his chair, observing the besieged sorcerers with a flicker of his gaze. Yet, his mind was occupied with another matter. Once the meeting concluded, he must find a way to contact the Dragon King. If he surrendered quickly enough, perhaps he could salvage a portion of his assets that were too late to be evacuated. With this thought, he cleared his throat and added a few words in agreement. The Hall of Immortality indeed owes an explanation. A spark of indignation finally ignited in Palos's murky eyes. He understood that these individuals, those who usually regarded the Hall of Immortality with reverence, were now sharpening their knives, preparing to sacrifice them as scapegoats to the Dragon King. You are slandering us. He protested vehemently, his voice trembling with emotion. The assassination of the envoy has nothing to do with us. But how could a scholar, who had devoted decades to the study of magic, contend with those who had immersed themselves in power and intrigue their entire lives? His defense was drowned out by a torrent of further accusations and mockery, appearing feeble and ineffective. The youngest sorcerer's temples throbbed with anger, his clenched fists turning white. He could not bear such slander, feeling as if the sins of the entire city bore down upon him like a heavy mountain. He glared fiercely at the representatives, his eyes filled with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Another more astute sorcerer noticed Pilos's futile arguments and the impending fury of his young companion. Alarm bells rang in his mind. They had to leave immediately. If they lingered any longer, that hot-headed individual might commit an irrevocable folly. He urgently grasped the sleeves of the two beside him, lowering his voice and speaking rapidly into their ears. Let us depart. Don't just stand there. They intend to make us scapegoats. We must return and inform the immortals. Pylos, jolted as if struck by lightning, regained his senses in an instant. A glance at the grim faces within the hall shattered any lingering illusions. No longer debating, the trio abruptly turned and hastened towards the exit. Trying to escape? The representative of the Spices Guild was the first to react, barking an order, seize them. No one is permitted to leave until we place all blame upon them. The guards stationed at the door swiftly drew their curved blades, advancing with urgency. The cold steel glinted ominously close. A flicker of determination ignited in the young sorcerer's eyes. He swiftly retrieved a leather water pouch from his robe, unscrewed the cap, and took a deep swig. A peculiar, bitter liquid coursed down his throat. He pressed his lips together, and his once pale mouth was instantly suffused with a deep cerulean hue. In the next moment, shadows, dense and inextricable, surged forth from his eyes. A sharp caw pierced the air, and countless black crows materialized from his gaze, from beneath his robe, and even from the very atmosphere, enveloping the three sorcerers in an instant. The dark wings obscured the light within the hall, plunging the conference room into an eternal night. The crows let out piercing cries, like a torrent of darkness, rushing towards the advancing guards. They pecked viciously at the guards' eyes, cheeks, and wrists that gripped the blades. The guards, terrified, flailed their curved swords, attempting to fend off the ominous creatures, yet the crows, undaunted, pressed on relentlessly. The cacophony of screams, curses, flapping wings, and the clash of steel melded into chaos. The conference room descended into utter disarray. The turmoil lasted but a brief moment. As the last caw faded into the air, all the crows vanished as if they had never existed. Only the disheveled and chaotic hall remained, remnants of scattered feathers and blood gradually dissipating, while the disheveled and panic-stricken ruler of Quells let out an enraged roar. Meanwhile, the three sorcerers had long since vanished from sight. Utilizing the cover of illusion, Pylos and his companions fled at breakneck speed. The opulent streets of Quells blurred into indistinct patches of color before their eyes, their lungs burning, hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Fortunately, no one pursued them. Upon sighting the somber and towering spire of the Hall of Immortals in the distance, they finally exhaled in relief. They burst through the grand entrance, nearly collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Their comrades, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately gathered around them. What transpired? Did they acquiesce? What did those titans say? The astute warlock leaned against the wall, rising to his feet as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In a hoarse voice, he implored, "Do not inquire further. Quickly, go and report to the immortals." He surveyed the concerned and perplexed faces of his companions. Enunciating with deliberate gravity, Quarles intends to attribute this assassination to us. Chapter 132. Transition outside the Hall of Immortality. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive weight. All warlocks, young and old alike, had gathered in this place. Under the guidance of several immortals, an intangible force of magic surged skyward, transforming into a layer of elusive illusions that enveloped the grand edifice. Beyond this phantasm, Quarles' soldiers had formed an impenetrable barricade. They could distinctly perceive the Hall of Immortality before them, its obsidian stone structure seeming almost within reach. Yet, no matter how fervently they charged or advanced, they found themselves ensnared in an interminable cycle, forever barred from ascending the first step toward the hall's entrance. Within the Hall of Immortality, the shadowy surface of the sacred pool rippled. Reflected upon its waters was a colossal fleet, cutting through the tumultuous sea. Their banners of black adorned with golden dragons fluttering fiercely in the wind. A deep, ancient voice resonated throughout the hall, as if echoing from the dawn of time. Sustain the illusion. The Dragon King's army is nearing. In the heart of the hall, dozens of warlocks formed concentric circles, clutching leather pouches brimming with the water of nightshade. Amidst the rising incantations, each warlock intermittently raised their heads, sipping from the liquid that emanated an eerie blue glow, essential for maintaining the vast illusion. At the outermost edge, near the hall's entrance, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Several young apprentices, still grappling with their magical prowess, were not mages at this moment. They were warriors. Gripping their spears and curved blades, their palms slick with perspiration, they anxiously gazed at the Quarles soldiers futilely assaulting the illusion beyond. Behind them stood their mentors and families, defenseless women and children. They were the final bastion. High above, the clouds were rent asunder by colossal wings. Lushing rode upon the back of Wormisal, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. His magical perception had enveloped the entirety of Quarles. The city was thrown into chaos, akin to an ant nest that had been violently disturbed. The immense magical fluctuations emanating from the Hall of Immortality flickered like a bonfire in the night, immediately capturing his attention. Are they conducting some ritual to thwart me? Lu Sheng's lips curled into a cold smirk, his fingertips beginning to coalesce with magic. He had initially intended to exploit this surge of magical energy to detonate the ritual, delivering a harsh blow to these oblivious warlocks. However, in the next moment, he halted his actions. His perception distinctly captured that surrounding the Hall of Immortality were not his own troops, but rather the soldiers of Quarles themselves. The soldiers, fierce and menacing, had even summoned several massive crossbows, aimed at the hall shielded by illusions. Infighting, Lu Sheng mused to himself, curiosity piqued. As he observed with keen interest, he soon discerned that the essence of the illusionary magic was not offensive, but rather defensive. How intriguing. Before I could make a move, my own side has already begun to clash. He expanded his magical perception, like an invisible net enveloping every corner of Khalasar. Soon, deep within the territory of the Spice Guild, he detected a peculiar wave of energy. This wave did not belong to any known magical system. It evoked in Lu Sheng only two words: blasphemy. Nausea. Like a decaying corpse infested with writhing maggots, it exuded a repugnant stench of rot. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly and noted the coordinates. Subsequently, he paid no further attention to the squabbles of these mortals. A remarkably clear, three-dimensional image, encompassing all of Khalasar's defensive layouts, troop movements, and firing points, was instantaneously transmitted through magical links to the minds of the Matari sorcerers aboard every warship of the Imperial fleet. A cold voice resonated in their minds. Convey the defense map to all fleet commanders. Prepare to assault the city. Wumiko stood at the forefront of his family's guard, his expression fervent and voice resounding. For the glory of our ancestors, for the future of our family, he personally distributed crates of gold and rolls of luxurious fabric, patting each guard on the shoulder, employing the most generous words to bolster their morale. The guards' eyes sparkled with fervor, chanting his name. After arranging everything, Wumiko turned back towards the rear of the formation. His passionate expression collapsed instantly, becoming more dismal than the death of a father. This was not the plan he had envisioned. He had secretly mobilized a swift vessel, laden with all the personal treasures he had discreetly accumulated over the years, intending to be the first to escape before his family's ship sank. But now, it was all over. As the primary heir of the family, he had been appointed by his illustrious father as the commander of a military force, a battalion composed of the most fervent and loyal guards of the family. The blood coursing through these guards' veins was the same as his, forged through countless generations of training dedicated to creating these devoted warriors. His father, under the guise of paternal concern, had summoned these elite troops to protect him against any misfortune. Wumiko longed to rush over, clasp his father's leg, and tearfully express gratitude for such a heavy burden of paternal love. If only he were a complete lunatic. Now, these zealous family guards stood like the most loyal hounds, firmly encircling him. There was no escape. He could only feel darkness envelop him, abducted by this wretched paternal love, as he followed his entire mad family, marching inexorably towards the abyss of no return. Damn it! Wumiko cursed fiercely within his heart, denouncing a group of lunatics bewitched by the nonsensical tales of their ancestors. Chapter 133. The Jade Sea Fleet. Above the Jade Sea, a forest of steel obscured the azure expanse of the ocean. 5,200 warships, resembling floating mountains, constituted the illustrious Jade Sea Fleet, a pride of course, renowned as the mightiest in the world. Among them were 1,000 ships from the 13 Titans, 1,200 from the Beryl Brotherhood, 1,000 from the Royal Lineage, and 1,500 from the Spice Guild, supplemented by 500 vessels from various minor factions, collectively forming an ostensibly impregnable maritime bastion. However, this bastion was about to face an unforeseen onslaught. The vanguard fleet of Gausawa surged forth. They did not probe nor meander. Like a searing iron brand, they plunged straight into the frigid butter. Upon the flagship, the wizards of Materis chanted incantations, their withered fingers tracing eerie runes in the air. In the name of His Majesty, awaken the dead. The spell rippled through the air as an invisible wave, instantly igniting the necromantic energy dormant within the Gausawa navy. Kichwanlo and Nero, along with their legion of undead, felt their magical patterns blaze to life, unleashing a terrifying aura that soared beyond that of the living. The entire vanguard fleet's speed and momentum surged, transforming into a pitch-black blade that ruthlessly pierced the heart of the Jade Sea Fleet's formation. Kill! Kichwanlo roared with a voice that resembled no human sound, his massive axe cleaving the coarse warship's decks along with the sailors upon them with each swing. Nero glided through the throng like a specter, his dual blades tracing silver arcs of death, his movements elegant yet lethal, each flicker accompanied by the fading of lives. These fearless undead, empowered by the necromancers, were impervious to blades and imbued with tremendous strength, an abomination beyond the capability of mere mortals to withstand. The vanguard of the Jade Sea Fleet was plunged into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Steady, they are monsters, demons. Hold firm, for course. Yet, the true nightmare was only just beginning. On the flagship, the Blind Seer, alongside several Materis wizards, established contact with their allies in the United Fleet through glass candles. The coordinates were confirmed, commenced trial firing. In the next moment, from the rear of the United Fleet, hundreds of massive ballistae emitted a grating whirring sound. Hundreds of obsidian arrows were drawn back, each resembling a small tree, crafted entirely from obsidian and inscribed with intricate flame runes. This was a fire magic application personally imparted to the Materis wizards by the land dweller after experiments on the battlefield. Release. A piercing shriek rent the sky. Hundreds of black meteors, trailing long tails, soared over the heads of the Gausawa fleet, precisely crashing into the tightly packed formation of the Jade Sea Fleet. Boom, boom. Thunderous roars erupted. The violent fire magic was instantaneously detonated, each colossal arrow transforming into a cataclysmic inferno. A terrifying shockwave hurled the seawater to heights of dozens of meters. Some smaller vessels, struck simultaneously by multiple gigantic arrows, were obliterated into countless burning fragments before they could even emit a cry of despair, sinking to the ocean's depths. Standing resolutely at the forefront were the warships cobbled together by various smaller factions. Before them lay the relentless slaughter of the undead, while overhead rained down a cacophony of explosive arrows. They had anticipated that their greatest peril was the Dragon King above, yet they could hardly fathom that the enemy fleet itself possessed a destructive power rivaling that of a dragon. In an instant, their morale shattered completely. Retreat! Quick, retreat! We cannot withstand this. The remaining warships, in a state of panic, turned their bows to flee towards the rear. However, What awaited them was the cold prow of the Spice Guild's vessels. The warships of the Spice Guild formed a blockade, obstructing their escape and signaling their intent: return to the battlefield or face annihilation without mercy. Despair enveloped these fleets, treated as mere cannon fodder. On either side of the battlefield, the fleets of the 13 Giants and the Emerald Brotherhood remained eerily silent. The sailors, their faces pale, anxiously gazed at their captains. The recent onslaught of black arrows and the distant, violent explosions left them feeling a chilling dread. Within their cabins, enormous white flags had already been hastily prepared. To pit a city against an empire? Such folly was not a venture these inexperienced merchant sailors wished to undertake. One sailor, trembling, pointed towards the distant sky, exclaiming, "Look there!" On the horizon, two massive shadows were slowly approaching. It was a dragon. The Dragon King was coming. The deck erupted in fervor. A dragon. The Dragon King. "Hurry, Captain! Give the order! We surrender!" The sailors' cries, filled with terror yet tinged with a sense of relief, echoed around them. Sheng, astride the back of Womizar, surveyed the battlefield below, his brow furrowing slightly. What in the world was happening? He keenly sensed that the battlefield was excessively bizarre. The elite forces of the Jade Sea Fleet on both sides remained motionless, allowing the central makeshift army to be slaughtered. The Spice Guild, stationed at the rear, seemed less a commanding presence and more a watchful observer. Further back, on ships adorned with royal banners, some were already dragging massive white cloths within their cabins. Luring the enemy into deeper waters? Unlikely. Internal strife? Perhaps. Surely they were not preparing to surrender outright. Countless thoughts flickered through Sheng's mind as he ultimately decided to investigate personally. He urged Womizar forward, gradually closing the distance. However, as he approached, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The fleets of the 13 Giants and the Emerald Brotherhood indeed began hastily hoisting white flags, as if fearful of being left behind. What a mess. Are the people of Kors truly so spineless? Sheng, bemused, discerned that in this so-called Battle of Yuhai, it appeared that only those coerced by the Spice Guild, driven forward by blades, were genuinely engaged in the fray. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of Kors City, in the domain of the Spice Guild, a colossal black stone loomed at the center of the sacrificial ground, surrounded by heaps of enslaved souls. The High Priest Zero had just acquired, through some arcane method, the news of the Dragon King's arrival on the battlefield. A fervent, greedy smile spread across his face. A man of pure Valyrian lineage was forcibly brought before a gigantic horn inscribed with bizarre runes by two robust guards. A priest stepped forward and tossed a heavy bag of gold at his feet. "Below this horn, and your family may survive with this wealth." The Valyrian man glanced back at his wife and children, who were being guarded by the guards, his eyes filled with despair and bitterness. He realized he had no choice. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his courage and pressed his lips to the cold horn. A strange, prolonged sound echoed forth, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell. As the horn sounded, the runes began to flicker with fiery hues. The Valyrian man's body trembled violently. As the runes illuminated, his skin flushed crimson, as if boiling from within, culminating in a piercing scream as his upper body exploded, reduced to charred remains. The sound waves from the horn, in synchrony with the flickering runes, radiated outward in rippling circles, as if beckoning something. The priest, expressionless, gathered the gold from the ground and tucked it into his robe. "Send those Valyrians to the sacrificial ground," he coldly commanded before turning away. The guards, grinning maliciously, herded the Valyrian man's family, who had fainted in tears, toward that blood-soaked land. There, numerous slaves and some mysterious Kors individuals were being brutally dispatched by the priest's acolytes in various gruesome manners, some cleaved in twain, others severed in half. The methods varied, yet all were excruciating. The priests encircled the black stone, chanting ancient incantations left by the Bloodstone Emperor, performing eerie dances. With each offering, the radiance of the black stone intensified, growing ever more sinister. The High Priest Zero caressed the frigid black stone, whispering incomprehensible phrases. Beneath him, the father of Wermako and a multitude of descendants of the Bloodstone Emperor knelt fervently reciting the incantations. Wermako stood among the throng, recently assigned a spear that was entirely black. He observed the busy priests continually distributing identical spears, his heart filled with confusion and unease. What manner of weapon is this? He wanted to inquire, but upon witnessing the distorted fervor in the eyes of his guards as they gazed upon the spear, he swallowed his words. He dared not ask. He was engulfed by a profound and absurd sensation, as if all those around him possessed an understanding of this peculiar contraption, while he remained utterly bewildered. Chapter 134. water and fire. The battlefield, once alive with the fervor of combat, fell into a chilling silence as the major factions raised their white flags. The thunderous roar of cannon fire and the cacophony of clashing steel abruptly ceased, replaced by the monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hulls of ships and the distant, muffled groans of the wounded. Luo halted his carnage, his handsome visage marred by blood, his eyes ablaze with lingering malice. He licked the warm blood from the blade of his knife, casting a reluctant glance towards the Quirus warships that had hoisted their white flags. A low growl emanating from his throat. Wait, something is amiss. The formidable Chichuan Luo, clad in menacing black armor, resembled a moving fortress of iron. The blade of his massive axe dripping with viscous liquid. His voice resonated like thunder as his gaze swept across the battlefield. These fellows have not displayed a white flag. Chichuan Luo's words fell like a boulder into a placid lake, instantly capturing Luo's attention. Following Chichuan Luo's line of sight, he beheld the grand fleet of the Spice Guild, still arrayed in their offensive formation, their black sails devoid of any sign of surrender. More disturbingly, the sailors upon their decks stood motionless, expressionless, their eyes vacant, as though their very souls had been siphoned from their bodies. This bizarre sight caused unrest among the Quirus warships that had already capitulated. Remarkable indeed. On a vessel of the Beryl Brotherhood, a sailor could not restrain his astonishment, his tone infused with incredulity. To him, this was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Who does not know of the Quirus? The noblemen of the Spice Guild are adept at navigating the winds of fortune, their creed solely driven by self-interest, devoid of any semblance of honor. Yet now, in this seemingly futile battle, they had become the sole bastion of resistance. What were they attempting? Were they truly to be regarded as heroes? The royal commander gazed in bewilderment at the immobile fleet, his heart swelling not with admiration, but with a profound sense of dissatisfaction and resentment. He had prepared his justifications, ready to cast all blame upon the male witch, and then kneel before the Dragon King, pleading for a governorship. Now, with the Spice Guild's foolish emergence, was he not destined to have his plans thwarted? Just as uncertainty enveloped all present, the fleet of the Spice Guild sprang into action. Thousands of warships, instead of surrendering, charged forth like a pack of sharks catching the scent of blood, recklessly surging towards the formidable fleet of Haugua. High above, Lu Sheng's icy gaze surveyed the unfolding scene. He had intended to command Wumizer and Silverwing to incinerate these insubordinate rebels into ashes. However, at that very moment, the dragon beneath him exhibited unprecedented agitation. Wumizer emitted a pained roar, its immense head thrashing violently, as if some unseen force sought to penetrate its mind. The reaction of the silver-winged dragon was far more intense. It writhed in agony amidst the skies, its anguished roars resonating through the heavens, filled with unbearable torment. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed in concentration as he detected a faint yet remarkably clear dragon's roar, imbued with an ancient and sinister power. The dragon's horn? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng leapt from his dragon saddle, his figure expanding against the winds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In an instant, a fearsome black dragon, exceeding 90 meters in length, materialized on the horizon. Its colossal wingspan of 300 meters enveloped the sunlight, casting a complete shadow over the land. With a roar embodying supreme will and the majesty of the Dragon King, a tangible shockwave swept across the entire sea. This roar was an absolute suppression emanating from the zenith of its bloodline. Under Lu Sheng's intervention, Wumizer's anguished expression momentarily eased, and it released a furious roar, momentarily breaking free from the control of that eerie sound. In contrast, the silver-winged dragon seemed utterly captivated by that very sound, screaming in pain as it recklessly soared towards the city of Kors. Lu Sheng's draconic gaze instantly pinpointed the source. It was the region within Kors City, where the Spices Guild was located. A twisted, blasphemous magical fluctuation was surging there, akin to an evil embryo on the verge of hatching. So this was their intent. Lu Sheng's murderous intent surged within him. Free from control, Wumizer's temperament turned feral, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. In a fit of rage, it ascended above the advancing ships of the Spices Guild. Burn them all. Lu Sheng's command echoed in Wumizer's mind. In the next moment, two colossal dragons unleashed devastating flames upon the vessels below. One breath was Wumizer's, a fusion of bronze and blazing gold, while the other was the pure black inferno exhaled by Lu Sheng's transformed black dragon, capable of incinerating all in its path. The two torrents of dragonfire intertwined, cascading down as a sea of flames. The sailors aboard the ships finally sprang into action, mechanically lifting their heads, operating the massive ballistae to unleash a rain of arrows upon the airborne dragons. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. Womazer's combat experience was unparalleled. It maneuvered gracefully in the air, evading the clumsy bolts that couldn't even graze its scales. As for Lu Sheng, he could hardly be bothered to evade. A tempest formed an invisible barrier around him, shredding any approaching arrows into mere fragments within 100 meters of his presence. For the fleet at sea, the flying dragons represented a devastating shift in power. The cacophony of screams, wails, splintering wood, and crackling flames intertwined to create a symphony of apocalypse. The seawater boiled, and the air ignited. At that moment, from dozens of seemingly ordinary warships, hidden water sorcerers simultaneously launched their assault. Rise! At the sound of a command, the churning sea was violently awakened, coalescing into a colossal water column several dozen meters in diameter, akin to a dragon of the sea roused from slumber. Wielding immense force as it lashed towards the heavens, Lu Sheng did not even glance back. He merely summoned a thought. A tempest arose. An invisible wall of wind manifested out of thin air, and the water column collided with it, shattering with a deafening roar, dispersing into a mist of vapor. Undeterred by a single failure, more water mages joined in the incantation. Summon the tide. The entire sea trembled as a towering wave, 100 meters high, was forcibly heaved from the depths, crashing towards the front line of the united fleet with devastating intent. The mages of Viserys, Lu Sheng's will reverberated throughout the fleet. Igniting fire magic, he summoned a tempest once more, this time conjuring an even grander wall of wind, resembling a transparent fortress, steadfastly positioned before the monstrous wave. On the warships of the united fleet, dozens of Viserys mages simultaneously raised glass candles, their magical energies converging into a massive fireball exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Radiating warmth and light akin to the sun. Go! Lu Sheng commanded, and the tempest transformed from an obstruction into a catalyst. The immense wall of wind became a propulsive force, propelling the colossal fireball towards the towering wave with unparalleled velocity. Fire and water collided with the most ferocious intensity upon the sea's surface. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a hissing sound, reminiscent of a red-hot iron cast into icy water. The 100-meter wave, along with all the vessels of the Spice's ancient guild behind it, was instantaneously vaporized. The unimaginable scalding steam, like the breath of death, surged outward in a frenzied expansion. The leading vanguards of the high Essos fleet were enveloped in the searing steam in an instant. The necromancers of Viserys reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly transforming their corporeal forms into semi-ethereal states, narrowly escaping the fate of being boiled alive. Even so, some of the weaker living dead soldiers succumbed to the intense heat, their flesh and bones separating, reduced to mere piles of charred remains. The surrendering fleet flanking the Jade Sea Fleet suffered greatly, with countless sailors screaming as they were scalded to death. The royal fleet, positioned closest, was ignited by the residual flames, transforming hundreds of warships into blazing torches upon the sea. In a singular clash of magic, nearly half of the formidable Jade Sea Fleet was obliterated. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, accompanied by the still fuming Wormisol, ascended above Queer's realm. As he had sensed, the principal urban area had been thoroughly seized by the Spice's ancient guild. The streets were littered with barricades and arrow towers, countless hollow eyes peering out from behind the structures, the entire zone enveloped in a suffocating and frenzied atmosphere. Paying no heed to the ants scurrying below, Lu Sheng pursued the lingering essence of the Silver Wings, soaring towards the core precinct of the Spice's ancient guild. Before a defensive position below, Warmack raised his gaze to the two colossal dragons soaring overhead, his complexion as pallid as parchment. The shadow that blotted out the sun and the overwhelming pressure of their presence rendered him nearly breathless. He glanced down at the black spear, bestowed upon him by a priest, which bore intricate and ominous runes, emanating a foreboding chill. This was the so-called god-slaying spear of his family, their trump card against the Dragon King. Yet now, a grimace more dismal than tears twisted Wormack's lips. God-slaying? A voice of despair echoed within him. With such a chasm of power, what difference was there between this spear and a mere toothpick? What hope remained? Chapter 135. The Bloodstone Empress. Upon the ancient altar lay a multitude of grotesque dragon egg fossils. The Silverwing was compelled to descend upon this accursed ground, its massive form casting a shadow of despair upon the earth. The high priest Zaro raised his hands high, his expression frenzied, his voice reverberating through the air above the altar, leading a throng of equally fervent descendants of the Bloodstone Empress. The sacrifice had commenced. At Zaro's signal, several priests bore a stone basin filled with blood, hastening to the enormous black stone at the altar's center. Without hesitation, they poured forth all the blood collected from the descendants, drenching the black stone. The stone seemed to awaken, its surface's sinister runes igniting, releasing a nauseating aura of malevolence that surged skyward. This inky black magic coiled like a ravenous serpent, lunging directly at the immobilized Silverwing. A viscous black liquid swiftly enveloped the creature's form, eliciting a mournful wail of agony, yet it was powerless to escape. Behind the defensive fortifications of Queer's main city, Wormak's heart raced wildly. The army of the towering Sauce surged like a black tide, repeatedly assaulting the fragile lines of defense. In the distance, the two monsters, Nero and Chichu, had already torn open a gaping breach. Wherever they passed, chaos reigned. Men fell, horses were thrown, and blood and flesh flew, an unstoppable force. Hurry! Reinforce the front lines. You useless buffoons, what are you waiting for? Wormak bellowed at his personal guard, his voice quivering with fear. The expressions on the faces of his guards were laden with hesitation. Their primary duty was to protect the heir of the family, the young Master Wormak. Yet, the situation at the front had undeniably reached the brink of collapse. What does my safety matter? Wormak straightened his back abruptly, forcing a countenance of righteous resolve. For the sake of the family's enduring legacy, he could not allow them to rush in and disrupt the supreme ritual. To hell with the legacy. I just want to survive. He cursed furiously in his heart, though his exterior remained steadfast. The guards were deeply moved. They gazed upon the young master, who was typically ruthless and regarded human life as mere fodder, and saw a flicker of responsibility in his eyes. It became evident that he was not entirely devoid of duty. The captain of the young master's personal guard spoke with a quivering voice. Enough of the nonsense. The family's honor rests upon this very moment. Wolmako declared sternly, "Get lost, don't surround me, or when that black dragon emperor arrives, none of you will escape. Nor will I." The captain of the guards, without a moment's hesitation, nodded resolutely, leaving behind 10 of the most elite warriors. Listen well, even if it means death. It must be before the young master. Having issued his orders, he led the remaining members, roaring as they charged toward the front line, which had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Watching their determined figures fade into the distance, Wolmako quietly exhaled, tightening his grip on the twin blades at his waist. As Lu Sheng's silhouette appeared upon the horizon, the once silver wings had been entirely engulfed by a writhing mass of black viscous substance. The formerly gleaming silver scales had turned pitch black, as if clad in armor forged from the very essence of the abyss. Its once bright eyes now glowed with a disquieting dark crimson light. The colossal dragon, head slowly lifted, gazing at Lu Sheng and Wumazur on the horizon. A strange, authoritative voice emerged from the mouth of the silver-winged beast. The lizard of Valyria. And a dragon that has usurped the accursed guardian's divine position? Before the words could fully dissipate, the possessed silver-winged creature suddenly flapped its wings, its massive form soaring into the sky with astonishing speed. Lu Sheng, transformed into the black dragon, hovered in the air, fury igniting in his golden eyes. Who dares to steal my pet? With a thunderous roar, a torrent of dragon fire erupted forth, staining the sky of vivid crimson. Following closely, Wumazur dove from a greater height, his bronze claws aimed directly at the silver-winged creature's neck. Yet, the silver-winged beast was no longer the docile mount of yore. The black viscous substance surrounding it lashed out like living tendrils, instantly striking dozens of times upon Wumazur's form. The sound of flesh being rent was unmistakable. Wumazur let out a blood-curdling scream as his massive body staggered under the assault. Simultaneously, the silver-winged beast unleashed a jet of pitch-black flames, clashing violently with Lu Sheng's dragonfire, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of energy in the sky. You insignificant reptile, dare to provoke the offspring of the great, true God. The voice resonated once more, brimming with divine arrogance and cruelty. I am the son of heaven, the Bloodstone Emperor, descendant of the Night Lion and the Maiden of Light. With a roar, the silver-winged creature lashed out once more with its viscous tendrils, ruthlessly swatting the injured Wumazur from the sky, as one would swat a fly. Lu Sheng's gaze turned icy. No longer holding back, he instantly commandeered absolute control over the currents of air. An invisible pressure converged from all directions, as if the very sky transformed into a colossal hand intent on crushing the silver-winged creature. Utilizing the force of the currents, the massive black dragon propelled itself above the silver-winged beast, its claws tearing through the air as they reached for its head. Clang! A black viscous substance rapidly coalesced atop the head, forming a circular shield that withstood Lu Sheng's claw strikes with remarkable resilience. The runes inscribed upon the slimy shield pulsated frantically, while the viscous coating on the silver-winged creature writhed as if alive. A power, far exceeding its previous strength, erupted suddenly, breaking through the constraints of the surrounding air currents. With a ferocious roar, the liberated silver-winged creature unleashed its wrath, baring its gaping maw as it counterattacked Lu Sheng. A pure melee battle commenced above the realm of K's. Lu Sheng adeptly evaded the creature's vicious bites, utilizing the air currents to his advantage, his form flickering like a wisp. Seizing an opportune moment, the immense dragon's body surged upward, positioning itself atop the silver wings. With formidable force, Lu Sheng's claws latched onto the creature's spine. "Descend," he bellowed, merging his own strength with the power of the sky's currents, forcefully driving the silver-winged beast downward. At that instant, the creature's head twisted at an unnaturally eerie angle, its dark crimson eyes fixated intently upon Lu Sheng's back. A sense of peril surged through Lu Sheng's instincts. Within the creature's maw, a dark crimson glow flickered ominously as destructive energy began to coalesce. Lu Sheng keenly realized that if struck by this attack, the consequences would be dire. The next moment, a beam of dark crimson light erupted, hurtling towards the black dragon that was tearing at it. In a split second, a flash of flame illuminated the scene. The colossal black dragon vanished into thin air, and the beam pierced through the empty sky. Lu Sheng's human form quietly reappeared on the creature's back. Moments prior, he had instantaneously shed his dragon form to evade the lethal strike by presenting a smaller target. Before the silver-winged creature could react, Lu Sheng's legs propelled him forward with explosive power, launching him like a cannonball towards the creature's head. By the time its dark crimson pupils registered his presence again, it was far too late. Lu Sheng's right fist, enveloped in flames and accompanied by a piercing rush of air, collided fiercely with the silver-winged creature's right eye. A thunderous explosion ensued. The enormous eyeball shattered with a resounding crack, sending a spray of dark green fluid mingled with black slime in all directions. The silver-winged creature emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony, its massive form convulsing wildly in the air. Countless tendrils of black liquid surged from its body, reaching out desperately towards Lu Sheng. Yet, undeterred, Lu Sheng advanced, a flash of fire illuminating his path once more. The colossal black dragon form reemerged, coiling above the silver-winged creature's head, effectively severing its escape routes. Lu Sheng's indomitable dragon claws seized the creature's upper jaw with one hand and its lower jaw with the other. A fleeting moment of hesitation flickered in the creature's mind, but it was swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming coldness and fury. For those who dared to encroach upon its possessions, only complete annihilation awaited. A gut-wrenching tearing sound resonated through the heavens. Lu Sheng's dual claws suddenly exerted tremendous force, violently tearing the entire head of the silver-winged dragon asunder. The headless corpse of the dragon lingered momentarily in the air before it helplessly plummeted towards the city below. The resounding tremor immediately captured the attention of everyone on the ground. Upon the altar, the high priest and the bloodstone descendants, armed with black spears, were engaged in a relentless struggle against the severely wounded Vomisal. They all lifted their heads to behold the remnants of their ancestors descending from the heavens. Chapter 136. The Wrath of the Bloodstone Emperor. From the headless corpse of the silver-winged dragon, a dark liquid ebbed away like a tide, revealing the silver-white scales beneath. Yet they had lost all luster of life. The face of High Priest Zero turned pale, and he staggered backward, staring in disbelief at the torn dragon body that had fallen from the sky. Had the embodiment of their ancestors truly been shattered in such a manner? Not far away, the gravely injured Vomisal weakly lay upon the ground, summoning the last vestiges of its strength to raise its head. A torrent of searing dragon fire erupted from its throat, incinerating the nearest batch of the ancient guild's death warriors into cinders. After delivering this final assault, the bronze dragon's head crashed heavily to the ground, falling silent. At the center of the altar, the ominous black stone continued to flicker with a malevolent red light. A voice, laden with venom and authority, resonated from within. "Thief, do you believe this will help me? I shall make you aware of the consequences of enraging a deity." Before the words could fully dissipate, Lu Sheng, suspended in the air, showed no interest in the dying lament of a failure. To extinguish an enemy was the most fitting response. The colossal black dragon he had transformed into suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a searing white flame, infused with boundless magical energy and tempestuous winds, striking down upon the black stone of the altar like a divine punishment. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated throughout the city of Corsi, the shockwave flattening everything in its vicinity. Within the black stone, The voice of the Bloodstone Emperor was abruptly silenced, replaced by a furious roar. The white dragon fire was fervently scorching his very essence, compelling him to exert all his might to resist the power of the black stone. Curse it! Curse it! That wretched Rollo! The Bloodstone Emperor raged within the depths of his soul. He had believed that the guardian left by his ancestor had finally perished, allowing him to resurrect at his leisure, leveraging the schemes laid a millennium ago to reclaim dominion. And yet, what was the outcome? That damned Rollo had had his very existence usurped by another. These foolish descendants had summoned this accursed silver dragon, leading him to grossly misjudge the situation, mistakenly believing the silver-winged creature to be the mightiest dragon of this era. His reckless descent resulted in this dismal fate. Why? Why could it not be that black dragon in the sky as my vessel? Rollo, you worthless being, how could you perish so easily? The Bloodstone Emperor's fury threatened to ignite his very soul. But he had not yet been defeated. He still harbored a hidden move, a chance for a comeback. His gaze was fixed intently on the colossal black dragon hovering above, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Yes, that was it. If he could seize that perfect draconic form, he could still fulfill his long-cherished desire. You wretched scoundrel, you have betrayed my heart. Nero's voice was frenzied and shrill, as he wielded his twin blades like bolts of silver lightning, striking furiously at the man before him. Wumiko, clutching his dual daggers, fought desperately to block the onslaught. His palms already cracked, and bleeding as blood trickled down the hilts. He felt his arms growing heavier with each defense, each impact akin to being rammed by a colossal beast. We are both men. Wumiko shouted in anguish. I have an inheritance to uphold, no matter how you slice it. That does not make you a woman. Nero's assault faltered for a brief moment at those words, only to erupt with even greater ferocity, with a resounding clang. Wumiko's blades were forcefully knocked from his grasp, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by a tremendous force. The cold blade pressed against his throat. You promised you loved me, Nero roared, his handsome visage contorted with profound pain and rage. The so-called wizard you sought claimed he could transform me into a woman. Wumiko lay defeated on the ground, helplessly surveying the chaotic battlefield, witnessing the frenzied tribesmen being slaughtered by the towering forces of the Sauce. He was weary. Everything had come to an end. Uncontrollable memories surged in his mind from years past. Back then, having grown weary of all the women of Queers, he sought something more thrilling. Thus, he set his sights on the reclusive young Master Nero, famed for his beauty, yet somewhat introverted. Employing every stratagem, he spun sweet words even he did not believe, successfully ensnaring the naive youth in a web of infatuation. Who could have predicted that Nero would become so deeply enmeshed? When Nero expressed his desire to become a true woman, to be with him forever, Wumiko panicked. It had merely been a game to him. In a desperate bid to placate Nero, he hastily sought the aid of a so-called wizard, paying a hefty sum. That wretched charlatan, with unwavering confidence, claimed his procedure would alter everything. Yet, in a secret chamber, he merely performed a crude cleansing operation on Nero with a small knife. Then, the wizard left a month's supply of herbs, assuring them that consuming it would gradually transform Nero into a woman, before vanishing with their money. What followed became a nightmare. He was nearly killed by an enraged Nero, suffering the most brutal beating of his life. Meanwhile, Nero was regarded by his family as a source of disgrace, completely cast aside, and sent overseas to become a tool for the family's dirty work. Wumiko stared vacantly into Nero's bloodshot eyes, feeling not fear, but a belated, impotent regret swell within him. I am truly a complete scoundrel. The senses of Sheng were in a frenzy, warning him of impending doom. A profound sense of danger, akin to the piercing sting of a needle, electrified his nerves. He surmised that the entity within the stone must possess a formidable trump card capable of delivering a devastating blow to him. The accursed black stone, though dimmed by the searing dragon flames imbued with magic, showed no signs of fracturing. There was no time to linger. Sheng ceased the torrent of dragonfire. In an instant, the black dragon he had transformed into illuminated the sky, its scales radiating an intense glow, as if a sun were rising within its very being. If the dragon flames could not obliterate it, then perhaps this would suffice. An endless reservoir of magical power surged forth, conjuring a fire elemental magic far more fervent and sacred than dragon flames. This was the spoils of victory he had extracted from the crimson deity after vanquishing Rollo. Concurrently, the Bloodstone Sovereign upon the altar commenced its final counterattack. While maintaining the defense of the black stone, it ruthlessly unleashed its hidden machinations. The descendants wielding black spears, dispatched earlier, suddenly let out a collective wail of agony. These spears, derivatives of the black stone, served as conduits for the Bloodstone Sovereign's control over these progeny. In this moment, it sought to harvest their lives and souls through these vessels. This would unleash a blood magic of tremendous power, sufficient to turn the tide of battle. The descendants throughout the city clutched their black spears in torment, their skin rapidly withering as their flesh decayed at a visible rate. Ultimately, amidst their heart-wrenching cries, their bodies erupted violently. Dense clouds of sanguine mist, entwining their souls and essence of life, surged forth like crimson streams towards the black stone at the altar's center. The blood of the descendants previously collected by the priest in jars boiled, erupting into pillars of blood that soared skyward, all funneling into the black stone. Buzz. The black stone, having absorbed an immense bounty of life and souls, radiated an unprecedented scarlet glow, emanating an aura that was both malevolent and corrupt, yet immensely powerful. Above, Lu Sheng's solar form grew ever more resplendent. The brilliance was so intense that even the distant Warmack had to shield its eyes with an arm. The Bloodstone Sovereign's blood magic was accumulating. Lu Sheng's radiant magic was also building. Both sides prepared to deliver their ultimate, lethal blows. Lu Sheng's dragon eyes coldly regarded the increasingly sinister black stone below. Whatever you have prepared, may it be reduced to ashes. In the next moment, the dazzling white sun in the sky, embodying the purity and majesty of obliteration, plummeted with thunderous force. Chapter 137, Silver Wings and Wormisol. The ill-fated couple, two vastly different, yet equally colossal energies collided with a resounding crash. The world seemed to be muted in that very instant. No thunderous roar echoed. Only a profound silence that devoured all. The malevolent and avaricious consciousness of the Bloodstone Emperor slithered like an invisible serpent, stealthily penetrating the depths of Lu Sheng's soul through the link of blood magic. He sought to usurp this flawless vessel, this immense power. However, just as he was about to reach the core, a barely perceptible hesitation caused him to falter. Something was amiss. This blood magic contained impurities. His consciousness recoiled in alarm. And he soon discovered with horror that one of the hundreds of dark spears, which had siphoned the lives and souls of descendants, had not been fully retracted. That very spear had become a breach in the dam. These inept fools. Before he could comprehend the implications, a searing light, potent enough to incinerate the soul, descended upon him. It was Lu Sheng's ultimate strike, radiant like the sun. Fortunately, I had prepared. The last vestige of the Bloodstone Emperor's consciousness twisted amidst the annihilating brilliance. Wait, thief. When you perish, I shall return from the curse of bloodlines, and then, this world will be mine. The thought abruptly ceased. The ancient grievance that had lingered above Quarters for millennia was utterly reduced to nothingness. In the next moment, silence shattered. The magical turbulence generated by the collision of two extreme energies surged forth like a primordial beast freed from its chains, wildly dispersing in all directions. The air tore asunder. Ripples coursed through space, and the city of Quarters appeared as fragile as a sandcastle, poised to be obliterated at any moment. Lu Sheng, transformed into a colossal black dragon, hovered at the eye of the energy storm, his golden dragon eyes coldly observing the chaos. He had to intervene. This city was now his possession. He glimpsed the devastation below, the headless dragon corpse with torn silver wings, and the bronze dragon Vamizar, pierced by black tendrils, now silent. Two priceless trophies had been squandered. These scoundrels. A chilling thought flickered in his mind. Yet, almost immediately, he felt the blood magic within him. Invigorated by the absorption of a portion of the Bloodstone Emperor's power, pulsating with newfound vitality. A force imbued with both creation and destruction. Perhaps it could be repurposed. A wild notion took root. Lu Sheng ceased to suppress it, and instead actively guided the dark crimson energy within him. A resounding roar, echoing through the heavens, erupted. Each gap between the scales of the massive black dragon began to emit dark red light. He opened his immense jaws, like a great whale drawing in water, voraciously consuming the magical turbulence capable of annihilating all, transforming it into his own strength through the alchemy of blood magic. A vast and intricate crimson magic array suddenly unfurled around his body, enveloping the lifeless silver-winged dragon and Vamizar below. The intricate patterns of the magical formation illuminated, akin to a blazing branding iron, engraved within the void. The shattered dragon carcass, enveloped in sanguine light, began to reassemble at a pace visible to the naked eye. Torn flesh writhed and grew, while fractured bones rejoined and fused. The desiccated heart resumed its rhythmic beating, echoing like the thunderous sound of war drums. It was a frenzied transformation process. Lu Sheng was not merely resurrecting them. He was orchestrating a profound metamorphosis of these two colossal dragons, reshaping them from their very genes to their souls, employing the ancient powers of the Bloodstone Emperor and the chaotic currents of wild magic. Energy was rapidly depleting. The crimson magical formation in the sky gradually dimmed, ultimately dissolving into specks of red light that vanished into the air. Lu Sheng's enormous dragon form plummeted from the heavens, transforming into a human shape mere meters from the ground, landing heavily and gasping for breath. Even he, undertaking such a monumental endeavor, had nearly exhausted all his strength. He lifted his gaze, looking ahead. Upon the once dismal altar, two titanic creatures lay quietly. The deceased Silverwing had not only fully restored, but had also grown to nearly 100 meters in length, adorned with blood-red mysterious patterns on its silver scales, reminiscent of molten lava coursing through veins. Similarly, the grievously wounded Wormasol had transformed. Its bronze scales deepened and thickened, exceeding 100 meters in length, its menacing horns glinting like obsidian, and its wings were similarly embellished with crimson patterns akin to those of Silverwing. With each breath, those blood-red markings pulsed, emanating a disquieting pressure. More importantly, Lu Sheng sensed two remarkably clear connections within his consciousness. With but a thought, he could engage in profound communication with these two beings. Thoroughly transformed by blood magic and endowed with enhanced power, they had now become extensions of his very being. Meanwhile, in a plaza within the city of Kiris, Nero bound the injured Wormako tightly to a wooden frame shaped like a letter A, blood trickling down the structure and pooling upon the ground. The voice of the once-closed Wormako was frail and despairing. "We were once." Nero approached, dual daggers in hand, his voice soft yet laden with chilling intent. Not far away, Chichuan Luo observed the scene, instinctively sealing his lips. He could sense that Nero had become a beast on the brink of losing control. Any utterance might provoke this madman into a reckless frenzy. This guy has truly lost his mind. Chichuan Luo cursed inwardly, deciding to distance himself from this trouble. Nero stood before Wormako, the cold blade pressing against his cheek. "You have betrayed me." His voice bore no anger, only an eerie silence. "In my moment of greatest need, after you had promised me everything, you refused to see me, hiding from me as if I were a filthy wild dog." Wormako gazed vacantly at the sky, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "See you? Back then, I was nearly pierced by your blade. How could I dare to confront you?" He silently lamented, while his lips only betrayed self-mockery. "Do you still recall the past?" Upon hearing this, seemed to have struck a nerve of profound anguish. His hands gripped the knife tightly, trembling violently, fingers whitening from exertion. He fixed his gaze upon Wormako, repeating each word with deliberate emphasis. "You speak of the past?" In the midst of this suffocating standoff, an incongruous voice broke the tension. "What is the fuss about?" From a distance, Lu Sheng approached leisurely, casting a disdainful glance at the farce unfolding on the wooden frame, his face betraying unmasked disgust. Two men, behaving like jilted lovers. How utterly repulsive. He stepped in front of the two, disregarding entirely, and coldly commanded, "Bring him down." Mio's body stiffened, the madness in his eyes swiftly replaced by terror. Instinctively, he withdrew his dual blades and obediently released Wormako from the wooden frame. Lu Sheng directed Valyria to retrieve a small crystal vial from his pocket, containing an unfathomable black liquid. "It is the specially concocted elixir for the undead. Administer it to him." Valyria stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Lu Sheng. Wormako, engulfed by sheer terror, struggled to plead for mercy, yet was pinned in place by a single icy glare from Lu Sheng, rendering him speechless. With a tone almost cruel in its calmness, Lu Sheng guided his arm and forcefully poured the potion into his mouth. "I shall grant you this fated pair." Having uttered these words, he turned away without a backward glance, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. As the dark liquid slipped down his throat, Worm's body began to convulse violently, the light in his eyes swiftly extinguished, leaving behind a hollow void of death. Stunned, Valyria finally reacted. He gazed at the cold, unfamiliar body of Wormako, and the accumulated anguish, resentment, despair, and affection erupted within him at that moment. He clutched Wormko's body, unleashing a primal, desperate wail. In the sky, two resounding roars of dragons echoed. The rapidly growing silver wings resembled two moving mountains, circling above the city, their blood-red patterns shimmering, proclaiming the supreme authority of their new master. Just then, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Ng's mind, punctually announcing, "Ding. Detected host has completed hidden task, bloodline ascension. Detected host has completed world task, establish a new Valyria empire." Commencing task settlement. Chapter 138. After the Battle of Valyria, the last wisp of steam dissipated from the sea. The rain ceased, and the sky revealed its leaden hue. The immense united fleet, akin to moving islands of steel, slowly entered the lifeless port of Valyria. The surviving 13 titans, the royal princes, and the leaders of the Bisha Brotherhood stood on the dock, draped in their most resplendent yet wrinkled silks, their faces ashen as they awaited the final judgment. Behind them, the once celebrated marvel of the world, the triple high walls, were adorned with the dragon banners of the Second Valyria Empire. Sheng stood upon the deck of the flagship, the sea monster, casting not a single glance at the subservient Corsians. His gaze pierced through the city, seemingly scrutinizing something far more distant. The commander of the High Essos, Horozuo, and the general of New Gis, Zola, stood respectfully behind him, awaiting the emperor's decree. 70% of the wealth of all Corsian nobles, merchant guilds, and unions had been confiscated. Sheng's voice, though soft, struck each Corsian heart like a hammer. The joint fleet, in collaboration with the High Essos, would conduct the seizure, with an inventory to be meticulously detailed down to every copper star. Greed ignited in Horozuo's eyes, almost overwhelming his breath. Yes, your majesty, all nobles, regardless of gender, and all legitimate descendants must proceed to Milan within 1 month for loyalty education. Upon hearing this, the Corsian nobility on the dock erupted in a clamor, only to swiftly silence themselves under the chilling gaze of the imperial soldiers. Their wealth stripped away, their futures seized. This was a devastating humiliation, a complete undermining of their existence. Yet, they dared not resist, not even to cast a single furious glance. For above them, the bronze behemoth named Wumazur and the silver-blue winged creature circled ominously, each breath exuding the stench of sulfur, reminding them that the only outcome of rebellion would be incineration. Sheng waved his hand, signaling Horozuo and the others to execute the orders. He was entirely unconcerned with the lamentations of these vanquished souls, for since moments ago, his entire being had been immersed in the ceaseless stream of information flowing through the sea of consciousness. Main quest, reconstruction of Valyria completed. Validation condition. The imperial territory now exceeds the zenith of the old Valyria freehold. System anchor point successfully locked. The world coordinates are now stabilized. New feature unlocked. The world gate. 2 connectable world coordinates detected. Proceed with observation. It has arrived, Sheng silently affirmed within. This was the ultimate aim of his conquest of this continent, the supreme reward granted by the system. Without hesitation, his consciousness chose yes. In an instant, 2 resplendent points of light emerged in his sea of consciousness, akin to distant stars. He tentatively projected his awareness towards one of the luminous points. Boom! A savage, tumultuous energy surged forth. Across the boundless land, countless colossal creatures resembling dinosaurs galloped and battled furiously. A horned dragon beast, reminiscent of a demon, hurled its opponent 100 meters away with brute force, emitting a thunderous roar. In the skies, a dragon with wings that obscured the sun soared past, unleashing lethal fireballs. In certain regions shrouded in mysterious energy, Sheng beheld colossal 4-legged dragons, reminiscent of mountains, their bodies coursing with ancient powers beyond mortal comprehension. Each breath they took stirred the tides of elemental forces. The sight of these fire-breathing dragons, horned beasts, and that seemingly ancient creature stirred a familiar, yet unsettling sensation within Sheng. Damn it, monster hunter. I farmed you countless times for a dragon gem back in the day. He suppressed the tumult within and shifted his focus to another glimmering point. Unlike the wildness of the previous world, this light exuded a magnificent and enigmatic aura, even carrying a hint of divine majesty. An indescribably grand figure seemed to tower above the infinite cosmos. Its gaze pierced the boundaries of time and space, resting upon Sheng's consciousness, revealing a flicker of curiosity and amusement. Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Merely a glance from that figure imposed immense pressure on his very soul. Beyond that silhouette, an expansive battlefield unfolded, where elegant and graceful elven archers darted through the forest, drawing their longbows, their arrows striking with the precision of falling stars, piercing the grotesque heads of half-orc foes. On the ground, thousands of human soldiers formed a phalanx, clashing fiercely with the surging horde of half-orcs, the sounds of clashing blades resonating through the heavens. Before the mountain fortress, a group of stout dwarves, with thick beards, wielded heavy battle axes and hammers, roaring as they reduced their enemies to mere pulp. In the skies, a dragon, its body adorned with golden scales, roared, its breath akin to molten gold, instantly melting a mountain peak. The sharp-eared elf was unmistakable. Lu Sheng recognized it instantly. The Lord of the Rings. Two utterly distinct worlds. Two coordinates brimming with opportunities and challenges lay abruptly before him. An uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up from within, a thirst for unknown powers. An ambition to conquer a new realm. Yet, mere seconds later, Lu Sheng forcibly quelled this impulse. His gaze regained absolute composure as he withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Refocusing on the city he had just conquered. Course was merely a new piece in the puzzle of his empire. Milan, Yuan-Kai, Astapor, Shinji, and Volantis were the true foundations of his power. This world was the genesis of all he aspired to, the wellspring of his strength. The system indicated that upon completing the main quest, he could traverse freely among various worlds. But what if? What if, in the world of Monster Hunter, he spent years, even decades, hunting an ancient dragon? What if, in the realm of the Lord of the Rings, he caught the attention of that magnificent figure and became embroiled in a protracted divine war? By the time he returned, everything might have changed. Would the Second Valyria Empire crumble into disarray like its predecessor in the wake of an unforeseen upheaval? That simply could not be allowed. Lu Sheng's lips curled into a faint, cold arc. Should it come to that, he would have no choice but to enact a cataclysm, turning all disobedient souls into glass. He must return. Before stepping into the new world, he aimed to transform this empire into a precise and utterly loyal war machine. He intended to control the entire realm, extinguishing any potential threats at their inception. He needed to ensure that, even a century after his departure, the legacy of the Dragon Emperor would continue to resonate across this land. Lu Sheng turned away, no longer gazing at the city behind him. His eyes traversed the fleet, setting their sights on the western horizon of Milan. Viserys sensed his master's will, emitting a deep dragon roar as it gracefully descended onto the flagship's expansive deck, its enormous head affectionately nuzzling against Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng mounted the dragon's back, his icy command reverberating throughout the fleet. The armada would remain stationed here, addressing subsequent matters. I returned to Milan. No sooner had he spoken than the bronze wings flapped violently, conjuring a tempest. Viserys, bearing its emperor, transformed into a streak of bronze light, soaring skyward toward the heart of the empire's power with great swiftness. On the deck, all knelt in reverence, bidding farewell to their divine sovereign. Little did they know, the emperor's gaze now reflected two entirely new worlds. Chapter 139, Subsequent Developments and Departure 5 years later, in Milan. The once glorious pyramid, a symbol of the slave masters, now bore a colossal dragon banner at its pinnacle. At its center, a magnificent black dragon, adorned with golden patterns, coiled upon the throne, surveying the multitude below. This was the flag of the Second Valyria Empire, as well as the sacred emblem of the Dragon King Church. 5 years was sufficient to alter everything. Under Lu Sheng's absolute force and iron-fisted rule, the entire Slave Bay, extending westward to the free trade city-states of Volantis and Khalasar, was wholly brought under the Empire's dominion. The Emperor's Church had been supplanted by the more advanced Dragon King Church. Countless clergymen donned in gray robes acted as the Empire's far-reaching capillaries, infiltrating every city-state, town, and even village. Together with the grassroots bureaucrats dispatched by the Empire, they instilled the Emperor's will and the Dragon King's doctrine, accompanied by the Church's governance and welfare, into the hearts of every citizen. The Dragon King was divine. The Emperor was the Dragon King's earthly manifestation. To worship the Dragon King was to enjoy peace. To defy him was to face eternal damnation. Simple, brutal, yet extraordinarily effective. All old aristocrats, regardless of their personal beliefs, were compelled to publicly convert to the Dragon King Church. Their children, from the age of 10, were forcibly sent to schools established by the sect to receive the Empire's fundamental education and loyalty indoctrination. Any heir lacking this educational background would be permanently stripped of their inheritance rights. This was a decisive measure to sever the roots of resistance from the old powers. On the summit platform of the Great Pyramid, this space has been transformed into a private garden for Lu Sheng. Higher, father, a little higher. The youthful voice brimmed with excitement and joy. Lu Sheng, with one hand, lifted a 4-year-old boy with black hair, tossing him high into the air. The child was Lu Qi, the son of Lu Sheng and Valyria. The little one erupted into peals of laughter, devoid of any fear. A rare, gentle smile graced Lu Sheng's face as he expertly caught his descending son. This little one certainly takes after me. Just as he prepared for another throw, an unexpected change occurred. In midair, Lu Qi suddenly radiated a blinding light. In the next moment, the form of a human child vanished, replaced by a black dragon hatchling with a wingspan nearing 10 meters. A high-pitched dragon roar echoed, creating a comical contrast with its massive body. The black hatchling clumsily flapped its wings, circling the air before wobbling down to land beside Lu Sheng, affectionately nuzzling its large, scaled head against his leg. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. What a clever boy, mastering transformation at just 4. He bent down to ruffle the hatchling's head. His eyes filled with pride and admiration. The power of bloodlines is indeed formidable. Not far away, Valyria, Lana, and Lynera approached, their faces lighting up with surprise and delight upon witnessing the scene. Your Majesty, cheer. Valyria hurried forward, her eyes a mix of concern and excitement. Fear not. This is a good omen. Lu Sheng embraced his son, now returned to human form, affirming that their child was destined to be a dragon king. Lana and Lynera joined them, each cradling an infant still swaddled in blankets. Over the past 5 years, they too had gifted Lu Sheng a son and a daughter. Lana named her son Lu Cheng, while Lynera named her daughter Lu Ying. Lu Sheng could distinctly sense that while the magical energy within the two little ones was not as vibrant as Lu Qi's, it was nonetheless potent and stable. He estimated that by around 5 years of age, they would also achieve their first transformation. The Targaryen and Valyrian bloodlines, under the influence of his magic, were revealing unprecedented potential. His gaze finally settled on the slender, graceful figure of a silver-haired maiden at the edge of the crowd. Rhaenyra. She had come of age. As night fell, the candlelight flickered within the chamber. The air was suffused with a faint aroma of wine mingling with the unique fragrance of the young maiden. Rhaenyra donned a delicate silk nightgown, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, while her violet eyes, illuminated by the firelight, seemed to harbor a spring of emotion. She nervously twisted her fingers, her cheeks flushed. Lu Sheng, she softly called, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Sheng embraced her from behind, resting his chin gently on her shoulder. I have awaited this day for a long time, he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic, his warm breath brushing against Rhaenyra's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. 5 years of waiting and interaction had cultivated the feelings between them to an exquisite peak. Rhaenyra was no longer the impulsive and headstrong princess of Westeros. The shifting tides of the Empire had compelled her to mature swiftly, leaving her with a clearer understanding of her desires. She turned to meet Lu Sheng's gaze, her violet eyes brimming with resolve and affection. So do I. No further words were exchanged. Lu Sheng lowered his head, capturing the softness he had longed for in a kiss. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Rhaenyra lazily opened her eyes. Nestled in Lu Sheng's sturdy embrace, a rosy glow of contentment adorned her face. The events of the month felt dreamlike, yet undeniably real. She had wholly become his woman. At that moment, she felt a gentle magic coursing through her, nourishing her entire being. This is to protect you, and to safeguard our child. Lu Sheng's voice resonated above her. Rhaenyra jolted upright, disbelief evident in her eyes. A child? So soon? Lu Sheng chuckled softly, his fingers delicately tracing her flat abdomen. Your body is like the most fertile land, brimming with the breath of life. He could distinctly sense a new life's seed quietly developing within her. Truly, the renowned fertility spoken of in the original tale was no mere legend. Rhaenyra's face blossomed with unparalleled radiance, embodying the joy and pride of impending motherhood. She embraced Lu Sheng tightly, burying her face in his chest. I must share this news with my father. She could already envision the tumultuous waves this revelation would create upon reaching Westeros, particularly in the Red Keep. The heir to the Iron Throne was expecting the offspring of the Second Valyrian Empire's emperor. This unborn child, with a lineage so noble, would undoubtedly send ripples through all of Westeros. He would be the undisputed master of the Iron Throne in the future. As Rhaenyra dispatched messengers to Westeros, Lu Sheng began preparing for the next steps. The rewards from the Battle of Quells had already been distributed, and the functionality of the World Gate had been unlocked. 2 new coordinates, Monster Hunter World and the Lord of the Rings, lay before him like tempting confections. After 5 years of diligent governance, the Second Valyrian Empire had achieved complete stability. The faith in the Dragon King's teachings had taken root among the populace, and a new noble class was gradually emerging under his support. With the military entirely under his command, the empire functioned like a finely tuned war machine, awaiting only his command. With the foundation laid, it was time to reap the rewards of a new world. Lu Sheng stood atop the Grand Pyramid, gazing down upon the city that lay submissively beneath him. The power structure of the World of the Rings was overwhelmingly vast, with divinity and rules intricately intertwined. Now was not the opportune moment for intervention. In contrast, the Monster Hunter universe was far more straightforward. It boasted formidable beasts, a unique ecosystem, and materials capable of forging divine weaponry. More crucially, according to his recollections, the quest cycles in each version of Monster Hunter typically lasted only a few months. Such a brief period posed no significant threat to an empire already on a steady path. He could effortlessly hunt colossal dragons within the Monster Hunter realm, enhancing his strength, and return adorned in divine garb to manage imperial affairs, thus serving both pursuits simultaneously. It was settled. A firm resolution took root in Lu Sheng's heart. His gaze pierced through the clouds, as if he could already envision the primal and ferocious hunting world ahead. There, countless powerful beasts awaited to become part of his burgeoning strength. Chapter 140. The ancient tree forest, mid-partition brother. A warm, humid breeze caressed his cheek. Imbued with the rich sense of foliage and earthy soil, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Before him stretched an endless expanse of deep green. Towering trees pierced the sky, while robust vines coiled around them like enormous serpents. Sunlight filtered through the layers of treetops, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. In the distance, by a crystal-clear stream, several long-necked herbivorous dragons bent down to drink, exuding an air of tranquil contentment. Above, vividly colored birds, almost absurd in their brightness, flitted about, chirping merrily. Everything brimmed with vibrant life, a testament to the untamed beauty of nature. Yet Lu Sheng understood that beneath this tranquility lurked countless deadly dangers. In the underbrush, pairs of eyes gleamed with greed and cunning, fixated intently on him, the uninvited guest. The ancient tree forest? Lu Sheng recognized this iconic landscape, a reminiscent smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, dark magic surged forth from within him like a tidal wave, swiftly coalescing on the surface of his body into a suit of armor, grotesquely outlined and adorned with dark dragon scale patterns. The armor was both weighty and form-fitting, each joint shimmering with an ominous magical glow that exuded a sense of oppression. Following this, more magic gathered, compressed, and shaped behind him. A colossal obsidian greatsword materialized from thin air, its blade smooth as a mirror, yet deep enough to seem capable of devouring all light. Clang! Lu Sheng grasped the hilt of the enormous sword with one hand, the heavy tip carving a shallow groove into the earth. He felt the surging power within him and the formidable physique transformed by the might of dragons, a profound confidence blossoming within. Those lurking in the grass must be the thieving dragons, he mused. His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of those spying on him. Before his words faded, Lu Sheng sprang into action. He surged forth like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, the ground trembling beneath him as he propelled himself towards the thicket that swayed the most violently. The grass rustled in a flurry, and several small, earth-toned creatures, known as the thieving dragons, were startled by his sudden onslaught, retreating with frantic cries. Just as these diminutive creatures were thrown into a state of panic, an enraged roar erupted from behind them. A colossal thieving dragon, its size several times greater than its kin and sporting a mane reminiscent of a human center-parted hairstyle, charged forth with its gaping maw wide open, bellowing ferociously. This was the leader of the pack, the great thieving dragon. "Hello, center-parted brother. Goodbye." A flicker of amusement danced in Lu Sheng's eyes. As the great thieving dragon roared towards him, he showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he simply grasped his obsidian greatsword tightly, the sinewy muscles of his arms straining against the gauntlets, and with pure strength and a direct trajectory. He brought the blade down with immense force. There were no elaborate maneuvers, only the sheer weight of overwhelming power. The enormous sword whistled through the air, colliding with the great thieving dragon's head with tremendous impact. A sickening thud echoed, and for a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. The forward momentum of the great thieving dragon abruptly halted, its massive head, adorned with that distinct hairstyle, traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest. From the severed neck, a torrent of hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the earth a deep crimson. The enormous headless body, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a couple of steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. A swift execution, clean and decisive. The remaining small thieving dragons, utterly petrified by the gruesome spectacle before them, stared blankly at their leader's corpse and then at the dark figure, akin to a demonic god, standing amidst the pool of blood. Finally, they emitted a chorus of terrified wails, tucking their tails and fleeing without a backward glance, vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Lu Sheng paid no mind to the retreating minions. He approached the corpse of the great thieving dragon and prodded the unblinking head with his greatsword. "Is this all?" he murmured, shaking his head in disappointment. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. World coordinates confirmed. Monster Hunter World. New world mission generated. Apex of the ecological chain. Mission objective. Successfully hunt or tame an elder dragon species. Final mission reward. Calculated based on the intensity of the hunt or taming of the elder dragon. World mission reward distributed. Power of the Earth's veins. Passive. Power of the Earth's veins. While the host resides in a world, they can draw upon the very essence of that world, continuously gaining evolution. The more intact and vast the world's ecosystem, the greater the amplification effect. A series of notifications descended, and before Lu Sheng could fully appreciate the newfound abilities he had acquired, yet another alert chimed in. The world acknowledges your acquisition. Your existence has been integrated into this world's ecological cycle. You shall become a rightful entity within this realm. Accompanying this final notification was an indescribable sensation that surged through Lu Sheng's limbs and bones. It was not an illusion. He could distinctly perceive a subtle pulsation emanating from the earth beneath his feet, akin to the steady heartbeat of some slumbering behemoth. The wind flowing through the air transformed from mere currents into the very breath of this world, infused with the fragrance of flora and the essence of life, gently enveloping him and cleansing the foreign aura he bore from his previous existence. He could even vaguely hear the growth of every plant in the forest, the flutter of each insect's wings, all beings engaged in a unique rhythm, participating in the cycle of life. This was a feeling of acceptance, as though a solitary island adrift in the ocean had, at that moment, connected with the vast continent. Lu Sheng's magical energy began to replenish at an unprecedented pace. The expenditure from forging armor and a colossal sword was entirely restored within mere breaths, even beginning to swell. His body seemed to shed an invisible shackle, becoming lighter and imbued with strength. He closed his eyes, savoring this transformation. It was reminiscent of a perfect ecosystem that instinctively recognized and embraced a new species. This world was welcoming him, or rather, extending an invitation to a new architect of the ecological order. As Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a cold, sharp light flickered deep within his brown irises. He relished this sensation. While he was immersed in the thrill of his burgeoning power and the world's acknowledgement, he failed to notice a furry little head cautiously peeking from the robust branches of a nearby tree. It was a cat standing on two legs, clad in a tailored leather armor, with large, soulful eyes brimming with intelligence. Its whiskers quivered slightly in nervousness. The eyes of this Ilu cat were wide with astonishment and horror. It had witnessed the entire sequence of events, the sudden appearance of a hunter garbed in black armor, who had effortlessly severed the head of the region's dominant tyrant, the dragon bandit, with a single strike. The raw power, the speed, the unwavering decisiveness. It was beyond the capability of an ordinary hunter. However, the Ilu cat recognized the hunters of the outpost. This was an outsider, or perhaps a native human of this continent. Cautiously, the Ilu cat retreated its head, fully concealing itself behind the leaves. Its heart raced wildly. Tentatively, it peeked out once more at the dark figure still standing in place, seemingly oblivious to its presence. The Ilu cat hesitated no longer. Crouching low, it swiftly traversed the thick branches with its limbs, moving with a grace and agility that betrayed not a whisper of sound. It must return at once. The news must be reported to the base. A formidable entity has been discovered. Chapter 141. The Grand Commander in the command tent of the Star Investigation Base. A rough leather map lay strewn with intricately carved wooden pieces, each denoting information about various monsters. The Grand Commander, a man whose physique resembled that of a lion forged from human form, was stroking a drawing with a robust finger. The paper, hastily crafted from plant fibers in a moment of urgency, bore a coarse texture yet featured unexpectedly clear lines. It depicted a figure clad in a full suit of black armor, wielding a massive black sword, standing over the decapitated head of a great bandit dragon. Did Ilu cat draw this? The Grand Commander's voice resonated deeply, akin to the grinding of stones. Yes, Commander. The child toiled for half a day to produce this upon returning. The hunter reporting bore a grave tone. One strike. The Grand Commander extended a finger to tap the fallen head of the great bandit dragon depicted in the drawing. The child was quite clear. It was a single blow. From above to below, decisive and clean, much like slicing cheese. Silence enveloped the tent. The air felt as though it had solidified. Present were seasoned hunters, well aware that while the great bandit dragon was not the apex predator, its hide and sinews were undeniably robust. A single decapitation? This was not something an ordinary hunter could achieve. Indeed, most hunters at the base would not even dare to contemplate such a feat. This does not seem to be the work of a typical hunter. Could it be a former member of the dragon kin? A flicker of doubt crossed the Grand Commander's mind, yet his countenance remained imbued with a bold nonchalance. He slammed the drawing onto the table. It is absolutely not one of our investigation team. Whether from the first or the recently arrived fifth group, I have not heard of anyone equipped in such a manner. His gaze swept over the gathered captains. A mysterious individual capable of slaying a great bandit dragon in a single blow has appeared in our territory. We cannot feign ignorance. What does the Grand Commander imply? A mission must be issued. Rising to his feet, his towering figure nearly obscured the entire map. The mission is tentatively classified as an investigation task. The objective is to locate this armored swordsman in black. He paused, his tone intensifying. Remember, for all hunters assigned to this task, the primary objective is to ascertain the identity and intent of the individual. Unless directly attacked, conflict is strictly prohibited. Understood. Go forth. Rally everyone. The new continent is never a safe place. The command was swiftly disseminated. Soon, whispers of a mysterious armored hunter who decapitated a great bandit dragon with a single sword stroke began to circulate quietly among the hunters of the starbase. Deep within the ancient tree forest, Sheng resembled a curious visitor. He plunged into this primordial realm of life, an invisible pressure emanating from him, quietly spreading outward. The might of the dragon, or perhaps the natural exhalation of the ecological essence recognized by this world, enveloped him. He could distinctly sense that those creatures, which had previously lurked in the shadows, hungrily eyeing him as an intruding morsel, were now akin to startled rabbits, scattering in panic the moment they encountered this aura. The enormous draconic beings, with wingspans spanning several meters, lacked the courage to confront him. They emitted a few shrill cries of fear before clumsily ascending into the sky, vanishing behind the dense canopy of leaves. The entire forest fell silent in his presence. Sheng was quite pleased with this. He had no desire for the trivial creatures that would waste his time. His perception continued to extend outward, exploring a forest far more expansive than that depicted in the game. Soon, at the pinnacle of the forest, atop a towering ancient tree, he sensed two intense presences. A male and a female, entwined together, brimming with the will to protect. Were the fire dragons guarding their nest? Sheng could feel that although the pair of fire dragons were acutely aware of his presence, filled with wariness and unease, their instinct to protect their offspring compelled them to suppress the urge to flee, resolutely standing guard by their nest. At this moment, he held little desire to hunt these elite beasts. His true target was the apex creature of this world, the ancient dragon. As he retracted his outward aura, the myriad sounds of the forest resumed, as if the suffocating silence had merely been an illusion. Sheng discerned the direction and began to walk towards the human settlement. He harbored great interest in the stronghold known as Starlight. The hunter's forging techniques, capable of transforming monster scales and teeth into powerful weaponry, were worthy of study. Furthermore, their alchemy could concoct exceptional potions from herbs and fungi, a treasure trove of knowledge. Most importantly, Sheng licked his lips, envisioning a robust feline chef infusing the final dish with soul cat rice. It was said to provide formidable enhancement effects. Such a delicacy was undoubtedly a top-tier consumable, one he must acquire. To Sheng, everything in this world, whether monster or human, represented a resource to be exploited, and the Starlight Stronghold stood as a vast reservoir of resources. As he traversed the woods, he began to strategize. Should he approach as a mighty dragon, or masquerade as a friendly outsider, earning their trust and acquiring their techniques first? However, the latter seemed too cumbersome and fraught with unpredictable variables. Sheng swiftly dismissed this plan. If that were the case, a grand and impactful entrance was required. Walking to the stronghold was too slow, too inconspicuous. Sheng halted, standing in a wide clearing amidst the trees. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the starry bastion, and within the depths of his brown pupils, something was awakening. Then, he murmured softly, "Let us greet the inhabitants of this world in the most primal and direct manner." As his words fell, his towering figure began to swell amidst the flames. A surge of raw, brutal energy, far more terrifying than the previous draconic might, erupted with a thunderous force. A roar, no longer belonging to humanity, transformed into a visible shockwave that swept across the ancient tree forest. Trees toppled, rocks shattered. In the open space, the presence of humanity had long vanished. Instead, there loomed a colossal creature that obscured the sky. The black dragon slowly raised its fearsome head, its golden slit pupils reflecting the insignificance of the forest. It opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing an entire herbivorous dragon, letting out a deep roar that seemed to herald the arrival of doom. In the next instant, its massive wings unfurled violently, stirring up winds that tore through the earth. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed into a giant pit, and the immense black figure soared skyward, rushing towards the starry bastion with an unmatched grace. Chapter 142. Azure Star and the Terror Tyrant hatchling Ibwa on a gigantic wooden platter, succulent, sizzling meat steaks piled high. The rich aroma wafted through the weapons and Link's pavilion, the heart of the starry bastion, a paradise for hunters to replenish their energy and boast about their exploits. Just a few days after the fleet of the 5th Division arrived on the new continent, the hunters still bore a hint of fatigue from their long voyage. But more so, an excitement for the unknown world. Azure Star, carrying a platter nearly as large as her upper body, found an empty seat. Her silvery short hair glimmered softly under the warm lights of the cafeteria. Her Ailu cat companion, Moonlight, followed closely behind, daintily clutching a plate of golden brown fish. "Partner, over here, here," a bright, cheerful voice rang out. Not far away, a girl with golden hair tied in a single ponytail was vigorously waving her hand. Her mouth stuffed with food, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding nuts. It was Ibwa, Azure Star's editorial partner. With an expressionless nod, Azure Star walked over with Moonlight. Moonlight gracefully hopped onto the stool, set down her plate of roasted fish, and then began to savor it in small bites. "Hey, partner, did you know?" Ibwa managed to swallow her food with great effort and leaned in, her voice lowered with an air of mystery. "I just received news that an Ailu cat discovered a suspected indigenous humanoid being in the ancient tree forest." She gestured excitedly. "Do you think it could be a native human? That would be incredible. It means we are not the first intelligent life to arrive here." Song Lanxing deftly sliced off a substantial portion of meat, her movements precise and fluid, devoid of any unnecessary sound. She listened intently, her obsidian eyes reflecting an unfathomable calmness, offering no reply. Such was her nature, sparing of words and abundant in action. Ibwa, having long grown accustomed to her demeanor, continued speaking to herself. "The commander has issued an investigative mission, but the priority is to ascertain the intentions of the other party, with a strict prohibition against proactive aggression. What do you think that humanoid creature looks like? Could it resemble the legendary dragonkin?" Uelu, munching on grilled fish, perked up her fluffy ears and blinked her large eyes at Ibwa, evidently intrigued by the topic. Just as Ibwa prepared to share more conjectures, a piercing and urgent alarm suddenly shattered the bustling atmosphere of the cafeteria. It was the highest level of alert. An instant silence enveloped the entire room. In the next moment, all hunters, whether they had been savoring their meals or indulging in merriment, instinctively set down their utensils. Their bodies tensed in unison, their gazes sharpening like blades. What was happening? Was it an ancient dragon? Quickly, to the city walls. Song Lanxing hastily swallowed the last bite of her meat, chewing a couple of times before gulping it down. She exchanged a glance with Uelu, who immediately understood the cue and drew a miniature bone knife from behind her. Song Lanxing stood, her right hand gripping the hilt of a slender katana at her side. Her movements were smooth and composed, as if rehearsed countless times. Ibwa, her face paling in fear, clutched her small bag filled with various documents tightly, retreating behind Song Lanxing while nervously peering outside. The base had sprung into action. Above, the air was cleaved by enormous wings. Lusheng, in the form of a colossal dragon, soared swiftly toward the vast stronghold perched upon the cliffside and the wreckage of a ship. His molten gold vertical pupils distinctly mirrored the turmoil of humans below. "Oh, they have noticed my arrival," a tranquil voice echoed in his mind. "What a warm welcome this is." In the distance, the star base stirred like a disturbed beehive, coming to life in an instant. Countless hunters, clad in fearsome armor and wielding massive weapons, surged toward the city walls. The heavy armor clanked ominously. Polished blades were drawn from their sheaths, and rows of menacing dragon crossbows were wheeled into position, gleaming with metallic brilliance. Even the diminutive Ilurans donned an array of charming armor, clutching petite weapons and explosives, closely trailing their hunter companions, emitting spirited battle cries. Within the command center of the stronghold, a report rang out. "Commander, the lookout has confirmed that an exceptionally large black dragon is approaching the stronghold at high speed." An observer rushed down from the airship, his voice trembling with urgency. "A clear objective has emerged, and it is right here. The creature's size far surpasses any subspecies of fire dragon recorded in our archives." The venerable commander, his brow furrowed, had just been discussing the placement of the 5th Regiment with the logistics officers when the ominous shadow of war enveloped the stronghold. "All non-combat personnel, retreat to the shelters immediately. Scholars, gather your vital documents." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. "Yes." The messenger dashed away at once. What is your perspective, old friend? The commander turned to the man beside him, a figure reminiscent of a golden-maned lion. The Grand Commander, the highest leader of the investigation team, stood with arms crossed, gazing skyward, his golden locks dancing wildly in the wind stirred by the alarm. There was no trace of fear on his face. Rather, it burned with fervent excitement. Whatever it is, since it has arrived, it must be prepared to be hunted by us. His voice thundered like a bell. All hunters, prepare for battle. Let this newcomer witness the prowess of the ancient dragon investigation team of the New World. A deafening roar erupted from the hunters, their spirits soaring. Amidst the tense atmosphere of readiness within the stronghold, the colossal shadow finally broke through the clouds, coming into full view. It was not a fire dragon. Its scales were as black as ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Its immense form cast a shadow that nearly engulfed the entirety of the open ground before the stronghold. A pressure emanating from the pinnacle of life descended like a tangible mountain, causing some inexperienced hunters to struggle for breath, their legs trembling. What manner of beast is that? Ible quivered, hiding behind Song Wanqing. Without a word, Song Wanqing slowly drew his katana, the blade glinting with a chilling sheen under the light. All crossbows, ready. The Grand Commander stood at the forefront of the wall, his fists clenched, muscles taut, emitting a sound akin to steel. Just as he prepared to give the command to fire, the scene in the sky transformed dramatically. The enormous black dragon suddenly ignited in flames without warning. Yet, this was no ordinary fire. It was a pale blaze that seemed capable of igniting the very fabric of space. The massive dragon's form rapidly contracted and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a white fireball merely a few meters in diameter, trailing a long tail of flame, akin to a meteor, hurtling directly towards the stronghold. Fire! Intercept it! The commander shouted hoarsely. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of dragon-hunting crossbows unleashed their bolts simultaneously, the thick projectiles slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, creating a dense barrage aimed at the falling meteor. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Those bolts, capable of piercing through the fire dragon's scales, disintegrated silently upon contact with the white fireball, as if they had been cast into a furnace, vaporizing without a trace. Not even the slightest obstruction was achieved. Boom. The white fireball disregarded all forms of interception and crashed heavily upon the largest expanse of open ground at the center of the stronghold. A violent shockwave, intertwined with searing currents of heat, erupted and spread wildly in all directions. Nearby hunters were directly hurled away, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. The entire stronghold was engulfed in a dense cloud of dust raised by the impact. Coughing, the commander waved his hand to disperse the dust before him. His fierce eyes fixated intently on the epicenter of the collision. All hunters gripped their weapons tightly, surrounding the crater with an impenetrable barrier, the atmosphere saturated with tension. As the dust gradually settled, a figure emerged, standing silently at the center of the massive pit. He was clad in a suit of jet-black armor, seemingly sculpted from obsidian, with fluid lines exuding a sense of power, and a faint crimson glow pulsed at the joints. The hunter's welcoming ceremony is rather intense. A calm yet slightly magnetic male voice resonated from beneath the menacing helmet, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment. Could it speak? Was it human? Under the multitude of shocked, puzzled, and wary gazes, the black figure's helmet began to disintegrate like shifting sands, dissipating into countless tiny black particles that merged into the air. A remarkably handsome eastern visage was revealed before all. He had a neat shock of black hair, deep brown eyes reminiscent of the night sky, and an enigmatic smile that danced at the corners of his lips. He surveyed the surrounding hunters, who appeared to be bracing for battle, ultimately resting his gaze on the commander in front, seemingly indifferent to the weapons aimed at him. With a slight smile, he greeted them in a relaxed tone. Greetings to you all. Chapter 143, Delectable Cat Food. A new team. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the sweetness of malt, wafting through the corner of the armory and the Lynx Pavilion. Before Lu Sheng lay a colossal wooden platter, from which he deftly consumed the last piece of a secret recipe steak. The meat was firm and succulent, bursting with juices that exploded on his palate. A warm current sliding down his throat into his stomach, swiftly transforming into pure energy that nourished his every limb. He lifted a massive wooden cup beside him and gulped down the specially concocted drink in one go. Lu Sheng exhaled a satisfied sigh, feeling utterly at ease. Cat food, something he had yearned for during his gaming days. He had finally tasted it. Opposite him, the Supreme Commander and the Chief Commander watched in silent contemplation. This mysterious man, who had descended from the skies and stunned the entire stronghold in the guise of a dragon, had made his first request to partake in a meal of cat food prepared by none other than Sheng himself. The demand was absurd, yet inexplicably impossible to refuse. "Hello." The Supreme Commander spoke first, his weathered face carrying a sharp gaze akin to that of an eagle, scrutinizing Lu Sheng. "We have witnessed with our own eyes your transformation from the form of a dragon into that of a human." His tone was unembellished, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Indeed, Lu Sheng wiped his mouth with a napkin, his movements leisurely, as if he were addressing not the supreme leaders of the investigative team, but merely two ordinary diners. "I am both a dragon and a man." He paused, his brown eyes calmly reflecting the past. "I have come to seek collaboration with you." "Collaboration?" The commander-in-chief furrowed his brow, leaning slightly forward. The imposing figure of the large commander, who had remained silent until now, cast a gaze filled with formidable intensity. The strongest force in the entire stronghold was now fixated on this exceedingly young man. "In this continent lies my objective." Lu Sheng disregarded the pressure, his voice resonating clearly. "Moreover, my objective is also a barrier you must confront in the future." A slight smile graced his lips. "This is a win-win proposition." The commander-in-chief and the large commander exchanged glances, each perceiving a mix of gravity and a hint of excitement in the other's eyes. The new world was never short of secrets, yet it was the first time such a secret had approached them so directly. Ultimately, the large commander broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth, his voice booming like a bell. "How intriguing. I accept your goodwill." In the processing room of the Starpoint stronghold, the rhythmic clang of hammers and the roar of furnaces echoed throughout the day. The legendary one-eyed craftsman of the second phase team was scrutinizing a piece of obsidian. The stone, no larger than a palm, was entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light. What was even more remarkable was the peculiar energy he could distinctly perceive flowing within it, akin to the heartbeat of a living creature. "It is a derivative of my being, imbued with my power," Lu Sheng elucidated. "You may refer to it as dragonkin obsidian. I hope you can investigate its properties and determine whether it can be utilized for forging equipment. My scales and bones possess strength far beyond that of ordinary dragons in this world. This crystallized essence, carrying my energy, should facilitate the creation of remarkable items." Lu Sheng contemplated inwardly. A fervent light ignited in the old blacksmith's singular eye, a fervor that only a craftsman experiences when encountering premier materials. "New possibilities, how fascinating," he murmured, his fingers caressing the smooth surface of the obsidian, captivated by its allure. Just then, a light-hearted patter of footsteps approached. "Hello, Mr. Lu Sheng." A vivacious blonde girl, donning goggles, trotted over, followed by a tall, white-haired woman bearing a katana and a small Ailu cat with a diminutive backpack. "I am Ibwa, the compiler scholar, along with my partner, Kang Langsing, and Xiaolu, here to report for duty." Ibwa's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and curiosity as she unabashedly scrutinized Lu Sheng, as if examining a rare species. The white-haired woman, known as Kang Langsing, merely nodded in silence, her gaze as sharp and calm as tempered steel. Meanwhile, the Ailu cat named Xiaolu waved its tiny paw amicably, emitting a soft meow. Lu Sheng's gaze swept over the three individuals before him. This was in response to the commander's request for him to investigate the most elite hunters of the team to serve as executors for this collaboration. Undoubtedly, the ace of the fifth squad, the Azure Star, was the optimal choice. Indeed, the ace of the fifth squad proved to be intriguing, exuding a steady aura. A quintessential warrior. As for the compiler scholar, he displayed an admirable vigor. In an instant, Lu Sheng formed his assessment. "Greetings," Lu Sheng began, his voice calm. "We have the Azure Star from the fifth squad, alongside the formidable Ibwa and the vigilant Yulu. From today onwards, we shall act in unison, with our primary mission being to uncover the truth behind the ancient dragon crossing." "Yes, Mr. Lu Sheng." Ibwa immediately stood at attention, responding with enthusiasm and vigor. The Azure Star remained silent, merely nodding, yet her heart brimmed with excitement, an instinctive thrill that a warrior experiences when confronting an unknown formidable foe. Within the command center, a vast operational map sprawled across the conference table. The commander gently tapped his fingers on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. "Each day in this new world brings new surprises," mused the Grand Leader, reclining in his chair with arms crossed, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Indeed, ancient legends speak of dragons transforming into human forms, but witnessing it firsthand is a first for me. I have relayed the news through special channels to the dragon scholars." The commander stated gravely, displaying significant interest in the matter. "Perhaps we can glean some clues from those ancient texts." Let us hope so, the Grand Leader nodded. Our understanding of this new ally is nearly non-existent. The commander lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of hot tea. His objectives are also our impediments. This may suggest that the secrets concealed behind the ancient dragon crossing are far beyond our imagination. The humid air, laced with the fragrance of foliage and the earthy scent of soil, enveloped them. The ancient tree forest was a vibrant, yet perilous primordial jungle. Mr. Lu Sheng. According to our records, the creatures of the ancient dragon crossing release a unique biological energy during their migration, which the guiding insects are highly sensitive to. Aibo chimed in, jogging slightly to keep pace, her guiding insect radiating a gentle green light ahead. The azure star led the way, wielding a massive blade, her steps light and cautious. Her white hair flickering like a specter in the dappled forest light. She resembled an elegant yet lethal cheetah, seamlessly blending with the forest around her. Yulu trailed closely at the azure star's heels, her diminutive frame brimming with alertness. Lu Sheng walked in the middle of the group, exuding an air of composure, as if he were not traversing a perilous primordial forest, but merely strolling through his own backyard. His senses were already attuned, capturing every rustle within a radius of several kilometers. The lurking rogue dragons and the gliding thunder dragons among the treetops could not evade his scrutiny. In the perception of Lu Sheng, a colossal figure slowly approached, causing Aibo and the guiding insect of Kanglin's star to instantly turn crimson. Chapter 144, The Ascendant Battle. The mangled jaw dragon. The tranquility of the forest was shattered by a muffled thud. Amidst the swirling dust, an enormous silhouette emerged. It bore the outline of a Tyrannosaurus rex, its disproportionately stout jawline covered in hardened chestnut scales, and its crimson, beastly eyes glinted with ferocity and hunger in the dim light. The mangled jaw dragon. Aibo emitted a brief gasp of alarm, instinctively clutching her research notes, her body nimbly retreating behind a massive boulder. Almost simultaneously, Kanglin's star stepped forward, shielding Aibo completely behind her. With a sharp metallic sound, she unsheathed her elongated katana, its blade gleaming with a chilling shimmer under the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. Beside her, the Illuma cat, Yulu, donned a helmet and raised a petite shield, emitting a low, menacing growl. Only Lu Sheng remained stationary, composed and unhurried. He held the oversized black sword, disproportionately large for his stature, with one hand, its tip lazily dragging across the ground, carving a shallow trench in the earth. His expression bore no trace of tension, rather an amused curiosity. Lu Sheng observed with keen interest the poised Kanglin star before him, eager to witness how the hunters of this world would pursue such a behemoth. Clearly incensed by the calm demeanor of these diminutive creatures, the mangled jaw dragon restlessly dug its scaled claws into the earth, plowing deep furrows in the soil. This predator, known as the forest brute, fixated intently on the white-haired figure that dared to challenge it. Kanglin star held her breath. In her world, the sounds of wind, the chirping of insects, and Aibo's anxious breaths faded away in that moment, leaving only the looming presence of the beast. She could distinctly see the heat-dissipating membranes on the dragon's neck slightly unfurling, with a faint red glow pulsating beneath the wrinkled skin. Kanglin star's mind became a blank canvas, all her combat experience converging into the simplest of judgments. Suddenly, the mangled jaw dragon let out a deafening roar. The sound waves, as tangible as a physical force, caused the surrounding foliage to tremble violently. Its massive form charged forth like an uncontrollable war chariot, bearing an irresistible momentum. Kanglin star's body moved. She did not retreat. Just as the dragon's colossal head was about to collide with her, she sidestepped, lowering her body, her katana tracing a smooth arc. A side slash. The forceful impact grazed her shoulder guard, the ensuing gale tousling her white hair, while her blade, in the fleeting moment as the dragon barreled past, inflicted a deep gash upon its thigh. Roar. The man-eater dragon roared in pain, yet its momentum could not be immediately halted, crashing into the remnants of a broken tree. Splintering wood flying in all directions. Now was the moment. Seizing the fleeting stillness following the dragon's charge, Song launching advanced with swift determination, gripping her blade with both hands. She spun her body, channeling her entire strength through her core into her arms, ultimately infusing it into the edge of her sword. The blade of air. The blade struck fiercely at the same spot on its injured hind leg. Clang. The blade collided with the resilient scales, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. The man-eater dragon emitted a pained roar, its massive tail sweeping back with the force of a tempest. However, Song Launching had already anticipated this assault, with a nimble retreat. She executed a graceful evasive maneuver, her form gliding like a feather, narrowly avoiding the lethal swipe. Meow? Look here. On the other side, Lu seized the opportunity, extracting an explosive device from her backpack and hurling it with all her might towards the dragon's head. Boom! The explosive detonated upon impact with the man-eater dragon's face, enveloping it in a cloud of black smoke and fiery sparks. Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Nevertheless, the dragon merely shook its head furiously, its crimson beastly eyes fixated intently on the distant song launching. It was utterly incensed by this white-haired hunter. With a sudden turn, it abandoned all other targets. The heat-dissipating membranes on its neck unfurled dramatically, resembling two blood-red banners, radiating an intense inner glow. Be careful. The man-eater dragon is about to breathe fire. From a distance, Ibwa, concealed behind a rock, cautiously peeking out, shouted a warning to Song launching. Sheng cast a glance at Ibwa, then surveyed the standoff between the hunter and the dragon, a broader smile spreading across his face. Truly, Song launching was the protagonist of this realm. Her swordplay was nothing short of exquisite. Searing flames erupted from the man-eater dragon's maw. It was not a mere line of fire, but a deadly fan-shaped inferno, roaring forth towards Song launching, scorching the earth to a charred black, igniting damp foliage with a crackling sound. Song launching's pupils dilated sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove to the side, rolling away. The intense heat wave brushed past her shoulder guard, and she could even smell the singeing of her hair's ends. The air became thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and flames. With a missed strike, the man-eater dragon's fury intensified. It swung its head violently, the residual flames from its maw shooting forth like an uncontrolled flamethrower, directly targeting the rock where Ibwa was hiding. Ah! Ibwa cried out in alarm, instinctively retreating. Song launching's expression shifted, yearning to assist, but the distance was too great. It was too late. Sheng, wielding the massive black sword he had been casually dragging with one hand, flicked his wrist and swung it forward with ease. An invisible, imperceptible gale materialized before him and surged forward. The searing torrent of flames collided with an invisible barrier, the furious blaze being instantly torn apart and dispersed by the gusts of sword wind, transforming into countless flickering embers that ultimately extinguished helplessly in the damp air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Ibwa remained oblivious to the peril she had narrowly escaped, only witnessing the sudden disappearance of the fiery glow before her. However, Song launching and Lu perceived the scene with clarity. Song launching's movement to rise was momentarily interrupted by the spectacle before him. Was it merely the wind generated by the sword that had dissipated the flames of the manticore dragon, without any physical strike? That seemingly colossal sword appeared to be as light as a feather in his grip. Just how much stronger was this man than I? The monster's attack had been thwarted, presenting an exquisite opportunity. Meow? Lu reacted with swiftness surpassing that of Song launching, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Her small knife gleaming coldly as it sliced fiercely across the manticore dragon's unsteady leg. The force of the cut was minimal, yet the timing was impeccable. The manticore dragon, already off balance from its head toss, stumbled dangerously, nearly toppling over. Song launching was jolted back to reality, suppressing all distracting thoughts. The battle was far from over. Drawing a deep breath, she leaned forward, her katana held level. With a thrust, the blade's tip accurately pierced the manticore dragon's abdomen, and utilizing the momentum, she leaped high into the air, using the creature's body as a springboard. In midair, she adjusted her stance, gripping the sword with both hands raised overhead. The accumulated energy of the blade's cutting force converged at that moment, emitting a resonant hum, enveloping the entire sword in a radiant white light. Dragon ascend. Time seemed to slow as the white-haired hunter descended. Her katana, gleaming with lethal brilliance, traced a dazzling and deadly arc through the air. With a resounding thrust, the blade plunged deep into the manticore dragon's back, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of energy within its body. Countless threads of white sword energy burst forth from its interior, enveloping the area in a mist of blood. A howl erupted from the manticore dragon, distinct from all its previous roars, filled with anguish and defiance. Its massive form convulsed violently before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The forest fell silent once more. Clap, clap, clap. The clear sound of applause resonated. Sheng approached leisurely, wielding his enormous sword, a bemused expression gracing his face. Finally, he witnessed the living dragon ascend, executed with grace and formidable power. You are truly remarkable, sword hero. He cast a glance at the fallen manticore dragon and then at the heavily panting Song launching, offering his appraisal. Indeed, she is the ace of the 5th team. This praise, however, filled Sheng with an inexplicable discomfort. as if a lofty mentor were extolling the virtues of a child who had just learned to walk. She exhaled a deep breath, striving to calm her heart, which was racing from the recent surge of adrenaline. Her gaze, uncontrollably, darted toward Lu Sheng and the formidable black weapon he wielded. The earlier scene lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. That seemingly casual flick of his wrist concealed a power that likely surpassed her own most strenuous efforts in executing the dragon ascension. Kanglin Shing tightened her grip on her katana, feeling a twinge of doubt about the strength she had once proudly claimed. Just how vast was the chasm between him and her? Wow, Kanglin Shing, you're amazing. I've taken notes. Ibwa had just emerged from behind a rock, completely oblivious to the earlier peril and the thoughts swirling among the group. She excitedly dashed to the carcass of the manticore, pulling out her notebook to swiftly jot down her observations. Meanwhile, Yulu adeptly retrieved a signal flare from her backpack and aimed it skyward. Whoosh! A brilliant red flare erupted in the sky above the forest, a signal to inform their comrades at the base that there were large monster materials to be retrieved. Lu Sheng paid no heed to the busy pair. His focus remained on Kanglin Shing. He distinctly perceived the shock and fighting spirit in her eyes, the very reaction he had sought to elicit. He averted his gaze, peering into the depths of the forest. "All right, let us not waste any more time," he declared, his voice low yet resonant, clear to all. "It will take time for the retrieval team to arrive. We must press on." Kanglin Shing cast a deep glance at him, silently nodding as she sheathed her katana. Ibel closed her notebook, somewhat reluctantly joining the group. Once more, they set forth into the treacherous ancient tree forest, yet this time, the atmosphere within the team had shifted subtly. Chapter 145. Ba within the headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. A large map of the new continent was spread across the command table, with all eyes fixated on a singular object at its center. It was a black, spiked protrusion, over half a meter long, its surface riddled with menacing barbs, reminiscent of scales forcibly removed from a fearsome beast, exuding an ominous aura. This artifact had been discovered by investigators in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. The voice of the commander-in-chief was deep and hoarse as he pointed to a marked area on the map, indicating the habitat of the Triceratops. Right beside the corpse of an adult specimen. Lu Sheng glanced at it briefly before speaking calmly. "Spine of the extinction dragon." Extinction dragon? The commander furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. Was it a unique dragon species of the new continent? The nearby scholar adjusted his glasses, his complexion slightly pale. The Triceratops, a dominant ruler of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, had been struck down in a single blow. The Supreme Commander added, his tone growing increasingly somber, that the spike had pierced its skull. So formidable. Ibel could not help but exclaim. Disbelief etched across her delicate features. Lu Sheng, arms crossed, spoke with an air of indifference, as if merely stating a fact. The Annihilator Dragon is an ancient dragon, specifically one that hunts other ancient dragons. This statement fell upon the gathering like a boulder plunging into a serene lake, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. A dragon that preys upon other dragons. This revelation shattered their understanding of the ecological chain. Its presence in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland indicated it had set its sights on the approaching lava dragon. Lu Sheng continued, explaining that for the bleary-eyed creature, the near-death lava dragon represented an unmissable feast. Bleary-eyed creature? Ibwa and Kanglin Star exchanged curious glances. Even the Supreme Commander and the scholar displayed expressions of inquiry. A faint smile curled at Lu Sheng's lips. "It's a nickname I coined. It sounds more endearing." The Supreme Commander regarded Lu Sheng with a penetrating gaze, seemingly seeking something from his overly calm demeanor, yet ultimately relinquished the pursuit. He slammed his hand on the table, issuing commands. "Target, the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. All personnel prepare to commence the search for the Lava Dragon and the Annihilator Dragon." As Lu Sheng emerged from the weapon and links pavilion, having just savored a special feline feast prepared by the chef, he was intercepted by a robust figure. The newcomer was the leader of the second phase team, the legendary blacksmith, Mr. Lu Sheng. The blacksmith's single eye gleamed with fervor, a passion reserved for artisans upon discovering exquisite materials. "The obsidian you left behind has yielded some insights." Without waiting for a response, he grasped Lu Sheng's arm and strode purposefully towards the training grounds. At the center of the training arena, a brand new weapon stood quietly in the rack. It was a one-handed sword, devoid of a shield. The blade was as black as ink, yet reflected a dark crimson glow in the light, as if molten lava coursed within. "This material is astonishing," the blacksmith marveled, his tone brimming with admiration. "It harbors an exceptionally potent flame energy, and the material itself is indestructible, sharper than anything imaginable." He signaled to an apprentice nearby. The apprentice nodded, grasping the one-handed sword firmly. inhaling deeply before delivering a swift strike towards the heavy armor designated as a target in the training ground. There was no shrill sound of metal clashing. Whoosh! A soft whisper. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a fleeting trace of fiery brilliance. In the next moment, the armor, sturdy enough to rival that of most monsters, was smoothly cleaved in two, the edges glowing red-hot and emitting wisps of smoke. All present fell silent. Unfortunately, the materials were scarce, sufficient only to forge a single blade. The blacksmith's voice was laden with regret, but soon his gaze ignited with fervor. Mr. Liu, should you provide more of this obsidian, not only could I craft a complete set of weapons for you, but I would also like to attempt creating armor with it. His excitement was palpable. I assure you, the protective gear fashioned from it will yield remarkably unexpected effects. All my research findings will be shared with you. Observing his fervent demeanor, Sheng felt a stir within. A master craftsman such as he was a rare treasure. He spoke, I can supply the materials. But I have one condition. Speak. In the future, I hope you can assist me in training a cadre of apprentices to serve me. The blacksmith paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. As long as the Grand Captain and the Commander-in-Chief do not object, I have no qualms. To work with such exquisite new materials is the dream of every blacksmith. Excellent. Sheng nodded, stepping forward to extend his right hand. He did not produce any tangible object, but instead directed his palm toward the ground. A surge of searing air radiated from him, causing the atmosphere to warp. Crimson fire elements converged frantically into his palm, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Before the astonished eyes of the blacksmith and his apprentice, one piece after another of obsidian, indistinguishable from the previous ones, materialized from thin air upon the ground, accumulating into a small hill. Each fragment glimmered with a dark crimson light, exuding a heart-stirring energy. The blacksmith's mouth fell agape as he trembled, extending a hand to caress one of the obsidian pieces, feeling its warm touch and the surging power within, shaking with excitement. This should suffice for you for some time. Back in the modest cabin, Sheng sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. Outside the window, the bustling and orderly clamor of the Star Fortress filled the air, yet his thoughts drifted far beyond. The Molten Mountain Dragon, the Extinction Dragon. The Molten Mountain Dragon posed little threat. He summoned memories from his mind. It was a colossal ancient dragon exceeding 200 meters in length, akin to a walking volcano. However, its attack methods were singular, its movements sluggish, and more importantly, it had reached the twilight of its life, heading toward the graveyard of the New World. It resembled a mobile natural disaster rather than a foe requiring direct confrontation. The true peril lay in the Extinction Dragon. Sheng closed his eyes, envisioning the formidable beast cloaked in spikes, its body measuring merely around 20 meters, a diminutive figure among ancient dragons often exceeding 100 meters. Yet, its title was that of the Dragon Slayer. This appellation was not self-proclaimed. It had been earned time and again through the relentless hunt of those ancient dragons worthy of being termed natural calamities, their bones forged into its very essence. The extraordinary power, coupled with an almost limitless regenerative ability, caused Sheng to furrow his brow. In his current dragon form, he could reach approximately 90 meters when exerting his full strength, a size and power sufficient to crush the vast majority of creatures. Yet, when faced with the Annihilation Dragon, he did not possess absolute confidence. That creature's combat style was one of sheer, indiscriminate brutality, utilizing regenerative spines to withstand all attacks, and then employing even greater strength to rend its foes asunder. It was a being born solely for the purpose of slaughter. It seemed imperative to ascertain the strength of this world's ancient dragons ahead of time. Sheng ceased his rhythmic tapping. Chapter 146. The desert tyrant horned dragon. The scorching air scorched the earth, and every grain of sand in the great ant-mound wasteland seemed to radiate a simmering heat. Song Lanqing silently trailed behind Sheng, her white hair gently fluttering in the warm breeze, beads of perspiration forming on her hand that clutched a chilled beverage. Beside her, Ibwood delicately licked her portion, her fluffy tail swaying rhythmically. It's so hot, I feel like I'm melting. Ibwood lamented weakly from the front of the group, relying solely on the cold drink to sustain her. Her inquisitive eyes darted about until they were captivated by a colossal cactus. Wow, look, such a gigantic cactus. It's not even mentioned in any books. Ibwa instantly regained her vigor, rushing forward like a kitten discovering a new toy, pulling out her thick compendium to observe and rapidly jot down her findings. She even nimbly plucked 2 vibrant red cactus fruits, carefully stowing them in her satchel. Sheng maintained his position on the periphery of the group, not acknowledging Ibwa's exuberance. His perception had expanded like an invisible web, covering a radius of several kilometers. He was not there for leisure. He was in pursuit of the source of the ferocious aura, the annihilation dragon. At the moment Ibwa harvested the fruits, Lu Sheng's extended perception suddenly contracted, focusing intently on the sands beneath the cactus. Deep below the surface, a surge of tumultuous life energy was rising rapidly. Danger! Before Lu Sheng's warning could escape his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself forward. Before Ibwa could react, he seized her by the back of her collar, yanking her forcefully away. Ibwa exclaimed, tumbling to the ground at Lu Sheng's feet. Almost simultaneously, Song Lanqing's gaze sharpened. No explanation was necessary. Lu Sheng's actions served as the clearest alarm. Clang! The katana was unsheathed, its cold blade reflecting blinding light under the blazing sun. She sank slightly, her legs bending, her breathing steady and prolonged, her form akin to a drawn bow, poised to unleash its potential. Yulu instantly entered a combat stance. Gripping a sharp dagger in one hand and a boomerang in the other, her golden feline eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Amidst the tumultuous atmosphere, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold beneath the towering giant cactus where Ibwa had just been standing. The sand commenced a strange, flowing motion, coalescing into an ever-expanding whirlpool of quicksand. "Attention, the Triceratops approaches," announced Lu Sheng in a voice as calm as if he were merely recounting an inconsequential detail. With a deliberate motion, he positioned the massive sword of the Dragon Man before him, creating a steadfast barrier for Ibwa. Song Lanqing nodded, her focus intensifying on the swirling sands. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the ground beneath her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned all her strength and sprinted sideways. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar as a colossal creature burst forth from the sand. It was an immense Triceratops, its formidable horns resembling battering rams, soaring skyward with an unmatched ferocity. The ferocious sandstorm swept outward, and Song Lanqing, who had just managed to evade, was caught by the periphery of the shockwave. Her body hurled uncontrollably aside. A deafening roar echoed throughout the desert, heralding the grand entrance of the desert tyrant. As Song Lanqing adjusted her stance midair, she barely touched the ground when the Triceratops locked its gaze upon her, its massive head swinging to initiate a charge. "Meow!" Yulu screamed, launching her boomerang with a whoosh, striking the creature's armored face with pinpoint accuracy. The impact was negligible, yet it successfully diverted the attention of the behemoth. The Triceratops' crimson eyes shifted toward the diminutive Ilu cat, nostrils flaring as it charged forward like an uncontrollable heavy truck. "Yulu!" Song Lanqing gasped in alarm. Yet, Yulu remained remarkably composed, brandishing her small knife as she dashed away with an agility that belied her size. In a deft roll, she narrowly evaded the lethal charge of the Triceratops' massive horns. Now was the moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Song Lanqing rushed forward, her blade sweeping upward in a fierce arc, delivering a devastating blow to the creature's sturdy leg. The sound of tearing scales was followed by a spray of blood. The Triceratops bellowed in pain, its massive tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, accompanied by a rushing wind. Anticipating the attack, Song Lanqing rolled forward, feeling the powerful tail skim perilously close to her back, the gusts stinging her cheeks. "Take this, Meow." Yulu had ascended a rock, raising a pulsating red bomb, which she brought down forcefully upon the Triceratops' broad wing. The explosion erupted, momentarily halting the creature's advance. Seizing the chance, Song Lanqing steadied herself beneath the beast's feet, her sword tracing a perfect arc as she unleashed the long-accumulated power of a blade of air. "Air slash!" she cried, her voice mingling with the primal roar of the creature. The strike landed solidly upon the belly of the Triceratops, inciting a furious rage within it, causing the creature to lash out indiscriminately. The colossal tail swept across the battlefield. Yulu, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the tail's end, soaring through the air like a rag doll, shrieking in agony. Song Lanqing was also forced to retreat repeatedly under the onslaught, unable to approach. "Healing honeybugs, come quickly!" cried the airborne Yulu as she blew into a specially crafted flute, summoning several green, healing honeybugs that swirled around her. Song Lanqing distanced herself, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Yet, the Triceratops clearly had no intention of granting her this respite. It emitted a deep, resonating growl, plunging its massive horns into the sandy ground, its hind legs propelling it forward, causing the earth to tremble. Triceratops excavator, engage. With a thunderous roar, it surged forth like a beast tunneling through the earth, kicking up a whirlwind of dust as it charged straight at Song Lanqing with astonishing speed. Too fast. Song Lanqing's pupils dilated, She felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on her, as if a mountain were hurtling toward her. There was no evasion. She could only brace for impact. She positioned her katana horizontally before her, concentrating all her mental energy in that fleeting moment. In the next instant, the Triceratops crashed into her with tremendous force. Boom. The impact sent Song Lanxing hurtling through the air, tumbling several times before she landed heavily on the sand. A metallic taste filling her throat as she coughed up blood. Song Lanxing. Ibwa screamed in terror from a distance. Hurry. Yulu commanded one of the largest healing honeybugs, pulling its antennae as if on a swing, soaring to Song Lanxing's side. The enormous liquid sac cradled by the green bug burst, showering Song Lanxing with a life-giving healing fluid that swiftly mended her wounds. Having landed a successful blow, the Triceratops plunged its horns back into the sand, preparing for a second charge. Beneath the surface, a savage energy once again honed in on Song Lanxing. She steadied herself with her katana and slowly rose, wiping the blood from her mouth, her gaze transforming into an unprecedented calm and focus. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the vibrations of the sand, sensing the encroaching threat of death. Now, in the instant the Triceratops erupted from the ground, Song Lanxing abruptly opened her eyes. The katana in her hand shimmered with a faint white glow, its energy blade coalescing. Time appeared to slow to a crawl in that moment. In her vision, the menacing horns of the Triceratops and the flying grains of sand became strikingly clear. I see it. Ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated. The energy blade of her katana, at an incredible angle, precisely parried the Triceratops's charge. The immense force was instantaneously deflected, causing the colossal body of the creature to stagger sideways from inertia, its massive head now defenselessly exposed before Song Lanxing. With a deft twist of his wrist, Song Lanxing unleashed a fierce slash that struck the head of the horned dragon with devastating force, sending blood spraying in all directions. Yet, this was merely the prelude. In a flash, Song Lanxing's silhouette surged forward like a wraith, the katana plunging with precision into the creature's body. Utilizing the blade as a springboard, he leapt high into the air, tracing an elegant arc. The red energy blade, having reached its zenith, was primed for action. Dragon Ascension. A terrifying roar erupted from the horned dragon, as the crimson energy detonated within its form, countless slashes tearing through its flesh from the inside out. The colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust. The battle was concluded. Lu Sheng watched as Song Lanxing efficiently dispatched the horned dragon, allowing the tension in his body to dissipate. He had even contemplated rushing in to deliver a final blow. Ibwa, cheering with delight, hurried over to check on Song Lanxing's condition. Lu Sheng sheathed his massive sword, preparing to join them, when suddenly his movements halted. An overwhelming aura, imbued with a ferocious intent for destruction and slaughter, appeared without warning in his perception. This presence soared through the air with alarming speed, resembling a black sun, exuding a terrifying pressure that wilted all in its wake. The Annihilation Dragon had finally arrived. Lu Sheng's expression turned grave. He intended to test the strength of the Annihilation Dragon. The Annihilation Dragon has appeared. I shall go ahead. He called out to Song Lanxing and Ibwa in the distance, his voice resonating clearly in their ears. Startled, they turned to face him. In their astonished gaze, flames erupted spontaneously around Lu Sheng's form, flickering with intensity. In the next moment, a colossal black dragon, its wings spanning the heavens, ascended with a roar that echoed through the earth and sky. Chapter 147. The Undying Little Cockroach. Annihilation Dragon. The wind howled fiercely in his ears, tearing at the air with a piercing crackle. With each beat of Lu Sheng's dragon wings, he propelled himself forward at an incredible velocity, that savage aura of destruction serving as a beacon in the night, drawing his senses inexorably closer. Crossing an expansive wasteland, a vibrant oasis suddenly came into view below. Hovering above this lush expanse was a fearsome behemoth that entered Lu Sheng's sight, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. Its body was enshrouded in a dark shell adorned with spines, its powerful limbs sturdy, and bat-like wings unfurled, emanating a palpable sense of dread. The Annihilation Dragon, a dragon slayer of ancient lore. Very well, let me see just how formidable you truly are. A cold smirk crept across Lu Sheng's face as he ceased to conceal his presence. He accelerated suddenly, his massive dragon form slicing through the sky like a black meteor. The sharp sound of his passage instantly alerting the monstrous beast below. The Obliteration Dragon lifted its head, its horned visage turning towards Lushing, and in its golden beastly eyes, a savage intent to kill ignited. With a roar, Lushing unleashed a torrent of searing white flames from his mouth. The inferno descended like divine retribution, instantly engulfing the silhouette of the obliteration dragon. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that fearsome black dragon charged forth, defying the inferno. Its spines were charred in the flames, flesh and blood seething, but in an instant, those wounds writhed and healed with the naked eye, growing back even sharper spines. This regenerative ability was truly monstrous. Lushing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. The obliteration dragon's fury had been fully ignited. It emitted a deafening roar, flapping its colossal wings, transforming its vast body into a siege cannon, and charged violently at Lushing. Faced with this reckless momentum, Lushing remained steadfast, his internal energy surging, instantly channeling strength into his claws. Come at me. Boom. The clash of the two titanic dragons reverberated through the air, unleashing a thunderous roar. Lushing's massive form, towering at 90 meters, staggered slightly under the impact, while the 20-meter obliteration dragon, fueled by an audacious force, stood its ground. Rending, Lushing's sharp claws tore through, inflicting deep wounds on the dragon's chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth. Yet simultaneously, the obliteration dragon retaliated fiercely, its razor-sharp claws leaving a gruesome gash across Lushing's abdomen. A sharp pain surged through him, and blood magic activated instantaneously, the flesh around the wound writhing and healing. For the first time, Lushing felt challenged. This creature was akin to an indestructible, unyielding mass of iron, its strength and defense exceeding what its size would suggest, coupled with that grotesque regenerative ability. It was a beast born solely for battle. The two colossal creatures engaged in a frenzied aerial duel, tearing and clawing at each other, dragon scales and spines flying, dragon blood and roars resonating. Ultimately, both dragons, exhausted, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the oasis below, stirring up clouds of dust. Boom. The ground trembled violently, countless trees splintering in half. Upon landing, the obliteration dragon's advantage became evident. It folded its wings, its limbs touching the ground, moving with remarkable agility. Akin to a nimble cheetah, continuously circling the massive Lushing, evading his powerful strikes and devastating dragon flames. With a roar, after dodging another charge from Lushing, the obliteration dragon abruptly halted, its spines exploding outward. Whoosh! Countless black spikes shot forth like a torrential downpour, saturating the space around Lushing for hundreds of meters. A mere parlor trick, Lushing scoffed, a thought igniting within him, as a tremendous gust of wind erupted from his center, forming a visible barrier of tempestuous air. The barbed spikes, propelled with fervor, collided against the wall of wind. Their speed abruptly diminished, the force significantly lessened, ultimately merely sparking against his dragon scales, producing a series of metallic clangs. Lushing's forelimbs, adorned with wings, steadied themselves against the ground, anchoring his form, as his dragon eyes, ablaze with golden flames, fixated intently on the elusive extinction dragon that roamed ahead, seeking an opportunity. No longer holding back, the magical energy within him began to surge uncontrollably, a formidable aura erupting forth, pressing down upon the surrounding air until it felt as if it were solidifying. The extinction dragon sensed the imminent threat. It halted, its spines protruding outward, becoming more robust and sharp, its golden eyes filled with vigilance and madness. It discerned a scent of death emanating from this creature, which was evidently not an ancient dragon. In the next moment, Lushing suddenly opened his massive maw. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an endless white light coalescing within. The previously raging white flames were now compressed and condensed, ultimately transforming into a beam of white light, imbued with terrifying energy. Just as Lushing was about to unleash this torrent, the extinction dragon sensed an overwhelming danger. It exerted all its strength in its limbs, attempting to leap high into the air, evading this lethal strike. But alas, it was too late. A wave of invisible yet heavy pressure, akin to a mountain, descended from above, pinning the extinction dragon firmly in place. Its limbs sank deeply into the ground, muscles straining to their limits, yet it remained utterly immobile. Now was the moment. With a hissing sound, the white flame beam, honed to perfection, shot forth at a speed surpassing sound itself. It seemed as though space itself was torn asunder by this beam, leaving a dark trail in its wake. A glimmer of despair flickered in the extinction dragon's eyes. At the precipice of life and death, it summoned all its strength, folding its wings tightly to shield its vulnerable head. In an instant, the white flame beam reached its target. Upon contact with the dragon's wings, the leading edge of the beam began to ominously shift towards a haunting azure hue. The horrific heat erupted instantly. The extinction dragon let out a wretched howl, feeling the very essence of life slip away. Its instinct for survival ignited a final surge of strength. Breaking free from the oppressive wind pressure, it flapped its wings fiercely, striving to escape this deadly zone. Yet, it was ultimately a moment too late. Without protection from its wings, a massive dragon horn was instantaneously vaporized by the azure flames, toppling it. Furthermore, the front edge of the wing it had used to shield itself was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole. Agonizing pain surged forth as the extinction dragon struggled to ascend, fleeing into the skies, not daring to look back as it raced away. Sheng gradually ceased his breath, watching the beleaguered silhouette retreating into the distance. Exhaling 2 streams of scorching air from his nostrils. With a powerful beat of his wings, he stirred up a tempest and pursued. The extinction dragon's speed was astonishing, particularly in its flight for survival, as it squeezed every ounce of potential to its limits. In Sheng's perception, the ferocious aura gradually weakened and receded, ultimately vanishing entirely from his sensory range. Hovering in the air, his immense dragon eyes scanned the unfamiliar terrain below. The system panel remained silent, devoid of any notifications regarding the slaying of ancient dragons. Was it a special concealment technique, or perhaps a form of feigned death? Truly, a worthy adversary. The ancient dragon slayer possessed remarkable capabilities. He descended into the area where the presence of the extinguished dragon had last been felt, meticulously searching the vicinity, yet found nothing. There were no signs of battle, no traces of blood, as if the grievously wounded behemoth had simply evaporated into thin air. During his search, only a rock-eating drake noticed him, and in fright, it scurried into its burrow, paying no heed to the plump little creature. Sheng's attention was captivated by the surrounding environment. Towering crystal pillars, resembling mountains, rose from the earth, piercing the clouds and refracting dazzling rays of light in the sunlight. The air was thick with an almost tangible energy. Was this the land of dragon crystals? Sheng immediately realized that he had followed the extinguished dragon from the desolate Great Ant Mound to the very heart of the new continent's dragon crystal territory. A flicker of fervent brilliance sparkled in his dragon eyes. The legendary convergence point of the entire new continent's leyline powers lay just beneath this land. And there, the hatchling of the Nether Lantern dragon, still encased in its cocoon and absorbing immense energy, awaited its emergence. A deep, greedy laughter reverberated within the vast dragon throat. Little Nether Lantern, your uncle has arrived. The massive black dragon disregarded the fleeing extinguished dragon, unleashing its full perception to search for the most substantial and pure convergence of leyline energy. Soon, it pinpointed a direction. Leyline power, grant me your assistance to ascend further. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black dragon soared skyward, heading into the depths of the leyline. Long after it had departed, within a hidden cave not far away, beneath a pile of seemingly ordinary crystal stones, the injured extinguished dragon lay, emitting labored breaths. With each breath, the horrific wounds inflicted by Sheng began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Chapter 148. Lantern, you cannot grasp this. Let Uncle take charge. Deep within the profound leyline, towering clusters of crystal pillars stood erect. Light twisted here, refracting a dazzling array of colors. Before the thickest of these crystal columns hovered a massive cocoon, emanating a gentle white glow. It resembled a slumbering heart, each pulse causing the surrounding leyline energy to ebb and flow like tides. Sheng stood at a distance, his black hair stirred by an unseen breeze. His gaze pierced through layers of shimmering energy, precisely locking onto the cocoon. The Nether Lantern dragon, though it has yet to break free from its cocoon. An unmistakable sense of threat, emanating from the primal instincts of life, radiates outward like tangible ripples, warning all intruders. Sheng advances step by step, his footfalls remarkably clear in this vast expanse, where only the sound of energy flows prevails. The life form within the colossal cocoon has evidently sensed the unwelcome guest. The previously steady white light begins to flicker violently, a juvenile yet furious intent surging forth, attempting to drive Sheng away. Begone, this is mine. Sheng remains unfazed by this mental roar. He approaches the giant chrysalis, extending his hand, almost able to touch the delicate membrane of light. The overwhelming power of the earth's veins flows in like a raging river, continuously nourishing the soon-to-be-born sovereign of this new world. Do not be alarmed. Sheng speaks, his voice calm as if stating a mere fact. I have merely come to partake in a share. The moment his words fall, the tranquility in his eyes is replaced by a fervent ambition. In the next instant, his body begins to swell and elongate, obsidian dragon scales piercing through his skin, grotesque bony spikes erupting from his form. A deep dragon's roar reverberates throughout the entire realm of the earth's veins, no longer a human shape, but a black dragon. Rivaling the size of an ancient dragon, now coiled before the giant cocoon. He opens his maw, aimed at the surging torrent of earth energy. A tremendous suction emanates from his mouth. The energy stream, originally flowing towards the cocoon, is abruptly severed as if blocked by an invisible dam, with over 70% redirected, frantically surging into Lu Sheng's being. The life form within the chrysalis emits a piercing shriek of utter fury. It senses that the sustenance upon which its existence relies is being ruthlessly plundered. It struggles desperately, attempting to break free from its cocoon prematurely. Yet its underdeveloped body cannot support its will. It can only watch helplessly as the detestable marauder voraciously consumes the power that rightfully belongs to it. As the energy from the earth's veins rushes in wildly, the surface of the black dragon, transformed from Lu Sheng, begins to manifest patches of pitch-black crystals. The spread of these crystals is rapid, coursing from its chest to its limbs, then to its wings and head. In mere minutes, Lu Sheng is entirely enveloped in a thick layer of shimmering, ethereal black crystals, forming a more menacing and oppressive cocoon than that of the life form within. The influx of energy gradually subsides. The entire realm of the earth's veins descends into an eerie silence. The black crystalline cocoon hovers in the air, pulsating with Lu Sheng's breath, its surface adorned with countless dark red patterns, flickering like magma, imbued with an aura of foreboding and destruction. Starry Outpost, Command Headquarters. The atmosphere is as heavy as iron. The return of Kanglin's Star and Ibwa, bearing intelligence, has caused all high-ranking officials present to furrow their brows. The whereabouts of the melted mountain dragon have been completely confirmed. Ibwa spread the investigation report across the expansive map, tracing a harrowing red trajectory with a finger. Based on its course and velocity, the ultimate destination was deduced to be the ley line corridor. The commander, his solitary eye fixed intently on the marked point, felt his gray beard quiver slightly. The ley line corridor, he rasped, his voice heavy with foreboding. The burial ground of the molten mountain dragons. They return there at the end of their lives, relinquishing their energy back to the earth. Beside him, the senior commander crossed his arms, his golden hair standing on end like a lion's mane. This is no honorable homecoming. A living volcano crashing into the ley line of the new continent. The energy unleashed upon its death would not be an explosion. It would be a calamity. The commander nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed, that energy has the potential to obliterate the entire ecological balance of the new continent, rendering our decades of efforts null and void. He slammed his fist onto the table with fervor. We cannot allow it to reach the ley line corridor. Relay my orders. The commander's voice rose abruptly, filled with an undeniable authority. Gather all members of the second unit. Immediately commence the construction of a barricade in the Grand Canyon. The inevitable passage of the molten mountain dragon. We must alter its course at all costs or halt it right there. Yes. The messenger promptly set off. The entire base, this colossal war machine, sprang into action at the behest of a single command. What we face may not be solely the molten mountain dragon. The Azure Star had remained silent until now, her voice icy and tinged with caution. Lu Sheng previously mentioned that the Annihilation Dragon is the ancient enemy of the dragons. Such a vast source of energy on the move cannot go unnoticed. As if to affirm her words, in a distant crystalline realm, within a concealed cave, the Annihilation Dragon shed the crystalline scales that had been continuously sloughing off due to its rapid regeneration. It sensed two immense, tantalizing sources of life energy. One emanated from the depths of the ley line, a transformative and exquisite delicacy, guarded by the black dragon. The other was even more colossal and ancient, akin to a mobile buffet, slowly approaching this way. The Annihilation Dragon raised its head, its spiked cranium aimed toward the direction of the molten mountain dragon. It unleashed a roar filled with brutality and hunger, a sound that pierced the heavens, heralding an impending feast for the ancient dragon predators.